Chapter 1. The Awakening of a Useless Martial Soul. Where am I? What the hell? Have I turned into a 6-year-old child? Staring at my shrunken hands, Yi Feng was utterly astonished. Yi Feng, why are you still dawdling? Hurry up and awaken your martial soul. At that moment, an elderly man shouted at Yi Feng with irritation. Huh? Awaken my martial soul? Yi Feng was bewildered. Awaken what martial soul? Just a minute ago, I was wearing headphones, watching the latest episode of Douluo, and suddenly tripped over a stone and fell. How did I end up here? Incoming village chief. At that moment, a familiar little boy dashed past him. Good, Tang San is here. Quickly come over for the martial soul awakening ceremony with Master Wu. Old Jack's previously stern face transformed into a warm smile upon seeing Tang San. Although Tang San had a poor relationship with the other children in the village, he was well behaved in front of adults, and Old Jack had always held a favorable impression of him. Tang San? What the hell? No wonder this child looks so familiar. It turns out to be Tang San. He looked just like he had stepped out of the anime. Could it be that I've crossed over into the world of Douluo? Yi Feng, are you going to stand there like a wooden statue? Hurry up. Old Jack shouted at the dazed Yi Feng. Oh. Yi Feng ran over to Old Jack's side. Now he finally understood he had truly crossed over into the Douluo world and had become a little brat from Holy Soul Village. Moreover, he seemed to be a rather insignificant little brat. The martial soul awakening was about to begin. According to the story, the children from Holy Soul Village had little to no soul power, and their martial souls were notoriously poor. I hope I want to awaken a sickle or a rolling pin. Sigh. Others start with various divine-level martial souls. And here I am? Where's the system? Isn't it normal to have a system? Children, this is Master Yu Xiaogang from Notting City. He will guide you in awakening your martial souls. Your grandfather hopes that among you, there will be someone who can become a soul master. As Yi Feng was lost in thought, Old Jack's voice rang out. All right, you said the same thing last year. Becoming a soul master is no easy feat. I've awakened so many in this village, and not a single one has soul power or a suitable martial soul. Yu Xiaogang glanced at Old Jack with impatience. Okay, then I'll leave everything to you, Master Yu Xiaogang. Old Jack seemed to sense the other's impatience and quickly smiled ingratiatingly. The Battle Soul Master ignored Old Jack and walked directly into the hall. Everyone followed him inside, leaving Old Jack outside. In the hall, Yu Xiaogang instructed everyone to line up. My name is Yu Xiaogang, a level 26 martial soul master and your guide. I will awaken your martial souls one by one. Remember, no matter what happens, do not be afraid. Yu Xiaogang briefly introduced himself. You come first. Don't be afraid. Close your eyes and feel carefully. He pointed to the first child on the left. At the same time, Yu Xiaogang's lone wolf spirit manifested. The soul power in the room suddenly stirred, causing a whirlwind of astonishment. The first child, under his guidance, extended his left hand. Surprisingly, it is a Hoa-Tool martial soul. If he had soul power, he could become a soul master. Yu Xiaogang took out a crystal ball. This was a specialized device for testing soul power. Place your hand on it, Yu Xiaogang instructed. Soon, following the other's guidance, the child placed his hand on the crystal ball again. You do not have soul power and cannot become a soul master. Step aside. Seeing the crystal ball dim, Yu Xiaogang's eyes instantly turned cold. After so many years, he had grown accustomed to this. In these poor nests, how could a golden phoenix possibly emerge? Next, Yu Xiaogang tested a few more children. The results were either useless plant martial souls or agricultural tool martial souls. In the entire hall, only 2 individuals remained untested, Yi Feng and Tang San. You two hurry up, I'm in a rush. Yu Xiaogang said impatiently. Based on past experience, these 2 children were most likely to possess useless martial souls as well. But alas, the martial soul hall had rules, and he had to awaken them, so he had no choice but to complete the task. Otherwise, who would come to these impoverished villages to awaken martial souls for these destitute children? Oh. Since Yi Feng was on the left, he stepped forward first. His heart was racing uncontrollably. He slightly closed his eyes, and under Yu Xiaogan's lead, he truly awakened a martial soul. It was a small sickle, entirely black. The handle was long, and the blade was curved and sharp. As someone from Earth, he discovered that he had an inexplicable bloodline connection to this small martial soul, an experience he had never encountered while reading novels or watching anime. It was truly marvelous. Another sickle. Let's test your soul power. Su Yuntao yawned. Although the sickle looked somewhat peculiar, it was still a sickle. The probability of having zero soul power was high. Overall, it seemed like another fruitless day. Master Su Yuntao, do I just place my hand on it? Yi Feng asked nervously. His anxiety was overwhelming. If I have no soul power, wouldn't I become the most unfortunate transmigrator? Please no. Just place it on top like grabbing something and exert some force, Su Yuntao replied. Thus, Yi Feng placed his hand on the crystal ball. In an instant, he felt a force within his body gently flow towards the crystal ball. It lit up. Yi Feng realized the crystal ball had illuminated. He exhaled a long sigh of relief. Surprisingly, its level 2 soul power barely acceptable. Next, Su Yuntao spoke calmly upon seeing the crystal ball light up. Level 2 soul power is neither particularly good nor bad, just average. Thank you, Master Su Yuntao. Hearing he had level 2 soul power, Yi Feng felt quite pleased. At least he had the qualification to become a soul master, right? If he had no system and no soul power, life would be unbearable. He stepped aside. Tang San walked over. His small frame concealed an unprecedented sense of maturity, especially those eyes, which seemed to carry an air of superiority over all, though well hidden. Blue silver grass? Useless martial soul, you can leave. Soon, he awakened his martial soul, which turned out to be blue silver grass. Su Yuntao immediately lost interest. This type of martial soul was doomed to be useless from the moment it appeared out of 10,000. 9,999 had no soul power. Even if it did possess soul power, what could blue silvergrass do? Feed rabbits? Thus, he lost the inclination to test the child's soul power. Master of martial souls, I haven't even touched the crystal ball yet. Hearing Su Yuntao dismiss him, Tang San felt reluctant. From the entire process, he had grasped the categories of martial souls, and his plant type, especially the commonly found blue silvergrass, was of the lowest grade. After all, in his previous life, he was a prominent figure in the Tang sect. He had hoped to create brilliance in this world again, and he didn't want to meet a premature end. Fine, then let's test you. Just as Su Yuntao was about to put away the crystal ball, he saw the child catch up and immediately took out the crystal ball for him to place his hand on. Chapter 2, Looked Down Upon by the Child of Destiny. However, the next moment, the entire hall shimmered with light. Full innate soul power. Su Yuntao was astonished. Could it be that this child is the chosen one? Starting with dual martial souls and, unbelievably, full innate soul power. Beside him, Yi Feng's eyes turned green with envy. Since I have transmigrated, why not arrange a system for me? Is the heavens playing tricks on me? He roared inwardly. Soon, Su Yuntao gave Tang San a few instructions and then exited. After all, his task was complete. Hello, Tang San. At that moment, Yi Feng greeted Tang San. After all, he was the chosen one. Unlike other transmigrators who possessed a system, it would be beneficial to become familiar with him, even if it's just for a bit of soup. He recalled how the master, once a level 29 waste, relied on Tang San, the child of destiny, to ultimately soar in the later stages. However, just as Yi Feng expected Tang San to at least acknowledge him, he found the latter merely cast a cold glance his way before striding towards the door. Yi Feng was left utterly confused. Even if you don't get along with the village children, you needn't be so aloof, especially when I, Yi Feng, am offering you a friendly greeting. Moreover, that gaze felt as if you were looking at an imbecile. It was quite discomforting. Outside, old Jack was anxiously waiting. He saw Su Yuntao exiting the hall. Master Su Yuntao, did any of these children become soul masters this year? Old Jack hurriedly asked. There is one, and one of them has full innate soul power. Su Yuntao replied. What full innate soul power? Old Jack's hands trembled with excitement, his heart roaring wildly. Goodness, is Holy Soul Village finally going to produce a soul saint again? May the soul saint bless us. However, his martial soul is rather peculiar, being the infamous blue silver grass, which is widely regarded as a useless martial soul, Su Yuntao remarked with a hint of melancholy. Ah, old Jack was akin to a man consumed by desire, suddenly doused with a bucket of icy water, leaving him utterly disheartened. He felt as if he might petrify on the spot. And there is another martial soul, a scythe, which possesses the lowest quality among weapon martial souls, with a soul power of merely 2 levels. Having uttered this proclamation, Su Yuntao departed, his task merely to awaken the martial souls. Other matters were of no concern to him. Grandpa Jack, is it impossible to cultivate with blue silver grass? As old Jack was engulfed in confusion, Tang San approached with a question. Xiao San, could it be that the innate full soul power Su Yuntao just mentioned refers to you? Upon hearing Tang San's inquiry, old Jack's body trembled. Yes, it is I. Tang San nodded in affirmation. My child, blue silver grass is not without merit. Possessing innate full soul power is the hallmark of a genius. You should gather your belongings, and I shall escort you to the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, where you can study to become a soul master. You will no longer have to toil as a lowly blacksmith like your ineffectual father. Old Jack exclaimed with palpable excitement. The notion of innate full soul power was something no one dared to dream of, truly a blessing from the revered soul sage upon the holy soul Villahea. Second soul saint was destined to emerge from the village this year, to attend the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy and become a soul master. Tang San expressed curiosity. He had heard that being a soul master was an exceedingly noble profession in this world. Yes. Who was the one with the 2-level scythe martial soul that Su Yuntao mentioned? Old Jack inquired further. It is that individual. Tang San pointed at Yi Feng, his expression somewhat indifferent, as he had always felt detached from the village's children. Yi Feng. Old Jack was taken aback. This inconspicuous orphan had unexpectedly become a dark horse in this martial soul awakening, representing the second individual in the Holy Soul Village to possess soul power this year. Did you call for me, Grandpa Jack? Yi Feng, who had been mired in gloom, approached with curiosity upon hearing old Jack call his name. Xiao Feng, congratulations on being the second person in our village to possess soul power. Given your family's circumstances, I intend to send you along with Xiao San to the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy as a work-study student. What do you think? Old Jack, who had always referred to Yi Feng by his full name, suddenly adopted a more amiable demeanor. Sure, thank you, Grandpa Jack. Yi Feng replied sweetly, having just fully merged with this body and its memories. He was 6 years old, an orphan, standing at the bottom of the social hierarchy in Holy Soul Village. After losing his parents at an early age, he lived alone in a dilapidated shack, initially receiving some rice from relatives in the village, but they eventually ceased their support, leaving him to fend for himself. When hunger struck, he would forage for wild vegetables to fill his stomach, and during rainy days, he would hide in the crumbling walls of his thatched hut, crying alone. Long-term malnutrition had left him emaciated and frail. Yet, that was not all. Being parentless, he faced bullying and isolation from others in the village as a matter of routine. For reasons unknown, after merging with these memories, Yi Feng felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow and desolation. As a result of this influence, he held little affection for the village, and leaving it would be a welcome opportunity. Then it is settled. I shall take you both to the Nodding Academy tomorrow. Upon hearing Yi Feng's agreement, old Jack nodded approvingly. Grandpa Jack, if we are going to the city, I may need to consult my father first. Suddenly, Tang San's voice interjected, filled with hesitation. Not to worry, we shall go to your home now and have a proper discussion with your father. Becoming a soul master is a position of great esteem he has no reason to refuse. Old Jack asserted confidently, believing that the wretched blacksmith would not be so ungrateful. Tang San's home was situated on a hill in the eastern part of the village, the soul blacksmith in Holy Soul Village. What are you following us for? As they approached the blacksmith's shop, Tang San noticed Yi Feng trailing behind old Jack and shot him a glance. Am I not allowed to come? Tang San's sudden remark left Yi Feng bewildered. My family's matters do not require your interference. Tang San's tone was chilling, entirely uncharacteristic of a child. Oh, then I won't go either. Yifeng shrugged helplessly. It was clearly old Jack who had invited him along. Moreover, he reflected carefully, questioning whether he had inadvertently offended Tang San at some point, for the latter seemed to harbor a deep disdain for him. Tang San's eyes always bore an air of superiority, as if viewing others as mere ants beneath him. Well, that was a rather absurd conclusion to draw. To sum it up, Tang San fundamentally looked down upon him. A truly young child might not perceive such nuances, but as a transmigrator, Yifeng felt this sentiment acutely. Ah, the fated child is indeed different. You, Tang San, are beyond my reach. Yifeng shall return home. Yifeng turned and headed back home. His abode was a thatched hut with a panoramic skylight, allowing him to gaze at a significant portion of the sky at night. For rows of uneven wooden planks surrounded it, complete with holes, providing a genuine immersive experience of what it meant to be bathed by the wind. Chapter 3. Seeking the Master, Facing Mockery. In the blink of an eye, morning arrived. Yifeng opened his eyes early, secretly grateful that it hadn't rained the previous night, allowing him to admire the starry sky. Goodness, this unfortunate child had endured such a wretched existence for over 2 years. It was truly tragic. However, his current state is hardly an improvement. He has merely awakened a scythe and received a mere 2 levels of soul power. How can he possibly ascend to the pinnacle of life and marry a beautiful and wealthy woman? Let alone that, even survival itself poses a challenge. Hey, oh great system. Where are you hiding? Please, show yourself. Yifeng lay on his bed, or rather, it can hardly be described as such. It consisted of 2 stones placed at either end, with a wooden plank nearly 30 centimeters wide in the center. This was how he had spent the night. Akin to sleeping on a narrow log bridge. It was utterly uncomfortable. He dared not even turn over. The system remained silent. To be precise, he was unsure whether he even possessed a system at all. In any case, he refrained from calling out, fearing that if others overheard him, they might mistake him for a madman and confine him in the village, which would be truly disastrous. Has Xiao risen? At that moment, a voice called from outside. It was old Jack. They had arrived. Upon hearing old Jack's voice, Yifeng sprang from his bed with a sudden vigor. The intensity of his movement caused the bed, burdened by the weight of countless sorrows, to splinter into 2. The force of the fall sent him crashing to the ground. And the impact was excruciating, for the floor was strewn with sharp stones. As he opened the seemingly inconsequential door, he was greeted by the sight of old Jack and Tang San. Tang San's eyes were slightly red, suggesting that he and his father had engaged in a lengthy conversation the previous night, ultimately resulting in Tang Hao's decision to release him. Let us set off early while the morning is still cool. You should gather your things and prepare to leave, old Jack advised Yifeng. There's no need to pack. Let us depart immediately, Yifeng replied. Yifeng splashed water on his face. Thus, the trio set forth. From dawn until noon, Tang San and old Jack engaged in fervent conversation, while Yifeng felt like an appendage, overlooked and reluctant to speak, lest he invite ridicule upon himself. After all, the age-old adage rings true. When one is impoverished, no one inquires about them. Yet, when wealth abounds, distant relatives emerge from the depths of the mountains. Without strength, who would deign to acknowledge you? He hoped that once he became more acquainted with Tang San, he might grasp the leg of this fated child. Should that prove unattainable, he would resort to seeking out the master. It is not that he lacks resolve, rather, his absence of a system and the glaring inadequacy of his soul power, barely at 2 levels, dictate that he must navigate this world as such. Otherwise, he would remain estranged from the pinnacle of society and cut off from vital resources. Were he to possess a system, there would be no need to seek out a master or grovel before the destined child whom he secretly scorns. Before long, they arrived at Notting Academy. The familiar gatekeeper posed challenges. Old Jack was unceremoniously toppled, and Tang San held a silver needle tightly in his grip, as if to say that should the gatekeeper continue his incessant prattle, the needle would find its mark, ending the gatekeeper's life. Previously observed through the lens of a mobile device, this moment now felt akin to donning a VR headset, providing an immersive first-person experience. The fated child indeed exuded an aura of terror. At the tender age of 6, he possessed the means to kill, while Yifeng, at the same age, could do little more than endure bullying, lying awake at night on a bed akin to a narrow bridge, gazing up at the stars amidst the howling winds. In reflecting upon this, he could understand why Tang San disregarded him. A player endowed with divine equipment from the outset could hardly regard a mere novice lacking even basic gear. Soon, the master arrived. He was a man in his 40s or 50s, clad in black, somewhat slender in build. After glancing at the documentation provided by the Spirit Hall, he arrogantly proclaimed that this would be both the first and last time he would lead them into the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. As they strode along the expansive campus avenue, the master guided Tang San and Yi Feng in their journey. Yi Feng noticed that Tang San appeared contemplative. "Thank you, teacher." He suddenly spoke. "Ah, I am no teacher," the master replied with a faint smile upon hearing Tang San's words. "Are you not a teacher? Then why did you just mention representing the academy?" Tang San inquired, somewhat perplexed. "Who said that representing the academy necessarily makes one a teacher?" The master responded with a sly smile. "Oh, I understand. You must be the dean or a leader of the academy then," Tang San deduced, still regarding Yi Feng as somewhat invisible. The conversation flowed seamlessly, leaving him little room to interject. It seemed the master was quite willing to converse with Tang San, having not once regarded him since entering. Perhaps it was due to the significant disparity in their soul power. "A rather clever child, but you are mistaken." The master paused, shaking his head as he looked at Tang San. "Ah, then who are you?" Tang San asked, surprised. "I believe the teacher should be a visiting scholar of the academy," Yi Feng interjected at that moment, being privy to the storyline. It was time for him to assert his presence. Yes, I saw the data on the Spirit Hall. Your name is Yi Feng, correct?" To put it nicely, "I am a visiting scholar at this Nodding Academy, but in reality, I am just someone who enjoys a leisurely existence." Tang San, Yi Feng. "Both of you are quite astute," the master nodded slightly, affirming Yi Feng's response. "A visiting scholar, you say?" In truth, Tang San was not very familiar with the academy system. However, he recalled that there were some visiting elders in the Tang sect. And this academy was akin to a sect, so this individual must be a visiting teacher. No, child, you must remember that in this world, one cannot call just anyone a teacher. Everyone calls me master. You should call me master as well, unless you truly wish for me to be your teacher." The master leaned down to gaze at Tang San. "Then will you teach me the cultivation of my martial soul?" Tang San asked with curiosity. If you are willing." The master nodded. "Master." Tang San suddenly knelt, bowing deeply to the master. Ha, good. You are indeed remarkably clever. It seems it is time for me to take on a disciple, especially since you are the third individual on the continent to possess twin martial souls." The master stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding a joyful demeanor. What? However, he failed to notice that Tang San's hand trembled slightly, and a silver needle appeared in his grasp as he contemplated whether to eliminate this man. "Master, please accept me as your disciple." Seeing Tang San so boldly submit himself to the master, Yi Feng felt the moment was ripe and immediately knelt as well. As a fellow disciple of Tang San, he believed that even in the worst of circumstances, they would not fall far from grace. "You?" The master's gaze fell upon Yi Feng, seemingly intrigued. "Yes, master. I also wish to learn about martial souls under your guidance. I humbly request that you accept me." Yi Feng nodded earnestly and said, You truly possess commendable courage." Yi Feng. The master smiled knowingly, his eyes betraying an unmistakable hint of disdain. Chapter 4. The Insignificant Yi Feng. The reason he accepted Tang San as his disciple was due to the latter being the third individual on the continent to possess twin martial souls, while Yi Feng was merely a two-ringed soul master wielding a scythe. Such a lackluster talent would ordinarily not even warrant a glance from him, let alone consideration for mentorship. Although Yu Xiaogang had fallen from grace, he was once a man who guided the tide of the continent. "I shall undoubtedly strive with double the effort." Yi Feng, as a reincarnate, could not possibly overlook the master's condescension, nor the subtle mockery directed at him. Yet, he lacked a system. Without a system and talent, how could one rise without hardship? Thus, he was unwilling to concede defeat. "You possess insufficient talent and are unworthy to fall under my tutelage. Refrain from calling me master lest it invite ridicule," the master remarked, standing with arms crossed, his robes sweeping elegantly. Yi Feng was in disarray. You Xiaogang, are merely at the 29th level. Your talent is woefully inadequate for me to seek your mentorship," he thought, feeling a surge of indignation. Yet, as an orphan without any connections or support, such sentiments remained unspoken within the confines of his heart. Initially, he believed that securing a master would be a certainty, but he found himself mistaken in his assessment. If the teacher is unwilling, there is no point in pressing the matter. Tang San cast a fleeting glance at Yi Feng. hoping to dissuade him from such aspirations. It was not that he was callous or wished to monopolize the master, but rather that Feng lacked the requisite capability to be his disciple. Nevertheless, the boy did display a certain cleverness, demonstrating an awareness of the benefits of aligning himself with others. Little Feng, it seems that our paths may not intertwine as we wish. Perhaps it is best to report to the Academic Affairs Office first, the master remarked at that moment. Oh, Feng replied. Feng nodded slightly, a hint of bitterness lingering in his heart. If even the master would not accept him as a disciple, and if Tang San looked down upon him, how would he ever rise to prominence? He needed to devise a plan. The Nodding Academy was not particularly large, and he soon arrived at the Academic Affairs Office. Hello. Director Su. These two students are work-study students from Holy Soul Village. Could you kindly assist with their registration? After entering the office, the master spoke with an air of aloofness. Well, what brings you here, master? It's quite a rare visit. Why not take a seat? Director Su seemed genuinely surprised. No, I have matters to attend to, he replied, leaving Tang San and Feng behind with a brief instruction before departing. Goodbye, teacher, Tang San waved. All that remained was the master's receding figure. Huh, you called him teacher? Suddenly, two staff members in the office burst into laughter. What's wrong? Is that not acceptable? Tang San asked, puzzled. It's certainly acceptable, but you must understand that in this world, a soul master can only have one teacher. Are you sure you wish to take the master as your mentor? You ought to think it over. One of them said, their disdain unmistakable. To take a mere talker as a teacher is quite unusual. If he weren't a friend of the principal, he would been expelled long ago. He has nothing more than a 39-level soul master at 50. Enough. Focus on your duties and refrain from speaking out of turn. At that moment, Director Su interjected. Soon, the registration was completed, and the inconspicuous Feng followed Tang San to their dormitory. What followed was the familiar sparring session. Once again, Feng remained unnoticed, as if he were a born supporting character. After all, who would pay attention to someone who wielded only a scythe and possessed a meager soul power of merely 2 levels? Before long, Tang San emerged victorious, claiming the title of the dormitory leader. Who is Tang San? A voice echoed from outside. It's me. Tang San raised his hand. The master sent these bedding supplies for you. A teacher handed over a large quilt and 2 pillows. Is this building 7? Just as the teacher departed, a playful voice chimed in from outside. A little girl, clad in pink and appearing around 5 or 6 years old, approached. Yes, Wang Xing, who had just been defeated. Nodded, curiosity glimmering in his eyes regarding the identity of this little girl. Hello, I'm Xiao Wu, your roommate. Please take good care of me. Xiao Wu entered Building 7 with an air of cheerfulness, her small backpack bouncing with her. Meanwhile, Feng laboriously pushed 2 small beds together and began to arrange the bedding. Although the master had not accepted him as a disciple, the gesture of providing a large quilt was unmistakably an indication for them to share a bed. After all, why else would there be 2 pillows? Over time, feelings might develop, and sharing a bed with Tang San could perhaps lead to some bond. Thus, as the unnoticed man, he resolved to make the bed and show his earnestness. Xiao Wu, a girl has come to Building 7? Wang Xing and the others were taken aback upon hearing Xiao Wu's introduction. What is the matter? Is it not acceptable for a girl to be here? Xiao Wu's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and with a swift motion, she turned around. Bang! A loud crash echoed as she slammed someone down. That's what you get for looking down on girls. Xiao Wu raised her chin defiantly, casting a disdainful glance at Wang Xing before striding inside. Ouch! Wang Xing fell to the ground, yelping in pain. Why are you hitting people? Tang San, now the newly appointed leader of Building 7, felt compelled to step in. And you are? Xiao Wu looked at Tang San, her beautiful eyes blinking curiously. This is our Building 7's leader. Wang Xing and the other roommates chimed in. Building 7's leader? So, are you going to defend him? Xiao Wu placed her delicate hand on her chin, regarding Tang San with a distinct gaze. Well, you struck a roommate from Building 7. Though I've only been in charge for 3 minutes, I must seek justice. No one can hit others indiscriminately, Tang San declared firmly. 3 minutes in charge? Xiao Wu's eyes widened in astonishment. In our dormitory, anyone who can defeat the current leader can become the new leader. Although Wang Xing had just been thrown, he still spoke up. Oh, I see. So if I defeat you, I can take your place as the new leader? Xiao Wu's interest peaked. Thus, the two engaged in combat. Meanwhile, Feng, remaining unnoticed like air, finally finished arranging the bedding. He even placed both pillows atop the beds. Remarkably, for a 6-year-old, moving 2 beds together was exhausting. Yet, he accomplished it, and felt a sense of fulfillment. Next, he would be sharing a bed with the chosen one. With that thought in mind, Feng rubbed his hands in anticipation, brimming with excitement. Chapter 5. Defeated and bruised I lost. Meanwhile, Tang San had succumbed to Xiao Wu's prowess. Wang Sheng and his companions were expressions of disbelief. It had been years since work-study students had arrived, and now 3 had come, 2 of whom were exceptionally formidable. All of us are born with full soul power and even possess skills that resemble soul techniques. Unbelievable. From now on, I am the leader of Building 7. You shall all refer to me as Sister Xiao Wu. She lifted her chin slightly, exuding an air of confidence. Yes, Sister Xiao Wu. Wang Xing and the others chorused in unison. There was no denying it. Despite her small stature, her strength was undeniable. This world valued power over age. The strong reigned supreme. I'm quite tired after a long day. Where should I sleep? Having successfully claimed her status as the leader of Building 7, it was time for Xiao Wu to find a place to settle. Sister Xiao Wu, didn't you bring any bedding? Wang Xing inquired. No, Xiao Wu shook her head. Having just come from a forest, she had no such items. Sister Xiao Wu, why not sleep in my bed? It's nice and cozy. Wang Sheng promptly offered. No, I want to stay here. This bed is big. Xiao Wu's eyes landed on Feng's bed, and she swiftly walked over and sat down. Huh? The entire dormitory gasped in surprise, including Feng. He could hardly believe that after preparing his bed, Xiao Wu had chosen to sit on it. Is that not acceptable? As the leader of Building 7, I should have the privilege to select my own bed, shouldn't I? Thus, I have now set my sights on your bed. Xiao Wu gazed at Feng, her words laced with a hint of assertiveness. Indeed, she had taken a liking to the grand bed that Feng had meticulously prepared. Sleeping on this bed would surely be a delightful experience. However, this bed does not belong to me. Feng found himself in a state of exasperated amusement. He had long heard of Xiao Wu's domineering nature, yet he never anticipated her audacity to the extent of outright claiming his bed. Isn't this yours? She inquired. Her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly, a hint of confusion flickering across her face. It belongs to Tang San, though this was a double bed. It was primarily designated for Tang San by the master, thus the ownership resided with him. Consequently, Feng hesitated to assert that the bed was his, instead implying that under normal circumstances, the master would likely have assumed he would share it with Tang San. After all, with a double quilt and 2 pillows. If it were solely for Tang San, 1 pillow would suffice. Little San, is this bed yours? Xiao Wu directed her gaze towards Tang San upon hearing this line of questioning. Yes, it was just delivered by the teacher, Tang San replied, momentarily taken aback by the sudden inquiry, before nodding in affirmation. Indeed, it is yours, but as the leader of the 7th dormitory, I now intend to utilize this bed. Do you have any objections? Xiao Wu asserted, her gaze fixed on Tang San. But as a girl, isn't it rather inappropriate? Tang San glanced towards Feng, contemplating the implications. The presence of 2 pillows suggested that the master intended for him and Feng to share the bed, although he had never quite gotten along with the children from his village. The fact that he and Feng were now classmates at Notting Academy provided a rare sense of camaraderie. He was not particularly averse to sharing a bed with him. However, if Xiao Wu were to monopolize the bed, what would become of the boy from the village? What is inappropriate about it? I simply ask you if it's acceptable. Xiao Wu questioned assertively. It is acceptable, but what about him? Tang San responded meekly, observing Xiao Wu's escalating temper. If you say it's fine, then it's settled. I will handle him, Tang San declared, eliciting a satisfied smile from Xiao Wu. On the other hand, Feng was utterly bewildered. Did Tang San truly acquiesce? Was this some sort of mistake? If Xiao Wu were to occupy the bed, where would he, Feng, sleep? Moreover, the weather was rather chilly. Without a blanket, one could easily succumb to the cold. Excuse me, what is your name? Xiao Wu inquired, turning her attention to Feng. Feng, he replied. Feng responded with a sense of helplessness. Now, unexpectedly, an intruder had emerged. What was the meaning of this? So you're Feng. Since this bed belongs to the mistress, and you just consented to let me sleep here, yet you, Feng, have acted more swiftly. In that case, I, Xiao Wu, am not unreasonable. Let us determine the victor through combat, thus ensuring fairness for all. As she spoke, Xiao Wu assumed a battle stance. Feng was in disarray. You possess innate full soul power and a 10,000-year soul beast. Who am I? I wield a scythe with merely a 2nd-level soul power. You dare to suggest that we settle our fates through combat? Surely, this cannot be a jest of international proportions. It is akin to a mathematics PhD challenging a first-grade student to determine the victor through advanced calculus. Is this not absurd? Yi Feng cast a humble gaze towards Tang San, hoping that he might intervene. Deep down, he understood that Tang San possessed the ability to defeat Xiao Wu. The latter had merely refrained from exerting her full strength moments ago. However, Yi Feng soon noticed Tang San turning his head to gaze out the window, an action that seemed like an unintentional appreciation of the scenery. Yet, for Yi Feng, a traveler with 2 lifetimes of experience, the gesture was unmistakably one of indifference. Tang San was merely standing by, and despair washed over Yi Feng. Could he not lend a hand to a fellow townsman? After all, they had arrived together with old Jack. Was it that he feared to act? If he hesitated, the other half of this bed would belong to me. It would not be fair to accuse me of bullying you. Xiao Wu looked at Yi Feng, her tone laced with a different kind of assertiveness. Fine. If a fight is what you want, then let it be. What need was there to say that I was not bullying you? This was clearly an act of bullying against Yi Feng. Yet, there was nothing he could do. The weak are often oppressed, and those who are weaker still find themselves silenced. Yi Feng clenched his jaw tightly, and in an instant, he raised his fist and struck towards Xiao Wu. Bang! Crash! It must be said that Xiao Wu's blows were exceedingly forceful. In less than 30 seconds, Yi Feng's face was a mass of bruises. Indeed, how could Yi Feng's, with merely a level 2 spirit power and a scythe as his martial spirit, possibly compare to Xiao Wu, who possessed innate full spirit power as a reincarnated 10,000-year soul beast? In his previous life, Tang San had been within a sect, cultivating the profound Xintian technique, while Yi Feng had merely been an ordinary person on Earth, rendering any comparison between them utterly futile. This battle was predetermined from the outset. You have lost. This side of the bed is now mine. Xiao Wu exclaimed with a joyous smile. Unbeknownst to her, this happiness was built upon the suffering of another. If Xiao Wu lacked a bed, nearly 99 of the dormitory occupants would willingly offer her theirs. After all, she was the first girl in the dormitory and possessed such formidable strength. However, Yi Feng was not afforded such courtesy. Who would regard a waste with merely level 2 spirit power and a scythe as a martial spirit? Indeed, not a single soul uttered a word. The atmosphere was one of utter indifference. At that moment, Yi Feng cast a gaze, tinged with bitterness, towards Tang San. Chapter 6, Seeking the Master. Cast out from the loft. Tang San slightly turned his head, continuing to gaze out the window. It seemed that all the disputes within the dormitory bore no relation to him. After all, Yi Feng had lost on his own. What concern was it of Tang San? Let him deal with it himself. Sigh. Yi Feng sighed deeply, feeling utterly dejected as he exited the dormitory. He never anticipated that in 2 lifetimes, his circumstances would remain so disheartening. Perhaps he should seek out a master once more, without the aid of a system. He had relied on interacting with individuals of higher status through the connections of his mentor. Perhaps, in time, he might still flourish. Yi Feng contemplated this. After his departure, the dormitory resumed its usual activities. Xiao Wu lay comfortably on the 2 beds he had painstakingly moved, rolling about with delight. Meanwhile, Tang San returned to his bed and sat down, his mind lingering on the recent battle with Xiao Wu. Wang Sheng and the others continued to shower compliments upon Xiao Wu and Tang San within the dormitory, as if these 2 were the sole beings of significance in their lives. Yi Feng, however, remained an inconspicuous presence. In the nodding junior academy, the Master's loft was situated atop the faculty building. Yi Feng was resolute in his determination to seek the master today. To be frank, had he possessed a system, he would not have deigned to pay homage to Yu Xiaogang. However, devoid of such a system, what choice did he have? It was likely that he would face the peril of freezing to death that very night. Why? Because no one was willing to lend him a blanket. Staying over with a roommate seemed an improbable prospect, given the current circumstances. As the sun set, the horizon was bathed in a fiery orange hue. Yi Feng, with an empty stomach, ascended to the loft of the master located on the top floor. Do not inquire as to why he has not dined, for he lacks the means. During his time in Holy Soul Village, he was but a forlorn orphan. Thus, where could he possibly find wealth? Until his work-study stipend is dispersed, he can only endure the pangs of hunger. Knock, knock. Yi Feng adjusted his mindset at the entrance before gently knocking on the door of the loft where the master resided. Come in, a notably indifferent voice echoed from within. Upon entering, he found himself in a study, where a man clad in black slightly raised his head. Upon seeing Yi Feng, his gaze turned even colder. Master. Today I stop. The term master should not be used casually. I am not your master. Before Yi Feng could finish his words, the master abruptly interrupted him. He initially thought it was Tang San, but to his surprise, it was merely Yi Feng, who possessed only a 2-level soul power and a scythe martial soul. Like a persistent adhesive plaster, he was truly detestable. However, Master, I genuinely yearn to learn from you. I have studied the 10 core competencies of your martial soul and have gained some understanding. Feng was determined to take a bold step. Should the other party challenge him, he would draw upon some memories from his past life. He was somewhat familiar with the hybridized core competencies of martial souls that Yu Xiaogang had devised. This should suffice to navigate through the examination successfully. Surely, being a disciple of a master would spare him from starvation, and the threat of freezing to death seemed non-existent. After all, one must first address their fundamental needs, a hearty meal and a warm bed to sleep in. The climate in Notting City was indeed somewhat chilly. Ah, the core competencies of martial souls? You've studied them? Acquainted yourself with a few notions? How shameless. That is the fruit of my labor spanning over half a lifetime. Do not presume to bamboozle others with just a couple of learned terms. Upon hearing Feng's words, Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but chuckle. The lengths he would go to in order to become his disciple were truly amusing. Yet, did he really think Yu Xiaogang would be so easily deceived? Feng was taken aback. He had never anticipated that the master would respond to him in such a manner. Perhaps my earlier refusal was not sufficiently resolute, leaving you with a glimmer of hope. Now, let me make it unequivocally clear, a waste with an initial soul power of merely 2 levels, coupled with a scythe that is deemed to be of inferior quality, is utterly unworthy of being my disciple. The master's expression was frigid. Yet I can strive to learn. Strive? Tang San possesses innate, full soul power, and with diligence, he may eventually attain the rank of titled Douluo. What about you? With your soul power at 2 levels and wielding a broken scythe, you will undoubtedly struggle to surpass level 30 in the future. Does effort truly bear fruit in your case? You were inherently destined to walk a different path from us. Before Feng could finish his words, the master interrupted him sharply, his tone severe, leaving no room for dignity. Upon hearing this, Feng felt utterly disheartened. He lowered his head, a torrent of words yearning to escape his lips, yet he found himself powerless, the sentiments choking in his throat. Master, have I truly run out of chances? Feng concealed all his grievances within his heart. He lifted his gaze towards the master and inquired, I have previously stated that we are not of the same ilk, and you lack the qualifications for Yu Xiaogang to accept you as a disciple. Depart at once, and please convey a message for me. Tomorrow, let Tang San wait for me at the yellow-topped carriage station at the school gate in the morning. I intend to take him to seek the soul ring. The master cast a sudden, penetrating glance at Feng, then imperatively instructed him to relay the message. To seek the soul ring? Master, may I accompany you to witness this endeavor? Upon hearing these words, Feng's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. It is said that the system manifests when the host is in peril, a perfect opportunity to test this theory. What if it awakens? You need not accompany me. Simply convey a message to Tang San, Master replied, his gaze fixed upon his book, devoid of any inclination to acknowledge Feng, his tone icy and impassive. Master, might it be possible for you to accept me as a nominal disciple? During your absence, I could tidy your study and assist with various tasks. Feng forced a smile as he posed a question to the master. How humbling. He had never imagined he would find himself in such a position of insignificance in this lifetime. Yet, in this world, without a powerful backing, how could one rise above their humble beginnings? If given the choice, who would willingly embrace such a state of subservience? Get out. However, Feng could never have anticipated that the next moment would see him confronted by a sharply bound book. The master hurled the volume he had been reading directly at the barely 6-year-old Feng. It struck him squarely on the head, and in an instant, he felt an unprecedented wave of searing pain. Immediately vacate my presence. A wretch like you is utterly unworthy of becoming my disciple, Yu Xiaogang. The master bellowed coldly, slamming the table in indignation. What a farce. Truly, what a farce. Yu Xiaogang, once the heir to the prestigious Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, would never stoop to taking on a disciple as feeble as one with a mere 2 levels of soul power. It would be a disgrace to their noble lineage. Besides, Tang San possessed innate full soul power and twin martial souls, enabling him to fulfill the core competencies of martial souls. What could Feng possibly contribute? Menial tasks? He had no need for a lackey. Allowing him entry into this loft was already a considerable favor, yet he continued to demonstrate his ingratitude. At that moment, Feng fled the loft in a panic. He was thoroughly startled. Upon reaching the ground floor, he touched his head, which had developed a significant bump. Yu Xiaogang had struck with such severity. Had he aimed for his forehead or delivered another blow, he feared he might not have survived the day. Indeed, only when one possesses sufficient strength can they expect kindness from this world. Otherwise, they are met with nothing but malice. Such was the case with Yu Xiaogang. Remember this: 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. Chapter 7. Departure to the Soul-Hunting Forest. Yi Feng pushed open the door to the dormitory, cradling his injured head. Tang San. Yi Feng approached the double bed, which he had painstakingly assembled, where Tang San and Xiao Wu were seated. At that moment, the dormitory inexplicably fell into a profound silence. Yi Feng, are you still unconvinced? Xiao Wu, believing Yi Feng was about to engage her in another bout, instantly became alert. If he intended to fight again, she would undoubtedly stand her ground. No, I have something to discuss with Tang San. Yi Feng's gaze turned toward Tang San. Despite being injured by the master, he recognized his own insignificance and understood that some matters could not be pursued with absolute fervor. Having just promised to convey a message to Tang San, he felt compelled to deliver it now. If this is about the sleeping arrangements, let it be. That bed cannot accommodate 3, and besides, you just lost. Tang San replied coolly. Though they hailed from the same hometown, he had no desire to entangle himself in trivial matters. The Xiantian treasure record advises against meddling in affairs that do not concern oneself, lest one invite misfortune. It is not about that. The master instructed you to wait for him in the yellow carriage by the school gate tomorrow morning. He will take you to seek the first soul ring. Yi Feng spoke, his voice imbued with benevolence and righteousness. What? The master intends to take Tang San to seek a soul ring? Wang Sheng and the others were visibly astonished. This was truly remarkable. After all their years at the Notting Junior College, none of them had yet acquired their first soul ring. Envy. Such profound envy. Yi Feng, where are you going? Upon uttering this question, Yi Feng turned and departed. After all, this dormitory held no space for him. Remaining here would merely be a farce. Yet, at this moment, Tang San inexplicably felt a pang of guilt. It dawned on him that Yi Feng was speaking to him about this matter. If he was not mistaken, Yi Feng had likely sought out a teacher, probably to apprentice once more. The evident bump on his head confirmed that the teacher had indeed refused him and had sent him away with a message. Under normal circumstances, one would not convey such words after failing to achieve their goal, especially if they had sustained injuries, yet he had done so. Earlier, Tang San had harbored a petty suspicion about his intentions, misinterpreting his motives as being related to the matter of the bed. But where was he headed now? To the place I ought to go. Yi Feng responded and subsequently left the dormitory. The campus was lively at night, yet this vibrancy held no relevance for him. His primary concern was to ensure he did not succumb to the cold. It would be quite the irony for a time traveler to perish in this body from freezing. Returning to the dormitory was out of the question. The rooftop? Even colder. The station at the entrance? The yellow carriage? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated Yi Feng's mind. Indeed, why could he not seek refuge within the carriage? It was fortuitous, as he also desired to venture into the forest. If a system were to activate, who knows what might transpire? With this thought, Yi Feng made his way to the station at the school gate, where a yellow carriage awaited him. As dusk fell, the attendant was likely away for dinner. Seizing the moment, Yi Feng slipped inside. The carriage was spacious and opulent. The front was designed for seating, while the rear contained a small storage area. It was also remarkably warm. To his delight, Yi Feng discovered provisions. He had neglected to eat dinner and was quite famished. The food was truly a blessing. Without hesitation, he began to feast. After satiating his hunger, he indulged in a restful slumber. Time passed, and Yi Feng soon felt the carriage in motion, swaying gently along its path. As a teacher, I present you with a token of our meeting. Thank you. Teacher, I shall name it the Night of the Bright Moon over the 24 bridges. The vehicle continued its journey. Yi Feng faintly discerned snippets of conversation. Suddenly, an unusual sound emanated from the carriage. Who is it? Stop the carriage. In an instant, Yu Xiaogang commanded an abrupt halt. What is wrong, teacher? The bewildered driver inquired. It was utterly perplexing. What could possibly warrant such a sudden stop? Were there not others within the carriage? There are no others. Just the two of you and a few supplies in the storage box at the back, as per your instructions, teacher. Other than that, there is nothing, the driver replied. I distinctly heard something fall inside the carriage, Yu Xiaogang remarked. That cannot be, the driver countered. Perhaps it was merely the sound of supplies shifting as we traverse the steep path. Something feels amiss in this carriage. There should be someone hiding in the back. Tang San interjected. As a reincarnated individual, he noted that the carriage was divided into two sections, the front, spacious enough for passengers, and a wooden partition against which they leaned, behind which lay the storage box, accessible only from the rear of the carriage. He had sensed an anomaly and suspected the presence of either a person or an animal concealed within. However, believing it to be a precaution taken by the teacher, he chose not to voice his concerns. What? Someone? That cannot be. The driver appeared incredulous, bewildered by the assertion. Open it and see, Yu Xiaogang insisted. Reluctantly, the driver complied and opened the rear storage door, only to be met with a shocking sight. A child was nestled within, and an abundance of food had been consumed. You, who are you? The driver exclaimed in alarm. He had clearly locked the door. How could anyone have gotten inside? Yi Feng. The gazes of Yu Xiaogang and Tang San exchanged a peculiar intensity, particularly Yu Xiaogang, whose expression was laced with an unsettling chill. As if he were suppressing a surge of fury. Heh. Yi Feng awkwardly waved his hand. To his surprise, upon waking, he found himself having traveled such a considerable distance. However, he had truly feasted last night. It seemed to be the first time he had eaten so well since arriving here. How did you come to be here? The master, with a frosty expression, gazed intently at Yi Feng. I had nowhere to sleep last night, so I rested here. Yi Feng replied, What nonsense. Are you aware that leaving the school without permission can lead to expulsion? The master's tone turned even colder. It was one thing to cause trouble, but now he was hiding in the carriage, consuming the supplies he had prepared, half of which were already eaten. As for his claim of having nowhere to sleep, would Yu Xiaogang believe it? Yesterday, he had provided a double quilt and 2 pillows specifically for Yi Feng and Tang San to share. How could there possibly be no place to sleep? It was evident that Yi Feng had deliberately orchestrated this to accompany him to the soul-hunting forest. Such audacity was intolerable. Upon returning to the academy, he would certainly report this incident and ensure Yi Feng's expulsion. Chapter 8. One day, I shall stand upon Yu's head. Master, I truly did not lie. I had nowhere to sleep. Yi Feng was abruptly interrupted by the master, who was no longer interested in hearing even a single word. Enough, I do not wish to listen. The coachman observed the exchange in silence. So, you two are acquainted? He inquired. Noticing the peculiar demeanor of the master as he directed the question towards Yi Feng, a hint of relief evident on his face. Why? Because if they were strangers and this person were a thief, he alone would bear the loss of the supplies that the master had specifically requested the previous night. Now, it appeared that would not be necessary, as they were indeed allies. Stop at the nearby town by the soul-hunting forest. We need to procure supplies. The master's tone was frigid. He was genuinely vexed. How could such a talented individual like Tang San be accompanied by someone like this? Were it not for Tang San's reputation, he would have relished the opportunity to abandon this scoundrel right there, allowing him to fend for himself. All right. The coachman was elated at this proclamation. Initially, he merely felt relieved that the supplies would not need to be compensated, but now that the master had personally confirmed it, his spirits soared. With a jolt, the carriage resumed its journey. Unlike before, Yi Feng no longer sat in the cargo compartment. Instead, he was positioned alongside the master and Tang San in the passenger seat. However, in contrast to the earlier sense of comfort, he now felt as though an unseen hand was constricting his throat, making each breath a struggle. Why? It was well known that while the master was lacking in cultivation skills, he could be quite the verbal assailant. For 2 full hours, he had berated Yi Feng without pause. What could Yi Feng do but acquiesce? Whatever the master declared would be accepted as truth. Even the threat of expulsion upon returning to school left him powerless, as such matters were beyond his control. He allowed the insults to flow in one ear and out the other. Meanwhile, Tang San remained remarkably composed, as if Yi Feng and the master were non-existent, quietly gazing out at the passing scenery. Upon arriving at the town, the master led Tang San and Yi Feng to procure supplies, which, unsurprisingly, Yi Feng was tasked with carrying. Indeed, all of it. The master and Tang San walked away empty-handed, as if they were merely out for a leisurely stroll. Yi Feng was drenched in sweat, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. Perhaps among the traversers, he was indeed the most unfortunate one, having fallen to such depths. He hoped that this expedition to the soul-hunting forest would yield unexpected rewards. Awakening a system would be even more delightful. Upon returning to the vehicle, he found Tang San and the master already settled comfortably in their seats, while Yi Feng arrived approximately 10 minutes late, burdened by an excessive load of belongings that required careful stowing away. Why so slow? Yi Feng got into the car, and the master coldly inquired, Master, those goods weigh over 30 pounds. Yi Feng felt as though his body was on the verge of collapse. How could a child of merely 6 or 7 years bear the burden of 30 pounds and traverse several kilometers? Is this a task for someone of such tender age? You shall replenish your strength, just as you consumed last night. Moreover, Upon returning to the academy, I shall not permit your swift departure. First, you will surrender the earnings accrued under the guise of a work-study student before I dismiss you. The master was not jesting. He spoke with utmost sincerity. It was only after walking for 3 or 4 hours that he realized the other's presence. Otherwise, had it been less than 2 hours, he would have unceremoniously cast him off the vehicle and instructed him to find his own way back. He meant every word. This. Feng awkwardly shrugged his shoulders. After all, he was like a fish on the chopping board, devoid of any rights. He might as well let things unfold as they would. Let's proceed to the soul-hunting forest. You shall carry all the supplies. Master gazed at Feng. Master, weren't we supposed to store them under the moonlight by the 24 bridges? Tang San queried, a hint of confusion in his voice. Feng was equally taken aback. 30 pounds of supplies, including an abundance of white radishes and some food. Was he really expected to carry all that? He felt an overwhelming surge of frustration directed at Yu Xiaogang. No need, since he is willing to accompany us. We shall forego the moonlit storage and have him carry it directly, Master said coolly, his expression as rigid as that of a statue. At this moment, Tang San refrained from voicing any further objections, conceding to his teacher's authority. After all, it was his own fault for sneaking into the vehicle and pilfering the supplies. Otherwise, Master wouldn't have been so irate. Soon, the vehicle jolted and, after 2 hours, they arrived at the soul-hunting forest. Master and Tang San strolled leisurely while Feng trudged along like a camel, burdened with supplies that bent his back. Occasionally, Tang San would glance back at Feng, feeling a twinge of pity for the struggling figure. As for Master, he did not spare Feng a single glance, for in his eyes, Feng was simply unworthy of sympathy. Hurry up. Why are you walking so slowly? Haven't you eaten? Master suddenly bellowed at Feng from behind, his voice resounding with authority. Teacher, shall we take a break? After another 30 minutes, Feng's pace had noticeably slowed, although the village children were unrelated to him. Carrying such a load for 3 hours was undeniably taxing. To be honest, even Tang San felt a hint of fatigue himself. I know you feel a bit sorry for him, but those who deserve pity often harbor their own faults. Ignore him and let him bear the burden, Master retorted. Continuing on his path, Feng gritted his teeth and quickened his pace, all the while cursing Yu Xiaogang's ancestors fervently in his heart. How wonderful it would be if the system could awaken now. Hey system, where are you when I need you? Feng gasped for breath, his voice nearly exhausted as he called out. Yet, there was no response. Indeed, silence reigned supreme. Bang! Feng was utterly exhausted. He could no longer bear the weight. After walking incessantly for 3 hours, he was carrying approximately 30 pounds on his back. Although his mental age reflected considerable maturity, having lived 2 lives, he remained a mere 6 or 7-year-old child. How could such a fragile frame endure the burden and traverse such a distance? Were it not for the system, he would have never mustered the strength to persist until now. At this moment, he desperately wished to berate Yu Xiaogang, to stand upon his head and scream for Lima. He longed to unleash a frantic outcry, recalling the past when he was looked down upon and bullied. Now, he would render his adversary unapproachable and utterly vanquished. Chapter 9. Who needs your pitiful level 20 protection? Yet, all of this was merely a figment of his imagination. It was utterly unattainable, for the system was absent. He had no idea where the system resided, nor could he elicit a response from it. Feng, what are you doing? Feng had just come to a halt when Yu Xiaogang, 100 meters away, suddenly dashed over, his speed surpassing even that of Su Bingtian. Furthermore, the old man's face was as green as ancient bronze buried for a millennium. Master, I am truly exhausted. If this continues, I fear I shall reach my limit. Feng sat on the ground, his legs twitching uncontrollably. He was utterly exhausted, enduring pains and fatigue that no child of his age should have to bear. If he were a typical 6 or 7-year-old, he would likely have thrown down his belongings and fled by now. Yet, it was only Feng, with his resilience from 2 lifetimes, who managed to withstand such hardship. Teacher, I too am weary. Shall we take a moment to rest? At this juncture, Tang San spoke up. To be candid, he had previously held Feng in disdain, showing little interest in the children from the village. However, just moments ago, he witnessed Feng carrying a burden of 30 pounds over such a long distance, traversing the forest for a full 3 hours. Even he found it challenging to comprehend how Feng persevered. There's no need for that. If you're tired, we shall simply proceed at a slower pace. However, you cannot stop. If you wish for my protection, then you must be prepared to pay the corresponding price, Yu Xiaogang said to Feng, offering no semblance of leniency. His gaze was as fierce as a predator's. "May I rest for 2 minutes before we set off?" Yu Feng addressed the inquiry. He initially contemplated retorting, "Shall I take my leave? With your insignificance, I have no desire to linger here. Who needs your meager protection at barely level 20? However, reason dictated that he refrain from uttering such words. For if he did, his fate would be sealed. Could he truly depart? Where would he go? Presently, he was akin to a mere child of 6 or 7 years. Should he venture forth alone, even the most innocuous wolf could easily devour him, let alone the perilous soul beasts. One should not dismiss his warnings as mere exaggeration. The reality was indeed grim. Thus, he bore the humiliation with fortitude, determined to persevere. He harbored hopes for the awakening of the system. Yet, he realized, no, troops may not advance without provisions. You must proceed ahead. Commanded Yu Xiaogang to Yu Feng. 1 minute. Master, just 1 minute. Yu Feng extended a finger, his expression pleading as he spoke. 1 minute? Very well, I shall grant you 1 minute. The master then delivered a swift kick to Yu Feng's body. Exhausted, Yu Feng lacked the strength to evade, and he fell to the ground. In an instant, the white radishes and various supplies scattered all around. Yu Feng could never have imagined that the master would treat him in such a manner. "Oh, you wanted a minute, did you? Here it is. If I turn around and see even a single carrot or anything else on the ground, you'll owe me double." The master sneered, adding, "And don't even think about resting. Just a wild child from a mountain village, daring to play tricks on him. This time, Yu Xiaogang intended to thoroughly torment him, making this boy understand the consequences of defying him. Apprenticeship? To even think he could become Yu Xiaogang's disciple like this. Menial work? Not even that was required of him. Since he had forced his way in, he had only himself to blame for the master's ruthless approach. "Master, what kind of spirit ring are we looking for?" Tang San inquired nearby. He felt helpless regarding Yu Feng's situation, as he was unable to influence his teacher's decisions. Moreover, the master must have his reasons for acting this way. It surely wasn't just mindless cruelty towards Yu Feng. Perhaps the master had recognized Yu Feng as potential and intended to test him through this method. As for spirit rings, they had to find one that suited him. The master began to expound his so-called theories, appearing somewhat vague and enigmatic. Tang San listened, only partially comprehending the discourse. Meanwhile, having gathered the fallen carrots and some other supplies, Yu Feng set off with a heavy heart. Without strength, where could one claim their rights? Once he turned his fortunes around, he vowed to take revenge for the suffering he endured today. Yu Feng swore an oath. "This bamboo is quite suitable for you. It is resilient, and your blue-silver grass should develop in a similar direction," the master had said. Following the master's words, Yu Feng was compelled to lead the way. As for the master and Tang San, they were both somewhat weary, resting for a full 10 minutes before proceeding. On the road, the master introduced various topics to Tang San. "So, am I to slay this bamboo now?" Tang San asked, somewhat puzzled by the master's words. "No need. This bamboo is still quite young, likely under 100 years. I hope your first spirit ring is a century-old one. If we cannot find a suitable alternative, we will return to this bamboo," the master replied. "Oh, understood," Tang San nodded. He was not knowledgeable about such matters. He would follow his teacher's guidance. "Let us be on our way," the master beckoned to Tang San. "I wonder where Yu Feng has wandered off to. We should hurry and catch up." Tang San nodded in agreement. Earlier, it had been Yu Feng who lagged behind. Now, after their rest, they could no longer spot him. "I've given him a map. If he strays, I'll scold him later. A 6 or 7-year-old who can't even read a map is of little use," Yu Xiaogang remarked with a hint of disdain. He had grown accustomed to berating Yu Feng, as if it had become a normal part of his routine. Ahead, Yu Feng was hunched over, drenched in sweat, feeling slightly dizzy in the humid evening forest. Along the path, he once again cursed the ancestors of Yu Xiaogang, his only outlet for frustration. He rationalized that confronting the master directly would be ill-advised. Such an act could lead to dire consequences. Yet, being treated like a beast with no means to vent his anger felt suffocating. Suddenly, he heard a rustling sound and detected a foul odor in the air, slightly rancid. The wind stirred gently, heightening his unease. Yu Feng inexplicably sensed a wave of anxiety, as if some entity were approaching him. Could it possibly be the black Mandala snake? Suddenly, a terrifying thought struck him. After Tang San, the fated one, entered the forest, a Mandala snake would inevitably arrive to deliver a message. Surely, his luck could not be that extraordinary. If it were truly so fortunate, why had the system not yet come knocking at his door? Yu Feng, gathering his courage, took a step forward. Suddenly, from the distant thicket, a black head emerged. Chapter 10. The ruthless and malicious master has commenced his killing. Oh no. A mandrake snake. The moment Feng caught sight of that black head and its frigid gaze, a chill ran through him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Hiss. The black head, the icy eyes, and the crimson forked tongue seemed to indicate that it had locked onto its prey. Help. Feng turned his head and cast aside the white radishes without a second thought. What use are these radishes when one's life is no longer at stake? Will they flourish atop a grave, plump and robust? Having locked onto its prey, the black mandrake snake would not allow Feng to escape so easily. It immediately twisted its body and pursued him, moving with astonishing speed, akin to an arrow released from a bow. Feng exerted every ounce of strength he could muster. His previously exhausted body seemed to experience a miraculous resurgence of boundless potential. If he were to race onto the athletic field at this moment, he would undoubtedly emerge as the brightest star. However, if he faltered, he would likely find himself as a meal for the Mandala serpent. Being so young, he had no desire to meet such a fate. Thus, he shouted for help while sprinting towards Tang San and the master. He knew he could not possibly contend with the Mandala serpent alone. Yet, the master and Tang San surely could. His priority was to locate them and secure his safety. Help? Tang San faintly heard someone calling for aid ahead, instantly becoming alert. Help? What sort of trouble is this? The master appeared somewhat bewildered. Teacher. It seems someone up ahead is calling for help, and the voice sounds remarkably like Feng's. Tang San replied candidly. Feng? That rascal is undoubtedly up to some mischief again. I have no desire to entertain him. Upon hearing the name Feng, the master's face contorted with disdain. Feng anxiously awaited ahead, longing for the return of his companions to rescue him. Teacher, could it be that he has encountered danger? Tang San remarked. His voice tinged with urgency as it approached our direction. Ah, you are still too young. The place where the teacher brought you is merely the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest, where even century-old soul beasts are a rarity. I surmise he is simply fatigued and wishes to rest, but I have not permitted him to do so. He is likely feigning distress now. The master replied with a serene smile, exuding an unparalleled confidence, as though he had everything under control. Oh, since the teacher has explained it this way, I shall not delve further, for the teacher harbors his own thoughts. Thus, Tang San resolved to observe closely. Anyone who dares to play tricks with me, Yu Xiaogang, shall find themselves utterly exposed. Yu Xiaojiang's confident smile grew even more pronounced. Teacher, look. Tang San pointed towards Feng, who was sprinting towards them. Ha, such convincing theatrics. He is becoming increasingly adept at deceiving others, the master chuckled coldly. What shall we do then, master? Tang San inquired. This matter does not concern you. Simply watch as I unmask him, the master declared, positioning himself protectively in front of Tang San, his frosty smile deepening. Master, save me. At last. Feng spotted the master and his companions, his heart racing with exhilaration. Finally, salvation is at hand, especially as the master stood directly opposite Tang San, as if welcoming him into their ranks. For a fleeting moment, Feng felt an inexplicable warmth towards the master, realizing that he was not as odious as he once perceived, particularly in times of peril. Yet, in the next instant, Feng observed as the master suddenly lifted his foot. In an instant, he felt his body being thrust backward uncontrollably, as if propelled by an unseen force. The master had delivered a forceful kick aimed directly at him. Humph. Do you think I, Yu Xiaogang, cannot see through such trivial tricks? Where are the white radishes? What about the goods? You dare to come and fool me without bringing anything. With a single kick, Yu Xiaogang sent Feng flying. His gaze seemed to pierce through all FA8s. No. Master. It was precisely at the moment when the master kicked Feng away that Tang San noticed a dark shadow lurking behind, a serpent. Its triangular head indicated it was venomous. If the master were to kick Feng away, and Feng, who was accelerating, came to an abrupt halt and retreated, that serpent would strike him with deadly accuracy. This was exceedingly perilous. Yet, it was all too late. The master appeared oblivious to the impending danger, sending Feng straight into the jaws of the serpent. What is the matter, Xiao San? Rest assured, these are merely his feeble tricks to avoid exertion. I have not seen anything pursuing him. And as for whether he will perish, you need not worry. I have everything under control. The master turned and smiled warmly at Tang San. Yu Xiaogang, I curse you. Splash. Feng fell heavily to the ground. The black Mandala snake was no more than 3 meters away from him. Escape? It was futile. No matter how swift a human might be, the speed of a snake was incomparable. Feng, You possess such audacity. Upon hearing Yi Feng curse himself, Yu Xiaogang immediately turned around, intending to deliver a stern reprimand to the boy. He was utterly astonished by the audacity, daring to call out his full name and utter such vile words. However, as he turned, his entire body trembled violently in the next moment. From behind Yi Feng, a long black serpent emerged from the jungle. Without a moment's hesitation, it lunged at his arm, sinking its fangs into his flesh. It then struck again, this time biting his thigh. What? The mandrake snake? The master was utterly panicked. He had just thought Yi Feng was deceiving him, convinced that nothing was pursuing him. Yet now, a serpent of such magnitude appeared, and a venomous mandrake snake at that. A bite from this creature could spell certain death. Master! Tang San rushed forward, astonished at the sight of such a massive snake for the first time. Don't come closer. Quickly, retreat. This is a centuries-old black mandrake snake. The master immediately grasped Tang San's arm. What shall we do now? Yi Feng had already been bitten twice. The wounds were visibly darkening at an alarming rate. He felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort, as if he were drowning, struggling to breathe with no strength left. To be honest, he never imagined that he would ultimately fall victim to the machinations of Yu Xiaogang. At this moment, he could only hope for the intervention of the fated one. Tang San. After all, he had once belonged to the Tang sect, masters of poison. There was no point in lamenting. He could only blame his unfortunate luck. Upon careful examination, he realized he was facing a 400-year-old black Mandala snake. Even at full strength, he would be no match for it. It was time to retreat, and perhaps return later to collect his remains. Yu Xiaogang seemed to have forgotten that Yi Feng could have escaped. Instead, he had pushed him directly into the mouth of the serpent. Now, he coldly stated, we'll leave him to his fate. Chapter 11. Fury Unleashed, System Awakening. Leave him to his fate? Come back for his remains? Tang San was astounded. Meanwhile, Yi Feng was equally shocked. How could Yu Xiaogang utter such words? The Mandala snake was coiling around him, and did they truly believe they could save him? He could only blame himself for inadvertently attracting the serpent's attention. The master addressed Tang San. You must decide. Tang San hesitated. If he attempted a rescue, he might have a chance. Yet, this would undoubtedly expose him. Although Yi Feng hailed from the same hometown, their paths had never crossed in childhood. To reveal himself for the sake of another seemed unwise. Ultimately, he resolved to heed his teacher's counsel. Let us go. Quickly, Yu Xiaogang urged Tang San. Understood, Tang San nodded, having made his decision. You too? Yi Feng was utterly bewildered as he watched Yu Xiaogang and Tang San gradually retreat. His mind was flooded with frustration. Indeed, the sycophant ends up with nothing. Yu Xiaogang had used him as bait and fled with Tang San. Hiss. The black Mandala snake flicked its tongue and reared up, gazing into the distance. Swoosh. The Mandala snake moved with incredible speed, charging toward the fleeing master and Tang San. It could distinguish between its meals even after 3 rounds. Since it had encountered them, it intended to claim them all. Damn it, it would relish the opportunity to sink its fangs into that scoundrel Yu Xiaogang. As the black Mandala snake lunged forward, Yi Feng could only watch in despair. Yi Feng clenched his teeth resolutely. Gradually, he collapsed onto the ground, his consciousness fading away. Meanwhile, the master warned Tang San. Be cautious. The black Mandala snake is approaching. He directed his Luo Sanpao to launch an assault on the snake. However, how could his rather ineffective Luo Sanpao, which was only capable of emitting flatulence, possibly hinder the Mandala snake? After releasing 3 futile bursts, the master found himself at a loss. Just as he lamented the prospect of meeting his end here, Tang San unexpectedly managed to strike the snake's vital spot. In that moment, the Mandala snake perished. The master exhaled deeply, embodying the relief of one who has narrowly escaped disaster. Master, should we check on Yi Feng? Tang San inquired after vanquishing the serpent. Do not concern yourself with him. Your priority is to absorb the soul ring. The master replied. Yi Feng's significance pales in comparison to that of his disciple Tang San, who is currently engaged in the critical process of absorbing his spirit ring. Sitting cross-legged, Tang San diligently follows the method taught by the master. During this time, the master glances at Yi Feng and notices that his limbs have turned pitch black. With a slight shake of his head, he returns to observe Tang San's progress. At that moment, Yi Feng clings to the last remnants of his consciousness, believing that the master's arrival signals his salvation. However, to his dismay, the master merely casts a glance before departing, igniting a surge of fury within him. He wallows in regret, lamenting his folly in seeking the master's approval and in trying to curry favor with Tang San. If not for the master's earlier intervention, he would not have succumbed to the Mandala snake. How could that insufferable Yu Xiaogang so brazenly shift the blame onto him? What a hypocritical scoundrel. In his next life, he vows to be wiser. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your anger has reached a critical threshold, successfully activating the system. A mechanical voice echoes in Yifeng's mind. Am I dreaming? With his body immobile and only a flicker of consciousness remaining, Yifeng struggles to comprehend the situation. Has he truly awakened a system? Could this mean he has a chance at survival? Ding. Host has activated the grand gift package. Please claim it immediately. The mechanical voice resonates once more in his mind. Meanwhile, Tang San has successfully integrated his spirit ring. As expected of my disciple, the first spirit ring is well within your capacity, Yu Xiaogang exclaims. Filled with excitement as he witnesses Tang San awaken and successfully merge with his martial spirit. Tang San embodies the realization of his theories, and he is precisely the practitioner he needs. To those who once scorned him, he will now demonstrate the magnificence of martial spirit theory through his beloved disciple. Yu Xiaogan's heart swells with pride. Indeed, it is just within your limits. Had you taken any longer, you might not have managed, he muses. Tang San nods, feeling invigorated after merging with his first spirit ring. My martial spirit's 10 core competencies are not mere fabrications. They stem from rigorous validation and are timeless truths. Now, let us return to school. Hearing Tang San's words, the master takes a moment to indulge in self-praise before preparing to depart. Are we just leaving like this? Tang San inquires, surprised. He recalls the master's earlier promise to retrieve Yifeng's body, yet it seems they have not even seen the corpse. Rest assured, I have already buried Yifeng while you were cultivating. We can return safely now, and you should focus on your training. Casualties are an inevitable part of soul ring hunting. I will handle matters at the school, Yu Xiaogang reassures him, fully aware of Tang San's concerns regarding Yifeng. Unfortunately, after a brief glance at the site of his earlier confrontation with the Mandala snake, he found Yifeng's lifeless body, already poisoned to the core. There was no need to recover a corpse that had long since succumbed. What he had previously claimed about retrieving the body was merely a casual remark. Thus, the master concocts a comforting tale for Tang San, assuring him that everything has been managed. The fate of Yifeng is of no concern to them. Whether or not they retrieve the corpse is inconsequential. After all, a dead man is the same wherever he lies. Leaving him to be devoured by wolves and beasts serves a purpose, returning him to the earth. In this manner, Yu Xiaogang and Tang San depart from the soul-hunting forest, their mission of acquiring a soul ring accomplished. Tang San has secured an excellent spirit ring and validated Yu Xiaogang's theory of the 10 core competencies of martial spirits. As for Yifeng's fate, it can be reported to the school for the necessary procedures to officially erase his record. Chapter 12, The Super System. Unbelievably powerful. As for the meager compensation of a few gold coins for his death, those paltry sums can be sent to his parents. If he has no parents, they may be given to Tang San, as it is reasonable to support a fellow villager's training. The two depart, and day turns to night in the forest. Time passes, and eventually, a well-dressed young man appears nearby, accompanied by two elderly gentlemen. They lift Yifeng's body and vanish without a trace. Where am I? Yifeng gradually opens his eyes to a magnificent sight before him, reminiscent of a royal palace. His first thought is whether he has traversed to another realm, especially since he sensed the awakening of a system before his demise. Uncertain of this new world, he wonders if he has been reborn as a minor prince. How unfortunate for that scoundrel Yu Xiaogang. If he could return to his previous life, he would undoubtedly wreak havoc upon Yu Xiaogang, the murderer, and Tang San, who is equally culpable. The more he reflects, the angrier he becomes. You are awake. At this moment, a strikingly handsome young man, dressed in resplendent attire, approaches Yifeng with a warm smile. Who are you? Yifeng asks, bewildered. Strangely, he feels a sense of familiarity with this stranger. I am Xueqinghe. I happened to pass by the soul-hunting forest that day and brought you back, the young man replies, his smile radiating kindness. Xueqinghe? Yifeng's body trembled. Is this not Qian Rinxue? Could it be that he has not perished? Is he still within this world of Douluo? He strained to recollect, faintly remembering the system mentioning a one-time automatic restoration and some sort of soul weapon gift package. However, his mind remains quite foggy. He will examine it more closely later. Since he has not departed from this realm, how splendid. Yu Xiaogang and Tang San are still here. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. In the past, you looked down upon me, but in the future, I shall become someone you cannot reach. Within Yifeng's heart, a fierce blaze of anger ignited. Simultaneously, he felt a profound gratitude towards Qian Rinxue, who was currently embodying Xueqinghe. Had it not been for her intervention in bringing him back, he would have likely fallen prey to the wolves and tigers lurking in the shadows. Indeed, even if there were a system in place, being left maimed would be a most unpleasant fate. I am also the crown prince of the Heavendo Empire. Presently, you reside in my eastern palace. Qian Rinxue remarked with a nod. Naturally, she would not have brought back an ordinary individual. On that day, he had been enveloped in a mysterious purple aura. Moreover, despite being poisoned by the Mandala snake, he managed to endure for an extended period and eventually even restored himself. Such a person was undeniably enigmatic, stirring within her a profound sense of curiosity. Thus, she had assisted in eliminating the nearby wolves and tigers, bringing him back to the empire with the intention of nurturing him diligently. She expressed her gratitude for the crown prince's life-saving intervention. Feng expressed his gratitude towards the prince. Master Tang San. Ultimately, one ended up devouring oneself. Yet, he felt a sense of appreciation for Yu Xiaogang, who had unceremoniously thrust him into the jaws of danger, leaving him in a fit of rage that fully activated his system. This also led him to encounter Qian Rinxue. In this realm, Qian Rinxue epitomized the quintessential affluent beauty, being the first to ascend to divinity in millennia across the continent. Alas, she was a woefully tragic figure. Orphaned at a tender age, she was regarded as a thorn in her mother's side. Her misfortune culminated in an absurd love for Tang San, which ultimately led to her demise at his hands. Had he not awakened his system, perhaps he would have been powerless to alter such fate. But now that he had awakened it, he vowed to eradicate these miseries. He was determined to rewrite the entire history of Douluo. There's no need for formality. Please rest well. I shall have them prepare some meals for you shortly. You have been unconscious for 3 days and nights. You must be quite hungry. Qian Rinxue said with a warm smile, her demeanor incredibly gentle. With that, she took her leave. At this moment, Feng lies upon his bed, eager to explore the system he has awakened. Feng silently recited the word system, and soon a system interface materialized before him. Host, Feng gender, male age, 6 years and 8 months martial soul, bloodthirsty demon scythe soul power, level 13 experience points, 1, 328, 020, 000. What? I am already at level 13? And my martial soul has transformed into the bloodthirsty demon scythe? Feng was taken aback, utterly oblivious to the situation at hand. He unleashed his martial soul, only to witness a remarkable transformation of the once clumsy and unsightly scythe. It now resembled an elongated version of the number 7, reminiscent of a sinister scythe wielded by the Grim Reaper. At level 13, it must possess a soul ring, yet he remained unaware of what the first soul ring entailed. Feng attempted to control his powers with his mind, just as he had on the day of his soul awakening. In the next moment, a violet radiance appeared beneath his feet. The purple light shimmered. Feng was astounded. The purple light symbolized the first soul ring, which was a millennium in age. The system unexpectedly rewarded him with a millennium white tiger soul ring, enhancing his offensive prowess. My heavens, this is extraordinary. Whoosh. Feng endeavored to unleash an assault with his martial soul. Bang. A colossal tree was effortlessly severed by his might. Ding. Congratulations to the host for achieving the initial autonomous system reward. Experience points critical hit 1000. Gold 100. Second martial soul fragment 1. 5 fragments required to awaken the second martial soul. Soon, Feng's system panel reappeared. Host, Feng gender, male age, 6 years and 8 months martial soul, bloodthirsty demon scythe soul power, level 14 experience points, 1, 428, 020, 000 gold, 100 what? I've leveled up. Utterly astonished. Feng was once again astonished. Not only had he advanced in rank, but he had also acquired a fragment of his second martial soul. Once he collects 5 fragments, he will awaken his second martial soul. This system is truly remarkable. But how exactly did he receive this reward just moments ago? Feng was somewhat perplexed. This system was a unique evolution mechanism. The host could enhance their experience through exercise, and depending on the intensity of the activity, different rewards would be bestowed. Just at that moment of his bewilderment, a line of text suddenly materialized in his mind. Engaging in exercise could yield rewards. Feng was astonished. What manner of system is this? Truly remarkable. It seems that in this lifetime, I am destined to ascend to the pinnacle of existence. He now yearned to rush before the Master and Tang San, especially the Master. Did you not look down upon me? Did you believe I lacked the qualifications to be your disciple? Look now, I can effortlessly defeat your disciple. You, a mere fool. Truly thought I desired to be your pupil? You Xiaogang, are nothing but a level 29 waste. Moreover, you have personally caused the demise of others. You only bully the weak. Nonetheless, it matters not. That is all in the past. From this moment forth, I shall reclaim my grievances bit by bit, ensuring that your later years are spent in endless remorse. Chapter 13. Have I finally awaited this day? Soon, Feng retracted the system. At that moment, the prince also dispatched someone to deliver the meal. Feng devoured his meal voraciously, indulging himself wholeheartedly. In the blink of an eye, the following day arrived. On this day, Feng was summoned to the princess chamber. Qianren requested Feng to release his martial soul and to assess his strength. Upon discovering that Feng's first soul ring was a millennium old, she was utterly astonished. At less than 7 years old, with a soul power of level 14 and a first soul ring of 1,000 years, his martial soul was a remarkably mysterious and highly offensive demonic scythe. She realized she had stumbled upon a true treasure. Feng, your first soul ring is a millennium soul ring, an exceedingly rare phenomenon across the continent. Now, I shall teach you a method to conceal your soul rings. You can hide any of your soul rings at will. Would you like to learn? Qianren inquired of Feng in the chamber. She had already resolved to invest her utmost effort in nurturing this prodigy. For such an individual was truly unparalleled throughout the continent. Feng was eager to learn. Feng nodded slightly. Although he had reached the 14th level, acquired a system, and even witnessed the evolution of his martial soul, he still felt vastly inadequate in the grand scheme of the continent. It was essential for him to remain discreet and develop his abilities for a while longer. Should news of his Millennium Spirit Ring leak, it could potentially attract endless trouble. Last night, he pondered ways to conceal his spirit ring, and to his surprise, Qianren offered to mentor him. What a fortunate turn of events. This was precisely what he had longed for. While he intended to torment Yu Xiaogang, that was a plan for the future, not the present. After all, a direct confrontation could lead to fragility. Very well, from this moment forth, you shall be under my tutelage, Shueqinghe. I shall dedicate myself to your training. Do not hesitate to express any needs you may have. Qianren was thoroughly pleased. Although she was unaware of the reasons behind his solitary brush with death in the forest, she could not deny that he was an astute individual, worthy of investment. Thank you, Your Highness, he expressed gratefully. Feng was taken aback by the unexpected initiative of Qianren to recruit him. Upon reflection, it made perfect sense, after all. He was the foremost soul ring of a millennium. Anyone with a modicum of sense would seek to ally with him. At this juncture, he remained relatively weak. And with Qianren's assistance, his path would undoubtedly become much smoother. Do not be modest, you are still young. If you have a preferred academy, I can arrange for you to enter without examination. As for the expenses, I shall gladly provide support. In her heart, Qianren had already resolved to cultivate Feng as her trusted confidant, envisioning him as a pivotal aid in her future endeavors to wield power over the realm. However, recognizing his youth, she understood that she could not personally instruct him and thus planned to send him to the academy for a structured education. This arrangement would not only enable him to build valuable connections, but also allow him to mature gradually without drawing the attention of the royal family. After all, she was not a genuine member of the royal lineage. This promising talent was to be nurtured solely by her. Should Shui discover him, he would undoubtedly exert every effort to win him over. A favorite academy? Upon hearing these words, Feng felt somewhat perplexed. To be honest, he did not have a particular academy that he favored. At this moment, Qianren cited several renowned institutions, including the junior division of the Tiando Royal Academy, the junior division of the Five Elements Academy, and the junior division of the Canghui Advanced Academy. Canghui? I shall attend Canghui Academy. Upon hearing that name, a flash of inspiration illuminated Feng's mind. He recalled the scene years later, where the Canghui Academy, situated on the outskirts of the Starry Forest, was mercilessly subdued by a so-called monster academy. The provocation had originated from Ma Hongjun, who had disrespected the young ladies of Canghui Academy, leading the morally dubious monster academy to declare that a soul master who dared not stir trouble was no true soul master. They even went so far as to assault the victim. A soul master who refrains from causing trouble is deemed unworthy? Very well. This time I shall see if you can provoke me, Feng. Cold-hearted and unyielding Tang San, I trust you will be astonished when you finally behold me. With this thought, Feng seemed to have solidified a purpose. From this day forth, he vowed to dedicate himself to rigorous training, for the sake of ruthless domination. Canghui Academy? Excellent, Let us set our sights on Songhui Academy. Upon hearing these words, Qian Rinxue initially appeared puzzled, then nodded slightly. The Royal Academy of Tiando had far too many spies. Attending a prestigious academy on the outskirts seemed a prudent choice. However, the curriculum in the junior division remained somewhat inadequate. To become her trusted confidant and jointly steer the continent's future, one must embrace challenges. Ultimately, Qian Rinxue granted Yi Feng direct admission into the senior division. Entering the senior division of Songhui Academy at the tender age of 7, Yi Feng swiftly became an unprecedented figure of renown. He was met with endless derision and scorn, yet it did not take long for him to silence his detractors. Fast forward 6 years. Senior brother Yi Feng. Senior brother Yi Feng. At the central arena of Songhui Academy, an epic showdown was about to commence. In a matter of mere breaths, the strongest master of the senior division, ranked 41, was felled to the ground by a remarkably youthful boy, convulsing in defeat. The crowd, regardless of gender, erupted into frenzied cheers, particularly the girls, whose eyes sparkled with admiration. A record-breaking streak of 199 consecutive victories, unprecedented in the Academy's history. Yi Feng. This extraordinary prodigy has accomplished the unimaginable. He achieved this remarkable feat in merely 6.5 years. At the tender age of 13, he has reached the illustrious rank of 39. One can only observe his impassive demeanor as he descends from the arena. All the formidable champions of the Songhui Academy have fallen before him. Host: Yi Feng. Gender: male. Age: 13. Martial soul: bloodthirsty demon scythe. Second martial soul fragment 4. Collecting 5 fragments allows the summoning of a peerless martial soul. Soul power: level 39. Experience points: 391. 400. 000 gold coins. 5. 000. 000. Yi Feng activated the system panel. For the past 6 years, he had never faltered, rising at 5 in the morning and retiring at 11 at night. He had earned the reputation of a cultivation fanatic throughout the Songhui Academy. At last, he ascended to the 39th level. Yu Xiaogang, you pitiful being of the 29th level. Await my arrival. I shall surely trample you beneath my feet. As for your so-called theories, they will be utterly obliterated. And Tang San, I will ensure that your most cherished disciple experiences the depths of humiliation. Xiao Feng, impressive. Just as he stepped down from the arena, he encountered a figure clad in vibrant green attire, sporting a hairstyle reminiscent of a high-quality male with an excessive sheen, who greeted him with a nod. Those round eyes only served to amplify his unprecedented greasiness. Yu Xiaogang, the director of the Foreign Affairs Department at Songhui Academy, is a Soul King of the 52nd level. Subsequently, he became Yi Feng's life mentor. There remains much to strive for. Yi Feng shrugged his shoulders. Defeating a Soul Master of level 42 is of little significance. His true aim lies in vanquishing the Chosen One. Haha, I truly admire your modest demeanor. Speaking of which, many disciples at the Academy have recently ascended to the rank of Soul Respect and are currently in need of soul rings. I would like you to accompany me to the Stardow Forest. What do you say? Yu Xiaogang inquired of Yi Feng, his eyes brimming with admiration. The Starry Great Forest? Suddenly, Yi Feng's gaze sharpened. Has this day finally arrived? Chapter 14. The town, fair-skinned, beautiful, and tall. Why are you reluctant to go? Upon observing Yi Feng's peculiar demeanor, Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but express her curiosity. After all, he had been diligently devoted to his cultivation over the years. His journey to the Stardow Forest was, in essence, an additional trial. Given that Yi Feng was currently only at level 39, he did not need to seek a soul ring until he reached level 40. Thus, it was only natural for him to embark on this venture. Yi Feng let out a chilling smile. Excellent. Then we shall set off early tomorrow morning. Yi Xiao's smile was distinctly radiant, seemingly pleased with Yi Feng's words. Director Yi, may I join as well? At that moment, a charming young woman approached. Teacher Yi, I wish to go too. Another lady chimed in. Soon, more than 10 girls gathered. And before long, over 100 young women encircled him, all expressing their desire to embark on the journey together the next day to the Stardow Forest for training and practice. Have you all reached the point where you need to seek soul rings? Yu Xiao gazed at the throng of over 100 young ladies converging upon him, their enthusiasm rendering escape impossible. With a look of exasperation, he inquired, fully aware of Yi Feng's popularity among the fairer sex. Not only was Yi Feng remarkably handsome, but he was also a rare prodigy in cultivation, renowned as the finest in Songhui Academy. However, he never anticipated that despite his deliberate attempt to lower his voice, he would still be overheard by so many girls. We do not. Yet we can protect our junior students. exclaimed a 21-year-old senior from the academy. Indeed. We can safeguard our junior students, echoed the chorus of senior ladies. Songhui Academy is a well-structured institution, classified into 3 divisions, the primary, intermediate, and advanced levels. The primary division typically lasts 6 years, akin to elementary school on Earth. The intermediate division spans 3 to 6 years, comparable to middle and high school. The advanced division, however, is a 3-year program, equivalent to university. Unlike Earth, students here are not required to complete a predetermined duration of study to advance. Instead, progression is based on achieving specific levels. For instance, to enter the intermediate division, one must attain the rank of Great Soul Master by the age of 15. Similarly, to enter the advanced division, one must reach the rank of Soul Zune by the age of 20. Graduation from the advanced division typically necessitates achieving the 40th level of Soul Sect. The senior student that Feng previously defeated was at the 42nd level of Soul Sect, belonging to the advanced division, and had applied to remain as a repeat student, unwilling to depart. After all, as the top-ranked student in the academy, he undoubtedly had countless admirers. Many such repeat students exist within the academy. Most of them rely on the academy's simulated training grounds for cultivation and no longer compete with the new junior students for rankings. Director Yi. I shall take my leave now. Feng gazed upon Director Yi, who was encircled by a throng of young ladies, and, with a solitary remark, took his leave. After all, this was a realm rife with complexities. His sole desire was to diligently cultivate his skills, to surpass the Master and Tang San, and thus he had little inclination to involve himself in matters of fleeting romance. It was worth noting that Yu Xiaogang was backed by the formidable Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, while Tang San enjoyed the support of Tang Hao, both of whom possessed the power to shake the very foundations of this era with but a breath. The road ahead is long and arduous. He was determined to reclaim everything that was once his. However, vengeance must be exacted gradually and with care. The following day, senior brother Feng. As Feng descended from his apartment, he was greeted by a group of 9 individuals, their faces adorned with radiant smiles, reminiscent of blooming flowers. Most of them were soul masters at the 30th level, in the presence of their esteemed senior, Feng, who was regarded as the strongest in the academy. It was a tremendous honor for them. Some of the young women had even prepared heartfelt tokens of affection, seizing the opportunity for solitude with him. This was particularly true for the girls around Feng's age, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Consider the disparity in their levels. While they were merely at the 30th rank, he had already reached the 39th. Was he the epitome of an ideal husband, a golden son-in-law in the eyes of parents? Undoubtedly. Moreover, he was destined to break through to the title Douluo rank in the future. How many title Douluos existed across the continent? One could count them on their fingers. Not to mention, his extraordinary appearance was nothing short of breathtaking. Good morning. Feng greeted them warmly. Although he was a student in the advanced class, the age difference among the students was minimal, with some even being older than him. He himself had no penchant for putting on airs, so he approached the group amicably. In an instant, everyone seemed to be invigorated, as they had long heard of Feng's distinctiveness. Unlike some who flaunted their arrogance or were preoccupied with the affections of their female peers, he embodied the very essence of what they had envisioned. Dashing, devoted to his cultivation. His gaze was remarkably pure, devoid of any distractions. Little Feng, I'll lead the way. You can wait at the back of the convoy. Yu Jiqiu instructed Feng accordingly. Very well. Feng nodded. He had no objections to this arrangement. Thus, the convoy set off, with the destination being the Starry Forest. Typically, the journey from their academy would take a day. However, they naturally could not afford to rush. Ordinarily, they would first stop at a small town on the outskirts of the Starry Forest to rest for the night, allowing themselves to recuperate before continuing their journey the next day. As time passed, nightfall arrived. The setting sun cast its final glow upon the deserted road, where only 3 horse-drawn carriages remained in motion. Feng, would you care to have a bite to eat first? In Feng's vehicle, there were a total of 3 individuals, all young ladies. Among them was Su Liuli, a prodigy from the intermediate department of Songhui Academy, who had just turned 13 and achieved a remarkable breakthrough to level 30 the previous day. Alongside her were Luo Shui, also from the intermediate department, age 14 and at level 30, and in Xiaosu, 14 years old and likewise at level 30. 2 of them had attained their breakthroughs just last night. Originally, there were only 6 participants, 3 males and 3 females. However, this number has now risen to 9, comprising 3 males and 6 females. With the addition of Feng and Yu Jiqiu, The count stands at 5 males and 6 females. It is undeniable that Yi Feng's influence is profound. Since his rise, the entire Tsanghui Academy appears to have undergone a transformation, with everyone fervently devoted to their training. For the moment, I am not hungry. Let us dine together upon reaching the town. Yi Feng smiled gently at Su Liuli, saying, Senior brother Yi Feng, I personally prepared all of this. Why don't you try a little? Su Liuli's large blue eyes sparkled with anticipation as she opened the bento box. Well, I suppose I shall sample a bit, he replied. Looking into her eyes, he felt that refusing her would cause her great disappointment. Thus, he took a small taste. Little did he know. This was merely the inception of his nightmare. After indulging in Su Liuli's bento, both Luo Shui and Xiaosu promptly presented their own lunches. They continued to feast along the way. Finally, as night fell, they found themselves in front of a quaint little restaurant. Xiao Feng, after a long day, we are all famished. Shall we dine at this establishment? Yu Xiao inquired of Yi Feng, acknowledging that it was only a matter of time before the latter's exceptional talent would surpass his own. Thus, Yi Xiao treated Yi Feng with utmost courtesy, stating, I am capable as well. Yi Feng shrugged and even let out a soft sigh. Thus, they ventured inside. Boss Dai, hurry. Look quickly. Fair-skinned, beautiful, with long legs. However, as they entered the quaint little restaurant, they were met with a brazen gaze from afar. Chapter 15. I am quite proficient in fighting. A rather portly individual clad in a fiery red attire was drooling at the corners of his mouth, exuding an eagerness to pounce at any moment. The uniform of Tsanghui Academy was ingeniously designed, with most female students donning knee-length skirts. Among the 6 enchanting girls who had just arrived, Su Liuli, Luo Shui, and Xiaosu stood out, their beauty bordering on the irresistible. As the group stepped in, they instantly became the focal point of the entire restaurant, garnering a staggering 200% rate of attention. Cough, cough. If you wish to gaze, do so at your own discretion. I am solely devoted to my beloved Chuching. A young man with yellow hair coughed twice, seemingly asserting his disinterest. Yet, his eyes betrayed him, fixated intently on the 3 beauties trailing behind Yi Feng, utterly captivating. Had it not been for the alluring cat girl beside him, he might have impulsively sought their contact information, perhaps even suggesting a rendezvous at the luxurious VIP presidential suite of the Rose Hotel later that evening. Dear guests, this way please. At that moment, a waiter hurried over to greet Yi Feng and his companions. Please bring us a bowl of soup first, and then a portion of all the signature dishes. Yi had a long day, so do try to expedite the service. Yi Xiao took her seat, perusing the menu as she spoke. All right. The waiter promptly dashed off to make arrangements. Meanwhile, 11 individuals from Tsanghui Academy sat at their table, eagerly awaiting their meals. Boss Dai, that girl is truly stunning. I can envision 180 different poses, remarked the rotund Ma Hongjun, his gaze fixed lecherously on a nearby young man with golden hair. Fatty, you truly lack insight. That is Tsanghui Advanced Academy, replied Dai Mubai, the golden-haired youth. Advanced Academy? Then there's no hope, the chubby one lamented. Having initially planned to engage in some primitive tribal customs tonight, intending to knock someone out and take them away, simple and unadorned. However, it was clear that such actions were impossible with an advanced academy. Why not? Because we can't win. Pfft, you are far too timid. Although Tsanghui Academy is an advanced institution, it is merely a bottom-tier academy on the continent, Dai Mubai scoffed, his lips curling in disdain. Huh? A bottom-tier academy? I thought it was formidable, interjected a girl dressed in pink. Soon, the group of 7 began to engage in animated discussion, their topic focusing on belittling Tsanghui Academy. Even indulging in some lewd remarks, their voices unabashedly loud, drawing the attention of many in the vicinity toward the Tsanghui Academy students. Damn it, this is too much. On the Tsanghui Academy side, 3 male students, Pang Xing, Song Yuanhang, and Zhou Feng, were incensed upon hearing these remarks. It was one thing for the lecherous glances directed at their female classmates upon entering, as one could not control where one's eyes wandered. However, now they were openly discussing Tsanghui Academy, dismissing it as a bottom-tier institution, akin to ants. Was this not excessively outrageous? Were they intent on rubbing their academy into the ground? The 3 of them were on the verge of slamming their fists on the table. They sought to defend their academy, and with 6 beautiful companions and their talented senior brother present, they felt compelled to seize the opportunity to make a statement. Moreover, that rotund figure in red was the most lecherous individual they had ever encountered, staring at their female classmates since entering and uttering filthy phrases about poses. It was simply intolerable. They had to teach him a lesson to quell their indignation, especially after observing their female classmates, who were clearly suppressing their anger. Who could endure being publicly objectified in such a manner? Pang Xing, Song Yuanhang, Zhou Feng, do not cause a scene. Just as the three were about to erupt, Yu Xiaogang cast a glance their way. After a long day, the priority was to enjoy their meal. Any disturbances could be addressed afterward. Yi Feng, on the other hand, remained unperturbed. Retribution would inevitably come, and it would be severe. Given the nature of this group, they would undoubtedly return to provoke them, claiming, "A soul master who dares not provoke is not a true soul master." He was somewhat surprised by Yu Xiao's composure. A 1,000-year-old tortoise indeed had the patience to withstand. Humph. Pang Xing sat back down, while Song Yuanhang and Zhou Feng simmered with resentment, silently vowing to exact their revenge post-meal. "Dear guests, please make way. The fresh hot soup is arriving," announced the waiter from a distance. "Boss Dai." Suddenly the fat one glanced at Dai Mubai. With a slight smirk, Dai Mubai responded. Just as the waiter carrying the soup passed by, he discreetly tripped the waiter's foot. Almost simultaneously, the waiter's body tilted. "Watch out. The soup is spilling," the waiter cried out in alarm. Crash. Yu Xiao turned his back to the waiter, and as he sensed something amiss and turned around, a bowl of soup had already been overturned on his head. The scalding broth cascaded across the table, accompanied by a few green leaves. The girls seated near Yu Xiao shrieked in surprise, their voices tinged with distress. Laughter erupted from the instigator at the 7-person table, who seemed thoroughly pleased with his prank. Meanwhile, Yi Feng's expression darkened instantly. There is a fine line between jest and disrespect, especially when it comes to food. To be candid, he had not intervened earlier because he was familiar with the plot. However, he never anticipated that the narrative would take such a turn, resulting in a far worse outcome than anticipated. The waiter stumbled, and the soup not only wasted food but also scalded several female classmates nearby. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun had gone too far this time. One could only imagine the consequences had Yu Xiao been an ordinary person. Such a scald could have left him disfigured. Yu Xiao clenched his fists, overwhelmed with indignation. "How dare you? What are your intentions?" Pang Xing slammed his hand on the table, furious. The female classmates, who were once protected like delicate flowers, were now subjected to both mental and physical harm. If this continued, they would become like ninjas. "Nothing much. I just have a sudden urge to stretch my limbs," Dai Mubai remarked with a playful tone, clearly enjoying the chaos. "You're asking for death." Pang Xing charged at the blonde troublemaker, intent on delivering a punch. "Not so fast. You're still too inexperienced," Dai Mubai retorted, effortlessly kicking Pang Xing away. The latter crashed into a nearby table, sending dishes shattering across the floor. "Should you wish to fight, our Tsanghui Academy will gladly oblige," shouted the 6 female classmates, along with Zhou Feng and Song Yuanhang, as they rose from their seats, fueled by provocation. How could they endure this? Fight? Our Shrek Academy has never lost. The stout boy scoffed. Did the dean not say that a soul master who fears trouble is not a true soul master? Tonight, let us stir up some trouble. All members of Shrek Academy stood in unison. "Do not worry, fighting is my forte. Stand aside and let me take the lead," exclaimed the girl in pink, Xiao Wu, her eyes alight with battle fervor. It had been too long since she had a good fight. Her hands were itching for action. "Is that so? I too am quite skilled in combat," a chilling voice echoed from Tsanghui Academy, following Xiao Wu's statement. The crowd from Tsanghui Academy was taken aback, surprised to see their senior brother, Yi Feng, rise to his feet. "Is that so? Then let us see what you can do." Xiao's spirit surged upon hearing Yi Feng's words. Since graduating from Notting Academy, opportunities for combat had been scarce. Well, that was not entirely true. She had not fought at all during her time there, except for the first 3 years, where she had been the one to dominate. "Then let us engage." Yi Feng from Tsanghui Academy approached, a sly smile playing on his lips. Once upon a time, this girl had bested him, even stealing his meticulously arranged bed and humiliating him. Had it not been for his quick escape into a carriage that fateful night, he might have frozen to death. Now, it seemed fitting to indulge her penchant for fighting. "Come on." Xiao Wu fixed her gaze on Yi Feng, feeling a sense of familiarity wash over her. Where had she seen him before? But such thoughts were trivial. What mattered now was their mutual desire to battle. In terms of fighting, she had never faced defeat. Without hesitation, Xiao Wu charged forward, preparing to unleash her signature close combat move, a swift bow and throw that would send Yi Feng crashing to the ground. "Third brother, do you think Xiao Wu can handle this? Should I go out to assist her?" The stout boy asked anxiously upon witnessing Xiao Wu's solitary charge into the heart of Tsanghui Academy's territory. Are you really comfortable letting Xiao Wu face them alone? Ning Rongrong chimed in, concerned. Rest assured, no one can match her in a fight. Just wait for the cries of anguish from Tsanghui Academy, Tang San remarked. Nonchalantly sipping his tea with his back, turned to Xiao Wu. The leader of Nodding Academy was a force to be reckoned with, and during their time there, he was able to keep her in check, while others merely suffered at her hands. Tsanghui Academy would likely be no different. Suddenly, a dark figure hurtled through the air. Clang! The girl in pink, with her hair in braids, landed painfully on the table where Shrek's group sat, her face contorted in agony. It was Xiao Wu. Tang San's expression froze mid-sip, as did those of the remaining members of Shrek Academy, all reflecting sheer shock. This was not right. How could Xiao Wu be tossed aside like refuse? What had been said moments ago was not an exaggeration. Xiao Wu indeed possessed formidable combat prowess. Hey, you little brat. Are you tired of living? Daimu Bai glared icily at Feng. How dare he publicly assault a member of Shrek Academy? Daimu Bai, why are we still standing here? Let us go teach him a lesson. The stout boy exclaimed, visibly enraged as he surveyed the damage done to their table of food. They must show this Tsanghui Academy a lesson. You're the ones who are asking for trouble. You deliberately tripped the waiter and poured soup all over our teacher. Not to mention splattering it on other female classmates. And what about those disgusting looks you cast upon us as we entered? Have you never seen a girl before? Just because a tiger does not roar, do you think Tsanghui Academy is an easy target? Su Lioli retorted, her face aflame with anger. What was supposed to be a delightful outing with senior brother Yi Feng had turned into an encounter with these brutes. Indeed, brother Yi, as long as you give the word, we are ready to fight. The members of Tsanghui Academy stood united, fueled by an unprecedented sense of camaraderie. How self-absorbed you all are. Who was even looking at you a moment ago? In my eyes, Tsanghui Academy is nothing but a sickly cat, Daimu Bai scoffed. Daimu Bai spoke with a smile gracing his lips, his gaze exuding unrestrained arrogance, as if everything in the world were but trivial. Indeed. His true identity was that of a lofty prince of the empire. What, then, was the Tsanghui Academy? And what significance did its students hold? You. On the side of Tsanghui Academy, it seemed as though all the students had their hair ignited by an unseen flame, burning fiercely. Yet, the ancient tortoise, Yu Xiaogang, remained silent, his expression inscrutable. Perhaps he was enduring, or perhaps he was merely a moment of calm before a volcanic eruption. In that case, I am eager to witness what Dai Xiao has to offer. Yi Feng smiled faintly and turned his gaze towards Daimu Bai. Let us begin. Daimu Bai clenched his fists tightly. For reasons unknown, a chilling sensation inexplicably arose deep within him just moments ago, emanating from the young man standing before him. Despite appearing younger, there was an undeniable air of disdain and confidence in his smile, as if he could effortlessly trample upon Daimu Bai. Before long, the two engaged in combat. Without a doubt, within a mere breath, Daimu Bai found himself at a disadvantage. I'll take over. In an instant. Ma Hongjun launched a surprise attack. With a thunderous crash, both were sent flying, landing neatly on the ground. Wow, the senior brother is truly impressive. On the side of Tsanghui Academy, both men and women gazed with shining eyes, utterly in awe of Yi Feng. Ah, the evil eye white tiger has manifested. Daimu Bai, recently thrown aside, felt a profound sense of humiliation and was immediately enraged, summoning his martial spirit. Evil Fire Phoenix. Fusion. A flame gradually rose, causing the temperature within the entire restaurant to soar several degrees. How dare they reduce the two of them to such a pitiful state? Today, they would make their opponent understand the consequences of their actions. Soul Master. Lord Soul Master, my humble establishment cannot withstand such turmoil. The shopkeeper trembled, fearing that his small shop might turn to ashes in the next moment. What are you afraid of? I shall bear all losses incurred tonight, Daimu Bai declared resolutely. This insignificant establishment is nothing I cannot afford. I have plenty of money. Oh, so all losses tonight will be on your tab? Is that truly the case? Yi Feng gazed at Daimu Bai, a hint of amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. Would I ever speak untruths? Everyone present can attest to my words. Tell me, young man, are you too timid to face me with your martial soul? Should you choose to concede and crawl beneath me, I, Daimu Bai, may consider sparing your dignity. Daimu Bai's demeanor exuded an air of superiority. Fight? Indeed, a battle is inevitable. Yi Feng let out a brazen laugh. To strike. Not merely to strike, but to strike fiercely. Tang San's companion, the ally of Xiao Wu. It would be one thing if he had not provoked him. Yet once he has, he shall face an overwhelming suppression. Chapter 17, The Ants of Tsanghui Academy, a lesson written in blood. This is the essence of Yi Feng's existence in this lifetime. A formidable return. He shall tread upon all. If a fight is inevitable, then let it come. Dai Mubai, with his martial spirit of the White Tiger, stands as a level 37 Soul Master. Dai Mubai roared with ferocity, and in the next moment, a tiger's roar erupted. The entire restaurant was swept up in a tempest at that instant. Truly imposing. Dai, make sure this brat is left searching for his teeth on the ground. Ma Hongjun initially intended to join in. However, upon sensing the volcanic fury emanating from Dai Mubai, he immediately sought refuge at the side, shouting encouragement. Naturally, Dai Mubai is a 37-level Soul Master from Shrek Academy. He stands as the most formidable among the students. To engage in battle with this oblivious fool from Songhui Academy would be nothing short of a dampener on the excitement. Instead, let him quietly observe the calamity that befalls this so-called senior brother from Songhui Academy as he finds himself in a pitiful state. The thought alone brings a sense of exhilaration. Here I am, trying to enjoy the company of a lady, and it turns out to be all about you? Huh? Wait a moment. What is happening? Suddenly, the portly figure noticed something amiss. The members of Songhui Academy were all fleeing, and they appeared utterly terrified, as though they were refugees escaping calamity. Could it be that the mere mention of Dai Mubai's title as a 37-level Soul Master has instilled such fear in them? Indeed, it must be so. Those cowards from Songhui Academy. A myriad of thoughts flashed through the portly man's mind, culminating in contempt for Songhui Academy. So much for being a prestigious institution. What a disgrace. Soon, without a doubt, one should witness this so-called senior brother kneeling down in supplication. At this moment, Ma Hongjun turned his gaze towards Yi Feng, a man with an almost otherworldly visage. He stood there, seemingly dazed, before Dai Mubai. What is this? Is he hesitant to speak? Dai Mubai regarded Yi Feng. In battles between Soul Masters, it is customary, out of respect, to introduce oneself before officially engaging. Now, Dai Mubai awaited Yi Feng to make the first move. Hesitant? No, it is merely that you are unworthy. Go ahead and strike first. Yi Feng's lips curled into a faint smile. Arrogance! I shall ensure your demise is nothing short of grotesque. Upon hearing these words, Dai Mubai was instantly provoked. In the realm of spirit masters, such an affront was unprecedented. This individual was blatantly looking down upon Dai Mubai. A tidal wave of soul power surged forth. The onlookers from Shrek collectively inhaled sharply. Good heavens, how dare he insult the esteemed Dai? This time, he was doomed. Not even a deity could save him now. With a roar, Dai Mubai unleashed his third soul skill, White Tiger Transformation. The ground trembled beneath his powerful tiger-like feet as 3 soul rings, yellow, and purple, rose majestically around him. Immediately, the third purple soul ring fused with his body. One could clearly see his muscles expanding wildly, dark stripes appearing on his skin. White Tiger Transformation lasts for a total of half an hour, during which his resistance, attack power, defense, and strength would all double. Moreover, his innate skills would be significantly enhanced. Purple? Then I shall also summon the power of purple. A surge of soul power emanated from Yi Feng. And in the next moment, a violet soul ring hovered beside him. Before him was a weapon spirit, entirely cloaked in obsidian, adorned with bizarre golden inscriptions resembling a sickle. Upon the emergence of this weapon spirit, a sharp wave of soul power radiated outward, akin to ripples forming when a stone is cast into water, ceaselessly expanding. One soul ring? The members of Shrek were engulfed in confusion. How could this individual possess but a single soul ring? It could be a form of concealed soul ring technique, revealing only one singular soul ring, suggested Ning Rongrong. Coming from the esteemed 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, she was familiar with such arcane methods. So it seemed this person was also a soul ancestor. The rotund one appeared to grasp some understanding and retorted, Another violet? Ha! You possess but this one violet. Taste my white tiger-s radiant wave. Dai Mubai scoffed, then leapt into action. Unleashing a torrent of white light from his mouth, he exerted 90% of his strength for this strike. The ants of Songhui Academy would receive a bloody lesson this time. Chapter 18. The Town? The End. Defense. Songlong Shield. Observing Dai Mubai's assault, Yi Feng remained steadfast, gripping his demonic sickle before him. In that instant, a shield formed of swirling dragons materialized. This was one of Yi Feng's 3 soul techniques, which he had employed the previous day to triumph over Songhui Academy's top-ranking soul ancestor, a level 42. As for the 10,000-year soul ring, he had only utilized it on Yi Zhiqiu and Shern Yan. What? How could this be? Suspended in midair, Dai Mubai exhibited profound astonishment. This lad had effortlessly thwarted his white tiger-s radiant wave? He appeared to be younger than himself. How could he possibly be a soul ancestor? Moreover, even a soul ancestor should not be able to so easily counter the radiant wave in the state of the White Tiger Esvidra transformation. Next, it is my turn. Dai Xiao, are you prepared? Yifeng's lips curled into a smile. Since Dai Mubai was willing to bear all the losses, he might as well let loose and engage in a fierce battle today. Come on. Just as Dai Mubai opened his mouth to respond, he suddenly felt as though something had collided with his chest. Instantly, he was propelled like a cannonball, uncontrollably hurtling through the air. One wall. Two walls. Countless walls. Dai Mubai was thrust forward by an overwhelming force, using his body to create a path through an entire row of houses in the town. Next to the restaurant was a bathhouse. Many soul masters, exhausted from a day's toil, were happily humming tunes while bathing, unaware of what had just passed through. Until the entire bathroom wall collapsed. The chilling wind ravaged the men's bathhouse, leaving everyone in disarray. Following that, there was an inn. A couple, lost in each other's embrace, was filled with excitement, only to have their bed vanish with a thunderous crash just as they were about to take their intimacy a step further. Confused, they felt as if they had been doused with a bucket of cold water. Meanwhile, a family at a dining table found their meal sent flying as the table was knocked over. The scene was akin to a large-scale disaster zone. Who was responsible? In the briefest moment, everyone rushed out, the burly men from the bathhouse, the inn's patrons, and the family whose dinner had been ruined. Each face bore an expression of fierce rage. The Azure Dragon's wrath. However, in the very next instant, a resounding dragon's roar echoed, like a hurricane unleashed. All the houses were reduced to ashes in an instant. Those who had just emerged from their homes felt as though their heads were about to explode from the shock. Damn it, how could he be this powerful? At that moment, Dai Mubai struggled to rise, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. What? Suddenly, he sensed a violent wind rushing toward him. First soul skill. White Tiger's barrier. Panic surged within him. It was the dragon from before. Its entire body was black, radiating an air of arrogance. Crack. His barrier shattered in less than a second. Dai Mubai was sent flying by the dragon's head, crashing violently into the houses throughout the town. He screamed in agony. Boom. Then came an unprecedentedly piercing explosion. The entire town was transformed into a disaster zone. Chaos reigned supreme, and Dai Mubai's clothing had already turned to ashes. He lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Madman. This person was utterly insane. At the entrance of a small shop, the members of Tsanghui Academy exhaled deeply. Fortunately, they had evacuated in advance. They understood Master Yi Feng all too well. Provoking him in front of others was akin to asking for death, especially when he mentioned covering all the losses. How pitiful the poor child would be. They could hardly imagine how much he would have to compensate this time. Chapter 19. The Brazen and Shameless. Who else do you have at Shrek? Yi Feng did not cast a glance at Dai Mubai, who was convulsing on the ground, but instead directed his gaze towards the members of Shrek. Third brother. This person seems remarkably familiar. On Shrek's side, Xiao Wu was touching her blossoming posterior. The restaurant had completely collapsed, and she had been carried out by Tang San. For reasons unknown, under the gentle moonlight, she found the boy before her strikingly recognizable, as if she had encountered him somewhere before. What? Has the former leader of the 7th dormitory, who once occupied others' beds, forgotten about me? Noticing Xiao Wu observing him from a distance, Yi Feng revealed a faint smile. He had no intention of concealing the past. Rather, he was ready to speak of it openly. You are that Yi Feng. Suddenly, Xiao Wu's beautiful eyes sparkled as if recalling some extraordinary event. Have you remembered? Yi Feng smiled thoughtfully. However, didn't he the master once state that you, in self-awareness of your unsuitability for cultivation, voluntarily withdrew from school and returned home? How then did you transfer to Tsanghui Academy? Moreover, you must have attained soul master status by now, advancing at such an astonishing pace. Xiao Wu gazed at Yi Feng, disbelief etched on her face. The boy who had vanished without a trace just 2 days after entering school had now surpassed her. How could this be possible? Ha ha ha, you Xiaogang. You are not only a scoundrel and a murderer, but also a hypocrite. To claim that Yi Feng, was unfit for cultivation and thus withdrew to return home. Upon hearing Xiao Wu utter these words, Yi Feng's expression suddenly darkened. Indeed, it was the master who had once thrust him into the jaws of a serpent. Upon arriving at the academy, he fabricated a story for Yi Feng without the slightest flicker of shame. How could such brazen shamelessness exist in this world? Scoundrel? Murderer? Hypocrite? Xiao Wu was instantly filled with confusion. What was Yi Feng talking about? I suggest you inquire with Tang San by your side. He can elucidate how Yu Xiaogang personally committed murder and then masqueraded as a virtuous man. Yi Feng's gaze was fixed intently on Tang San. Brother, what truly transpired back then? At that moment, Xiao Wu turned to Tang San, seeking answers from him. Surely, something significant had occurred in the past. Otherwise, how could one explain the abrupt decision to withdraw from school, leaving without even taking personal belongings? Those few tattered garments were collected by the master himself. Suddenly, Xiao Wu noticed for the first time the peculiarity in Tang San's expression, as if he had witnessed something profoundly strange. You must not speak of my teacher in such a manner. That incident was not intentional, Tang San interjected. Oh, not intentional? Is it not remarkable how your Yu Xiaogang could not intend to thrust me into the jaws of a serpent, allowing the Mandala snake to deliver my demise? Yi Feng was utterly incensed upon hearing Tang San still defending his former teacher. He erupted with fury. Once, Yi Feng had revered and feared Tang San, the fated child of destiny. But what was Tang San now? In the presence of a system, Tang San was nothing. Were it not for his apprehension of your father, Yi Feng could have easily disposed of you. What? Bitten to death by the Mandala snake? The members of Tsanghui Academy displayed looks of astonishment, completely taken aback by the revelation of their senior brother's past. That individual named Yu Xiaogang was indeed a scoundrel. Meanwhile, the members of Shrek were left bewildered, questioning how this could be a vendetta. At that moment, Xiao Wu began to reflect on the past. Could it be that when Tang San sought his first spirit ring, Yi Feng had accompanied him, only to be abandoned in the soul-hunting forest? I acknowledge this was the teacher's oversight, yet given the passage of so many years, there is no need to harbor resentment. Moreover, our matters are distinct. Today, you have harmed Xiao Wu and the companions of Shrek, and I shall not let this transgression go unpunished. Tang San's words were laced with ice. His teacher and Xiao Wu were his Achilles heel. While Yu Feng's slander against his teacher could be tolerated, today he dared to injure his companions and Xiao Wu. Tang San had vowed to protect Xiao Wu at all costs. Anyone who dared to harm her would have to cross over his dead body. Today, Yi Feng must face the consequences. This is blinding. Where does this radiant light emanate from? Upon hearing those words, Yi Feng was both infuriated and amused. How could one be so consumed by resentment when facing imminent demise? Truly, he had never encountered such repugnant sentiments throughout his 2 lifetimes. Your mother was slain by the Spirit Hall, and yet you harbor such grievances? Why pursue vengeance against the Spirit Hall? Now, Yi Feng even questioned whether Tang San was truly human, as such heartless words seemed beyond comprehension. The subsequent intention to defend Xiao Wu was even more nauseating. Was it permissible for your woman to engage in conflict, yet intolerable for others to confront her? Moreover, this entire incident was instigated by Shrek Academy. Had it not been for Ma Hongjuan's brazen gaze fixated on the girls from their school, coupled with his lewd demeanor, would their male classmates have felt discontent? Yet, their dissatisfaction was merely verbal, halted by Yu Zhiqiu's intervention before any physical altercation ensued. What transpired next from Shrek Academy was appalling. Daimu Bai deliberately tripped Xiao Wu, causing a scalding bowl of soup to spill onto Yi Zhiqiu's head, splattering onto several female classmates as well. Enraged, the male students erupted. But Shrek retorted with the audacity that a soul master who does not provoke is not a true soul master, immediately inciting a mob confrontation, particularly Xiao Wu, who proclaimed her proficiency in fighting. Such behavior was utterly revolting. How could you, Tang San, dare to emerge and proclaim fairness? How could you have the audacity to seek retribution for Shrek and Xiao Wu? Tang San, a 29th level control system soul master, with the spirit blue silvergrass. Based on your appearance, should be a soul zone. Do you dare to engage me in combat? A radiant glow enveloped Tang San, and in the next moment, 2 yellow soul rings encircled him. As long as he had yet to reach the 40th level, Tang San was utterly confident in his ability to defeat Yi Feng, regardless of his hidden weapons, past techniques, or current soul skills. A battle, indeed, must be fought earnestly. Yi Feng, the bloodthirsty demon scythe, 39th level battle soul zone. As Yi Feng's voice faded, 2 purple soul rings swirled around him, and an inexplicable gust of wind swept through the entire town. What? 2,000-year soul rings? In that instant, astonishment gripped everyone on Shrek's side. How could this be possible? Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing both gasped in unison. It is well known that typically only soul masters possess the ability to absorb 1,000-year soul rings. To have 2 purple 1,000-year soul rings, one must reach at least the 40th level of soul master. Yet he was clearly only at the 39th level. How is this achievable? How can you, at 39, possess 2,000-year rings? The teacher had clearly stated that the limit for the first soul ring is over 400 years, and for the second, it is over 700 years. Tang San was equally bewildered. This completely contradicted the teacher's theory of the 10 core competencies of martial souls. Chapter 20. The True Killing Technique. Surely, no one genuinely believes in Yu Xiaogang's so-called theory of the 10 core competencies of martial souls, do they? Do you know how your teacher's theory was formulated back in the day? Feng gazed at Tang San, his expression distinctly curious. How did this come about? Tang San's eyes narrowed as he replied, your teacher, back in the day, was quite the scoundrel. He exploited personal relationships to deceive the spirit hall into obtaining information about soul masters. Subsequently, he amalgamated that information, transforming it into what is now regarded as the 10 core competencies of martial souls. Does he possess any genuine talent? At best, he can be considered adept at data organization, and even then, his compilation is far from complete. Feng scoffed. In the absence of a system, he had refrained from expressing his true thoughts. To survive in this world, one must exhibit a degree of timidity. However, now that he had awakened the system and had Schwer backing him, was there any need for him to continue being meek? Furthermore, it was undeniable that the master had once been a scoundrel, exploiting his relationship with Bibi Dong to acquire information regarding soul masters from the spirit hall. He arrived at conclusions through rather rudimentary methods. For instance, he posited that the limit for the first soul ring was 423 years and 764 years for the second, merely because his compiled data showed no instance of a first soul ring exceeding 420 years. He simply added 3 years, assuming the limit to be 423. Similarly, after reviewing 100,000 documents, he found no second soul ring surpassing 760 years, thus extending it by 4 years to reach 764. Such theories might hold some truth at a lower level, yet he overlooked a critical detail. At that time, Bibi Dong was merely the saintess of the spirit hall, lacking access to top-tier soul master information, let alone the hidden records that even the spirit hall did not possess. What an egregious oversight. Nonsense. Should you dare to slander my teacher again, do not expect me to show any camaraderie from our village. I will not hesitate to end your life. Tang San seethed with fury. How audacious it was to demean his teacher in front of so many. Camaraderie from our village? He laughed derisively. That is the most ludicrous jest I have ever heard. Had you truly valued our village bond, you could have intervened to save me back then. Instead of standing by and watching as I succumbed to poison, my last breath spent witnessing your departure. Feng smiled. With the skills he possessed back in the day, Tang San could have effortlessly dispelled the poison afflicting him, ensuring his own survival. Yet, he chose not to do so. Feng speculated that this was perhaps to prevent revealing his true self before the master. Nonsense, courting death. The first soul skill, entanglement. The first soul ring illuminated as Tang San took the initiative to strike. How could he possibly know that Feng had once possessed the ability to save him? For reasons unknown, the current Tang San could not bring himself to meet Feng's gaze, for those eyes seemed to penetrate through him, revealing all his secrets. What is this? Am I making you anxious? Feng moved swiftly, effortlessly evading the entanglement of the blue-silver grass. To my astonishment, I never imagined that senior brother Feng harbored such a tragic past. Senior brother, vanquish them. Meanwhile, several girls from Songhui Academy fervently cheered him on. Now I comprehend why senior brother Feng trains with such regularity each day. How could one find peace in slumber when bearing such a grudge? Master brother. Annihilate Yu Xiaogang and the duo of Tang San. Pang Xing, Zhou Feng, and others echoed the fervor with their own impassioned roars. The atmosphere within Songhui Academy was electrifying. Did he evade it? That was merely a diversion. Ghost Shadow Mist. Who is Tang San? He possesses the unparalleled techniques of the Tang sect and, coupled with years of combat experience, understands that entanglement holds no sway over a man endowed with 2,000-year soul rings. How could he be foolish enough to employ such tactics against Feng? The true lethal means lie in Ghost Shadow Mist combined with hidden weapons. Regardless of how much Feng has grown over the years, Tang San shall forever remain an indelible nightmare. Chapter 21. Ambushed by Tang San. Struck by the dragon whisker needle. What? Suddenly, Tang San discovered that Feng had vanished from his sight, rendering his Ghost Shadow Mist utterly ineffective. Do you still think I'm the same as I was back then? At that moment, a spectral sound echoed beside Tang San's ear. It was Feng. Tang San's pupils constricted as he realized that his opponent had inexplicably appeared at his side, sending a chill down his spine. With a thunderous impact, Tang San crashed heavily to the ground. Third brother. Ma Hongjuan's body trembled with alarm. Little San. Xiao Wu immediately unleashed her martial spirit, Softbone Enchantress Rabbit. 2 yellow soul rings orbited around her. 7 treasures, renowned. 7 treasures, glazed tower. In a corner, a girl who resembled a refined younger sister released her martial spirit. Senior brother Yi Feng, we are here to assist you. Everyone from Songhui Academy stepped forward, their martial spirits manifested. What of Shrek Academy? If they cannot best our master brother, do they intend to gang up on him? Come on. If it's a gang fight they want, we are unafraid. And as for Tang San, who once wronged our senior brother so grievously, how dare he now stand on his so-called moral high ground? This man deserves a severe beating. I have my own methods to deal with him. All of you step back. Tang San fixed his gaze on the Shrek crowd. After all, he was a man of 2 lifetimes, having cultivated the techniques from his previous existence since childhood. Though he had sustained a hit moments ago, it was not a significant injury. You all should retreat. This is no longer the past. Even the entirety of Shrek Academy holds little significance in my eyes. Yi Feng spoke. Ha, how arrogant. I, Tang San, once surpassed you, and it remains the same. Just look at the small green lights on your body. Ghost vines, parasites. A cold smile spread across Tang San's face. Ghost vines and parasites. This is my second soul skill. A hidden technique. The students of Songhui Academy were astonished. They witnessed the emergence of numerous vines from Yi Feng's body. Brother San is amazing. The chubby one breathed a sigh of relief, having thought for a moment that his brother San might lose. Yet, how could someone who once injured teacher Xiao Wu during the assessment be so easily defeated? Bloodthirsty demon scythe. Numerous blade lights swept through the air. The vines, resembling lifeless twigs, fell to the ground. Bang! Tang San was struck by Yi Feng's assault, sent flying 100 meters. But was it over? Not at all. With punches and kicks, within a single second of free fall, Yi Feng unleashed a flurry of over 100 strikes at lightning speed. At first, Tang San could parry the blows, but soon he was forced into a purely defensive stance. Ultimately, he was overwhelmed, crashing heavily to the ground. I have anticipated this battle for so long. Yet I never expected you to be so weak. Yi Feng withdrew his hand. It seemed that with the system in place, this so-called chosen one was indeed insignificant. Suddenly, at that moment, he was overwhelmed by an intense sense of impending danger. In the blink of an eye, several streaks of silver light appeared. Soul Technique. Songlong Shield. Yi Feng swiftly summoned the Azure Dragon Shield in an attempt to protect against the Dragon Whisker Needle. However, it was too late. This Dragon Whisker Needle could penetrate even the body of Xiao Wu. Yi Feng's physique is still somewhat inferior to that of the unmoving king Xiao Wu. 5 or 6 Dragon Whisker Needles swiftly pierced through Yi Feng's Azure Dragon Shield, burrowing into his flesh. These are Dragon Whisker Needles. Soon, you shall meet a most tragic end. The golden needles, akin to whiskers, can penetrate even the most formidable body. Tang San wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze chillingly cold. How dare you ambush me? Yi Feng was utterly unprepared for Tang San's treacherous ambush when he let down his guard. It was truly insidious. An ambush? On the battlefield, who cares about the process? Everything is judged solely by the outcome. If blame is to be placed, it lies with your own carelessness. Tang San remarked with a cold smile. There is nothing shameful in this. The Xiantian treasure record states, when faced with danger, one may use any means necessary to eliminate the opponent, without regard for the so-called chivalry of the martial world. For both words and writings, only the victors have the authority to speak or inscribe them. Excellent. Splendid. Yi Feng's gaze turned utterly frigid. He had once harbored a flicker of sentiment towards Tang San, but now, his heart was thoroughly chilled. He could feel his vital energy circulating within his dantian, coursing through every corner of his body. His face, contorted by the internal flow of energy, transformed into a hue resembling that of a pig's liver. Yi Feng's intentions were quite straightforward. He aimed to expel the Dragon Whisker Needle. I strongly advise you to cease your struggles. This Dragon Whisker Needle is my exclusive concealed weapon, and your soul power is utterly incapable of dispelling it. If you apologize for all your previous actions, I might consider sparing you. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to allow you to perish in agony. Tang San spoke. The Dragon Whisker Needle was an instrument intricately linked to his Xiantian skill. It had been previously demonstrated that even a soul sage like Xiao Wu could not expel it from his body using soul power. The only alternative would be to slice through the flesh with a knife, which, though feasible, would undoubtedly result in a fate worse than death. This seemingly insignificant Dragon Whisker Needle could hardly pose a challenge to me, Yi Feng. As for apologizing to you, that is a mere fantasy. This entire situation was instigated by Shrek Academy. Regarding Xiao Wu's injuries, had the other party not insisted on engaging in combat, would she have been harmed? And as for the master, there is no need to elaborate. That is not slander, it is merely the truth. Suddenly, a surge of soul power swirled within Yifeng. The chaos decision. As the chaos decision activated, an overwhelming force erupted from his body. At that moment, the dragon whisker needle that had penetrated him was swiftly expelled. What? Tang San was taken aback. Defend yourself. While he managed to shield himself, Xiao Wu, unable to evade in time, was struck by the dragon whisker needle. Her delicate face turned a ghastly shade of blue from the excruciating pain. Such a stealthy attack, harmful to others yet detrimental to oneself, ultimately caused harm to those nearby. Yifeng spoke, his tone laced with a hint of amusement. The dragon whisker needle is indeed a formidable concealed weapon. However, he is fortunate to possess the chaotic creation technique bestowed by the system. When the dragon whisker needle pierced his body, it felt merely like a slight sting from a few bees. Seeking death, Tang San utilized the Xiantian skill to extract the dragon whisker needle from Xiao Wu's body. He seemed to transform, exuding an aura reminiscent of a tempest, akin to a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Moreover, Yifeng could distinctly observe a black glow emanating from his left hand. Is he intending to wield the Haotian hammer? Yifeng remained utterly unperturbed. Having just vanquished Tang San, he had yet to employ even his second soul skill, let alone the third. Moreover, he firmly believed that it would not be long before he, Yifeng, would acquire his second martial soul. Suddenly, a notification sounded. Ding. The system has detected the extraordinary fury of the destined child, and the host has successfully activated a side quest. At that moment, an unexpected voice resonated within Yifeng's mind. Yifeng was bewildered. What was happening? Chapter 22. A Sleepless Night. Chapter 22. This system can also create instances. Option 1. Continue to conceal 1's strength and be beaten by the chosen one, with a reward of 1,000 gold coins and a random gift pack. Option 2. No longer hide 1's strength and overpower the chosen one, receiving a random soul bone as a reward. Before Yifeng appeared a transparent status bar that only he could see. Goodness, is this a new gameplay introduced by the system? Yifeng was once again astonished. Yet, was there truly any choice in the matter? Being ruthlessly beaten by Tang San? It was inconceivable, even if 1,000,000 gold coins were offered, or even 10 million. He would never acquiesce. Furthermore, the prospect of a random gift package was hardly reassuring. Who could predict what it might contain? For instance, if it yielded a mere cooking guide, he would be at a considerable loss. This was not a mere figment of his imagination, it was a tangible reality. Previously, he had randomly drawn various useless manuals, be it culinary arts, musical scores, or alchemy. Thus, his hopes for such random rewards were rather dim. However, the notion of a random soul bone intrigued him. Presently, he possessed not a single soul bone. This item would undoubtedly serve as the most exceptional enhancement. The spectral shadow. Tang San's speed intensified. The small black hammer in his grasp became increasingly prominent. Soul skill, bloodthirsty demon scythe, tear apart. Yifeng exhibited no hesitation whatsoever. He immediately unleashed his soul skill, and the violet light of his soul flickered with intensity. With a flourish of his bloodthirsty demonic scythe, he released a razor-sharp blade of energy that stirred up a tempest of dust, as if the very earth were being torn asunder. The Xian Yu hand. The technique of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon. Tang San deployed his Xian Yu hand to initially block Yifeng's demonic side's lethal edge. And then he executed the controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, dispersing the force with an impression of moving mountains with a mere flick. Alas, he had forgotten that Yifeng was no longer the same Yifeng he once knew. Yifeng's arm bulged with veins, and in an instant, the ground around them erupted in a whirlwind of dust, encasing them completely. Tang San realized, with a jolt, that his Haotian hammer felt utterly feeble in this moment. Within just a few breaths, he found himself subjected to an overwhelming and crushing torment. A thunderous roar erupted as Tang San was sent hurtling away. The immense force caused the buildings around him to collapse entirely. The bloodthirsty demon scythe loomed ominously. Yifeng, wielding the enchanted sickle, followed closely behind. Although he harbored trepidation towards Tang Hao, preventing him from taking Tang San's life, he still dared to inflict severe injury upon his adversary. After all, he was backed by the Empire and the shadow of the Spirit Hall. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward, a 10,000-year-old left leg soul bone of the golden-winged Great Ping. Speed type, has been directly fused. Strike Tang San. Yifeng savored the sweetness of his fortune. The system had astonishingly rewarded him with a piece of a millennium-old soul bone. He was utterly taken aback. The entity even assisted him in merging it into his leg. He could distinctly feel his speed increase manifold, and this was not under the influence of any soul skills. Enough, you little brat. Suddenly, a gruff voice boomed. It belonged to a robust man, resembling a bear standing upright. Ding. The host has encountered Xiao Wu, a soul sage of level 76. Choose one of the following options to receive a reward. Option 1. Engage in a challenge beyond your level and defeat him, earning 10 million gold coins, 1 soul fragment, and a super mysterious gift pack. Option 2. Surrender, receiving 10 million gold coins and a tome on body refinement techniques. Xiao Wu had just emerged. Feng discovered that his system had unexpectedly displayed a prompt once again. Could it be that the system had undergone an upgrade? Or perhaps it had encountered the Child of Destiny, resulting in a mutation? Alternatively, was it possible that the Child of Destiny had activated a new feature within the system? At this moment, Feng was deep in contemplation. The unmoving king, Xiao Wu, he could hardly believe that these individuals were indeed his students. Just then, Yijiqiu approached. The presence of that golden bear was unmistakable. Once a notorious villain in the spirit master world, Xiao Wu. Green-hatted scoundrel, keep a tight leash on your underlings. Or else if I inadvertently harm one of them, you shall have no one to blame but yourself. Xiao Wu said icily upon seeing Yijiqiu. You. Bang. Upon hearing these words, Yijiqiu felt as though his glasses had shattered. The phrase green hat was the most detestable combination of words he could ever hear in his lifetime. For his wife had indeed strayed. He had been humiliated and adorned with this metaphorical green hat. Furthermore, his own martial spirit was that of a turtle. The term green hat was an absolute taboo for him. What, do you dare to challenge me? If you are unconvinced, then let us engage in a proper duel. Martial spirit manifestation, Diamond Bear. Moments ago, Xiao Wu merely bore the shadow of the Diamond Bear behind him, without the actual manifestation of the martial spirit. At this instant, his soul power surged forth. Martial spirit manifestation. A sudden gust of wind swept across the arena. Feng was forcefully pushed back several steps. After all, he was a formidable soul sage at the 76th level. Truly, it is terrifying. Students nurtured by the unmoving king are indeed domineering. Yet it is a pity that their arrogance is not accompanied by substantial skill. Are they not merely being toyed with by the students of Tsanghui Academy? Once they have finished dealing with the younger ones, the older ones come out to protect their own. How utterly laughable. Feng, along with his fellow students from Tsanghui Academy. Let us depart. The director of the Foreign Affairs Department at Tsanghui Academy, Yijiqiu, is not only capable of enduring, but also possesses remarkable eloquence. At the very least, he can easily handle a boor like Xiao Wu. Otherwise, how could he have attained the position of director within Tsanghui Academy? The Foreign Affairs Department is akin to an external relations or diplomatic office. Clearly, selecting someone who is introverted and inarticulate would be out of the question. Oh. Feng slightly nodded, retracting his martial soul. But had he truly conceded? No. Feng selected option 1. The final fragment of his second martial soul was simply too tempting. Once gathered, he would be able to summon an unparalleled martial soul. If he missed this opportunity, who knows how long he would have to wait. Tonight, he would undoubtedly ensure that Xiao Wu endured a sleepless night. Chapter 23. No one leaves. Xiao Wu is protective. Wait, are you just going to let my students leave after the fight? Upon seeing the group from Tsanghui Academy preparing to depart, Xiao Wu spoke coldly. As the true form of the unmoved king emerged, Xiao Wu was filled with fighting spirit. If he didn't engage in some physical activity tonight, he would feel he had wronged himself. And these individuals from Tsanghui Academy were his targets. Yijiqiu was suddenly taken aback. At that moment, his mind was racing. With his soul power, confronting Xiao Wu would be akin to an egg striking a rock. A soul sage of level 76 could easily crush him with a mere swipe. Given Xiao Wujia's current demeanor, it was evident that confrontation was unavoidable. Should he attempt to hold off Xiao Wujia while urging Feng to lead the elite students of Tsanghui Academy to safety? After all, these were the most distinguished students of Tsanghui Academy. And any mishap would not only jeopardize his position as the Director of External Affairs, but would also bring disgrace to the Academy's president. Indeed, it was clear that the esteemed Xiao Wujia had a point. Tsanghui Academy could not simply retreat. Just as Yijiqiu was contemplating a desperate stand, preparing to allow Feng to lead the others away, a voice resonated. It was none other than Feng. Humph. It seems you possess a modicum of responsibility. Xiao Wujia, shall consider sparing your life today? Xiao Wujia cast a glance at Tang San, who was being supported by Xiao Wu, and at Dai Bai, who was being looked after by Ma Hongjun and Oscar with a hint of indifference. He felt compelled to reclaim the honor of Shrek Academy after the havoc wreaked upon them today. After all, how would others perceive Shrek Academy otherwise? Yet, these youngsters were truly disappointing. He had been observing the situation, intending to let them engage in a practical exercise against others. Instead, they ended up being the ones who were outmatched, and in such a humiliating manner. It was a disgrace that could be felt all the way to their ancestral home. Yifeng, you? Yu Xiaogang gazed at Yifeng with a heart full of bewilderment. What on earth was this fellow planning? The others from Songhui Academy also shared a sense of puzzlement. Could it be that senior brother Yifeng intended to confront this man, who resembled a bear? After all, he was a soul saint. Is brother Yifeng certain? However, Yifeng subtly gestured for them to remain calm and act according to the situation. I recall that just moments ago, Dai Xiao mentioned that he would take full responsibility for all losses incurred here. With so many houses in this town destroyed, our Songhui Academy must also share in the responsibility. Everyone, please report your losses to Dai Xiao. At this moment, Yifeng spoke up. Xiao Wuji will definitely take action. However, this is not the appropriate place for it. There are two reasons for this. First, the crowd is large and diverse, making it difficult to unleash one's full power without attracting attention. Second, even within Songhui Academy, no one is aware of his complete strength. And challenging Xiao Wuji requires one to exert their utmost, which would inevitably expose oneself. Revealing the power that has been concealed for so many years would be tantamount to squandering it, bringing forth countless troubles, and possibly even affecting Schwer. Despite the allure of the rewards, especially the summoning of the second martial soul, which he has longed for in his dreams, it is essential to proceed cautiously and not rush. Tonight, when the world is quiet, it is best to strike steadily. What? Xiao Wuji was momentarily taken aback by these words. What on earth is this fellow trying to do? Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Zhiqiu wore a puzzled expression. He even mentioned compensation? What exactly does the other party intend to achieve? Can all of us who suffer losses request compensation from this Dai Xiao? Indeed. My stall was just overturned. Can I be compensated? My clothes are torn. As the people from Songhui Academy and Shrek Academy were left bewildered by Yi Feng's unconventional approach, someone in the crowd shouted loudly. After all, their businesses had suffered, and some even had their homes destroyed. They were hesitant to speak during the earlier clash between the powerful figures, but now that Songhui Academy is advocating for support and compensation, remaining silent would only lead to regret. With the first person speaking up, soon, a swarm of voices clamored for compensation. One by one, they eagerly inquired. Dai Xiao had promised that he would bear all compensation costs arising from our battle in this town. From property to the smallest needle and thread, all can be priced for compensation. Dai Xiao, I trust you will not renege on your promise, will you? Yifeng first spoke to the crowd, then turned his gaze towards Dai Bai. Naturally, I shall not renege on my promise, said Dai Bai, who was somewhat unsteady, supported by Ma Hongjun and Oscar. For some inexplicable reason, he felt that the people in this small town tonight were rather unusual. Had he truly interacted with so many individuals? Well, since Dai is so forthcoming, let us all declare our stakes. Today, our Songhui Academy will serve as the overseers, and I assure you, no one will be shortchanged in compensation. Let us make sure everyone remembers this, for there is money to be earned. Teacher Yu Xiaogang, do you have any writing materials? Yifeng cast his gaze towards Yu Xiaogang. Oh, yes. Yu Xiaogang hastily retrieved his brush and ink. Peng Xing, you, and a few others. Please fetch a large table. Yifeng addressed the assembly. Excellent. Peng Xing, Zhou Feng, and a few others were remarkably swift, promptly bringing out 2 large tables and placing them before the members of Shrek Academy. Yifeng picked up his pen and unfurled the long sheet of paper. The members of Shrek Academy were utterly bewildered. Whether it was Tang San, Xiao Wu, Dai Bai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, or Zhu Zhuqing, they were all at a loss. However, the most perplexed among them was Xiao Wuji. He had already summoned his martial spirit. Yet, in an instant, several hundred people surged forward, encircling the group from Shrek Academy so tightly that not a drop of water could escape. Standing in the center, he resembled a statue on display for all to see. This left him in utter disarray. Had they been soul masters, he could have unleashed his soul skills to send them flying. However, these were mere civilians, and no matter how ruthless Xiao Wuji might be, he could not bring himself to slay hundreds of people, especially with students present. Most extravagantly, the very youth he had intended to confront now stood beside him. his mind reeling in disbelief, repeatedly thinking, how audacious can this fellow be? Before him, the other party had set up 2 tables, laid out white paper, and held a pen in hand, adopting the demeanor of a diligent accountant. If you seek compensation, step right up. Otherwise, our Tsanghui Academy will take a break shortly. And it will be too late for you to ask for help. Feng called out, seemingly oblivious to Xiao Wu's imposing presence and the rest of the Shrek group. I am the proprietor of this establishment. Esteemed Soul Master of Tsanghui Academy, you must advocate for me. Look at the devastation. My humble restaurant typically earns a minimum of 500 gold coins a month, and now it's all gone. At the very least, I demand compensation of 50,000 gold coins. The innkeeper trembled as he raised 3 fingers, his nervousness palpable in his first request for money from a soul master. Wait. 50,000 gold coins? Good, I shall make a note of that. Feng jotted down in his ledger. Chapter 24, The Miserable Dai Xiao. Reduced to tears. 50,000? The innkeeper was momentarily stunned, then elated beyond measure. This was tenfold what he had anticipated. What a benevolent soul master from Tsanghui Academy. In truth, his establishment merited even greater compensation. Yet, being a mere commoner, he dared not provoke these soul masters. To put it mildly, 50,000 gold coins? For this small, shabby place? Dai Mubai, battered and bruised, was taken aback upon witnessing Feng's calculations. His entire being trembling in shock. It was known that a single gold soul coin could sustain a low-income family of 3 for several months. 50,000 gold coins was an astronomical sum. Dai Xiao, do not underestimate this small establishment. Its location is prime, attracting a steady flow of customers, generating as much as 5,000 gold coins in revenue monthly. Seeking 50,000 in compensation is entirely reasonable. Dai Xiao, surely your expression does not indicate that you cannot afford this. Feng turned his gaze towards the battered Dai Mubai, particularly noting the expression in his eyes, which bore the weight of unspoken anguish. This was hardly surprising. Given the exchange rate in this world, a single gold coin was equivalent to several hundred of Earth's currency. After all, as mentioned in the original narrative, a single gold coin could sustain an ordinary family for several months. However, the enrollment fee for Shrek Academy was a staggering 10 gold coins. If we consider the enrollment fee, 10 gold coins would amount to 1,000 units of currency, allowing a destitute individual to subsist on mere vegetables and tree bark for months. Thus, the demand for 500,000 gold coins equated to an exorbitant 50 million renminbi in Earth terms. It was entirely reasonable for him to react with such alarm. Moreover, the tavern owner was acutely aware of the geographical context and the operational status of their establishment. The inn's total value is undoubtedly in the millions. However, due to the nature of their clientele being soul masters, he hesitated to voice his concerns. Now, offering quintuple compensation to the aggrieved party was hardly unjust. Furthermore, one must not forget the stature of Dai Mubai. He was a prince of the Star Luo Empire. An entire empire was at his family's disposal. Such a trifling sum was inconsequential, a mere drop in the ocean. If Dai Mubai could afford it, they could certainly move on to the next matter at hand. Before Dai Mubai could utter a word, Feng continued, I am the proprietor of the bathhouse. I run an inn. 200,000. 500,000. For a family of 7, 5 stories tall? Let us make it 1,000,000. A blank sheet of paper was already inscribed with dozens of names, ranging from sums in the hundreds of thousands to mere thousands of gold coins. Before long, Dai Mubai and his companions realized that the entire town had gathered. Hey, you must be mistaken. Their clothes were just slightly torn, and you're billing 1,000 gold coins? Dai Mubai exclaimed in desperation. He was already soaked with sweat. No matter how wealthy he was, he could not withstand such relentless torment. This was utterly unbearable. Dai Mubai's assertion was misguided. The couple residing in the neighboring inn had suffered considerable psychological trauma due to the destruction of their wall and the theft of their bed, leading to severe emotional distress. Particularly for the male, this incident could potentially result in lasting repercussions. Thus, the compensation of 1,000 gold coins seemed entirely justifiable, did it not? As Feng meticulously recorded the accounts, he exclaimed, Indeed. Absolutely. The young couple nodded fervently in agreement. 1,000 gold coins. That represented a decade's worth of their labor. It was inconceivable to suggest that he was impotent. Even if his house were to catch fire, it would be of little concern. This? Upon hearing this remark, Dai Mubai was left utterly perplexed. The esteemed soul master had just set up a stall, only to have it overturned. All I require is a compensation of 500 gold coins. At that moment, A young man pushed his way to the forefront. Very well, the stall has been destroyed. The account stands at 500 gold coins. Yifeng waved his hand decisively and wrote again. What? Is this not the innkeeper? Is he setting up a stall? Daimubai was astonished, nearly losing his composure. He had encountered those who kept false accounts before, but never had he seen it done in such a brazen manner. This was undoubtedly the innkeeper. The innkeeper suddenly trembled slightly, realizing he had been discovered. It was all over. How could his luck be so poor today? Several individuals had recorded hundreds, even thousands of gold coins. He had intended to take a little for himself. After all, he had taken a fall earlier that day. And his body still ached. Seeking a bit of medical expense seemed reasonable, did it not? How do you know the innkeeper cannot set up a stall? What if his primary occupation is indeed the innkeeper, while his side venture is in the street economy? There is no way to verify that, is there? Hence, according to the principle of the existence of the non-existent, is it not reasonable for the 500 gold coins to be justified? Yifeng inscribed his words, causing Daimubai to spit out a mouthful of blood in frustration. He was furious. How could he not have retorted to such a statement? Furthermore, why had he uttered such foolishness today? Now he truly faced the prospect of losing everything, even his undergarments. With so many witnesses present, his words could not simply be disregarded. Moreover, Zhu Qing was also among the crowd. Today, he had undoubtedly fallen into a trap. How can this be counted so easily? Even if Mubai is willing to compensate, he cannot possibly write such a large sum. At that moment, Xiao Wujin's voice resonated, with a throng of people surrounding them. He knew that resorting to violence was out of the question. The potential for injury or death among the crowd would lead to insurmountable trouble. Meanwhile, Daimubai was so furious he felt like he might collapse. As a teacher, he could not simply stand by and do nothing, especially with the entire town gathering around them. The crowd had swelled from a few hundred to over 1,000. If this young man continued to keep such accounts, Daimubai could very well weep in despair. Teacher Zhao. Daimubai's heart shattered. Tonight, he had truly experienced what it meant to be a victim of circumstance, akin to biting down on a tooth only to swallow it and slice his throat in the process. Oh, I see. Perhaps we should let Senior Xiao Wujin handle the accounts. Allow me to introduce him. This is the head of Shrek Academy and also the Vice Dean, Xiao Wujin. I assure you of his integrity. He will not deceive anyone. Yifeng swiftly cast the pen towards Xiao Wuji, and in an instant, a throng of people surged forth. What? Hey! Xiao Wuji stared in bewilderment at the pen before him. How could he possibly know he was the vice president of Shrek Academy? Moreover, he had no idea how to wield such a writing instrument. I am merely a vendor stationed at the entrance, and my stall has been ruined. 200 gold coins. I too am a vendor. 200 gold coins. One by one, they crowded closer, encircling Xiao Wuji and the Shrek members, leaving them no room to escape. As for Yifeng, he had long since made his escape. His intention was to use the townsfolk to restrain Xiao Wuji, preventing him from taking any rash actions. Otherwise, should the opponent strike, their Tsanghui Academy would undoubtedly gain nothing of value. If there were to be any blame, it would be directed at Daimubai for digging this pit for himself. What a splendid trap! Once Xiao Wuji and his companions were thoroughly exhausted by nightfall, he would challenge Xiao Wuji himself, seize the rewards, and flee. It was simply delightful. P.S. Greetings to all esteemed readers. Due to some confusion with the currency system in Douluo continent, the author has made slight modifications. Additionally, this chapter has been revised. Your continued support is warmly welcomed. Oh haha. Chapter 25, The Arrival of the Haotian Douluo, a combined chapter. Well done, Xiao Feng. At this moment, Yu Zhiqiu gazed towards Yifeng with a satisfied expression. He had initially thought that he would need to engage in a fierce battle to make his escape. However, Yifeng had effortlessly rallied the townsfolk, surrounding the members of Shrek Academy. Even the ruthless king of the unmoving could not bring himself to slay so many individuals in front of his own students. This situation effectively ensnared their adversaries. Director Yi, what are we waiting for? Let us hasten to find a place to stay. With Yifeng's recent clash, he had essentially wrought havoc upon the front portion of the town, yet the rear remained largely intact, offering potential accommodations. There was no need to sleep on the streets. Senior brother, you are simply magnificent, exclaimed the students of Tsanghui Academy, many of whom referred to Yifeng as senior brother, while others, with whom he had a closer rapport, called him Senior Yi. In this moment, the fellow students, regardless of gender, exhibited expressions of admiration. After all, they faced a soul sage, and had the opponent truly decided to attack, injuries would have been inevitable. given that their teacher was merely a soul king. The distinction between a soul king and a soul sage was indeed profound. Let us rest at an inn and depart early tomorrow morning. Striving to avoid any encounters with them, Feng spoke to them, expressing his profound understanding of the Shrek group. Having suffered such a significant setback, they would undoubtedly seek to reclaim their honor in any way possible. Encountering them would prove to be quite troublesome. The members of Tsanghui Academy nodded in agreement. Who would wish to cross paths with those unruly ruffians? They would rather avoid them entirely. Thus, they arrived at a relatively secluded and located at the back of the small town, where the Tsanghui Academy group took up residence. Feng returned to his room, assuming the role of a teaching assistant at the Tsanghui Academy. Consequently, he possessed a private chamber of his own. After securely locking the door, he retreated to the bathroom to indulge in a soothing bath, having endured a tiring day. It was indeed time to unwind. As for Xiao Wu, there was no need for haste. He trusted they were preoccupied at that moment. Human greed knows no bounds, and there would undoubtedly be individuals eager to take advantage of the situation. 3 hours swiftly passed. The moon hung high in the sky, its form resembling a partially obscured letter C. To his dismay, Feng found himself facing a staggering loss of 30 million gold coins. Finally, the last individual departed, leaving behind a table filled with white paper, inscribed with names and corresponding amounts. Upon calculation, it was revealed that Dai Mubai had incurred a loss of 30 million gold coins that night. He longed to turn back time to the evening and deliver several resounding slaps to himself. Alas, there exists no remedy for regret in this world. The papers bore the unmistakable imprint of red handprints, ensuring that this financial burden could not be evaded. The town's mayor had even been roused, becoming one of the second batch of witnesses. The figures were indeed extravagant. Xiao Wu, with a thinning crown, scratched his head, losing clumps of hair in the process. The surrounding populace buzzed with chatter, their agitation palpable. Fortunately, Tang San and his companions joined to assist with the accounting, alleviating some of Dai Mubai's impending breakdown. As he gazed at the daunting numbers, his brow furrowed, and his expression conveyed sheer dismay. How would the esteemed Dai handle such an enormous sum? The slightly haggard figure of the stout man cast a sympathetic glance at the pallid Dai Mubai. Some individuals had abused their status, only to receive a valuable lesson in humility. At that moment, a cool voice broke through the tension, laced with a hint of mockery. Dai Mubai can certainly afford this loss. The unexpected remark caused Dai Mubai's fists to crack ominously as he fixated on the girl clad in black. His mood was already precarious, and her provocation ignited his irritation. I know you can pay, but if it weren't for your deliberate instigation, would we be entangled in such troubles? Isn't it better to avoid unnecessary conflicts? Zhu Zhuqing retorted coldly. She was pragmatic, fully aware of the earlier incident. It was evident that Dai Mubai and his companions had instigated the conflict, underestimating their opponents and ultimately finding themselves outmatched. Xiao Wu attempted to intervene, but that person skillfully deflected the situation, highlighting Dai Mubai's folly, which reflected poorly on the entire Shrek Academy. You seek your own demise. Upon hearing those words, Dai Mubai summoned his martial spirit, disregarding his injuries as he raised his fist, preparing to strike at Zhu Zhuqing. If you have the courage, then end me. A tempest of pressure surged forth, enveloping him with explosive force. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing stood undaunted, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Dai Mubai. If she were afraid, she would not have come here. Enough, Mubai. Xiao Wujia's voice rang out, his eyes locked on Dai Mubai. You best tread carefully. Reluctantly, Dai Mubai lowered his fist. Though frustration coursed through him, he refrained from acting. Indeed, we have been ensnared today, Tang San remarked with a slight shake of his head. He had also suffered significantly that evening. Had it not been for Xiao Wujia's timely intervention, he might have become another victim like Dai Mubai. Xiao San, what on earth happened? It seems that fellow bears a grudge against you, Dai Mubai inquired, curiosity evident in his gaze. The others turned their attention to Tang San, eager to uncover the backstory. There is no grudge. He simply resented my master for rejecting his request to take him as a disciple, Tang San explained, wishing to divulge little more. In this world, one could only have one master, and revealing certain truths could lead to misunderstandings that tarnished his master's reputation. Rejected as a disciple? The revelation sparked a wave of astonishment among the crowd. Even Xiao Wujia wore a look of disbelief. The boy appeared to be only slightly older than Tang San, yet he had achieved the rank of Soul Master at level 39. How could someone of such caliber be turned away? The incredulity surrounding Tang San's master grew palpable. Initially, his soul power was too low, merely at level 2. Perhaps my master sensed his ulterior motives and chose not to accept him, Tang San clarified. Only 2 levels of soul power? That's implausible. The Shrek team exclaimed in disbelief. At such a young age, one could not possibly ascend to Soul Master with only 2 levels of soul power. Normally, a level 2 would only reach the pinnacle of a great Soul Master. Yet here was someone of similar age, surpassing them by a full 10 ranks. Honestly, I cannot explain it, Tang San admitted with a shrug. He had once believed Feng had perished in the soul-hunting forest, only to discover he not only survived but had advanced to Soul Master. Particularly astonishing was the revelation that Feng's final soul ring was a millennium old. It was utterly unfathomable. It seemed he would need to return to his master to inquire about this extraordinary situation. What did he mean by being bitten by the Mandala snake and left to die? Zhu Zhiqing interjected, having sensed the resentment emanating from the young man named Feng. Clearly, Tang San or his master had wronged him deeply. The snake bite was merely an accident. I stumbled upon the Mandala snake and was pursued. However, the matter is convoluted, and I cannot elaborate further. The hour is late. Perhaps we should find a place to rest behind the town. And I shall share more details then. At this moment, Tang San shifted the topic, unwilling to delve deeper into the matter. After all, it was true that the teacher had indeed given Feng a pushback then. Later, when he absorbed the spirit ring, the teacher informed him that Feng's body had been taken care of. To be honest, he hadn't inquired further about the subsequent events, leaving him somewhat in the dark regarding the entire process. It was also possible that the teacher had intended to remove the poison from Feng. Believing he had failed when in fact he succeeded, he could not be certain. He would have to wait until he saw the teacher again to ask about these matters. For now, he decided to set it aside. Well, it's getting late. Let's find a place to rest, Xiao Wu interjected. It was already midnight, and they needed to set out to hunt soul beasts in the Stardoe forest the following morning. All right, the group proceeded toward the rear of the town. Brother, what exactly happened back then? On the way, Xiao Wu curiously inquired of Tang San. She vaguely sensed that there might be more to the story than met the eye. Moreover, in her view, the master resembled a charlatan. Xiao Wu found it difficult to understand Tang San's decision to become his disciple. It's nothing. Just a misunderstanding from back then. I'll explain it to you properly later, Tang San reassured her. Soon, the group found an inn. However, since the inns at the front of the town had been destroyed and it was late, the Shrek team was forced to pay a higher price just to secure a place to sleep. The moon shone brightly, and a gentle breeze wafted through the air. Sigh. What on earth happened today? Can't these little monsters give me a break? Xiao Wu lamented as he collapsed onto the bed in his room, utterly exhausted. Suddenly, a sound echoed from outside. Who is it? Xiao Wu sprang up, his body tense with vigilance. Xiao Wu. The voice was clearer this time. First soul skill. Unmoving King's true body. Who dares to play tricks? Show yourself. Xiao Wu was exceptionally irate, unleashing his Unmoving King's true body. Unmoving King Xiao Wu has a fierce temper. If you wish to fight, come at me. As the voice faded, silence fell once more. Xiao Wu noticed a figure darting swiftly towards the distant forest. In awe, he watched the figure, momentarily lost in thought. It dawned on him that just a few days prior, he had experienced a similar encounter, same method, same scene, and seemingly the same voice. Could it be that individual had come? Today, it was Tang San who was beaten. Last time, it was also Tang San who faced a similar fate. At this realization, Xiao Wu's back instantly soaked with sweat. It's over. It must be that person come to hold me accountable. He had been so brazen in questioning who they were. I'm done for. Xiao Wu hurriedly retracted his martial spirit, a look of regret washing over him as he slapped the back of his head. What a calamity. In a swift motion, he leaped from the window and made his way into the nearby forest. Before long, he spotted a figure cloaked in black. In an instant, he found it difficult to breathe, as though someone had gripped his throat, rendering him uncomfortable. Who else could it be in such attire? Tang San's father had arrived, the legendary Douluo, an existence capable of shaking the entire continent. At this moment, whether he would survive was in question. Throughout his life, Xiao Wu had not committed particularly heinous acts. Why was he so unfortunate? Unmoving King Xiao Wu, a deep and heavy voice resonated. Why yes, I am here, Xiao Wu stuttered. Do you know your crimes? The ominous voice echoed again. Hao Tian, your highness, I acknowledge my mistakes, Xiao Wu replied, sensing the gravity of the situation. Indeed. Whenever the younger one was injured, the elder would promptly come to confront him. How could Xiao Wu be so unfortunate as to have brought forth an ancestor? Put this on, the shadow commanded from the tree, tossing down a hefty burlap sack. Hao Tian, your highness, What is the meaning of this? Xiao Wujin panicked, bewildered by the situation. What could this burlap sack signify? Surely, the benevolent Haoyan from before Wu Ti enacts such brutal measures. Given today's events, I trust you understand my intentions? The low voice articulated. Why yes, all right, Xiao Wujin, with a face full of grievance, picked up the sack from the ground and pulled it over his head, hoping that Haoyan would show mercy. With a resounding boom, Xiao Wujin felt an overwhelming dizziness as he crashed onto a pile of rubble. Yet, the onslaught did not cease. It continued. Beep. The host has received a new message. Suddenly, the cloaked figure paused in astonishment. He had not expected the task to be completed so swiftly. Perhaps he should reward old Xiao with a grand gift. A black soul ring surged forth. Titanic strength. A fist charged with tumultuous soul power, accompanied by a sharp rush of air, barreled toward Xiao Wujin. This was the third soul skill bestowed upon him by the system, the 10,000-year Titan. It represented his soul pure power type soul skill. Today, he had merely utilized a third of its strength and nearly claimed Tang San's life. It was also one of his current trump cards. The speed type soul bone he received today, combined with this power type diamond fist, offered him a chance to emulate Tang Hao. Thus, this night, he effortlessly fulfilled the task assigned by the system. Otherwise, attempting to strike Xiao Wujin would have been exceedingly difficult, even with the speed type soul bone acquired today. If they provoked Xiao Wujin, they might not escape unscathed. After all, Xiao Wujin was a soul sage of level 76, while he was merely a soul master of level 39. The disparity was indeed considerable. However, some matters are not solely determined by strength. Occasionally, a clever strategy can yield unexpected results, much like today. As a man well versed in the plot, Feng recognized that Xiao Wujin had been hammered by Tang Hao previously, leaving him with significant psychological scars. Thus, he mimicked Tang Hao's previous actions, and as expected, Xiao Wujin took the bait. Ultimately, he accomplished the system's task with ease. At this moment, Feng returned to the inn in high spirits. After all, what could be more delightful than completing a task? What could be more exhilarating than preparing to summon his second martial soul? Nothing. On the other side, Xiao Wujin soared freely within the confines of a burlap sack. Clang. It was uncertain upon which mountain peak he had landed. He tumbled several times before separating from the sack and rolling out. His appearance was such that even Flander would struggle to recognize him, with his bruised and battered visage. Goodness, where am I? Has His Highness Haoyan been excessively forceful? Xiao Wujin wiped the blood from his nose, his expression one of complete bewilderment as he surveyed his surroundings. When in his life had he ever endured such humiliation? Alas, this year, nay, this month alone, he had suffered twice. What a travesty. It was truly a calamity. What sort of miscreants had Flander recruited this year? A little princess from the Seven Treasures glazed tile school and the very son of His Highness Haoyan. Mubai was far preferable. At least his family would not come seeking trouble. Xiao Wujin muttered to himself while clutching his injuries. An hour slipped by in the blink of an eye. Why does this place feel so familiar? Xiao Wujin gazed at the burlap sack on the ground, his mind flooded with questions. It soon dawned upon him that he had lost his way. Indeed, he had become disoriented in this vast, pitch-black forest. This bout of confusion nearly cost him his life. But that is a tale for another time. Meanwhile, Feng was quietly resting in a guest house, having just taken a refreshing bath. Ding! The host has 2 unread messages. Feng activated the system, and immediately, 2 lines of unread message notifications appeared before him. The host had completed the critical mission against Xiao Wujia, achieving an SSS rating, and was rewarded with 10 million gold coins, 1 fragment of the unparalleled second martial soul, and a mysterious grand gift pack. Today's exercise value was settled, granting the host 18,000 exercise points, which had been converted into upgrade experience. Upon opening the 2 unread messages, the first detailed the rewards from the system dungeon, while the second outlined the day's exercise value settlement. The system rewarded him daily based on his activities, and previously, his exercise value had typically ranged from dozens to hundreds, peaking at around 1,000. To his astonishment, today it surged directly to 18,000. Could this be attributed to his skirmishes with the Child of Destiny and Xiao Wujia? The high exercise value left Feng utterly astonished. Originally at soul power level 39, with system experience at 391,000, it had now undergone a transformation. Host: Feng, current dimension, Douluo continent, gender, male, age, 13 years, martial soul, bloodthirsty demon scythe. 5 fragments of the second martial soul, capable of summoning the unparalleled martial soul, soul power, level 40 experience. 9, 000 of 100. 000 gold coins, 15 million awaiting use. Mysterious grand gift pack. The system status bar now floated before Yi Feng. Indeed, after leveling up, he only needed to offset the remaining 9,000 experience points. It seemed that the upgrade process had become increasingly arduous. Previously, upgrading from level 10 to 20 required 200,000 experience points, from 20 to 30 demanded 300,000, and from 30 to 40 necessitated 400,000. Now, however, advancing from level 40 to 50 astonishingly required 1,000,000 experience points. It appeared that the challenges had multiplied. He would need 100,000 experience points to level up. He pondered what the mysterious gift pack might contain. Could it be a soul ring? At this moment, Yi Feng lay in bed, gazing at the status bar that only he could perceive, murmuring to himself, "Ding! Congratulations, host, on unsealing the mysterious gift pack. 1 fragment of the third martial soul, 1 fragment of a divine pet, and 1 minute of fortitude elixir." Yi Feng, filled with curiosity, opened the mysterious grand gift package, expecting to acquire a soul ring. After all, he had ascended to the soul sect level. With the addition of a soul ring, he would instantaneously become a true soul sect member. However, to his astonishment, he discovered a third soul fragment instead. Was this akin to the Russian nesting dolls? He had only just gathered the fragments for his second soul, and now he was presented with a third? Was this even appropriate? Furthermore, what was this divine pet fragment? He, Yi Feng, was merely striving to exist in this world. And yet he was being offered a pet? Naturally, the most bewildering aspect was the final item. Upon his first glance, he nearly thought he was mistaken. Stamina pill for 1 minute. What on earth was this? He was merely 13 years old. Such a thing was unnecessary for him. Moreover, he did not even have a girlfriend. Was the system out of its mind? Oh, there was even a function introduction? As a gentleman, Yi Feng initially hesitated to delve into such nonsensical matters. However, with a large red exclamation mark floating enticingly before him, it felt inappropriate not to click on it. He sought to uncover the nature of this peculiar pill. The description read, "The stamina pill for 1 minute is a type of pill designed to enhance combat ability, allowing the host to maintain stamina in battle for 1 minute." Such a succinct statement left Yi Feng even more perplexed. Did this not contain a hint of ambiguity? Nevertheless, he chose to accept that the system might not be entirely conventional and classified it as a combat-enhancing pill for the time being. Yet, 1 minute seemed exceedingly brief. He pondered what his second soul would summon. Yi Feng eagerly arrived at the location of the martial soul. A warning emerged. Caution. The second martial soul is exceedingly powerful. Please find a safe place to awaken. Just as he clicked to summon the extraordinary martial soul, a line of ominous red text appeared. Could it be true? This entity actually required a secure environment for awakening? Was this system truly so perilous? What kind of martial soul possessed such formidable strength? It seemed another journey was inevitable. Yi Feng is precisely this kind of person, unable to wait until the morrow. He immediately donned a fresh set of garments and hurried outside the inn. Warning. The second martial spirit is exceedingly potent. This location remains unsuitable for awakening. Please find a secure place, the system reiterated. What on earth is this martial spirit? How demanding it is. Surely awakening on the mountaintop would suffice. Yi Feng seethed with fury as he ascended to the peak of a distant mountain overlooking the tranquil town. The night enveloped the settlement in serene stillness, with its inhabitants blissfully lost in the embrace of slumber. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion shattered the calm, and a mushroom cloud spiraled skyward from the far-off mountain, reducing its summit to mere rubble. Chapter 27. The Tragic Xiao Wu. An earthquake struck. The entire town sprang into action, everyone leaping from their beds, some even rushing outside swathed in blankets. It was not an earthquake, but something far more terrifying. A mountain had erupted in a violent explosion, belching forth thick smoke akin to a volcanic eruption. What on earth was happening? The members of Tsanghui Academy were left in utter disbelief, while those from Shrek Academy gazed in shock at the flaming mountain in the distance. What had transpired? Various factions stood bewildered, grappling with the inexplicable detonation of a mountain. After several minutes of gathering to witness the spectacle, the excitement began to wane. With no earthquake or volcanic activity to fear, they realized they were safe for the night. Exhausted from a long day, they preferred to return to the comfort of their beds rather than dwell on the unfolding events. Yet, on that distant mountaintop. One figure remained ablaze with intensity. Feng stood there, his hair standing on end, his face as dark as coal, his clothing in tatters resembling that of a beggar, the front half obliterated in the explosion. In his palm rested a small creature, akin to a silkworm, radiating a temperature reminiscent of molten lava, leaving him utterly disoriented. Second martial soul, sky-splitting explosion, a divine-grade soul beast of the fire attribute, with the skill of explosion. The higher the soul ring level, the greater the range of the blast, which may inadvertently harm the host. Exercise caution in its use. Before Feng appeared a status bar. At the top was an introduction to the small, silkworm-like creature in his palm, glowing with a magma hue. Crackling explosion? What a ridiculous name. And this thing is nothing but a bomb, isn't it? Feng was caught in the explosion, the tremendous shockwave nearly dislodging his teeth. As for what lay ahead, that was a different story entirely. He was currently in a state of suspension. After all, such a massive detonation had obliterated the entire mountain. Fortunately, he had fled swiftly. Otherwise, it would not merely have been a matter of being suspended, but rather a direct encounter with demise. On the now bald mountaintop, Feng changed into a fresh outfit. He returned to his room around 2 or 3 in the morning, primarily to avoid revealing his explosive hairstyle to others. He decided to delay his return slightly, intending to tidy himself up in the bathroom before re-emerging in his usual form. Thus, the night, once shattered, gradually regained its serene tranquility. In the distance, the first rays of dawn began to rise. At long last, he had returned. The town, now fragmented, bore witness to his disheveled figure, bruised face, and unsteady gait. Finally, Xiao Wu had come back. He was drenched in sweat, his body marred by numerous injuries. Who could fathom what he had encountered the previous night? It was a close call. Even a seasoned soul saint of level 76 like him had nearly met his end. Your Highness Haoyan, I truly want to dare again. Xiao Wu staggered through the back door of the inn. It was a foregone conclusion. Given his current state, if any of his students were to see him, they would surely burst into laughter. He had already endured their mockery when he left the academy. This time would be even worse. And he estimated that these little monsters would laugh their teeth out. Xiao, teacher? Just as Xiao Wu entered through the back door, he heard someone calling out to him, the voice tinged with incredulity. Is it really you, Teacher Xiao? What has happened to you? How did you end up like this? The figure sprinted over to Xiao Wu, their expression bizarre, barely suppressing laughter. What is that expression on your face? Come here, come here. This morning, I'll give you a proper lesson and practice some soul techniques. Xiao Wu glared at the figure before him, especially since the other seemed to be stifling laughter, causing his face to turn an ashen hue. Although he dared not act against His Highness Haoyan, he could still give Ma Hongjun a special training session with a single hand. No, 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 Teacher Xiao, I absolutely meant no mockery. I was merely yawning. Ma Hongjun hastily explained. If it were truly the case that Teacher Xiao was giving him special training, he would hardly be able to rise from his bed today. Even Dai Lao had needed 3 days of rest after such training. What on earth is wrong with you? Why are you returning at this hour instead of sleeping? Xiao Wu scrutinized Ma Hongjun. It was evident that he had not been at the inn the previous night. Teacher Xiao, you know I'm not one to waste time. I just took the opportunity to relieve some stress last night, but fearing it would delay our departure this morning, I returned at this hour, Ma Hongjun replied. He had incurred significant costs today. While everyone else was still asleep, he had rushed back to the inn at the crack of dawn. In the past, he would never have wasted a moment, always arriving just in time. Today had been quite the sacrifice. You should take better care of yourself. And tell them not to depart today. Let us rest for a day and set out the day after, Xiao Wu instructed before covering his face, which resembled a pig's head, and trudging upstairs. This was truly a stroke of misfortune. Why did he have to encounter these little monsters, especially Ma Hongjun? He shuddered at the thought of what those loose lips might say about him. Alas, his reputation as the unmoving king was in jeopardy. Xiao Wu sighed heavily. All right. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun perked up as if infused with energy. After all, the time had not yet arrived. It was still morning, with hours yet to go until noon. He dashed upstairs to inform Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others, wasting no time in having them relay the message to Ning Rongrong and the other girls. Meanwhile, he bolted to a secluded inn in a corner. Shortly after, within one of the rooms, a person who had just fallen asleep was suddenly awoken by a cacophony of distressing sounds. In the village, it was evident just how dire Ma Hongjun's situation had become, especially after his breakup with Tsuwa. As the morning light began to filter in, it was now 8 o'clock. An hour later, the students of Tsanghue Academy gathered in the dining hall. Lioli, Xiaoxing, has your senior brother Yifeng not yet descended? Yi Zhiqiu inquired of Su Liuli and Peng Xing. Perhaps due to the exhausting battle yesterday, senior brother is currently resting? Peng Xing responded. Shall I go check on him? Su Liuli suggested. Very well, do go and take a look. Also, kindly summon Xiao Feng down. Let us not waste any more time. Yu Zhiqiu remarked. Thus, Su Liuli ascended the stairs while the others continued their breakfast, their minds awash with astonishment. It seemed that only senior brother Yifeng could enjoy such treatment. Previously, they had heard that the director of the External Affairs Department, teacher Yu Zhiqiu, was notoriously fierce. When they learned that she would lead the expedition in search of soul rings, they felt a tinge of apprehension. However, the situation took a surprising turn. Particularly for senior brother Yifeng. It felt as though teacher Yu Zhiqiu was not merely guiding students but was, in fact, leading a delegation. Had it been someone else, they might have barged in during breakfast, dragging people out without a second thought. They were not exaggerating. There had indeed been such instances. Knock, knock, knock. Is senior brother Yi awake? Su Liuli called as she knocked on the door. I had a little matter that delayed me, and I apologize for keeping everyone waiting. Yifeng opened the door with a beaming smile. However, for those who observed closely, a trace of embarrassment lingered beneath that smile. After a morning of toil, his disheveled hair was finally tamed, and his overall appearance had returned to a commendable state. The flaws were nearly imperceptible. Otherwise, should this group of individuals draw a connection between the explosion from the previous night and him, an avalanche of troubles would undoubtedly ensue. Senior Yi, what happened to your face? Su Liuli's captivating eyes regarded Yifeng with curiosity. Indeed, a woman's intuition can be quite formidable. Last night, Yifeng suffered not only to his hair but also to his face. He was brushed by the residual shockwave when the second martial soul emerged. However, after a night of recuperation, he has largely returned to his normal state. If one were to discern any difference, it would be a barely perceptible red mark that is difficult to notice with the naked eye. It's nothing to worry about. I merely pressed against it while sleeping last night. Yifeng casually offered an excuse. Indeed, this place is rather uncomfortable for sleeping. Senior Yi, what would you like to eat? I can go down and get it for you. Su Liuli inquired with a cheerful smile. Unlike other seniors, she felt inexplicably at ease and comfortable in Yifeng's presence. That's not necessary. I will head down myself now. Yifeng responded. He had never been one to put on airs, nor did he relish looking down on others from a lofty perch. Thus, Yifeng and Su Liuli descended together to the restaurant below. Greetings, Senior Yifeng. Upon seeing him arrive, everyone from Songhui Academy greeted him in unison. There's no need for such formality. Yifeng gestured for everyone to feel at ease. Although he was indeed their senior, he was actually of a similar age to the others, with many even being his seniors in years. Xiao Feng, why did you oversleep today? We only have a week for this outing, and we need to find the soul rings for 9 individuals. Time is of the essence. Yi Zhiqiu addressed Yifeng with a tone that was exceptionally amiable, leaving the onlookers momentarily taken aback. Indeed, in this realm, strength reigns supreme. Even the esteemed director Yu Zhiqiu, who has attained the Soul King realm, felt the need to be courteous in the presence of her senior brother, Yifeng, who stands at the formidable 39th level. Director Yi, it seems this time we may need to extend our time a bit, she remarked, as Yifeng served the rice. He spoke. Oh? Yu Zhiqiu wore a perplexed expression, as did the others, all taken aback. Why did senior brother Yifeng suggest extending the time? It was because I had advanced to level 40 last night, and now I required not merely 9 soul rings, but 10. Yifeng chuckled. Suddenly, Peng Xing spat out his food. Clatter. Su Liuli's bowl fell to the ground. Cough, cough. Xiao Feng, have you broken through to level 40? On the side, Yu Zhiqiu was nearly choked. After forcefully gulping down a glass of water, he finally regained his composure. It was utterly astonishing. How could it be? In just a month, he had ascended from level 39 to level 40. What a freak. No wonder he has garnered such favor from that esteemed individual. Senior brother, your extraordinary talents leave us at a loss. The others from Songhui Academy felt utterly overwhelmed, both mentally and physically. They had never witnessed such a prodigy. There are always greater individuals beyond the horizon. My achievements are but a mere drop in the ocean. As Yifeng savored his breakfast, he couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Snow's prowess had already ascended to the Soul Sage level, and she was merely a few years his senior. Reflecting on his own journey at that age, he realized he had already achieved the rank of Soul King. A wave of shame washed over him. For despite possessing a system that granted him advantages, he found himself outperformed by her. With 5 years remaining, he anticipated that as his experience points increased, the challenges ahead would undoubtedly become more formidable. Whether he could attain the Soul Sage rank by the time he turned 18 remained a significant uncertainty. The road ahead was long, and he must strive harder. Chapter 28. The Mysterious Shadow of the Night. The members of Tsanghui Academy exchanged exasperated glances. At such a tender age and with such accomplishments, it was nearly impossible to find another like her across the continent. Indeed, it seemed that the senior brother considered himself a true prodigy, a remarkable talent beyond compare. Xiao, this is a fortunate development. It appeared that I, Yu Xiaogang, had taken on yet another formidable task to assist you in finding your soul ring. Yu Xiaogang exhibited an exuberant demeanor, as it was the first time he had witnessed a student advancing at such an astonishing pace. This individual undoubtedly harbors a promising future, with the potential to become the seventh figure on the esteemed roster of elders within the Spirit Hall. It shall indeed be a demanding journey for Director Yi. Yu Feng smiled gently. Life is too arduous to dismantle. Yu Xiaogang last sought to spar with him, only to find himself thoroughly bested, his spectacles shattered, rendering him bedridden for a considerable fortnight. Confronted by formidable soul beasts, tending to the 9 students from Tsanghui Academy had already proven to be a daunting task. The endeavor of securing soul rings was largely contingent upon their adversaries, which seemed nearly impossible. Thus, they were left to their own devices. After a hearty breakfast, the group prepared to embark towards the Douluo forest. Along the way, Yu Xiaogang elucidated for his companions. He explained that the Douluo forest is the largest woodland on the continent. Presently, even the most elite soul masters can only venture into the central region, while the core area remains untouched by human presence. Consequently, their quest for soul rings would take place in the outermost zone of the Douluo forest, where one typically encounters soul beasts of a century, millennium, and a scarce few of 10,000 years, as they were all on the cusp of ascending to soul respect. The general expectation was to seek out millennium soul beasts. At noon, accompanied by a gentle, refreshing breeze, the group ventured into the periphery of the Douluo forest. However, nearly half an hour had elapsed when they were enveloped by eerie sounds emanating from within the woods. The rustling was unsettling, sending a chill down their spines. Could it be a serpent? Everyone, exercise caution. Yu Xiaogang halted his steps, signaling everyone to exercise caution. Suddenly, in the distance, a sleek, black figure rose. Its dark eyes glimmered like the icy scythe of death. It was the Mandala snake. Everyone, retreat. At this moment, Yu Feng shouted to the crowd. He was exceedingly familiar with this creature. He had encountered it 5 years ago and nearly perished at its hands. If this entity were to infiltrate their ranks, the complications would be insurmountable. The black Mandala snake? It has not been seen for a millennium. Yu Xiao's body trembled. If it were the ancient black Mandala snake, then today would indeed spell great trouble. Should it be a creature of 10,000 years, then none would survive this day. The serpent, violet-hued and stretching 10 meters long, had just reached its millennium mark. Director Yi, please ensure the safety of everyone behind you. Yu Feng possessed knowledge regarding the identification of soul beasts. By discerning the radiance emanating from the creature and its length, he gauged its approximate age. All right, but exercise caution. Confronting the Mandala snake is a formidable challenge. Protecting the students from harm was equally daunting. In that moment, Yu Xiaogang swiftly unleashed his soul ring, summoning the Xian turtle to his side, remaining vigilant to every movement around him. Meanwhile, Yu Feng dashed forward with remarkable speed. Hiss, has senior brother Feng lost his mind? Behind them, the students of Tsanghui Academy were left utterly astounded, witnessing their senior wielding a sharp curved blade, charging at the black Mandala snake without even invoking his martial spirit. It was nothing short of terrifying. It is important to note that the Mandala snake is a soul beast imbued with potent venom, known to actively hunt humans. Xiao, Yu Xiaogang, too, was bewildered. What on earth was happening? Is Yu Feng excessively confident? He dares to engage in close combat with a 1,000-year-old soul beast. The Mandala snake, no less. Yet, they remain oblivious to the fact that Yu Feng has harbored a deep-seated grudge against the black Mandala snake since 5 or 6 years ago. Back then, he was relentlessly pursued by the snake, ensnared in its coils, and bitten by its venomous fangs, leaving him feeling as though he were drowning in poison. This ordeal has cast a long shadow over his psyche. Now, encountering it feels akin to facing a sworn enemy, one that must be vanquished. Of course, the only reason Yu Feng dares to charge forward with his blade in hand is due to his immunity to poison. After previously succumbing to the Mandala snake's venom, he underwent systematic enhancements, granting him complete immunity to its toxins. Without such a boon, charging recklessly would be sheer folly. Ah, behold, The onlookers from Songhui Academy stand in stunned silence. They witness Feng executing an incredibly intricate footwork, skillfully evading the Mandala snake's attacks. Then, with a swift motion, 1 strike, 2 strikes, 9 strikes, 10 strikes. Each thrust plunges into the snake's body, its eyes, its belly, each a testament to his ferocity. Liuli. This Mandala snake aligns perfectly with your martial spirit, sees the opportunity to absorb its soul ring. Within 2 minutes, Feng drags the nearly defeated Mandala snake to Su Liuli's side. Thank you, Senior Yi, she replies gratefully. The instructor and the assistant lend their aid to combat the formidable soul beast, and with but a breath left. It is customary even across the continent for those in need to deliver the final blow for the soul ring's absorption, so Su Liuli nods without hesitation. With so many present, she cannot afford to waste their time for her own sake. Thus, after vanquishing the Mandala snake, she sits cross-legged to absorb the soul ring. What has this Mandala snake endured? Ordinarily, soul beasts resist the absorption of their years of cultivation, unwilling to serve as a mere vessel for others. Yet, this time, her experience was astonishingly smooth. She even sensed a trace of joy emanating from the depths of the Mandala's being. Indeed, joy. What has this Mandala snake been through to perceive death as a release? An hour passes, and Su Liuli successfully absorbs the soul ring, becoming the first in the group to ascend to the rank of Soul Master. Meanwhile, the Songhui Academy team continues their journey. As they gaze upon the setting sun, the sky begins to sparkle with a myriad of radiant hues. It is 10 o'clock, it is getting late, so let us rest. We can search for the remaining soul rings tomorrow. Who knows, we might even complete our mission ahead of schedule. The tents are already set up. The Songhui Academy team consists of 11 members and 5 tents. Yu Xiaogang, along with his assistant Feng, 3 male classmates, and 6 girls with 2 tents, found themselves in a moment of camaraderie. At that instant, Yu Xiaogang remarked, "Today, our search for soul rings has been exceptionally fruitful. In just a single afternoon, we have discovered 5 soul rings, and all 5 classmates, including Su Liuli, have successfully ascended to the rank of Soul Master. Under ordinary circumstances, it might take an entire day to find even one suitable ring." As the evening approached, Feng was reminded to rest early, receiving warm goodnights from his companions. They also extended their wishes to Yu Xiaogang, albeit with a lackluster enthusiasm that suggested it was merely a formality. This left a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. However, Feng's peculiarities, coupled with his friendship with the esteemed Crown Prince Shuqinghe, kept him from voicing any discontent. "Xiaofeng, do take care to sleep early as well," came the parting advice. Yu Xiaogang glanced at Feng and said, "I shall enter once the fire has extinguished." A blaze flickered in the center of the camp, primarily to deter any disturbances from soul beasts. Young ones must also heed their health. Rest early. I shall retire now. With that, Yu Xiaogang entered the tent. The ground was scattered with a special medicinal powder from Songhui Academy, ensuring that the moment a soul beast approached, everyone would be alerted. Thus, there was no need for a night watch. After a prolonged yawn, Feng, who had been engrossed in studying the system, felt the weight of drowsiness settling in. He rose, preparing to enter the tent for slumber. Suddenly, a voice echoed within Feng's mind. "Who?" Upon hearing the voice, Feng immediately became alert. His nerves taut with tension. "Follow me," the voice continued to resonate in his ears. Yet, everything within the tent remained unchanged, indicating that no one else had heard this sound. Was it a transmission? Who could possibly be communicating with him? And as for following, where would that lead him? Just as he pondered these questions, a figure clad in gray attire, draped in what appeared to be a somewhat disheveled cloak, swept past him. P.S. Esteemed readers, the author is embarking on a new book competition, running from Saturday to Monday. As a novice author, I sincerely hope that this work will not be relegated to obscurity by the website, preventing me from continuing my writing journey. Therefore, in earnest, I shall provide 2 updates starting tomorrow, and should there be any rewards, I will ensure a 3rd update. For the sake of data, I am determined. Lastly, I extend my gratitude to the Reader 99 for their generous support. May this competition yield miraculous results. Chapter 29, finished, being pursued by Haoyan Douluo. Who is it? Feng's nerves were tauter than ever before, yet the individual paid him no heed. It was as if the person deliberately sought to assert their presence before him, only to sweep past in an instant and vanish into thin air. Feng did not hesitate and followed immediately. He was determined to uncover the identity of this enigmatic figure. After 2 minutes of pursuit, the person halted in a secluded area of the forest, where silence enveloped the surroundings. "You finally arrived. You certainly possess a considerable amount of courage," the figure proclaimed, standing atop the treetops, the wind billowing through his tattered and grimy cloak. "Who are you?" Feng fixed his gaze upon the individual before him. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he discerned a profound sense of weariness emanating from the other's words. Furthermore, the attire of this person bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a certain individual. Could it be that after confronting a youth by day, the elder had indeed come seeking vengeance under the cover of night? In Feng's mind, a myriad of thoughts flickered. Having been denied entry by Tang San in the past, he had never encountered the true Tang Hao. His mind was merely filled with fragmented images from previous anime and manga. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that today I seek someone to hone my skills, spoke the figure cloaked in mystery. In an instant, Feng sensed an unprecedented pressure. You must be Tang Hao, the father of Tang San, am I correct? Feng tentatively inquired, how intriguing. When did such shallow waters in St. Soul Village conceal a fledgling dragon? The man in the gray cloak turned around. His somewhat disheveled attire and stubbled face suggesting he had not groomed himself in quite some time. Nevertheless, an irresistible aura of authority emanated from him. It is truly you, the illustrious Douluo, intervening in the affairs of the younger generation. It is indeed a revelation. Feng felt a tremor within as he beheld the man before him. His suspicions were confirmed, but this revelation bore ill tidings. Tang Hao is a titled Douluo, a formidable being who had once stood toe-to-toe with the Spirit Hall. Possessing a soul ring of 100,000 years, should the other harbor murderous intent, his demise would be all but assured. However, given that he had exercised considerable restraint during yesterday's skirmish with Tang San, it could be deemed mere childish play. Surely, a figure of Tang Hao's stature would not take it upon himself to exact vengeance? The peculiarities of the Tang family were indeed perplexing. If matters escalated beyond control, he might resort to invoking Shui Heir's name, for she was the princess of the Heavendo Empire. He could not bear the thought of his lineage being abruptly severed. You are aware of my identity? Ah, I had almost forgotten that you share a cordial relationship with the crown prince of the Heavendo Empire, Shuqinghe. Tang Hao remarked with a different smile. In truth, he had been nearby when Feng injured his son the previous day. Moreover, during the night when Feng impersonated him to seek Xiao Wu, Tang Hao had been covertly observing. He pondered, reflecting on how an unremarkable youth from years past now seemed utterly transformed, effortlessly toying with a soul saint. What fueled his audacity? Furthermore, what was the source of his newfound prowess? Could it be attributed to the mandra snake? Had his body undergone mutation after the serpent's bite, thus accelerating his cultivation? These enigmas left Tang Hao in a state of bewilderment. Driven by curiosity, he had dedicated considerable time last night and this morning to investigate Feng. To his astonishment, he discovered the profound connection between Feng and Shuqinghe, the two referring to each other as close friends. Merely days after being bitten by the snake 5 years prior, Feng had entered Songhui Academy, swiftly rising to become its most illustrious star. Given the Academy's esteemed knowledge and the status of the Empire's crown prince, it was not surprising that Tang Hao recognized him. Nevertheless, to boldly ascertain that he was indeed the Haotian Douluo amidst a sea of individuals sharing the surname Tang required an amalgamation of capability and charisma. It became apparent that the Tang name was prevalent in this land, with countless bearers of the surname, making shared names a common occurrence. Yesterday, if his eyes did not deceive him, Tang San's second martial soul was indeed the Haotian hammer, and with your name being Tang Hao, it seemed improbable that such coincidences could abound in this world. Feng concocted a seemingly plausible explanation. After all, it was impossible for him to directly declare, I am a time traveler, and I am aware of the plot, hence I know that you are Tang Hao. If he were to utter such words, Tang Hao would likely regard him as mentally unstable. A different phrasing would be more readily accepted and might even yield unexpectedly positive results. Indeed, for this reason, I had previously instructed the third party not to reveal his martial spirit unless absolutely necessary, yet this child could not restrain himself. Had he possessed even half of your composure, he would not have acted thus. At that moment, Tang Hao spoke, his tone a mix of admiration and complexity. Being praised by the Douluo of Haotian left Feng somewhat astonished. At this moment, Feng spoke up, feeling somewhat perplexed. What could Tang Hao possibly want at such a late hour? If he intended to kill him, it certainly did not seem to be the case. Yet, if it were merely a casual conversation, that did not quite align either. It was indeed a curious situation. Nevertheless, returning to the matter at hand, it was time to take action. Suddenly, Tang Hao shifted the topic of conversation. Take action? Hearing these words, Feng was enveloped in confusion. It was indeed a sudden shift in atmosphere, Merely a moment ago, he was being praised, and now, an impending confrontation loomed. You, Tang Hao, are a titled Douluo, while I, Yi Feng, am at best a fully leveled soul master. Is this not a case of the strong bullying the weak? Fear not. We shall merely engage in a friendly spar. I shall refrain from using my soul power. A faint smile graced Tang Hao's lips. He could easily confront Xiao Wu without resorting to his martial soul. For Yi Feng, a level 40 fixed soul master, abstaining from soul power was more than sufficient. Ding. Sensing the battle intent of the titled Douluo, the host was presented with the following choices. At that moment, a voice echoed in Yi Feng's mind. Option 1. Evade the battle, reward of 10,000 gold coins, and a martial arts manual. Option 2. Accept the challenge, reward of 100,000 gold coins, a healing elixir, and a piece of defensive armor. Shortly thereafter, the two options materialized. Very well, since you, Senior Hao Yin, have extended the courtesy of not using soul power. I shall indulge you in some spirited entertainment tonight. Yi Feng resolutely opted for the second choice. What does it matter if he does not utilize soul power? He, Yi Feng, remains unfazed. Hence, his spirits soared. If possible, he would even like to shout a heartfelt thanks for the 100,000 gold coins, a healing elixir, and a piece of defensive armor generously bestowed upon him. The system had never been so lavish before. Since encountering Tang San the previous night, this new gameplay feature had been unlocked. Subsequently, Xiao Wu activated it once, and now Tang Hao had done so again. It was an incredible windfall. As for the first option, though the rewards were enticing, could he truly forsake Tang Hao without facing repercussions? Given that the man had sought him out, a thorough beating was undoubtedly in store. However, without soul power, the tables could turn unpredictably. Previously, Yi Feng harbored no fondness for Tang Hao due to his association with Tang San, but now the latter's forthrightness somewhat restored his regard. Indeed, this father-son duo was distinctly different. P.S. During the ongoing competition for the new book, the author is contending against 20 other works. If you enjoy this story, your votes would greatly assist the author in advancing through the ranks. Thank you all. Chapter 30. Has Tang Hao perished? Tang San embodies the essence of refined self-interest, while Tang Hao possesses a touch of gallantry reminiscent of Xiao Feng. After all, one is a reincarnated soul who committed suicide after stealing a sect's treasures, while the other is a native of Douluo who has diligently forged his path through talent and hard work. How could these two be alike? Haha, you exhibit great courage. As your senior, I shall grant you 3 moves. At this moment, Yi Feng stood poised for battle, his stance unyielding. Suddenly, Tang Hao spoke. What? Allow me 3 moves? Is this for real? Yi Feng was taken aback. Tang Hao, without employing any soul power, astonishingly offered to allow himself to be struck 3 times. Was this Haotian Douluo perhaps a tad overconfident? I shall not go back on my word. I shall stand right here and receive your 3 strikes. Only after that will I take action, Tang Hao declared at that moment. In the eyes of this man, who once stood at the pinnacle of the continent, a soul master was no different from an ordinary person. Let alone a soul master, even a soul king could be dealt with effortlessly without the use of soul power. Very well, then I shall proceed. Yi Feng suddenly sprang to Tang Hao's side. Subsequently, a small silkworm, its body a molten lava hue, emerged from his palm. Without hesitation, he hurled it towards Tang Hao. After returning home last night, he had finally grasped the method of utilizing his second martial soul. It was akin to a hand grenade. Simply throw it, and it explodes. Straightforward and brutal. What is this? Tang Hao gazed at the small, red glowing creature that Yi Feng had tossed, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. What could such a tiny insect possibly do? Boom. Yet, in the next instant, Tang Hao sensed an intense heat. It was too late. A dazzling light flickered before him. Following that, a violent explosion rippled through the forest, accompanied by a deafening roar. Yi Feng inhaled sharply, a chill coursing through him. He had already activated his soul bone and was in motion. After all, he vividly recalled the previous night's incident when the sky rift explosion had just awakened and obliterated an entire mountain peak. Thus, he had deliberately allotted himself time to escape. Yet, he still underestimated its potency. Centered around Tang Hao, the sky rift explosion had created a massive crater with a radius of a full 10 meters. Yi Feng cautiously drew closer, a sense of trepidation stirring within him. Would the once mighty Haotian Douluo, who once stood atop the continent, inadvertently bring about his own demise? If that were indeed the case, it would be quite the spectacle. Where were the people? Where were they? Bathed in moonlight. Yi Feng discerned that the pit extended over 10 meters deep, shrouded in impenetrable darkness. Not a trace of Tang Hao could be found, not even remnants of bone. The power of the sky-splitting blast was truly terrifying. It was no wonder that the system had cautioned him to exercise vigilance during its use, lest he fall victim to collateral damage. At the time, he had thought such warnings were absurd. Now, however, he understood. Just as Feng was preparing to offer a bouquet and solemn tribute to Tang Hao, two eerie, floating white eyes inexplicably emerged from the depths below, fixating upon him. Soon, he beheld a visage that made his heart race. Good heavens! The face appeared as though it had been run over by a wheel, its sides enveloped in darkness, with a stark white stripe running across the center. Whoosh! Accompanied by a gust of wind surging upward from below. Feng discerned the truth. Tang Hao was indeed alive. However, at this moment, he bore little resemblance to the Tang Hao he once knew. He resembled, in a peculiar sense, an African version of Che Guevara. His entire body was rendered an inky black from the explosions, and his hair had curled into disarray. His face, having just shielded itself with a hand, bore a striking contrast, a blackened hand against a face marked by a horizontal stripe of normal skin tone. Senior Hao Tian, shall we proceed? What a remarkable sight. Feng couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Tang Hao. It was his first encounter with the title Douluo in such a disheveled state. Proceed, Tang Hao declared at that moment. His dark complexion made his teeth appear exceptionally white. Stopping was not an option, otherwise he would be breaking his promise as a title Douluo. Moreover, if these words were to spread, how could he possibly navigate the Douluo realm in the future? Oh, is the esteemed elder Hao Yin still standing here, unmoving? Feng inquired. Of course, as I mentioned, I will accept 3 moves from you. Tang Hao replied resolutely, his tone reminiscent of a final stand. Truth be told, Feng's recent soul skill had left him utterly bewildered. Had Tang Hao not been a title Douluo, but rather a soul saint like Xiao Wu, he would surely have been defeated by now. Very well then, Senior Hao Yin, I am ready. As Feng spoke, his speed surged once more. Come on. Tang Hao, having learned from previous experiences, became acutely vigilant, remaining ever observant of his surroundings, determined to break through all barriers with sheer force. In the next moment, a colossal 10-meter pit materialized beneath him. Indeed, Feng had once again unleashed his second martial soul, the sky-rending explosion. According to his calculations, his soul power was sufficient to employ the sky-rending explosion 3 times. Why the soul skill again? Tang Hao crawled out of the deep pit, his expression darker, his hair more tousled, his gray cloak resembling that of a wandering hero from the streets. At that moment, his frustration was palpable. He had initially thought that if Feng attempted close-quarters combat, he would decisively counter with his own might. Yet, it was another encounter with that crimson little insect, followed by yet another explosion. It was utterly absurd. Senior Hao Yin, am I not permitted to use this soul skill? Feng gazed at Tang Hao, feeling an inexplicable pang of sympathy for the man, despite his current disheveled state. Indeed, one must swallow their pride when faced with adversity. Setting aside the question of whether soul power was employed, had the opponent not promised to endure 3 of his strikes in that very spot, there would have been no need for such humiliation. It can only be said that the Douluo of the Haotian lineage was courting disaster. Come forth. There is but one final move remaining. Tang Hao was utterly frustrated. After all, these were his own words from moments ago. Now, he was left to endure the bitter taste of his own folly. Feng swiftly circled around Tang Hao before hurling the sky-rending bomb with fervor. Damn it, not again. Upon catching sight of the small insect-like projectile, Tang Hao felt an immediate surge of anxiety. He was determined not to be caught in another explosion. In a moment of resolve, he lifted his foot, aiming to kick the insect away before it reached him. Drawing upon his previous experiences, he reasoned that the creature would only heat up upon nearing him, culminating in an explosion. If he acted swiftly enough, he could send it flying before it detonated. However, to his utter dismay, he was gravely mistaken. As he raised his foot, his body froze. He distinctly sensed a wave of searing heat surging forth. A torrent of thermal energy erupted from his feet. Tang Hao felt as though he had been swept into a tornado, violently propelled away. Senior Hao Tian. As the explosion subsided, the dust settled, leaving an eerie calm in its wake. Feng hurriedly sought the body of Tang Hao. No, the person known as Tang Hao. At that moment, Tang Hao was seen hanging from a tree, one side of his trousers completely obliterated, and one shoe utterly shattered. He struggled to detach himself from the tree, presenting a pitiful sight that surpassed even that of a vagrant who had not bathed for a decade. His hair, once in waves, now resembled charred curls. Feng could not help but feel a wave of admiration. This is truly the epitome of the Douluo realm. Observe. The assertion of utilizing no soul power is indeed upheld. Even in that recent scene, had Tang Hao employed even the slightest bit of soul power, it would not have culminated in such a dismal state. At long last, the moment has arrived for me. Tang Hao, appearing as if he has endured immense grievance, musters his strength to rise, evoking the image of an oppressed slave rising to become a landlord. Vengeance, to reclaim the humiliation of today. At this moment, his mind is a torrent of strategies, ready to be unleashed in the next instant. Chapter 31. Principles and Boundaries. 3 moves have passed, and I truly did not expect that Senior Hao Tian could be so trustworthy. Yi Feng spoke earnestly, his words not mere flattery towards Tang Hao, but a genuine expression of admiration. One of his shoes had been blown off, reminiscent of a cheongsam, revealing a significant portion of his thigh. The gray cloak had transformed into a fishing net, creating a scene of overwhelming beauty. As the promises made were not to be broken, Tang Hao declared in a low voice, his heart ablaze with fury, I am ready to strike. It is time to avenge the past. He was determined to deliver a crushing blow to Yi Feng, to erase the humiliation he had endured. A dignified titled Douluo, he had never faced such disgrace. Even in the presence of the spirit hall, to let this slip into the public domain would be to invite ridicule. Enough talk, let us begin. Yi Feng addressed Tang Hao. Simultaneously, he activated the system. Host. Yi Feng dimension. Douluo continent gender. Male age. 13 years martial soul. First martial soul. Bloodthirsty demon side. Second martial soul. Void explosive soul rings. First soul ring. Divine beast white tiger. Millennium. Soul skill. Tear the sky. Second soul ring. 9,000-year ancient beast Azure Dragon. Soul skill. Azure Dragon annihilation. Both offensive and defensive, with the defensive aspect being the Azure Dragon shield. Third soul ring. 10,000-year diamond titan. Soul skill. Titan diamond power soul bone. Left leg. 10,000-year golden wing doping soul bone. Soul skill. Swift wind movement soul power. Level 40 experience points. 0. 9W 100W gold. 15 million inventory. Stalwart 1 minute elixir others. Not yet activated. Yi Feng assessed both the system and his own physical condition. The usage of the Sky Rift Burst had already exceeded 3 times today, and his soul power had dwindled to its utmost limit, rendering further use impossible. Upon inspection, the only resource at his disposal was a 1-minute stamina elixir. Although the name of the elixir lacked elegance, the items provided by the system were generally reliable. It would be prudent to reserve it for a more critical moment, as utilizing it on Tang Hao would be a significant waste. Furthermore, this was not a life-or-death battle. Thus, Yi Feng resolved not to engage Tang Hao in a direct confrontation, opting instead for a strategic retreat. He focused on defense. The left leg's eternal golden-winged rock soul bone was speed-oriented. It not only consumed minimal soul power, but also allowed for swift movement. Soon, he would employ it to evade Tang Hao's onslaught. All right, here I come. Tang Hao's form shifted, and in the next instant, he launched an assault towards Yi Feng. His steps were steady, and his speed was astonishing, seemingly intent on delivering an unprecedented blow to Yi Feng. The golden-winged rock soul bone propelled him forward with the swiftness of a tempest. Yi Feng directly unleashed his soul bone skill, in stark contrast to the sky-shattering blast. The soul power required for this golden-winged doping soul bone was remarkably minimal. What? Stop right there. Where do you think you're going? Tang Hao was utterly astonished by Yi Feng's astonishing speed. Instantly, he gave chase, determined to land a punch upon Yi Feng. However, a person devoid of any soul power, even if they were a titled Douluo, could not catch up to Yi Feng, who possessed a specialized speed-type soul bone. Thus, Tang Hao found himself unable to close the distance. Don't run. Tang Hao pursued from behind, his entire demeanor radiating frustration as if he might spew blood in exasperation. He had lost count of how many times he had lunged forward, yet never once managed to strike Yi Feng. He was on the verge of losing his temper. Senior Hao Tian, you certainly didn't mention that evasion was off the table, did you? Not running? That's a jest. The one behind is a titled Douluo. Although he refrains from using soul power, his offensive capabilities are not something an ordinary individual can withstand. If I can avoid injury, I shall. And so, Yi Feng continued to flee. Tang Hao gritted his teeth, feeling a bitter pang in his heart. Yet, he could only swallow down his grievances. With renewed effort, he chased after Yi Feng, both figures darting through the forest like shadows. Suddenly, a massive tree was felled with a resounding crash and imminent crisis. Yi Feng narrowly evaded the attack, a moment fraught with peril. The audacity! Tang Hao's teeth were clenched tightly, his fists bulging with veins. He was determined to catch up to Yi Feng and deliver a punishing blow. Tang Hao accelerated with fervor. Goodness gracious! Yi Feng gazed at Tang Hao, who was rampaging like a brown bear, his heart racing with trepidation. Once again, he unleashed his soul bone ability, instantly propelling Tang Hao a full 100 meters away. This back and forth continued, and before they knew it, over an hour had passed. No more. I concede. Tang Hao finally halted, trembling with frustration. How could he possibly continue? His opponent's speed was entirely superior. Whenever he employed his soul abilities, he found himself utterly helpless. After enduring for an hour, he was utterly exhausted. Having not even grazed a single hair on his opponent, he had never encountered such an absurd battle in his life. This fellow was as slippery as an eel. Impossible to catch. Today, he conceded. Tang Hao acknowledged his defeat. He should never have uttered that he would not use any soul power. Senior Hao Tian. Shall we call it a draw today? Yu Feng came to a halt. After running throughout the night, his entire being was drenched in perspiration. To be honest, he had no desire to continue running. However, the mere thought of stopping and facing the impending wrath of Tang Hao spurred him on. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on. A tie would suffice. At this moment, Tang Hao radiated an aura of soul power. Yu Feng distinctly sensed that the opponent's previously overburdened body was now rapidly rejuvenating. So this is what it means to be a titled Douluo, utterly terrifying. Even those who are not healing-type soul masters can harness their soul power to restore their own bodies. As for me, I shall take my leave now. Farewell, Senior Hao Yan. Yu Feng spoke as he prepared to turn back. After all, they had engaged in a sparring match, and he had unexpectedly emerged victorious. It was now time to return and assess the spoils of victory. However, just at that moment, Tang Hao called out to Yu Feng. What is it? Do you have something to discuss, Senior Hao Tian? Yu Feng inquired, addressing him with a respectful title. As his impression of Tang Hao had significantly improved after tonight's battle. Indeed, Tang Hao was his senior. Xiao Feng, in the past. My son Tang San may have done you wrong in many ways. As his father, I hope you can forgive him. After all, you both grew up in the same Holy Soul village, and there is a certain bond between you, is there not? Tang Hao said to Yu Feng at that moment. He recognized Yu Feng as a promising talent. Initially, he had come with the intention of sparring with Yu Feng, hoping to foster a relationship between him and Tang San after defeating him. As a father, he was aware of the minor conflicts between Yu Feng and Tang San. He believed that Yu Feng was destined for great achievements, and if he could become friends with Tang San, it would undoubtedly pave a broader path for his future. However, to his surprise, he had ended up losing. The notion of a draw was merely a euphemism, as a titled Douluo. Being reduced to such a state was a profound defeat. So, upon hearing this, Yu Feng turned back and gazed calmly at Tang Hao. As your elder, I hope you can transform your conflicts into camaraderie and care for one another like biological brothers. What do you think? Tang Hao stated, revealing the true purpose of his visit. I have my own thoughts on these matters, Yu Feng replied. Yu Feng remarked that this was his principle and bottom line. The individual before him was Tang Hao. Had it been anyone else, he would have already lost his temper. How could he forget the past when they were from the same village? Back then, when he was in dire straits, did Tang Hao come to his aid? Now that he sees a glimmer of hope for himself, he dares to seek out Yu Feng? Yu Feng would not accept such duplicity. However, recognizing that children may err, and given their shared origins, why escalate the situation unnecessarily? As a father, I extend an apology on behalf of my child. Shall we strive to become friends and brothers from this point onward? Tang Hao spoke to Yu Feng with sincerity, genuinely wishing for a reconciliation between him and the child. Such a resolution would provide the child with a capable ally rather than a formidable adversary. From all perspectives, it was evident that Yu Feng surpassed his own son. Senior Hao Yan, he continued, this shall be the last time I address you in this manner. I implore you not to test my limits and principles. Had it not been for my fortunate fate, would I even be standing here conversing with you today? Yu Feng fixed his gaze upon Tang Hao. This was his bottom line. Even as a titled Douluo, he could not be crossed. So, what do you intend to do about this? Tang Hao found himself in a quandary. He had not anticipated that Yu Feng would prove to be so obstinate. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. After all, he had nearly lost his life in the soul-hunting forest. It was only natural for him to harbor resentment. One could only blame the deep-seated inferiority within Yu Xiaogang that stirred this turmoil. Make him kneel before me and apologize. Yu Feng spoke without hesitation. Fortunately, there were no other individuals present. Had there been anyone familiar with Tang Hao, they would undoubtedly think Yu Feng had lost his sanity for demanding the son of the Haotian Douluo to kneel before him in apology. You must be seeking an early demise. Tang Hao was taken aback by Yi Feng's audacious words, especially as they were uttered in his presence. Very well. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Yu Feng, having spoken, proceeded towards the camp. This matter was one he could not compromise on. Thus, regardless of who stood before him, he remained resolute. Alas, I hope you will truly consider this. After all, you are all companions from the same village. And companions ought to support one another, should they not? Tang Hao sighed from behind. Meanwhile, Yifeng had already distanced himself. Xiaofeng, what has transpired? He exclaimed upon returning to the camp. Yifeng discovered that everyone had awoken, and a large fire had been kindled. Eldest senior brother, where have you been? The crowd inquired in unison. Why are you all awake? Is it not the middle of the night? Yifeng gazed at the crowd with a face full of bewilderment. Just moments ago, several explosions had erupted, startling us from our slumber. Upon awakening, we discovered that you, senior brother Yifeng, had vanished. At this moment, Pang Xing addressed him. The others nodded in agreement. Indeed, what was the cause of those recent explosions, and where did you go? Yu Xiaogang inquired. Oh, I too just heard that sound, so I went to investigate. Yifeng found what seemed to be an appropriate reason to speak. Consequently, the group engaged in conversation for a while. As night deepened, everyone retreated to their respective tents and soon fell into a peaceful slumber. After receiving his reward, Yifeng also took a moment to rest. Before long, the dawn of a new day arrived. Early in the morning, the group discovered several spirit beasts. After a fierce battle, they managed to acquire 2 spirit rings. By the afternoon, astonishingly, everyone except Yifeng had completely gathered their spirit rings. It was nothing short of remarkable. Even Yu Xiaogang, who had led the team on numerous occasions, felt a sense of wonder for the first time. As twilight approached, the group wandered through the forest. Suddenly, a snake emerged, darting past them like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Xiaofeng, what do you think of this phoenix-tail coxcomb snake? I believe it would make an excellent spirit ring. Yu Xiaogang inquired eagerly. At this point, Yifeng was the only one yet to find a spirit ring. The phoenix-tail coxcomb snake was incredibly swift. If it could be used as a spirit ring, it would undoubtedly provide a significant boost to speed, making it a commendable choice. However, its age is still too young, remarked Pang Xing thoughtfully. Yifeng gently shook his head. While the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake would indeed make an excellent third soul ring for them, selecting it for himself seemed rather regressive. After all, his second soul ring far surpassed the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake in strength. Furthermore, with the golden-winged Great Peng Soul Bone, the speed enhancement was of minimal significance to him. Well, it was understood that for someone of Yifeng's caliber, the quest for a soul ring was exceedingly challenging. Just then, 2 figures burst forth. Have you seen a phoenix-tail coxcomb snake? It was an elderly woman accompanied by a young girl. The old woman exuded an air of frigid demeanor, her words laced with an icy tone. Snake Matriarch, perhaps? Yifeng murmured softly. Oh, there are indeed those who recognize this old woman. Young man, where has that phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake gone? Qiao Tianxiang gazed at Yifeng, an inexplicable aura of pressure emanating from him. Qiao Tianxiang was a soul emperor, while the strongest in this team was merely Yi Zhiqiu, a soul king. Thus, Qiao Tianxiang regarded them with utter disdain. So that phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake belongs to you? It truly should not have been allowed to escape. Yifeng's lips curled into a slight smirk. The lofty demeanor of Qiao Tianxiang inexplicably irked him. What did you just say? Upon hearing those words, Qiao Tianxiang's expression turned icy in an instant. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yu Zhiqiu's heart raced uncontrollably. How fortunate could one be to encounter one of the legendary figures? The Snake Matron? It was said that the Dragon Lord from years past was a formidable soul Douluo, while the Snake Matron had already attained the rank of Soul Emperor during that era. Who could fathom her current level? Provoking such individuals was certainly an ominous sign. I must clarify that I have no knowledge of the whereabouts of the snake you seek. It is quite possible that it has been taken by someone else. Yifeng shrugged his shoulders. Although the tone of the elderly woman irked him considerably, he had to take into account the presence of his 9 junior colleagues. Who knew if that perverse Long Gong was lurking nearby? I shall remember this debt, Tianxiang. Nevertheless, let us depart. The serpent woman shot Yifeng a fierce glare. Were it not for her concern regarding the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake, she would have demanded an explanation from this young man. The serpent woman then took her leave. Xiaofeng, when venturing outside, it is prudent to refrain from showcasing your brilliance. Otherwise, you may find yourself in peril. At this moment, Yi Zhiqiu regarded Yifeng with a meaningful expression and spoke. The previous remarks made by that elderly woman were undeniably provocative. Before Yifeng could utter a word, Su Yuli beside him interjected. Indeed, it felt as if she believed we owed her money, which left us all quite uncomfortable. Pang Xing could not help but add his own thoughts. Unlike Yu Zhiqiu, They were unable to maintain such composure. If a bowl of soup were to be dumped on their heads, they would surely explode with indignation. Sigh, you are still young and lack understanding of certain matters. Yu Xiao observed, noticing that nearly everyone from Songhui Academy was rallying in support of Yi Feng. He gently shook his head, aware that continuing this discourse might lead to his own fault, and thus decided to conclude the topic. Senior Yi, if we cannot find a suitable soul ring, shall we venture further inside? Luo Shui addressed Yi Feng, knowing his intention to seek a 10,000-year soul beast. At present, this outer region offered scant chances of encountering such creatures. If we proceed inward, our opportunities may increase. Yes, it is indeed challenging to locate a 10,000-year soul beast in the outer area. However, venturing further could pose risks. Therefore, I would like to inquire if anyone wishes to refrain from proceeding deeper. If so, you may return, Yi Xiao interjected at that moment. Upon witnessing this, Yi Feng chose not to voice his thoughts. After all, the other party's words were indeed sensible. The quest for a Millennium Soul Beast was fraught with peril. It would be unreasonable for him to lead everyone into such a risky endeavor. Should an unforeseen circumstance arise, it would be challenging to ensure everyone's safety. I refuse to leave. I wish to accompany Senior Brother Yi, declared Su Liuli first. Following her, Luo Shui echoed the sentiment. One by one, they all stepped forward, with none choosing to depart. After all, this opportunity for a soul ring was largely due to the efforts of Master Brother Yi Feng. Now that it was his turn to seek the soul ring, how could they possibly retreat? They were all soul masters, despite the formidable nature of the Millennium Soul Beast. Contributing in any capacity was better than standing idly by. In truth, if any of them wished to return, they could do so. For the soul rings they required for advancement had already been located. Yi Feng spoke up. Senior Yi Feng, we shall not return. Previously, you assisted us in finding soul rings, and now it is our turn to offer you help. While we may not be able to provide substantial assistance, we can certainly lend a hand in smaller matters. Among the crowd, someone declared, their eyes filled with determination. Yu Xiao did not anticipate the remarkable solidarity among everyone. They all chose to stay. Since this is the case, let us proceed together, Director Yi, with one following the other. Yi Feng gazed at Yu Xiao and replied, all right then. Yu Xiao shrugged helplessly. Since everyone was unwilling to leave, he could hardly force them to depart. According to the words of the Soul Sovereign, as long as they did not encounter a formidable 10,000-year soul beast, the chances of survival were still quite significant. Thus, Yi Xiao from Songhui Academy led the way, with Yi Feng following closely behind as they ventured deeper into the forest. After approximately half an hour of walking, Yu Xiao suddenly came to a halt. What is the matter, Teacher Yi? Inquired Pang Xing, who was trailing behind Yi Xiao. It seems there is some commotion ahead. Yi Xiao signaled for everyone to slow down. Is there any movement? The group reduced their pace, holding their breath to listen. In that instant, the entire forest became remarkably silent. It was the sound of human voices. They must have encountered the serpent hag from before. Yi Feng spoke from behind. The serpent hag? Could it be that old woman we just saw? Su Liuli's beautiful eyes narrowed. She held no favorable impression of that elderly woman. Everyone listened attentively. Let us take another path. Yi Xiao was momentarily rendered breathless upon hearing the unmistakable voice of the serpent matron. The dread of facing the dragon lord and the serpent matron loomed large before him, compelling him to adopt the strategy of retreat. It was prudent to seek an alternate route to avert confrontation. After all, he alone bore the title of Soul King within the group. Although Xiao Feng exhibited commendable combat prowess, should all his cards be revealed, he could be deemed a near equal. A second Soul King. Yet, with just the two of them, enduring the might of a Soul Emperor posed a significant challenge, let alone withstanding a Soul Douluo. Since they had arrived, it was time to reveal themselves. A violent gust swept through the lush greenery. In the next instant, the trees and leaves shielding the members of Songhui Academy erupted in a cacophony of destruction. It is you. Before them stood a total of 10 individuals, 8 from Shrek Academy, including Xiao Wu, alongside the serpent matron and her grandson, Meng Yiran. At that moment, the rotund figure gazed in astonishment at the members of Songhui Academy. Do not engage with them. Let us depart. Yi Feng spoke up. It was now the time for Shrek and the Meng family to vie for the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, a matter he wished to steer clear of. Moreover, he held little regard for such low-tier soul rings. Stop! The serpent matriarch exclaimed, leaning on her cane as she advanced step by step towards the crowd from Songhui Academy. Her eyes ablaze with fury. Just moments ago, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake had been turned into a wedding garment for someone else, snatched away by the individuals from Shrek Academy. This entire predicament arose due to the interference of the people from Tsanghui Academy. Had they not obstructed her, how could she have let the opportunity to hunt the injured phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake slip through her fingers, allowing it to become someone else's soul ring? Previously, she had no chance to settle the score. Now, she intended to rectify this matter. The serpent matriarch gazed at Tianxiang as if confirming something. The primary issue was that due to the presence of Xiao Wuji from Shrek, she had faced setbacks, while the strongest of Tsanghui Academy was merely Yi Zhiqiu, a soul king of level 52. Could she, a peak soul emperor of level 70, not handle him? It would be more than sufficient. If the commotion from the fight attracted her husband, long gone, Xiao Wuji and his companions would surely meet their end. Serpent matriarch, may I inquire what troubles you? Yu Zhiqiu wore a contrite smile as she gazed at the snake woman. Indeed, a plethora of troubles had befallen her. Not only had she encountered the snake woman, but she had also crossed paths with that group from Shrek Academy. The last time, it was only through Xiao Feng's clever maneuvers that they managed to escape. Otherwise, the formidable soul sage Xiao Wujia, at level 76, would have left no room for survival. Hand over that brat. If it weren't for him squandering our time and his ill-fated tongue, how could our soul rings have been seized by others? Chao Tianxiang fixed her gaze upon Yifeng, while Ming Yiran beside her wore an expression of fury. On the side of Tsanghui Academy, everyone was left in a state of bewilderment upon hearing those words. Did Brother Yifeng waste your time? If you had been a tad more courteous while asking for directions, would such incidents have transpired? Moreover, Brother not only guided you regarding the direction in which the snake fled, but also spared you the anxiety of waiting for others to finish before you could find your way. Yet, you still have the audacity to cast blame. I have encountered shameless individuals, but I have never seen such an utterly shameless old woman. How can such peculiarities exist in this world? And that person with the so-called crow's mouth, is this not a jest? I am utterly astounded by this individual. Yifeng remained silent, for he understood that Yi Zhiqiu would handle the matter. Senior Snake Lady, this is our teaching assistant from Tsanghui Academy. If there has been any offense previously, we hope for your understanding. Yi Zhiqiu began to speak. Chapter 34. Is this an invitation to humiliation? How could Yifeng possibly hand it over? Behind the opposing party stands the upper echelon of Tsanghui Academy, along with the Crown Prince. If he were to surrender even a fraction of what is at stake, it would not only spell doom for him, but his entire family would also face dire consequences. A teaching assistant? How far has Tsanghui Academy fallen? To the extent of hiring a mere child of 12 or 13 as an assistant. The serpent-like woman chuckled, her laughter unrestrained. After all, Tsanghui Academy is a prestigious institution. It is astonishing that someone who appears younger than her own granddaughter could hold the position of a teaching assistant. Yu Zhiqiu smiled apologetically, remaining silent. As long as this matter could be brushed aside, it mattered not how the other party expressed their mirth. However, if I must have this individual today, yet, the situation did not unfold as Yu Zhiqiu had hoped. The serpent matriarch, Xiang spoke with a chilling tone. She had endured too much indignation today and felt compelled to vent her frustrations on someone. Otherwise, she could not move past it. Hey, that brat is one of ours. At that moment, Daimu Bai interjected from behind. A palpable aura of hostility enveloped Yifeng, particularly from Daimu Bai. The events of that fateful night had drained his finances entirely. He yearned to tear Yifeng apart. Meanwhile, Xiao Wujie clenched his fists tightly in fury. He was enraged. He had been beaten that night, all because of this brat. He had injured Tang San, prompting the Haotian Douluo to seek revenge, sending him flying far away. He had lost his way and only returned the next day. Had it not been for that explosive sound, he suspected it would have taken even longer. He had planned to seek vengeance after resting that day, but the rascals from Tsanghui Academy had completely vanished. Today truly felt like a stroke of serendipity, as he unexpectedly encountered them in the Stardow Forest. With this thought, Xiao Wujie's fist tightened even further. Yet, had he known that it was Yifeng who had mercilessly assaulted him that night, Xiao Wujie would not merely be tense, he would have exploded with rage. Xiang turned her gaze toward Daimu Bai, her eyes reflecting a mix of confusion and coldness. Elder Serpent Matriarch, we have some grievances with this brat. He cannot be handed over to you. We must deal with him ourselves, Xiao Wujie declared. The members of Tsanghui Academy were left bewildered, each wearing a puzzled expression. Their minds filled with questions. Brother Yifeng, what is happening? Su Liuli looked at Yifeng, surprised that a quarrel had erupted over this matter. Yifeng shrugged, exuding an air of helplessness. What nonsense is this? Have you even considered the consent of the person involved? Did Yu Feng express a desire to be dealt with in such a manner? The unmoved king, surely there is an order of precedence in all matters. Do you truly believe that I, Chao Tianxiang, am a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will? Chao Tianxiang's words turned even colder. It was one thing to have her granddaughter's soul ring taken. Now they audaciously sought to seize her person. How utterly despicable. Yet this young man harbored a deep-seated grudge against us. I hope the elder snake lady can show some leniency. Xiao Wu was taken aback by the snake lady's unwavering stance. He promptly retorted, "Huh? You just stated that there is a principle of order in all things. I have already swallowed the loss of the soul beast that was taken. Now that it is my turn, you, Xiao Wu, wish to break the rules?" Chao Tianxiang fixed her gaze upon Xiao Wu, her words sharp and her voice imbued with an undeniable edge. Should this man continue his thievery, she would undoubtedly seek her husband to settle the score. Very well, there is indeed a sequence to all things. As long as the elder snake lady preserves a breath, it shall suffice. Observing Chao Tianxiang's resolute demeanor, Xiao Wu reluctantly conceded a step. As long as a breath remained for their Shrek, that would be his limit. Rest assured, a breath shall indeed be left for the unmoved king. A slight smile graced Chao Tianxiang's lips, carrying a hint of murderous intent. Meanwhile, Yu Feng was utterly bewildered. Is this a mistake? Am I to become the pitiful pawn in the snake lady's vendetta against Xiao Wu? Young man, I have heard you are the assistant instructor at Songhui Academy. I am curious to see what level your skills truly are. How about this? You and my granddaughter engage in a contest. The snake lady directed her gaze toward Yu Feng. Earlier, her granddaughter had competed with that fellow named Tang San and lost, leaving her confidence severely shaken. Now, she was eager to find someone to trample upon. And this assistant instructor from Songhui Academy seemed perfectly suited for the task. He appeared younger than her granddaughter, likely no more than level 20, perhaps 30 at most. Defeating him would surely restore her confidence. Indeed, upon hearing of the impending battle, Meng Iran raised an eyebrow. Having just tasted defeat due to a misstep, she was brimming with frustration and eager to unleash her pin-up fury. She, of all people, was to face that individual? The rotund figure stood in a daze, utterly bewildered. Has this old woman lost her mind? This lunatic nearly devastated the entire town just yesterday. This is going to be entertaining. Dai Mubai, who had initially intended to speak up and have Yu Feng taken away for a good beating, now simply smirked. Even Tang San had been unable to best this madwoman yesterday. The snake lady actually wants her granddaughter Meng Iran to challenge that freak? This is simply a spectacle waiting to unfold. Perhaps she believes it will bolster her granddaughter's confidence, especially since she had just proclaimed her to be a once-in-a-century talent. Yet, this so-called genius had just fallen to the hands of the third-rate. What a pity that this old woman has chosen the wrong adversary. Not interested, Yu Feng spoke up, likening the situation to a contest against preschool children. As an adult, would you engage in such a trivial endeavor? Clearly, you would find it uninteresting due to the disparity in strength. The serpent lady might pose a challenge, but Meng Iran is simply a different matter. What? Do you look down upon my granddaughter? Upon hearing these words, Xiao Tianxiang's expression darkened immediately, her martial soul manifesting behind her. Meng Iran, with her beautiful eyes fixed on Yu Feng, was filled with disdain for his contemptuous demeanor, igniting a simmering rage within her. This individual was even more infuriating than the previous one. Serpent Lady, might we suggest a match between little Feng and your granddaughter? We could then put this matter to rest, Yu Zhiqiu interjected, sensing the Serpent Lady's anger and hastily attempting to mediate. After all, as the director of the External Affairs Department, he had dealt with such matters before. Grandmother, allow me to teach him a lesson and relieve your grievances, Meng Iran declared. Her fists clenched tightly. She was already seething with anger when her grandmother inquired if this person would be willing to duel her. The sheer disdain in his eyes felt like an explosive force, igniting her fury anew. Indeed, she had just lost to a brat younger than herself. Yet, this individual possessed formidable abilities as a control-type soul master. What was he? A mere child who fancied himself capable simply because he held a position as a teaching assistant at a lowly academy? There are always greater talents beyond, and she, Meng Iran, would teach him a lesson. Very well, let them have a match. We shall then consider today as events settled, the Serpent Lady conceded, nodding in response to her granddaughter's attitude. However, an inexplicable sense of unease washed over her as she noticed the unusual silence emanating from Shrek Academy. P.S. I have made some revisions and expanded the text significantly. I invite everyone to read it again. Lastly, my new book is in a competitive phase. Your support is greatly appreciated. Chapter 35. Poor Meng Iran. All right, We shall settle this matter thus, Yu Xiaogang declared, a broad smile illuminating his face as he turned his gaze towards Yifeng. Yifeng comprehended Yu Xiaochang's intentions and, with a sense of resignation, shrugged his shoulders. What kind of action was it to personally seek out torment? Upon witnessing this, the serpent matriarch displayed a hint of perplexity in her gaze. Could it be that she had indeed underestimated this young man from Songhui Academy? Yet, he appeared to be younger than her own granddaughter. His spiritual power could hardly be significantly greater. If he intended to come, he should do so promptly. Yifeng approached from behind, yet again compelled to engage in the day's affairs. However, when it comes to the troublesome serpent matron, addressing the issue through Meng Yiran is far simpler than dealing with the serpent matron herself. Thus, he found himself reluctantly taking action once more. Meng Yiran, a 30-level battle soul master wielding the serpent staff. Do not presume that becoming a mere assistant at a low-tier academy renders her oblivious to the vastness of the world. Meng Yiran was greatly incensed by Yifeng's demeanor. Who gave him the audacity to look down upon her? Was she truly so weak? 2 yellow soul rings materialized beneath her feet, and she was imbued with a fierce fighting spirit. Yifeng, a 40-level battle soul venerable, wielding the bloodthirsty scythe. Yifeng declared his level, and subsequently, a black scythe with faint crimson patterns hovered in the palm of his hand. Level 40. The distant Shrek group was left in astonishment. They recalled that during the battle that evening, the opponent had only reached level 39. How could such a short span of time lead to an immediate ascension to level 40? Surely, this must be a fabrication. It truly amuses me to no end. How has Songhui Academy fallen to the depths of false claims regarding their levels? If you truly are level 40, then why not display all 3 soul rings instead of merely revealing one martial soul? Upon hearing this, Snake Lady erupted into raucous laughter. Level 40? Do you think you can intimidate me, Meng Yiran, and achieve victory psychologically? Meng Yiran's beautiful eyes narrowed. She naturally regarded this as a farce. After all, this young man before her was clearly younger than herself. How could he possibly be at level 40? What a lunatic! Yifeng expressed his frustration, remarking that this girl could certainly afford to tone down the theatrics. What nonsense about outsmarting her and achieving psychological victory. Unless he had lost his senses, he would never engage in such convoluted schemes. When confronted with such a lowly opponent, was it not a matter of a single punch? If one punch failed to suffice, he would simply deliver another. Everything would be settled. You scoundrel! I shall kill you. Meng Yiran erupted in fury. From childhood to adulthood, she had been the cherished darling of her grandparents, a figure held in high regard. When had she ever been subjected to such scorn, even being labeled as insane? She was determined to tear this scoundrel's mouth apart, to grind him mercilessly into the ground. Come on! Yifeng stood motionless in place. In the next moment, a purple soul ring hovered beside him. The first soul skill, tear the sky. The soul ring merged seamlessly. Yifeng gently wielded the bloodthirsty scythe in his hand. In the next moment, a white tiger extended its sharp claws towards Meng Yiran. With a swift motion, she exclaimed, Yiran. Her pupils constricted as she sprang into action. Yet, she only managed to intercept half of the claws. The remaining claws struck Meng Yiran with unbridled ferocity, tearing her garments asunder in an instant. Oh my goodness! At Shrek Academy, the plump student was gushing blood from his nose. Heavens, what a sight! If only it had gone a little higher. Meng Yiran was utterly humiliated. Just moments ago, her attire had been damaged by one named Tang San, and now this fellow, Yifeng, had completely shredded her clothing, leaving only the barest essentials. It was an affront to her dignity. Her beautiful eyes radiated an infinite fury. She yearned to confront that scoundrel and perish together with him. Yiran, stop. Xiao Xiang hastily draped a garment over Meng Yiran's shoulders. Grandma, he has bullied me. Meng Yiran's eyes glistened with tears, resembling someone who had suffered an immense injustice. Meanwhile, Yifeng felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had never anticipated that his first soul skill would leave Meng Yiran in such a state, resembling a bikini. Did she not defend herself during the battle? Fortunately, Snake Lady had intervened just in time. Otherwise, her last remaining shred of modesty would have been obliterated by his own attack. That would indeed have been a grave transgression. Young man, I shall remember this incident, Xiao Xiang. Yiran, let us depart and find your grandfather. Snake Lady had observed a purple soul ring. Whether or not it indicated a level of 40 was uncertain, but according to standard soul ring matching, it was clear that the opponent had reached the rank of Soul Master. Continuing to fight would yield no benefits for Yiran, even if she revealed her trump cards. Thus, retreat was the prudent course of action. Once she found her husband, long gone, she would settle the score, not only with Songhui Academy but also with Shrek. Grandma. Ming Erant still wished to confront Yu Feng, but Snake Lady would not grant her that opportunity, dragging her away instead. On the scene, only Songhui Academy and Shrek Academy remained. Haha, well done, little Feng. Everyone, reform the ranks and continue deeper to search for soul rings. At that moment, Yi Zhiqiu praised him. At last, a troublesome matter had been resolved. The other members of Songhui Academy watched as Snake Lady and her granddaughter left in disarray, struggling to stifle their laughter. Let that be a lesson, they thought. Leaving? Who permitted your departure? At that instant, a gruff voice boomed. It was Xiao Wu. Esteemed soul sage, may I inquire if you have any further business? At this moment, Yi Zhiqiu inquired of Xiao Wu. Oh, playing the fool. You surely haven't forgotten what transpired that evening, have you? Xiao Wu let out a cold snort and continued to gaze intently at Yi Zhiqiu. Lord Soul Sage. That night the younger generation was merely sparring and fooling around. What is past is now behind us. It would hardly be appropriate for us, as educators, to intervene. Yu Zhiqiu sought to steer the situation towards a friendly exchange between the students of the two academies. This tactic would leave Xiao Wu with no justification to resort to violence. Otherwise, should Xiao Wu choose to act, the predicament would become infinitely more troublesome than the recent encounter with the Serpent Mistress. In that instance, he had managed to rally everyone for a counterattack, which offered a glimmer of hope. However, if Xiao Wu were to harbor murderous intent, their chances of survival would diminish drastically. A friendly exchange between students? Did you not just declare that he is a teaching assistant from your academy? If the instructors from Songhui Academy are bullying students, what harm is there in Xiao Wu seeking retribution? Xiao Wu remarked, fixing his gaze upon Yi Zhiqiu. Yi Zhiqiu never anticipated that the protective talisman he had just secured for Yi Feng in front of the Snake Lady would now become the ace of Shrek Academy. What should he do? Was he truly expected to allow Yi Feng to engage in combat with Xiao Wu? Even if Yi Zhiqiu were to join, they might still stand little chance against the formidable soul saint, Xiao Wu. Chapter 36. Whose background is greater? After all, this individual is notoriously infamous within the realm of soul masters, employing every conceivable tactic. Hand over the person, I, Xiao Wu, can promise not to trouble the other members of Songhui Academy. Xiao Wu proclaimed. Yes, leave that brat to me. Dai Mubai clenched his fists tightly. This scoundrel had caused him substantial financial losses for the entire town, and the figures recorded were increasingly exaggerated. He knew that the previous night had been a deliberate trap set by this rascal. The mere thought of it made Dai Mubai seethe with rage, wishing nothing less than to drink Yi Feng's blood and feast upon his flesh. If you dare to take away senior brother Yi Feng, you shall tread over our corpses. Su Liuli and Pang Xing, along with their group of 9, were incensed by these words. One by one, they unleashed their martial spirits. 9 soul masters, with perfectly matched soul rings, stood resolute. These were the most elite talents of Songhui Academy, all gathered here today. Soul Saint, we cannot relinquish brother Yi Feng. However, if you have other conditions, Songhui Academy is certainly open to negotiation. Yu Zhiqiu would certainly not relinquish Yi Feng. Otherwise, should any mishap occur, not to mention his disciples behind him, returning to the academy would have him facing the wrath of the principal and others, and inevitably, the crown prince would come seeking retribution. Negotiation? What if I am unwilling? Xiao Wu replied coldly. After the humiliation inflicted upon Shrek Academy, how could they still dare to propose negotiations? Is this matter negotiable? Absolutely not. It is a mere fantasy. He must impart a profound lesson to this young man. Otherwise, would he not have endured the beating in vain? Your Excellency, Soul Saint, may we have a word in private? Yu Zhiqiu found himself at an impasse. He resolved to confront Xiao Wu regarding Yi Feng's background, believing that such a revelation might temper the latter's demeanor. Meanwhile, Yi Feng was devising an optimal strategy to delay Xiao Wu and facilitate an escape for everyone. He could employ the void explosion 3 times. Although the explosion possessed formidable power, it would still fall short of defeating Xiao Wu. The most advantageous approach would be to initiate with the void explosion, creating chaos, followed by a swift maneuver using the speed of the golden-winged rock's left leg spirit bone to unleash the sky-rending tear upon his adversary, subsequently propelling him away with the Titan's might. Without Xiao Wu, Tang San and his companions would lack the necessary momentum. If they could evacuate within a matter of seconds, the imminent danger would be averted. However, this entire process had to be executed with utmost swiftness, catching the opponent off guard. Otherwise, should Xiao Wu regain his composure, their escape would be significantly hindered. Finally, the optimal plan was established. Now, all that remained was the right moment. The instant the opponent made a move, he would strike with a series of relentless attacks. Spare me your games. Speak plainly. Xiao Wuji retorted coldly, his demeanor icy. Lord Spirit Saint. Young Feng is somewhat different. He was sent to our Songhui Academy by the Empire. It may not be prudent for you to engage with him. Yi Zhiqiu spoke somewhat obliquely, for certain matters must not be expressed too explicitly. Yet, he firmly believed that Xiao Wujia would comprehend his meaning. As for the so-called empire, it bore no relevance to him. Today, one of two outcomes must occur. Either he allows him to depart or engages in a duel. How could Xiao Wujia possibly misinterpret Yu Zhiqiu's words? It was simply a reminder that Yu Feng possessed an imperial lineage, urging Xiao Wujia to tread carefully. However, one must ask, who at Shrek Academy lacks a background? Especially Tang San. His father, Tang Hao, was a man once renowned across the continent. One of the esteemed representatives inscribed upon the Elder's Decree of the Spirit Hall. Does Yifeng's lineage even compare? Unless, of course, his backing is the Spirit Hall. Then it might hold some weight. What significance does the lineage of imperial nobility truly possess? Yu Zhiqiu was taken aback. How could Xiao Wujia be so impervious to reason? He had articulated his thoughts so clearly, yet the other party remained oblivious. No harm in reiterating. Young man, will you accompany me or engage in a duel? Xiao Wujia immediately unleashed his diamond bear martial soul, with 7 soul rings shimmering around him. Since Xiao Wujia's martial soul is the mysterious turtle, Xiao Feng, you lead everyone away. I shall hold them off for you. Just as Yi Feng was about to speak, Yi Zhiqiu summoned his martial spirit directly. Determined to fight to the death, he vowed that today, under no circumstances, could Yi Feng be harmed. Otherwise, he would not be able to bear the consequences. Director Yi. Yi Feng was taken aback to find Yu Zhiqiu standing resolutely in front of him. The students present were equally astonished. Come on, with your pitiful skills. You might as well step aside and prolong your existence for another 2 years instead of seeking death. Xiao Wuji swung his fist with determination. First soul skill, Xian Gui possession. As he witnessed the unstoppable Xiao Wuji's fist barreling towards him, Yu Zhiqiu hastily summoned his soul skill. Crack. Yet, his attempt was utterly juvenile in the face of Xiao Wuji's might. With a single punch, Yu Zhiqiu was sent flying, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Overestimating your capabilities, now it's your turn. Xiao Wuji effortlessly disposed of Yu Zhiqiu, then turned his gaze towards Yi Feng. The members of Shrek Academy, observing this scene, felt a sense of dark satisfaction. Indeed, teacher Xiao Wuji is exceptional. Today I shall have the pleasure of experiencing the might of the unmovable King Xiao Wuji. Yi Feng's gaze was frigid as he unleashed his soul power. What is happening? Have you all noticed that the ground seems to be trembling? Ning Rongrong from Shrek expressed her confusion. Indeed, it feels as though an earthquake is occurring. What could it be? The distinct sensation of shaking left everyone in disbelief. Chapter 37. Fleeing before the Titan. Furthermore, they could clearly sense that something was drawing near. Is it merely my imagination? Everyone prepared for battle. Xiao Wujia, who was ready to confront Yi Feng, was the first to sense the anomaly. Yes, a profound sense of crisis compelled everyone to summon their martial souls swiftly. At this moment, the tremors were no less than a magnitude 6. The ground began to sway. This is bad. Director Yi, you must lead everyone to escape quickly. On the other side, Yi Feng suddenly recalled something. This tremor could only be attributed to that entity. How could he have forgotten it? Although the being was approaching for Xiao Wu, who could ascertain whether it might attack others. All right, everyone, reveal your martial souls and flee at the fastest speed. The earthquake, initially at a magnitude 6, was now estimated to reach 8. Even if Yi Zhiqiu were to be somewhat slow to react, he would undoubtedly sense that something was amiss. Otherwise, Xiao Wuji would not have spared Yi Feng, instead directing all the members of Shrek Academy to unleash their martial spirits. At that very moment, a fierce roar erupted. The surrounding trees were sent flying, and the gazes of all present were frozen in astonishment. What is this? Xiao Wuji was taken aback. Everyone from Shrek Academy stood in a daze. Moreover, many from Songhui Academy, who had retreated less than 100 meters, felt their legs weaken. The Titan. The king of the forest, the Titan. An existence that reigns supreme in the spirit beast realm, possessing intelligence rivaling that of humanity. How could such a monstrous spirit beast appear here? This is abnormal. Everyone, retreat quickly. Xiao Wuji bellowed. This scene was beyond his wildest imagination. They were merely at the outskirts of the forest. Even 10,000-year spirit beasts are exceedingly rare. How could the king of the forest, the Titan great ape, manifest in this location? This is madness. Roar. Just as the crowd began to move, they witnessed the Titan great ape slam its fist into the ground. The sheer force of the impact sent trees soaring into the air, shattering into countless splinters. Everyone understood that the Titan great ape was issuing a warning. Anyone who dared to advance would meet the same fate as the scattered debris of the trees. Xiaofeng, what shall we do? Yu Xiao gazed towards Yifeng. This scene was truly unexpected. He instructed everyone to retract their spiritual energy. Yifeng addressed Yu Xiao. Having observed that the Titan great ape had fixated its attention upon Shrek Academy, he surmised that Xiao Wu would soon engage in conversation with the Titan. And seizing this opportunity to discreetly withdraw might still afford a glimmer of hope for a complete escape. Retrieve the martial soul? Yu Xiao, taken aback by this remark, replied. Very well, you lead the way ahead while I bring up the rear. Yifeng glanced at Yu Xiao. Xiaofeng, you should go ahead while I cover the back. After all, this is the Titan giant ape. If anything happens to me, it will be disastrous. Director Yi. I possess a deeper understanding of the Titan giant ape than you do. There is no time to waste. We must hurry. Yifeng spoke with a grave tone. Regardless of whether it was Yu Xiao or the group of students from Songhui Academy, they were simply too weak. Once the Titan great ape unleashed its fury, those left behind would have no hope of survival whatsoever. However, possessing the speed-type spirit bone of the golden-winged great Peng, he was confident in his ability to escape at full throttle. It was most suitable for him to hold the rear. Very well, you shall follow behind us. Yi Xiao understood that this was a critical moment of life and death. Indecision could likely lead to irreparable consequences. After all, these were the elite members of Songhui Academy. Backed by formidable influence, under Yi Xiao's command, the members of Songhui Academy discreetly withdrew, relinquishing their soul power. Meanwhile, Yifeng deliberately unleashed his soul power to divert the Titan great ape's attention. Respected king of the forest, we mean no offense. If this is your territory, we shall withdraw immediately. Over at Shrek Academy, Xiao Wu had already initiated a dialogue with the Titan great ape. It was at this moment that the gaze of the Titan great ape fell upon Xiao Wu. Yifeng gradually stepped backward, realizing that if he did not retreat now, he would be trapped when the Titan went berserk. After all, this colossal Titan ape was devoid of any discernible flaws in terms of strength, speed, attack, or defense, and could even unleash skills akin to soul techniques. Such a behemoth, even 100 of them combined, would be of no avail. It was wise to escape while he could. As for the happenings at Shrek Academy, they were of no concern to him. His priority was to safeguard himself and Songhui Academy. After all, Yifeng was no saint. Roar. The Titan unleashed another furious roar. A sound so powerful it was deafening. It seemed to convey a sentiment of disdain, as if to say, what are you, mere human? To think you can depart unscathed in my presence? Alarmed, he realized he had been detected. Everyone, quickly muster your soul power and flee for your lives. Yifeng observed that the Titan great ape's gaze had shifted towards their Songhui Academy. He realized that attempting to stealthily retreat in the presence of such a formidable soul beast would be the utmost affront. Yet, which option would one choose? To succumb to inaction or to struggle for survival? Surely, any person would opt for the latter, as there remains a flicker of hope for life. Standing idly in place, what if the creature's wrath were to befall them? Mubai, you must lead everyone in retreat. Xiao Wujia's voice erupted in a desperate roar. These infernal rascals from Songhui Academy had the audacity to reclaim their soul power and sneak away ahead of time. Understood. Mubai responded promptly. As he witnessed the members of Songhui Academy making their escape, the Shrek Academy team dispersed, inciting the Titan great ape's fury to reach a boiling point. It raised its colossal fist, brimming with rage. 7th soul skill, martial soul avatar. Xiao Wujia showed no hesitation whatsoever, unleashing his martial soul avatar without delay. For in this moment, there was no other soul skill that could contend with such a beast. He had to buy enough time for these young warriors. So, old Xiao has finally made his move? Truly, thank you. Upon witnessing this scene, Yifeng felt a surge of joy within his heart. With Xiao Wuji bearing the brunt, it seemed that their Songhui Academy would be able to make a safe escape. Let your imaginations run wild, my fellow companions. We shall flee towards the east. That direction lies within the blind spot of the Titan giant ape. One by one, the members of Shrek consumed the flying mushroom sausages, sprouting wings from their backs, and swiftly took flight towards the eastern horizon. Yifeng gazed in bewilderment as the Shrek Academy personnel drew near, his expression riddled with confusion. The eastern direction was their evacuation route. It seemed the adversaries had merely diverted their attention momentarily. With a thunderous roar, dust swirled violently around them. A colossal fist was hurled directly at the fleeing members of Tsanghui Academy and Shrek Academy, unleashing an immense force that, bolstered by gravitational pressure, sent everyone sprawling in an instant. Meanwhile, Xiao Wujia's encounter with the Titan had propelled him 1,000 meters away, for the disparity in strength was staggering. Little Wu, Yi Feng, who had just been violently thrown aside, heard a heart-wrenching cry. It was Tang San. He leaped into action, launching a frenzied assault against the Titan Great Ape, employing a myriad of hidden weapons. Chapter 38, A Fiery Rebuke to Tang San. By the heavens! Soul skill, Gale Stride. Yet, this action undoubtedly provoked the Titan Great Ape. The beast retaliated with a ferocious punch aimed squarely at Tang San, intent on dispatching this bothersome fly. However, having just been struck by the Titan shockwave, Yi Feng was flung several dozen meters and crashed into a tree. Struggling to rise, he realized Tang San was right before him. If that fist descended, he would surely be caught in its wrath. Yet, Yi Feng discovered he was too late. The Titan Great Ape radiated a crimson glow, a powerful attack imbued with soul force. Yi Feng was utterly immobilized by the force of gravity, unable to move a single inch. Damn it! Return Xiao Wu to me. Tang San shouted in fury. He had lost his mind. The Dragon Whisker Needle unleashed a relentless barrage with fervor. Tang San, I curse you to the heavens. Cease this madness at once. Yi Feng bellowed in fury. Did this wretch not see that the Titan Great Ape had already unleashed its soul power, targeting him? Yet, Yi Feng, found himself pressed to the ground, utterly immobilized by an overwhelming force of gravity. Nevertheless, Tang San appeared oblivious to Yi Feng's pleas, continuing his relentless assault. At last, a fist radiating crimson light descended with tremendous force. Upon impact, the ground erupted. Within a kilometer radius, all trees were swept away by the violent shockwave, leaving only bare earth devoid of life. Tang San could hardly withstand such might, being sent hurtling away to an unknown location. Meanwhile, Yi Feng, similarly restrained by the oppressive gravity, was not faring any better. The furious shockwave slammed into him, propelling him into the air, soaring several hundred meters high. He then entered a trajectory of free fall. As for the others, under the weight of this assault, they too were scattered like leaves in a tempest. Damn it. You are a reincarnator. Could you not employ a modicum of thought in your actions? Do you truly believe that your meager abilities can withstand the Titan Great Ape? Crack. Yi Feng fell into a secluded corner of the forest, cursing under his breath. Fortunately, the Titan Giant Ape harbored no intent to slay the two of them. At the most critical moment, its fist veered slightly off course, causing a shockwave that scattered them all, sending them flying. Otherwise, he would have likely been reduced to mere pulp. It was an ordeal he could have easily avoided, especially since they had secured Xiao Wu during the initial wave of impact and were meant to depart thereafter. Yet, Tang San insisted on stirring up trouble. It was merely a stroke of good fortune. What on earth is this bizarre place? Yi Feng stood there, utterly bewildered, as if he had inadvertently harnessed a surge of energy that propelled him to the very heart of the forest's outer circle. Nevertheless, the perilous nature of this place compelled him to retreat. With that resolution, he began to make his way out, intent on regrouping with his companions. Meanwhile, Tang found himself unceremoniously deposited in a distant corner of the forest, an area that happened to be the territory of the man-faced demon spider. Despite his incessant thoughts of Xiao Wu, he recognized that he must first confront this formidable predicament. As time slipped by, 3 hours had passed in the blink of an eye. Where on earth am I? The unfortunate reality weighed heavily upon him. Yi Feng felt as though he had lost his way. The vast starry forest was surrounded by trees, and he was utterly unaware of his whereabouts, as thick fog enveloped the area, obscuring any sense of direction. It is no wonder that this forest is known to be one of the most perilous places. For once one ventures into its depths, they must contend not only with the threat of monstrous beasts, but also the danger of becoming hopelessly disoriented. Before long, the sky gradually darkened. At this moment, Yi Feng is also feeling quite fatigued. It would be wise to kindle a fire and take a brief respite, waiting for the thick fog to dissipate before proceeding, while also tending to his wounds. Yi Feng retrieved the tent from the soul guide device. Subsequently, he gathered some firewood to ignite a fire and casually caught a few wild rabbits. As he sat by the fire, roasting the rabbits while tending to his wounds, he couldn't help but feel that today had been exceptionally unfortunate. He pondered whether Tang San had succumbed to the bite of the faceless demon spider. If he had survived, Yi Feng resolved to give him a thorough lesson upon his escape. Yi Feng murmured to himself, Merely half an hour had passed when the tantalizing aroma of roasted rabbit meat wafted through the air. It was utterly delectable. After another hour, having feasted to his heart's content, Feng let out a satisfied burp. The evening had turned out to be quite delightful. He then retrieved a pouch of powder from his soul-guiding device. This powder bore a unique insignia. Once scattered around, it would alert him to any approaching soul beasts. He intended to sprinkle it in a circle before retreating to his tent for some much-needed rest. Suddenly, just as Feng rose to his feet, he heard the chilling howl of a wolf. Almost immediately, he noticed that the dark forest surrounding him was now dotted with luminous orbs. They were abundant, as if he had stumbled upon a romantic spectacle of fireflies. Yet, Feng understood that this was no mere celebration. This was a pack of wolves. Another howl echoed in the night. Then, Feng beheld a multitude of white wolves emerging before his eyes, an endless sea of them. Conservatively estimating, there were at least 1,000. Damn it, with so many around, had he unwittingly wandered into a wolf's den? Feng's body trembled slightly. Is it really necessary for all of you, my elder brothers, to mobilize for just one person? How much can you possibly divide among yourselves? Suddenly, a louder sound echoed from afar. In the next instant, all the wolves surged towards Feng's direction. Chapter 39. In the dark of night, a life and death duel. What the hell? Is this for real? Is it truly this exhilarating, charging forth without a moment's hesitation? At this moment, Feng could hardly fathom that these wolves exhibited not the slightest sense of martial virtue. Here he stood alone, while thousands of wolves surged forth, leaving him no chance of triumph, their overwhelming presence nothing short of astounding. Howl. The Wolf King, perched atop the highest point, incessantly bellowed into the night. Amidst the pitch-black darkness, shadowy phantoms descended upon him, their eerie, glimmering menace rendering one breathless. Bloodthirsty demonic scythe, Feng sensed that trouble was brewing. The thick fog enveloped him, rendering him oblivious to his surroundings. At this moment, all that remained was to fight. Summoning his bloodthirsty scythe, he charged into the pack of wolves, their greedy and ferocious jaws snapping menacingly. With a swift motion, hot blood splattered around him. In a mere minute, the attire of Tsanghui Academy that Feng wore was drenched in crimson. A howl pierced the air. Finally, Feng caught sight of a silhouette in the distance. Its fur was entirely black, and it was as massive as a tiger. It was the Wolf King. Brother, why do you stare at me so intently? Had you not provoked me, I would not have had to slaughter your minions. Feng noticed the Wolf King glaring at him with fierce intensity. Its sharp teeth resembled the claws of a ferocious beast, and the stone beneath it bore cracks from the sheer force of its grip, as though it were consumed by unbridled rage. Meanwhile, Feng felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He had merely been enjoying roasted rabbit meat, looking forward to a peaceful slumber. He had even taken the trouble to light a fire and communicate to the surrounding beasts that his presence was benign. He wished for no disturbances. Yet, instead of respecting his solitude, thousands of wolves had converged upon him. Now, as he prepared to resist, he found himself baring his teeth in a manner that suggested he owed the Wolf King an insurmountable debt of millions in gold coins. Was it truly a crime for him to wish to survive? Were these wolves devoid of reason? He was but a solitary human. Did they truly expect him to be enough to satiate their ravenous hunger? The situation was utterly perplexing, with the number of wolves escalating, ranging from mere decades to centuries, and even some that had lived for millennia. Feng had no choice but to employ his first soul skill, tear the heavens. Infused with the power of this ability, his bloodthirsty scythe transitioned from slaying a single wolf with a single swing to dispatching 4 or 5 with each arc. Even against the ancient wolves, he could engage them head-on and cleave them with a single strike. Amidst the throng of wolves, he now resembled the very embodiment of death itself. The scythe carved a path through the chaos, and the ground was awash with crimson. A howl pierced the night as the moon shone resplendently above. Feng was suddenly startled by an extraordinarily loud noise. In the next moment, he was surrounded by a multitude of glimmering eyes, as if there was an endless horde of wolves. What on earth is this? Brother, what are you doing? What do you hope to achieve by surrounding me with so many wolves? The sheer number of them left Feng utterly bewildered. What could they possibly want? I am hardly a tempting target. Suddenly, several dark shadows darted past him with remarkable speed. Black fur? His left leg's soul bone surged with the wind. Initially, Feng thought it was the Wolf King approaching. For a brief moment, he felt a shiver run through him and swiftly activated his soul bone to enhance his speed. However, that was not the case. It was merely a few dark-furred wolves resembling the Wolf King. If he was not mistaken, they must be the leaders of the Wolf clan. How absurd. Why employ so many wolves against him? Clang. One wolf charged forward. The Azure Dragon Shield. Yifeng swiftly merged with the second spirit ring. The bloodthirsty demon scythe stood before him, forming a shield of condensed soul power. Howl. A wolf's assault was thwarted. Meanwhile, another black wolf launched a surprise attack from behind Yifeng, after employing the speed-type spirit bone of the golden-winged great Pang on his left leg. Yifeng's reaction speed was significantly heightened. Tear the heavens. Yifeng swung his bloodthirsty scythe with an ominous flourish. What on earth? Is it poisonous? His martial soul was tainted with a greenish liquid. Yifeng was suddenly engulfed by a tingling sensation. This was an ominous sign of poison infiltrating his body. Ever since the system had augmented his physique, he had developed a certain degree of resistance to toxins. Typically, when poisonous substances entered his system, he would experience a peculiar numbness, indicating their presence. However, what in the world was this? Was it not a wolf? Could saliva also be toxic? Was it a hybrid of the Komodo dragon? Yifeng was utterly bewildered. The toxin that could induce such numbness in him was typically potent, certainly far superior to that of the mandrake snake. What on earth was this monstrous wolf? However, this was not the moment for contemplation. With a firm grip on his bloodthirsty scythe, Yifeng plunged once more into the throng of wolves, relying on his formidable resistance to poison. He repelled the 3 wolf clan leaders and inflicted injuries upon 2 of them. In the distance, the Wolf King let out another mournful howl upon witnessing this. Yifeng understood that if he did not eliminate the Wolf King today, it could lead to endless troubles. To capture the thief, one must first seize the leader. Thus, a bloody path must be carved tonight. With his second soul skill, Celestial Dragon's Annihilation, he gripped the bloodthirsty scythe tightly, emanating a powerful violet glow. As a celestial dragon spiraled above him, whoosh, Yifeng brandished his enchanted scythe, and in the blink of an eye, the blade transformed into a colossal dragon. In the distance of 100 meters, every wolf erupted in a violent explosion of flesh and blood, saturating the air with a miasma that was nearly suffocating. With relentless determination, he swiftly traversed several hundred meters, finally confronting the seemingly towering Wolf King. At that moment, Yifeng was resolute in his intention to vanquish his foe. Otherwise, this battle would stretch into eternity. No matter how much strength he possessed, he could never withstand the relentless onslaught of such numerous wolves. Even now, he felt his stamina waning. A howl pierced the air as the enormous Black Wolf King, reminiscent of a tiger, fixated its piercing green gaze upon Yifeng, emanating an unprecedented murderous intent. Come forth. Second soul skill, Celestial Dragon Annihilation. Soul Bone skill, Gale's Advance. Yifeng unleashed 2 consecutive skills. First, he detonated the surrounding wolves. Subsequently, he activated the Soul Bone skill, rapidly closing the distance to the Wolf King, now merely 10 meters apart. The Wolf King, witnessing the human approach, was filled with rage. Its long, sharp claws extended, and the stone beneath its feet, resembling an artificial mountain, shattered instantly. It lunged fiercely towards Yifeng. Suddenly, it spotted a small, magma-colored insect. In the next moment, a wave of heat surged forth. It was the sound of an explosion. The ground was blasted into a massive 10-meter crater. The area within 100 meters lay barren. Just as Yifeng prepared for the imminent confrontation, he maximized the speed of his soul bone and concealed himself behind a large tree. Had he perished? As the aftermath of the explosion dissipated, the sheer force left even the 3 black wolves gasping for breath. Surely, the Wolf King was not far from the brink as well? After all, not everyone possesses the prowess of Tang Hao. Yifeng gripped his bloodthirsty scythe tightly, advancing toward the deep pit. Little did he know that beneath it, a bloody wolf lay in wait, poised to strike. The moment its prey drew near, it leaped into action. Amidst the thick smoke, it opened its maw filled with razor-sharp teeth, aiming for Yifeng's head as he approached the pit's edge. With a single bite, it would sever like biting into a cherry. The atmosphere was thick with tension as darkness enveloped him, and the gaping maw descended upon him. Yifeng's pupils constricted. His eyes were filled with disbelief and terror. Utilizing the soul bone skill, he dashed away like the wind. Yifeng's left leg erupted with a brilliant radiance. Just as the formidable maw of his adversary was poised to sink its teeth into Yifeng's head, an overwhelming instinct for survival propelled him to evade swiftly to the side. Although his head narrowly escaped, his body fell victim to the vicious claws, leaving several deep gashes that exposed bone beneath. Howl! The Wolf King fixed its gaze upon Yifeng, as if awaiting the gradual demise of its prey. Cursed fate! Yifeng's entire back was paralyzed, a venomous affliction coursing through him. The claws that had inflicted this pain concealed toxins at least tenfold more potent than that of the mandrake snake. It was impossible for him to experience such paralysis otherwise. It felt as if he had been struck by a tranquilizer. Howling beneath the luminous full moon, the wolf king of the forest let out a long, resonant cry, akin to a celebration of triumph. Typically, even a soul sage-level human would succumb to its poison, unable to withstand its lethal effects, facing death within no more than 10 minutes. This human, too, was nearing that fate. Yell, I shall make you pay the price. The bloodthirsty scythe gripped firmly in hand. Yifeng's back bore several deep, blood-drenched gashes, each revealing the bone beneath, and blood continued to flow profusely. His garments were completely soaked. At this moment, he was truly enraged. An unprecedented killing intent surged within his eyes. Third soul skill, Titan strength. Yifeng's arms transformed into those of a Qilin, exuding an aura of overwhelming power. As soul energy surged into the bloodthirsty scythe, the weapon enlarged severalfold, resembling a colossal electric pole adorned with a razor-sharp blade. Die. All of you. With a sweeping motion of the scythe, the surrounding wolves fell like grass cut down by a scythe, collapsing in orderly rows. Empowered, Yifeng wielded the 10-meter-long bloodthirsty scythe with the same finesse as if it were of ordinary size. In the distance, the Black Wolf King gazed in disbelief. How could this be? Why was this human, despite being poisoned by its venom, utterly unscathed? The toxicity of the shadow poison wolf lineage was renowned throughout the forest. Could it be a momentary resurgence? Yet, this revival seemed to last far too long. Wu. At last, the Wolf King decided to strike. If this continued, it would lose countless members. Come on. Yifeng, consumed by fury, confronted the Wolf King head-on. In a mere minute, the two engaged in over 100 exchanges. The Wolf King was panting heavily, and on the other side, Yifeng was equally exhausted. He was barely hanging on by a thread. To be frank, such a performance could not be achieved by a soul master. Even if Yu Xiaogang were present, he would not have been able to attain this level of accomplishment. The battle had escalated to the brink of a soul saint. Without a moment's respite, the Wolf King retreated slightly, only for the wolf soldiers to surge forward once again. The pack of wolves descended in a frenzied assault. Yifeng was covered in wounds, with even wolves attempting to tear a piece of flesh from his exhausted body. Die, all of you. Yifeng unleashed the final vestiges of his pure third spirit ability, executing a fervent spin in place. Within a radius of 10 meters, wherever the bloodthirsty scythe made contact, not a blade of grass remained. A sanguine mist enveloped the surroundings, as everything settled into stillness. The previously frightened wolves now fixed their menacing gazes upon Yifeng, who stood resolutely in the center. In the distance, the Wolf King observed him as well. Yet, Yifeng's martial soul had vanished, signifying his utter exhaustion. Was he truly destined to perish here? Yifeng gazed upon the throngs of wolves surrounding him, their numbers seemingly endless. Yet, he found himself utterly devoid of strength. Relying on the arrival of the Tsanghui Academy for rescue? Such a notion was utterly unrealistic. Knowing Yu Xiao's temperament, it was likely that he had already led everyone to retreat from the safe zone. What to do? Seizing the moment before the wolves launched their attack, Yifeng activated the system. Host: Yifeng, current dimension, Douluo continent, gender, male, age, 13, martial soul, first martial soul. Bloodthirsty demon scythe, second martial soul, rift explosion combat attributes, activated soul rings, first soul ring, divine beast white tiger, 1,000 years, soul skill, tear the heavens, second soul ring. 9,000-year ancient beast azure dragon, soul skill. Azure dragon's annihilation, offensive and defensive, with the defensive skill being the azure dragon shield, third soul ring. 10,000-year diamond titan, soul skill, titan's diamond power soul bone, left leg, 10,000-year golden winged rock soul bone. Soul skill, swift wind soul power, level 40 experience points, 19,0001, 000 gold coins, 15,030, 000 inventory. 1 minute stamina pill. Suddenly, Yifeng noticed a 1-minute stamina pill. Previously, the lackluster name of this pill had rendered it almost forgettable in his mind, leading him to overlook it entirely. With nothing to lose, he decided to consume it and see what transpired. Before long, a dark, glossy pill resembling a bulging eye emerged in his hand. Howl. The Wolf King approached Yifeng, its massive head and eerie, green eyes fixated upon him. It drew ever closer, and he could even feel the hot breath emanating from it. Without a moment's hesitation, he knew he had to act swiftly. Yifeng directly consumed the stalwart 1-minute pill. Congratulations to the host for successfully utilizing the stalwart 1-minute pill. This potion grants boundless soul power and enhances attack power tenfold for 1 minute, bestowing an invincible golden body for 60 seconds. After Yifeng ingested the elixir, an overwhelming surge of information flooded his consciousness. Power. Boundless power. Meanwhile, the Wolf King, upon witnessing the magma-colored insect resting in Yifeng's palm, was overtaken by a mix of fear and confusion. Boom. An explosion erupted, leaving a desolate radius of 100 meters, devoid of any life. The Wolf King's face was grotesquely disfigured from the blast. Howl. It roared, its bloodshot eyes fixated on Yifeng. Yet, Yifeng reveled in the exhilaration of invincibility for 60 seconds. This meant that within that fleeting moment, he could embrace death without consequence. This treasure was simply invaluable. Flee? Did the Wolf King truly believe it could escape? At this moment, Yifeng wore a smile reminiscent of the returning Dragon King. He swiftly activated his speed soul bone and firmly grasped the Wolf King's head. A thunderous explosion echoed through the air. Another blast followed. In a mere 10 seconds, Yifeng, empowered by limitless soul energy, unleashed a relentless barrage of 10 consecutive explosions, a frequency that even Tang could scarcely endure. The surrounding wolves stood in stunned silence, paralyzed by fear. Yet Yifeng showed no signs of stopping. This pack of wolves bore witness to the treachery of the world, especially the Wolf King, who was held by Yifeng and subjected to continuous detonations, nearly losing its skull in the process. Chapter 41. The Enraged Snake Woman. This child must be eliminated. 60 seconds later, when the dust finally settled, the ground lay in utter disarray. Every wolf capable of fleeing had already escaped from this place. To them, this human was nothing short of a monster, a devil. Meanwhile, the Wolf King had met its end. It was utterly defeated. A black soul ring now hovered around Yifeng. How could such a deep wound exist? Suddenly, Yifeng noticed a gaping wound beneath the wolf's abdomen, deep enough to expose bone. He was certain it was not inflicted by him, for neither the explosive damage from his martial spirit nor a scythe could create such a wound. But for now, he set aside these thoughts. Absorbing the soul ring was of utmost importance. Yifeng sat cross-legged, immediately absorbing the soul ring. After an indeterminate amount of time, a group of 3 emerged from the forest. What on earth is happening? The ground was strewn with corpses, and blood flowed like a river. The 2 elders and the young girl were left stunned. It was the shadow poison wolf. The snake lady exclaimed in shock, "Grandmother, it's him." Mangy Ran approached the bloodied figure before her, gasping in recognition of a familiar face. Who is it? The snake lady was incensed. Today, her granddaughter's 2 soul rings were stolen, and now her own was taken. This shadow poison wolf had been relentlessly hunted by Long Gong for 2 days and nights. Just when they had finally wounded it, someone else snatched it away. Previously, she had restrained herself only because her husband was absent. Now that he was present, she would not let this go unpunished. How dare you? It's this brat. Just wait until I deal with him. The snake lady's demeanor turned frigid upon recognizing Yifeng's face. He had thwarted her plans time and again. This man must die. Wait, Yiran, do you know him? Suddenly, Long Gong, who was investigating nearby, halted the snake lady and turned to Mang Yiran. Yes, this is the one who caused us to lose our first hunted soul beast. And he bullied me. Mang Yiran recalled the incident, clenching her fists tightly. How could he have done that with so many people present? How could she ever face anyone again? Yiran, don't you still lack a soul ring? There is an injured 1,000-year shadow poison wolf here. Quickly kill it and absorb its soul ring. Long Gong noticed some living wolves on the ground, including one of 1,000-year caliber. What? There are still living ones? Mang Yiran was filled with disbelief upon hearing this. Yes, act quickly. It won't last much longer, Long Gong urged. For a soul master, soul rings were of utmost importance. Having had her soul ring stolen twice previously had left her exasperated. Now, a golden opportunity had presented itself, invigorating her spirit. She plunged a dagger into the creature. And in the next moment, a 1,000-year soul ring floated beside her. Sitting cross-legged, she began the absorption process. She planned to confront that scoundrel after absorbing the soul ring. She refused to believe that she could remain at a disadvantage against a fellow soul master. Unbeknownst to her, Yifeng was also seated cross-legged, covered in blood, seemingly healing. Mang Yiran, not observing closely, was unaware that he was absorbing a soul ring. Had she known that Yifeng was absorbing his 4th soul ring, she would likely have reconsidered her thoughts. What do you plan to do with him? The snake lady glared at Long Gong. Did you notice? He's absorbing a soul ring. And it's the shadow poison wolves. Long Gong approached Yifeng, sensing a faint wave of soul power. Absorbing a soul ring? How is this possible? He is clearly younger than Yiran. The snake lady was taken aback by his words. Could it be true what he had said previously? Is he at level 40? His method of absorption is unusual, but I am certain he is indeed absorbing a soul ring. Who is this boy? Long Gong, being well informed, inquired of the snake lady. All I know is that he is an assistant at Songhui Academy. She replied coldly, having no fondness for the boy. An assistant at Songhui Academy? He is indeed a rare talent. Long Gong remarked with a deep gaze. Surviving amidst such a ferocious wolf attack is a feat even the average soul emperor would struggle to achieve. Initially, he presumed someone was aiding the boy, but the atmosphere was charged with only one type of soul power, meaning he was alone. This was astonishing. Moreover, the Shadow Poison Wolf King was a 30,000-year-old soul beast. He dared to absorb it, seemingly merging with it. Incredible! You wouldn't want to keep this boy around, would you? Iran would never agree. The snake lady detected Long Gong's implication and huffed in disapproval. This is not a significant issue. Since Iran has been wronged, let him compensate. Long Gong's gaze reflected newfound admiration for the boy. Humph. Old man, you are playing with fire. I say just kill him and be done with it. The snake lady approached Feng, her staff brimming with soul power. Chapter 42. Finished? Did he suffer a backlash from the soul beast's resentment? I have my own plans for this matter. You need not interfere. Long Gong replied cryptically, having taken a liking to the boy. As for Iran, she was merely a little girl who could be dealt with easily. Well, do as you wish. The snake lady huffed, clearly displeased. In her view, they should take advantage of his weakness to eliminate a potential threat. Time passed, and morning arrived. Iran awoke to the warm sunlight. Noticing the glow of her soul power gradually retracting into her body. Grandmother, I have successfully advanced to the 31st level, Meng Iran exclaimed joyfully. Astonished that her arduous 2-day hunt for soul beasts had culminated in such a windfall. The Shadow Poison Wolf is remarkably compatible with your martial spirit. I wonder how your third soul skill will manifest? Long Gong inquired, adjusting his beard with a smile. My third soul skill is Snake Shadow. Not only have I acquired the poison of the Shadow Poison Wolf, but also its speed. If I encounter that Tang San again, I could surely beat him to a pulp. And that scoundrel Feng, I'll make him pay dearly. Mentioning Feng, Meng Iran's fist clenched tightly. Her expression one of fierce determination. Yes, I'll teach him a lesson. Long Gong laughed heartily in agreement while the snake lady rolled her eyes. Puzzled by the old man's intentions. Grandfather, that Feng has tea left, has he? I'm going to find him and settle the score. Previously, Long Gong and the snake lady had kept Feng at a distance to avoid affecting Meng Iran. He has tea left, not at all, Long Gong replied indulgently. Who could be unaware that Meng Iran was the apple of the elder's eyes in the Meng family, cherished to the extreme? Yet, he still appeared this way. Was he seriously injured? As she approached, Meng Iran discovered that Feng remained in the same position she had seen him in hours earlier. And with the dawn revealing the scene more clearly, the blood on him appeared even more horrifying, especially the 3 deep gashes on his back, which were truly shocking. She had initially intended to confront Feng fiercely, but in this state, how could she possibly seek revenge? Cough, cough. At that very moment, Feng suddenly coughed, spewing a mouthful of dark blood. Grandfather, Meng Iran exclaimed in alarm. Why on earth was he vomiting blood? She hadn't even retaliated yet. This scoundrel absolutely could not die. She had never been so humiliated in her life, and if she couldn't avenge this grievance, she might as well perish herself. What happened? Long Gong rushed over, quickly grasping Feng's hand. Could it be that he was afflicted by the vengeful spirit of a soul beast? If that were the case, it would be disastrous. Once the brain was damaged by such a backlash, the consequences could range from becoming a fool to bleeding out and dying. All of Long Gong's efforts from the previous night would be in vain. Is he dead? He could only see Meng Iran's delicate hands clasping her small red lips, her expression one of utter astonishment. Who among the living would bleed such dark blood? And with such grievous injuries, it seemed impossible for him to survive. Suddenly, a sense of melancholy began to wash over Meng Iran. He couldn't die. This boy truly astonished her. Long Gong withdrew his soul power, his expression filled with disbelief. The boy had actually absorbed the 10,000-year soul ring. What a prodigious talent! The optimal soul ring configuration for a typical soul master is yellow, yellow, purple, purple. Why is it considered optimal? Because nearly all outstanding soul masters in the realm possess this configuration. Yet this boy had the audacity to absorb a black soul ring as his fourth. Thus, his configuration must be yellow, yellow, purple, black. One must ponder, how many individuals in this world can boast such an extraordinary configuration? This child is undoubtedly a once-in-a-thousand-years genius. Previously, he had heard of the boy's attendance at Songhui Academy. In terms of student quality, Songhui Academy is rather mediocre on the continent, noble children seldom return, and those from prestigious families do not enroll, let alone the royal family. Therefore, the academy mainly comprises students from ordinary or modestly affluent families. Given this, it is reasonable to believe that his background could easily appeal to the boy. Long Gong released Yu Feng's hand, his mind racing with thoughts. Grandfather. What is wrong with him? Meng Yiran noticed her grandfather's peculiar demeanor and felt a surge of confusion. Nothing. He merely absorbed the soul ring and cleared the blood clots from his body. Long Gong replied. Absorbed the soul ring? Meng Yiran was baffled. Hadn't he been healing all this time? How did it turn into absorbing a soul ring? Indeed, he absorbed the soul ring. He took my dear wife's soul ring. The snake lady lamented, her expression one of deep grievance, resembling a wronged wife. What bad luck. I finally captured the shadow poison wolf. What? Meng Yiran was even more bewildered. Her mind struggled to comprehend. Wasn't the soul ring her grandmother sought supposed to be a 10,000-year soul ring? How could this rascal absorb a 10,000-year soul ring? He was not a soul king. Why did her grandparents' words leave her so perplexed? You old woman. I'll help you find another 10,000-year soul ring later. Is it necessary to be so resentful? Long Gong retorted with exasperation. Meanwhile, Yu Feng slowly opened his eyes. After a night of effort, he had finally absorbed the shadow poison wolf's soul ring. Thankfully, he had the system as support. Otherwise, he would have truly been in peril. However, upon opening his eyes, he was nearly startled out of his wits. Before him stood Long Gong, the snake lady, and Meng Yiran. How on earth did these three end up here? What had transpired? Kid, you finally awakened. Long Gong gazed at Yu Feng with surprise. This boy actually recognized them. You scoundrel. You finally awakened. I won't let you off the hook for what happened earlier. I have now advanced to Soul Venerable, and I shall challenge you once more. Upon seeing Yu Feng regain consciousness, Meng Yiran exploded with rage. The furious fire within her cast aside all prior doubts. With the 1,000-year shadow poison wolf martial spirit, she felt empowered in every aspect and was confident that she would not be defeated in a single strike. What a coincidence. I have also just become a soul master. Yu Feng rose to his feet. What? Soul sect? Upon hearing this, Meng Yiran's body suddenly stiffened. Her beautiful eyes filled with confusion as she gazed at the dragon lord and the serpent matron beside her. Humph, you little brat. Riding on someone else's coattails to ascend to the soul sect. What is there to be so smug about? The serpent matron approached, leaning on her cane, her tone laced with resentment. Riding on someone else's coattails? Hearing these words, Yu Feng was utterly perplexed. Whose favor had he benefited from? Was this soul ring not earned through his own blood, sweat, and tears? If one were to insist that he had gained an advantage, he could only attribute it to the system. P.S. The first update has been delivered. The author humbly requests votes and monthly subscriptions, seeking support in various forms. A heartfelt thanks to the generous patrons today. Your support is greatly appreciated. There are 2 more updates to come, all to be completed before 2359. Chapter 43. A husband like this is quite acceptable in the face of a pack of wolves last night. Had it not been for the potent medicinal pill that sustained him for a minute, he would likely have been reduced to nothing more than wolf excrement. He truly could not comprehend what this old woman meant by having benefited from someone else's support. Do you know that the shadow poison wolf you absorbed was my soul ring? The serpent woman coldly remarked, striking her serpent staff. Your soul ring? Yu Feng raised an eyebrow in bewilderment. What on earth? When did the soul beasts in this forest start inscribing names? Young man, you ought to express gratitude to us. Have you noticed the wound beneath the belly of that shadow poison wolf? That is the mark of our handiwork. Without it, you would not have so easily vanquished the creature. At this moment, Long Gong approached the body of the shadow poison wolf and pointed at the injury, saying, Is this truly your doing? Hearing these words, Yu Feng immediately expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Long Gong and Shipa. You brat. Not only do you fail to show any appreciation, but you also resort to insults. Do you have any idea that we have been pursuing the shadow poison wolf for a full 2 days? Just as we were about to seize our prize, you ended up killing it. Long Gong and Shipa were utterly bewildered. This fellow had the audacity to inquire about their well-being instead of expressing gratitude. Why was he so agitated? Gratitude? Do you even comprehend what I endured last night? Thousands of wolves besieged me alone. I was, in fact, shouldering the burden for you. Yu Feng was seething with anger. Now he finally understood why these wolves had besieged him alone. Last night, he couldn't comprehend it at all. However, upon hearing the 2 rascals, Long Gong and Shipa, he immediately grasped the situation. It turned out that they had initially intended to slay the shadow poison wolf for its soul ring, but the creature had escaped. Subsequently, the shadow poison wolf returned with its pack seeking vengeance, mistakenly believing him to be an ally. Without discerning friend from foe, they launched a frenzied attack on him. Feng had unwittingly become the quintessential scapegoat. These two audacious individuals had the audacity to expect his gratitude. Who do they think they are? A plethora of unutterable curses surged through his mind. Ah, you're quite the character, he thought. But the fact remains that you did indeed acquire a soul ring. As family, we shall let bygones be bygones. Long Gong, who had initially anticipated a wave of thanks from the younger generation, was left bewildered by the tirade. This young man certainly had a fiery temperament. Yet, to put it another way, he had indeed shielded them from calamity. Being attacked by a pack of wolves for no reason, only to realize he had been mistaken for someone else, made for an unpleasant experience for anyone. Nevertheless, this incident also corroborated the young man's undeniable strength. Surviving the onslaught of wolves was no small feat. He had truly stumbled upon a treasure. As family, we need not keep score indeed. Feng was momentarily stunned by the words he heard. What on earth? Grandpa, what are you talking about? Meng Iran, who was beside him, also appeared bewildered, almost believing she was hallucinating. Only the snake lady seemed to comprehend the situation. It turned out that this old man had been leading him on just to recruit this young lad back to the Meng family. No wonder he hesitated to kill him. Setting aside past grievances, the young man was indeed a rare talent. Haha, Iran, didn't you say you wanted to take revenge and give him a good lesson? Once you become family, you can teach him however you please, Dragon Gong chuckled. Grandma, look at what Grandpa is saying. He's lost his mind. Meng Iran clung to the snake lady's arm, convinced her grandfather had gone mad. This scoundrel had just bullied her, even allowing some lewd men to see her body. And instead of avenging her, he spoke of becoming family. Wasn't that madness? I can't interfere with your grandfather's decisions, the snake lady replied tersely. What are you all talking about? On the other side, Feng's head was filled with questions. Who was he? Where was he? What was happening here? Kid, my granddaughter is quite a beauty. I see mutual affection and a match made in heaven. As an elder, I permit you to be together. Dragon Gong said with a smile, looking at Feng. Grandpa, who wants to be with him? He bullied me in front of so many people and let others see me. You should help me take revenge on him. Meng Iran stomped her foot in frustration. Iran, don't be ridiculous. How can normal interactions between men and women be called bullying? Besides, isn't it trendy these days to be a bit more daring? I believe this is just a signal from Xiao Feng indicating he wishes for deeper communication with you, Dragon Gong said, glaring at Meng Iran. Then launching into a series of absurd arguments. The snake lady could hardly bear to watch. To secure a grandson-in-law, her husband had sunk to such depths of absurdity. It was simply unimaginable. Feng, meanwhile, felt as if he was about to transform into a question mark, which I saw them as a perfect match. And what was this nonsense about deeper communication? I just want to know, what kind of wolfish words are these? Grandma, please tell Grandpa. How can he allow his granddaughter to be bullied and then sell her off to a scoundrel? Meng Iran was on the verge of a breakdown, pleading with the snake lady for help. Iran, when a boy reaches adulthood and a girl comes of age, it's time to find a husband. You're 16 now. It's time to consider a partner. This boy may have his flaws, but he is quite talented, and I believe you two will find happiness together. The snake lady said, Grandma, you? Upon hearing that both her grandparents agreed to marry her off to this boy, Meng Iran was utterly bewildered. My dear girl, your grandparents have good judgment. Just as your grandfather said, you two are well matched, and feelings develop over time, don't they? The snake lady spoke earnestly, trying to persuade her. But Grandma, he is younger than me. Younger? Where is he younger? He is as tall as you are. And he was the one who defeated the spirit beast that gave you your spirit ring. Isn't that enough? Before the snake lady could retort, Dragon Gong interjected again. Grandpa, Meng Iran felt a tumult of emotions. How did she end up being sold out for a spirit ring? Setting aside past matters, this person indeed had strength, having single-handedly slain so many wolves. That was something even a soul king might find challenging. He was truly formidable. Having such a husband meant they could train together in the future, which was indeed appealing. Hey, what are you all talking about? Who said anything about joining the Ming family? Feng was perplexed. What on earth had he experienced today? Had anyone sought his consent? Wasn't he this one-man show a bit excessive? P.S. Here comes the second update, seeking support, recommendations, and monthly votes. Also, the third update is on its way. Feng spoke. Meng Iran is indeed quite attractive, but he is merely 13 years old. Isn't it a bit premature to discuss such matters? How can you not have those thoughts, young man? As an elder, I understand your feelings in the presence of such a stunning beauty. There is no shame in it. Whatever you wish to pursue, I grant my approval. Long Gong remarked with a different demeanor towards Yi Feng, even raising an eyebrow at him in amusement. Ah, this? Yi Feng was utterly bewildered. This old fellow was truly resorting to unscrupulous means to deceive him into joining the Meng family. His granddaughter spoke of selling without the slightest hesitation. Yet, he had no interest in such matters at all. Grandfather, what are you saying? Upon hearing her grandfather utter such embarrassing words, Meng Yiran's face flushed crimson. Ha ha ha, it's of no concern at all, Meng Shu laughed shamelessly. In fact, in this realm, it was quite common for individuals to marry at a young age. With swift determination, he thought, the best strategy is to retreat. Seizing the moment when Long Gong erupted in laughter, Yi Feng realized that if he did not flee now, he would be unable to explain himself later. Kid, what are you doing? Long Gong was taken aback. The snake lady was equally bewildered. This young man was defying all conventions, simply running away without a word. I thank you, Senior Long Gong, for your assistance in protecting me last night. However, I regret to inform you that I have no interest in matters of marriage and procreation at this time. Please encourage Meng Yiran to seek another. Yi Feng left behind a single phrase, stop right there. Long Gong intended to pursue him. He truly did not anticipate that this man could withstand the allure of a beautiful woman. Having articulated his intentions so clearly, he believed that the other party would acquiesce to any demand. Yet, to his astonishment, the individual simply fled. What on earth was happening? Old man, I advise you to cease your antics. Their heart is clearly not with Yiran. At that moment, Sheepa spoke up. Alas, had I known, I would have taken precautions. Who could have foreseen that he would depart without a word? Numerous wolves had perished in this vicinity. Long Gong desired to pursue. But the distance had grown too great, and he was reminded that Yiran and his wife were still present. Should another 1,000-year dark shadow poison wolf lead the pack toward them, it would spell trouble. At this moment, he could only sigh, embodying a sense of regret. The previous night had indeed been a futile endeavor. Grandfather, perhaps they simply looked down upon me. After all, such direct matchmaking is hardly commonplace. Meng Yiran shot an exasperated glare at her grandfather, who had come perilously close to expressing a wish to embrace his great-grandson. It was astonishing that anyone could be frightened away so easily. At this juncture, Meng Yiran gazed in the direction Yi Feng had just departed, feeling a mix of excitement and disappointment, an intricate tangle of emotions. Meanwhile, Yi Feng was sprinting 100 miles away, overwhelmed by fear. Goodness, that was utterly terrifying. I nearly lost my handsome figure to an invasion. Grateful for his speed, he resolved to find a way out. Once assured of his safety, Yi Feng began to seek an exit. You lucky rascal, how is it that you have survived this? I'm here to bring you back. Suddenly, at that moment, Yi Feng heard a sound emanating from behind. Who is it? Yi Feng turned his gaze towards the source of the sound, instantly becoming alert. Who else could be so kind as to search for you in this vast starry forest and take you away? A captivating figure emerged, adorned with heavy makeup and fiery red lips. It turned out to be Uncle Ju. I wondered who it could be. Upon seeing the visitor, Yi Feng's previously anxious heart finally settled. The figure before him was none other than Yu Guan, the esteemed titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall, known as the Chrysanthemum Douluo. This individual appeared even more effeminate than the character he had seen in the anime, embodying an utterly androgynous essence. Moreover, he had a peculiar fondness for bright crimson lips. Come, let us return to the Spirit Hall so I may tend to your injuries, said the Chrysanthemum Guan, gesturing for Yi Feng to approach him. 2 years prior, Qian Renxue had discreetly revealed her true identity to Yi Feng, facilitating his connection with the Spirit Hall. Consequently, several elders of the Spirit Hall had become acquainted with Yi Feng, and his remarkable talents had left them in awe, leading them to regard him as a crucial asset for the future of the Spirit Hall. Thank you, Uncle Chrysanthemum, but truly, it is unnecessary. I am not in mortal peril. A bit of rest will suffice. Yi Feng spoke up. With the assistance of the system, his self-healing abilities had multiplied several times over compared to before. Yet, he appeared somewhat disheveled at present. In truth, he was already on the path to recovery. It was merely a matter of time until he was fully restored. However, the most pressing concern was the rather intimidating embrace of Uncle Ju. It evoked a sense of unease as he felt so diminutive and vulnerable. What if he dared not even contemplate it? Given this situation, he resolved to disregard any further concerns. Zhu Douluo gazed at Yi Feng, pondering that had it not been for the secret summons from young Master Qian Renxue, he would never have ventured all the way to this Stardew forest. To add insult to injury, he now had to return empty-handed. What kind of predicament was this? HM, could you kindly inform Uncle Ju that I might be delayed in returning? Yi Feng spoke. Now that we have arrived here, we must certainly take a stroll through Soto City. I look forward to visiting the Shrek Academy again. I am certain that when Yu Xiaogang sees me, his expression will be quite extraordinary. Do as you wish. But I must inform you of something. There are individuals from the Empire who wish for you to make a trip to the Heaven Do Royal Academy, said Zhu Douluo at that moment. To the Heaven Do Royal Academy? Why? Upon hearing this, Yi Feng was somewhat bewildered. I do not know the specific intention. When you return, the young master will inform you. I merely mentioned it in passing, remarked Zhu Douluo at that moment. Very well. Yi Feng shrugged. Well, I've said all that needs to be said. I shall convey your words. After this statement, Uncle Zhu vanished without a trace, as is his nature. Meanwhile, Yu Feng sought out a river to cleanse himself. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. On this day, a handsome young man strolled through the streets of Soto City. The Soto Great Soul Arena? It appears to be quite bustling. Yu Feng walked and soon arrived near the Grand Soul Arena in Soto City. Having only seen it before, standing here now filled him with an indescribable sense of awe. Perhaps he could find some time in the evening to explore it further. Yu Feng contemplated within himself. It would be quite enjoyable to engage in a little sparring here. Perhaps he could also take the opportunity to challenge the participants from Shrek Academy. Chapter 45. The Return of Yu Xiaogang. This was indeed how Yu Feng was strategizing at this moment. After all, having arrived in the Douluo continent, how could one claim to have visited without checking in at the Soto Great Spirit Arena? However, there was no need to rush. First, he would make a stop at the Rose Hotel. If he were fortunate enough to encounter the charming and wealthy Dai Xiao, he might even have the chance to give him a few blows. They should have returned by now. Considering he had spent so many days in the Stardow Forest due to the ambush by the Shadow Poison Wolf, those without such concerns should have slipped away by now. Thus, Yu Feng made his way towards the Rose Hotel, a strikingly romantic white structure that stood out prominently. Meanwhile, in the northern part of Soto City, a carriage slowly approached. Upon entering the city gates, the curtains of the carriage window gradually parted, revealing a man clad in black, his face adorned with stubble, appearing to be in his 40s. He seemed to harbor a sense of nostalgia for the city's scenery, as if he had visited many times before. The carriage continued its slow journey until it reached the outskirts of the city, where a dilapidated wooden sign marked Shrek Academy in bold characters. Within the academy, on a small balcony outside the dean's office, a burly man and a bespectacled man with a shifty appearance sat together, enjoying tea. I never expected that we would encounter the Titan giant ape this time. Even with the two of us together, we could not escape its wrath, remarked the bespectacled middle-aged man, Flander, the dean of Shrek Academy, with a look of lamentation. Indeed, it seems the Titan giant ape's appearance at the outskirts of the Stardow Forest was merely coincidental. Yet, I am still puzzled by that cow's roar that Xiao Wu mentioned. Xiao Wu just sipped his tea, his expression one of confusion. He had been pondering this question since their time in the forest, with no answers forthcoming. I have never heard the cow's roar that instills fear in the Titan giant ape. Flander shook his head slightly. The cow's roar you refer to likely pertains to the sky blue bull python. Just then, a man in his 40s entered the office balcony, clad in black and standing with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of arrogance and authority. I just heard someone arrive. Wujia, allow me to introduce you. This is my old companion Yu Xiaogang, also known as Master, who is Tang San's teacher, Flander said, rising to introduce Zhao Wujia. So you are the Master. It is a pleasure to finally meet you, Zhao Wujia exclaimed, nearly leaping to his feet. He had often heard Tang San speak of his teacher's remarkable prowess and was now witnessing it firsthand. The Master's imposing demeanor certainly lived up to the reputation. I don't possess a grand reputation. I merely propose the 10 core competencies of martial souls and have taught Tang San, my only disciple. I wonder if Xiao San has returned safely from this journey? The Master inquired, a satisfied expression gracing his features, reveling in the admiration of a soul king. Indeed, everyone has returned safely from this journey, Zhao Wujie replied hastily, feeling a swell of joy in the presence of such a legendary figure. I wouldn't say I'm remarkable. My purpose here is to cultivate everyone into individuals like Xiao San, at the very least ensuring they stand as the strongest among their peers. The Master took a sip of the tea poured by Zhao Wujie. Since taking Tang San as his disciple, he felt invigorated, capable of sharing 3 hours of teaching experience in one breath. Wujie, this old companion of mine has been personally invited from Nodding Academy. From now on, he will serve as our teaching director and logistics director at Shrek Academy. Flander said with a slight smile, revealing a hint of his mercantile nature. It's a rare find to have someone capable of fulfilling two roles without requiring a salary. Moreover, his teaching abilities are quite commendable. He is certainly no charlatan. Two roles. Master, will you be able to manage it? I have served as a teaching director for many years, and if you find it overwhelming, do not hesitate to ask for my assistance. Xiao Wu inquired. That won't be necessary. I can manage the kitchen duties just fine, and teaching has always been my forte. Tang San is the best example. I believe he has now become a soul master, the master responded, looking at Xiao Wu. Yes, after this journey in the Stardow Forest. Xiao San has indeed achieved the rank of soul master, Xiao Wu affirmed with a nod. He had no doubts about the master's teaching capabilities. Tang San is the first to fully implement my theories, so you need not worry about the teaching aspect. The master spoke with a knowing smile. Since the master has stated this, I naturally have no further doubts. However, I suddenly recall something. When Tang San came to seek your mentorship, was there not another individual named Yifeng? Xiao Wu queried. Yifeng? The master suddenly paused, appearing taken aback. Yes, indeed, Xiao Wu confirmed with a nod. He had heard that Yifeng had some connection with the master, perhaps stemming from a failed attempt at apprenticeship that led to resentment towards both the master and Tang San. However, he had not inquired further into the specifics, as he had arrived too late to catch the details. Thus, with the master present today, he sought to clarify the lingering doubts in his mind. This is something Tang San must have informed you about. I do indeed know Yifeng. He once cried and begged on his knees at my door all night to take him as my disciple. Unfortunately, Yu Xiaogang, only wished to accept one disciple in my lifetime. Had you not mentioned him today, I would have forgotten what he looked like, the master said with a faint smile, as if the memory of this individual belonged to a time long past, 5 years ago. But master, if you only wished to take one disciple, why did you choose Tang San over him? Xiao Wu asked, perplexed. Surely Yifeng would have been the more suitable choice, given his evident superiority over Tang San. Xiao San has only recently attained the rank of Soul Master. I suspect Yifeng will soon ascend to the rank of Soul Sect. Initially, Xiao Wu had assumed the master chose Tang San due to his lineage as the son of the Haotian Douluo. Accept Yifeng as my disciple? With such a poor talent? Have I lost my mind? The master replied, somewhat irritated. Yifeng has poor talent? Xiao Wu exclaimed, bewildered. At 13, he reached level 39, and outside the Stardow Forest, he single-handedly defeated Dai Mubai and even Tang San. How can you possibly claim he has poor talent? Chapter 46, The Tragic Fate of Ma Hongjun, Amputation Below the Waist. The second update has arrived. There is no need to dwell on the past, and I have no desire to hear about it. At this moment, the master decisively terminated the topic. There is little to say about the deceased. He recalled that he had previously advised Xiao San to refrain from discussing this matter. How could the other party not control their tongue? It seems that he needs to have a serious talk with him later. Yes, Xiaogang, you just mentioned the Azure Sky Python. What is that? On the other side, Flander hastily shifted the topic. As a shrewd businessman, he had already sensed the other's impatience. Continuing in this manner would only be counterproductive. Master, what exactly is this Azure Sky Python? Why have we never heard of it? Xiao Wu naturally picked up on Flander's cue and immediately ceased the previous discussion. This scene only reinforced his belief that the master must have experienced something significant. Otherwise, he would not be so irritable about the subject. He speculated that it was likely due to the involvement of Prince Haotian, which led the master to accept Tang San as a disciple while overlooking Yifeng. This may have become a lingering pain in his heart, explaining the reluctance to discuss it. At this moment, Xiao Wu constructed a narrative in his mind. As an adult, he possessed the emotional intelligence that dictated he should respect the other's wishes not to revisit the topic. The current individual was the newly appointed head of teaching. Offending him would bring no benefit to his position as vice dean. The Azure Sky Python is a soul beast even more formidable than the Titan giant ape found in the Stardow Forest. Flander, true to his role as the master's loyal companion, was well aware of his preferences. As soon as the topic was introduced, Yu Xiaogang became animated and began to explain to the two. What? More powerful than the Titan giant ape? Upon hearing this, both men were astounded. Yes. If the Titan giant ape is considered the king of the forest, then the Azure Sky Python is the emperor of the forest. This knowledge was gleaned from ancient records of soul beasts in the spirit hall, and he had meticulously noted it down as the strongest. At this moment, the master educated the two, understanding that most soul masters in this world focus primarily on cultivation and combat, leaving their knowledge in this regard virtually non-existent. Xiao Wu and Flander, both soul saints, were indeed taken aback. as though they had encountered an extraordinary revelation. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air from a distance. What happened? Xiao Wujia's expression turned bewildered at the sound. Why was there such a wretched cry within the academy? Oh no, it's Xiao San. Flander, take me down. At this moment, the Master's pupils constricted, addressing Flander with urgency. Understood. Flander summoned his martial spirit. Meanwhile, Xiao Wujia leapt directly from the upper floor. However, the sight before them caused both Xiao Wujia and Flander to gasp in shock. Tang San had sprouted spider-like appendages from his back, resembling a humanoid spider. It was utterly terrifying. Principal, this is bad. Ma Hongjun has been injured. Oscar shouted from the side. What? Flander rushed to Ma Hongjun's side. Principal, my foot was just scratched, and Ma Hongjun was still somewhat dazed. Fear not. It's nothing serious, just a little injury. A simple amputation below the waist will suffice for recovery. Flander staunched the spread of the poison, then smiled reassuringly. What? Amputation below the waist? Ah. Ma Hongjun's mouth emitted a small ghostly wail, and he fainted from sheer fright. What a weakling. Flander glanced at Ma Hongjun with exasperation. Fortunately, help arrived in time. The poison was contained in his foot. We just need to find something to extract it, and it should be manageable. Flander had initially intended to scare the boy a bit, given his recent reckless behavior. But what about that humanoid spider with the spider claws? Flander looked towards Tang San in the distance. Xiao San, can you hear me? On the other side, the master initiated his psychological therapy. Those unfamiliar with the master were left bewildered. What was this man in black trying to do? Teacher, what are you doing here? Tang San gritted his teeth against the pain. Listen carefully, relax, take a deep breath, and then try to retract it. Before everyone, the master demonstrated a series of instructions. The onlookers were filled with confusion. How could one relax, breathe deeply, and retract while in such a monstrous state? To everyone's astonishment, the spider legs on Tang San's back vanished. Teacher, I'm fine now. Tang San excitedly declared as he retracted the spider legs. Now, you've just injured a fellow student. Go extract the poison from his body. It won't be a problem. I'll guide you through the process. In a small room, Tang San unleashed his spider legs and proceeded to absorb the poison. After completing the task, the master cast a glance at Tang San. And then they both exited. Teacher, how did you come to be here? I happen to have some matters I wish to discuss with you. Upon arriving in a forest behind the campus, Tang San spoke up. He had initially planned to find a moment to speak with his teacher about what had transpired back then. What had the teacher done? Why was Yu Feng still alive? Everything was utterly perplexing. Oh, how fortuitous. I too have matters to discuss. The master halted, his demeanor growing serious as he regarded Tang San. You have something to discuss with me? What might it be? Tang San inquired, curiosity mingling with doubt upon hearing the master's words. It concerns Yu Feng. The master remarked, observing Tang San closely. Upon hearing Xiao Wujia mention Yu Feng, he immediately knew it was Tang San who had spoken of him. Ah, teacher. You already know? Tang San was taken aback to hear his teacher utter those words, as he intended to discuss Yu Feng. This individual not only lived but had also grown stronger, having joined that academy, Songhui Academy. It was simply unfathomable. Of course, the most astonishing part was how effortlessly he had defeated him. However, that was the old him. Now, he possessed the toxic spider claw spirit bone granted by the faceless demon spider, making victory a mere formality. I have already informed you about Yu Feng. The past is best left in the past. From now on, do not mention it again. Regardless of what transpired before, let it be as if nothing ever happened, understand? At this moment, Yu Xiaogang spoke sternly to Tang San, his tone carrying an air of command. P.S. The second update has arrived. And there shall be a third one as well. The diligent author strives to deliver it before 1 o'clock. In light of the author's industrious efforts, I kindly urge everyone to lend their support. Chapter 47. Defeating him, for the sake of our teacher. The third update. Yes, I understand, teacher. Tang San nodded. It is plausible that the teacher indeed made some form of agreement with Yu Feng in the past. Alternatively, the teacher may simply prefer not to revisit that chapter of his life. He is correct. The past should remain in the past. And there is no need for excessive fixation. It seems that my perspective has been somewhat narrow. Very well, from this day forth, I shall dedicate myself to diligent training and not allow the influence of others to affect my own mindset. Although he had purposefully shielded Tang San from witnessing Yu Feng's lifeless body, it seems he inadvertently left a psychological scar. After all, he was merely a 6-year-old child at the time, and encountering a fellow villager succumb to a snake bite is an event one would naturally remember for a lifetime. Had he stated that Yi Feng had been healed and had departed, it might have been somewhat better. Alas, such matters cannot be undone. I trust that after this warning today, he will be able to completely forget this incident. Understood. I will certainly strive to improve my training. Tang San clenched his fists tightly. Yi Feng, is he not arrogant? When the time comes, he shall defeat his opponent and force him to the ground, fiercely avenging his teacher. At that moment, Tang San silently vowed within his heart. He believed that the teacher's sensitivity, even the prohibition of mentioning Yi Feng's name, stemmed from the fact that this individual, whom he had once forsaken, had now become such a formidable force, having even bested him during the assembly in the town. Thus, the teacher had been struck by the weight of this past. However, that was in the past. He was confident that during their next encounter, he would surely be able to bring his adversary down, allowing him to experience the sensation of his face grinding against the ground. Enough of that. Let us rest for today. In a few days, I shall personally lead you in class, the master declared at that moment. Tang San nodded in agreement. Soon, night descended upon the land. Soto City, true to its reputation as the city that never sleeps, bustled with life even more vibrantly than during the day. Especially the Soto City Grand Seoul Arena, which was simply abuzz with excitement. Yi Feng stepped inside, having not encountered the affluent Dai Xiao at the Rose Hotel. It was only natural for him to visit the Grand Seoul Arena in Soto City to check in, to confirm the registration of the name Bloodthirsty Demon. A payment of 10 gold coins is required. Yi Feng submitted the information, and at that moment, he observed a young waitress addressing him with a query. Yi Feng nodded and handed over 10 gold coins. This is your Iron Dual Soul badge. If you are assigned to compete later, there will be a notification on it. The young lady placed the badge into Yi Feng's hands. Yi Feng took the Iron Spirit Soul badge. To be honest, it felt quite substantial in weight. If memory serves him correctly, one must attain the Silver Spirit Soul badge to graduate from Shrek Academy. He pondered what level he might achieve here. Yi Feng toyed with the badge in his hand for a few moments. 10 minutes later, it was time for him to take the stage. The dazzling lights illuminated the arena. The competition was about to commence. Welcome, everyone, to the Soto Great Seoul Arena on this splendid evening. At that instant, a stunning woman with golden hair and a pair of concealed wings appeared, floating in midair. She was the host of the event. As she began to speak, the crowd erupted with excitement. Today, in the first match of Arena 18, we have the formidable Fat Tiger facing off against the Bloodthirsty Demon. Let us welcome our competitors. First to enter was a burly figure, followed closely by a man adorned with a striking red mask. That man was none other than Yi Feng. He wished to keep his true identity concealed and preferred not to utilize his fourth spirit ring. Thus, he registered for the Soul Master level competition, hiding his true capabilities. After years of acquaintance with Schwer, both the skills of concealing spirit rings and spirit power were well within his grasp, making this no challenge at all. The reason behind his actions was simple. He desired to engage in a bit of fun. To see how long it would take him to reach the Silver Soul badge while maintaining a hidden Soul Master level. Moreover, he aimed to test the effectiveness of his usual training methods. Fight! Fight! The host's voice echoed. Instantly, the audience surrounding the arena erupted with enthusiasm, each person shouting at the top of their lungs. However, in the next breath, an eerie silence enveloped the venue. The spectators stood still, resembling lifelike sculptures. What had they just witnessed? The so-called Bloodthirsty Demon dispatched his opponent with a single blow. Fat Tiger collapsed instantly. With a resounding crash, Yi Feng remarked. The Soul Master level is truly pathetic. This is far too easy. This was an unprecedented simplicity. Thus, on this night, a remarkable newcomer emerged in the arena. After completing the regular matches, he boldly entered the challenge matches, even the life and death contests. He achieved 10 consecutive victories in the Soul Master arena and 5 more in the Soul Ancestor arena, culminating in a remarkable 15 consecutive wins. As the clock struck 11, he sighed, these Soul Masters are far too weak. Tomorrow, I shall continue with the life and death contests and the challenges beyond my rank. Yi Feng had just exited the Grand Seoul Arena, and at this moment, he was walking alone down the street, heading towards the Rose Hotel. Suddenly, a woman's scream echoed from a distant alley. Yi Feng was momentarily taken aback by the sound. Are the youth of today so uninhibited? Engaging in such frivolity right on the street. Yi Feng traversed the shadowy and dimly lit alley, helplessly shrugging his shoulders. What a peculiar turn of events. His innocent heart cried out for salvation. Suddenly, a voice echoed from within the darkness, shrieking, "Ah, my little beauty, do you think you can escape? No one will dare come to your rescue." The lecherous man, a tall and lanky figure, donned a black hat and a leather jacket, his grotesque wrinkled face adorned with protruding rabbit-like teeth, epitomizing a visage that could chill one to the bone. With a swift motion, he struck the girl, a sinister grin creeping across his face. "No, please. I'm only 12. Uncle, I beg you, let me go." Tears glistened in her delicate, rosy cheeks. Her beautiful eyes filled with desperation. "Let you go? What shall I do tonight if I release you?" The man's grin grew more malevolent. His luck tonight was indeed extraordinary, having stumbled upon such a lovely damsel. It promised to be a most enjoyable evening. "Uncle, I implore you. I have a sick mother at home. Please, spare me. I'll kneel before you." The vile man approached, his repulsive hands roaming closer. The girl, gripped by terror, continued to plead. She was aware of the recent rumors of a depraved fiend in the city. Yet, with her ailing mother in dire need of medicine, she had dared to venture out, never anticipating she would encounter such a villain. Cornered in this narrow passage, she recalled the tales of those who vanished at the hands of monsters like him. 9 out of 10 never returned, subjected to unspeakable horrors before meeting their demise. If she perished, what would become of her sick mother? Kneel? Ah, I indeed find that position quite appealing. The man remained unmoved, having heard such pleas countless times before. After all, the plight of another's mother in a hospital bed held no significance for him. He was solely focused on securing a pleasurable night. Help! Help! The girl realized that this man would not relent. Ignoring the pain from his earlier blow, she screamed with all her might. "Alas, why do you not learn? I told you that no one would come to your aid, no matter how loud you scream." The man scratched his forehead, feigning a posture of resignation. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows of the alley, clad in a crimson top and loose black trousers. Do you know me?" The grotesque man regarded Yu Feng with a hint of confusion. In an instant, Yu Feng raised his fist and struck the man, sending him crashing against the wall. Thanks to system enhancements and the rewards from his cultivation techniques, he possessed a physical strength 20 times that of an ordinary spirit master, with speed that had reached unprecedented levels. Even without utilizing spirit power, subduing a great spirit master would be child's play for him. The sudden assault ensured that even a spirit sect master like the man could not evade dislocation of his jaw. "Come with me, I shall escort you home." Yu Feng addressed the young girl, remarking on her tender age of merely 12. How could a man of 40 or 50 engage in such cruelty? Did he not have children of his own? Alas, he was devoid of compassion. Initially, Yu Feng had intended to depart, for he abhorred meddling in others' affairs. However, upon hearing the girl reveal her age and the plight of her ailing mother, who was begging for mercy, he found himself unable to turn a blind eye. To his dismay, the man continued to utter vile words, prompting Yu Feng to intervene. While he typically refrained from interfering in the wickedness of others, he could not stand idly by while a wretched child suffered. The girl, initially taken aback, eventually nodded in understanding. The events of the evening had left her terrified. "How dare you, you insolent wretch, strike someone like my esteemed uncle?" Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through the scene. Yu Feng's actions have completely enraged Douluo. In his madness, he spares no distinction between men and women. This rascal must be brought back and subjected to severe torment, making him understand the consequences of crossing paths with him. He is coming. All that could be seen was the girl, filled with dread, exclaiming, "This individual has already instilled in her a lasting psychological scar. Do not worry. Leave it to me." Yu Feng pushed the girl beside him behind him. The excitement of the battle at the Soto Great Soul Arena was still fresh, and he never anticipated an opportunity like this upon returning home. Since that was the case, he would engage in a serious bout with this reluctant opponent. Boom. Their fists collided, forcing Douluo to retreat several steps. "You are actually a soul master?" Douluo felt the fluctuations of soul power emanating from Yu Feng, and a look of astonishment crossed his face. "What is wrong? Are you afraid?" Yu Feng gazed with a frown and inquired, "Fear? In my eyes, the word fear does not exist." Upon hearing this remark, his demeanor instantly turned icy. "Ah, I hope you can maintain such confidence later on." In Yu Feng's palm surged a dark martial spirit, resembling an elongated scythe shaped like the number 7. Well, young lad. You certainly possess a bold tongue." Douluo chuckled at this remark. He was notorious in this city for his villainy, a figure so feared that even the city lord's mansion could do little against him. Yet, here was a mere child, audacious enough to speak such braggadocio. Douluo estimated that his opponent was at most a great soul master. With a flourish, the first soul skill was unleashed, tear the heavens. The violet soul ring merged seamlessly. Violet? A soul venerable? Douluo was taken aback. In the blink of an eye, he felt as though something had pierced through his very being. Suddenly, blood gushed forth. Douluo realized that the young one had already positioned himself behind him, and he felt like a fish struck by a serrated knife. Blood erupted from him in torrents, and his garments were left in a neat, diamond-patterned lattice. What have you done? Douluo gasped, experiencing an unprecedented agony coursing through him. Nothing much, merely opened a few cuts across your body. Feng withdrew his soul power. In the next moment, a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig pierced the air, filled with indescribable misery. It turned out that every inch of flesh on his body had been torn asunder by Feng. He resembled a fish scaled, each piece flayed away. The moment he moved, blood would seep forth. As for that mere inch or two, it was no longer relevant. Such a person was unworthy of sympathy. Rendering him incapacitated was a far simpler solution. Thud! He collapsed to his knees, heart-wrenching cries echoing around him. Let us go. I shall escort you home. Feng addressed the young girl. Xiao? Suddenly, the sky erupted in a splendid display of fireworks. Thank you, handsome brother, but how did the fireworks start? The girl appeared somewhat bewildered. P.S. The author has faced some setbacks and, feeling rather lonely, decided to increase the updates, due to the last PK not being scheduled. The editor informed me this afternoon that the PK will take place tomorrow. Given this, I shall continue to provide 3 updates this week. I sincerely hope everyone can support me, enabling me to triumph in the PK. Your votes and monthly tickets are crucial for my advancement. I humbly request your assistance. Today, I will continue with 3 updates. Chapter 49. Inhuman Suffering. Who truly understands the pain of unhappiness? Second update. It seems you will have to wait a little longer. Feng spoke, observing that this object had been launched from Buli's hands. This indicated that the adversary was summoning reinforcements. If memory served him right, he indeed had 2 companions, one stout and the other diminutive. Their names seemed to be Lao Yi and Tianya. Kid, if you possess any courage, do not flee. Douluo had completely transformed into a bloodied figure, the excruciating pain piercing through his bones causing his entire body to convulse. Yet, he yearned for vengeance. Vengeance. In the distance, one tall and one short figure appeared. Wasn't Douluo supposed to bring us joy tonight? What has happened? Now we cannot locate him anywhere. Could it be that he has ventured off to indulge in pleasure alone? The diminutive man expressed, his eyes filled with a perplexed expression. God knows. He has been indulging himself for quite some time now, remarked the slightly plumper man with a shrug. Suddenly, Laoi exclaimed, look, a firework has erupted in the center of Suatua City. It subsequently burst in the sky with a resounding bang. This is bad. It is Buli's distress signal. We must hurry. Upon witnessing this signal, Lao Yi's pupils constricted, and he immediately dashed towards a distant direction. This was their call for help, utilized only in the face of life-threatening peril. In the alley, it seemed you truly did not comprehend the gravity of your situation, thus. I shall impart upon you a lesson you will never forget. Feng had initially intended to leave. However, to his surprise, the other party summoned someone over. In light of this development, he decided to delve deeper into the art of persuasion before their arrival. What do you intend to do? Douluo exclaimed. Observing Feng's approach, instantly adopting a demeanor of palpable anxiety. What am I going to do? I merely wish to help you stretch your muscles. Feng's smile took on an even more enigmatic quality. Suddenly, the narrow alley was filled with anguished cries of torment. Ribs shattered, limbs crushed, hands ground to dust, and teeth were smashed one by one. Douluo first succumbed to unconsciousness, only to be jolted awake by the searing pain that followed in waves. This cycle continued until, after 10 long minutes, 2 breathless voices echoed through the alley. Old Goose, I'm here. One of them gasped. Yes, I can smell the gunpowder. The man known as Old Goose nodded in agreement. You have endured 10 minutes of torment. Douluo was on the brink of collapse. If you had taken any longer, we would have been feasting. How can these 2 be so unreliable? Douluo, what has happened to you? Though the alley was shrouded in darkness, the moonlight allowed glimpses of the scene. The 2 figures, one stout and the other short, stood in astonishment. They had never witnessed Douluo in such a state. Are you his companions? Feng gazed at the 2 individuals and inquired, indeed. Pray tell, who are you? Young man, are you aware that we are notorious ruffians from Soto City? To dare harm our brother, you shall undoubtedly face repercussions. The stout man spoke, his tone laced with a chilling menace. Old Goose, this is dire. Come quickly and see for yourself. The short man exclaimed as he assisted Douluo to his feet. Upon closer inspection, he was utterly astounded. What has transpired? The burly man, intrigued by the commotion, approached with curiosity. Douluo, how could you have ended up in such a state? You wretched youth, your brutality knows no bounds. Bu Li's exterior bore no sign of health. His skin was marred, and his limbs suffered from shattering fractures. Half of his ribs lay broken, and several of his teeth had been forcefully dislodged. Most alarmingly, a significant portion of his body was missing. This cannot be blamed on me. Who could have anticipated that you would arrive a mere 10 minutes later? Feng shrugged his shoulders. Initially, he had intended to inflict a fracture upon his opponent. However, he had not anticipated that reinforcements would arrive only 10 minutes later. Out of sheer boredom, he crushed his own palms, shattered the limbs, and knocked out all of the opponent's teeth. This seemed reasonable, did it not? After all, it was merely a matter of tedium. Damn it, I will fight you to the bitter end. I shall avenge my brothers. Tianyao promptly unleashed his soul rings. White, yellow, yellow, purple, purple. A level 53 Soul King. I too shall seek vengeance for my fallen comrade, regardless of whether you are a deity or not. You shall pay the price today. The old goose also released his soul rings. White, yellow, yellow, purple, black. A level 52 Soul King. The ground was adorned with shimmering rings. Since there were 2 Soul Kings, I shall also give it my all. Yifeng's lips curled into a smile. It seemed that ever since he acquired the 4th soul ring, he had never truly exerted himself. Had he? Today, he would practice against these 2. Huh. Give it your all? Even if both of you came at me with full force today, it would be of no avail. We shall make you experience the pain of losing a few inches. Tianyao said fiercely. Indeed, I seek vengeance for my brother. I will cover your body in wounds, leaving you in a state worse than death. The stout man roared. Then come forth. Purple, purple, black, black. For soul rings swirled around Feng. Thud. In the next moment, the 2 who had just been so arrogant found their legs turning to jelly. Master, we failed to recognize your greatness and inadvertently offended you. Please let us off with a mere fart. Tianyao knelt directly before Feng. What a joke. What a soul ring configuration is this? How old could the opponent be? He looked to be merely 13 or 14, yet he possesses 4 soul rings, and they are all purple and black. One must wonder what kind of background such a person comes from. They were villains, but they were cunning villains. Offending someone like him could lead to the destruction of their entire clan, and who knows, their ancestral graves might even be desecrated. What happened to that arrogance you displayed just moments ago? Feng observed the 2 individuals. Sir, we are not actually acquainted with him. Indeed. We are entirely unfamiliar with this fellow. The 2 displayed an expression of desperate survival. Oh, unfamiliar? Yet just a moment ago. Did you not mention wanting to keep someone for a couple of inches? Feng fixed his gaze upon the 2 individuals. No. What we mean is that one should not leave even an inch for such a lecherous fiend, right, old goose? Tianyao inquired. Indeed, I share the same sentiment, my lord. Please wait a moment, he replied. Rulu, come here, have a bite to eat. Old goose then rolled and crawled over to Bu Li's side. To demonstrate his resolve, he promptly tossed a morsel toward a stray dog in the distance. You. Bu Li, just awakening from unconsciousness, endured the pain, having initially believed his friends had vanquished that scoundrel. However, upon witnessing this scene, he immediately fainted once more. This. Feng was utterly taken aback by the sheer brutality of these 2 individuals. Indeed, they were of villainous origin. My dear sir, do you believe we are able to depart now? P.S. The second update has been delivered, and the author strives to provide the next update around 1 o'clock. Your support through votes would be greatly appreciated. Chapter 50. Those damned eyes met. In the 3rd update, I could only observe the 2 with expressions of desperate pleading. I have heard that you were involved in these matters. Do you truly believe I would let you off so easily? Feng fixed a cold gaze upon the 2 individuals. Sir, this is a misunderstanding. We have only just arrived in Soto City a few days ago. Otherwise, we wouldn't have taken 10 minutes to get here. The truth is, we are unfamiliar with this place. Both Lao Yi and Tianya spoke simultaneously. They had been summoned by Bu Li for enjoyment. Who would have imagined that within just a couple of days of arriving, they would encounter such troubles? Do you truly believe I am a child? Just moments ago, you proclaimed yourselves to be notorious villains of Soto City. The soul light emanating from Feng grew even more radiant. My dear sir, that is not something our friend Lu can allow us to utter. My brother and I can swear on our martial souls that we have only just arrived here for 2 days. Upon hearing this, the 2 immediately wore expressions of bewilderment. Feng fixed his gaze upon the 2 individuals. With unwavering resolve, they swore by their martial spirits. The old goose and Tianyao appeared incredulous at Feng's presence, yet they hastily pledged their commitment. Begone. From this moment forth, I wish to never witness your faces again, Feng coldly declared as he observed their oaths. It must be said, their will to survive was indeed remarkable. However, for individuals like them, truthfully, their continued existence served no purpose. According to the official statistics from Soto City, nearly 100 young women have vanished in just 3 months, including many girls aged 13 or 14. Among those who have returned, many are either driven to madness or bear profound psychological scars. The number of those who remain unaccounted for is alarmingly high. Hence, Feng's harsh actions were justified. After all, the greatest revenge one can exact upon a person is not to end their life, but to compel them to endure a life filled with suffering. Thank you, sir. We shall take our leave this instant, they exclaimed, scrambling away. Wait, bring him to me. I expect to see him in the square tomorrow morning, bearing a confession. Is that understood? Feng pointed towards Douluo. Yes, yes. The two nodded fervently. Do not inquire as to why they were so terrified. It is uncommon for an ordinary individual to possess a 1,000-year spirit ring as their first. Moreover, the presence of 4 spirit rings unmistakably indicates that the other party possesses the art of concealing spirit rings, a skill typically reserved for elite noble families. This revelation allows one to deduce the identity of the opponent. Furthermore, the spirit rings suggest that the adversary must have at least 1 or 2 additional spirit rings preceding the ones displayed. If they were to confront such an extraordinary contender, they would likely end up as the second Douluo. Thus, it is prudent to humbly concede in order to preserve their lives. Do not fear, little girl. They have all departed. Feng approached the little girl who was hiding to shield her eyes. Subsequently, he personally escorted her back home. Outside the Rose Hotel, Demubai exclaimed in frustration, Damn it. What do you think I'm after, fatty? Indeed, Degu, why pay attention to her expression? Aren't the twins delightful? Fatty chimed in. Sigh, I have at least turned over a new leaf. For her sake, I have refrained from visiting the Rose Hotel for over a month and severed ties with previous acquaintances. Yet she calls me a filthy man. Where am I filthy? Demubai held a drink in his hand. He had initially planned to relax today and sought out Zhu Zhuqing, only to be met with harsh rebuke. She showed him no respect and even called him dirty. He pondered where his supposed filth lay. Unable to contain his indignation, he directly joined Fatty for drinks. Of course, men should be a bit wild. It showcases their capability and charm, right? Zhu Zhuqing simply doesn't understand. Fatty enthusiastically agreed. Exactly. She just doesn't get it. I possess charm and skill. Look at those ordinary men who can compare. Demubai, slightly intoxicated, spoke louder. For the past month or 2, he had made considerable sacrifices to pursue her, only to receive cold rejection and insults in return. Tonight, he finally erupted. I believe the twins are far more appealing. After all, Zhu Zhuqing, no matter how beautiful, is just one person. With the twins, one could embrace both sides, a truly delightful experience. Why not contact the twin sisters tonight for some fun? Fatty suggested eagerly. With the go, there's always a good time. Whenever the twins are mentioned, they usually arrange a decent beauty for me along with a complimentary room. However, that wonderful arrangement hasn't happened in a month or 2. I miss it. Demubai shook his head. 2 twins? No. I refuse. Fatty appeared bewildered. Could it be that the go has truly turned over a new leaf? I want to find 10 twins. If she claims I'm dirty, then let her see just how dirty I can be. Demubai shouted. 10. Fatty's hands trembled in excitement. Incredible. Indeed, that's the go for you. Let's go? I'll arrange it with the manager right away. Having been swindled out of a significant sum recently and now scolded again, Demubai was eager to unleash his pent-up frustration. Degu, what about me? Fatty hinted as he watched Demubai head toward the Rose Hotel. Rest assured, we're brothers. I'll arrange 3 for you. Demubai raised 3 fingers. Wow. Degu, you're like my reborn parents. Fatty exclaimed, filled with exhilaration. Tonight is going to be a windfall. Demubai had a keen eye for quality. He believed that ordinary beauties were merely top-tier girls he couldn't normally afford. Suddenly, 3. It was blissful. With a clatter, Demubai scattered a bag of gold coins at the front desk. The male attendant panicked and quickly contacted the manager. The manager, having just settled down, rushed over upon hearing de Xiao's arrival. Half an hour later, 3 stunning women and 5 pairs of exceptionally attractive twins graced the hall. Fatty's heart soared. He couldn't believe Degu actually ordered 10 twins. Was this the power of wealth? He yearned for it. De Xiao, the 5 pairs of twins you requested are here. All familiar with your preferences and habits. Tonight's room is the presidential love suite on the top floor, with a bed spacious enough and covered in wool carpets. May you enjoy your time. The manager resembled de Mu Bai's personal steward as he introduced the arrangements. Good evening, de Xiao, the women greeted in unison. De Mu Bai had no peculiar preferences, save for his love for twins. Previously, he had even earned the nickname Double Kill de Xiao in Soto City. At the entrance, Feng had just returned to the Rose Hotel after escorting the little girl home. It was already quite late, and he merely wished to rest. Suddenly, the call of de Xiao caught his attention as he prepared to ascend the stairs. Then, their gazes met, laden with unspoken tension. Feng was momentarily taken aback. What a spectacle! Were these two truly reveling in such merriment? 13 maidens, 5 pairs of twins. The scene resembled a selection of brides. Indeed, mediocrity had constrained his perspective. Isn't that lad from Tsanghui Academy? Suddenly, Dai Mubai also took note of Feng. In an instant, his gaze sharpened, radiating an aura of menace. The last encounter in the Stardow Forest was meant to be a thorough lesson for the adversary. Yet the appearance of the Titan Great Ape had scattered their plans. Who would have thought fate would intertwine their paths once more at this Rose Hotel? Tsanghui Academy? Dai. You must be mistaken. The portly fellow was entirely preoccupied with the 3 maidens, regardless of whether his foe hailed from Tsanghui Academy or bore a grudge against his family. He had no inclination to engage. Live in the moment, address the present. Ah, so it is young Master Dai. What brings you here tonight? A dragon battling 10 phoenixes? Feng approached with a smile, gazing at Dai Mubai. Young Master, are you also in the mood for some merriment this evening? Our Rose Hotel is fully prepared. At this moment, the manager, observing Feng, mistakenly assumed that he too had certain desires. He promptly stepped forward, asserting, knowing young Master Dai. The tip will surely be generous. However, he added with a chuckle, but alas, I do not possess the same benevolence as young Master Dai, who often extends his generosity to the twin sisters. Feng wore a mocking demeanor. Damn it, it truly is you, you little rascal. Upon hearing the voice, the plump man finally shifted his gaze from the beautiful woman to Feng. The moment he laid eyes on Feng, he stiffened, his fists clenching tightly. Oh, I wondered who it could be. Is this not the debauched scoundrel who cannot control his baser instincts? Feng's gaze shifted towards Ma Hongjun. When it came to harming others, Feng had never truly been outdone by anyone. What did you just say? In an instant, the plump man erupted with fury. Damn it, Ruffle. Those are the words he least wished to hear. Enough, enough. Seeing your discontented expressions, let us all gather here. Feng waved his hand as if summoning a dog. Dai Mubai trembled with rage. Meanwhile, the chubby man nearby appeared ready to charge at Feng, longing to tear apart his smug expression. Dai Xiao, please do not be angry, do not be angry. Let us return to our room and unwind. It would be unwise to let such a person ruin your health. The hotel manager instantly recognized the animosity present and subtly signaled to the 10 pairs of twins. In an instant, one of the more perceptive ones nestled against Dai Mubai, adopting a coy demeanor as she spoke. Indeed, Dai Xiao, if you let this vex you, what will become of these delicate sisters? One by one, they clung to Dai Mubai, holding his hands, kissing his cheeks, embracing him, and acting adorably, almost completely enveloping him. Oh, I nearly forgot. Dai Xiao still has his evening plans. We cannot possibly dampen his spirits and leave the ladies lonely, can we? Not to worry. I reside in room 333. Come find me tomorrow morning, and I shall be at your service. And let us not forget that charming little hen. Feng turned to Dai Mubai, and then cast a glance at Ma Hongjun. To be frank, Feng felt a sense of injustice for Zhu Zhuqing. How could someone like Dai Mubai, who indulged in debauchery without a shred of decency, be considered her destined partner? Especially tonight, when he had the audacity to prepare for a rendezvous with not 1, but 10 women, all of whom were twin pairs. Feng was utterly flabbergasted. As for the rotund Ma Hongjun, he was merely a seasoned patron of such escapades. This was intolerable. Get away from me. White Tiger Avatar. Dai Mubai was already seething with anger, and this scoundrel continued to provoke him. In a moment of fury, he unleashed his martial spirit. Instantly, he transformed into the White Tiger. His martial spirit, the evil fire phoenix. He had planned to enjoy a delightful night wrapped in the embrace of 3 lovely ladies. But little did he expect this ruffian to intrude and insult him, calling him a pimp. Anyone would find such insults unbearable. In an instant, a phoenix materialized behind the corpulent figure. The young women, upon witnessing both men unleash their martial spirits, were taken aback in shock. Dai Xiao, don't let this beautiful evening be marred by such trivialities. The manager urged hastily as he stepped forward. Get out of my way. Dai Mubai forcefully shoved the manager aside. Even if the King of Heaven himself appeared tonight, he was determined to give this scoundrel a thorough thrashing to relieve his pent-up frustration. Wait, I have a question to ask. Yifeng made a gesture to pause. What, are you afraid? Ma Hongjun fixed his gaze upon Yifeng. Dai Mubai also presented an imposing demeanor, radiating an aura of intimidation. Afraid? I merely wish to inquire whether it is Dai Xiao or the full compensation. Yifeng gazed at Dai Mubai, a playful smile gracing his lips. The rotund figure turned his attention towards Dai Mubai, for he lacked financial means. Compensate. I have plenty of money, Dai Mubai proclaimed with grandiloquence. I truly relish forming friendships with someone as esteemed as young Master Dai. Yifeng moved. Figures intertwined within the hall, and the battle raged fiercely. First soul skill, White Tiger's Guardian Barrier. Block. Second soul skill, White Tiger's Radiant Wave. Perish. Third soul skill, White Tiger's Diamond Transformation. In an instant, the floor of the hall soared into the air. Yifeng and Dai Mubai are engaged in a fierce melee. Both sides exchange blows with fervor. The second soul skill, Phoenix of Flame. First soul skill, Phoenix Fireline. Boss Dai, step aside. Allow me to incinerate him. The hefty figure leaps into the air, flames erupting from his mouth. Seeking death. The second soul skill, Annihilation of the Azure Dragon. Yifeng wielded the bloodthirsty scythe and swung it towards the direction of the portly figure. In the blink of an eye, the blade transformed into a celestial dragon, surging directly towards the chubby man. With a resounding crash, the impact struck the portly figure's chest, shattering the rooftop, and he plummeted from a height of 100 meters. The chubby man. Dai Mubai's pupils constricted in alarm. Dai, take care of yourself first. A left hook landed squarely on Dai Mubai's face. Following this, Yifeng unleashed a flurry of attacks akin to a combination move. The first soul ring illuminated. The bloodthirsty scythe delivered a devastating strike. This was quickly succeeded by the second soul skill, Celestial Dragon Annihilation. The blade, now a celestial dragon, sent Dai Mubai hurtling through the air. Yet, was this the end? Far from it. As Dai Mubai descended, he caught sight of a small, fiery red insect. Boom. A violent explosion ensued, obliterating the entire front hall of the Rose Hotel. All that remained was a solitary guest room, left in disarray. Dai Mubai and the portly man, bruised and battered, were charred from the blast, their expressions vacant and wisps of smoke escaping their mouths. They appeared utterly bewildered, lost in a daze of who am I? Where am I? What has transpired? Truly disheartening. They opted for slumber. After the commotion, Yifeng returned to his room, leaving Dai Mubai to bear the brunt of the responsibility. The following morning in the Shrek Academy dormitory, Tang San was taken aback upon seeing Dai Mubai and the chubby man, both relying on canes for support. Their clothes tattered and looking more pitiful than beggars at the village entrance. What on earth happened to you two? He exclaimed. You didn't go out to engage in that sort of business without paying and ended up getting beaten, did you? Oscar, roused from his slumber, wore an expression of disbelief. It was unusual for anything like this to happen to Dai Mubai. Such misfortunes typically befell the chubby man instead. Ah, it's that Yifeng. The chubby man spat, his voice laced with venom. I had 3 beautiful ladies lined up for the night, but he ruined everything. Yifeng? The one from Songhui Academy? Oscar's face turned pale with fear. Tang San's gaze deepened with concern. Well, we finally had a break. And Dai Mubai and I planned to reconnect with a few lovely ladies. Who would have thought we would run into Yifeng and end up in this state? The chubby man lamented, tears and snot streaming down his face, a picture of misery. What? How could this happen? Has that Yifeng truly forgotten who we are at Shrek? Oscar's indignation was palpable. Are you still at the Rose Hotel? Tang San's voice grew icy. Seeing his friends in such a state, he could no longer contain his fury. This vendetta must be avenged. He recalled the time he had been defeated by Yifeng before acquiring his external soul bone, and now, with the power of the soul bone, he longed to reclaim his honor. I remember him mentioning he was in room 333. The chubby man replied, What are we waiting for? Let us go. We must avenge Dai Mubai and the chubby man. Oscar urged. With Tang San attacking and me assisting, we will surely make that Yifeng pay. Indeed. Let us go before the day slips away. Tang San nodded in agreement with Oscar's plan. Wait, we are going too, Dai Mubai declared, despite his swollen face. If Tang San and Oscar were to seek revenge, he and the chubby man could not remain idle. As long as it involved confronting Yifeng, they were willing to fight. This might not be wise. You two are in no condition to go, Tang San cautioned. No, just the 2 of us will go. You wait here for our triumphant return, Oscar insisted. Enough with the chatter. We must seek vengeance. Xiao Ao, prepare the recovery sausages. Bai tossed aside the cane he had been leaning on. Absolutely. Revenge. Sausages. The chubby man perked up, filled with newfound vigor. All right. Let us unite as four and confront that arrogant lad from Tsanghui Academy. Oscar immediately conjured 2 recovery sausages using his martial soul. After consuming them, Bai and the chubby man felt rejuvenated, their pain alleviated. 10 minutes later, in the boys' dormitory, the 4 of them stealthily made their way outside. Cautious not to disturb the girls in the adjoining dormitory. They were particularly wary, for if the girls saw them in their current state, it would be social suicide. Suddenly, the door to the girls' dormitory swung open, and there stood Xiao Wu, rubbing her sleepy eyes. What are you doing here? She gasped upon spotting the 4 of them, frozen in place like lifelike statues. Shoo! Oscar and Tang San gestured for silence. What on earth happened? Bai, chubby man. Who did this to you? Xiao Wu's face was etched with concern. What is wrong, Xiao Wu? A voice called from within the girls' dormitory. Bai and the chubby man have been beaten, Xiao Wu exclaimed. In the next moment, Ning Rongrong emerged, followed closely by Zhu Zhiqing. The 2 men stood bewildered in the wind. Did Xiao Wu not notice the shushing gesture? Social death. True social death. Oscar, what in the world transpired? Ning Rongrong inquired. We got beaten, Oscar responded, seemingly devoid of any resistance to her questioning. Beaten? By whom? Xiao Wu's curiosity was piqued. Ah. It was that fellow from Tsanghui Academy, Oscar admitted. Bai shrugged helplessly. Since he had been discovered, he saw no point in concealing the truth. He revealed his scarred face without hesitation. Meanwhile, the rotund fellow also turned his piggish visage towards the crowd. The 3 women gasped in astonishment. So, are you planning to seek revenge so early? Zhu Zhiqing inquired. Indeed, Oscar nodded affirmatively. Tang San, are you going to take revenge without us? Do you not consider me, Xiao Wu, Zhiqing, and Rongrong as your own? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu immediately confronted Tang San. Isn't it because I was concerned about affecting your rest? Tang San shrugged, exuding a sense of helplessness. He truly was a charmingly adaptable character. Humph, fighting can happen anytime. Last time that you Feng hurt me. I must reclaim my dignity this time. I will make sure he lands hard on the ground. At that moment, Xiao Wu clenched her fists tightly, embodying a furious demeanor. Very well, it seemed that the 7 members of Shrek had collectively resolved to confront Yi Feng. Their faces were etched with fury, as they were determined to besiege him at the Rose Hotel. Ding ding. Room 333. At 8 in the morning. A man of remarkable self-discipline had already completed a lap around Soto City and was currently bathing in the bathroom. Suddenly, the sound of a doorbell echoed. Huh? Who is it? Yi Feng addressed the inquiry, yet no one responded. Instead, they persisted in pressing the doorbell. What could be the cause of such commotion so early in the morning? Yi Feng emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel. Outside the door stood Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhiqing, who surmised that he must have been too frightened to open it. Otherwise, they would have to force their way in. The presence of the 3 young women was primarily due to Xiao Wu's initiative. Skilled in combat, she initially intended to confront him alone. But Tang San had disapproved of her plan. Consequently, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhiqing accompanied her to the scene. Meanwhile, Tang San and the others remained downstairs, wary of Yi Feng's potential escape through the window. After all, they were on the 3rd floor, and for a soul master, a leap from such a height would be a trivial endeavor. At this juncture, the author acknowledges the support from readers and emphasizes the critical period for the book's success, urging them to continue their encouragement. Chapter 53. Who is seeking whom for reckoning? The battle below is of paramount importance compared to the one above. It is likely that upon hearing the knocking, Yi Feng would immediately suspect that enemies had come to confront him. Let us kick the door down. Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement, and Zhu Zhiqing expressed no objections. Step aside. Xiao Wu retreated 2 paces, preparing for a charge. Being not a strength-type soul master, a sprint would facilitate her approach. Suddenly, at that very moment, Yi Feng swung open the door. Xiao Wu, mid-charge, was unable to halt her momentum and collided directly with him. What the? Yi Feng was utterly perplexed. He merely perceived a shadow rushing towards him, prompting his body to instinctively shift to the side. As fate would have it, Xiao Wu's form collided directly with Yi Feng's towel. Ah! The ensuing scene was simply too enchanting. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhiqing screamed in terror, as if the very earth trembled beneath them. Beneath the opulent Rose Hotel, reminiscent of Syrian architecture, a cacophony of sounds echoed. What is that noise? Bai inquired, rising to his feet. It is the sound of a girl screaming. Alarmed, he exclaimed, Oh no, Xiao Wu. Tang San's pupils dilated, instantly fearing that the fiend had set his sights on Xiao Wu. How dare he? Xiao Wu was his Achilles heel. Should he lay a hand on her? Tang San vowed to confront him directly. In that moment, Tang San employed the ghost shadow perplexing steps, swiftly ascending the stairs, followed closely by Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar. However, the scene they encountered was surprisingly harmonious. Rong, where is Xiao Wu? Tang San rushed forward to inquire. She fell. Ning Rongrong stammered in response. Fell? Tang San's face was a canvas of confusion. This is not my fault. She dashed down on her own. Ning Rongrong explained, the door is slightly ajar, leading straight to the window. Xiao Wu. Without hesitation, Tang San leaped out the window. What on earth just transpired? Oscar questioned Ning Rongrong, while Dai Mubai regarded the two with a penetrating gaze. For reasons unknown, they sensed something amiss. And nothing much, just that Xiao Wu fell down. And we were a bit startled, Ning Rongrong replied. Zhu Zhuqing nodded slightly in agreement. Such matters cannot be divulged. Really? Oscar felt an inexplicable sense of unease. It was not just him. Fatty and Dai Mubai shared the same sentiment. What? Do you not believe me? Ning Rongrong glared at Oscar. I believe. Oscar dared not voice any dissent, promptly affirming his belief. Hey, Yi Feng, why do you bully Dai Mubai and Fatty? Do you truly think our Shrek has no one to stand up for them? The astute Oscar deflected the conversation, focusing his attention squarely on Yi Feng. Regardless of what had transpired, as long as no one was harmed, that was paramount. Besides, they had come to settle the score with Yi Feng today. Oh, look who's here. The one who was beaten last night has returned with companions, and a food-type soulmaster, no less. At this moment, Yi Feng had already changed his attire and was smiling as he gazed in the direction of the rotund fellow. A brothel hen. Ning Rongrong, overhearing this remark, could not help but stifle a laugh. She understood the connotation of brothel and, given her insights into the chubby man's character over the past few days, this moniker seemed to fit him perfectly. What did you just say? The rotund man, upon hearing these words, erupted with fury. Last night, aside from the esteemed Dai, no one had been present, so the term brothel hen had not struck him as severely. But today, with female classmates around, such words were utterly humiliating. It felt as though his dignity was being ruthlessly ground into the dirt, especially when he noticed Ning Rongrong chuckling and Zhu Zhuqing trying to suppress her laughter. His rage intensified. Never before had he experienced such humiliation. Was it not true? And did not Dai also indulge in playful antics last night? Yi Feng suddenly turned his gaze towards Dai Mubai. You brat. What did you say? I caution you not to speak carelessly. Dai Mubai sensed a hint of danger and immediately pointed at Yi Feng, exclaiming, Heavens! Zhu Zhuqing is here. If they find out about what happened last night, I will truly be finished. He felt a twinge of regret for bringing Zhu Zhuqing and her companions along. It was nothing short of a blunder. What is the matter? The illustrious double-kill Dai is in a panic? Yi Feng turned his gaze towards Dai Mubai, the corners of his mouth curling into a slight arc kid. I advise you to keep your mouth shut. Dai Mubai glared fiercely at Yi Feng. If it were anyone else, they might have felt a sense of panic. Unfortunately for him, he was facing Yi Feng. He felt no fear whatsoever towards Dai Mubai, maintaining an air of indifference. After all, he was not only stronger, but also had no reason to fear anyone from the Star Luo Empire. What does double kill mean, Dai Xiao? Zhu Zhuqing inquired. Having never encountered this term before, it means nothing much. It simply signifies that I possess exceptional combat prowess, capable of defeating two opponents at once. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai immediately felt a surge of survival instinct and quickly explained to Zhu Zhuqing, as he still harbored hopes of pursuing her. If this matter were to be exposed, he would truly have no chance left. Oh, is that so? Zhu Zhuqing's gaze fixated intently on Dai Mubai and the plump fellow beside him. Yes, indeed. Dai Lao's combat ability is exceptionally strong. Hence the term double kill. The plump fellow felt the weight of Zhu Zhuqing's gaze upon him and panicked, promptly offering a clever response. After all, he hadn't lied. He merely spoke of combat prowess without specifying any particular aspect. Dai Mubai, on the other hand, exhaled in relief, casting a grateful glance at the plump fellow, recognizing him as a true ally. Wasn't this supposed to be about seeking revenge on Yi Feng? Now, who was truly holding the reins of this confrontation? The revelation was astonishing. Indeed, Dai Xiao's combat ability was formidable. Just last night, he had intended to achieve a 5-kill streak. No, wait. It was 10 kills, an accomplishment that would evoke envy even among men. Yi Feng's lips curled slightly in amusement. To play with him, they were still too inexperienced. Today, Without expending a single effort, he could render them utterly powerless. As soon as these words fell, Dai Mubai was completely frozen. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. He truly should not have come today. Even if he did, he should not have brought Zhu Zhuqing along. Oh? Zhu Zhuqing's tone turned icy in an instant. Zhuqing, it's not what you think. It's that kind of combat prowess. That kind. He didn't elaborate. Dai Mubai was now thoroughly flustered, responding in a flurry. Yes, yes, yes. It's that kind of twin. Yi Feng shrugged and remarked, utterly filthy. Zhu Zhuqing could no longer contain herself and shot a fierce glare at Dai Mubai. Ah, you brat, I shall kill you. P.S. The third update has arrived. Upon checking the back end today, I noticed numerous generous rewards from fellow readers. My heartfelt gratitude goes to fans such as Fan Sha, Yu Yuan, Haize, Nyang Siyu. Waiting for my hair to reach my waist, Jiangyan, and those who relish the joy of Hot Pot for their support. I also extend my thanks to all who voted with recommendations and monthly tickets today. Your crucial votes are what sustain my determination to continue writing. A new day dawns, and I continue to seek your votes. Chapter 54, Bloodthirsty Demon, First Update. Seeking recommendations. Dai Mubai trembled all over, intent on attacking Yi Feng, especially after the events of last night. It was nothing short of sowing discord. How dare he, in his fury, still harbor intentions to kill me? Yi Feng gazed calmly at Dai Mubai, exuding an air of unflinching composure. He was acutely aware that Zhu Zhuqing's presence ensured that Dai Mubai would refrain from any aggressive actions. Should he choose to strike, the consequences would be irrevocable. A matter set in stone that could not be undone. Furthermore, deep within, Dai Mubai harbored feelings for Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Mubai's eyes widened with fury. He yearned to act but found himself paralyzed by the weight of Zhu Zhuqing's unwavering gaze. Any move on his part would solidify the situation, rendering any future explanations futile. Humph. Despicable. Zhu Zhuqing shot Dai Mubai a disdainful glare before turning on her heel and descending the stairs. If Dai Mubai and the portly fellow were being assaulted, she might have felt compelled to intervene. However, their predicament stemmed from their own misdeeds in soliciting companionship, which hardly warranted her assistance, particularly when one of them had sought the company of 10 women, 5 pairs of twins. They deserved whatever fate awaited them. Yi Feng, you scoundrel. At that very moment, Xiao Wu burst in, a towel clutched in her hands. As she rushed through the door, a towel was flung over her head, and she plunged from the 3rd floor. Yi Feng, what is the meaning of this? Tang San followed closely behind, his eyes ablaze with fury. Why had Xiao Wu's head been covered with a towel? Why had she been pushed off the 3rd floor? Why? Suddenly, Tang San and Xiao Wu sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere above. Zhu Zhuqing had turned and departed. Dailao Ziqing. Ning Rongrong trailed behind. Dailao, hurry after her. I will vouch for you. The portly fellow, observing the dazed expression on Dai Mubai's face, spoke up. Just the night before, he had raved about Zhu Zhuqing, merely for the sake of obtaining a free companion. In truth, he believed that someone as exceptional as Zhu Zhuqing was well matched with Dailao. Dai Mubai stood in a trance, torn between the desire to pursue and the embarrassment of doing so. What are you still doing here? With my testimony, just claim this fellow is fabricating stories. If necessary, we can include Sangu and Xiao Ao. She will surely believe us. The portly fellow urged. Then let's go. Dai Mubai resolved, setting off in pursuit. Thus, the scene was left with only 3 individuals, Oscar, Tang San, and Xiao Wu. Oscar, what transpired here? Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged bewildered glances. How had everything unraveled so suddenly? This situation is quite intricate. We should hasten to assist Dailao, Oscar remarked with a wry smile. Ah, but him? What about him? Oscar grasped Tang San's hand, urging him to hurry down. Dailao's happiness for the latter part of his life was of utmost importance. They could settle the score later. Ah, Xiao Wu. Tang San called out to her. What, do you want to fight me? At this moment, Yi Feng also glanced towards Xiao Wu. Wait, I'm coming. Xiao Wu immediately dashed downwards. For reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable sense of threat emanating from this man. Remaining here would undoubtedly lead to a refusal on his part. Even if she were to win, it would come at a significant cost. It would be wiser to await the arrival of everyone together. Thus, Xiao Wu contemplated. Consequently, Yi Feng observed as the group descended the stairs. He stole a glance out the window, noticing Zhu Zhuqing walking away without a backward glance, with Ning Rongrong pursuing her from behind, followed by Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. As for whether they could catch up, Yi Feng was uncertain, for they had already left his line of sight. Moreover, Why should he concern himself with others' affairs? At Shrek Academy, Xiaogang. If you continue to manage the Academy's finances this way, it will surely collapse. Flinder lamented as he stared at the budget for the Academy's expenditures over the coming month. Prepared by Yu Xiaogang. The expenses proposed would consume the entire annual tuition of their academy in just a single month. Flinder had never encountered such an outrageous situation. Since you called me here, I have my own plans, Master declared, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of unshakable conviction. But we have no money. Flinder groaned in despair. Do you not wish for these children to become the strongest among their peers? Master inquired. Of course I do. Flinder replied. He had summoned Master to cultivate these children, especially since he had already trained Tang San so effectively. The other children should pose no problem as well. Then it is settled. We shall proceed according to this method, Master asserted decisively. But my old comrade, the tuition for these children is only sufficient to sustain your plans for a month. Where am I to find such a sum? Flinder exclaimed, slapping the table in frustration. The academy had nearly faced closure due to financial constraints. Yet, there was indeed a solution. They could train for a week and then send the students to the Soto Great Spirit Arena to earn money. Repeating this cycle to recoup their expenses, Master proposed to Flinder. At the Spirit Arena, victory in battles brings financial rewards. But wouldn't this be a bit demanding for these youngsters? Training for a week followed by another week at the arena might be too much for them to bear. Flinder expressed concern. Moreover, who can guarantee that they will win every match? Do not worry. After my training, they will certainly excel in earning money. Master replied with utmost confidence. Very well, if you are so assured, then I have no further objections, Flinder conceded. At the Great Spirit Arena, a certain figure continued to capture the attention of the masses that night. Adorned with a crimson mask, he navigated effortlessly through both regular battles and life-or-death matches, employing no more than a single soul skill. Yet no opponent could withstand his power. Bloodthirsty Demon. Victory. Another match concluded. Bloodthirsty Demon triumphs again. The victories continued, reaching into the late hours. Within a VIP room at the arena, a man dressed in black scrutinized the individual in the red mask. This so-called bloodthirsty demon might just be the most formidable opponent for their children. Who was this person? What was the source of his incredible strength? The occupants of the VIP box were none other than Master Yu Xiaogang. After all, Shrek's students were scheduled to participate in real combat next week, and as their instructor, he needed to assess the situation, determining which events would be suitable for them. At 11:30, Yu Xiaogang exited the VIP box, contemplating how the children should respond if they encountered the bloodthirsty demon. Suddenly, a boy clad in a red top and black pants caught his attention. P.S. Wow. Today, the author was busy and didn't update, and alas, the recommendation ranking dropped 12 places. Everyone, please support a little more. Chapter 55, Yu Xiaogang makes his move. Second update. Yu Xiaogang had a remarkable memory. Earlier in the VIP box, he had observed the record-breaking bloodthirsty demon wearing red on top and black pants below, nearly identical to the boy before him. Yet how could this individual be so young? The figure appeared to be around the same age as Tang San and his companions, which was utterly astonishing. Master dared not approach too closely, fearing to arouse suspicion. He resolved to observe for a few days, as the children would not arrive for another week. In the subsequent days, the Spirit Arena remained ablaze with excitement. The bloodthirsty demon continued to set records, rapidly ascending to become the fastest copper-ranked spirit master in the arena, with silver rank within reach. On this day, Feng exited the arena, feeling rather unenthused. His points had soared to over 900, achieved without fully exerting himself. According to the arena's regulations, one required 100 points for copper rank and 1,000 for silver rank. By tomorrow, he would attain the Silver Spirit Master badge. The graduation requirements of Shrek Academy were hardly more challenging. He had casually played for a week and reached this milestone. Feng is currently contemplating whether to obtain the Silver Soul badge tomorrow and subsequently engage in further gameplay to upgrade to the Golden Soul badge, or to return to the Tiendo Palace to ascertain the matter Snow Heir wishes to discuss with him. He recalls that Uncle Ju had previously informed him to return whenever he had the time. At that moment, an unexpected cough echoed through the street. Of course, with so many individuals suffering from throat ailments, Feng could hardly afford the luxury of concern. He did not even pause in his stride and continued on his way. Yu Xiaogang, perplexed, thought to himself, this cannot be right. Did he not hear his own cough? After following Feng for several days, Yu Xiaogang became convinced that this individual was indeed the bloodthirsty demon. He could not explain why he was so certain, although he had never seen the demon's face. He distinctly remembered the attire. Over the past few days, he had taken great care to observe closely, noting the demon's garments, trousers, and shoes. The demon possessed only two outfits, one consisting of a red top with black trousers and shoes, and the other a white top paired with black trousers and shoes. Thus, with a little diligence in remembering the unique patterns on the clothing, it would be relatively easy to locate the individual outside. Cough. Cough. Once more. Yu Xiaogang trailed behind Yi Feng, coughing emphatically. Yet, the figure ahead showed no signs of acknowledgement. Was this the bloodthirsty demon? Suddenly, Yu Xiaogang hastened to Yi Feng's side and spoke up, keenly observing the man's expression. If there was any hesitation, it would confirm his suspicions. Conversely, if Yi Feng ignored him or regarded him with confusion, it might suggest a misidentification, though he deemed that possibility unlikely. Yi Feng turned around. Upon catching sight of that familiar visage, his pupils dilated in shock. Wasn't that Yu Xiaogang? What was he doing here, and why had he approached him? What could this fellow possibly want? You must be a bloodthirsty demon. Yu Xiaogang, noticing Yi Feng's expression, immediately broke into a smile. Years had passed since their last encounter. Back then, Yi Feng had been in tatters, and the master had scarcely regarded him. Thus, he was completely unaware that the person before him was indeed Yi Feng. Had he known, he likely would not have been able to maintain his smile. Yi Feng responded, utterly bewildered. It seemed that Yu Xiaogang did not recognize him. Had he truly forgotten so swiftly that it was he who had been personally slain by you all those years ago? P.S. Today, the author has encountered a writer's block, a most distressing predicament, as they earnestly wish to craft this face-slapping narrative with utmost finesse. Should there be no third update tonight? Then rest assured that 4 chapters will be released tomorrow, albeit earlier than usual. The author sincerely hopes for continued support from readers. The votes have diminished significantly, so please rally your strength. The author shall endeavor to present this segment of Retribution with brilliance. Chapter 56. He felt not a shred of remorse. First update. A plea for recommendations. For him, taking a life was as effortless as crushing an ant, and yet, in merely a few years, had he forgotten entirely? Furthermore, why was this individual addressing him? Was it possible he sought wisdom from the previous soul duel match? No, that could not be, given Yu Xiaogan's character. Such behavior was improbable. What ruse was he attempting to employ? Perhaps he truly did not recognize me. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang walked alongside Yi Feng, feigning the demeanor of longtime friends. Yi Feng, do I not recognize you? Even if you were reduced to ashes, I would still know you. And so, naturally, Yi Feng would not voice his true thoughts. Instead, he coldly inquired, eager to discern the ulterior motives of the individual before him. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to acquaint myself with you, having observed your remarkable achievements in the soul arena of late, replied Yu Xiaogang. Wearing a benevolent expression, the other party appeared quite youthful, likely still in school. If he could facilitate the young man's admission to Shrek Academy, transforming him into a student and applying his theories, then perhaps Yu Xiaogang could achieve renown across the continent. From that point forward, no one would dare to look down upon him or harbor dissatisfaction. Frankly, he had not anticipated such fortuitous luck. His visit to the Soul Arena in Soto City had serendipitously introduced him to such a talent. This trip was indeed profoundly significant. A wave of elation surged within the master. Of course, he remained blissfully unaware that the person standing before him was Yi Feng. Had he known, his smile would likely have faded. Oh, is that so? Yi Feng let out a cold laugh, utterly repulsed. How absurd. Once upon a time, he was cast aside. And now this man approached, seeking an acquaintance. What audacity! Could he truly have forgotten everything? The thought deepened Yi Feng's disdain for Yu Xiaogang. It is often said that people hold vivid memories of their misdeeds. If Yu Xiaogang remembered him, there might linger a semblance of guilt regarding past actions. Yet, the fact that he did not recall Yi Feng at all indicated a complete oblivion to their shared history, leaving no room for remorse. It seemed that in Yu Xiaogang's mind, there was no recognition of wrongdoing in tormenting a defenseless child and pushing him towards peril. May I inquire your name, young friend? Yu Xiaogang sensed the chill emanating from Yi Feng, but was undeterred. After all, a talent like this was rare to find. Anonymous, came the reply. Yi Feng retorted directly. Since when did Yu Xiaogang exhibit such a tenacious demeanor? You appear to be merely 13 or 14, still in school, I presume? It is quite astonishing that you have ascended to the rank of Soul Master at such a tender age. Truly remarkable talent. Undeterred by Yi Feng's aloofness, Yu Xiaogang continued to press on with unabated enthusiasm. Have you approached me solely to flatter me? I am not like certain individuals who revel in the praises of others and regard their opinions as the ultimate pursuit in life. Yu Feng maintained an utterly frigid demeanor, subtly mocking Yu Xiaogang in the process. Of course not. I aspire to be a genius, so naturally, I must associate with geniuses. Yu Xiaogang seemed oblivious to the underlying meaning of Yi Feng's words and continued with unwavering enthusiasm. His intention was straightforward. First, to deceive Yu Feng into joining Shrek Academy, and then to take him on as his disciple. This strategy would not only ensure that Tang San and his companions would be unable to encounter Yu Feng on the battlefield, but it would also allow Yu Feng to generate revenue for Shrek Academy. It was truly a win-win situation. Oh, Yu Feng looked at Yu Xiaogang with a bemused expression. Could it be that this fellow believed his combat prowess was commendable enough to extend an invitation to join Shrek Academy? Such a notion was utterly absurd. One must question what exactly Yu Xiaogang could impart. Would he merely have everyone recite the merits of stone bubbles daily, cloaked under the guise of physical training? If one genuinely wished to enhance their physical strength, they could simply take the students to a construction site to haul bricks. Not only would it serve to strengthen their bodies, but it would also yield some income. At Songhui Academy, most great soul masters to soul emperors trained combat techniques and soul skills tailored to their individual circumstances. For instance, control-type soul masters would refine their abilities in control, while strength-type soul masters sought opponents of comparable strength to engage in combat, mutually benefiting from each other's experiences. Agility-type soul masters trained in specialized venues designed to enhance their nimbleness, and support-type soul masters, who generally possessed weaker physiques, would undertake strength-enhancing workouts according to their personal needs. As for the more prestigious Tiando Royal Academy, regardless of the type of soul master, all would engage in simulated environments to identify and rectify their shortcomings to the greatest extent possible. Truth be told, back on Earth, he had always felt that the Master's teachings were rather haphazard. Now that he was here, that sentiment only intensified. It was only Tang San and Daimubai among the continent's elite talents who could withstand the Master's rigorous methods. Had Wang Xing and his peers from Notting Academy been subjected to such training, they would have been destined for a life of labor. You might find it hard to believe, but there exists an academy on the outskirts of the city known as Shrek. The children there are prodigies, often younger yet predominantly soul masters of level 28 or higher. Some have even surpassed the level of Soul Emperor. The strongest among them reached level 33 at the tender age of 13, while another achieved level 38 at the age of 15. I would wager you hover around level 35, wouldn't you? The master inquired of Yu Feng, having witnessed him unleash a single soul ring, while the others remained concealed. He surmised that the individual hailed from a prestigious lineage like the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family or other renowned clans, blessed with exceptional talent and formidable skills, allowing them to shine brightly in this small kingdom. Indeed, you are astute. You have guessed correctly, Yu Feng remarked with a smile that was neither wholly genuine nor entirely feigned. How intriguing. The individual who once took the life of his nemesis now extends an invitation to him at the academy where he teaches. Haha. Not only am I aware of your 35th rank, but I also surmise that your identity is rather remarkable, likely stemming from one of the prominent families in this continent. Am I correct? Previously, he had estimated the rank to be somewhere between 33 and 37, yet he was astonished to find that his casual conjecture had indeed struck true. Instantly, his confidence surged to new heights. He pondered whether he should propose an 11th law regarding martial souls. Oh, you can discern that as well? Yu Feng wore an expression of astonishment, while in his heart, he observed the performance of a clown. He longed to reveal that he was, in fact, the very Yu Feng from years past, eager to witness the reaction of the other party. Surely, it would be a sight to behold. Haha, indeed, if I, Yu Xiaogang, cannot discern this, then all my years of learning must have been in vain. I believe you are well aware that there exists an individual on this continent who has delved into the study of martial souls to an extraordinary degree. Known in the spirit master community as a master, and I am that master. Yu Xiaogang, filled with enthusiasm, directly introduced himself to Yu Feng, as if he were ready to present any form of identification on the spot. The first update has arrived. Your support is greatly appreciated. Chapter 57. The Princess, the Prince, and the son of the title Douluo, all are my disciples. Second update. Is the master truly this confident? Upon hearing these words, Yu Feng was left utterly perplexed. Who are you? He wondered. Are you truly famous? In the Douluo continent, the term master is often laden with negative connotations, akin to certain charlatans on earth who deceive and swindle under the guise of expertise. This individual had the audacity to peddle his nonsense here, It was indeed an eye-opener. Did he think Feng would be as easily duped as Tang San once was? This was not mere confidence. It was the inherent gravitas that emanated from those of genuine prowess. It was only natural that one as young as you would be unfamiliar with my esteemed name. You need only be aware that my pupils include the princess of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, a prince of the empire, and even the once celebrated son of the title Douluo who dominated the continent. The master stood with his hands clasped behind his back, tilting his head upwards as if awaiting accolades for his remarkable achievements. So what? Yet, Feng saw none of this. Instead, he perceived only a quack attempting to elevate himself by association. Therefore, I extend an invitation for you to join Shrek Academy, where you would receive my personal tutelage. The master proclaimed to Feng. How laughable. Why would I wish to join your Shrek Academy? What reason do I have to seek your personal guidance? Feng now harbors doubts regarding Yu Xiaogang's emotional intelligence. Your prowess can only find companions within the Shrek Academy, even if you hail from a prestigious clan. Look at how the seven-treasure glazed tile school sends their children to me. This indirectly attests to my teaching abilities, does it not? Throughout the entire empire, none possess a deeper understanding of martial souls than I, nor can anyone teach as effectively. At this moment, the master merely responded, "Get lost. I have no interest." Feng could no longer tolerate it and directly ordered the master to leave. Many years prior, the master had also instructed him to vacate the attic. Little did he expect that, in just a few short years, the tides of fortune would turn back to him. Yet, this was merely the beginning. He intended to make Yu Xiaogang experience unparalleled anguish. My young friend, please do not depart. You may question me, but you cannot doubt my achievements. Allow me to inform you that my current direct disciple, with a martial soul of merely a blue-silver grass, has been trained by me to the level of a 33rd rank soul master. The master exclaimed, pursuing Feng from behind. This was undoubtedly the finest talent he had ever encountered. He was eager to take him on as a disciple. Where could one find such a prodigy? Possessing a combat strength that surpasses that of a 14 or 15-year-old at the 35th rank. Notably, this individual had only utilized a single martial soul in all competitions. He should at least be on par with Tang San, if not stronger. Once he took this young talent as his disciple, with 2 shining stars in his grasp. How could Yu Xiaogang fear not becoming the most formidable teacher on the continent? Wherever he went, he would be treated as a distinguished guest. I never imagined that you could cultivate such a seemingly useless martial soul, the blue-silver grass, into a 33rd rank soul master. You truly are remarkable. Feng gazed at Yu Xiaogang, who was pursuing him nearby, and spoke with a hint of derision. If he were aware that the individual he was now chasing was the very child who had suffered a bump on the head from his book, which he had carelessly pushed toward the man-eating flower, leading to the boy's demise, one wonders what expression would grace his face. Moreover, this fellow had truly exhausted every tactic to deceive him. If he were merely an innocent blue-silver grass, how could he possibly challenge to become a 30-level soul sovereign? Feng would be duly impressed. Yet, the crux of the matter lies in whether the Tang San he accepted is merely an innocent wielder of a blue-silver grass martial spirit. Does Yu Xiaogang lack the self-awareness to discern this? It is astonishing how shameless this individual truly is. Indeed, if I possess such skills, how could I rightfully claim the title of master? My young friend, since you are reluctant to reveal your true name, I shall refer to you as Bloodthirsty for now. I shall be candid. After observing you for several days, I earnestly wish to take you as my disciple, as the foremost authority on martial spirit research in the continent. I promise to expedite your training to become a title Douluo. At this moment, the Master's expression was imbued with utmost sincerity. Yet beneath that sincerity lay a myriad of chaotic thoughts. If you truly possess the intent, please meet me tomorrow morning at Rose Hotel, room 332. Feng uttered softly before departing. As for Yu Xiaogang, he should be kept in suspense. Tomorrow morning, when he encounters him, he shall severely humiliate his opponent. From now on, whenever he sees anyone from Shrek, he will unleash his wrath upon them. Gradually, he will shatter everything about Yu Xiaogang into pieces. Indeed, Feng harbors a grudge like no other. It is rare in this world for someone to show magnanimity towards a sworn enemy. Yu Xiaogang watched Feng's retreating figure, filled with a sense of reluctance. Nevertheless, tomorrow he would meet at room 332 of the Rose Hotel. After a recent incident where Xiao Wu had shattered a window, Feng had relocated to room 332. He had expected the Shrek members to seek him out, but surprisingly, it had been quite peaceful. Unbeknownst to Feng, during this time, Tang San and the others had been required by the master to carry stones while running laps or engage in various physical exercises. leaving them utterly exhausted and without time to confront Feng. Xiaogang, why have you returned now? At Shrek Academy, Flender and Xiao Wu were enjoying a midnight snack on the balcony of the dean's office. After all, they had entrusted the day's work to the master and found themselves with considerably more leisure time. Sighing deeply, the master stepped onto the balcony. What troubles you? Is it that the competitors at the Fighting Soul Arena are too ruthless? Is this path to profit unfeasible? Flender noticed that ever since Yu Xiaogang entered, the master had been acting strangely, as though he had received some heavy blow. It is not that. I trust these children can handle themselves at the Fighting Soul Arena. However, I encountered an unexpected variable today. Variable? Upon hearing this, both Flender and Xiao Wu were bewildered. What do you mean? Indeed, I spent a week observing, and I came across an individual who is a level 35 Soul Master, the fastest to obtain a Copper Soul Badge at the Fighting Soul Arena. It is likely that he will achieve a Silver Soul Badge tomorrow. The Master was preoccupied with thoughts of this bloodthirsty fiend, as if he were afflicted with unrequited love. What? A Silver Soul Badge in a week? Xiaogang, are you certain you are not deceiving us? Flender and Xiao Wu's eyes widened in astonishment, as if they had just heard something unbelievable. It should be noted that a Silver Soul Badge was a graduation requirement for their academy. To achieve it in merely a week? Wasn't that a bit exaggerated? Why would I deceive you? That is not the main point. After several days of memorizing his attire, I discovered that this person is merely a child of 14 or 15. The master declared, a second update has been delivered, and I seek your support and votes. As the competition has 2 days remaining, the author's overall data ranking seems to be around 9th or 10th. It is precarious. For the sake of performance, I will strive for 2 more updates, aiming to release the next before midnight. 14 or 15. Flender was astonished. Isn't that the same age as Mu Bai from the academy? I don't believe Mu Bai has even obtained a Copper Soul Badge yet. Is it truly possible for such a prodigy to exist? What does this have to do with you? Xiao Wu, on the other hand, was rather perplexed. He was a straightforward man. If the opponent was strong, so be it. What did it matter to his own little monsters? Indeed, what connection does the Xiaogang have with our Shrek monsters? Even if he attains a Silver Soul Badge, it is unlikely we would encounter him. Flender reasoned aloud. You cannot fathom the anguish that constricts my heart. Imagine, if such a genius were to veer off course and ultimately meet a tragic end, would that not be a lament for the entire Soul Master community? The Master addressed the two. Flender was taken aback, pondering how his old friend's sense of responsibility had escalated to encompass the entirety of the Soul Master world. Xiao Wu, too, wore a bewildered expression. Truly, the Master was different. His perspective was unparalleled. Thus, I wish to take him as my disciple and guide him within our Shrek Academy. The Master continued. Master, did you not vow to take only one disciple in your lifetime, that being Tang San? What has changed? Xiao Wu exclaimed, utterly confounded. Just days prior, when he first met the Master, he had stated with conviction that he would have but one disciple, Tang San. Ah, how ridiculous. The unmoved king was a different matter. Previously, there was no suitable candidate, so I had only Tang San. Now that I have found a worthy individual, it is a different story. Once cultivated, this person could surpass even Tang San, bringing glory to the entire Shrek Academy. The Master was now fervently animated, as though he were fighting for a noble cause. Only he understood the implications. If he were to take this bloodthirsty demon as his disciple, he would possess 2 formidable pupils. Their growth would undoubtedly eclipse that of the entire continent. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan had once looked down upon him. Now he would return with strength. And what of Bibi Dong, that woman who betrayed him due to his low soul power? Is the Spirit Hall not powerful? With these 2 strong disciples at my side, what could the Spirit Hall do? Soon, my brilliance shall illuminate the entire continent, and my name will be etched upon the immortal monument for eternity. That does seem somewhat reasonable, Xiao Wu reflected, unable to evade the Master's self-serving logic. Then, Xiaogang, has this person agreed? Flender inquired. I believe he is inclined to agree. Likely he fears his family, hence he asked me to meet him at the Rose Hotel tomorrow. He may be discussing matters with his family tonight, the Master replied. Shall I accompany you tomorrow? Flender suggested, as he too was curious to meet this prodigy that Xiaogang spoke of. I shall join as well. Xiao Wu expressed his interest. Very well. Xiaogang and I will go. Tomorrow, you will oversee the children's training. Nothing too strenuous, just in the morning. Let them rest in the afternoon and take them to the Fighting Soul Arena in the evening, Flender instructed. Agreed. Xiao Wu conceded with a slight shrug. The next morning, at 8 o'clock, Flender and the Master arrived at the Rose Hotel. Flender was instantly taken aback by the sight before him. The entire facade of the hotel has been utterly obliterated, which is simply astonishing. Could it be that there were altercations here that led to the hotel's ruin? Regardless of that, let us proceed to room 332. The master is somewhat impatient, as the purpose of today's visit is to seek the bloodthirsty demon, rather than to observe the state of the Rose Hotel. The affairs of the other party are of no consequence to him. Very well. Flandre nodded. Room 332. Feng had just finished his shower. The system's function allowed for upgrades merely through physical activity, and battles in the soul-fighting arena were indeed a form of exercise. Thus, he was accumulating a substantial amount of experience daily. Nevertheless, he remained resolute in maintaining his morning jog, having developed this habit over many years. Just as he donned his attire, he suddenly heard a sound emanating from outside the door. Oh, have they arrived so soon? Drawing from his previous experience, Feng had opted for a presidential suite this time. In simpler terms, the exterior resembled a meeting room or a lounge, while the actual room lay within. This suite was not only significantly more spacious than room 333, but it also exuded opulence. As for the cost, there was none. He was currently residing in any room without incurring expenses. Not only was he exempt from payment, but he had also received a generous compensation, earning him several 100,000 gold coins. He could vividly imagine the furious reaction of the individual named Dai. At this moment, Feng leisurely towel-dried his hair. As for Yu Xiaogang, he could wait. Xiaogang, have you perhaps mistaken the location? Why have we been knocking for a full 5 minutes without a response? Outside. Flender wore a perplexed expression. 5 minutes had elapsed. He seriously doubted whether his old companion had misremembered the location. This was odd. He distinctly recalled being told it was room 332 at the Rose Hotel last night. Yu Xiaogang was equally bewildered, pondering the situation. Had he been stood up? Come in. Feng opened the door and continued to dry his hair with a towel, not casting a glance at them. It was only when he settled into the plush leather sofa that he noticed Yu Xiaogang and Flender. It was quite surprising. He hadn't anticipated Flender's presence. Young friend, we almost thought we had come to the wrong place. Why did you take so long to open the door? Yu Xiaogang inquired, although he dared not speak loudly. Adopting a humble demeanor. I was taking a shower. Feng responded, and then said no more. Indeed, I am that proud individual. Just as you treated Feng back then, he shall return the favor in kind. Ah, Flandre was left bewildered. This kid is excessively arrogant. Can Xiaogang endure this? To his surprise, the other party truly could. However, Flandre was unaware that for Yu Xiaogang, as long as he had Feng, he possessed the twin stars, ultimately evolving into the most exceptional teacher on the entire continent. What could he possibly not endure? The fourth update will be delivered before 1 o'clock. Please support with votes. Chapter 59. With tears, earning over 900,000. The two sat down. Master, why should I choose you over the soon-to-be defunct Shrek Academy? Feng reclined with one leg crossed over the other, seated in the central position of the main table. When it comes to the affairs of Shrek Academy, it is likely that only Flandre possesses slightly more knowledge than he does. Indeed, last night, his bloodthirsty companion undertook a background check. The master remarked with a hint of amusement. It appears that this round of deception will not be so easily orchestrated. Truly, the offspring of affluent families possess extensive connections, making them far less gullible than the Tang San of yesteryears. However, this does not pose a challenge for him. For a blend of 8 parts truth and 2 parts falsehood is not falsehood at all. Before long, the manager of the Rose Hotel entered the room. Boss, here are the beverages you requested, the hotel manager said, regarding Feng with utmost respect. Indeed, Feng had casually acquired the Syrian-style Rose Hotel a few days prior, spending merely 200,000 to 300,000 gold coins. Subsequently, he dispatched manager Wang of the lobby to demand compensation. Naturally, the initial figure presented was 3 million. After some negotiation, considering that Dai Mubai had lodged at the Rose Hotel a total of 839 times and had supported 153 impoverished young women, they settled on 120,000. Upon hearing this outcome, Dai Mubai was filled with gratitude. Feng, with tears in his eyes, earned over 900,000. Although he amassed considerable wealth by completing system tasks, now possessing over 10 million gold coins, who would not wish to indulge in such riches? Moreover, he felt quite pleased about tricking Dai Xiao. Boss. Upon hearing this phrase, Flandre's keen eyes sparkled with intrigue. This individual was likely not a native of Soto City. It seemed he had come here to participate in a week's worth of soul battles, casually acquiring a hotel in the process. Indeed, he appeared to be quite affluent. The academy was currently facing a lack of funds, If this wealthy patron were to join the academy, financial worries would be a thing of the past. However, he maintained a composed demeanor, allowing Xiaogang to take the lead for now, focusing solely on Shrek Academy. Observing the humbly submissive Yu Xiaogang, Yifeng replied nonchalantly. At this moment, Manager Wang quietly closed the door after delivering the drinks and departed. What I wish to convey is that in choosing Shrek, you are not merely selecting the academy, but rather the individuals within it. The master truly possesses a knack for persuasion. At this juncture, the conversation shifted as he inquired, "Oh, choosing individuals? What is so special about Shrek Academy? Please, enlighten me." Yifeng beamed at the master, having seized the initiative from the very beginning. "Allow me to introduce," he said. "This is Flinder, the esteemed dean of Shrek Academy, a formidable soul sage of level 78, wielding the martial spirit of a four-eyed cat eagle, and indeed, the most powerful entity within Shrek Academy." The master turned his gaze towards Flinder and then addressed Yifeng, "Greetings." Flinder acknowledged Yifeng with a nod, gesturing slightly. "Furthermore, our Shrek Academy currently boasts another soul sage at level 76. But I have no interest in them," Yifeng interjected. "I am solely eager to hear your insights." Yifeng gestured for the master to pause. "Do you wish to hear me?" The master gazed at Yifeng, harboring a profound sense of inferiority regarding his own realm. "Well, since you claim that admission to Shrek Academy involves selection, and considering you have nurtured numerous exceptional students, even those bestowed with the title of Douluo, entrust their children to your guidance, I must admit I am quite intrigued," Yifeng remarked. "I was once the young master of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, a proponent of the 10 core competencies of martial spirits in the current continent, revered by all as a master." Yu Xiaogang interjected, while Flander beside him appeared somewhat astonished. Indeed, Xiaogang has truly gone all out. "I never anticipated that the master was once the young master of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus." Yifeng feigned a look of astonishment. "This is only natural, without such depth. How could one impart knowledge and cultivate talent? So, my young friend, do you intend to join our Shrek Academy? Currently, I have only one slot available for my direct disciple, and the competition is exceedingly fierce." Mentioning the blue electric tyrant dragon family, Yu Xiaogang felt a surge of confidence. "Oh, is it about to happen?" Flander, who was sipping on a beverage nearby, mused to himself. However, something felt amiss. Why was there no mention of martial spirits and soul power? Unbeknownst to Yu Xiaogang, Yifeng was subtly mocking him. This is inconsequential." After speaking, Yu Xiaogang awkwardly averted his gaze from Yifeng, unable to meet his eyes. How could he dare to reveal his meager soul power? Wouldn't he that be a source of ridicule? P.S. Here comes the 4th update, and it's already 1:30. Perhaps it's a bit short, but the author is utterly exhausted. Face planted on the keyboard. Time for some rest. My life is precious. I implore you all for votes. Tomorrow is the final day. Dear readers, please keep those votes coming. Do not let the author fall behind. Chapter 60. Humiliating Yu Xiaogang. First update. I seek your recommendation votes, everyone. My ranking has dropped. Dean Flander, do your academy's teachers truly believe that when facing a soul master, it is insignificant to introduce one's martial spirit and soul power? Yifeng cast a glance at Flander. To take a life is a simple task. Frankly speaking, having ascended to the soul master level, Yifeng could easily eliminate the master, who was merely a level 29 insect. Yet, is it not more gratifying to kill not just the body but the spirit? Would you allow your adversary to perish so easily? I believe you would go to any lengths. Just like a cat that catches its prey. It does not rush to devour it, but plays with it slowly, until the prey is utterly exhausted and loses its will to survive, before finally consuming it in one bite. The same principle applies here. Yifeng intends to peel away the grotesque facade of Yu Xiaogang layer by layer, leading him to disgrace and a painful demise. Every game requires time, and this grand performance is no exception. Xiaogang. To omit the mention of martial souls and soul power during a formal introduction signifies a lack of respect for one another. Flinder looked towards the master. Clearly, Yu Xiaogang, this level 29 waste, had never participated in formal competitions. He had not even sparred with another soul master, hence his ignorance of such fundamental knowledge. With that in mind, allow me to introduce myself. I am a level 29 Grand Soul Master, and my martial soul is the 3 Canon. Do not be deceived by my lower rank. Even a soul sage or a soul Douluo must address me as master. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang was making introductions, clearly a Grand Soul Master. Yet he exuded an aura befitting a title Douluo. Yu Xiaogang was a contradiction. On one hand, he felt inferior about his rank, while on the other, He did not wish to be looked down upon by others. Thus, he attempted to elevate himself in a similar manner. How amusing. So, it turns out the master is merely a level 29 waste. Flinder, how could a soul sage of level 78 choose such a level 29 waste as a teacher? What can he possibly teach? Feng let out a hearty laugh, unabashedly mocking the master. From the moment the latter stepped through the door, the course of events was irrevocably determined. Yu Xiaogang, would endure as long as he could. Should patience wear thin, he would leave. In due time, he would obliterate everything that the master cherished. Are you insulting me? In an instant, the master's countenance darkened, for he loathed the mention of the word waste more than anything else, as if it struck at the most sensitive core of his being. Have I spoken ill of you? As the scion of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, you are merely at level 29. What else could that be but a waste? At last, I comprehend why you reference the past. Could it be that you have been cast out from your family? Feng gently lifted the corners of his mouth and inquired. You. Upon hearing these words, the master's face flushed deeply, reaching all the way to his neck, nearly causing him to leap to his feet in surprise. Flan stood awkwardly to the side. Goodness, this lad's words are truly sharp, and his intelligence is astonishingly high. To deduce even this. Indeed, Xiaogang had come today to take on a disciple, rather than to endure humiliation. What is this? Is the master upset? Feng observed the master's flustered demeanor, nonchalantly crossing his legs and sporting a subtle smirk at the corner of his mouth. The thrill of publicly exposing another's vulnerabilities was indeed exhilarating, while anger was not quite the sentiment. He merely wished for the master to transcend the limitations of martial spirits and soul power to perceive him from a more profound perspective. I assure you, should you embrace the training methods I propose at our Shrek Academy, your chances of ascending to the rank of title Douluo would be 15 times greater than those of others. The master exhaled deeply, a fade of calmness barely concealing his agitation. How could he not be irked? In his eyes, this bloodthirsty individual was akin to a rebellious dragon. Yet, Yu Xiaogang was determined to take on the role of the dragon tamer. Admittedly, there would be a few bites at the outset, but that was of little concern. Once the other witnessed his formidable charisma at Shrek, they would inevitably choose to apprentice under him, much like Tang San, becoming steadfastly devoted. 15 times? Master. You certainly have a bold claim. Feng let out a cold laugh. This Yu Xiaogang was simply spouting nonsense. Perhaps a naive child, unfamiliar with the ways of the world, might be deceived. Unfortunately, the person facing him was Feng, a time traveler. He was acutely aware of Yu Xiaogang's true capabilities. This fact was indisputable. If you are willing to take me as your master, I shall guide you on a shortcut to becoming a title Douluo. The master said earnestly. Come now, with the admission standards of your Shrek Academy, even a pig could soar to greatness. Do you truly believe it is your own merit? Feng let out a cold laugh. It seemed there was no one like Liang Jingru in this world. What audacity did the master possess? Even a pig could take flight under guidance? Shrek Academy had already recruited 3 individuals before my arrival, personally instructed by the 76th level soul saint, the immutable king. But what became of them? Could they possibly compare to my disciple, Tang San? In terms of combat prowess, even that 38th level student pales in comparison to my pupil. This exemplifies the distinction. Yu Xiaogang glanced at Feng and let out a snort. Meanwhile, Flinder stood awkwardly to the side, feeling like a stepping stone. However, one must consider that Tang San is perhaps an exception, given his lineage. His father is none other than the title Douluo, His Highness Hao Yin. How could the son possibly be lacking? You must understand that my visit today stems from a thirst for talent, driven by concern that you might stray from the right path and cause the soul master community to lose a pillar of potential. Thus, I humbly sought you out. As for the accomplishments you have achieved in the soul arena, they may appear impressive, but they are merely the achievements of a small city within a kingdom. Once my students take the stage, they too will reach such heights, perhaps even utterly surpassing you. Yu Xiaogang rose, his countenance stern as he gazed out the window, hands clasped behind his back. There was a time when even the Pope knelt before him, yielding to his every whim. Yet here stood this youth, persistently mocking him. He too had his temper. Moreover, in his eyes, Tang San, after his tutelage, might very well prove superior to this individual. The notion of a talent emerging from a seemingly inept teacher, coupled with a sense of superiority, was indeed amusing. Feng spoke calmly. Yu Xiaogang glared at Feng, his eyes almost bulging out. Dean Fland, are you not at all concerned that your students might be led astray by him? Feng turned to look at Flander. Whether or not to corrupt him is a matter for our Shrek Academy, Xiaogang. Let us depart. Flander stood up. It was evident that this individual was not as eager to join Shrek as Xiaogang had claimed. Rather than allowing Xiaogang to suffer humiliation here, it would be far better to return to the academy in comfort. Since you were so audacious, do you dare to make a wager with me? Yu Xiaogang was truly infuriated, pointing at Yi Feng. Oh, what do you wish to bet? Yi Feng gazed at the frenzied Yu Xiaogang, the corners of his mouth curling into a slight smile. I wager that beyond the heavens, there are indeed greater beings. Tomorrow, my students shall venture into the soul arena for a week of arduous training. Should even one of them surpass your score, you shall become my disciple. While he may be unaware of Daimubai's potential, he harbored unwavering faith in Master Tang San. With this first update delivered, I implore all readers to cast their votes generously, for the author finds himself slipping in the rankings. A heartfelt thanks to the charming readers such as Zhong Go, Huan Chuan 99, Zhou Feng, and Ken Yu for their generous support, along with the many other readers who have cast their votes. Today marks the final day of the triple update showdown. If I can ascend just one more rank, I shall be secure. I humbly beseech your assistance. Chapter 61. The Bet. Flander wore an expression full of questions. The second update. What if you lose in this contest of greater beings? Yi Feng gazed at the master, exclaiming, I concede my defeat. I admit I am worthless, incapable of teaching you. The master waved his sleeve dismissively, for he could never accept defeat. Within Shrek Academy, there existed two promising talents, Daimubai and Tang San, both of whom were soul masters. It was believed that dealing with this individual would pose no challenge. What kind of condition is this? You are already deemed worthless. Must you further acknowledge it? Yi Feng shrugged. It was not that he held the master in disdain. Rather, he had always looked down upon him. So, what do you intend to do? The master restrained his fury, determined to tame this wild dragon. Yu Xiaogang vowed that he would make the other submit completely to his charismatic persona and vast knowledge. A wager must be equitable. If I lose, I shall become your disciple. But should I prevail, you two must offer something of equal value. Only then will the bet hold weight. Without such terms, why would I engage in this gamble? Yi Feng spoke to Yu Xiaogang in a nonchalant manner. Am I to submit to you simply because I have lost? Yu Xiaogang snorted coldly. Let us not entertain that notion. I cannot accept a disciple who is 50 yet only possesses the capabilities of a 29-year-old. Yi Feng spread his hands in resignation. What is it that you desire? At present, I am merely the director of the Shrek teaching department, possessing nothing beyond this title. Yu Xiaogang is devoid of any possessions. Even the most valuable soul guide has been entrusted to Tang San. Shrek? Yi Feng gently murmured. What? Are you interested in Shrek? How about this? If you defeat me, I shall relinquish my position as the director of instruction to you. He observed Yu Xiaogang as he spoke. In order to fulfill this wager, he was determined to give it his all. No. I have no interest in that director position. Let us wager directly on Shrek instead. If I win, you must cede Shrek to me. Yi Feng suddenly felt the urge to take a bold risk. You truly dare to gamble. I, Yu Xiaogang, shall accompany you. The master, having been provoked by Yi Feng, immediately responded. Then let us sign. Yi Feng immediately drafted a written agreement. Flander was taken aback. Xiaogang, isn't the Shrek Academy mine? Flander stood to the side, utterly bewildered. How could the two wager with his academy at stake? It was akin to two neighbors betting on the ownership of your house, leaving you, the rightful owner, in a state of confusion. Flander, did you not say last night that you were preparing to make me the vice principal? You even mentioned the academy would be split in half. The master pulled Flander aside. Half is yours, but the other half belongs to me, does it not? Flander replied with a perplexed expression. Although Xiao Wu was the vice principal, the division of the academy was of little concern to him, as long as he had food to eat. Furthermore, his prior remarks were intended to motivate Xiaogang's involvement in the academy's teaching, not to turn the institution into a wager the very next day. Flander, have you forgotten our brotherhood from the Golden Iron Triangle? What is yours is mine, and what is mine is still yours. And if we bring this individual into Shrek Academy, will we ever have to worry about finances again? The master endeavored to persuade Flander. He was fully confident in his ability to triumph over this bloodthirsty demon. Yet, I still do not wish to gamble with the academy. As it is my labor of love, Flander shook his head. The bond of brotherhood was genuine. What is yours is mine, and mine is yours, let it be. In his desire to take on this disciple, Flander felt as though his old comrade had become somewhat deranged. Flander, do you still not trust me? This is for the greater good of Shrek Academy. Consider what the academy currently possesses, only a mountain of debts, and your rent has been overdue for a month. If we win, the academy will gain an individual akin to Daimubai. How splendid would that be? Yu Xiaogang continued, his eloquence unwavering. The crux of the matter was that the wager revolved around Shrek Academy. Should Flander refuse, the bet could not proceed. This was his singular opportunity, one he absolutely could not afford to miss. Moreover, once this disciple was accepted, Shrek Academy would undoubtedly flourish. He felt a twinge of regret. How had Flander's vision become so short-sighted? Such matters warranted careful consideration. Fine, but I am only willing to relinquish your portion. That is my bottom line, Flander stated. Gazing at Yu Xiaogang, this was his limit, ensuring that he retained some degree of autonomy. He could not leave his comrades without an explanation if things went awry. What about the little monsters in the academy? As the principal, he had to contemplate various aspects. He could not allow a surge of emotions to lead him into such an extreme decision. Foolish. Utterly foolish. The master exclaimed, embodying a sense of disappointment. Ask him. If it's only half, then sign it. If we lose, I could never allow my brothers, who have fought alongside me, to become homeless. Flander's stance was resolute. Offering half was already the utmost he could concede for Xiaogang's sake. He still had a group of loyal companions to consider. Should they lose, how could he explain their dismissal? And what of the little monsters of the school? As principal, he must consider everything carefully. Foolish. So foolish. Flander, after all these years of brotherhood, was still doubting him? Xiaogang, although my Shrek Academy is dilapidated and lacks savings, it remains a place I cherish dearly. Half represents my principles and boundaries, and it is precisely because you are my brother that I am willing to offer half. Flander declared. His principles and limits would not waver. Very well, half shall suffice. The master rushed to consult Yifeng. Yifeng nodded, signing the document with a flourish of his hand. Outside the Rose Hotel, the master held the signed agreement with delight, while Flanders felt a heavy gloom settle over him. The absurdity of the evening's events gnawed at him. If not for his old companion's foolish grin at the document, he might have suspected a conspiracy against Shrek Academy. Flanders. I initially believed they would demand the entire academy to engage in this wager. Yet here we are. Half of Shrek Academy's shares were sufficient for them to sign. This is indeed a propitious omen, the master exclaimed, clapping Flanders on the shoulder and laughing heartily. What omen? Flanders replied, confusion evident on his face. Think about it. The master continued, initially, the terms of the wager included the entire academy, but now they are willing to settle for half. This suggests that the document is merely a formality. They do not care about the specifics of what they gain. It indirectly indicates their desire to have me as a mentor, simply seeking a way to appease their family. Are you implying that everything they said was intentional? That this document was merely for show? Flanders questioned, struggling to grasp the master's reasoning. Indeed, I am certain of it. There may very well have been a tidal Douluo eavesdropping in that room, preventing them from agreeing outright. However, once this document is signed, should they lose, they would have no choice but to enter my tutelage, family objections notwithstanding, for it is all laid out in black and white, the master elucidated. But why would they wish to be your pupil? Flanders pressed on. My disciple Tang San, a wielder of the blue-silver grass martial spirit, has attained the rank of Soul Master at level 30. He stands as the most formidable among Shrek's students. I cannot believe they would not find this appealing. The master stated confidently. If he were to announce his intention to accept disciples, I dare say the majority at Shrek would seek to be his pupil. For Tang San has set a standard, he added. Nevertheless, I believe we must tread cautiously, considering we have wagered half of the academy, Flanders advised the master. A sense of unease creeping into his heart. You, who have spent years in this modest place, have grown timid. I suspect even Mu Bai could surpass him. Let alone Tang San, our secret weapon. Thus, we are assured of victory. Just wait and see. The master's face bore a confident smile. Upon their return to the academy, they were greeted by Xiao Wu, who was substituting as a teacher. Master, Dean Flanders, you have finally returned. Where is the new student? He inquired, excitement radiating from him. The others at Shrek Academy shared his curiosity, having heard from Xiao Wu that a new student of considerable talent was joining. Yet, their anticipation turned to embarrassment when they realized neither the master nor Flanders had brought anyone with them. The new student must undergo trials to enter Shrek Academy. Tonight, you will face them in the Soul Arena, the master announced. It is merely a matter of time before that young man seeks me as his mentor. Meanwhile, Flanders walked towards the dean's office, increasingly convinced that his old friend had lost his sanity. Along the way, the more he pondered, the stranger the situation appeared. What is it, boss? Xiao Wu queried, sensing Flanders' discontent. Nothing of significance. You have worked hard this morning. You should rest, Flanders replied, wishing to keep this matter from others for the time being. At the training ground, Tang San asked, Master, Do you mean to say our opponents tonight will include the new student? Indeed, Xiao San, you are astute. There is a possibility you will encounter the new student in battle tonight. As upperclassmen, I expect you to showcase your utmost strength and avoid any disgrace. Furthermore, within this week, you must attain the Copper Soul Badge. Xiao San, I require you to achieve at least the Silver Soul Badge, the Master instructed. His gaze fixed on Tang San. The Soul Arena's badge hierarchy includes iron, copper, silver, gold, purple gold, sapphire, ruby, and diamond soul badges. The Silver Soul Badge, positioned at the 3rd level, requires 1,000 points. I have faith that Tang San can accomplish this with ease. What? Silver Soul Badge? Within a week? Daimubai exclaimed. Astonished. The others shared his disbelief, having previously attempted battles in the Soul Arena under Flanders' guidance, where they had collectively scored less than 20 points. According to the Soul Arena's rules, a victory grants 1 point, while a loss deducts 1. Winning 10 consecutive matches would double the points for each subsequent victory. This implies that attaining the Silver Soul Badge requires an astonishing 30 victories within a week, averaging 5 victories per day. Such a daunting challenge. Initially, they were utterly exhausted after just 2 matches. Was this truly a demand that a human could meet? Indeed, it was merely the minimum requirement. I suggest, Mubai, that you strive to reach this level as well. The Master spoke solemnly to Daimubai. Master, please spare me. I only have 2 points now. Daimubai appeared extremely haggard. The Soul Arena in Soto City is no easy place to navigate. Oh, spare you? Very well, then. For the next week, you shall rise at 5 in the morning and run 100 kilometers with a 1,000-pound weight. The Master snorted disdainfully. Well, that could be lethal, Master. Upon hearing this, a wave of suffocation washed over Daimubai. This week, they had already been burdened with 300 pounds and had run 50 kilometers daily, leaving them nearly exhausted. Now, the Master was demanding 1,000 pounds and 100 kilometers. Was this even humanly possible? So, will you continue training or head to the Soul Arena? The Master fixed his gaze on Daimubai. The Soul Arena, the Soul Arena. Daimubai replied without hesitation. Master, as an auxiliary Soul Master, must Rongrong and I also go to the Soul Arena? Just as Daimubai finished speaking, Oscar interjected. Of course not. You merely need to bear 400 pounds and run 100 kilometers each day, the Master replied, his gaze icy. No. Let us all go to the Soul Arena together. Even if it costs us our lives, we must secure the Copper Soul Badge. Upon hearing this, Oscar gasped in shock. This requirement could be fatal. Let us go to the Soul Arena. At least we will survive. Now that is the spirit of my good student, Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang said with a satisfied expression. The others rolled their eyes in unison. It sounded like an impossible task, especially for Daimubai and Ma Hongjun, who had spent considerable time in the Soul Arena and understood just how terrifying that place could be. Securing a Copper Soul Badge in a week was nearly impossible. Even the fastest among them would need to win 19 consecutive matches. The first 10 matches would yield 10 points, while the subsequent 10 matches would be calculated according to a formula. 1-2, 2-2, 3-2, for 29-2, totaling 90 points. Adding them together would yield exactly 100. But winning 19 consecutive matches was akin to a pipe dream. Could you guarantee that all your opponents would be weak? Even if you're level 38, you might encounter a level 39 opponent, or even a level 40 Soul Master who has yet to obtain their spirit ring. When faced with such adversaries, how do you intend to achieve victory? It is fundamentally improbable, especially for Xiao San, who is merely at level 33. The likelihood of encountering level 38 or 39 opponents greatly increases. Under such circumstances, achieving 10 consecutive victories is exceedingly difficult, let alone more than 30 matches in a row. Very well, I have another demand for you. During tonight's match at the Soul Arena, you must not reveal your true identities, names, or ages. Do you understand? The Master looked at everyone. Understood. They nodded in response. Furthermore, you may employ any means necessary. And a special reminder for Xiao San, if necessary. You may use your hidden weapons, but your external spirit bone must remain concealed. Understood. After Yu Xiaogang spoke, his gaze fell upon Tang San. He was deliberately granting Tang San some leeway. The casualties in the Soul Arena are of no concern to him. He only desires to witness scores that surpass that bloodthirsty demon. As for the external spirit bone, that is his bottom line. Once exposed, it would invite considerable trouble. Therefore, he forbids its revelation for now, believing in his disciple S ability to surpass his opponents without it. Achieving 34, 35, or even 40 consecutive victories would significantly widen the gap from that ferocious dragon. Excellent. The crowd responded enthusiastically. All right, return to your rest. We will gather at 6 this evening. The master waved his hand, signaling the dismissal. Master, are you doing this for the new student? Tang San did not leave and, scratching his head, inquired with some confusion. No, the master aims to revive the illustrious spirit of Shrek, embedding the name Shrek deeply into the bones of every soul master in Soto City. The master declared at that moment. Oh. Tang San was taken aback by the grandeur of his teacher's aspirations, feeling a newfound respect for him. He realized how shallow his previous thoughts had been, mistakenly believing the master was merely concerned for the new student's sake. However, you seniors must also set an example for the newcomers. Therefore, I hope you do not merely aim for the Silver Soul badge. You should strive for even loftier goals. In truth, I hold certain expectations for you. Yu Xiaogang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, conveying a profound demeanor. Then, Master, how many points do you believe I should aim for? Tang San asked. I believe you should aim for at least 1,500 points. That is my minimum expectation. If you can achieve 2,000 points, that would be even better. The master replied. 2,000? Then I shall have to give it my all. Tang San lowered his head slightly, determination gleaming in his eyes. Previously, 1,000 points required 32 matches, which meant 4 to 5 battles daily. With his abilities, he could handle that easily, as long as he gave his best effort. Achieving below 1,500 points should be manageable. However, reaching 2,000 points would necessitate winning 46 consecutive matches. That would be quite a challenge. Perhaps the master intends to provide him with an opportunity for a breakthrough. Then, let us give it a shot. It is not unachievable. Excellent. That is the spirit of my disciple, Yu Xiaogang. Now go rest. I shall see you tonight. The master expressed his satisfaction, proud of his own prodigy. All right. See you tonight, master. Soon, Tang San departed. Meanwhile, at the Rose Hotel, Feng opened the system in the reception room. Today is still a triple update. Dear readers, please continue to support the author, maintaining your votes until next Monday. Let us see if we can achieve a ranking boost. Please don't let the author's ranking drop. It's quite painful to witness. TT, Chapter 64, The Mysterious Guest. Second update, yesterday's exercise value has been settled at 32,000 with 14,000 gold coins and no additional rewards. The system has automatically converted this into experience points amounting to 32,000. The total experience has been aggregated. Please check. Host. Feng current dimension. Douluo continent gender. Male age. 13 martial soul. First martial soul. Bloodthirsty demon scythe. Second martial soul. Rift sky blast combat attributes. Activated soul rings. First soul ring. Divine beast white tiger. 1,000 years. Soul skill. Tear the sky. Second soul ring. 9,000 year ancient beast azure dragon. Soul skill. Azure dragon annihilation can be offensive or defensive. Defensive mode activates Azure Dragon Shield. Third Soul Ring, 10,000 year Diamond Titan. Soul Skill, Titan's Might. Fourth Soul Ring, 30,000 year Shadow Poison Wolf. Soul Skill, 3 seconds of Fatal Poison Soul Bone. Left leg, 10,000 year Golden Wing Doping Soul Bone. Soul Skill, Swift Wind Soul Power. Level 45 Experience Points, 509. 0001, 000, 000 Gold Coins, 16, 930, 000 Inventory. None surprisingly, I have leveled up. This indeed brings a delightful surprise. Feng was astonished to find himself elevated from level 44 to level 45. It must be said that his growth in athletic prowess within the Soul Arena was rather unexpected. He was able to garner over 30,000 experience points almost daily, with a peak of 50,000. This evening, the students of Shrek Academy were to take the stage, leaving him curious about the volume of activity this week and whether it might soar to 70 or 80,000. Feng gazed at the 7 masks, red, gold, blue, yellow, black, white, and purple, arrayed upon the bed, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Having triumphed, he resolved to do so with decisiveness. The Soul Arena, where battles commenced each evening at 6, still had attendants at the front desk at this hour. Their duties, however, were limited to registering soul masters and providing an overview of the rules. Bloodthirsty Demon number 2? Are you certain you wish to register? Inquired a beautiful attendant. Indeed, he replied. Feng nodded and swiftly paid 10 gold coins. Subsequently, Bloodthirsty Demon number 3 was registered. Bloodthirsty Demon number 4 was registered. Bloodthirsty Demon number 5 was registered. Bloodthirsty Demon number 6 was registered. Bloodthirsty Demon number 7 was registered. Feng registered 7 accounts in one breath. Do not inquire as to why. Merely know that this significantly enhances the likelihood of encountering the illustrious Shrek Academy. Feng is determined to obliterate them one by one. Within a week, all his alternate accounts reached a minimum of the Silver Soul Badge level. What can his master possibly compare to him? Shrek, he is resolute in his pursuit. Yenner, are you certain this place offers any amusement? It is merely a small city beneath a kingdom, far more comfortable to return to sleep. At that moment, a group of 7 individuals entered. Leading them was a youth clad in black, exuding an air of indifference, seemingly uninterested in this locale. Although the conditions may be lacking, isn't it far more delightful to torment others than to engage in solitary training? At this juncture, a young woman beside the youth spoke up. The group appeared to be around 15 or 16 years of age. Well then, let us indulge ourselves tonight. Come, let us proceed to register. Thus, they set off to register. Yu Tianheng, the young man stated directly. Yu Tianheng? Feng, having just completed the registration of 6 alternate accounts, was taken aback. Is he not a member of the Tiando Royal Academy? What a coincidence. He could use a team for battle. This fortuitously completes his roster. Initially, he considered summoning some individuals from Songhui Academy to form a team, but they were likely all in school now. Assembling a team was practically impossible, given the considerable distance from Songhui Academy. Moreover, although these individuals were around 16 or 17, they were all younger students from Songhui Academy, still needing to consolidate their soul rings. Calling them over was evidently unrealistic. In contrast, the presence of Tiando Royal Academy was like a timely boon. However, Feng was not in a rush. After all, time was abundant. There was no need to hasten. First, he would individually vanquish the members of Shrek Academy, and then form a team to strike collectively. The mere thought of it was exhilarating. Feng returned to the Rose Hotel. He had the chaotic decision and the diamond technique to cultivate. These 2 methods represent the internal and external aspects of martial arts, both being advanced techniques awarded by the system. In the eyes of his system, techniques such as Tang San's profound heaven skill and the control of cranes and dragons are deemed inferior, belonging to a lower echelon of martial arts. Feng now possesses unwavering confidence, should he and Tang San refrain from using their martial souls. He believes he could defeat Tang San to the extent that even his father would fail to recognize him. Feng, is that you? The battle in room 332 has just begun. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him, her voice melodious and enchanting. Shui, what brings you here? Feng was taken aback upon seeing this person. Wasn't it Shui? The two shared an exceptionally close bond. In private, Xianren Shui always spoke in a feminine tone. Naturally, in public, she maintained her guise as the Crown Prince Shui Qinghe. As for why she chose to reveal her true identity before Feng and placed her trust in him, she herself could not articulate. It was an instinct deep within her heart, a conviction that this individual would not betray her. Moreover, being in his presence inexplicably filled her with a sense of warmth. Perhaps their encounter, acquaintance, and understanding were all fated by the cosmos. You've been here for over 10 days without returning. I had to come personally. Qianren Shui said with a beaming smile. She even took the time to prepare a cup of hot tea for Feng. I'm aware of what Uncle Ju mentioned earlier, but what could possibly be so significant that I must rush to the Heavenly Do Royal Academy? Shui, I still have some matters to attend to. Should I perhaps delay for another week? Feng had just made a wager with the master. If he were to leave at this moment, and the situation over there were to become more complicated over the next few days, it would indeed be precarious. A week? Qianren Shui gazed at Feng, a distinctive glimmer appearing in her beautiful eyes. Ah, is a week not feasible? Feng resembled a deflated balloon, brimming with urgency. What could possibly be so pressing? Feng, do not be so agitated. Even if you wish to stay here for a month or several months, it is quite all right. Qianren Shui observed Feng's demeanor and could not help but stifle a laugh. In his presence, she consistently found her truest self, a vibrant, spirited, and innocent young woman of 18 or 19, devoid of pretensions. Everything returned to simplicity. Did you not say you wanted to take me back? What about matters concerning the Heavenly Royal Academy? Upon hearing those words, Feng's expression shifted to one of confusion. P.S. Here comes the second update. The author humbly requests your support. Chapter 65. I still have a gift. What on earth is this girl up to all day? I have arranged for people to come to you. All you need to do is complete your tasks here, Qianren Shui said to Feng. You have arranged for people to come? Who are they? Feng was utterly bewildered. Why did it feel as though he could not comprehend a word this girl was saying? What could her intentions be in wanting him to return? As students of the Heavenly Royal Academy, I have arranged for their instructors to facilitate their training here. Thus, you need not return and can attend to your affairs right here, Qian Rinxue remarked, exuding an aura of exceptional thoughtfulness. It was difficult to fathom that this was, in fact, the heir of the spirit hall. Ah, how perplexing. Yifeng's face was filled with confusion. Ah, it is that group of children from the Tiando Royal Academy who, due to a lack of worthy opponents, have grown somewhat arrogant and self-important, constantly believing themselves to be the best in the world. This has led to a lack of diligence in their training, much to the dissatisfaction of the empire. Therefore, they wish to seek your assistance in providing them with some motivation, Qian Rinxue elucidated to Yifeng. Provide them with motivation? Shuer, how exactly do we do that? Yifeng gazed at Qian Rinxue, contemplating how to provoke her, as long as she was not severely harmed. The other empires and the Heavenly Royal Academy could impose their training methods as they wished, provided they corrected their attitudes towards cultivation and ignited their latent potential. Qian Rinxue expressed this to him. Her primary intention in this matter was to seize the opportunity to leave the palace for once. Otherwise, she would have no chance to meet Feng outside. As for locating the specific hotel where Yifeng resided, this posed no challenge for a prince of the empire. What shall I do regarding the Zhonghui Academy? At this moment, Yifeng inquired. Zhonghui Academy? You have already topped the rankings. Do you wish to remain there? He added. You are essentially on the verge of graduation, but if you truly miss it, I can arrange to maintain your student status, allowing you to return occasionally for a visit. However, your future will be primarily at the Royal Academy of Tiando. At this juncture, Qian Rinxue responded to Yifeng, reflecting on how the man she admired continually astonished her. Approaching his 14th year, he had already attained the level of Soul Zone, an impressive feat indeed. It was reminiscent of her own journey. At 14, she had merely been a Soul King of level 50. Yet, in terms of soul rings, there remained a slight disparity between them. Yifeng's first soul ring was a millennium old, while she had not absorbed the angelic divine outfit, only achieving the optimal soul ring match. Yifeng seemed to comprehend the situation. He now had the freedom to explore both academies at his leisure. However, his primary intention was to teach a lesson to those arrogant young nobles. The difference between Zhonghui Academy and the Royal Academy of Tiando was stark. A change of scenery might indeed offer a refreshing experience. Upon reflection, it seemed quite appealing. The most crucial aspect was that he could remain here, tormenting Tang San and thoroughly dismantling the so-called superior teaching methods of the master. Just the thought of it sent a thrill through him. Furthermore, this token, should they challenge your authority, can be presented as proof. Song Shui handed a small jade pendant engraved with the emblem of the Royal Academy of Tiando to Yifeng. Rest assured, they will not defy you. Yifeng's lips curled into a slight smile. He was just about to seek out that group of people when, to his surprise, an opportunity presented itself effortlessly. In light of this, he resolved to treat the individuals from the Heavenly Dual Royal Academy with utmost consideration. You've worked hard, Qian Rinxue said, her face adorned with a remarkably sweet smile as she addressed Yifeng. Worked hard? What do you mean by that? Shuer, you have presented me with a grand gift. I am grateful beyond measure. Yifeng smiled amiably and remarked, this way, when my martial soul interacts with the individuals from the Tiando Royal Academy, I need not worry about any repercussions. It is simply exhilarating, is it not? Is this truly considered a grand gift? Qian Rinxue suddenly blinked her beautiful eyes playfully as she gazed at Yifeng. Indeed, it most certainly is. Yifeng nodded slightly. For some inexplicable reason, he sensed an unusual intensity in Shuer's gaze, a peculiar strangeness that lingered in the air. But what should I do? I had prepared a grand gift. Qian Rinxue moved closer, her enchanting eyes fixed upon Yifeng, her tone imbued with an unprecedented intimacy. Yifeng could even feel a tingling sensation coursing through him. P.S. The third update has arrived. Today's updates are complete, and once again it is midnight. Ever since I began writing novels, I have found myself staying up late every day, immersed in the realm of cultivation. I implore you, dear readers, to cast your votes, hoping to maintain my ranking and avoid a decline. Chapter 66, A Warm Feeling. First update. This was an entirely novel sensation, and Yifeng found himself flustered. What exactly was this girl up to? Feng, happy birthday, Qian Rinxue said, producing a beautifully crafted pastry from her soul guide. Her sparkling eyes remained fixed on Yifeng, revealing that she had made it with her own hands. Birthday? Yifeng gazed upon the pastry bearing a striking resemblance to his own likeness, his expression one of astonishment. Surely, this must have been crafted by Shuer herself? Evading the watchful eyes of the royal court to create such delicacies is no simple feat, however. What truly astounded Feng was the realization that Heir had remembered his birthday. To be honest, he himself scarcely cared for the occasion, having even forgotten it. For reasons unknown, a warm sensation suddenly blossomed within his heart, akin to an inexplicable surge of warmth. I knew you would be so busy that you would forget your own birthday. Please, try it. This is something I took the time to make last night. I hope you won't find it lacking, Heir remarked, her face illuminated by a sweet smile. Unlike the imperial court or the spirit hall, this smile was exceptionally gentle and enchanting. Heir, you truly are thoughtful. However, I must implore you to refrain from such perilous endeavors in the future. If the Empire were to discover that a prince had taken the time to prepare treats for another, particularly with the likeness of another man, it would certainly raise suspicions. Feng wished to shield Heir from exposure due to such matters. With his current capabilities, he felt ill-equipped to protect her. If her identity were to be revealed because of this incident, it would indeed be a case of losing much for the sake of a triviality. Rest assured. This was managed discreetly during my departure. The Empire will surely remain oblivious, he reassured her. Heir delicately pressed her lips together, her demeanor playfully charming. She recalled how her previous birthday had been consumed by various obligations. This time, she had seized the rare opportunity to personally prepare a confection for Feng. Truth be told, she harbored a dislike for the burdensome nature of her elevated status, as it invited incessant scrutiny, rendering her unable to pursue her own desires. Thus, within the confines of the room, the two indulged in the delectable pastries. It must be noted that Heir's culinary skills were indeed commendable. After relishing the treats, they engaged in light conversation, and before they realized it, time had swiftly slipped away, leading them to the late afternoon hour of 5. Feng, I must take my leave now, she said, acknowledging the limited time granted to her by the Empire. She felt a strong yearning to remain there for the entire day. Yet time was not on her side. As a prince, he was well aware of the constraints that governed his existence. Very well, allow me to escort you, he offered. Feng escorted Qian Rinxue to the entrance of the hotel. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, the unique sound of a gathering horn resonated at 5:30. In an instant, the students from various corners of the school converged upon the playground. Everyone, over the past week, you have established a foundation for your physical training. But to become exceptional soul masters, this is merely the beginning. Therefore, starting today, I will initiate the second stage of instruction to assess the results of your training from the previous week. In the academy, prior to significant events, there is typically a ceremony, followed by speeches from leaders. Although Shrek Academy comprises only 7 students, this tradition remains intact. The speaker at this moment was the master. After approximately 10 minutes of discourse, he outlined some important considerations, and then it was Flander's turn. Flander showed great understanding towards the students, offering a few encouraging words before the group set off. At the Soul Arena, 8 individuals entered an expansive VIP room, the 7 from Shrek, the Master, and Flander. After all, today marked the first full assembly of these young prodigies following their concentrated training. As the Academy's head, it was his duty to support them, not merely to count the money earned from battles. The earnings from the Soul Arena could be settled weekly, monthly, or quarterly. Last week, Xiaogang's expenditures had left the Academy with a substantial debt, and he naturally hoped for a weekly settlement. Just to earn a copper soul badge at the arena required 100 gold coins, while a silver soul badge demanded 1,000. The thought alone was exhilarating. These are your masks. Hold them securely. I have but one request. You must not reveal your true identities, understood? The master instructed the group. Yes, they replied, each exuding confidence. Furthermore, you are not only to secure the Silver Soul Badge through one-on-one battles, but also to obtain the Team Silver Badge. Starting today, you will compete under the team name of Shrek 7 Monsters, Yu Xiaogang declared, standing with a serious demeanor. The term team battle was still unfamiliar to them. Even Dai Mubai and his companions had never participated in such matches before. Indeed, team battles not only allow each member to earn individual points, but also contribute to a team score, which is absent in 2-on-2 matches. Most importantly, they will enhance your cooperative abilities, which is the essence of team battles. The master addressed them, embodying the demeanor of a military instructor, stern and commanding, instilling a sense of respect that was hard to resist. Understood. They echoed, their voices resounding with enthusiasm for the prospect of team battles. Excellent. Now, what is your target score for tonight? The master's icy, serious gaze swept over the group. How many points? Upon hearing this question, everyone appeared momentarily bewildered. They had not previously discussed their goals for the evening. Tang San, you shall begin. What score do you aim to achieve tonight? The master fixed his eyes on Tang San. I aim to secure 10 points. Tang San declared boldly. 10 points? The others were taken aback. Did they hear correctly? 10 points required a consecutive victory in 10 matches. Was Xiao San planning to compete in 10 battles? The very notion was unfathomable. Brother, are you sure about that? Xiao Wu gazed at Tang San. 10 battles. It was an exceedingly audacious undertaking. What if he exhausted himself? Moreover, they would need to continue the following night. Don't worry. I believe I can manage 10 matches. I feel invigorated today. If I maintain a swift pace, keeping each match under 10 minutes. Winning 10 in a row is certainly feasible. This was still a conservative estimate. If he unleashed his full potential, employing various hidden weapons, he was confident he could achieve 20 points or even more. Wonderful. 10 matches. 10 points. Truly deserving of being my direct disciple. Xiao Wu, what about you? The master, thoroughly satisfied with Tang San's response, turned his gaze to Xiao Wu. I shall aim for 5 points, Xiao Wu replied to the master. The last time Flander had taken them, she had been utterly exhausted, managing only 5 consecutive victories in one night, which had been her limit. She initially planned to fight 2 or 3 matches tonight. According to calculations, to attain the Bronze Soul Badge in a week, one would need to win 19 consecutive matches. With 7 days in a week, achieving this by competing 2 or 3 times each day seemed reasonable. However, with Tang San declaring a goal of 10 points in the master's penetrating gaze, she dared not propose fewer victories, settling for a middle ground of 5 matches, which was already stretching her limits. All right, Xiao Wu, 5 matches. Daimu Bai, as a 38th level soul master and the senior of all Shrek students. How many points do you expect to earn tonight? I expect silver. 7 points. Daimu Bai scratched his head, appearing rather fatigued. Truth be told, as someone who had previously battled at the arena with only a 29th level ranking, he understood the challenge of winning more than 5 matches in a single night. It was an arduous feat, nearly impossible to find more than a few who could achieve it. However, with Tang San aiming for 10 points and Xiao Wu for 5, coupled with the master's gaze, he felt compelled to avoid suggesting fewer points than Xiao Wu, ultimately stating 7 points. Next, Ma Hongjun declared 4 points. Zhu Zhuqing 4 points, Ning Rongrong 3 points, and Oscar 3 points as well. Once this segment was concluded, they proceeded downstairs to register. Meanwhile, Yu Feng had already arrived at the waiting hall. Indeed, he had created 6 alternate accounts for tonight. As the saying goes, even a chaotic flurry of punches can take down a seasoned master, and with so many accounts, he was bound to score several victories against the Shrek members. He was determined to embark on an unprecedented challenge, aiming to compete from 7 in the evening until 11 at night. This nearly frenzied devilish training regimen would refine his skills in every aspect. Soon, the battles at the Soul Arena commenced. In the VIP box above, the Shrek children had long departed, leaving only Flander and Yu Xiaogang. There's something I'm uncertain whether I should mention, Flander began, appearing hesitant. What is it? If you have something to say, just say it. Hesitation is not your style. The master replied, somewhat irked by Flander's demeanor. I was thinking, do you truly believe these little monsters can achieve such high scores? Flander had intended to address this issue. While it is essential to have goals, they must also be realistic, don't you think? To comprehend the history of this moment, one must recall that Daimu Bai engaged in over 100 battles here, ultimately securing only 2 points. Similarly, Ma Hongjun fought in more than 40 matches, concluding with a mere 9 points. However, upon witnessing the exuberant demeanor of his old comrade, he hesitated to interrupt him. Therefore, it was only after their departure that he chose to inquire, as it was essential to grant his companion the respect he deserved, particularly considering the immense pride possessed by his old friend. I cannot speak for others, but I am unequivocally certain of my disciple Tang San's capabilities. In fact, I believe 10 matches may be an understatement. Given his prowess, achieving 15 consecutive victories would pose no challenge. The master stood with his hands clasped behind his back, slightly lifting his head as he spoke, exuding unwavering confidence in his cherished disciple. Is Xiao San truly that formidable? Flinder expressed his astonishment. In the annals of the battle arena, a streak of 15 consecutive victories in a single evening is exceedingly rare. Do you think I am unaware of the merits of my own student? The master replied coolly. And what of the others, Xiaogang? Flinder looked at the master with keen interest. Little Wu, whom I brought from Notting Academy, is indeed a soul master influenced by my teachings, and I estimate her chances of success to be over 90%. As for Daimu Bai, his prospects appear somewhat bleak. The others? The two support spirit masters should manage adequately under the guidance of their battle soul masters. As for Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun, they may encounter significant difficulties. Overall, I would say the chances are 50-50. The master analyzed the situation with a serious demeanor, articulating the likelihood of success for each individual. In his estimation, only his disciples Tang San and Wu, along with the two support spirit masters, stood a chance of accomplishing the task. Although Dai Mubai was a soul sovereign at level 38, his lack of proper mentorship akin to that of Yu Xiaogang had resulted in a haphazard growth. Achieving 7 consecutive victories would prove exceedingly challenging. Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun, in comparison, were notably inferior in combat training and other aspects. Thus, it seems there are indeed 4 who can fulfill the mission, Flender remarked, a look of relief gracing his features. He had initially feared that none would succeed, but it appeared he had underestimated their abilities. Huh, and you're pleased with just 4? Since I have come to Shrek Academy, I shall cultivate them to be as exceptional as my disciple Tang San. The master shot Flender a disapproving glance at his easy satisfaction. Flender responded with an awkward smile. Please prepare for the match between the thousand-handed Shura and bloodthirsty demon on stage 3-18. Suddenly, an announcement echoed throughout the arena. Thousand-handed Shura, Xiaogang. It's time for Xiao San's match. Let us transition to Arena 18. A large screen in the VIP box displayed live broadcasts from every arena. Bloodthirsty Demon 3? Yu Xiaogang pondered, feeling a sense of familiarity with the name. In the waiting area below, brother, it's your turn, the Shrek team announced as they awaited their turn. Okay. Tang San nodded, surprised to find himself the first to compete that evening. Give it your all, Xiao San. Dai Mubai encouraged him. Everyone must do their best. Donning his mask, Tang San proceeded towards the Arena 18 stage. Meanwhile, in another waiting area, Thousand-Handed Shura, is fortune truly on my side? Upon hearing that name, Yi Feng's smile gradually morphed into something sinister. It was the name of Tang San. He could hardly believe he had truly encountered him. And it seemed to be in the very first match. Wouldn't he have to teach this fellow townsman a profound lesson? At that moment, Yi Feng donned his mask and proceeded down the specialized corridor towards the arena. He was in the VIP waiting area, a private room. Don't ask why, simply put. It's due to wealth. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Grand Soul Arena of Soto City, where an exhilarating event is about to commence. At that moment, a beautiful host with wings appeared, soaring gracefully above the arena. The second update has arrived. Today, the author is utterly exhausted and unable to write further. So it's time for some rest. Tomorrow, with some extra time, I shall endeavor to write earlier. Continuing with a third update primarily due to having risen at 6 this morning. Staying up until this hour has truly left me immensely fatigued. Chapter 68, The Phantom's Elusive Dance? Like a tortoise's crawl, the crowd erupted into a chorus of applause. This evening's enchanting host is Ye, the most stunning presenter in the entire arena. Now, let us welcome the protagonist of tonight's 18th stage, the Thousand-Hand Shura and Bloodthirsty Demon number 3. The melodious voice of the host, Ye, rang throughout the arena. From the left entrance of the arena, Tang San ascended to the stage with a stoic expression. He felt a sense of anticipation regarding tonight's adversary. He was curious who would serve as the first stepping stone on his path to obtaining the Silver Soul Badge. Xiaogang, Xiao San is on stage, Flander remarked from a distant VIP box. That's impossible. It cannot be. This is a blue mask. The master murmured nearby. What's the matter, Xiaogang? Suddenly, Flander noticed that the master was ignoring him, lost in thought, muttering about impossibilities and blue masks, leaving him utterly bewildered. He nearly thought his old friend had lost his mind. It's nothing. I was merely contemplating how long it would take Xiao San to defeat his opponent. The master finally responded. Oh, I see. Xiaogang, you remain unchanged, just as you always were. Flander remarked, realizing his old friend had a broader perspective. While he watched his student take the stage, the master was already pondering how to secure a victory. This exemplified the vast difference in their mindsets. Entrusting the children to him, the dean felt significantly more at ease. Below, the audience was ecstatic, with cheers resounding. Bloodthirsty Demon number 3? Could it be a fervent admirer of that individual? Indeed, I believe this is quite possible. Some spectators, upon hearing the name and seeing the figure, became animated. If he were a fanatic, he should possess some semblance of the original's prowess. Last week, someone known as the Bloodthirsty Demon swept through the arena, creating a myth of nearly achieving the Silver Soul Badge in a week. Bloodthirsty Demon number 3? Tang San found this name peculiar. Why was he called Bloodthirsty Demon No. 3? Was this perhaps indicative of some organization? Nevertheless, he resolved to swiftly defeat this blue-masked individual. The personal matches in the arena concluded at 11. And it was already 7. He needed to fight 9 matches within this time frame. The first match presented the most vigor. He could not expend more than 5 minutes. Now, let us introduce the 2 contenders. The Thousand-Hand Shura, a level 30 control system soul master, wielding the blue silver grass. The beautiful host announced with great enthusiasm. Hovering in midair. Blue silver grass? The audience below was filled with confusion upon hearing the statement. Could such a soul be considered a soul master? And a soul sovereign at that? Had the world truly changed? In their eyes, blue silver grass was a quintessentially useless martial spirit, utterly impossible to cultivate. Anyone awakening to it would be the subject of ridicule. The second contender is bloodthirsty demon number 3, a level 30 assault-type soul sovereign, wielding a scythe. The beautiful host, undeterred by the tumultuous crowd, continued her introduction of Feng. Feng, adorned with a blue mask, waved to the audience. His side martial spirit was a mere fabrication. Even his current level of 30 was a ruse, employing the soul force concealment method taught by Schweitzer. Over the years, Schweitzer had remained undiscovered within the Heavenly Doe Palace, and this modest arena was even easier to mask. With a few clever tactics, he ensured that each of his identities bore distinct martial spirits and soul power levels. For instance, he was now Bloodthirsty Demon No. 3 with a blue mask at level 33, while number 4 sported a yellow mask and was at level 34, continuing in this vein. One must not make their alternate identity too conspicuous. A scythe? Could it be that he hails from the same lineage as the Bloodthirsty Demon? The audience was in a frenzy. The scythe? Tang San was momentarily taken aback. It was true that this weapon bore some resemblance to that individual's. However, the arena spanned 20 by 20 meters, with each contender standing 15 to 16 meters apart, making it impossible to discern the details of the martial spirit in the opponent's palm. Furthermore, there were indeed many individuals in this world wielding similar martial spirits, particularly scythes. To identify someone solely based on their martial spirit seemed rather hasty. As both sides prepared, the host swiftly ascended into the air and declared, "Let the battle commence." After the introductions, Feng cheerfully gazed at Tang San. "Let us see how you fare against me." Ghostly shadow dance. Tang San refrained from unleashing his soul power. A mere level 30 ant needed no such effort. He could easily resolve this with one of his top 10 techniques. What is happening? Our Thousand-Hand Shura is charging forward without using soul power. What does he intend to do? Is he attempting to defeat his opponent solely through technique? The host, wore a face of astonishment. In the VIP box above, Flander was perplexed. A soul master duel without soul power? Is he really charging in recklessly? Isn't this too risky? He likely aims to conserve stamina. Rest assured, in terms of melee techniques, my direct disciple Tang San is among the elite. No one can match him at present. The master quickly grasped Tang San's intentions and explained to Flander. Ghostly shadow dance? How fortuitous. Then I shall employ chaotic decision. Feng observed Tang San's martial arts display, and a subtle smile graced his lips. Although Tang San possessed 6 formidable skills, Feng's mastery of the chaos decision and the diamond decision encompassed both internal and external domains, representing the pinnacle of martial arts. In mere moments, he could overwhelm Tang San. He slightly closed his eyes, becoming as still as an ancient pine. Unbeknownst to others, a faint aura emanated from Feng as he executed the chaos decision, extending its influence far and wide. In an instant, his sensory abilities surged tenfold. Tang San's ghostly shadow displacement appeared to him as slow as a tortoise. This exemplified the terrifying nature of the chaos decision. It provided an enhancement from within to the outer realms. When cultivated to its utmost, it could yield increases by hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands. What? Has the bloodthirsty demon number 3 closed his eyes? Has he given up? The host, was utterly perplexed. What bizarre contest was she presiding over tonight? Bloodthirsty demon No. 3, what are you doing? Hurry up and attack him. For heaven's sake, this is not a place for slumber. Rise and confront that young man. Good grief. This is going downhill. I placed my bets on this sleeping god, and now it seems a losing venture. Brothers, this is a losing game. Dear readers, the author humbly requests your continued support with votes. The next update will be before 11:30. Tomorrow, we will launch the second round of PK. And your votes are crucial to keep it free. Please, I implore you for votes. Chapter 69, The Master's Confidence, Tang San's Wail. In response to this bizarre scene, some members of the audience erupted in frustration. The soul-fighting arena was indeed a haven for gamblers. Upon hearing the words bloodthirsty demon Many hastily placed their bets. Yet, this scoundrel had now closed his eyes. Wasn't he this tantamount to certain defeat? Regret. Utter regret. The gamblers in attendance began to curse in exasperation. Ended. Controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, Tang San executed the ghostly shadow displacement, making 2 circles before finally identifying a flaw. At that moment, he prepared to unleash the controlling the crane and capturing the dragon technique, aiming to cast his opponent off the stage. The trap was set. Feng abruptly opened his eyes. What? Suddenly, Tang San felt himself ensnared by a chilling aura. His instincts urged him to withdraw swiftly. With the first level of the diamond technique, he fortified his hands. Feng's hand radiated a surge of energy, followed by a visible tension and expansion, as solid as a rock. He delivered a powerful punch to Tang San's abdomen, immediately followed by a direct strike under his armpit. The armpit, one of the most vulnerable areas of the human body. The entire body felt a piercing pain that rendered him numb. Tang San could not suppress a cry of agony. The 20-meter arena was directly sent flying to the edge by Feng's force. His whole body convulsed as if afflicted by epilepsy. What on earth did I just witness? The gamblers, who had just been cursing moments ago, were now bewildered. By heavens, the bloodthirsty demon number 3 is incredible. Bloodthirsty demon number 3, we misjudged you. You are truly the best. They watched as the blue-clad Xianshouajuro was sent flying over 10 meters. In an instant, the gamblers, who had just been spewing vile words, erupted into frenzied cheers, eager to voice every compliment they could muster. In the arena, gamblers are known to change their tune faster than they can turn a page. Xiao San. Up above, Flender's pupils constricted. He never expected Xiao San to fall into such a trap. Where has all the knowledge I imparted gone? I always said to be cautious in battle, never to underestimate the opponent. One should unleash their martial spirit from the very beginning. Look now, he is at a disadvantage. That was a deliberate weakness shown by the opponent. How could he not see through it? At that moment, Master wore a face of fury. The apple he had just prepared to eat was smashed to the ground. Instantly, it was reduced to a pulp. Below, Tang San struggled to rise. Anyone can play the role of an armchair critic. Yet, the bloodthirsty demon no. 3 had concealed his prowess so exceptionally that even someone who has lived 2 lives like him fell into this trap. He mistook the deliberately exposed weakness for a key to victory, resulting in his current passive state. The relentless assault on his left armpit, struck by fingers as hard as iron, left his entire left upper body feeling paralyzed and in excruciating pain. Perhaps this pain is beyond the comprehension of most. To illustrate, it is akin to someone suddenly jabbing your armpit with chopsticks. The sensation is as intensely sharp as it is memorable. Xiaogang. Do you think Xiao San will be all right? Flender inquired with a worried expression in the private room. He had observed that Xiao San's entire left arm was moving as if it were crippled. Most critically, his legs were trembling uncontrollably. That last strike must have genuinely injured him. No worries, I know my disciple well. He'll recover shortly. However, that bloodthirsty demon no. 3 is truly despicable for targeting such a sensitive area. Master S expression turned icy. Yet, provoking Xiao San would surely lead to dire consequences for his opponent. Given Xiao San's character, it was likely that he would exact a severe revenge. Master was well aware of his disciple's tendencies. That's good to hear. That is good to hear. I feared that Xiao San would falter in his first match. Flender felt a wave of relief wash over him upon hearing this. Losing in the first round would be quite embarrassing. Below, he is standing up. Is his hand hurt? At this moment, Feng gazed at Tang San with a smile. Thinking to himself, engaging in a battle of techniques? He is still too inexperienced. At least in this low-level realm, his martial arts could effortlessly overpower any technique. You shall come to regret this, he declared, invoking his first soul skill, bind. Instantly, tendrils of blue-silver grass erupted from beneath the arena. What is this? Blue-silver grass? The audience exhibited expressions of astonishment, having never encountered such a phenomenon before. Can the bloodthirsty demon number 3 still hold its ground? Please don't lose. The spectators were on the edge of their seats, their hearts racing. Haha, Little San has gained the upper hand. Flander exclaimed joyfully from the VIP box above. Just moments ago, he had been apprehensive, but now it seemed unnecessary. Of course, one must consider whose disciple he is. Under my guidance, Little San's adaptability has become extraordinary. It will not be easy for his opponent to defeat him. The master proudly lifted his chin, exuding an air of arrogance. Indeed, this is why I entrusted this group of peculiar talents from Shrek Academy to you. My old friend, Flander chuckled, appearing quite pleased. Haha. Entrusting this group of oddities to me is the only truly correct decision you have made in your life, the master replied, his tone somewhat frosty. What do you mean by the only correct decision of my life? Have my previous actions been incorrect? Flander, taken aback, struggled to comprehend. Consider the agreement from this morning. You stubbornly retained half of it. Had that child not genuinely wished to become my disciple and not cared whether Shrek Academy remained whole or halved, that matter would have fallen through. The master retorted irritably, recalling the bet from this morning, feeling inexplicably vexed. After all these years of friendship, Flander had doubted him, insisting on leaving half of Shrek Academy behind, as if the bloodthirsty demon could somehow seize it all. With his presence, the outcome would ultimately be a loss for Flander. Oh, so that's the issue. I was merely leaving myself a safety net, Flander admitted, slightly embarrassed. You've grown too accustomed to a comfortable life, becoming timid. Their essay saying, without risking the tiger's den, how can one catch the tiger cub? If you cannot even risk this small investment, how can you hope to attract such a prodigious talent? The master chided, adopting a tone of counsel. My old friend, I may have acted hastily, but I must also consider the welfare of everyone, Flander replied with a wry smile, burdened as the principal with numerous responsibilities. He had to ensure an escape route. After all, enough of this. I do not wish to dwell on it. Let us focus on the match. At this rate, Little San should be able to resolve his opponent within a minute or two. The second update has arrived, with a third anticipated before 1 o'clock. It promises to be another sleepless night. In light of the author's diligence, I implore everyone to lend their support with votes. From Tuesday to Friday, we are engaged in a fierce competition, and we must not falter, dear readers. Chapter 70, The Mightiest Control System Soul Master? The Battle Soul Master defies all techniques. The master was not inclined to continue squabbling with Flander and promptly shifted the topic, casting a confident gaze towards the arena below. The emergence of the blue silver grass was invariably accompanied by the parasitic ghost vine, effectively transforming the entire arena into Tang San's domain. This exemplifies the formidable nature of a control system soul master. According to his research, within the realm of soul masters, a control system soul master of the same rank could utterly dominate their combat counterparts, and even surpass levels 7 or 8 with ease. For instance, a 33rd level control system soul master could contend with a 40th level combat soul master without difficulty. Regret? Over such meager strands of grass. Feng charged directly and swiftly towards Tang San. What? Tang San's pupils constricted. All of his blue-silver grass was shattered. The figure before him resembled a piercing arrow, soaring through the air. Unstoppable, moving with the swiftness of a gale. Diamond Fist. Feng unleashed his soul-bone skill. Swift Gale, and subsequently executed the martial technique, Diamond Fist. In that moment, he resembled a steel beam plummeting straight down from the 50th floor. The force of nature itself could not deter him. Ghostly vines. Parasitism. Tang San, in a state of panic, hastily summoned his own ghostly vines. Yet, the parasitic vines fell with the same inevitability as a steel beam descending from the 50th floor. Imagine attempting to intercept such a descent with a fishing net from the 10th floor. Does that seem plausible? It is utterly impossible. Not even a net of iron could suffice. The acceleration from a 50-story drop is overwhelmingly immense. Witnessing his ghostly vines fail to take effect, Tang San's expression was one of disbelief. However, as one who had lived 2 lifetimes, his ability to respond was beyond the ordinary. Third soul skill, web binding. I advise you to reconsider your approach. My blue-silver grass is toxic. The third purple soul ring materialized, thick and laden with venom. Boom. A single punch. Feng shattered Tang San's defenses with a formidable strike, sending him hurtling off the stage. The reason control-type soul masters can dominate their peers is that no battle soul master can dismantle their control techniques. However, battle soul masters can break through myriad methods with sheer strength. Control-type soul masters are utterly inconsequential. Take Tang San, for instance. His primary means of control is the blue-silver grass. Once that is breached, he is left floundering. As for the poison, does it even serve him? The shadow poison wolf plays with the faceless spider as if it were a mere insect. Had the latter been delectable, it would have been devoured long ago. It is the repugnant odor emanating from the faceless spider that dissuades the shadow poison wolf from approaching such a bizarre creature. I hereby declare bloodthirsty demon no. Free the victor. 1 point awarded. The beautiful host descended to raise Feng's hand. At that moment, the audience emerged from their stupor, utterly astounded. They could hardly fathom the prowess of bloodthirsty demon number 3. What they initially presumed to be an assured defeat had turned into a remarkable reversal. Bloodthirsty demon number 3. Extraordinary. Voice breaking. Extraordinary. Screaming hysterically. The spectators leaped to their feet in jubilation, with the loudest cheers coming from the gamblers, for they had won. How could this be possible? Up above, Master felt a stinging pain on his face, akin to being slapped repeatedly. Truly, it was beyond comprehension. How could little San possibly lose? This was simply implausible. Could this bloodthirsty demon number 3 be the real bloodthirsty demon? Yet, that too defied logic. He had spent a modest sum to purchase the contestant list for the evening, which contained over 200 soul masters, bloodthirsty demon among them. Besides, there were also numbers 2, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Thus, it was reasonable to conclude that this number 3 could not possibly be the bloodthirsty demon himself. It was likely a family member or an ardent fan who adopted a similar name, merely appending a number. Ultimately, Master arrived at a conclusion. Little San had been overly complacent. Meanwhile, Tang San did not ascend the stage but instead left the arena with a dejected demeanor. In truth, his recent defeat was partly intentional. After all, the night was still young, and expending so much energy in the first match was ill-advised. A loss in this initial round was inconsequential. He could start anew in a different arena, and surely he would not encounter this bloodthirsty demon number 3 again, would he? P.S. My heavens, the arduous third update is finally here. The author has pushed through once more, feeling utterly exhausted. Dear readers, please cast a vote for the author. Today is a critical day for recommendations, and I aspire to secure a top 3 position to ensure a smooth progression. It would be troubling otherwise. Those with monthly votes, please lend your support. Those with recommendation votes, please share. Should anyone wish to offer a reward? Even a modest sum of 100 currency is appreciated. Tomorrow, I shall strive for 4 updates. Sincere intentions. I shall give my all. Chapter 71, A Frantic Night, Deafening. First update. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Seeking votes. As long as I do not encounter this anomaly, I am certain to achieve my small goal of 10 consecutive victories. And so, he exited the venue. The next match was 30 minutes away. It was prudent to recuperate. The Soto Great Soul Arena possesses a commendable feature. Contestants may choose their battle times. There are intervals of no break, 5 minutes, 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 60 minutes, and 120 minutes. The so-called no break means one can immediately transition from one stage to another without delay. A 5-minute interval allows for a brief rest before the next bout, and similarly for 15 minutes. A 30-minute break entails resting for 30 minutes before re-engaging. However, generally, few opt for no break or intervals shorter than 30 minutes. Most prefer to take an hour or two, with some even choosing 3-hour intervals. Feng descended the stage and returned to his exclusive VIP lounge, sinking into the plush leather sofa. After all, he was not a miser, just recently. He had acquired over 900,000 gold coins from Dai Xiao. Surely, he deserved to indulge a little. Moreover, he needed to manage 7 accounts tonight, which would be rather cumbersome in a public lounge. Prepare yourself, bloodthirsty demon. A battle awaits at arena number 11. At that moment, a melodious announcement echoed through the air. Oh, is it already time? Feng opted for 5-minute matches with 7 competitors. To avoid clashes, he registered only after finishing each match. To his surprise, just 2 minutes in, the announcement began. At that moment, Feng had changed into a new outfit and donned a red mask. With 5 minutes per match, totaling 12 matches per hour, he would have played for 5 hours by 11 o'clock, amounting to 60 matches in total, with 7 competitors. That averaged out to fewer than 9 matches each, which still felt a bit lacking. He contemplated trying several consecutive matches next time, aiming for at least 70 in one evening. After a brief pause, Feng entered the arena wearing the red mask. The bloodthirsty demon made an appearance, and the entire battle arena erupted with unprecedented cheers. Meanwhile, Tang San had just entered the VIP viewing room when Master stood up, his face a stormy shade of anger. He had anticipated that his disciple would secure a steady victory, only to witness a disastrous loss instead. This was utterly unforgivable. Xiaogang, Tang San was merely careless. He can win the next match. There's no need to be overly critical. Flander, feeling embarrassed, interjected as he saw his old friend's agitation. After all, who among men is without fault? Master had perhaps set his expectations too high for Tang San. Indeed, Master. Perhaps Tang San has never encountered such a peculiar opponent. Ma Hongjun added. At that moment, Ma Hongjun, Zhu Qing, and Dai Mubai returned, having faced relatively easy opponents and successfully secured their first points. I certainly know he can win his next match, but we, as teachers, must point out any issues. He must not repeat such careless mistakes. Master S's tone was stern. Just moments ago, he had confidently declared in front of Flander that Tang San would undoubtedly win. And yet, what happened? Tang San had lost, miserably. The most critical point was that he had predicted difficulties for Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Qing, yet all three had secured their first points. This was not just a slap in the face for Yu Xiaogang. It was a resounding slap. Teacher, I was indeed somewhat careless, Tang San admitted, wearing an expression of contrition. A loss is a loss. There is nothing to explain, for this is the harsh reality. I understand that carelessness leads to defeat. I have told you countless times that there are always stronger opponents. No matter how formidable you may feel, you must remain vigilant against the unexpected. Many strong individuals have fallen due to arrogance and negligence. Do you understand? Master was acutely aware of his disciple's capabilities. It was likely that Tang San's recent defeat stemmed from carelessness. Thus, he needed to correct him and instill a sense of seriousness. Yes. However, teacher, I was actually trying to lose on purpose. If I had pushed harder, I was 99% confident I could have made a comeback, Tang San explained, feeling the need to clarify, if only to comfort his teacher. Intentionally losing? The room fell silent, everyone stunned. Could there even be such a thing? Had anyone else uttered such words, they would have been dismissed as mere bravado. Yet this was Tang San, the man who had once given Xiao Wu a headache. Master looked at Tang San, perplexed, having never heard such a statement before. You see, the bloodthirsty demon number 3's strength should be somewhat on par with mine. Perhaps just a bit weaker. He might only fight 1 or 2 matches tonight, giving it his all. But I need to complete 10 matches or even more tonight. So I had no reason to expend too much energy on him. Hence, I intentionally lost. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room seemed to have an epiphany. So that was the rationale behind it. Master nodded, acknowledging that this could indeed be a sound strategy. Winning this match only to be unable to fight in the subsequent ones would be counterproductive. It was better to cut losses and aim for consecutive victories thereafter. Competitors for match 11, please enter the arena. In Zone 1, the Gentlebone Enchantress. In Zone 2, the Bloodthirsty Demon. The announcement rang out. The mention of the Bloodthirsty Demon sent a chill through Yu Xiaogang. His pupils constricted as if he had heard something utterly unfathomable. What is wrong, teacher? Tang San asked, noticing the sudden darkening of his mentor's expression. Who was this Bloodthirsty Demon? To be honest, Bloodthirsty Demon no. 3 was one of the strongest opponents he had faced thus far. Xiao Wu, we may be in trouble. This Bloodthirsty Demon is no simple foe. Yu Xiaogang exhaled deeply, his brow furrowed in concern. In the arena, the crowd was in a frenzy, cheering wildly for the Bloodthirsty Demon. They were ecstatic. Especially those who had placed bets. Their excitement surpassed even that of a wedding day. The gambler's deity, the undefeated legend of the battle arena, was making his return tonight. What happened? Xiao Wu wondered, gazing at the ecstatic audience, feeling somewhat bewildered. Who was this person before her? Was he truly formidable? What a twist of fate. With a slight smirk, Feng stepped out from Zone 2, not anticipating that he would encounter Xiao Wu. Today would be an entertaining showdown with this rabbit. Good evening, everyone. I am your host for tonight, Yu. A stunning beauty, resembling an angel, floated in mid-air, overseeing the events of 3 arenas, 18, 11, and 15. Yu, cheered the crowd, especially the single men, filling the air with an intoxicating blend of excitement. It was undeniable. Her beauty had made her a signature presence in the arena. Now, let us welcome our 2 soul master-level competitors to showcase their martial souls. The voice of host Yu resonated throughout the arena. Martial soul, Gentlebone Enchantress. Level 31. Xiao Wu swiftly revealed her martial soul. Although her opponent seemed to enjoy considerable popularity, that did not necessarily equate to strength. Coincidentally, she also takes pleasure in ruthlessly defeating these so-called popular competitors. Martial soul. Demon Scythe, level 35. At this moment, Feng spoke. The moniker Bloodthirsty Demon had been concealed behind the level 35 during his soul power assessment when he registered. His martial spirit, the Demon Scythe, if mentioned, might lead Tang San to associate it with himself. He was not yet ready to reveal his identity. It was akin to engaging in espionage warfare, infiltrating the enemy's territory and gradually dismantling them one by one. That was where the true enjoyment lay. Now, I declare the competition officially commenced. The host soared into the air. With a swift motion, Xiao Wu wasted no time, accelerating towards Feng's side. Close quarters combat was her forte, and securing the advantageous position at the outset was imperative. As the battle commenced, it plunged directly into intense conflict. Our soft-boned enchantress rabbit made the first move. What fate awaited the bloodthirsty demon? The host, Yu, explained from above. What fate? Naturally, to defeat her, shouted the audience below. Indeed, annihilate her, destroy her. The crowd erupted in hysteria. The fanatics waved their fists in a fervor, poised as though ready to step into the ring and strike at the soft-boned enchantress rabbit. Soul skill, waist bow, a yellow soul ring illuminated. And as its power coursed through her, Xiao Wu felt her waist strength multiply several times. The waist bow was her first soul skill, enhancing her waist strength by 100% and increasing her resilience by 50% for every level gained beyond the 10th rank. The effectiveness of the waist bow would increase by 1%. Oh no, no, Xiao Wu. In the VIP box above, Tang San clenched his fist tightly upon witnessing this scene. Just moments ago, he had heard the teacher introduce the bloodthirsty demon, who had triumphed in 31 consecutive battles in the soul arena. One more victory would secure a 32-win streak and earn a silver soul badge. Such an opponent was undeniably formidable. Moreover, he had just fought against the bloodthirsty demon number 3, likely sharing the same lineage given that both possessed scythe martial spirits. The opponent's hand-to-hand combat skills were exceptionally formidable. Don't panic, Xiao San. Perhaps with her soft approach, Xiao Wu might achieve an unexpected advantage. Demubai reassured him from the side. However, both the master and Flinder wore grave expressions. They had encountered the bloodthirsty demon in person. An inexplicable aura of oppression emanated from him. Xiao Wu was likely in a precarious position facing such a foe. Below, on the arena, she executed the waist bow, her feet already wrapped around Yifeng's neck. This posture was indeed quite captivating. Yifeng stood firm, while Xiao Wu clung to his neck, intending to topple him. The Golden Bell Technique, 3rd level, Golden Bell shattering the world. A palpable aura enveloped Yifeng, rendering him akin to an ancient bell in a temple, steadfast and unyielding. Although he stood upright, he seemed impervious to any force. What was happening? Xiao Wu realized that her waist was entirely incapable of dislodging this individual before her. It felt as if her legs were ensnared by a colossal tree, transforming her once stable posture into a peculiar variant of a sit-up. Futile. Yifeng, with a sudden momentum, pressed downwards. Alas, this is dire. Xiao Wu, whose legs were entwined around Yifeng's neck, sensed his body tipping. She attempted to escape, yet, to her astonishment, she discovered her legs were firmly grasped by 2 inexplicably appearing hands. She was utterly powerless to break free. Xiao Wu, in the private room above, Tang San's pupils constricted. He vowed that if this rogue dared to harm Xiao Wu, the next time he encountered him, he would unleash a merciless beating. He would make him wish he were dead. Tang San clenched his fist tightly. Bang! Xiao Wu was precariously perched on Yifeng's neck, while Yifeng, seizing the opportunity, hurled himself backward. As the cushioning body of Xiao Wu absorbed all the force, she inevitably crashed into the unyielding ground. The worst of it was her backside, which felt as if it might burst. Ah, the agony! Xiao Wu felt her rear end going numb. Could this fiend not show any compassion? Why employ such sordid tactics against a lady of beauty? Fortunately, as she fell, she managed to break free. Had he raised his elbow for another strike, the night would have ended with her being carried away. At this moment, Xiao Wu, enduring the excruciating pain, rose to her feet. Her legs trembled inexplicably. After all, that last impact had been unbearably painful. The bloodthirsty demon, undeterred, observing the brutality inflicted upon the girl across from him, the audience, who revered violence, erupted in cheers. Indeed, the bloodthirsty demon was exhilarating to behold. Xiao Wu, be cautious. He approaches. From above, Tang San noticed that the bloodthirsty demon showed no signs of hesitation and was preparing to strike again. Moreover, a purple spirit ring illuminated around him. This was an exceedingly perilous signal. Should Xiao Wu let her guard down, she could very well be injured. Although this was merely a contest, as long as no lives were lost, it would not be deemed a violation. Yet, severe injuries and disabilities were permissible within the rules. He could hardly contain his desire to assist Xiao Wu. Ha ha ha, exhilarating. Bloodthirsty demon. Go. Yes, yes, give it to her hard. Do not hold back simply because she is a woman. Crush her completely. She merely views you as a backup. Brothers, I support you when it's time to act. Act decisively. No mercy shall be shown. A few sycophants, who had lost everything in their pursuits, huddled together, igniting with fervor as they witnessed Yifeng unleash the purple spirit ring, channeling all their frustrations of unrequited love for the goddess. Chapter 73, Is Yifeng Ruthless? The Double Standards of Shrek. Oh no. 3rd soul skill, teleportation. Seeing her opponent unleash his soul skill and advance towards her, Xiao Wu disregarded the pain in her backside. She quickly activated her own third soul skill. In an instant, she shifted her position within 5 meters, moving with the speed of the wind. Feng observed with surprise as Xiao Wu attempted to evade him, prompting him to unleash the skill of his left leg soul bone and pursue her. Indeed, he could not match her instantaneous teleportation. His swift movement was merely 100-fold speed. Xiao Wu, however, estimated that within a range of 5 meters, she could achieve speeds of 200, even 500 times that. Yet, with the distance being short and his endurance being long, overcoming her maneuver was only a matter of time. Heavens! Our two competitors are engaged in a thrilling contest of speed on the arena. It must be acknowledged that the speed of the soft-bone enchantress rabbit is indeed remarkable. Yet the bloodthirsty demon shows no signs of conceding. They chase each other, and we eagerly await to see who will ultimately claim victory. In midair, Yu began her commentary anew. The velocity of both combatants left even her, a wielder of a flying martial soul, in awe. It was simply astonishing. Continuing in this manner was unsustainable. What should be done? Within a mere minute, Xiao Wu had teleported hundreds of times and was now utterly exhausted, while her opponent appeared to still have energy to spare. If this persisted, she would surely be caught. You cannot escape. Feng noticed that Xiao Wu had entered a state of fatigue, and a smile spread across his face. Competing in speed with him was still beyond her grasp. In short bursts, Xiao Wu was invincible, but in terms of endurance, Feng was unafraid. Oh, is that so? Second soul skill, enchantment. A swift thought flickered through Xiao Wu's mind. Continuing to run was futile. It would be better to catch him off guard with an attack. Perhaps she could achieve an unexpected victory. Thus, she resolved to take a risk, turning swiftly as a yellow soul ring integrated with her, activating her second soul skill, enchantment, in an instant. Feng clearly observed that Xiao Wu's eyes transformed into a shade of pink. However, he remained undeterred, for the chaotic decision had awakened his consciousness, rendering him impervious to its influence. You've still fallen for it. Indeed, men. Upon witnessing Feng's momentary daze, Xiao Wu's lips curled into a triumphant smile. First soul skill, waist bow. In an instant, she swiftly ensnared Feng's neck once more. Gentle technique, explosive 8-section throw. With her waist exerting force, Xiao Wu aimed to execute the explosive 8-section throw on Feng. This move, if successful, could easily overwhelm not just a soul master, but even a soul ancestor. Would victory be within her grasp? In the VIP room above, the Master's piercing gaze was fixed upon the scene below. The explosive 8-section throw was known for its ferocity. Once the first throw was executed, resistance was futile, with each subsequent move inducing a state of dizziness. No. Xiao Wu is lost. Tang San's eyes glimmered with a violet light, the manifestation of his purple extreme demon eye. Xiao Wu's allure had no effect on him whatsoever. Why can't I throw him? Xiao Wu was bewildered. Of course, she couldn't. I am about to show you what true gentle technique entails. Feng's lips curled slightly upwards. Following that, he seized Xiao Wu with a force reminiscent of Garo Daimon from King of Fighters, hurling her down onto the ground with tremendous force. But was that the end? Not at all. Feng's subsequent moves were akin to Garo Daimon's signature techniques. He grasped Xiao Wu's legs and executed a 180-degree throw to the left, then another 180-degree throw to the right, slammed back and forth. The entire arena echoed with cries of agony. Boom. A shoulder throw sent crashing down. The stone arena cracked under the impact. The spectators were left in shock. Incredible! The next moment, the sound of thunder erupted. Everyone was shouting in a frenzy. Xiao Wu. Tang San dashed down, cradling Xiao Wu in his arms. His fierce gaze locked onto Feng. Brother, Xiao Wu appeared utterly weak. Xiao Wu, whatever it is, just tell me, I'm here. Tang San held Xiao Wu tightly. Gentle, I can hardly breathe. Xiao Wu's face reddened. Tang San then realized he had been squeezing her face too tightly in his worry. Huff, huff. Only then did Xiao Wu manage to draw in a breath of fresh air. Are you all right, Xiao Wu? Tang San inquired. I'm fine. Just my backside hurts like it's about to explode, Xiao Wu replied, her eyes glistening with tears. She had never endured such humiliation in her life. But that person is truly formidable. As long as you're all right, that's what matters. Tang San breathed a sigh of relief. Congratulations to our bloodthirsty demon for achieving 32 consecutive victories tonight and advancing to the Silver Spirit Badge. The host, Yu, shouted with excitement. Bloodthirsty demon. Bloodthirsty demon. The audience was electrified, fervently cheering. Meanwhile, Tang San cradled Xiao Wu and left amidst the cheers. Feng, on the other hand, returned to his exclusive VIP lounge. Back on Earth, King of Fighters was one of his favorite games, and Goro Daimon was among his preferred characters. By sheer chance, he discovered that his attacks countered Xiao Wu's soft techniques perfectly during their match. Thus, he mimicked the moves, and to his astonishment, the results were extraordinarily effective. If he had executed an elbow drop right after slamming Xiao Wu, targeting her crucial points, a red soul ring would likely have appeared. Xiao Wu. In the VIP box upstairs, everyone was gathered. Upon seeing Tang San bring Xiao Wu up, they rushed over, their faces filled with concern. For they could see Xiao Wu was injured. It was pitiful. This bloodthirsty demon had acted without humanity, inflicting such harm on a lady. Anger surged among the crowd. Yet, they were unaware of Xiao Wu's past transgressions, having once bullied a poor child who had lent her a blanket, leaving him to freeze in the bitter cold of night. Of course, some might argue such incidents were old news. Why bring them up now? More recently, had Yu Feng been an ordinary soul master, he would have been utterly crushed by Xiao Wu's previous technique. The details could be compared to the earlier incident involving Douluo. Admittedly, that Douluo had been defeated by Yu Feng, but when Yu Feng had watched the anime on Earth, Douluo's situation had been abysmal. In contrast, Yu Feng's use of Goro Daimon's throws could be considered merely tit for tat. Yet, even so, the Shrek members dared to label him as cruel. Such hypocrisy. Naturally, Yu Feng was oblivious to these sentiments, as he had changed outfits and was preparing to enter the arena once more. 5 minutes per match, such exhilarating excitement. The third update is here, and a fourth is on the way. The author strives to have it completed before one. But tonight's Mid-Autumn Festival Gala on Hunan Television has captivated me. I simply couldn't resist watching for so long. The fourth update will be a late-night endeavor. The diligent author seeks votes. Chapter 74, comparable to the three great sects. Fourth update. At this moment, he entered the match under the identity of Bloodthirsty Demon No. 2. By sheer coincidence, he encountered an acquaintance. His opponent was Digu Yin from the Tiando Royal Academy, also the vice-captain of the Do Huang team. As expected, Yu Feng delivered a resounding lesson to his opponent. However, those details are for later. Upstairs, Master, I'm afraid I may not be able to complete today's task. Xiao Wu, looking weary and pale, expressed her apologies to the Master. She had intended for a swift victory to proceed to the next battle. But who could have anticipated such a formidable opponent? Not only did she lose, but she was also left in this state. Participating in the upcoming battles seemed nearly impossible. Do not blame yourself. It was merely a matter of encountering him. The Master sighed softly. If only Xiao Wu possessed half the intelligence of her disciple. Perhaps this situation could have been avoided. Ultimately, it came down to a lack of guidance. Master, what exactly is this bloodthirsty demon organization? They all appear incredibly strong. Dai Mubai inquired, perplexed. Not only had Xiao San conceded, but now Xiao Wu lay in such a state. It was truly bewildering. Earlier, the Master had introduced the bloodthirsty demon, extolling their strength, yet had provided little insight into the organization itself. I suspect the bloodthirsty demon with the numerical suffix belongs to the same family. They might be on par with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, or even the Haotian sect. The Master speculated. If they were not from the same family, it would be improbable for them to share the same martial soul. Comparable to the three great sects? Master, there should be no such family across the continent. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, astonished. Just because you say so does not make it true. The Douluo continent is vast and rich. Humanity has only explored a fraction of the Stardo forest. There are many hidden families in this world. Perhaps the sect leader simply chose not to disclose this to you due to your gender. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, the Master replied with evident displeasure. In the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji had numerous sons, yet Ning Rongrong was his sole daughter, whom he had cherished since childhood. Coupled with the adoration from the two elders, she had grown accustomed to being spoiled and was utterly oblivious to the dynamics of power in the world. The Master was aware of these intricacies because he, Yu Xiaogang, was once the young master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, the future leader of his family. He had learned from the clan elders that the world concealed countless secrets. At that moment, Dai Mubai nodded slightly. He too was privy to certain confidential matters. To be candid, their evil Eye White Tiger clan was on par with any of the top three sects, but chose not to engage in conflicts. Thus, the Master instructed the group that if they encountered the bloodthirsty demon again, they should directly confront it if capable. If not, they should concede. The crowd nodded in agreement, including Tang San, who shared the sentiment. He was no longer eager to face an opponent associated with the term bloodthirsty demon. Otherwise, he would truly be humiliated. As completing the mission seemed utterly impossible. Beneath the arena, cheers erupted anew. The term bloodthirsty demon appeared to be a harbinger of victory, ensuring triumph upon its utterance. The host raised Yi Feng's left hand in acknowledgement of his victory, but Yi Feng felt a twinge of disappointment. The fourth update was shorter than anticipated. Yet it was delivered. The author, fatigued, had been typing while fishing, even resting his face against the keyboard. He lamented the need for votes and pledged to continue with 4 updates the following day, striving to complete the task before midnight. Chapter 75. The Doubtful Life of Douluo. The source of Yi Feng's disappointment stemmed from his astonishment at the lackluster performance of Douluo from the Heaven-Do Royal Academy. It was no wonder that Shui'er sought him out. It appeared the Empire had recognized this issue. These so-called prodigies had never faced the harsh realities of the world and mistakenly believed themselves invincible, only to find themselves overshadowed by Shrek in the future. Currently, Yi Feng reclined in the waiting room, acknowledging the thrill of 5-minute battles. Fortunately, he had opted against an all-night session. Otherwise, exhaustion would have ensued. "Vice Captain, are you all right?" Upon returning to the VIP room, Douluo was surrounded by her teammates, who were baffled by her swift defeat after only 5 minutes of combat. Such a scenario had never occurred in the fighting spirits arena of Heaven-Do City. "Yin, did you not rest well last night?" Yu Tianheng approached her. Fully aware of her capabilities, even he would require considerable effort to defeat her, yet she had suffered a crushing loss. "No," she replied softly, shaking her head. Never had she imagined that at level 39, she would fall to a 32-level Soul Master. Especially when her opponent had utilized only a single soul skill throughout the match. What could this mean? Did I underestimate him? She pondered. Yu Tianheng was perplexed. That person was strange. For some reason, my poison seemed ineffective against him, Douluo admitted, still grappling with the shock of encountering such a formidable adversary. It felt as if her every attack was rendered meaningless before him. Can he truly be immune to your poison? The members of the Fighting Emperor team could hardly believe their ears. Was it possible that he was also a poison-type Soul Master? Typically, poison users could develop immunity to weaker toxins, but Douluo's blue phosphor snake toxin was no trivial matter. "I don't know," she confessed, bewildered. "Never have I faced an opponent so terrifying. Rest assured, should I encounter this individual, I will avenge you," Yu Tianheng vowed. Meanwhile, Yi Feng continued to dominate the arena, dispatching opponents within mere minutes. As the clock approached 11, the individual dueling segment drew to a close, transitioning to the team battle phase. Shrek Academy's weary figures entered the room, their youthful faces displaying a mix of exhilaration and unprecedented fatigue. "All right, everyone except Mubai and Tang San should take some time to rest. The mission is essentially complete." Flender expressed his satisfaction as he observed the returning team members. Individual and duo battle outcomes were as follows. Zhu Qing. For points, Ma Hongjun. For points, Ning Rongrong. 2 points, Oscar. 2 points, Xiao Wu. 0 points. Daimubai. 5 points, Tang San. 8 points. Tonight's achievements were nothing short of extraordinary. "Dear Director, I've never fought such exhausting battles," Oscar exclaimed, utterly drained. As a support-type Soul Master, he rarely participated in the arena but had engaged in 2 consecutive fights today, leaving him utterly fatigued. Who claims the mission is complete? And to complain about fatigue after just 2 battles? The food-type Soul Master should be the most diligent. The Master stood with arms crossed, his gaze settling on Oscar. The latter, startled, held his breath, fearing repercussions for speaking out against the Master. "Xiaogang, there's still half an hour until 11. You can't possibly expect everyone to continue fighting, right? If we lose this round, all previous victories will be in vain." Flender interjected, astonished at the Master's remark. While striving to surpass oneself is commendable, it should not come at the expense of one's well-being. "Rest assured, I have scheduled the team battle for midnight," the Master assured. "Ah? A team battle?" The Shrek members exchanged incredulous looks. "Teacher, Xiao Wu is injured. She shouldn't participate in the team battle," Tang San replied, his expression filled with concern. Xiao Wu's injuries were quite severe. While she could walk normally, combat would likely prove too difficult. If she cannot fight, you can keep her protected in the rear, can't you? Besides, aside from you and Mubai, everyone else needs a team battle point. The Master said, "Xiaogang, some matters can be approached with a lighter heart. There's no need for such gravity." Upon hearing this, Flander discreetly pulled the Master aside. "These children are in dire straits tonight. If we continue this way, they will surely break down. Moreover, Xiao Wu has sustained an injury, making it difficult for her to perform. What if someone takes advantage of this situation? Flander, come with me." The Master stepped into a small private room. "Xiaogang, why must we have this conversation here? away from the others. Following the master into the soundproof meeting room, which comprised a spacious area and a small conference room, Flander remarked, "You don't understand. The reason I called them for a team battle is that I recently discovered something of utmost importance." At that moment, Yu Xiaogang looked at Flander with a serious expression. "What is this significant discovery?" Flander was taken aback. "Have you noticed that tonight there are many individuals referred to as bloodthirsty demons, specifically numbers 2 to 7? The master inquired. "Yes, you mentioned that they belong to the bloodthirsty demon family. What have you uncovered, Xiaogang?" Flander gazed at his old comrade, his face a canvas of confusion. "Why have they only appeared tonight, particularly after we signed the contract?" The master's tone turned grave. "Are you suggesting that someone is deliberately provoking us with fake accounts?" Flander's temper flared at this suggestion. "How could I have such a foolish brother?" The master rolled his eyes, looking at Flander as if he were simple-minded. "Isn't it true?" Flander questioned, puzzled by his companion's demeanor. "Certainly not. You are a classic example of someone who focuses solely on practice without regard for theoretical understanding, which has left you devoid of logical reasoning." The master retorted. "P.S. Here comes the first update. I returned home a bit late tonight, hence the late update. But fear not, there will still be 4 updates tonight. I humbly request votes and rewards. Our ranking has dropped 3 places. Come on, dear readers. Otherwise, we risk going cold. The author must place in the top 3 to advance." Chapter 76. The Master's Divine Reasoning. Second update. I beseech you for votes. "What is that? My old comrade, please don't keep me in suspense." Flander exclaimed, bewildered. "Tell me, have you noticed that the number of matches featuring bloodthirsty demons has decreased tonight?" "There were only 6 matches in total," the master queried. "Well, it seems there were indeed only 5 or 6 matches," Flander acknowledged with a nod. "And what about those prefixed with bloodthirsty demon? Do you know how many matches they participated in?" The master asked again. Flander shook his head slightly. What serious soul master would keep track of that? They aren't even his students. I knew you wouldn't remember. This is precisely why Shrek Academy has been on the brink of collapse, because you, the principal, lack an understanding of data. The master placed a sheet of paper on the table and promptly began writing. Bloodthirsty Demon number 2, 7 consecutive victories, 7 points. Bloodthirsty Demon number 3, 7 consecutive victories, 7 points. Bloodthirsty Demon number 4, 8 consecutive victories, 8 points. Bloodthirsty Demon number 5, 7 consecutive victories, 7 points. Bloodthirsty Demon no. 6, 8 consecutive victories, 8 points. Bloodthirsty Demon number 7, 9 consecutive victories, 9 points. Impressive, Xiaogang. You managed to recall all of this, Flander exclaimed, nearly bowing in awe. But what does this signify? Have you discerned any patterns? Despite the prohibitions on soul master battles, years of memorization had equipped Yu Xiaogang with a remarkable memory. The master turned to Flander and inquired, patterns? Is there any discernible pattern here? Could it be that the bloodthirsty demon possesses a formidable lineage? Flander asked, perplexed. Add the victories of the bloodthirsty demons together and observe any discrepancies, the master suggested. Xiaogang, you're driving me to despair. Just tell me directly. Stop being so cryptic. Flander said, glancing around, utterly befuddled. In a moment of desperation, he lamented that while his old comrade was adept in many areas, he had a penchant for being overly verbose, particularly in his areas of expertise. You could simply state your findings. The fact that I have failed to grasp your point merely confirms my lack of understanding, Flander thought to himself. Feeling frustrated by the obviousness of the situation, it is laid out plainly before you, yet you remain oblivious. Allow me to clarify. The data clearly indicates that the original bloodthirsty demon is competing less frequently, while those prefixed as bloodthirsty demons are increasing their participation, generally scoring above 7 points, with the highest achieving 9 points. The master analyzed with utmost seriousness. Is that it? Flander responded, thoroughly perplexed. Anyone could deduce that. The bloodthirsty demon only has 6 points, while the others either have 7 or 8 points, with the highest scoring 9 points. What does this reveal? Flander remained in the dark. Flander, you were once the leader of the Golden Triangle. How is it that I now perceive you as simple-minded after associating with that brute? The unmoving king? The master expressed disdain. How have I become simple-minded? Flander retorted, bewildered. This clearly indicates a test. The master chastised Flander with a tone of exasperation. A test? You mean this is a trial set by the family behind the bloodthirsty demons? Flander's eyes widened in astonishment. You have finally grasped a fragment of the truth. Consider this. Why did the bloodthirsty demon numbers 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 suddenly appear right after we signed the contract at the Soul Arena? And why are they all so formidable? The master pressed. Flanders shook his head but remained attentive, recognizing that his old comrade had a point. It is not a matter of the bloodthirsty demon creating multiple accounts. Who in this world could possibly compete in over 50 matches in one night? If someone could manage that, I would willingly kneel before them and call them father. Flander, I truly lament for your thought process. The master nearly choked on his words, as such an absurd notion could not stem from someone with even a modicum of logical reasoning. Who could possibly compete in over 50 matches in a single night? Even my first love lacked such stamina. That is indeed true, Flander admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. If such a person could open 6 accounts and compete in over 50 matches, it would be utterly monstrous. Thus, I maintain that this is a test, a trial set forth by the family behind the bloodthirsty demons. The master spoke. So how exactly do we conduct the tests? Goodness, we have returned to square one. Flander is eager to understand how the opponent conducts their assessments. Back in the day, his old companion was not so indecisive. Now, alas, Flander finds himself at a loss for words. Do not fret, allow me to elaborate, the master continued. Given the prowess of the bloodthirsty demon, engaging in 10 matches tonight would pose no challenge. Yet, why have only 5 or 6 matches been played? I surmise it is because he wishes to become my disciple, Yu Xiaogang, hence the deliberate limitation to 6 matches. At this moment, Flander bore an expression akin to the grandpa on the subway looking at his phone meme, embodying an unprecedented mix of confusion and bewilderment. Consider this, my future pupil's family would certainly not so readily relinquish him to individuals like us, correct? Although I once belonged to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon lineage, I am now merely a master in theory. Thus, they have dispatched some of their elite talents to conduct more profound evaluations based on my theories and the students I have trained. The master seemed to have uncovered something monumental, his lips curling into an alluring smile of confidence. Flander remained somewhat perplexed, feeling as though he grasped the concept yet also did not. To summarize succinctly, the agreement we previously signed contains a loophole. It merely stipulates that if the scores exceed that of the bloodthirsty demon within a week, the opponent must enroll in Shrek Academy and study under me, Yu Xiaogang. However, it does not specify that those with prefixes and suffixes related to the bloodthirsty demon are excluded. Are you implying that those with suffixes might also count towards the opponent's family? Flander exclaimed, as if struck by divine insight, finally seeing the light. He comprehended it. Indeed. Although my prospective apprentice has been deliberately underperforming to secure a mentorship, the opponent's family does not recognize this, thus they have sent these individuals. Currently, their highest score is merely 9 points, which I suspect is the utmost limit for their young soul masters. If we surpass 9 points, we shall leave them speechless and liberate the bloodthirsty demon from his family's constraints. The master's gaze was resolute and filled with satisfaction. He had finally managed to convey his thoughts to Flander, an exceptionally rare achievement. P.S. The second update is here. Please continue to support the author. There are only 2 or 3 days left to help them break into the top 3. Your votes are crucial. Chapter 77. Enemies on a Narrow Path. Tang San battles the bloodthirsty demon. Goodness, old friend, you are truly remarkable, Flander exclaimed, extending his thumb in admiration. He was on the verge of embracing the master in a display of brotherhood. Both Flander and the master had signed the contract, which indeed did not specify that the bloodthirsty demon with prefixes and suffixes would be excluded. If the opponent were to present data from these individuals, Shrek Academy would find itself in peril. If I cannot deduce even this, how can I claim to be the foremost in theory? You soul masters, solely focused on cultivation, possess such simplistic minds. The master tilted his head slightly, responding with a hint of exasperation. In truth, if one were to read more and emphasize logical reasoning, such matters would become apparent at a glance. This is precisely why I sought your companionship, to complement each other. Flander chuckled, with such a good brother by my side. How could Shrek Academy fail to flourish? Well, I suppose you did make a sound decision, the master retorted with a scoff. However, Xiaogang, since their highest score is 9 points, and Xiao San's goal tonight is 10 points, why are we still engaging in team battles? Flander inquired. Xiao San recognized the brilliance of this scheme, yet wondered how it related to team battles. Are you foolish? Team battles do not count towards the quota. And even if we were to lose, it would not affect our current winning streak. Should we emerge victorious, Xiao San would secure 11 points, and Mu Bai would obtain 8. This would not only showcase the strength of Shrek but also decisively suppress them. The master explained, after all. Who can predict whether that 9-point individual might suddenly perform exceptionally well in this last half hour to achieve 10 points? If they do and Xiao San also reaches 10 points, it results in a tie. However, if we attain 11 points, it guarantees a resounding victory. Thus, within a week, my prospective disciple can smoothly commence his apprenticeship. I understand now. Flander grasped the intention. He had initially underestimated the situation, mistakenly thinking Xiaogang to be somewhat cold-hearted. It turned out that every action was in service of Shrek Academy. He felt a pang of shame. Attention! The seven-headed Shura must prepare for the individual arena battle in 5 minutes, on platform 15. At that moment, an announcement echoed. Let us proceed. Xiao San's individual match is about to begin, Flander remarked. Indeed, the master nodded in agreement. Outside, third brother, what could the master and the dean possibly need to discuss? You're already prepared for the waiting room, yet they haven't emerged, Ma Hongjun grumbled. What secrets could they be whispering for so long? Fear not, Mubai. We shall adhere to the plan set by our teacher, Tang San reassured, glancing at Dai Mubai. They each needed 2 points to achieve today's goal. The master had arranged for them to first engage in an individual match, followed by teaming up for a dual battle. This approach would ensure they secured 2 points without fail. I have no objections, Dai Mubai affirmed. Let us agree to conclude our battle within 10 minutes. Tang San proposed. Certainly, Mubai nodded. Has your opponent appeared yet? Just then, the master and Flander emerged from the conference room and inquired. Not yet. They will likely reveal the competitors once everyone is in the waiting area, Tang San replied. Hurry along. The master has but one message for you. As my disciple, Yu Xiaogang, you must continually strive for excellence, including tonight's performance. Do you understand? The master's tone was stern, yet it was clear that he harbored hopes for his disciple. After all, this was his first student. Understood. Tang San's eyes sparkled with determination. Tonight, he would face any challenge head-on. He was resolute in achieving a 10-match victory streak. In another waiting VIP lounge, goodness, this is beyond comprehension. Feng appeared utterly haggard. This evening, he had exerted himself in a staggering 52 matches. Had he employed a single account, it was likely that the arena would have erupted with excitement due to his unprecedented 52 consecutive victories. After all, even a deity of gaming could not endure such an arduous session. Thus, he now lay languidly on the sofa, feeling as though his very essence had been drained. With half an hour remaining, he noticed that Qianshou Shilua had accumulated 8 points, 2 more than his own tally. Although one of his accounts boasted 9 points, his primary account, Shirshiwei Iman, languished at 6. Surely he must surpass Tang San in prowess? Hence, in the remaining 30 minutes, Feng resolved to practice with his main account. He registered solely under the pseudonym of Shirshiwei Iman. Competitors Qianshou Shilua and Shirshiwei Iman, please prepare for battle. The contest will commence in 3 minutes. At that moment, a broadcast echoed through the arena. What? The private box above. The members of Shrek Academy felt their hearts race. Shirshiwei Iman. Was this not the one who had injured Xiao Wu? What a twist of fate it was. The master wore a grave expression. His apprentice was admirable in many respects, but was overly sentimental. Encountering the individual who had harmed Xiao Wu, he feared his disciple might recklessly seek vengeance at any cost. Brother, Xiao Wu gazed out the window. The 15th arena was perfectly positioned for observation through the glass. Yet her mind was consumed not by the impending battle, but by profound concern reflected in her eyes. In the waiting area, Tang San's voice was ice-cold. What a twist of fate. I never expected to cross paths with you. His earlier fatigue vanished in an instant. Xiao San, remember to conserve some energy. Mubai cautioned from the public waiting area, having already discerned Tang San's opponent. Fear not. I may not even need to exert myself. Tang San's eyes glimmered with a fierce determination. In his perception, Shirshiwei Iman was already a mere cold corpse. Mubai chuckled bitterly, recognizing Tang San's intentions to deploy those terrifying hidden weapons. What could he do but silently pity Shirshiwei Iman? Why inflict harm on Xiao Wu? Now, he has sealed his own fate. To injure another and pay with one's life? Such a tragedy. Yet who could have foreseen that he would provoke Tang San? On the other side, in the lounge, Feng donned a crimson mask, invigorated by the prospect of possibly concluding his evening ahead of schedule. His earlier intention to grind for 30 consecutive minutes was to surpass Tang San, especially since his rival had accrued 8 points. Now, however, he would face him directly. If he could defeat him, Tang San would lose a point, reducing his total to 7, and his winning streak would be halted. Dear readers, the 3rd update has arrived. And the 4th shall follow shortly. It may be a tad delayed, but rest assured it will be delivered before the hour is out. I beseech your support. The author, utterly fatigued, still found the spirit to press on, motivated by the rankings. Regardless of weariness, he would persevere. Chapter 78, Life and Death Gamble. The fourth update signifies that his opponent must start anew, requiring 10 consecutive victories to double their points. By defeating his adversary, Feng would effectively secure 7 consecutive victories tonight, though he had long surpassed that mark. This was the agreement he had made with the Master. The arena possessed its own system of calculations, distinct from the traditional methods. From this week onward, regardless of previous points accrued, all participants would be treated as newcomers. By achieving 7 consecutive victories today, if he were to win 3 more matches tomorrow, he would begin the 11th match under the new scoring regulations, allowing his points to be doubled. To illustrate, after winning 10 consecutive matches, in the first match of the new round, he would earn 2 points, 4 points in the second, and 6 points in the third. Tang San would be left in the dust. Just imagine, he might conclude his duties early. Ladies and gentlemen, the 15th arena is now open. I am your host, Yu. The contestants entering the stage are Xiao and Wu. The 15th arena radiated with dazzling light, creating a spectacular ambience. A winged beauty soared gracefully in midair, microphone in hand. Wu. At this moment, unlike previous occasions, no one shouted Yu's name, for Wu was the object of adoration throughout the arena. The venue was packed, all drawn by him. Xiao. Some voices called out for Xiao. After all, he had achieved 8 consecutive victories. In such a modest arena, without the presence of Wu's organization, he would have been a shining star. Of course, the odds favored him at a staggering 1 to 100, while Wu stood at 1 to 1. This world is never devoid of those hopeful gamblers seeking fortune. Ladies and gentlemen, as the organizers of the arena, we must remind you that Wu is a Silver Soul Master. However, due to the insufficient number of Soul Master-level silver competitors in Soto City's Grand Arena, he is still permitted to participate in matches beneath the Silver Soul badge level. This is entirely within regulations, Host Yu clarified. Soto City's Grand Arena is relatively grassroots, thus lacking stringent rules. Regardless of rank, iron, copper, silver, any Soul Master may engage in combat. Fight, fight, fight. After uttering these words, the audience erupted in fervor, having just witnessed the birth of a Silver Soul Master. Now, let us welcome our 2 Soul Master-level competitors to the stage. Host Yu's voice resonated again, and the cheers of the crowd reached a new crescendo. Entering from the right was Xiao, wielding the blue-silver grass as his martial spirit, and the proud holder of 8 consecutive victories. As the contestant stepped onto the stage, Yu showcased her exceptional hosting and commentary skills. Xiao. The supporters of Tang San erupted with fervor, though their voices were but a whisper in the sea of spectators. From the left, entered our familiar acquaintance, Wu. Demon. The crowd erupted in a chorus. As Feng emerged, the atmosphere in the arena ignited to a fever pitch, as if the very heavens and earth were tearing asunder. Now, we invite the 2 contenders to prepare themselves. The battle is about to commence. Yu, taken aback by the fervor, could not help but exclaim. To be honest, she had never witnessed a competitor with such overwhelming popularity. This could be attributed to the bloodthirsty demon being the key to wealth. Suddenly, at that very moment, a voice pierced through the chaos. It was the thousand-handed Azura. Instantly, the arena fell into a profound silence, with all eyes fixed bewilderedly upon Tang San. What was the thousand-handed Azura planning? Was he conceding defeat? Meanwhile, Feng was equally perplexed, questioning the intentions of his opponent. What trickery is this? Thousand-handed Azura. What is it you wish to convey? At this moment, Yu soared to the center of the stage, her enchanting eyes brimming with confusion. I propose to elevate this contest into a life and death wager, Tang San declared, his heart now steeled for bloodshed. The bloodthirsty demon must be vanquished. A wager? The audience gasped in astonishment. Had he lost his mind? Was he truly intending to engage the bloodthirsty demon in a gamble? What shall you wager? Moreover, I must consult the bloodthirsty demon. Only with his consent can it be escalated to a life and death gamble, the host inquired. A wager is a form of combat within the soul arena, where life and death may be disregarded. Even slaying one's opponent is not against the rules. I wager that the loser shall have their points reset to 0. How does that sound? Tang San proposed. The specifics of the wager were of little consequence. His focus lay solely on the act of killing. As long as it was elevated to a gamble, even wagering a single gold coin would grant him the justification to eliminate his foe. Reset to 0? Yu glanced towards Feng. The thousand-handed Azura possessed but 8 points, while the bloodthirsty demon had amassed over 1,000 points and boasted a remarkable 38 consecutive victories, holding the Silver Soul badge. This was evidently an imbalanced agreement. In her estimation, it was unlikely that the bloodthirsty demon would acquiesce. Very well. Feng smiled faintly, sensing a surge of murderous intent. Thus, it would be a matter of who would kill whom. He had consented. Brothers, the bloodthirsty demon has agreed. Upon hearing Feng's affirmation, the crowd erupted in astonishment, followed by deafening shouts of gambling. Gambling that seemed capable of toppling the entire battle arena. In the atmosphere thick with unprecedented pheromones, the tension was palpable. The organizing committee of the Soto City Great Soul Arena had just approved the escalation of this contest into a life-and-death gamble. The rules of the arena would no longer bind the contenders. Both participants signed a contract signifying that life or death was now at stake. 2 contracts descended from the heavens, the very agreements that dictated the terms of this fatal arena. Regardless of the circumstances, even death would be deemed lawful and beyond reproach. No, cried Xiao Wu, pressing against the glass wall, her eyes filled with dread. She understood that Xiao San was formidable, yet the bloodthirsty demon was equally formidable. Previously, he had bested her with but a single soul skill. If the two were to clash, what would happen if Xiao San were harmed? Given her own predicament, she desperately wished for Xiao San not to risk his life for the sake of vengeance. Flinder's keen eyes were serious, his demeanor heavy with concern. How could such a contest be so carelessly escalated to a life-and-death gamble? Those who emerged from such battles were often left either dead or severely injured. How could one act so impulsively? The bloodthirsty demon had merely wounded Xiao Wu. In the arena, such an act was entirely permissible, even if it resulted in grievous injury. It was evident to all that he sought to eliminate the bloodthirsty demon entirely. Foolish creature. Master held a bunch of grapes, poised to leisurely observe his disciple's brutal confrontation with his opponent. Yet he was taken aback upon hearing that this battle had escalated into a life-and-death gamble. Enraged, he crushed the grapes underfoot, leaving a mess of pulp and skin. Master Yu Xiaogang was furious. The bloodthirsty demon was his prospective disciple. Was this foolish apprentice truly willing to eradicate his opponent for a woman? If possible, he would have liked to slap Tang San across the face right then. Whoever suffered injury would be a loss to him. Furthermore, if they exhausted themselves in this battle, what would become of their subsequent match against Dai Mubai in the group battle? Even victory would yield but 9 points. Meanwhile, the bloodthirsty demon's family had already secured 9 points. How could Tang San be so oblivious to the bigger picture after all this time spent under his tutelage? In the private box, onlookers were stunned to witness Master S' unprecedented display of rage as he crushed the grapes. They surmised that his anger stemmed from concern for Tang San, his prized disciple, which was entirely understandable given the stakes of a life-and-death gamble. On the arena floor, Tang San unhesitatingly inscribed the words thousand-handed Azura on the contract. He had come to kill. He had waited far too long for this opportunity. As for Feng, he was equally resolute. With the life-and-death agreement now signed, he declared, "I hereby announce the commencement of the life-and-death gamble." As his words echoed, Yu soared into the air, ascending to unprecedented heights. This was crucial, for both combatants would unleash their full power, generating tremendous residual energy. Instances of hosts being struck by the aftermath of battles were not uncommon, thus she could not afford to remain at a low altitude where she could be inadvertently harmed. Risking her entire career, Wuhuan, blue silvergrass, Tang San unleashed his martial spirit. Demonic scythe, Feng unleashed his martial soul, becoming increasingly vigilant. He understood that Tang San possessed numerous cunning tactics, including hidden weapons. While they may not be fatal, their stealthy assaults were undeniably irksome. Why do you not inquire about my motives? Tang San's gaze was fixed on Feng as he asked in a frigid tone. It was astonishing that he did not question why the confrontation had escalated to a gamble. Tang San was at a loss for how to express the thoughts bottled up within him. Why should I ask? Feng smiled faintly. Why was he asking? When the opponent arrives, he shall fight. Excellent. Very well. I shall ensure you remain forever silenced. Tang San was enraged. Having harmed his beloved, this arrogant demeanor was intolerable. Today, he must be vanquished. Phantom Shadow Dance. Tang San unleashed his Phantom Shadow Dance. In the next moment, he launched a direct assault towards Feng's direction. Chaos Decision. Feng focused intently, observing his surroundings. Suddenly, he noticed that Tang San's hand appeared to be somewhat amiss. The Dragon Beard Needle. Tang San enveloped the needle with his soul power. Without hesitation, he aimed directly at the center of Feng's brow and launched his attack. The skill of the ancient soul bone, gale stride. Yi Feng had long sensed the peculiarities surrounding Tang San. He unleashed his soul bone ability with precision, swiftly traversing to a position behind Tang San. With a sharp whoosh, the dragon whisker needle pierced through the steel wall. By sheer coincidence, this occurred right in the office of the deputy supervisor of the Soul Arena, who was at that moment embracing his secretary's slender waist, preparing to indulge in the next phase of his pleasure. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted as the chandelier overhead detonated. The secretary was left pale with fright. Of course, the true culprit, Tang San, remained oblivious to the chaos he had inadvertently caused. Had he evaded disaster? His expression was one of utter astonishment. Soul technique, tear the heavens. Yi Feng wielded his scythe in its formation, slicing through the air with a swift motion. In an instant, waves of blade energy surged forth. What? The blue-silver grass entwines. Tang San never anticipated that this individual could not only evade the attack but also counter it. He rapidly summoned the blue-silver grass, intending to thwart Yi Feng's onslaught. However, against the sharp edge of the blade, his blue-silver grass remained mere foliage. The bloodthirsty magic scythe's energy struck Tang San's back directly, shattering his shirt in an instant. An X-shaped scar appeared on his back. You still wish to launch a surprise attack against me with hidden weapons? You are still too inexperienced. Yi Feng let out a cold snort. Tang San, a quintessential example of a schemer who, in his attempts to outsmart others, only ends up losing more. Their brother. The crowd erupted in astonished exclamations from the VIP lounge above. This bloodthirsty demon is indeed exceedingly cunning. On the arena below, oh, is that so? Let us see who is truly lacking. A smile crept across Tang San's lips. It was a wild expression, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit after a citywide massacre. Both ferocious and terrifying. Yi Feng suddenly sensed a peculiar sluggishness in his body. Second soul skill, ghost vine parasitism. Yi Feng resembled a humanoid tree, with tendrils of blue-silver grass sprouting from his body. Yet, was this the conclusion? Certainly not. With the invocation of his third soul skill, web of binding, the blue-silver grass wove itself into an intricate net, each strand imbued with an unprecedented venom, derived from the face-devouring demon spider. Thousand-handed Azura. Thousand-handed Azura. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the gambler's eyes blazed with fervor, intoxicated by the sin of wealth. The bloodthirsty demon was poised to falter. Should the adversary succumb, the stakes would yield a hundredfold return. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. The expressions of Shrek's companions transformed from despair to elation. At long last, the third brother had gained the upper hand. Even Flinder exhaled in relief, while the master struck the glass with a sudden force, his heart heavy with frustration. After all, this was his meticulously chosen apprentice. What would transpire if the opponent met his demise? It appears that the Grand Soul Arena of Soto City indeed harbors hidden talents. In another VIP box, members of the Tiendo Royal Academy were equally captivated by the unfolding battle, their faces reflecting disbelief. They had presumed the bloodthirsty demon organization to be formidable, yet the thousand-handed Azura managed to ensnare them. Two of their own, Dugu Yin and Shimo, had faced him and emerged defeated, a testament to his formidable prowess. As the battle raged on, just when the onlookers believed the bloodthirsty demon was doomed, a scythe pierced through the fray. Drops of liquid fell to the ground, igniting upon contact and producing a searing reaction. The venom, astonishingly, bore a burning sensation. The crowd stood in stunned silence, grappling with the terrifying potency of such a toxin. Was the bloodthirsty demon truly at his end? Was this merely a final flicker of defiance? A ripping sound echoed through the arena, revealing a figure clad in a crimson mask, wielding a demonic scythe. As if the Grim Reaper had emerged from the shadows, he appeared unscathed. The bloodthirsty demon had not perished. The audience was left dumbfounded. In an instant, an unprecedented wave of cheers erupted. The bloodthirsty demon was a harbinger of fortune, and many had placed their hopes upon his victory, even risking their life savings. Should this myth be shattered, their losses would be catastrophic. Witnessing this turn of events, those who had previously been despondent now seemed to be infused with newfound hope. Each one fervently shouting in exhilaration. How is this possible? Tang San pondered, his expression grave. How could the toxin birthed from the face-devouring demon spider have no effect on him? Was he immune to poison? His astonishment was only the beginning of a far greater surprise yet to unfold. Yi Feng fixed his gaze upon Tang San, infuriated that he had been trapped amidst those foul blue-silver grasses. He vowed to make Tang San pay dearly for this affront. Humph, how fortuitous. I too possess something that will astonish you further, Phantom Shadow. Tang San let out a cold snort. Behold, the speed of the thousand-handed Azura is astonishingly swift. The spectators were left in utter astonishment. Although the opponent had not unleashed any soul techniques, they were witnessing mere afterimages. What manner of speed is this? Is it truly attainable by a single individual? Is it faster than fast? What do you even call this? The left leg's soul bone has activated. Tear the heavens. Yifeng unleashed his soul skill, tear the heavens. In an instant, hundreds of blade-like energies surged towards Tang San. With a swift motion, he turned and halted. Realizing that evasion was futile against the onslaught, he could only brace himself with the mystical jade hand. The clash of the mystical jade hand against Yifeng's blades resonated with the sound of metal colliding. What manner of skill is this? The onlookers were bewildered, having never witnessed such a phenomenon. Yet, at that very moment, a chilling cry pierced the air. It was the bloodthirsty demon, who had inexplicably appeared behind the thousand-hand Shura, delivering a swift and shadowless kick that sent him flying. Engrossed in fending off the blade energies, the thousand-hand Shura could not have anticipated such a sudden assault. He was struck forcefully, exacerbating the X-shaped scar already etched into his back from the previous attack, now marred with innumerable footprints. "I shall see you dead," Tang San roared, his anger igniting. With a fleeting glance, he summoned forth 100 dragon whisker needles, accompanied by his specially crafted 1,000 hidden weapons. With a fierce flick of his wrist, they soared through the air with a piercing whoosh. If all went as planned, the next moment would reveal this scoundrel in a state of utter disarray. "Is this all you have?" Yifeng exerted all his might, employing the chaos decision. In an instant, his senses were heightened 100-fold. The hidden weapons seemed to freeze before him. Then, a dark light erupted from his left leg, the soul bone of the eternal golden-winged Dapeng. His speed surged 100-fold. With this dual enhancement, he deftly evaded the attack, emerging unscathed. However, not everyone was so fortunate. Behind a steel wall in Arena 15 lay the office of the Deputy Director of the Soto City Soul Arena. The office was spacious, with a work area and a bookshelf concealing a secret door. Pushing through revealed a room designed for the Deputy Director's midday respite. It was said he often worked tirelessly, hence the need for a dedicated space to rest. The presence of bathing facilities and an oversized round bed was easily justifiable. After all, he needed to wash away fatigue. And a round bed offered a refreshing change from his usual square one. "Don't worry, my dear. Here, no one can disturb us," the Deputy Director, Wang, said as he led his secretary into the room meant for rest. "Wang, is it really fine?" the secretary asked, hesitantly. Moments later, they found themselves entangled on the bed. Suddenly, an unknown force surged through. A cacophony of sound erupted, resembling a hail of bullets. Boom. In an instant, a wall of the room collapsed, flooding the space with blinding light. Below, the audience of Arena 15 turned towards the source of the commotion. "My goodness, to slice through a wall like that is terrifying," they gasped. Yet, what followed was even more shocking. Behind the wall stood the two, tightly entwined. The man, somewhat rotund, and the woman, disheveled, both wore bewildered expressions. Wang, Deputy Director? The room was on the second floor, and the host, Yu, hovered in the air, witnessing the aftermath of the explosion. She glanced in that direction and was met with the sight of Deputy Director Wang with his secretary on the bed. They appeared greatly startled, the floor littered with debris. "Wow, impressive. Ha ha ha, Deputy Director Wang truly is vigorous for his age. This must be a premium segment, right? We can certainly afford this," Yu exclaimed, her voice booming like a megaphone throughout the venue, igniting roars of laughter from the crowd. "Won the fat." A sudden roar echoed from Arena 15, where a Soul King leapt into the air, charging upwards. It was a woman. "Dear, I swear I did nothing wrong. Xiao Feng just wanted to help me change the sheets, so I brought her to see." Everyone knew the Deputy Director's wife was exceedingly fierce. He desperately tried to explain, but whether they believed him was uncertain. Meanwhile, the backstage atmosphere was charged, violent as the battle in Arena 15. The bloodthirsty demon and the thousand-handed Azura engaged in brutal combat, unleashing soul techniques that left deep gashes in the once sturdy arena floor. Chapter 81. The True Battle of Life and Death. No retreat, no surrender. The arena was battered and bruised, a testament to the ferocity of the clash. It could be said that this was an unprecedented spectacle among the Soul Emperor ranks in the arena. "Brother, please, don't continue. Really, don't go on any longer." Xiao Wu pressed against the glass, unable to bear the sight of Tang San pushing himself so relentlessly. In truth, she was fine. If Tang San were to be injured or worse, she wouldn't know how to cope. Her heart ached as if gripped by an unseen force. "Sangu, hold on." Shreks Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and the others wore expressions of fervent prayer. The battle was intensely bloody, the ground soaked in blood. This confrontation was 100 times more frenzied than Tang San's previous bout with Xiao Wu. The two were fighting with their very lives on the line. Xiaogang and Flander exchanged a solemn glance, their expressions serious, as if silently communicating. The master nodded slightly, as if in agreement. Below, the battle raged on. Many spectators had lost their voices from shouting, yet the fervor was at an all-time high. Ghost Shadow Mysterious Steps. Control the crane and capture the dragon. Ghost Vine Parasitism. Tang San unleashed a barrage of attacks. He had never encountered such a formidable opponent, one seemingly well acquainted with his every move, leaving no opportunity for hidden weapons. With this in mind, Tang San resolved to abandon strategy and confront the enemy head-on. With his strength, he could contend against a soul sect, and even a soul king was within reach. Though he feared the soul sovereign, given the chance, he would still aim for victory using hidden weapons. He desperately wished this wasn't an arena, for then he could utilize his external soul bone. Once deployed, his opponent would be doomed. What a pity. Break. The demon side swung, blades flashing. All the blue-silver grass lay in tatters. As Tang San charged forward, he was violently flung aside. After executing this maneuver, he gasped for breath, utterly exhausted. This night had seen him battle 52 rounds, nearly 5 minutes per match, totaling over 4 hours. With this fight, he had faced a full 53. Not even a production team's cattle could endure such a relentless schedule. Yet, he felt exhilarated. It had been far too long since he experienced such intense combat. Break? I wonder if this move can indeed be countered. Tang San's lips bled, his back marred with wounds, his appearance utterly tragic. Yet, his eyes gleamed with indomitable fighting spirit, undeterred. Oh, then I shall watch closely. Upon hearing these words, Yi Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. When soldiers arrive, one must defend. When water comes, one must dam it. The tricks of Tang San, he, Yi Feng, shall embrace completely. Then prepare yourself for the third soul skill, spider web binding. In an instant, towering blue-silver grasses surged forth, transforming the entire arena into a cocoon. It resembled an egg, but this egg was far from empty. It was filled with countless layers. Is that all? Though Yi Feng's line of sight was obscured by the towering blue-silver grass, he possessed the confidence to obliterate Tang San's grassy nest within a mere 3 seconds. You may be a genius, but alas, you have crossed paths with my woman. In your next life, should you encounter me, Tang San, you shall steer clear. Simultaneously, Tang San unleashed his secret weapon, the Sand Shadow Projection. This was his latest creation, a contraption-like concealed weapon that released flying needles from a syringe, laced with deadly poison and capable of emitting a toxic mist. He had previously tested it once, and its power was sufficient to pierce through steel plates. This launch comprised a total of 20 needles, enough to leave the young man before him riddled with holes, leading to his immediate demise. Whoosh! The Sand Shadow Projection shot forth. Oh no! Utilizing the Chaos Decision, Yi Feng experienced an unprecedented enhancement of his senses. He instantly felt a wave of lethal danger approaching. At last, he discerned the truth. A multitude of black beads, densely packed before him, each tainted with venom and possessing lethal penetrating power. Attempting to kill me? Let us see who meets their end first. With that, he activated his fourth soul skill, the 3-second deadly poison scythe. Yi Feng observed the scene before him, his gaze tinged with an icy chill. After an extended bout of confrontation, both sides had unleashed an unprecedented fury. The towering blue-silver grass provided him with a natural sanctuary, allowing him to release his fourth soul skill without fear of detection. Gradually, a dark soul ring emerged from beneath his feet. This was the fourth soul skill he had yet to employ, derived from the 30,000-year-old soul beast, the Shadow Poison Wolf. The skill, known as the 3 seconds of certain death, dictated that any adversary with a soul power level lower than his would meet their demise within a mere 3 seconds. You, Tang San, wield hidden weapons. I, Yi Feng, shall employ the most potent poison technique. Let us see who shall perish. With a flourish, Yi Feng hurled the bloodthirsty demon scythe, infused with the essence of his fourth soul ring, akin to a boomerang. The clash of metal resounded as the bloodthirsty demon scythe collided with an iron ball shot forth by Tang San, producing an explosion of sparks like never before. In an instant, it detonated. Yet, the bloodthirsty demon scythe was a manifestation of his martial soul, further augmented by the power of the 30,000-year-old Shadow Poison Wolf. Transforming it into the 3 seconds of certain death scythe, it forcefully struck down several iron balls, carving a path straight toward Tang San. Feeling the imminent threat, Tang San summoned the last vestiges of his strength to execute the Xian Yu hand. attempting to block the formidable 30,000-year soul skill with the audacity of a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The third level of the diamond art. The golden bell resounding in the world. Feng gradually unleashed the Vajra technique. With a dozen iron balls in play, evasion was an impossible feat. He could only brace himself for impact. Meanwhile, Tang San faced a similar predicament, unable to evade his 3-second lethal poison scythe. That weapon was far more explosive. If either were to meet their demise, it would undoubtedly be Tang San. Suddenly, a tempest surged through the 15th arena of the Soul Arena. The platform collapsed, and debris soared into the air, blinding everyone present. Just as Tang San prepared to catch the incoming poison scythe with his Xian Jade hand, he felt himself abruptly yanked aside. Before he could comprehend the situation, a sharp pain struck his neck, and he fell to the ground, unable to discern the identity of his assailant. Yet, while Tang San remained oblivious, Feng was fully aware. It was none other than Tang Hao. He had appeared on the arena stage. But why had he ascended the platform? Was it because Feng had threatened his son, prompting him to seek vengeance? Feng's heart sank like a still pond. Such swiftness. The life and death contract he had just signed before the other party was nothing more than a worthless piece of paper. To be honest, had it not been for Tang San's relentless provocations and repeated attempts on his life tonight, he would not have considered employing this tactic at all. After all, the formidable Tang Hao and the entirety of the Haotian clan stood behind him. At this stage, eliminating his opponent would lead to significant complications. Even if Shuai wished to protect him, it would be exceedingly difficult. Moreover, should he take such action, Shuai would inevitably be forced to reveal her identity. The Spirit Hall's long-concealed plan to usurp the throne would be in jeopardy, potentially triggering a chain reaction that could destabilize the entire continent. His current strength was too feeble to withstand such risks. After all, one must not act impulsively. The aftermath of recklessness often leaves a great deal of chaos to be resolved. Thus, this life and death gamble must come to an end. Tang Hao gazed at Feng, his eyes revealing a glimmer of sharpness. The third update has been delivered, with a fourth on the way, adhering to the customary routine. I must mention that this chapter took quite some time to compose due to some difficulties. I have revised it, increasing its length significantly, so do take another look, everyone. Chapter 82. Under Threat. Why? He seeks to kill me, yet I cannot retaliate? Is this the principle upheld by your Tang family, Senior Haotian? Feng confronted Tang Hao directly. Although the latter held the title of a Douluo, Feng remained undaunted. If Tang San sought to end his life, it was only reasonable for him to retaliate. The misunderstandings among the young ones were inevitable. There was no need for a fight to the death. Moreover, he was the sole heir of Tang Hao. Tang Hao's voice was calm, as if he were casually stating something trivial. Yet, Feng felt an inexplicable pressure enveloping him, nearly rendering him breathless. What a remarkable sole heir. Feng braced himself against the oppressive force emanating from Tang Hao, letting out a cold grunt. If he could not discern the threat in those words, then he truly had lived 2 lifetimes in vain. Suddenly, a deafening noise erupted as Tang Hao vanished. The intricate web woven by Tang San was instantly shattered, debris raining down like confetti. Above, a figure resembling a bird soared through the air, adorned with glasses. His hawk-like gaze reflecting an unprecedented sense of confusion and uncertainty. He had done nothing at all. Strangely, Tang San's blue-silver prison had inexplicably exploded. All that remained was Tang San sprawled on the ground, while Feng stood unscathed. Had the bloodthirsty demon triumphed? After the fierce battle, the arena was left in disarray. The onlookers initially stood in stunned silence, but soon erupted into a cacophony of incredulous celebration. Bloodthirsty demon! Bloodthirsty demon! The fervent cheers echoed throughout the arena. A level of excitement never before witnessed in the Soul Arena. This clash had been nothing short of spectacular, surpassing even the central stage's most thrilling matches. Seizing the moment amid the raucous cheers, Flinder descended from above, rushing to embrace Tang San. He had intended to intervene and halt the fight, given that, according to Xiaogang, one was his current disciple and the other a prospective one yet to enter his tutelage. It was an absurdity for them to be at odds. But just as he prepared to intervene, everything had concluded. Tang San was alive. Flinder felt a wave of relief wash over him as he checked Tang San's pulse. As long as he lived, everything was well. He had feared the worst for Tang San, particularly considering his lineage as the son of the Haotian prince. Meanwhile, victorious, Feng returned to the VIP lounge, his mind consumed by the spectacle of Tang Hao's appearance. Ultimately, he realized the truth. He was still too weak. Had he been stronger, he would not have been constrained by mere mortals. Now he faced two pressing issues. Master was backed by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, and even Bibi Dong had lingering affections towards him. On the other hand, Tang San had Tang Hao and the Haoyan sect behind him. What support did Yi Feng possess? Besides heir, there was not. Of course, the system could not be overlooked, but it could not assist him in all matters. Nor could it elevate him instantly to a level where he could contend with Tang Hao or the Patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, Yu Yuanjin. This was a process, and he needed to accomplish something within that time frame. After much contemplation, he resolved that alongside enhancing his own abilities, it was time to cultivate his own influence. Whether for his own aid, to assist heir, or to intimidate others in the future, it was all possible. This battle had imparted profound lessons to Yi Feng. Continuing to linger in Soto City held no significance. He would lay his cards on the table once this week concluded. He was Yi Feng, once regarded with disdain by Yu Xiaogang. He had not perished. He had returned to life. Furthermore, if not for his father's intervention, the disciple Yu Xiaogang was nurturing might have met his demise. He anticipated the expression on Master's face would be nothing short of spectacular. At this moment, Yi Feng gathered his belongings and departed the Soul Arena. He needed to return and devise a plan. Once this matter was settled, he would decide whether to deceive or steal the immortal herb. P.S. The fourth update is here. I truly did not expect to be caught up until 1:30 again. My goodness, I am so tired. However, I apologize for the delay of half an hour, primarily due to my dissatisfaction with the previous chapter, which I revised, adding numerous words. Feel free to revisit these last two chapters. Lastly, I implore you to cast your votes. Friday is the final day, and I welcome your support. Chapter 83, A Reliable Answer? The first update, the appearance of Tang Hao is known only to Yi Feng. At this moment, the lights in the lounge dimmed, as if silence had reclaimed its dominion. Meanwhile, upstairs, a VIP observation room buzzed with excitement. Everyone was gathered around the three-seater sofa. What just happened to me? Tang San's face was as pale as death. He had awakened. Thank heavens, Tang San, you are finally awake. The members of Shrek collectively exhaled in relief. Just moments ago, Tang San had been on the brink of death, nearly frightening them to the grave. Brother, promise me you won't engage in such dangerous activities again. Xiao Wu wept, her beautiful eyes filled with tears as she clung to Tang San's chest. Upon seeing Flinder carrying Tang San back, her heart shattered into pieces. Despite sustaining some injuries from the battle with the bloodthirsty demon, she truly did not care. It was not worth Tang San risking his life. Where am I? Did I win or lose? Observing Xiao Wu weeping on his chest and the concerned gazes of those around him, Tang San felt utterly bewildered. Hadn't he been battling the bloodthirsty demon below? How had he ended up here? Moreover, his entire body ached. Third brother, you lost. It was Flinder who brought you up. Ning Rongrong spoke up. Such news would inevitably come to light, and there was no need for concealment. I lost. Tang San's pupils constricted suddenly. The only memory he retained was of someone appearing behind him, followed by darkness. In the conference room, Flinder inquired, are you saying you didn't intervene at all? How could that be possible? Only Master and Yu Xiaogang were present. Master wore a perplexed expression as he gazed at Flinder. Yes, I had just arrived upstairs when Tang San's web prison exploded. And then I found him lying on the floor, while the bloodthirsty demon remained unscathed. Flinder was baffled. Logically, this should have been a lethal technique executed by Tang San, aimed at claiming the life of the bloodthirsty demon. Why had it ended so abruptly and seemingly haphazardly? This is indeed puzzling. You think it's possible that Tang San exhausted his soul power and was subsequently overpowered by the bloodthirsty demon as final strike? Master pondered, his gaze suggesting he was contemplating something profound. Initially, he had thought Flinder had intervened secretly to separate the two, but he had not anticipated that Flinder had done nothing at all. Yet, given the circumstances, it seemed improbable for the battle to conclude so swiftly. I had considered that. But under such dire circumstances, I observed the bloodthirsty demon exhibiting murderous intent. The weaker Tang San appeared. The more the bloodthirsty demon would seize the opportunity to take his life. So why did Tang San ultimately collapse unscathed, as if struck down suddenly? Moreover, Tang San's web was evidently shattered by an overwhelming force. Flinder, being a soul sage, could deduce much from the debris scattered across the arena. Are you suggesting that someone intervened before you could stop this battle? Master's tone shifted to one of intensified inquiry, clearly incredulous. Yes, it is highly likely that the opponent incapacitated Tang San and broke free from the web he had woven. Flinder nodded, perceiving a high likelihood of the situation. Do you believe such a thing is possible? How could this person enter under everyone's gaze? If he managed to get in, How did he evade the eyes of the crowd on his departure? Is everyone blind? Very well. All are indeed blind, including myself and Xiaogang. Yet, I have another question. If someone truly incapacitated Tang San and triggered his third soul skill, then what was the bloodthirsty demon doing? Did you not claim he was brimming with murderous intent and eager to kill? Such a perfect opportunity, and he merely watched from the sidelines? Master directly confronted Flander with a barrage of questions, his expression one of incredulity. Could it be that the bloodthirsty demon was threatened? Flander blurted out, though he immediately regretted his words. The bloodthirsty demon's clan boasts numerous formidable beings. It undoubtedly originates from a reclusive lineage. Who could possibly threaten him? Master seized upon the contradiction, gesturing as if to say, "Brother, has your mind become muddled? What is his status? Wealthy, powerful, gifted, and strong, who in the small town of Soto could pose a threat to him? Would he heed your words?" Flander sighed slightly, acknowledging the absurdity of his earlier thoughts. However, Xiaogang, there is something weighing on my mind that I am uncertain whether to express. Speak. Master urged succinctly. Are you aware of who Xiao San's father is? If it were he who intervened, then it would indeed be plausible. Flander leaned in closer, whispering as if fearful of being overheard. If there is anyone in this world capable of executing that feat, it would be him. Of course. He was unaware if his old companion was aware that Tang San was the son of that esteemed figure. You recognize this token, do you not? He has long since gone into seclusion and is no longer present. Master produced a token. What? He even entrusted you with this? Flander exclaimed, his face a mask of shock. From the very day Xiao San became my disciple, I knew who that man was. Later, even his father personally sought me out, requesting that I guide him well. Master declared, his hands clasped behind his back. Enough of that man talk. He, Yu Xiaogang, has long been aware that Tang San's father is Tang Hao, that once revered genius who dominated the continent. He is indeed capable of such feats. But would he come here? Clearly not. Thus, this is an option we can dismiss based on experience and reality. Then how do we account for this? Flander mused, shaking his head slightly. It is far better to inquire directly with Tang San than to engage in wild speculation. That need not be done. I have already formulated a reliable answer based on the facts. Master raised his chin slightly, gazing thoughtfully out of the window. A reliable answer? What might that be? Upon hearing this, Flander's interest was piqued. P.S. Dear readers, the first update has arrived. Today has been somewhat hectic, thus the delay, but fear not. I shall fulfill my commitment to 4 updates. After dinner, I will continue with the next 3 chapters. It is the final day for the PK. I kindly request your votes and support. Additionally, I extend my gratitude to the readers who have shown their support through donations, including Ziyue, Ding Ming, and others. There are too many to name individually, but I deeply appreciate every one of you. Thank you. Chapter 84. In this society, with Brother Feng, slapping Yu Tianheng. The second update reveals the bloodthirsty demon. Master stood with his hands clasped behind him, the window providing a view of the ravaged number 15 arena. His expression was grave. What does the bloodthirsty demon imply? Flander felt his mind struggling to comprehend. The bloodthirsty demon signed a contract with us this morning. Do you think he would neglect to investigate Shrek Academy and me, Yu Xiaogang? Therefore, I surmise he is aware that Tang San is my disciple, and thus showed restraint, merely incapacitating him, Master stated, laying bare his conclusion after meticulous contemplation. Hearing this, Flander suddenly felt as if he had unlocked a new realm of understanding. I recognize you may not agree with this conclusion, but the truth can often be stranger than fiction. Let us return to your previous speculation. If everyone truly was blind and someone infiltrated the number 15 arena, what could their purpose be? Firstly, was it to stop the battle and save Tang San? If so, why did Tang San end up unconscious? Shouldn't the goal have been to incapacitate the bloodthirsty demon so that Tang San could win? Master queried, his logic sharp and clear. Flander's expression turned bitter. He found himself at a loss for words. All right, let us assume he was indeed with the bloodthirsty demon, intending to prevent harm to him. But wouldn't he have taken advantage of the blue-silver grass to obscure the spectator's view and strike down Tang San? After all, Tang San had pushed the bloodthirsty demon to the limit, compelling the intervention of a title de law. Yet, what was the outcome? Tang San collapsed, suffering no further injuries aside from those he had already sustained. Does that make sense? Master's voice resonated once more. It does not. Flander shook his head slightly, his expression becoming increasingly perplexed. Precisely. At this moment, it is abundantly clear that the bloodthirsty demon never intended to truly kill Tang San. He recognized the effort he had invested in Tang San, Killing him would create a rift between himself and his teacher. However, Tang San's arrogance could not go unpunished, prompting the choice of a compromise, incapacitating him to secure victory. Master S eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, for his reasoning had come full circle, rendering it logical and reasonable. To his surprise, he had not anticipated the depth of thought from his prospective disciple. Truly, he was teachable. Impressive, Xiaogang. Flander found himself wholly convinced. The reasoning was not only sound but utterly irrefutable. The deduction is not challenging. The difficulty lies in orchestrating the entire affair. The bloodthirsty demon has truly put forth great effort, Master remarked with a satisfied expression. However, Xiaogang, I still have a question. The soul skills of the bloodthirsty demon S scythe are all cutting types, yet Tang San S semicircular cage was completely obliterated. How do we reconcile this? This was a point of inquiry for Flander, recalling the moment in the air when the explosion resembled that of a bomb, producing a stunning effect far beyond what a soul master could achieve. Flander, I truly do not know how to address your confusion. Have you witnessed him employ any other soul skills? In such circumstances, who is to say he could not unleash an explosive effect? Master countered. Flander was rendered speechless. As they made their way to the Rose Hotel, a sudden sneeze escaped him. Feng sneezed unexpectedly. What on earth? The weather doesn't seem chilly at all. Yet he found himself sneezing continuously for 7 or 8 times. Feng rubbed his nose, feeling an odd sensation. Make way. Everyone, step aside. At that moment, several horse-drawn carriages thundered past him. The coachman shouted ferociously, as if his home were ablaze. However, displaying a wise prudence, Feng slightly turned aside to allow the vehicles to pass. The rapid velocity stirred a gust of wind, almost colliding with him. Driving like this at 11 or midnight. Are you out of your mind? Feng shouted irritably. Had it not been for the exhausting battles at the soul-fighting arena that left him devoid of energy, he would have surely pursued the coachman to impart a lesson in civility. Clear the way. Everyone, step aside. At that very moment, another carriage approached from behind, its speed only slightly swifter than the previous one. What kind of cursed day was this, that such a lack of decorum persisted? Feng stepped aside. Suddenly, an orange peel flew out of the carriage window, fortuitously striking him on the head. The green peel, at that moment, resembled a cap. What the hell do you mean by that? Feng was enraged. Does one not understand what men hold most sacred? What is the intention behind this unfounded accusation? Such an act is something that even an uncle can tolerate, but an aunt cannot. Feng pursued directly. At the entrance of the Rose Hotel. Alas, we have finally arrived. I truly do not understand why we have been assigned to such a dilapidated establishment. At this moment, a somewhat enchanting young man, named Osro, appeared rather despondent. He is a member of the Royal Academy of Tiando. Who knows? However, since we have been sent to this place, it is only reasonable to stay in such a shabby hotel. Let us hurry inside. Feng shrugged nonchalantly. Are we not waiting for the captain and vice-captain? 2 robust men disembarked from the vehicle, one of whom was named Shimo. Yes, my Lingling is still in the car. Feng displayed a somewhat mischievous grin. Teasing Lingling was part of his daily routine. Suddenly, a carriage approached swiftly, followed by a striking 5-meter-long halt. What are you all gawking at? Let us head inside. We have a whole day ahead of us tomorrow. A young man stepped out, clad in black attire, casually enjoying half an orange. He is Yu Tianheng, the captain of their Do Huang team on this trip. Closely following him were 2 young women. One appeared somewhat alluring, holding 2 or 3 orange slices, while the other exuded a serene demeanor, trailing behind them. Aren't you all waiting for the captain? Osro and Feng exchanged smiles. Shimo also chuckled, ruffling his hair. You lot, stand still. At that moment, a figure rushed towards them from behind. Is this person calling us? The group of 7 exchanged puzzled glances. Whose orange peel is this? Step forward. Finally, Feng caught up, panting heavily as he shouted. Chasing purely by sheer force was indeed exhilarating. Akin to the school's physical test of running 1,000 meters. I nearly collapsed. What is the matter? Yu Tianheng fixed his gaze on Feng, his tone icy. He could not help but admire the tenacity of someone chasing after an orange peel. Truly reckless. Slap. Is this how you conduct yourself? Feng delivered a resounding slap to Yu Tianheng's face. The second update has finally arrived at the last moment, primarily due to writer's block that lingered for quite some time. Chapter 85. Assisting Xuer in completing her task. A sudden gust of cold wind swept through, creating an unprecedented chaos. All members of the Tiando Royal Academy were rendered speechless, frozen in place like lifelike statues. What had transpired? Their captain had been struck simply for discarding an orange peel. Who was this individual, exhibiting such volatility. Surely, the customs of Soto City were not so fierce. You dare to slap me? Yu Tianheng's face twitched. From childhood, he was the cherished star of his clan, rarely encountering anyone bold enough to insult or strike him, let alone touch his face, which symbolized the pride of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus clan. Who on the entire continent would dare? Yet, here he was, having received a slap tonight. Suddenly, without warning, Feng extended his hand once more, delivering another slap to Yu Tianheng's face. What? Are you afraid? Do you think you're impressive? He taunted, pointing at Yu Tianheng's nose. With the Tiando Royal Academy's backing, he felt utterly unperturbed. As Shui Heir had stated, as long as he didn't kill him, he could do as he pleased. Furthermore, who dared to toss a green-orange peel at him? What did that imply? As a respectable man, he felt compelled to teach a lesson. The brothers Shimo, Osro, and Yu Feng exchanged glances. Even the usually reserved Yu Lingling raised her head, seemingly astonished. Who dared to provoke their captain in such a manner? You're courting death. Today, I shall ensure you meet a thorough demise. Yu Tianheng's fury ignited. In an instant, he unleashed his martial spirit, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus, renowned across the continent as the strongest beast martial spirit. 3 soul rings emerged from the ground. Yellow, yellow, and purple. Perfectly matched. Yu Tianheng, a soul master at the 39th level. This is it, Yu Feng shrugged. It was evident that this young man would meet a dire fate. However, daring to slap the face of the heir to the blue electric Tyrannosaurus clan was already a feat worthy of boasting about in the afterlife. Your soul master rank is impressive? Does that grant you the right to litter? Does it allow you to hurl green-orange peels at me? Yi Feng's legs emitted a radiant crimson glow. His hands did not falter. With a series of resounding slaps, he relentlessly struck Yu Tianheng. At this opportune moment, he intended to thoroughly discipline these self-proclaimed prodigies of the Tiando Royal Academy. Additionally, he aimed to assist Shuai in fulfilling her tasks. Du Gu Yin was left in a state of bewilderment. Yi Lingling was utterly bewildered. The entire Do Huang battle team from the Heavenly Royal Academy was in shock. What on earth? They could only witness the man before them relentlessly slapping Yu Tianheng. The dark aura surrounding him was unmistakable. A Soul King? The color black symbolizes a Soul King. Typically, the soul matching sequence is yellow, yellow, purple, purple, and black. Only the 5th spirit ring is black. Thunderous Fury. The 3rd soul skill, what are you all dawdling for? Form ranks immediately. Yu Tianheng was furious. He unleashed his most powerful soul skill, Thunderous Fury. This skill temporarily drives the blue lightning tyrant dragon spirit into a berserk state, greatly amplifying its power with a 100% increase in attack and a 50% boost in soul power. However, the drawback is that if not actively halted, it will continue until exhaustion, ultimately leading to demise at the hands of other foes. But there is only one enemy, and he is surrounded by numerous teammates. Even if he were to exhaust himself, it matters not. P.S. Today has been exhausting with writer's block. I shall settle for 3 updates. Tomorrow, I shall provide an additional chapter, which essentially counts as 4 chapters, making up for today as shortfall. I'm simply too tired, utterly drained. Oh, good night, everyone. Chapter 86, Little Green Turtle, Little Foolish Dragon. The first update is here. After Yu Tianheng's furious proclamation, the entire Do Huang battle team swiftly assembled into formation, each calling forth their respective spirits. This child appeared even younger than they, and if the opponent were indeed a Soul King, they could scarcely believe it. At most, he might be a Soul Master. The dark aura was likely a manifestation of a soul skill, and he was presumably a speed-type Soul Master. Caught off guard, he managed to bind their leader. This is bad. A fight has broken out. Child, quickly come to your mother. In front of the Rose Hotel, there lay a small plaza, adorned with a fountain and spectacular lighting effects. Even at this late hour, residents often brought their children for evening strolls. Though it was past 11, the fountain's dazzling display continued until midnight, and some lively children remained at play. A sudden ruckus in the appearance of a soul ring startled the previously joyous children, prompting them to hurriedly retreat to safety. When soul masters engage in combat, it is the innocent who suffer. In Soto City, where soul masters constitute merely 10% of the populace, the same holds true. Ordinary citizens, upon witnessing a clash between soul masters, scurry as far away as possible. For if one falls victim to a soul master's attack, they can only lament their misfortune. As for seeking compensation from a soul master, that is but a pipe dream. Injured or deceased, they have only themselves to blame. You foolish child. You should never have provoked our leader. A towering, muscular man emanated a green glow beside him. This was Shimo, wielding the Xuanwu turtle spirit. A 37th level battle soul master. Oh dear, wait. Yifeng suddenly called to a halt, then made his way towards the stone mill. What are you planning to do? Questioned the stone mill, a look of confusion etched across his face. The members of the Heavenly Royal Academy exchanged puzzled glances, each wearing a mask of bewilderment. Come, put it on properly. Do not let it slip askew. Yifeng solemnly placed the green-orange peel upon the stone mill's head. Although the other party was quite robust, he was not particularly tall. The stone mill bore a puzzled expression. Green light pairs better with a green hat. Yifeng smiled faintly and remarked. A burst of laughter erupted from the crowd of the Tiando Royal Academy, unable to contain themselves. How could anyone engage in such antics with a straight face? Even the most demure of them, Yi Lingling, couldn't stifle her amusement, stifling a giggle behind her hand. You're courting death. The orange peel is green. Wearing it on his head, and still insisting it's not askew. Isn't that implying he is being cuckolded? One must ponder, which man could endure such humiliation? Most significantly, Sure Mo realized that the goddess he was pursuing was also mocking him, causing his frustration to reach a boiling point. He swung his fist towards Yifeng in a fit of rage. Yet, being akin to a turtle, his defense was commendable, though his speed left much to be desired. Yifeng effortlessly evaded the attack. Little green turtle, and that foolish little dragon, if you wish to fight, do so. But be mindful of the potential collateral damage to innocent bystanders or structures. Let us venture to the back mountain, where you can unleash your energy without restraint. The Rose Hotel is now under my ownership. Although Yu Tianheng is the young master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, he is no match for Dai Mubai. The destruction of property would be an expense he cannot afford. Would he have me seek out the old dragon, Yu Engine, for repayment? Such folly. It is far better to find solitude in the mountains where we can engage in our skirmish without consequence. Yifeng cast a glance at the stone mill and then strode past Yu Tianheng, deliberately bumping shoulders with him. Who was he calling a foolish little dragon? It was clear as day. Shoulder bumping is a brazen act of provocation. This term, little foolish dragon, left Yu Tianheng in a state of shock. Boss. It seems he was referring to you, Yifeng remarked. I'll make him pay for that. Yu Tianheng's fists were clenched tightly, and with one blow, he felled a nearby 10-year-old camphor tree. The audacity of being insulted and shoulder bumped was intolerable. What did little foolish dragon imply? Was it an affront to him? Or an insult to the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family? Could he endure this? If he did, he might as well be called Blue Lightning Tyrant Turtle Tianheng. Little green turtle? The stone mill nearby was in disarray. His fists, as large as sandbags, trembled with fury. Let us go. Follow me. I will show him what a little foolish dragon truly is. Yu Tianheng was seething with rage. Fighting in the city was indeed unfeasible, and the destruction of homes or buildings would lead to troublesome repercussions. The mountains, however, provided an ideal arena where he could either humiliate or eliminate this insolent fool without inciting panic. Go. The stone mill was equally furious. The terms green hat and little green turtle were taboo in his life. He was determined to use his enormous fist to shatter that little brat's skull. In the distance, Yifeng was making his way toward the back mountain. Although he was utterly exhausted from the day's exertions, he still felt confident in dealing with a few soul masters, especially in the solitude of the forest. Tianheng. Suddenly, the voice of Dugu Yin broke through the tension. What is it? If it were anyone else calling out to him, Yu Tianheng would have likely exploded with rage. But facing Dugu Yin, he restrained his anger and uttered two words, his eyes still glowing red with fury. Do you think there might be a trap? Dugu Yin asked, her unease palpable. Indeed, I suspect there is something amiss. It appears he is intentionally provoking you. Leading us into the forest, Osro of the Do Huang team expressed his thoughts as he observed Yi Feng's retreating figure. Let it be. Who could possibly harm us in the small Soto city? Besides, that slap I just received cannot go unanswered. Anyone afraid of death can stay here. Those who are not shall follow me. Yu Tianheng's voice was laced with defiance. He then took off in pursuit of Yifeng. Little foolish dragon. This term felt like a thorn piercing Yu Tianheng's heart. I will accompany my boss. You all stay back and rest. The stone mill declared resolutely. Dare to call him little green turtle. Today I shall ensure your demise, no matter who you are. The stone mill charged forward like a living tank. Vice Captain. What should we do? Yu Feng and Osro exchanged glances with Dugu Yin, appearing somewhat bewildered. What else can we do? We pursue them. After all, we are a team. Even if danger arises, we can face it together. If it were just the two of us, the chances of survival would diminish significantly. With that, the Do Huang team set forth toward the back mountain forest. At this moment, the Soto City Great Soul Arena was ablaze with lights. The time had not yet reached midnight, and 3 more team battles remained before the night concluded. The final match featured the Shrek team against the Frenzied Battle team. P.S. The first update is here. Wow, it is indeed quite late tonight. I have been extremely busy. However, I assure you I will write at least 3 chapters tonight. Striving for 4. Fellow readers, please vote, as exciting chapters are on the way. Chapter 87, The Lost Flander, Shrek Academy will cease to exist. In the VIP room above, everyone gathered around Tang San. The master had just requested him to recount all the events that transpired beneath the arena. All in all, I cannot ascertain who that individual truly was, but I am certain my blue-silver grass barrier was not breached, Tang San stated firmly to the master. If there had been an issue with the third soul skill, spiderweb binding, he would undoubtedly have known. Very well, focus on your recovery, the master replied. His tone somewhat detached, as if he had come to a realization. It was my fault that everyone could not participate in the team battle, and I sincerely apologize. However, since he harmed Xiao Wu, I must seek vengeance, Tang San expressed with deep remorse. His current score was 0, and due to his severe injuries, none could participate in the team battle, resulting in a loss of points. He could feel his teacher's profound disappointment from afar. Yet he had sworn that no one could bully Xiao Wu. In this world, sorry is the least valuable phrase, and you need not apologize to me. You owe an apology to everyone else, for your selfishness has led to irreparable consequences. The master scoffed coldly. Tang San's score was reset to 0. This meant that their team's highest score was now Dai Mubai with 6 points, while the bloodthirsty demon team had amassed a maximum of 9 points. In terms of both highest and average scores, they had suffered a crushing defeat. To be honest, the master had never anticipated that his most cherished disciple would stab him in the back so deeply. Please prepare the Shrek team for the final battle. You will enter the central arena for the team battle in 10 minutes. The announcement echoed throughout the Soul Arena. Xiaogang, it's almost our turn for the team battle. What should we do? Upon hearing the announcement, Flander appeared somewhat disoriented and immediately turned to the master for guidance. The registration for the team battle cannot be cancelled. If we do not participate, it would be tantamount to forfeiting a point. Moreover, the dire consequence is not just a loss of a team point, but each member would also lose an individual point. Tonight's performance is shaping up to be disastrous. Dai Mubai, 6 points. Tang San, 0 points. Xiao Wu, 0 points. Zhuge Qin, 3 points. Ma Hongjin, 3 points. Oscar, 2 points. Ning Rongrong, 2 points. If they were to lose an additional individual point, it would indeed spell trouble. What else can we do? My dear disciple is in such a state. Should I force them to go out and die? Let us forfeit by default. The master replied coldly. To forfeit? What shall we do about that matter? Flander's expression was tinged with bitterness. We are at a complete disadvantage. What else can we do? Can we possibly step up? The master cast a glance at Flander. Alas, what can be done? Flander sighed deeply, his demeanor aging him by a decade. Dean Flander, what has happened? Dai Mubai, noticing Flander's unusual state, inquired with a perplexed expression. It's nothing. Soon, I'll have Xiaogang take you back. I need to step out for some fresh air. Flander walked towards the door, appearing as if he had lost everything, like a gambler who had squandered his family's fortune. Master, what on earth is going on? Dai Mubai was bewildered. Indeed, what has transpired? Ma Hongjin echoed, equally confused. Flander was his mentor, and he had never seen him in such a state. Shrek Academy is no more, the master stated. Silence enveloped the room, leaving everyone in a state of disbelief. Perhaps you are unaware, but Dean Flander has made a wager with someone. If you cannot meet the target this week, Shrek Academy will cease to exist, the master said with grave seriousness. He was adept at theatrics. Without instilling fear, these individuals would continue their recklessness. The situation had already gone awry. If it persisted, they would be in jeopardy. How could he possibly take on disciples then? What does that mean, master? Upon hearing this, astonishment spread across the faces of the group. Even the injured Tang San sat up, his expression one of sheer disbelief. Enough, it's pointless to dwell on this. I do not wish to discuss it further. You may all disperse. It is getting late, the master said, his tone cold and devoid of warmth, radiating an air of despair. Master, please, what has happened to the academy? Yes, master. What is going on? Is it a financial issue? Before Ma Hongjun could finish, Dai Mubai chimed in again. The group surrounded the master, their concern palpable. Though they had not been at Shrek Academy for long, they had undeniably formed a bond with it. The thought of its dissolution was unbearable. Well, since you all ask, I shall explain. Dean Flander has entered into a wager with a scion from a certain family. The tasks I previously assigned to you were part of that wager. Failing to accomplish them means losing, and thus, the academy would fall into the hands of the opponent, the master elucidated. What? At this revelation, the group erupted with shock. So do not blame Dean Flander for his earlier indifference. Primarily, it was Xiao San's impulsiveness that disrupted his plans. Enough of this. Let us move on. You should all return. The master's tone was tinged with resignation. Brother, Xiao Wu glanced at Tang San, who was in a state of inner turmoil. No, teacher, I believe I can still fight. We must win tonight's team battle. Tang San, disregarding his previous injuries, asserted with determination. He had not anticipated committing such an unforgivable error. He should always prioritize the greater good. Yet, he had never considered this outcome. No. Tonight your team faces the frenzied warriors, a formidable opponent. It would be futile. Any attempt would only result in defeat. The master gently shook his head. Suddenly, Tang San slapped himself hard across the face. Xiao San, what are you doing? Daimubai rushed forward in concern. Do not stop me. Teacher, I was too impetuous tonight. I am truly sorry. Tang San lamented, filled with regret. In a moment of rage, he had jeopardized the entire academy. What had he done? Brother, you were avenging Xiao Wu. Your target was her. Xiao Wu raised her hand, ready to strike her own face in self-reproach. Enough. That is quite enough. The master shouted, silencing the room instantly. P.S. I did not realize it was already 2:30. This chapter has been quite a struggle to write. It has been a while since I stayed up this late. Since I promised to finish 3 chapters today, there remains 1 more. Please hold on a moment, dear readers, as I seek your support. Chapter 88. Yu Tianheng, infuriated, 3rd update. Am I witnessing a performance from you two? If you truly wish to apologize, you must meet my goals by tomorrow night. Follow my commands without intermingling any personal feelings. Tonight is merely the first night, and there is still hope. The master coldly commanded. Understood. Upon hearing this, a fierce spirit ignited within the group. Shrek team forfeits. All members lose 1 point. Daimubai 5 points. Tang San -1 point. Xiao Wu -1 point. Zhu Zhiqing 2 points. Ma Hongjun 2 points. Oscar 1 point. Ning Rongrong 1 point. Suddenly, an announcement echoed through the air. The big screen displayed several faces, revealing the masked appearances of the Shrek members. The scores had also shifted. The VIP room's lights dimmed. The Shrek team departed, heading towards the academy on the outskirts of the city. Meanwhile, in the forest behind Soto City, they appeared like a defeated army, their morale low. The 7 members of the Tiando Royal Academy surrounded Yi Feng. I never expected you to be here alone. Who gave you such audacity? Shiremo coldly glared at Yi Feng. Meanwhile, Dugu Yin meticulously surveyed the surroundings, confirming that no one else was present. This was utterly perplexing. You think I need your company? Yi Feng smiled faintly and spread his hands, expressing his sentiments. Originally, he had planned to return home and enjoy a restful night. But fate had conspired to present him with this unforeseen incident. Tonight, they would undoubtedly pay the price for that orange peel. What is your name? Yu Tianheng inquired. 7 against 1. He confirmed there were no ambushes in the vicinity. He had ample time to torment this individual, thus he patiently pressed on with his inquiry. Of course, he was not foolish. He needed to ascertain whether this person hailed from a prominent family or noble lineage. A wrongful act could lead to considerable trouble. What business is it of yours? Replied the little foolish dragon, accompanied by the small green turtle. If you wish to confront us, then let us do so together. Your grandfather still needs to return for his rest. Yi Feng beckoned with his finger, a gesture reminiscent of teasing a dog. Since you wish for death, I shall grant it. Upon hearing such audacious words, Yu Tianheng was infuriated beyond measure, nearly speechless with rage. He had never encountered someone so arrogant in his life. If you dare utter those 3 words again, I shall tear your mouth apart. Shiremo, whose martial spirit was that of a Xuanwu tortoise, emanated a green light when invoking his spirit. He despised being referred to as Little Green Turtle. Very well, Little Green Turtle. Yi Feng shrugged his shoulders, a smile gracing his face as he gazed at the stone mill. Brother, I yearned to tear him apart. The fists of the stone mill trembled, resembling sandbags. Filled with indignation. This is an affront. Who could possibly endure such a slight? Let us, brothers, unite in our fury. With that, Shiremo unleashed his martial spirit. Excellent. The Shin Turtle is upon us. The summoning of their martial spirits enveloped them in an aura of lethal intent. You 2 wretched turtles are utterly unworthy. You would fare better alongside the foolish dragon, the self-destructive serpent, the avian humanoid, the obsidian leopard, and the nine-heart begonia. Yi Feng spoke up. Self-destructive serpent? Are you referring to me? Dugu Yin, upon hearing this, was bewildered. When did the phosphorescent serpent transform into a self-destructive one? Where did this fellow conjure such bizarre names from? Be more self-assured, eliminate the question mark tone. There is a flaw in the cultivation of the phosphorescent serpent. Its venom tends to spread to the soul master themselves. Typically, one does not survive past the age of 20. If this is not called a self-destructive serpent, what is? Were it not for the fact that these individuals were under Shue'er's management, he would not waste words with them. Birds? Birdmen? Black leopards? Yu Feng and Osro were equally perplexed. Yet, the most astonished of all was Yu Lingling. She had never revealed her true self before this person, and yet he knew her martial soul was the nine-heart sea begonia. Who exactly is he? Little foolish dragon. You dare to call me little foolish dragon again. If I don't kill you today, I shall write you backwards from now on. The others were merely shocked. Yu Tianning, provoked time and again, was now furious. He immediately unleashed his third soul skill, transforming dragon, to attack Yi Feng. He intended to show Yi Feng precisely who the little foolish dragon was. The third update has arrived. It is 3 in the morning. My life is at stake. Sleep is crucial. This is the first time I have stayed up this late, primarily because I struggled with writing tonight, always feeling unsatisfied, revising, and altering. Yet I promised a minimum of 3 updates and cannot break that promise. Hence, here we are at this hour. Chapter 89, Dominating the Battle Emperor Team. Then from now on, you shall write you backwards. In that instant, a demonic scythe materialized before Yi Feng. The scythe? Dugu Yin in the distance narrowed her eyes. It was too familiar. Tonight, she had been utterly helpless against this very scythe. The distant Shimo was momentarily stunned as well, for he too recognized this weapon. Yet, that was not the most critical part. The next scene nearly dropped their jaws to the ground. A purple soul ring emerged, followed by another purple, then a black one, and finally, another black one. Purple, black. The members of the Tiando Royal Academy, who had just been filled with fighting spirit, now stood dumbfounded. What on earth is this? Am I seeing things? Yu Feng rubbed his eyes. It must be a trick. It cannot be real. How could such a soul ring configuration exist in this world? With a piercing sound, Yu Tianheng was blown apart. The demonic scythe had merely waved gently, transforming its blade into its songlong. Their leader was sent flying 100 meters. Trees in the forest crashed down one after another. Everyone, attack. Dugu Yin initially believed this person to be a bloodthirsty demon, but the sight of those 4 soul rings utterly dispelled that notion. At this moment, an unprecedented sense of crisis surged within her. No wonder he dared to come here. He is a super soul ancestor. Indeed. Everyone, concentrate. The Shimo brothers stood at the forefront. Yu Lingling emerged from her state of shock. The martial soul, nine-heart sea butterfly, accompanied by a subtle fragrance. A beam of white light descended from the heavens. This white light appeared remarkably unique, taking the form of petals that gently floated down, landing directly upon Yu Tianheng. The petals gracefully merged into Yu Tianheng's body. Miraculously, the wounds that had previously marred Yu Tianheng's exposed skin began to heal at an astonishing rate. His complexion appeared to improve significantly as well. In just a moment, he stood upright. Yi Lingling, the sole support soul master of the entire Do Huang battle team, possesses the extraordinarily rare martial soul known as the Nine Hearts Begonia. Her abilities are indeed formidable, granting her the power of area-wide healing. As long as her comrades draw breath, she can revive them with the essence of her martial soul. However, she bears a significant flaw. While she can mend wounds, she cannot replenish soul power. In simpler terms, she restores physical vitality but not spiritual energy. Nonetheless, this remains an exceptionally potent capability. Yet, her speed is lamentably slow. Suddenly, Yu Lingling felt a strange sound echoing beside her ear. What? A shiver ran through her heart. Whoosh! Yu Lingling felt a sudden grip on her hand. And in an instant, she was lifted off the ground. Lingling. Dugu Yin witnessed this man audaciously pulling Yu Lingling away, and without hesitation, she unleashed the Bailin snake. Seemingly intent on pursuing Yi Feng, classmate Lingling, Shuremo and Shuremo, momentarily neglecting their surroundings, immediately gave chase. Of course, it was Shuremo who was particularly fervent, as he had been relentlessly pursuing Yi Lingling. This time, as she faced peril, perhaps his chivalrous act would bolster her admiration for him. After all, the prospect of her pledging herself to him was not entirely out of reach. You have already perished, yet as a support-type soul master, I have refrained from striking you. Now, stand beneath this tree and do not step out of bounds. Yi Feng pulled Yu Lingling beneath a tree and swiftly drew a circle on the ground. Ah? Yu Lingling was utterly bewildered. This man was strikingly handsome, no, rather peculiar. He simply drew a circle and insisted on remaining within it, claiming that he was already dead. The third soul skill, by Lin Zidu. Return our companion to us. Du Yin exclaimed furiously. How dare you abduct a teammate right before our eyes? Regardless of your soul master status. Shiremo also raised his massive fist, poised to strike at Yi Feng. And you, with your supposed status as a prodigy of the Tiando Royal Academy, have utterly failed to protect your support-type soul master. If I had acted just now, she would have already met her demise. Yi Feng struck the stone mill with his fist with tremendous force. In the next moment, the stone mill soared through the air as if it were a volleyball struck by his blow. As for the green turtle shell, it caved in immediately. The little green turtle proved to be utterly defenseless. Yi Feng clapped his hands. Is this truly so powerful? Yi Feng's astonishing display left Yu Lingling utterly dumbfounded. He had effortlessly sent the 37th level stone mill flying with a single punch. It is worth noting that the martial souls of the stone mill and its brother, graphite, are renowned for their unparalleled defense, embodying the essence of the Xiao Wu turtle. Then I shall ensure you find no place for burial. On another front, Du Yin commanded the blood phosphor snake to open its cavernous maw, which promptly unleashed a torrent of purple venom. Enough of this. This self-destructive serpent might pose a threat to your own kin, but it falls woefully short of being able to harm me. Yi Feng directly thrust his hand to block the serpent's mouth. No, it's poisonous. Behind him, Yu Lingling nearly cried out as she witnessed Yi Feng daringly position his hand in front of the fanged maw of the Bailin serpent. The Bailin purple venom is an exceedingly terrifying toxin, renowned as the king of snake venoms. Even the 9 hearts begonia may not be able to save him. Within 3 seconds, his hand would surely transform into nothing but bone. Yet, to her astonishment, an incredible turn of events unfolded. Not only did his hand remain intact, but he appeared completely unharmed. How could this be possible? Du Yin, witnessing this scene, was equally taken aback. First soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. Although Yu Tianheng was still in shock, he quickly unleashed a flurry of attacks. His opponent was simply too formidable. Yu Tianheng's hand morphed into a razor-sharp dragon claw. Aimed directly at Yi Feng, this claw could sever wood and shatter stone. For someone of Yi Feng's physical stature, a single strike could cleave him into 3 or 4 pieces. Tear the heavens. Just 2 words, wielding a 7-character blade. Yi Feng gently waved his hand. And with a swift motion, the blade transformed into ethereal energy, causing the garments adorning Yu Tianheng to explode, leaving him clad only in a pair of floral shorts adorned with tiny hearts. In the distance, Yu Lingling's gaze was abruptly drawn to this unexpected spectacle, and she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Boss, you actually favor this color. Yu Feng bore a suppressed grin, while everyone's attention converged on Yu Tianheng, who was met with a disapproving glance from Du Yin. You. Yu Tianheng pointed at Yi Feng, his complexion flushed with embarrassment, unsure whether it stemmed from anger or awkwardness. After all, no one was privy to his penchant for wearing pink shorts embellished with white heart patterns. Now, it was all laid bare for the world to see. Glaring at the amused faces surrounding him, he desperately wished for a hole to hide in. All right, let us conclude this for tonight. Your Imperial battle team is considerably weaker than I had anticipated. Yi Feng retracted his soul power. Upon hearing this, everyone was left puzzled, their expressions filled with confusion. How could this individual, with an air of a sage, presume to evaluate them? By what right? The first update is here. Expect 2 to 3 updates tonight. It is said that the results of the PK will be revealed tomorrow. After the competition, I shall exert my utmost effort in updating. Allow the author to take their time. Thank you all for your support, and I humbly request your votes. Chapter 90. Cold-blooded and heartless. The erosion of humanity. What are these expressions? Did I misspeak? Is your Do Huang team truly formidable? Observing the visibly dissatisfied expressions of the members from the Tiando Royal Academy, he felt a sense of chaos. No wonder Xue Heir insisted on making them endure some hardships. It was indeed warranted. Otherwise, these privileged individuals would remain oblivious to the reality of a thorough thrashing. Who do you think you are? Just because you defeated us? Do you think you can point fingers at us? The indignant Yu Tianheng, clad in flamboyant shorts, confronted him. In that moment, Yi Feng declared. Then, he directed his gaze towards Yu Lingling behind him. He was questioning her. What? He said, I cannot assist because I am already dead. Upon hearing her name suddenly mentioned by Yu Tianheng, Yi Lingling felt an inexplicable surge of panic wash over her. She stammered in response, You died. So you are dead. But who exactly do you belong to? You are a member of our Dohuang battle team. Yu Tianheng retorted with irritation. Heavens, what a bunch of incompetent teammates. With a swift motion, the scythe transformed into a blade of ominous energy, carving 2 deep gashes into the ground, each more than 10 meters long. Murder. The 2 blades of energy sliced through the air like a dragon emerging from the earth, leaving Yu Tianheng trembling in fear as he clutched himself tightly. You seem quite unconvinced. Come for a moonlit bath tonight, and I shall reveal to you my true identity. Yu Feng fixed his gaze upon Yu Tianheng, an unprecedented aura of sharpness emanating from him. The bloodthirsty demonic scythe in his hand emitted a low hum, akin to a specter awaiting its next victim. No, no, no. You are my elder brother. You must remain composed. Composed. The night air was rather chilly. Yu Tianheng, tightly embracing himself, trembled uncontrollably. If that razor-sharp scythe, shaped like the number 7, were to swing towards him even twice, the Yu family would face utter annihilation. Moreover, this moonlit exposure was utterly inhumane. Yu Tianheng still considered himself a somewhat reserved young gentleman. Though Donggu Yin was ostensibly his girlfriend, their relationship remained remarkably innocent, having never even held hands. How could he possibly reveal such vulnerabilities at this moment? He had to maintain an air of mystery. Come on, weren't you quite defiant just a moment ago? Yu Feng approached Yu Tianheng with a calm demeanor. Following that, a series of sharp sounds erupted. Poor Yu Tianheng endured several more strikes, leaving his heart-printed shorts torn in multiple places. Strangely, from a distance, Yu Lingling observed this scene and found herself surprisingly devoid of sympathy for her captain. In fact, she felt a twinge of secret delight. Yet, she could not help but wonder if she had lost her senses, for how else could she entertain such thoughts? Are you convinced now? Yu Feng gazed at Yu Tianheng, utterly astonished. The expression on Yu Tianheng's face was one of deep humiliation. What a misfortune it was. Why had he entangled himself with such a perverse individual tonight? In the face of this adversary, he felt utterly powerless. Not even a flicker of resistance could arise within him. At this moment, Yu Tianheng longed to traverse back to half an hour ago, to confront his former self. The one who carelessly tossed an orange peel from the carriage and deliver a resounding slap. How dare you throw that peel? How dare you provoke such a lunatic? Alas, regret was a luxury this world did not afford. Indeed, Yu Tianheng had spoken the truth earlier. They were at a significant disadvantage this evening. Had Lingling been there to assist them, breaching their defenses would not have been nearly so effortless. Just then, Dogu Yin interjected, her tone reflecting a hint of indignation. Oh, assistance? Do you truly believe she would lend you any aid now? Among the team, support-type soul masters possess the weakest defenses and are the most vulnerable. Yet you have never prioritized her protection. In a real battle, she would have perished long ago. Upon hearing these words, Yu Feng scoffed derisively. With the existence of a healing prodigy like Yu Lingling, how could they fail to safeguard her and still harbor hopes of victory? Such aspirations were nothing but folly. Dogu Yin found herself momentarily at a loss for words. It was true. The moment had indeed come when that individual had approached Yu Lingling directly. In a real combat scenario, Lingling's survival would be far from guaranteed. I initially believed that you, the so-called elite, could not possibly falter to such an extent, and yet, here we are? Yu Feng spread his hands in exasperation. Such a splendid hand had been reduced to a state of mutual restraint. It was no wonder that, in the novels he had previously read, the Dohuang team was defeated by Shrek. At that time, Shrek had merely 4 soul masters, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Daimu Bai, and Oscar. In contrast, the Dohuang team boasted a formidable lineup. Team leader Yu Tianheng, wielding the blue lightning tyrant dragon, stood at level 39. The vice-captain, Dogu Yin, with the phosphorescent snake as her martial soul, was at level 38. The team member Shi Mo, possessing the Xuanwu tortoise, was also at level 38. Another member, Shi Mo, with the same martial soul, was at level 37. The team member Yu Feng, with the wind chime bird, was at level 36. Then there was Osro, wielding the ghost leopard, also at level 36. Lastly, Yi Lingling, with the 9 hearts begonia, was at level 35. With such a high-caliber lineup, how could they possibly be outmatched by a mere grass, a rabbit, a white tiger, and a sausage? The thought left him utterly bewildered. Dogu Yin was taken aback by the disdainful expression on his face. Enough of this. Let us gather tomorrow morning at the plaza of the Rose Hotel. I shall conduct special training for you all. The rear plaza was an internal courtyard of the Rose Hotel, just adequate for training them. He recalled that Shrek had a combat division, and it was just fitting to use the Dohuang team to suppress them. Experience despair, Yu Xiaogang. What? We are to assemble at the rear plaza tomorrow for special training? The members of the Do Huang team were utterly stunned. Was this a joke? The individual before them appeared younger than they were, yet he was set to train them. Are you the mad teacher? Suddenly, Yu Lingling seemed to recollect something. She remembered that the vice principal had mentioned a teacher would be accompanying them upon their arrival in Soto City. When she had inquired about the teacher's name, the response had been vague, merely indicating that they could refer to him as the mad teacher, a formidable presence indeed. Teacher Feng? That must be me. Yi Feng shrugged his shoulders, surmising that it was likely Shui Heir who had instructed them to address him in such a manner, a mere code name. So be it. What? You were the mad teacher? Hiss, no wonder you were so unhinged, so aberrant. Yu Tianhing's robust form quivered. Mad? The mad teacher? Hearing these words, Yi Feng was left in a state of bewilderment. Indeed, His Royal Highness mentioned that a teacher codenamed Mad would be guiding us here. He is said to be merciless and devoid of humanity, insisting that we must be obedient. Yu Tianheng remarked. He held a profound reverence for the powerful. Merciless and devoid of humanity? Is that truly what the prince said? Yi Feng was in disarray in the wind. What sort of absurdity is this? The next chapter arrives at 1:30 in the morning, and today is Monday, the start of a new week. I humbly request your support to avoid falling off the rankings. Thank you all. Chapter 91. The Unconventional Training of Shrek the following morning. In the rear square of the Rose Hotel. Instructor, everyone is gathered in the rear square and is ready for class. Yu Tianheng shouted at the top of his lungs. Last night, Yi Feng expended a modicum of his soul power and finally rectified the title bestowed upon him by the Tiando Royal Academy. Moreover, he transformed the rigid and cold-blooded impression that the students had of him into one of warmth, kindness, and unparalleled consideration. It seems that everyone is in good spirits today. So let us line up as per your original method. We shall commence with a practical exercise this morning. At that moment, Yi Feng addressed them. Ah, a practical exercise. Upon hearing this, the crowd deflated like a punctured balloon, their faces etched with bitterness. Who would willingly engage in combat with such a perverse individual? It was merely an invitation to suffering. What is the matter? Do you have a problem? Suddenly, Yi Feng's tone turned icy. Instructor, perhaps you could directly teach us some combat techniques instead? Last night, even 7 of us were insufficient to face you. Engaging in battle today would only invite further torment. Yu Tianheng's face morphed into a grimace, revealing his dismay. Oh, is that so? Very well. Yu Feng nodded. Instructor, is it truly possible? Upon hearing these words, Yu Tianheng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Marvelous. At last, I won't have to endure any more beatings. Of course, what color are you wearing today? Suddenly, Yu Feng interjected unexpectedly. Ah? Yu Tianheng felt an inexplicable chill envelop his lower body, causing his legs to involuntarily turn inward. Is there anyone else who isn't preparing for the team battle today? Little Foolish Dragon counts as one. Yu Feng inquired of the gathered crowd, his voice echoing with urgency. The students of the Tiando Royal Academy were thrown into a state of panic. Who could predict the actions of this benevolent and affectionate instructor, renowned for his meticulous care? In an instant, they clamored to participate. Instructor, I wish to join as well, exclaimed Yu Tianheng, his voice tinged with anxiety. He feared that this unpredictable instructor might inadvertently wield his blade in a manner that could spell disaster. At their age, with such a configuration of spirit rings, was it truly within reach for their blue electric Tyrannosaurus family? He had been cautioned more than once by his grandfather that there are always greater talents beyond their own. Moreover, this instructor had been personally recruited by His Highness, Prince Shuiqinghe. Very well. I shall grant you 2 minutes to deliberate on your formation. Should any errors akin to those of last night occur, the consequences shall be yours to bear. Yi Feng's voice faded, and he promptly seated himself on a small chair in the back plaza. The students of the Tiando Royal Academy were gathered, and since the incident last night involved an auxiliary system soul master, it was imperative that we prioritize their protection today. Yu Tianheng addressed the crowd. Indeed, I concur. Sure Mo nodded in agreement, and others echoed the sentiment. Then let us fortify our defenses and refrain from initiating any attacks, Du Guyan remarked. Meanwhile, on the other side of Soto City, at Shrek Academy, the hour was 6 in the morning. The master burst into their dormitory, and by 8, everyone was still preoccupied, having not even managed to eat breakfast. Dai Mubai, you are lagging behind. Increase your speed. The master shouted at Dai Mubai. Master, carrying 600 pounds is beyond human capability. Dai Mubai felt as though he bore the weight of a mountain on his back, his shoulders already bloodied. Just last week, he struggled with 300 pounds, and now, at 6 in the morning, he was tasked with 600. He had to run 20 kilometers before he could eat breakfast. It was utterly torturous. Not capable of bearing it? If you lose again today, your homes will be at risk. Hurry up, you have 5 kilometers left. The master urged Daimu by. Suddenly, at that moment, a young man clad in blue passed by, his burden of stones hefty and cumbersome. Are you exhausted? Your teacher is far more weary. Move faster, the master insisted. This individual was none other than Tang San. His pace was labored, primarily due to the 700 pounds he bore, 100 pounds more than Daimu by. After 15 kilometers, he was nearly at his wit's end. Yes, Tang San gritted his teeth, his muscles taut as he propelled himself forward once more. Tonight's battle was one they simply could not afford to lose. Thus, one by one, the members of Shrek Academy dashed past the master. Xiaogang, do you think this will work? Suddenly, Flender approached, noticing the bloodstains on Tang San and Daimu Bai's shoulders. If this continues, it could lead to complications in their training. My custom training regimen is undoubtedly effective. Tonight, you shall witness their remarkable comeback, the master assured him. Despite the grueling start to their day and the potential for injuries from such intense training, he was willing to sacrifice anything to secure victory in their wager. Moreover, these young individuals would surely rejoice at their rapid progress over the course of just 1 week. Very well, but what about our finances? Flender's expression turned even more somber. The materials the master required today were of a rare caliber, depleting the Academy's budget for 3 months. Rest assured, tonight's achievements will astonish everyone, the master declared. However, considering the expenses, the potential winnings from the battle seem insufficient, Flender lamented. After all, a single day's expenditure equated to 3 months' worth. Who could endure that? In truth, I possess around 20,000 gold coins, the master revealed. As a former heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, he had accrued a considerable fortune during his years at Notting Academy without spending a penny. What? You have that much money? Then why are you hesitating? Quick! Invest in these children. If we continue like this, the Academy won't survive until the day after tomorrow. Flender exclaimed, his eyes lighting up upon hearing the master's wealth. No need to rush. Entrust the money to me, and I will ensure it is utilized wisely. With a little maneuvering tonight, I can make the money work for us. The master stated, his hands clasped behind his back. Are you planning to purchase? Flender asked, somewhat astonished. Naturally. Tonight, I shall wager on my students to win. I believe that this 20,000 gold will at least quadruple, alleviating the Academy's pressing concerns. A confident smile graced the master's face. Incredible! Xiaogang, how did I not realize before that you possessed such a keen business acumen? Investing 20,000 in our own will yield far more. It's impossible for all of Shrek to lose. On the other side, at the Rose Hotel, the battle had commenced. Instructor, it will not be so easy for the opposing auxiliary system soul masters to approach us this time. At that moment, Sure Mo and Sure Mo stood resolutely before Yi Lingling, having switched to a defensive formation, prioritizing the protection of the auxiliary soul master. As long as the auxiliary soul master remains unharmed, they could continue to recover. P.S. The first update has arrived. Our book SPK has succeeded. Tomorrow we shall commence the 3rd round, returning to 4 updates. Let us strive for more votes, fellow readers. Let us push forward and break into the top 5. Chapter 92, 2 hints from the system. The first update solidifies our unassailable position. There is indeed progress, yet. Yifeng's lips curled slightly in a smirk. Suddenly, a delicate voice rang out, Ling Ling, my dear classmate. The 2 brothers, Sure Mo and Sure Mo, who stood before Yi Lingling, were utterly bewildered upon witnessing the auxiliary soul master being abducted once more. What on earth is happening? You 2 defensive soul masters are far too sluggish in your response. Yifeng spoke calmly, urging, everyone, attack. We must fight with our backs against the wall. The absence of support-type soul masters equated to a loss of subsequent resources. At that moment, Yu Tianheng shouted to the crowd, yes. The Shimo brothers, who had previously been positioned at the rear, swiftly moved to the forefront. The Do Huang battle team also transformed their original combat philosophy, shifting from defense to offense. Altogether, even better. Yifeng's left foot radiated a brilliant light. Unlike the exhaustion of the previous night, he now brimmed with vitality. What? Osro, be cautious of Yifeng. Yu Tianheng's attack missed its mark. He realized that the gentle and considerate instructor was charging toward Yifeng and Osro. Yifeng was sent flying a full 10 meters. Ghost Leopard, activate your 3rd soul. Osro reacted slightly faster than Yifeng. He prepared to unleash his 3rd soul skill. However, he found himself soaring freely, arcing gracefully before plummeting 50 meters away. Only 4 remain. Yifeng wielded the demonic sickle with great prowess. I shall take the lead in the offense, Yin or you will support, and Shimo's. You two were tasked with defense. He understood that Yu Tianheng was a formidable soul master of level 39. One of the most exceptional talents within the ranks of the Heaven Do Royal Academy. His reflexes were certainly commendable. Understood. The quartet swiftly organized their formation. They had returned from the soul arena just the previous night, and thus, fatigue lingered in their bodies, after all, apart from the support-type soul master Lingling. Each had engaged in more than 2 matches, with Yu Tianheng having fought a grueling 4. It could be said that they were utterly exhausted the night before. However, today was different. After a night of rest, they felt invigorated. Despite being aware that their instructor was rather formidable, they believed that by joining forces, they might avoid a severe beating. First soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. Yu Tianheng unleashed his attack, his hands transforming into claws capable of shattering stone and severing wood. First soul skill, Phosphorescent Red Poison, Frenzy Toxin. Dong Guiyin also released her soul skill without hesitation. The Frenzy Toxin stimulated the nerves, enhancing their attack power and even providing a 20% increase in speed. This meant that after unleashing this toxin, she was nearly on par with the Soul Zone. Azure Dragon Shield. As the two launched their assault, they prepared for the impending clash. A purple soul ring shimmered around Feng. The bloodthirsty scythe loomed before him like a coiling azure dragon. What? Both Du Guiyin and Yu Tianheng were astounded. The instructor merely positioned his martial soul in front of them, and their assault was effortlessly thwarted. Unimaginable. Once more, the second soul skill, Thunderous Might. Yu Tianheng swiftly unleashed his second soul technique. A ferocious surge of electricity engulfed the entire rear plaza. Deputy team. The two brothers, Shimo and Shimo, shouted in unison. Their turtle shields were raised defensively. Du Guiyin quickly retreated, having witnessed the destructive power of this attack before. The devastation was immense. Crackle, crackle. The plaza erupted with brilliant light. Some vegetation was instantly charred to a crisp. Yu Tianheng revealed a long-lost smile. Under the force of his assault, the instructor would surely sustain injuries. Yet, as the brilliance faded, he was left in shock. That man emerged unscathed. Indeed, he was entirely unharmed. The only discernible change was his posture. He stood upright, one hand clasped behind his back, while the other held his martial soul, horizontally positioned like the character before him. In the next moment, Feng moved. Yu Tianheng observed the instructor's hand muscles tense instantaneously. It resembled a fully stretched rubber band. The scene erupted with rapid-fire strikes. In less than a breath, Yu Tianheng was struck over 50 times. Protect me, he cried out in despair. His abdomen and face endured relentless blows, a tumultuous wave threatening to expel his previous meal, and his once handsome visage was now swollen like a pig's head. He seriously suspected that the instructor had recalled the orange peel from the previous night. Otherwise, such ferocity was inexplicable. What a calamity! Why had he been so arrogant last night? Now, he had become the instructor's special training target. Boss, we're here. Soul skill, Mysterious Turtle Shield. The Shimo brothers acted swiftly. Third soul skill, Phosphorescent Purple Poison. Du Guiyin also promptly invoked her third soul technique. Very well, let them all come. Third soul skill, Titan's Might. Feng cast aside Yu Tianheng, and in an instant, a black soul ring illuminated with brilliance. A 10,000-year soul skill. Upon witnessing this scene, Yu Tianheng's pupils constricted. The display of a black 10,000-year soul skill was utterly extravagant. Was this instructor intent on pushing them to their limits? Shimo. Employ the training methods we practiced before. Yu Tianheng hastily rolled and took refuge behind the stone brothers, Shimo and Shimo. Boom. The two Xian Gui shield was forcefully shattered by Feng. By Phosphor Purple Poison. At that very moment when the stone brothers were knocked apart, a cloud of purple mist erupted. Feng was momentarily taken aback. The third soul skill, Thunderous Wrath. Suddenly, he saw Yu Tianheng unleash his third soul skill charging towards him. Boom. If Feng had utilized his second or first soul skill, he would undoubtedly have evaded the attack. However, he was currently employing his third soul skill. The resounding roar was deafening as Yu Tianheng and Feng clashed. In an instant, Feng was sent flying 100 meters away. As the dust settled, the Emperor fighting team faced utter defeat. Instructor, this is rather ruthless, isn't it? Only then did Du Guiyin display a bitter expression. For some inexplicable reason, she felt as if Tianheng was being targeted. Ruthless, indeed? Feng flashed a grin. He still intended to have the Do Huang team confront Shrek. If they remained as disorganized as before, their defeat was inevitable. Moreover, Heir had entrusted him with the task of training the Do Huang team. not merely to sing their praises. Furthermore, with Ling Ling possessing that infinite healing ability, what was there to fear? The others fell silent, merely touching their nearly shattered old bones and the bruises scattered across their skin. Very well. Let us rest for 5 minutes. Ling Ling shall tend to their wounds. Yi Feng gazed at Yi Lingling, a subtle acknowledgement in his expression. Yi Lingling nodded gently, and then commenced the treatment. Meanwhile, Yi Feng stepped aside. Ding. You have 2 new messages awaiting your attention. Yi Feng's system automatically displayed a notification, presumably indicating that the exercise metrics from yesterday had been finalized. Yi Feng's heart leaped with joy. Yesterday's exercise points were settled at a staggering 74,000, which had automatically transformed into experience points, an impressive 740,000 experience. Goodness. Host, Yi Feng. Dimension, Douluo continent. Gender, male. Age, 14. Experience points, 598,000 out of 1,000,000. Upon advancing to the Soul Master rank, every 100,000 experience points would allow for a level up. He had almost achieved a level up yesterday. It was simply astonishing. After this week, could it be possible for him to ascend to the rank of Soul King? With this thought, Yi Feng was filled with anticipation. A 14-year-old Soul King would indeed be a remarkable existence, unrivaled atop the Douluo continent, wouldn't he? And what was that additional piece of news? Yi Feng suddenly discovered that 2 messages had arrived from the system today. Gratitude to all for your unwavering support. The author has successfully advanced to the 3rd round of the PK. The first update is now delivered. There will be a total of 4 updates today. Let us continue to shine and strive to ascend into the top 5 of the new book rankings tomorrow. Dear readers. Chapter 93, Intense Training. The second update. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking the record in exercise value yesterday, earning a reward of 100,000 gold coins, 1 minute of stamina elixir, and 2 stamina pills along with their formula. The system panel opened automatically. Gold coins, 17,040,000 inventory. Mysterious elixir 1, stamina pills 2. What a surprise. There are indeed rewards. Yi Feng was astonished. Moreover, he was rewarded with a pill of tenacity that lasts for a minute. This pill is indeed a remarkable treasure. During his last battle against the Shadow Poison Wolf, it was the pill of tenacity that saved his life. To his surprise, he had acquired another one. Now, even when confronting the formidable Douluo, he at least possesses a means of survival. As for the stamina elixir, Yi Feng soon discovered another item, a stamina pill. Unlike anything he had ever encountered before. Additionally, there was a corresponding formula. Upon opening the description, he learned that the stamina pill was a common elixir capable of swiftly restoring vitality for those below the Soul King level, with a daily limit of 2 pills. The formula was provided, allowing the host to create it independently, and its grade could be assessed with the assistance of the system. As Yi Feng clicked on the stamina pill, a line of text appeared before him. Goodness, such a wondrous pill exists, and it even provided the recipe? Yi Feng was utterly astonished, yet simultaneously exhilarated. This system truly proved its efficacy. The creation of such an item would undoubtedly allow those young rascals at the Heavenly Do Royal Academy to practice rigorously. He was quite pleased as he retracted the system. It seemed that he had much to attend to today. Instructor Feng, all injuries have been treated, said Ling Ling as she approached. Last night, Yi Feng had corrected them regarding how to address him, specifically stating that he preferred to be called Feng, as in the peak of a mountain, rather than Feng. As in madness, during the instructional period, they could refer to him as instructor or incorporate the character for peak. At that moment, she reported to Yi Feng, noting that everyone had only sustained minor injuries, resulting in minimal expenditure on her part. They would soon recover completely. Excellent. Everyone, gather around. Yi Feng withdrew from the system and rose from the stone bench. Soon, all members of the Do Huang battle team gathered before him, each wearing an expression of eager anticipation. What profound lessons would this mysterious and formidable instructor impart upon them? Today's training focus is on team combat. Yi Feng spoke directly and to the point. Team battles? Upon hearing this, a look of confusion appeared in everyone's eyes. How does one train for a team battle? Indeed. Your individual combat skills have passed my assessment, so now I shall conduct specialized training to enhance your collaborative abilities. Team battles serve as the most effective medium for this purpose. Yi Feng addressed the crowd, stating, Instructor, I believe there is considerable room for improvement in our individual combat abilities. Currently, within this soul fighting arena, there exists an organization known as the Bloodthirsty Demon. whose members are exceedingly formidable. Just yesterday, our vice captain fell victim to their merciless prowess. At this moment, Shimo turned to speak. The members of the Heaven Do Royal Academy nodded in agreement, acknowledging his words. Oh, the bloodthirsty demon? Yifeng's lips curled into a subtle smile. Indeed, that individual possesses a scythe martial soul, much like our instructor, albeit at the rank of sole sovereign. I yearn to acquire the skills necessary to triumph over him. Spoke Du Guyan. Her desire to conquer the one known as Bloodthirsty Demon number 2 was overwhelming. For this week, I urge all of you to concentrate your energies on team battles. Minimize participation in solitary or duo competitions, and as for Bloodthirsty Demon, let us set that aside for now. Opportunities will arise. Yifeng began to speak. Teaching others to conquer oneself is a skill he cannot impart. Understood. Although the crowd felt somewhat perplexed, they reasoned that the instructor's arrangement must have its rationale. It seemed likely that he intended to start from an overall perspective and gradually enhance their abilities. Very well, I shall outline today's training schedule, which consists of 2 components, the formation and combat techniques. I will ensure that you maximize your capabilities in the shortest possible time. Suddenly, Yifeng's tone grew grave. First, regarding the formation, you are to completely discard your previous setup. I will assign you the most optimal formation, beginning with the most vulnerable support-type spirit masters. Indeed, they require protection, but not with 2 defensive spirit masters, rather. Yifeng commenced his lecture, and all attendees at the Royal Academy of Tiando listened intently, their expressions grave. As night fell, the clock struck 6, and in the rear square of the Rose Hotel, a group was undergoing rigorous training, their brows glistening with sweat. Suddenly, a deafening explosion resonated from the presidential suite 332, causing a fissure to appear in the opulent wooden dining table. A notification echoed, detection successful. The host has concocted a low-quality stamina pill, capable of restoring full stamina for a soul master, with a maximum usage of 1 per day. Low quality? Soul master? 1? Very well, 1 it shall be. Yifeng stretched his limbs lazily. The art of alchemy was truly not meant for mere mortals, especially when it came to concocting stamina potions. It was utterly exhausting. After numerous failed attempts, he finally succeeded in producing a batch. Yet the total cost soared to several 100,000 gold coins. However, time was not on his side. So he decided to make do with this inferior batch for the time being, exactly 100 pills. Yifeng stored the soul guiding device away. In this world, the soul guiding device is essentially a storage ring, merely a different designation. In the rear square, one could only exclaim, "Heavens, I cannot endure this any longer." Yifeng was slumped on the ground, utterly exhausted. The duo, Shimo and Shimo, were equally fatigued. With the instructor's rigorous training approach, would we possess any energy left to engage in the soul battle arena tonight? Shimo remarked that this training regimen was even more extreme than what they experienced under teacher Qin Ming at the Tiando Royal Academy. It remained uncertain. Perhaps Instructor Feng's true intention was to have us directly participate in the final team battle. Yi Lingling replied, her brow glistening with sweat. How was today's training? Suddenly, a figure emerged in the square. Instructor. The entire Do Huang team, who had moments ago been slumped on the ground, swiftly rose to their feet. Tonight at 8. Gather at the entrance. We will primarily focus on team battles. As for individual competitions or forming teams, anyone who wishes to participate may do so. But the stipulation is that no one may engage in more than 2 matches. Yifeng addressed everyone directly, stating, Instructor, we are all utterly exhausted. The team battle tonight is in jeopardy. Yu Tianheng is drenched, reeking of sweat. Take these stamina pills. After consuming 1, you will regain your strength, but remember, you may only take 1 per day. Yifeng provided each individual with a small pouch containing 5 pills. Hiss, I feel invigorated. Shirimo was the first to consume the pill. In an instant, he felt a surge of strength, and his fatigue dissipated completely. Subsequently, 1 by 1, the Do Huang battle team ingested the elixirs, instantly replenishing their stamina. Each member radiated vitality. At that moment, they were filled with anticipation for the Duhan arena that awaited them tonight. The second update has arrived. I humbly seek your recommendations, your support, and your monthly votes. There will be 2 more updates tonight. Chapter 94. Who is the first? The Soto City Duhan Arena was particularly electrifying today. Xiaogang, you have triumphed once more. At the 8 o'clock individual gaming arena, in the VIP lounge above, Flander was brimming with excitement. Xiaogang has emerged victorious again. By heavens. Today as Xiao San resembled a war god, it appears I must also strive harder. Daimubai was intently observing below. Each individual had set their goals for today. Tang San aimed for 10 points tonight. Daimyo by himself sought to achieve 8 points. Xiao Wu targeted 7. Ma Hongjun and Zhu Shiqing aspired to garner 5 points each. As for the two auxiliary soul masters, they too were tasked with accumulating 4 points today. It was now 8 o'clock, having passed 2 hours since 6. Each match lasted 15 minutes, and Tang San had fought continuously in 8 battles, achieving an astonishing 8 consecutive victories. He stood at the pinnacle of the arena. Meanwhile, Master had transformed over 10,000 gold coins into 100,000. Flander nearly burst into laughter beside him. 100,000 gold coins. With this, Shrek Academy could sustain itself for another 3 years according to Master's expenditure guidelines. Winning some money was merely to be expected. Yet I never anticipated the results of my special training to be this remarkable. It seems there is no need to worry about that matter at this pace. Not only will he secure a silver Duhun badge, but he could even achieve 2 in a week. Master slightly raised the corners of his mouth. The bloodthirsty demon is bound to lose this week. Haha, my good brother, I owe you so much. Flander wore a beaming smile. Below, in a VIP waiting room, Tang San was currently channeling his Xiantian skill. After 8 consecutive matches, he felt immensely strained. Yet, for the sake of the Academy's victory, he persevered. With 12 matches planned for tonight, followed by the final team battle, he could achieve a total of 13 consecutive wins, thereby earning over 20 points. After winning 10 matches, his points would be doubled. He only needed 2 more matches to reach that milestone. Xiao San, are you still able? At that moment, Xiao Wu approached Tang San's side. Rest assured, I am fine. Let us prepare to head to the dual gaming arena. Tang San promptly rose to his feet. Feng and his companions arrived at the Soul Duel Arena. Instructor, will you not join us in the VIP lounge to oversee the battle? At this moment, Du Guyan inquired of Feng. I cannot, as I have some matters to attend to. However, I shall ascend to find you during your team battles. Whether you engage in individual duels or team competitions, do ensure you conserve some energy for me, understood? Feng replied. Understood. Make sure to come over once you finish your tasks. Everyone nodded in agreement. Very well, proceed to your designated areas. Feng then proceeded towards a direction on the first floor. The upper level housed the VIP private rooms, while the lower level contained the VIP waiting area. He requested the most opulent VIP presidential waiting room for a duration of 1 week. Have you noticed that the instructor seems to be heading towards the waiting room? Suddenly inquired Du Guyan, her voice tinged with confusion. The waiting room? Perhaps the instructor is merely taking a casual stroll, replied Yu Tianheng. That seems likely. Thus, they made their way to the newly opened private room, situated within the most luxurious waiting area. Feng reclined upon a plush sofa, enveloped by the spaciousness of the room, which spanned over 100 square meters. Within, an array of various implements adorned the space, including his mask among them. Access to this sanctuary necessitated a specialized keycard. No one else could enter. This was the waiting room of the supreme presidential level, meticulously crafted for personal use. Oh, a personal winning streak leaderboard? The thousand-handed Azura? Feng reclined on the plush sofa, observing Tang San, who had achieved an impressive streak of 9 consecutive victories. A subtle smile graced his lips. It seemed that during his absence of merely 2 hours, his opponent had indeed exerted considerable effort in their ascent. In that brief span, Tang San had transformed his score from a deficit of 1 to a commendable 8 points. It appeared that the moment had come for him to take the stage. Feng donned his mask. Behold, the name of the bloodthirsty demon has emerged. In an instant, the entire Soul Arena erupted with fervor. The members of the Heaven Do Royal Academy closely observed the scene, for the figure behind that crimson mask shone brilliantly in this arena, especially following the gambling match from yesterday, which had left a profound impression on all. Xiaogang, the bloodthirsty demon has appeared, Feng exclaimed, turning to the master. Advise everyone to refrain from entering the fray for now. I shall analyze the patterns of the opposing contestants and strive to avoid encountering the bloodthirsty demon's organization. The master's expression was grave, recalling how his outstanding disciple had fallen to this individual's prowess. If it were anyone else, the situation would be even more troublesome. Very well, Xiaogang. I shall inform them immediately. Feng responded. Below, 2 ordinary VIP waiting rooms had been established, one exclusively for Tang San and the other for the rest of the group. In the VIP box of the Soul Emperor team, Yu Tianheng inquired, I must admit, I am rather eager. I never anticipated such formidable figures in this small Soto city. Is anyone interested in participating in individual or team matches? I have already signed up, Du Guyan replied. 1-1. 5 out of the 7 had pre-registered. Yu Tianheng, Bewildered, exclaimed, "What is this madness? With an instructor, do we no longer need the original captain?" Nevertheless, he wasted no time and quickly registered himself. Time passed quietly, and 2 hours slipped by unnoticed. Within this period, the audience at the Seoul Arena had doubled. News spread like wildfire. Everyone was eager to witness the enigmatic bloodthirsty demon and his organization. Of course, tonight's rising star, the thousand-hand Azura, was equally captivating. The Seoul Arena even established a betting pool on who would top the daily leaderboard. Thousand-hand Azura at 10-1 and bloodthirsty demon at evens. Bidders clamored to place their wagers. The bloodthirsty demon is closing in. Thousand-hand Azura has achieved 11 consecutive victories. The bloodthirsty demon has 10 in a row. Those who had placed bets were exhilarated. As the excitement built, they were on the edge of their seats, eager to discover who the next opponent would be. Upstairs, Feng exclaimed, "Xiaogang, it seems your calculations were accurate. Everyone successfully avoided the bloodthirsty demon tonight." He was brimming with enthusiasm as the others returned to their box, including Tang San, for they were merely one match away from preparing for the team battle. "Indeed, I have long understood their tactics. Those who have yet to complete their tasks should proceed with registration as I advised," the master stated confidently. Meanwhile, the members of Shrek Academy followed the Master's method to register, opting for expedited 5-minute slots. Through the Master's analysis, it was clear that the bloodthirsty demoness organization avoided overlapping matches, with the shortest interval being 5 minutes and the longest 15. Thus, if they registered immediately after the opponent's victory, a confrontation could be avoided. As a result, tonight's success in evading the bloodthirsty demon was unprecedented. Tang San had achieved 11 consecutive victories, garnering 13 points. Daimubai had also secured 7 victories, totaling 13 points when combined with yesterday's tally. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were likewise nearing their goals. If this continued, the academy need not worry about being overshadowed by others. Tang San, remember to conserve some stamina for the final team battle today, and we shall be assured of our success, the master advised as he observed everyone had registered. Rest assured. Teacher, Tang San nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Feng returned to the resting room after his recent victory. Remarkably, he had not encountered a single member of Shrek Academy in the past 2 hours. Could it be that Yu, the data analyst, had manipulated the statistics once more? He felt a tinge of frustration. By employing the chaotic registration method from last night, he had expected to face Shrek Academy at least once or twice. Yet, unbelievably, he had not encountered them at all tonight. In light of this, he decided to test the waters by registering for an uninterrupted match, hoping to employ a counter-strategy. Feng's lips curled into a slight smile as he confidently registered his name. Soon, his name illuminated the grand screen. He did not switch to another account. For today, he intended to focus on accumulating points with his main account, Bloodthirsty Demon. The lesser accounts would only participate in 3 or 4 matches each. Especially since he had arrived 2 hours late today. There was no way he could replicate yesterday's feat of 53 matches. Ladies and gentlemen, the 8 vacant arenas are alive with contestants. Will the much-anticipated clash between Bloodthirsty Demon and Thousand-Handed Azura occur once more, reminiscent of yesterday? Let's count down together. 3, 2, 1. Halt. In a bid to attract spectators, the Seoul Arena has altered the rules for tonight. The avatars of the registered contestants flickered on the screen, resembling a dynamic image akin to selecting a partner. The matchup between Bloodthirsty Demon and Thousand-Handed Azura? That is highly unlikely. As long as I am here, none from Shrek Academy shall face you. The master, hearing this, snorted derisively. This had all been meticulously calculated. Just then, a sound resonated from the entrance. "Come in." The master stated flatly. "Masters of Shrek Academy, here are your winnings, 100,000 gold coins," announced the beautiful casino manager, presenting a golden card to the master. This evening, the master had placed a blind bid on the members of Shrek. Consequently, with a complete victory for Shrek, the master had profited immensely. 100,000 gold coins. "Master, you are truly impressive. You are my idol," exclaimed Ma Hongjun, gazing at the master as if he were a radiant giant. The allure of that gold figure was simply irresistible. Let us continue with blind bets, 50,000 on Evil-Eyed White Tiger and 50,000 on Thousand-Handed Azura. The master declared with an air of arrogance, not even bothering to accept the golden card. Blind betting is a unique form of gambling, where one selects a favored contestant without knowing their opponent, betting on their victory or loss. If successful, the wager doubles. Isn't this a tad too reckless, Xiaogang? That's a total of 100,000 gold coins. Shouldn't we reserve 20,000 or so? Flender lamented. visibly pained at the thought of losing money before it was even in his grasp. Flinder, if you are unwilling to risk, you shall never reap rewards. If I can turn 20,000 gold coins into 100,000, what difficulty lies in transforming it into 200,000? Trust me. The master stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding confidence. The Soul Arena's Soul Kings stood little chance against his prized disciples, Tang San and Dai Mubai. Of course, the bloodthirsty demon organization was an exception, but he had thoroughly studied their patterns and was certain they would not encounter each other. Very well, but I sincerely hope we do not lose this wager. I dread the thought of losing it all, Flinder remarked, his face contorted in distress. Soon, a betting slip was printed. Stop, came a voice from afar. The Soul Arena's enormous crystal screen divided into 8 sections. What? At the moment the image froze. The members of Shrek Academy were taken aback. Unbearable. I have been writing and writing, sensing something amiss, and now it's past 2 o'clock. Finally, I have delivered the 4th update. The author can retire for the night. I plead for your support in votes and contributions. This week our ranking has plummeted by 20 places. Chapter 96, Strike Hard. The first match pits Dai Mubai against Bloodthirsty Demon. The Shrek members rubbed their eyes in disbelief. This cannot be real. The master had calculated everything. Flinder, in a flurry of anxiety, exclaimed, "Isn't it certain that Mubai will lose against Bloodthirsty Demon? That's a staggering 50,000 gold coins. Do not be so pessimistic. It is not a foregone conclusion that Mubai will lose against Bloodthirsty Demon," the master replied enigmatically. Really? Flinder was astonished. Had Xiaogang uncovered the Bloodthirsty Demon's weaknesses? After today's rigorous training, Mubai's stamina has surpassed that of Bloodthirsty Demon. He should unleash his full potential, the master said, disregarding Flinder's astonishment and addressing Dai Mubai directly. Today's morning training and the afternoon spent in a medicinal bath had yielded remarkable results, as evidenced by Tang San's exceptional performance. 8 victories in 2 hours and 11 in 4. Undoubtedly, Mubai would also excel. I understand, master. I will do my utmost. Dai Mubai's eyes sparkled with determination. Tang San versus Bloodthirsty Demon, and Xiao Wu against him. Dai Mubai had long awaited this moment. Mubai, it is not merely about trying. Victory is imperative. 50,000 gold coins are at stake, and I have special approval from the dean. By any means, you must secure victory. Flinder urged Dai Mubai, pained at the thought of the gold slipping into someone else's hands. Understood, Dean. I will not falter. Dai Mubai nodded, resolute in his commitment to win. Very well. It is settled. If you lose, you will provide funding for our academy. Should you win, I shall generously reward you with 1,000 gold coins as a token of appreciation and treat you to a celebratory feast. Flinder clapped Dai Mubai on the shoulder. Ah? Dai Mubai was perplexed, his face a canvas of confusion. Others cast disparaging glances at Flinder, incredulous at his audacity. Cough, cough. Tang San, who is your opponent? Allow me to assess. Flinder hastily redirected the conversation. Tianhing is my opponent, Tang San replied. Suddenly, the master interjected, Tianhing? Xiaogang, do you know him? Flinder inquired, puzzled by the familiarity of the name. Indeed, he is my nephew, the master affirmed with a nod. Your nephew? Everyone in the vicinity gasped in surprise. Does that mean I should go easy on him? Tang San asked, astonished to discover that his teacher's nephew was present. He had heard the master mention that he belonged to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Surely, his martial spirit would be that of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Tang San felt a surge of anticipation at the thought of battling against what the master had called the strongest beast martial spirit in the world. Come with me to the conference room, the master instructed. The master cast a glance at Tang San. Soon, the two entered the conference room in front of everyone. Teacher, do you have any instructions? Within 30 seconds, Tang San had made several conjectures in his mind. He speculated that the teacher wished for him to show mercy while subtly guiding him to victory. The weakness of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus was its lack of endurance. Thus, he thought, there was no need for leniency, strike hard, as long as the opponent was not killed. The master stood with his hands clasped behind his back and spoke calmly. Strike hard? Why? Tang San had made numerous guesses, yet he was astonished that the teacher encouraged him to hit hard. Was there a conflict between the teacher and this nephew? Education. Let him understand that there are always greater heights beyond his own. What does it matter if he is at level 39? Without proper cultivation and the right methods, he will inevitably be defeated by others, the master declared. He could not tell Xiao San that he had been expelled from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family because he was deemed inadequate. Now, he aimed to prove himself through Xiao San. He wished to inform the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family that their decision to expel him was a grave mistake. Though Yu Xiaogang lacked strength, he could teach. He could nurture the strongest genius in the world. The current 39-level heir would be utterly defeated by his 33-level disciple. I understand, teacher. Tang San nodded. Even towards his own nephew, the teacher was stern. Indeed, he had chosen a remarkable mentor. He would not exploit personal connections for selfish gain. Soon, Tang San left the conference room. Xiaogang, do you think Mubai can truly defeat the bloodthirsty demon? In the private room, everyone had gone to watch the final match, and Flinder appeared somewhat haggard. Although the master had just assured him that everything would be fine, he still felt anxious. If I do not participate, Mubai's chances of winning are merely 20%, but if I step in, the probability skyrockets to 99%. The master asserted. What do you mean? Flinder inquired, puzzled. I will have a word with this future disciple of mine. I believe he will show mercy out of respect for me. The master spoke with confidence. In another compartment, the data on the thousand-handed Shura has arrived. Tianting. This is a formidable opponent, Du Guyan remarked. Goodness. Just yesterday marked the beginning of the first round of registration, and on the very first day, he won 7 consecutive matches, directly challenging the bloodthirsty demon. Today he has achieved 11 consecutive victories. Upon seeing this information, everyone gasped in astonishment. This is astonishing. The small city of Soto indeed harbors hidden talents. Yet, in the end, he will still face defeat against the bloodthirsty demon. Yu Tianhing declared nonchalantly. I'm not worried about this person. Rather, I am somewhat excited. The competition was about to commence. Please have the bloodthirsty demon and the evil eye white tiger enter the waiting area at arena number 15. Please have the thousand-handed Shura and Yu Tianhing enter the waiting area at arena number 20. The battle is about to begin, the announcement echoed once more. Master, why are you here? In the VIP waiting room, Dai Mubai was taken aback upon seeing the master. Which area are you competing in? The master inquired. Area 2. Why? Dai Mubai replied, bewildered. It's nothing. The master turned and departed. He was heading to Area 1. P.S. The first update has arrived. Today, we still seek for updates and votes. Chapter 97. Bye-bye Dong must have been PU8. Second update. Bewilderment on the bewilderment tree, bewilderment fruit. Bewilderment tree beneath you and me. Dai Mubai shrugged, his expression clearly one of confusion. Outside, in the exclusive entrance for contestants, a dark figure stepped into the arena number 15 area. Hello, this is the contestant entrance for arena number 15. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted to enter. A staff member blocked the master's way. I am the team leader and have some instructions for my team. The master produced his team leader badge. Shrek? Esteemed team leader, your contestant is in area 2, and there are 2 minutes until the match begins. If you have any instructions, please be quick. The staff member said respectfully. The thousand-handed Shura, evil eye white tiger, and the soft-boned charming rabbit are all from the Shrek team. Today's achievements are unprecedentedly glorious. Indeed. The master nodded. The passages between Area 1 and Area 2 were interconnected. As he proceeded inward, he made his way toward Area 1. On the other side, the VIP presidential waiting room. Yu Feng took a sip of tea. Indeed, just after he had disrupted the sequence, he encountered Dai Mubai. Yu Feng's lips curled slightly as he donned his mask. After ensuring it was secure, he strode towards the designated passageway, which provided direct access to the entrance of Arena 15. He was situated in Area 1, specifically on the eastern side of the arena. Ahem. Suddenly, a dry cough resonated through the air. At this moment, Yu Feng noticed the figure standing with hands clasped behind, clad in a black coat, exuding an air of arrogance. A bloodthirsty demon, indeed. He observed as the individual turned, deliberately lowering his voice to feign a profound demeanor. You have taken a wrong turn. The second district lies in the opposite direction. Yu Feng replied coldly. He had been puzzled about why this staff member had come here, only to realize it was Yu Xiaogang. When did this person become so foolish, unable to even distinguish between the first and second districts? Bloodthirsty demon, my friend. I have come to seek you today. At that moment, the master's voice grew even more profound. Oh, what do you want from me? Since the last encounter where he was threatened by Tang Hao, Yu Feng had devised a clear plan. Thus, he no longer felt inclined to continue toying with Yu Xiaogang. To play the fool without power ultimately renders one the jester. He must elevate himself. According to his original plan, he intended to conceal his identity here for several months or even half a year, infiltrating the inner circles of Shrek, allowing everyone to witness Yu Xiaojiang's hypocritical and grotesque true nature. In the end, He aimed for him to be shunned by all, like a rat crossing the street. Upon reflection, this seemed overly simplistic. It was far from sufficient for someone like Yu Xiaogang. In the initial stages of revenge, revealing his identity and claiming half of Shrek would suffice to make Yu Xiaogang regret his past actions. Do not inquire why he refrained from killing now. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan posed a challenge he could not overcome. Moreover, there was Begone, to be candid. Feng harbored serious doubts that she had been manipulated by the master. Otherwise, how could such a lofty pope stoop to fawn over such a worthless individual? If he rashly killed the master, Begone would likely seek revenge, and Shui might not be able to protect him. Seeking vengeance only to endanger his own life would be quite the farce. Thus, he must proceed with caution, while enhancing his own strength. He aimed to ensure that Lu Erlong, Begone, and all others would thoroughly recognize Yu Xiaojiang's duplicity. Ultimately, he wished for him to be forsaken by all, ending his life in bitterness. This approach would be truly satisfying. Here, with just the two of us, bloodthirsty demon, we need not be overly cautious. I have come here today without any particular business, merely to inform you that today's battle can be somewhat lenient, allowing Mubai to emerge victorious secretly, the master stated. Feng cast a glance at Yu Xiaogang, his gaze resembling that of someone observing a fool. What audacity did this fellow possess to engage in match-fixing? In truth, I am well aware of your potential, and I have a keen desire to take you under my wing. I also understand your leniency towards the minions of that third party yesterday. So what a lunatic you are. Feng departed after leaving a single remark. How excessively imaginative can this fellow be? Could he possibly think that his leniency towards Tang San yesterday was due to his regard for Yu Xiaogang? If it were not for Tang San would surely be rendered incapacitated. What significance does Yu Xiaojiang's status hold? Is he out of his mind? Observing Feng's retreating figure, Yu Xiaogang found himself in disarray. This was unexpected. In the private box above, Xiaogang, how did it go? Flinder rushed to greet the master upon his return. It struck him as odd that he would call me insane. The master appeared utterly dejected. What? Insulting you as insane? Flinder was bewildered. Does this mean the matter is concluded? 50,000 gold coins just vanished? Heaven, where is the emergency heart-saving pill? I, Flinder, could really use a bucket of it. To be frank, Flinder found this situation exceedingly peculiar. The master's demeanor was unusually cold, as if he had transformed into a different person. Could it be that someone from the opposing family was covertly surveilling us? At that moment, the master directed a question towards Flinder. After much contemplation, this seemed to be the only plausible explanation remaining. Xiaogang, have you considered an alternative reason? Upon hearing this, Flinder's eyes deepened with intrigue. What reason? The master looked at him, puzzled. Truthfully, the individual in question is not as favorable as you perceive. He does not harbor the inclination to apprentice under you as you believe. Flinder pondered for a moment before finally expressing his thoughts. He had long sensed this. Xiaogang was somewhat naive in his expectations. However, out of regard for his old companion, he refrained from voicing his doubts, as he lacked concrete evidence, merely an instinct. Flinder, now that it is just the two of us here, I ask you, do you think I'm exceptional? Suddenly, the master posed a grave question to Flinder. Exceptional? Whether during our time in the Golden Iron Triangle or now, you have always been remarkable, Flinder replied. Just the fact that he offered free instruction at Shrek Academy was, in Flinder's eyes, immensely commendable. Certainly far superior to those who charge fees for their classes. Then that settles it. I have nurtured someone as talented as Tang San, and I explicitly informed him of my desire to take him as a disciple. He has no reason to refuse. The master exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Flinder was momentarily at a loss for words. Furthermore, if he were unwilling to accept me as a mentor, why would he have spared Xiao San yesterday? I believe there must be other reasons for his cold demeanor towards me. Could it be that after winning 11 consecutive matches today, he felt compelled to assert dominance? Thus unwilling to concede, the master suddenly contemplated another possibility. He had observed that typically, those with exceptional talent possessed a strong thirst for knowledge. Given his own merits and the fact that he had mentored several disciples, there was no rationale for the other party to reject his enticing offer. Then Mubai is bound to lose. However, this remark shifted Flinder's focus entirely. His mind was consumed with thoughts of wealth. That is not entirely definitive. Mubai is also a student trained by me, and he should possess a 20% chance of victory against the bloodthirsty demon, the master clarified. After resolving this matter, the pent-up frustration within him dissipated. Reliable? Flinder sought confirmation. Absolutely reliable. I have calculated the outcomes. Otherwise, consider this. Why was Xiao San able to win 11 matches in a row tonight? It must be that my specialized training methods are effective, enabling such a winning streak. The master asserted. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the 15th arena below, where the audience was in a frenzy. What has transpired? Flender was bewildered. Suspecting that the fighters were engaged in such fierce combat that the spectators had become overly excited, the master rose leisurely. This is impossible. Mubai has lost. As they approached the window, Flender stared in disbelief at the scene below, pressing his body against the glass. Mubai had indeed suffered a crushing defeat. His face was swollen from the blows, and his attire lay tattered from the residual energy of the soul skills. He lay motionless on the arena, sprawled out like a large character. The master felt as though he had been slapped several times across the face. It hurts. How could this be? In just a minute. Mubai had lost. It was far too swift. Xiaogang, what are we to do? 50,000 gold coins are gone. Did you not say Mubai had a 20% chance of winning? Flender appeared utterly despondent. He envisioned the goddess of fortune slipping away from him. If it had not been for Mubai's promise to cover the losses, he would genuinely require a bucket of emergency heart-saving pills right now. What a calamity. I should have restrained Xiaogang. I cannot allow him to squander money like this. Flender, your attitude is quite unbecoming. Winning and losing are part and parcel of gambling. We cannot expect to win perpetually, can we? Losing a match occasionally is acceptable. Moreover, we still have Xiao San on our side. The 50,000 gold coins could double. And we would break even. The master retorted, exasperated by Flender's despair. As a level 29 soul master, he maintained a far more optimistic outlook. Why should a level 78 soul sage be so miserly about a mere 50,000 gold coins? Right. And there is still Xiao San. Suddenly, Flender felt a flicker of hope, regaining his composure. In Arena 20, Tang San and Yu Tianheng were engaged in combat, though merely at the outset. The battle was exceedingly intense. Second soul skill, Thunderbolt. On the arena, Yu Tianheng was ensnared by Tang San's blue-silver grass, which enveloped him entirely. Enraged, he summoned a yellow soul ring that flickered. A bolt of lightning shot skyward. Was this truly a battle among soul masters? The violent shock waves nearly toppled the announcer from his perch. Many spectators were astounded. If the previous match between the bloodthirsty demon and the evil-eye white tiger was a one-sided display of dominance, then this was a tense, exhilarating clash filled with visual spectacle. It was every bit as thrilling as the earlier contest of pure delight. Xiaogang. The blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul cannot be underestimated. In the VIP suite above, Flandre fixated intently on the screen, as if fearing that the 50,000 gold coins might sprout legs and flee at any moment. Rest assured, I possess unwavering confidence in this matter. And I have already divulged Tianheng's weaknesses to Xiao San. At this moment, the master brimmed with self-assurance. Alas, the disparity between them was indeed considerable. One stood at level 39 while the other lingered at 33, a full 6 levels apart. Although Flandre yearned to place his faith in the master, repeated failures left him increasingly anxious. Flandre, do you doubt me? The master exclaimed, taken aback that his dear friend could harbor such skepticism. No. How could I possibly doubt you? Flandre retorted, yet the master remained unconvinced of Flandre's belief in him. The atmosphere was fraught with confusion and complexity. Ultimately, it seemed they had underestimated their adversary. Meanwhile, in a lavish lounge below, Feng reclined on the luxurious leather sofa. The reason he swiftly dealt with Mubai was that he wished to witness the battle between Yu Tianheng and Tang San. A crystal screen before him allowed him to switch to any arena. After watching for a while, he let out a faint sigh. From the outset, Yu Tianheng had fallen into the trap set by a wolf in sheep's clothing. No matter how hard he tried, he remained under Tang San's control. However, this was not entirely detrimental. The more problems that were exposed now, the more targeted solutions could be devised during the team battle guidance later. Regardless of how many matches Tang San won, if the Shrek team lost tonight, his points would be recalibrated, effectively doubling his losses. Considering yesterday's 7 consecutive victories and today's 11, Feng had achieved a remarkable streak of 17 wins. The first 10 matches yielded 10 points, while the subsequent 7 followed the calculation of 1-2, 2-2, 3-2, 4-2, 5-2, 6-2, 7-2, amounting to a total of 56 points. Thus, 56 plus 10 equals 66 points. In contrast, Tang San had reset his points to 0 yesterday. Even if he triumphed over Yu Tianheng today, he would merely attain 12 consecutive victories, totaling a mere 17 points, which paled in comparison to Feng's 56 points. Should the Shrek team falter tonight, Tang San's winning streak would terminate at 12. reducing his points to 16. Tomorrow, he would need to win 10 consecutive matches to regain double points. For instance, if Tang San had 16 points after a loss tonight, and then won 12 matches tomorrow, he would still only accumulate 17 points. Adding 16 and 17 results in 33 points. Meanwhile, Feng would already possess 66 points today. Even if he played a minimum of 10 matches tomorrow, that would amount to 27 consecutive victories, with 10 consecutive wins earning him 10 points and 17 consecutive wins doubling his score. He would amass 306 points, totaling 316 points. Triumphing over the master would be a mere formality, and conquering half of the Shrek Academy would be effortlessly achievable. He found himself eagerly anticipating the master's expression while he pondered how to explain this to Flinder. The battle returned to Arena 20. After clashing with Yu Tianheng, Tang San was utterly astonished. Blue-silver grass itself is non-conductive, yet the energy contained within thunderous fury was overwhelming, rendering the blue-silver grass incapable of withstanding it. It was evident that he was indeed the nephew of his teacher, exhibiting unparalleled strength. The blue-silver grass was ultimately just wild grass. It was time to awaken. Thunder Dragonclaw. As he witnessed the blue-silver grass being repelled, Yu Tianheng unleashed his soul skills with ferocious intent, determined to secure victory. Victory was within reach. The spectators in the VIP box above, belonging to the Do Huang battle team, wore expressions of delight. 11 consecutive wins were nothing extraordinary. Their leader truly surpassed the rest. Poor child, he was about to suffer. Below, Feng sipped his coffee, casually remarking, based on his understanding of Tang San, the first soul skill would undoubtedly be accompanied by ghost vine seeds, which could very well be enveloping Yu Tianheng at this moment. The second soul skill, ghost vine. Sure enough, Tang San's second yellow soul ring illuminated. Suddenly, Yu Tianheng was taken aback. To his astonishment, grass had inexplicably sprouted from his body. Strands of blue-silver grass erupted forth. Ghostly shadow. Meanwhile, Tang San accelerated. With the enhancement of soul power, he moved like a speeding arrow, charging directly at Yu Tianheng. Seeking death, Yu Tianheng, a 39th-level soul master, possessed reflexes that surpassed ordinary individuals. His dragon claw swiftly lunged towards Tang San. Crack! Tang San skillfully evaded. He then executed the Xian Jade hand, delivering a heavy blow to Yu Tianheng. After all, his teacher had instructed him to avoid fatal strikes while delivering powerful hits otherwise. Yu Tianheng's hand fractured. A cry of pain escaped his lips. Tianheng. Above, Dugu Yin leaned against the glass, her eyes brimming with excitement. Although the two had not shared much, Yu Tianheng was still her nominal boyfriend. This boy in blue was utterly unforgivable. The third soul skill, Thunderous Fury. Yu Tianheng was utterly enraged. At that moment, he unleashed his Thunderous Fury. This soul skill could propel the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Soul Master into a berserk state. Its power was immense, with attack power increasing by 100% and soul power by 50%. He could no longer afford to conserve energy for the final team battle. All he desired was to ruthlessly pin this boy who wielded blue-silver grass to the ground and grind him down. The price of underestimating the opponent. If only he had been more cautious from the beginning, this outcome could have been avoided. Feng casually remarked. He was indifferent to Yu Tianheng's use of his third spirit skill. After all, both he and Tang San were expending energy. Moreover, a team battle, by definition, involves the participation of all members, not just Yu Tianheng alone. Unfortunately, on the Shrek side, it could be bluntly stated that it was primarily Tang San who was engaged. And if one were to add another, it would be Dai Mubai, who had already suffered greatly at his hands and would likely be unable to contribute effectively in the final battle. The outcome seemed assured. Suddenly, a blinding flash of lightning erupted. Tang San's pupils constricted. There was no time left. Filled with fury, Yu Tianheng tore through all the blue-silver grass as if a fierce tiger had broken free from its cage, seemingly intent on utterly destroying Tang San. Indeed, time was of the essence. Yu Tianheng unleashed his third spirit skill, Spider Web Binding. In that instant, Tang San released his own third spirit skill, Spider Web Binding. This was the skill he had acquired after hunting a 2,000-year-old soul spider. Once ensnared by the webs, the victim would also suffer from the poison contained within them. Typically, soul masters with a spirit power level within 10 ranks of his would find it nearly impossible to escape the binding. Of course, the exception was the deranged, bloodthirsty demon. What is this? Yu Tianheng, filled with rage, charged forward. Suddenly, he discovered that his opponent had instantaneously launched a web of spirit power that enveloped him. The most repulsive aspect was that this web was not only resilient but also incredibly sticky. He felt a tingling sensation throughout his body. It was as if he were poisoned. Once ensnared in my spider web binding, you shall not escape. Surrender now, Tang San calmly declared, his gaze fixed on Yu Tianheng. His spider web binding possessed remarkable resilience and toxicity, making it exceedingly difficult for captured soul masters to break free. Those within 10 ranks of his level were entirely restricted. It was, to say the least, extraordinarily formidable. Moreover, he could use it no more than 3 times in a single day. This was his first usage. Surrender? Are you insulting me, Yu Tianheng? Upon hearing his opponent's condescending tone, Yu Tianheng felt his temper reach a boiling point. The arena was charged with unprecedented lightning. The crackling electricity was nearly blinding to the announcer. Purple extreme magic eyes. The electric light indeed caused Tang San to experience a temporary visual impairment. However, with the activation of his purple extreme magic eyes, he could clearly see Yu Tianheng's movements. In the private box, the master observed, "Foolish nephew, you are too late. You attempted to use the lightning to create a visual distraction and seize the opportunity to escape. Had you immediately linked your third spirit skill upon realizing you were ensnared, you might have had a chance. But now, how could little San fail to notice?" The master wore a victorious smile. "What? Trying to escape?" Tang San swiftly dashed into the electric light, employing his ghost shadow mistranslation to evade. Crack, crack. The sound of bones breaking echoed as Yu Tianheng's hands were forcibly shattered by Tang San. After all, his teacher had said it was enough as long as he didn't kill him. Breaking his hands and dislocating them was justifiable. Yu Tianheng cried out in pain. His eyes ablaze with fury. Unwilling to yield? You are now my prey. Blue silvergrass, entwine. Tang San swiftly cast the blue silvergrass, wrapping around Yu Tianheng like a constricting serpent. Yu Tianheng howled in agony, blood marks forming on his arms. Tianheng, boss. In the private box, everyone was filled with excitement. They witnessed Yu Tianheng being hoisted 10 meters into the air by the blue silvergrass, his body marked with blood. The blue silvergrass was embedded into his flesh. Even through the glass, one could feel the pain. Excellent. From a distance, another private box held a delighted master. His nephew was defeated, showing no signs of resistance. He felt a sense of satisfaction, as if he could finally breathe freely. Ha ha ha. 100,000 gold coins. 100,000 gold coins. Little gang, we are rich again. Flanda laughed heartily. Below in the arena, Tang San coldly stated, "Surrender, and I shall release you." Even with the blue silver grass embedded in his flesh, Yu Tianheng gritted his teeth defiantly. "I will see how long you can endure." With a slight movement of his fingers, Tang San caused the blue silver grass to constrict further. Yu Tianheng's face turned crimson as he struggled to breathe. Uffed. A mouthful of blood was expelled from his lips. Surrender or not? Tang San's gaze was fixed on Yu Tianheng. I surrender. As the blue silver grass tightened, Yu Tianheng's mental defenses crumbled. It would have been simpler if you had done so earlier. Tang San released Yu Tianheng. Yu Tianheng watched Tang San's departing figure, his fist clenched, eyes bloodshot. This grudge, this humiliation, he vowed to repay and make his opponent feel the same pain. With great effort, he managed to rise, his dislocated and broken hands trembling as he staggered away from arena number 20. He had never felt such humiliation before. He could not face his instructor like this. There was no way he could participate in the subsequent team battle. Sigh. It seemed he would have to report for duty early. In the luxurious VIP waiting room, Feng stood up, retrieving the bloodthirsty demon mask. Yu Tianheng's hands must be returned. Otherwise, who would fight in the upcoming team battle? Thus, he resolved to ascend early. On the other side, Tianheng. Do you remember me? Just as Yu Tianheng was about to exit the competition area, a voice suddenly called out. He looked up to see a man dressed in black attire. P.S. The 4th update has been delivered without any hint of cutting corners. It was exhilarating. And it's already 3 in the morning. Ever since I began writing novels, I found myself increasingly adept at cultivation. The pitiful author humbly requests votes, rewards, and monthly tickets, especially double monthly tickets. I implore all esteemed readers. Chapter 100. Yu, the Grandmaster of Pretension. The man stood with his hands behind his back, facing away from him. You, who are you? Yu Tianheng wore a puzzled expression. You don't recognize me despite my back being turned? Even one's own mother would be hard-pressed to identify them in such a manner. Have you forgotten me so soon? The master turned around. His eyes now filled with a piercing intensity. Uncle? What are you doing here? Yu Tianheng finally recognized the person before him, his eyes widening in shock. Was he this the uncle who had been cast out by the family years ago? What was he doing here? Come, let us talk privately. Xiaogang beckoned, leading the way to a secluded area. This was the exit passage for the contestants, inevitably crowded. Uncle, what is this about? As the master walked directly into a secluded corridor, Yu Tianheng felt a wave of confusion. What could his uncle possibly want from him? Tianheng, it appears you have been faring quite well these past years, reaching the 39th level. Yu Xiaogang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing out the window at the end of the corridor, not even turning to face Yu Tianheng. He exuded an air of dignified authority, a true elder. Uncle, where have you been all these years? Come home with me. Grandfather has always been concerned about you, as has father. Yu Tianheng observed his uncle, his expression a complex mixture of emotions. No, I will not return for the time being, the master replied, shaking his head. From the moment he was cast out by his family, he had vowed to achieve greatness and return in glory, proving to his father, brothers, and all his kin that Yu Xiaogang was not a failure. Years ago, he had the saintess of the spirit hall by his side, and now he aimed to cultivate the strongest disciple on the continent. He aspired to be a teacher of the divine, the most esteemed master across the land. Why? Uncle, I have seen grandfather staring at your portrait more than once. They all miss you. After saying this, Yu Tianheng looked at his uncle, puzzled. The events of the past were long gone. There was no need to cling to them so tightly. Enough, Tianheng, Yu Xiaogang interjected, waving his hand. You cast me away without a shred of compassion, and now you wish for me to return simply because you claim to miss me? Am I merely a joke to you? Will I return to be ridiculed once more? Yu Tianheng fell silent, understanding that his uncle was still haunted by grandfather's words from long ago. But that was all in the past. Grandfather had admitted his regrets multiple times, and had even sent people to search for his uncle. Yet, why did his uncle remain so stubborn? Avoiding the family and disregarding them? Enough, Tianheng, I did not come to discuss family matters today. I merely wish to tell you not to be disheartened by today's failure. Failure is not terrifying. What is truly frightening is the inability to learn from it, the master stated, standing with his hands behind his back. Uncle, you saw my battle at Arena 20, didn't you? Alas, I have brought shame upon the family. Yu Tianheng's mood was tumultuous. He had lost to a 32nd level soul master wielding blue-silver grass, a disgrace indeed. Do you understand where you went wrong? The master turned to face Yu Tianheng, his gaze piercing. Yu Tianheng lowered his head, his emotions becoming even more intricate. You did not lose to your opponent, you lost to yourself. The reason you fell into your opponent's traps time and again was due to your pride associated with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. The master spoke in a cold, admonishing tone. Pride? Yu Tianheng questioned, skeptical. Rest assured, uncle, next time I will not lose to him. His gaze sharpened. There will be another opportunity. For I am the teacher of the thousand-hand Shura. He is my direct disciple. The master raised his chin slightly, looking down at Yu Tianheng. What? Yu Tianheng was taken aback. His uncle was the teacher of that young man. Do not be surprised. Ever since I departed from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, I have been delving into various theories. As my direct disciple, he embodies the practical application of my theories, so naturally, I have taught him much, including how to defeat you. The master's tone remained indifferent, as if he were discussing a trivial matter, yet his words carried an unmistakable air of pride, akin to boasting. Uncle, he is your disciple? Please, teach me as well. Upon hearing this, Yu Tianheng hastily stepped forward. Tianheng, if you truly wish to become a great soul master, then let my disciple be your goal. If you can catch up to him, you will surely stand at the pinnacle of the continent. After saying this, the master turned to leave, not taking a single cloud with him. He had come to trample upon the so-called pride of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family's direct lineage. What of dragons? What of geniuses? They too could be defeated by his direct disciple. Uncle, why? Yu Tianheng exclaimed. Though the thousand-hand Shura is powerful, I, Yu Tianheng, am not lacking either. I suspect that information must be incorrect. He watched as his uncle brushed past him, a serious expression on his face, even somewhat frenzied in his outcry. Why would his uncle prefer to teach an outsider rather than his own nephew? No, he is indeed at the 33rd level, not concealing his soul power, and besides him, the bloodthirsty demon in the fighting arena is also my prospective disciple. The master halted his steps, not turning back as he spoke. What? The bloodthirsty demon is also your prospective disciple? Yu Tianheng's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly dropping his jaw to the ground. That was the same entity that had utterly defeated Yenner. He could not believe it. This person was also his uncle's disciple. Yes, yes. Please send my regards to your grandfather and father. When my two disciples reach the pinnacle of the continent, that will be the moment I, Yu Xiaogang, return. A sudden air of inexplicable majesty emanated from the master. Uncle, please teach me. I will study under you. Yu Tianhing hurriedly chased after him, tugging at the master's sleeve. Having been defeated by that young man wielding blue-silver grass, he was now filled with indignation. Since his uncle was so formidable, if he learned from him, would he not easily overpower that 33rd level blue-silver grass user? Learning can wait. Tonight, your battle team has been assigned to fight alongside our Shrek team. And I am the captain of the Shrek team, the master stated. Uncle, do you want me to defeat the Shrek team? Yu Tianhing asked anxiously. You cannot win. I merely want you to observe and learn the strategies and techniques of my team, so you do not suffer an embarrassing defeat, the master coldly remarked before striding away. Why? Yu Tianhing remained frozen in place, disbelief etched across his face. Because, well, tonight's team battle will clarify everything for you, the master replied cryptically, leaving with an unfinished thought, vanishing into the corridor ahead. Chapter 101. The Confident Shrek Team. First update. Seeking initial subscriptions. Yu Tianhing stood in place, dazed for quite some time. Ultimately, he walked toward the VIP box where his team was situated, his face clouded with frustration. He had not anticipated that his uncle had become so formidable during his years away. Everything felt like a dream. Not only had he nurtured a powerful figure like the Thousand-Hands Shura, but even the bloodthirsty demon was his prospective disciple. In the VIP box on the second floor where the Fighting Emperor team was located, instructor, what brings you here? Dugu Yin and others were anxiously awaiting the return of Yu Tianheng, uncertain of his injuries. Suddenly, they were taken aback as Feng entered through the door. Their astonishment was palpable, especially since the instructor had stated that they should wait for the team battle before coming. With over an hour remaining until the battle commenced, how could he have arrived so soon? Was Yu Tianheng not back yet? Feng responded to the inquiry, no? The crowd shook their heads in unison, as they too awaited the captain's return. Let us wait a moment. It is likely that he has encountered someone familiar. Feng sat on the sofa, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. If all went as anticipated, you must undoubtedly be seeking out the other party. Just as Feng settled in, the door creaked open to reveal the battered Yu Tianheng. Tianheng, how are you faring? Dugu Yin inquired hastily as she rushed forward. I'm fine, but I may not be able to participate in the team battle later, Yu Tianheng replied, his expression filled with regret as he glanced at Feng. While Lingling is indeed a healing-type soul master, she is incapable of addressing fractures, dislocations, or misalignments. He must seek a dedicated bone setter. Thus, his participation in the team battle tonight is certainly off the table. The instructor had put forth great effort for the night's events, and now he felt like a burden. A sentiment that weighed heavily on him. It's nothing. These minor injuries can be easily realigned. Feng spoke up. Yu Tianheng's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Can the instructor really perform bone realignment? Suddenly, Yu Tianheng felt a powerful force tugging at his hand, as if it were being torn apart. It was Feng, swift as lightning, who was expertly manipulating Yu Tianheng's hands. In the room, cries of agony echoed, reminiscent of a slaughterhouse. Next to them, Dugu Yin stood in stunned silence. Is the instructor truly performing bone realignment? Hiss. Feng, Shimo, and others gasped in horror. It was a pitiful sight. They had never before heard such a heart-wrenching wail. Doubts filled their minds, wondering if the instructor was punishing the captain. All right, move around a bit. A minute later, Yu Tianheng felt utterly drained, reclining on the sofa. Oh, my hand can move. He struggled to wiggle his previously numb hand, and to his astonishment, the hand that had just been fractured and dislocated was now miraculously realigned and able to move. Truly extraordinary. A minute of bone realignment? Yu Lingling stared in astonishment. What a remarkable technique. Who exactly is this instructor? As a healing support-type soul master, she possesses some medical knowledge herself. However, this rapid bone-setting method is something even her mother would struggle to perform. Lingling, assist him in his recovery. Feng gazed at Yi Lingling. The idle books rewarded by the system had indeed included medical texts. However, it seemed that the art of healing was not particularly esteemed in this continent, as they possessed auxiliary soul masters. Therefore, he had never revealed his knowledge. Yi Lingling unleashed the 9 hearts begonia. As a support-type soul master, she had not participated in any competitive matches that evening, leaving her with ample energy. Meanwhile, Flander approached Master upon his return to the private box, exclaiming, Xiaogang, where have you been? These little monsters are waiting for you. With Tang San's victory in the recent battle, they were guaranteed at least 100,000 gold coins, greatly lifting Flander's spirits. It's nothing, I was just wandering around, Master replied, choosing not to disclose his visit to his nephew. Teacher, our opponents for the team battle have been revealed. We are to face the Do Huang team, which seems rather unfamiliar, Tang San remarked. Fear not. Against the Douluo team, if you all give your utmost effort, victory is assured, Master reassured them. Oh, is this team weak? The others were momentarily taken aback by his words. Not weak, but their captain is someone you know well, Yu Tianhing, who just lost to you. Master said with a different glint in his eyes. Yu Tianhing, Tang San exclaimed in surprise. It turns out to be him. Is this an opportunity for us to place some bets, Xiaogang? Flander's eyes gleamed with the prospect of profit. Recalling how poorly Yu Tianhing had fared in the last match. Dean, you. The others looked at Flander with disdain, recognizing his eagerness to exploit the situation. Come now, what are you all looking at? With the money, you can train better. I'm only thinking of your well-being and the good of the academy. Flander hastily defended himself upon noticing their incredulous expressions. How about we wager 50,000 on our victory? You little monsters must strive for excellence. Flander suggested. Turning to the group. 100,000, Master interjected decisively. 100,000? Xiaogang, isn't that a bit extreme? Flander panicked at the thought of betting all their funds. Tang San, tell us what you did in the last battle. Master directed his gaze at Tang San, seeking concrete proof of their strength. I utterly defeated Yu Tianheng, incapacitating both of his hands. One was fractured, and the other dislocated. Tang San recounted. A collective gasp echoed among the Shrek members. Truly ruthless, they exclaimed. I have also researched their team. Tianheng is the strongest among them, ensuring a solid victory for us. Master added. Dean, I also have 100 gold coins. I intend to support our academy with a little wager, the fatty declared, producing a cherished 100 coins from a hidden pocket. I have some funds too, Oscar chimed in. If the master is so confident, I shall bet 10,000. I could use the money. With the master's endorsement, what is there to fear? We shall simply await our profits, Daimubai added. Thus, the bets were placed. Ma Hongjun wagered 100 coins, Oscar, 1,000, Xiao Wu, 1,000, mainly to trick Tang San. Tang San, 10,000, and Daimubai, 100,000, culminating in a total of 100,000 gold coins for Shrek Academy. As for Ning Rongrong, she did not place a bet. Having no need for money, Zhu Qing expressed her disinterest in the betting process. Soon, a beautiful attendant responsible for the gambling operations approached, distributing betting slips to the Shrek group. Xiaogang, although Yu Tianheng was defeated by Tang San, are there no other formidable members on their team? Everyone has placed substantial bets, Flander inquired. Indeed, their vice-captain, Du Guyan, is a level 38 control-type soul master with the spirit of the phosphor snake. They also have the brothers Shimo and Shimo, both defense-type soul masters with the spirit of the black tortoise, one at level 38 and the other 37. Additionally, there are 2 level 36 agile attack-type members and 1 level 35 support-type soul master, all with optimal spirit ring configurations, Master explained calmly. This lineup is indeed formidable. Are these little monsters in danger? Flander felt a surge of anxiety. Their combined strength surpasses 200,000 gold coins. Rest assured, I will provide them with specific strategies to counter the Douluo team before the match. Just watch, Master replied, unwilling to further justify his confidence to Flander. Are you absolutely sure there are no oversights, Xiaogang? Flander pressed again. Of course not. This battle is akin to a soul master of higher rank battling a lower rank. What could possibly go wrong? Besides, the 100,000 gold coins wagered under Shrek's name is mine. What benefit would I gain from deceiving you? Master replied with evident impatience. Old friend, do not take offense. I am merely concerned for the children's welfare. Allow me to buy you some celebratory treats. Flander smiled. At the betting counter, a bespectacled man secretly withdrew 5,000 gold coins to wager on Shrek's victory. An hour later, an announcement echoed throughout the arena. Please prepare the Shrek and Douluo teams. You will enter the waiting area in 5 minutes. Little monsters, your match is about to commence. This battle allows for only victory, not defeat. Flander instructed with a serious expression. Fear not, Dean, we will surely win. Ma Hongjun declared, clenching his fists, determined not to let his wager of 100 coins go to waste. Victory is ours. The rest of the Shrek members echoed, their morale soaring. Master observed their enthusiasm with satisfaction, while Flander envisioned the immense fortune awaiting him, over 400,000 gold coins, potentially doubling his secret stash. In another private box, stacks of betting slips lay scattered on the floor, 10,000, 30,000, 100,000, and even 1,000,000. Remember my words, when they target the support-type soul master, Du Guyan and Shimo, you must intercept. Yu Tianheng, focus on engaging Qianshou Shura. Osro and Yu Feng will launch a surprise attack from behind. while Shimo fortifies the defense. Fear not the prospect of injury. I require you to exhaust your soul power within 2 minutes. Understood? Feng gazed sternly at the crowd. Understood. They replied in unison. Excellent. Now go forth and forge your own brilliance. Remember, to hell with Shrek. That is nothing but refuse in your eyes. Give it your all. Smash it to pieces. Just like this table. Feng struck the table, causing it to shatter into pieces. Indeed. Everyone straightened their spines, an inexplicable surge of fervor coursing through their veins. Their minds buzzed with excitement. Just 2 minutes prior, the instructor had invested 1 million gold coins in the Imperial battle team, declaring their victory. To further demonstrate his resolve, each participant was required to contribute a minimum of 10,000 and a maximum of 100,000 gold coins. Never had the thrill of the game been so exhilarating as it was today. What an exhilarating experience. Now, let the battle commence. I shall keep track of the time. If anyone's soul power remains unspent after 2 minutes or at the moment of victory, they shall endure a day of hellish training tomorrow. Feng fixed his gaze upon the crowd. Victory is a certainty within 2 minutes. Yu Tianning shouted. Victory in 2 minutes. Victory in 2 minutes. The members of the Douluo team bellowed, their voices echoing as if they were in a frenzied sales pitch. However, these were mere trifles, for reasons unbeknownst to them. The instructor's succinct words ignited a fervor within their minds, filling their bodies with an indomitable energy. Particularly for Yu Tianning. He now perceived the boy wielding blue-silver grass as insignificant. He, too, sought to prove his worth in this battle. His previous misstep did not denote inferiority to that boy wielding blue-silver grass. In the arena below, lights flickered. Greetings, everyone. I am Yeya, your host for tonight's team battle. You now have 1 minute to summon your martial spirits. The team battle arena was significantly larger than the previous one. As the beautiful host addressed the crowd, without delay, both sides summoned their martial spirits, executing their actions with precision. Excellent. The match has officially commenced. With the host's declaration, the atmosphere erupted with excitement. The Shrek team boasted dazzling new stars like Qinsho Azura and the evil Eye White Tiger, both of whom had achieved consecutive victories exceeding 7 matches. Particularly notable was Qinsho Azura, who had triumphed in 12 consecutive battles, drawing in a throng of fervent fans, bettors, eagerly awaiting this moment. Everyone, execute the plan laid out by the teacher. Do you understand? Tang San's voice resonated. The teacher had conveyed that in order to secure victory, they must first eliminate the support-type Soul Master. The linchpin of the Douluo team was indeed that support-type Soul Master. If they could eliminate him at the onset, victory would be assured. Their strategy was straightforward. Ning Rongrong would initially bolster their strength and speed, followed by Dai Mubai charging forth, ostensibly leading the attack, but in reality, it would be Zhu Qing who would flank the 2 defensive Soul Masters and strike directly at Yilingling. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai would engage the incapacitated Yu Tianning, the opposing vice-captain, and the 2 agile attack-type Soul Masters. The plump member would safeguard the 2 support-type Soul Masters from behind. Once the enemy's support was neutralized, the duo would retreat and engage in a war of attrition, wearing down the Douluo team. It must be said, the teacher's comprehensive plan was flawless. All right. The group nodded in agreement. The 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda erupted with power, enhancing speed and strength. Ning Rongrong unleashed her soul skill, fortifying their speed and power from the outset to swiftly dispatch the support-type Soul Master. With her second soul skill, the White Tiger's transformation, power and speed surged into Dai Mubai's body as he leaped into action. His muscles bulged, and black stripes emerged upon his skin. While executing the White Tiger's transformation, his resistance to abnormal states, along with his attack and defense powers, doubled, amplifying his soul skill's damage. He aimed to capture the attention of the 2 defensive Soul Masters. Buying time for Zhu Qing to strike. First soul skill, Netherworld Stab. One after another, Zhu Qing followed Dai Mubai's route, propelling herself forward. Her claws extended suddenly, her speed multiplying severfold. This was her close combat, single target attack skill. Her sole target, Yilingling. Ah. You surely did not anticipate that our initial strike would target the most vulnerable support-type Soul Master, did you? Despite the Douluo team's high average level. Once the support-type Soul Master fell, their fortunes would dwindle like the setting sun. Observing the plan unfold flawlessly from the VIP box, Yu Xiaogang revealed a faint smile. Ah. As I anticipated. In another box, Feng scoffed, having predicted his opponent's strategy. He was acutely aware of the Master's capabilities. The initial target would undoubtedly be the support-type Soul Master, Yilingling. The optimal attack would be Dai Mubai collaborating with Zhu Zhuqing. They have commenced. Remember the instructor's words. Everyone, unleash your full strength. Yu Tianhing bellowed. No problem. The team members, like frenzied wolves, howled in response. You think you can launch a sneak attack? Second soul skill. Black tortoise shield. Shimo positioned himself in front of Dai Mubai, a green light shield materializing before him. Boom. Dai Mubai's fist collided with the shield, as if striking solid rock. Suddenly, a figure zipped past, Zhu Zhuqing. Initially, the master had surmised that 2 defensive soul masters would shield Yi Lingling, but to his surprise, there was only one. How much simpler this becomes. First soul skill, phosphorescent red poison. Little sister, where do you think you're running off to? A green serpent coiled around Zhu Zhuqing. De Guyan's phosphorescent red poison heightened her attack power and speed by 20. Not good. Faced with an opponent 10 levels her superior, Zhu Zhuqing felt a weighty dread as her path was obstructed. Second soul skill, White Tiger's Radiant Wave. Dai Mubai, witnessing this turn of events, immediately unleashed his second soul skill. Third soul skill, Phosphorescent Purple Poison. On the opposing side, De Guyan's purple soul ring shimmered. In an instant, a noxious purple gas enveloped the area. Earlier, the instructor had emphasized the significance of the support-type soul masters, instructing her and Shimo to guard their position. 1 offense, 1 defense. As for how to counter the attacking foes, there were no rules. Just unleash your ultimate skills. What? The pervasive purple poison spread. Dai Mubai was instantly disoriented. A strong sense of peril engulfing him. Not good. Hold your breath. I'll pull you back immediately. Blue silvergrass, entwine. From a distance, Tang San, controlling the battlefield, swiftly activated his blue silvergrass upon sensing the poison. If inhaled, both Mubai and Zhuqing could face dire consequences. Using such deadly poison? This woman is indeed as malicious as the last. The Master's expression grew grave. Their plan to eliminate the support-type soul master would now be delayed, as they first needed to rescue their comrades. Otherwise, their lives would be at stake. Haha, I have awaited this moment. First soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. Yu Tianhing unleashed his first soul skill, targeting Tang San's blue silvergrass. In an instant, the blue silvergrass snapped apart. How is this possible? His hand is healed? The master's expression shifted to one of concern. Yu Tianhing appeared unscathed, a perplexing sight. Third soul skill, Spider Web Binding. Tang San activated Spider Web Binding. Taking matters into his own hands was certainly ruthless. How had Yu Tianhing managed to recover so swiftly? It seemed this battle would prove far more complex than initially anticipated. The noxious gas pervaded the air, necessitating immediate removal lest Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing face grave peril. Fatty. At that moment, Tang San produced 2 flasks of wine and tossed them into the air. The flames combined with the Xionghuang liquor could neutralize the snake venom. This would suffice. Alright. Second soul skill, Phoenix Fireline. The fatty leaped into action. Second soul skill, Thunderous Smite. Did you think I would remain as I was before? Unlike his uncle's obscure utterances, the attentive instructor had provided him with one-on-one guidance. He had distilled the reasons behind his defeat to the thousand-handed Azura. Now, he was well aware of how to counter the restraints of the blue silvergrass. The furious flashes of electricity flickered. Ghost Vine. Parasitism. Tang San refused to yield. Third soul skill, Instant Teleportation. Xiao Wu surged forward to assist Tang San in subduing Yu Tianhing. Your opponent is me. The Xuanwu shield, sure MO. Advanced to directly intercept Xiao Wu's assault. Well done. Third soul skill, Wrath of Thunder. It was as if a million volts of white lightning danced. This scene was dazzling, with the acrid scent of charred air wafting through. No one had anticipated that the battle was just beginning and would be so thrilling. Not good. Fall back. Suddenly, the master recalled something and couldn't help but exclaim. What happened, Xiaogang? Flinder was engrossed in the riveting battle. Hearing his old comrade's words, he was immediately filled with confusion. There's trouble. Their target is our support-type soul master. Xiaogang's forehead had broken out in an unexpected sweat. What? Our support-type soul master? Wasn't this tactic arranged by you? Flinder, who had just been laughing, felt a sharp pang in his heart. How could I arrange such a chaotic strategy? From the very beginning, the opponent deliberately disrupted our tactics. The master breathed heavily. The orange he held tightly was squeezed until juice dripped from his fingers. Yet he remained oblivious. His focus was solely on the chaotic battle below, not daring to blink. Ghost Leopard. Wind Spirit Bird. From behind, the poised Feng and Osro launched their attack. As agility-type soul masters, their speed was astounding. They targeted the rear of the Shrek team, Ning Rongrong and Oscar. The opposing team sought to eliminate their support-type soul masters, just as they aimed to do the same. In a team battle, support-type soul masters are the lifeblood of sustained combat. What? The blue-silver grass is entangled. Xiao Wu fall back. In that moment, Tang San realized that as Xiao Wu and the fatty struck, two opponents dashed toward them, aiming for their support-type soul master. He swiftly unleashed the blue-silver grass, attempting to impede the two. Your opponent is me. Yu Tianheng would not grant Tang San such an opportunity. Lightning struck down, severing Tang San's blue-silver grass. Rong, quickly. Grab the mushroom sausage. Oscar shielded Ning Rong, forcing the opponent to ingest the mushroom sausage. Too late. Osro swooped in, his sharp leopard claws poised to strike Oscar. Where's your sister, Xiao Wu? First soul skill, waist bow. Xiao Wu arrived. Her teleportation speed far surpassed Osro's. She clamped her legs around him and delivered a powerful blow, slamming Osro to the ground. Phew. Above, the Master exhaled in relief. Finally, they had managed to fall back. It wasn't too dreadful. Third soul skill, Ghost Shadow Claw. Just as Xiao Wu was about to intercept Yu Feng, Osro disregarded his pain and unleashed his third soul skill. Seeking Death. Explosive 8-section throw. Torn clothing ignited Xiao Wu's fury. What a chance. Yu Feng soared through the air. Second soul skill, Fiery Phoenix. Xiao Wu's defense bought him time. A fiery line erupted from the fatty's mouth, targeting the airborne Yu Feng. Unfazed by the pain, Yu Feng activated his third soul skill. In terms of speed, the fatty could not compare. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, infuriated, was executing the 8-section throw. Ultimately, Yu Feng succeeded in breaching their defenses. The first to be struck down was Ning Rong, who had taken to the skies for safety, followed closely by Oscar. Boom. An explosion echoed in the distance. It was the Bai Lin purple poison unleashed by Duga Yan. However, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing lay unconscious on the ground, their lips turning purple. Damn it. Suddenly, only Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the fatty remained active on the battlefield. Tang San clenched his teeth, seething with rage. Kid, yield. Yu Tianheng fixed his gaze on Tang San, a wicked smile spreading across his face. What a delight. Truly exhilarating. Having just faced a brutal defeat, I now relish in turning the tables. Yu Tianheng felt an unprecedented sense of elation. What are you joking about? If I concede, what will happen to me? Suddenly, a voice rang out. A woman's voice. It was Yu Lingling. 9 heartsea poppy. Petals of the begonia flower cascaded down, and in an instant, everyone's injuries were healed. Her soul power was not yet exhausted. What would happen when they faced the rigorous training of Instructor Feng? On the Shrek side, everyone wore bewildered expressions. Shouldn't it be us saying we can't concede? Damn fatty. I'm going to take you down. On the other side, Yu Feng's soul power was also not depleted. Hearing the captain urging Shrek to concede, he erupted like a small universe, unleashing his soul skills to mercilessly assault Ma Hongjun. I still have soul power left too. The directions of Sure Mo and Sure Mo are connected to Tang San. I have no choice. Duga Yin is facing off against Xiao Wu. The scene is utterly chaotic. The battle of the Do Huang is frenzied. Shrek Academy is retreating step by step. Even Tang San, when confronted by 2 defensive soul masters and a powerful offensive blue lightning tyrant dragon, is gritting his teeth. As a result, under the relentless barrage of attacks, in just 30 seconds, Shrek Academy finds itself at an absolute disadvantage. Among them, the chubby one suffers the most. His face is bruised and battered, and his clothes are in tatters. Third brother, Sister Xiao Wu. We cannot concede defeat. Even if it's just the 3 of us, we must persevere. Despite enduring 300 punches in 30 seconds, the chubby one remains resolute. Because he has spent 100 gold coins, which took him a long time to save for his indulgences. Losing that would be more painful than death. Xiao Wu, can you still go on? Tang San glances at Xiao Wu beside him. I'm fine. Although Xiao Wu is slightly injured, her fighting spirit is undiminished. Then let us keep fighting. Countless blue-silver grasses rise from the ground. He is about to reveal his trump card. The outcome is still uncertain. Kid, even if you can fight, can those 2 hold on? Yu Tianheng looks at the blue-silver grasses rising and indifferently points to the distance. Daimubai and Zhu Zhuqing's hands have already turned purple-black. Upon seeing this, Tang San feels as if the air has been let out of a balloon. He senses the life force of his companions gradually diminishing. If you concede, I'll have Lingling help you detoxify. Saving a life is no problem. However, if you choose to continue fighting, we shall accompany you. Yu Tianheng fixates on Tang San. I concede. After some contemplation, Tang San ultimately concedes. He watches as Yu Lingling approaches the 2, having just exhausted her last ounce of soul power. Slap. 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 The master feels immense pain on his face. Just moments ago, he had told his nephew to diligently learn from the combat style of Shrek Academy, urging him not to lose too badly. Yet the next moment, his face is swollen. We lost. All of it. Xiaogang, didn't you say we would win steadily? How did we end up losing? Flinder erupts in the box. His heart aches as if it has been torn apart. He had spent his entire savings on this. And now they've lost. It is a feeling akin to shedding tears without any to cry. This old partner cannot be this deceitful. Sigh. The Douluo battle team must have a formidable strategist behind them. They anticipated my every move. The master slumps onto the sofa, his complexion pale as a ghost, resembling a living corpse. He too has lost all his wealth in this match. Every coin was painstakingly saved. The reputation he had built may now be obliterated. This loss will resonate throughout the academy and the family. Today's winning streak has come to an abrupt end. What will happen to the bet now? This is my Shrek Academy. How will I explain this to my brothers? At this moment, Flinder seems to have thought of something and rushes over madly. He grabs the master by the collar. His eyes are bloodshot. Flinder no longer cares about brotherhood. He demands an explanation. The continuous errors have utterly crushed the last straw of hope in Flinder's heart. The bloodthirsty demon has won 7 matches yesterday, 11 today, totaling 18 consecutive victories. The first 10 matches earned 10 points each, and the last 8 are calculated as 1-1, 2-2, 3-2, and so on, resulting in a total of 72 points. Together, that adds up to 82 points. Meanwhile, Tang San had initially achieved 12 consecutive victories, earning 16 points. But with the loss in the team battle, his streak has been nullified and his score reduced to 15 points. To double his points, he must win 10 consecutive matches tomorrow, but 2 days have already passed. The master's unwavering confidence has resulted in repeated failures. Flinder's chest burns with inexplicable rage. Flinder, let go? Do you think I want to lose? The Douluo team has someone backing them. You must believe in me. Once I reclaim the bloodthirsty demon as my apprentice, the academy will flourish. Flinder's grip tightens around Yu Xiaogang's collar, making him struggle for breath. Why should I believe you? Is it just because you're level 29? Because of your presence, the academy's funds, which could have sustained us for a year, have vanished in just a week. Besides, you wagered half the academy against others. Are you deliberately trying to ruin Shrek? Flinder pushes the master down onto the sofa, roaring. What is wrong with being level 29? Tang San is my direct disciple. Can your Ma Hongjun compare to him? The master struggles to rise, his eyes filled with murderous intent. I cannot compare, but does that prove you are capable of teaching? What can you impart? Do you possess any combat skills? All you do is blindly study and act arrogant. With a loud crash, Flinder, consumed by rage, releases a surge of violent soul power. In an instant, the glass bottles in the room shatter. These words had long been bottled up within him due to Shrek Academy. Flinder. Yu Xiaogang roars in fury. He never anticipated that this brother would speak such words to him. Yu Xiaogang. Flinder stares intensely at the master. As his hard work crumbles, his fortune dissipates, and Shrek Academy can no longer sustain itself, the notion of cultivating the continent's strongest soul master is rendered absurd. The academy is on the brink of closure. It will collapse. The academy will shut down by tomorrow. He fears nothing. Good, good, good. Since you care so much about this wretched academy, I, Yu Xiaogang, shall help you reclaim it, and from now on, we shall be irreconcilable. The master repeats good 3 times, as if the words are being squeezed from between his teeth. Reclaim? How will you do that? With your empty promises? You have yet to even prepare an apprentice. Flinder scoffs coldly. You. The master is nearly bursting with indignation. Did I say something wrong? Flinder glares at the master. I, Yu Xiaogang, swear that if I cannot reclaim this wretched academy, I will die immediately, fulfilling your wish to join Lu Erlong. The master glares, his eyes wide with fury. He knows that Flinder has harbored resentment towards him all along. Back in the day, he had feelings for Erlong, and Erlong had feelings for him. Did he truly believe Yu Xiaogang was unaware? What does Erlong have to do with this? This is our matter. Do you not understand why I am angry? This battle's wager is hopeless. The academy's finances are tight, and without support, it will perish within a week. Upon hearing the name Lu Erlong, Flinder's tone softened slightly. Just a day after suffering defeat, he asserted that with diligent training, victory would surely follow in the next challenge. Why do you constantly doubt me? Grant me some time. Will you? The master slammed his palm on the table and exclaimed, It's not that I doubt your willingness to wait, but this loss has depleted all our resources, leaving the academy unable to sustain itself. Flinder clenched his fist tightly. From the very first day, he had proclaimed that they could earn money through the soul arena. And what was the outcome? The students had lost without even seeing the road ahead. Today, we were promised victory. Yet, the academy has been stripped bare. Don't you still have an antique shop? Sell it, the master suggested. Sell? Flinders stared at the master, disbelief filling his eyes. What are you so afraid of? Caught between a wolf and a tiger? Yu Xiaogang, pledge my word to you. If we do not win, I will take my own life. Is that acceptable? My old friend, you must allow me some time. The master implored Flinder. Really? Do you truly have confidence in securing a victory? Selling the antique shop might sustain us for a while longer. I possess absolute confidence in helping you reclaim what you've lost, which is why I speak thus. I have a clear plan in mind that will undoubtedly succeed. I will return and sign a pledge with you. If we lose, I shall atone with my life. No delays, the master declared with unwavering determination. Very well then. After a moment of contemplation, Flinder ultimately acquiesced to the proposal. So it is decided. Though the master maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, inwardly, he was deeply unsettled. He vowed that once he achieved victory, he would take his 2 cherished disciples and depart from this wretched Shrek Academy. A good brother, indeed. Over the years, Flinder had transformed into a mercenary of sordid reputation. Paths diverge where principles differ. There was no point in remaining here. Soon, Tang San and his companions returned, each bearing a countenance of despondency. The battle that night had left them utterly exhausted. In stark contrast, the atmosphere in another private room was entirely different. Come, tonight, I shall treat you all to a midnight snack. Yu Feng led everyone to enjoy a late-night feast. What a splendid victory this was. In this endeavor, he earned over 1 million gold coins, effectively recouping the funds previously spent on medicinal herbs, and even gaining a substantial surplus. Instructor, it is indeed us who should be treating you. Each person's gold doubled, and they now boasted considerable wealth. Let us go, let us go. Thus, Yu Feng was taken by the members of the Douluo team to indulge in drinks. After several rounds, their faces were flushed with intoxication. Instructor, do you know? Today has truly been a moment of triumph. From this day forth, you shall be regarded as my elder brother, Yu Tianheng. Wherever you lead, I shall follow without hesitation. Yu Tianheng raised his glass, acknowledging that, ultimately, it was their own determination that brought them success. Yu Feng replied, No, it's truly not. Instructor, do you know? Today my uncle visited me. He is the captain of the Shrek Academy. He mentioned that losing to the thousand-handed Shura is quite normal, and encouraged me to set his disciple as my goal. Moreover, he urged me to learn from his Shrek team, and to my astonishment, we emerged victorious. In just 2 minutes. Haha. Yu Tianheng chuckled, his laughter filled with joy. The thousand-handed Shura is actually your uncle's disciple? Is he truly that formidable? Those nearby were somewhat incredulous upon hearing this. Although the Shrek team faced defeat today, the combat prowess of the thousand-handed Shura was undeniably terrifying. Furthermore, he claimed that the bloodthirsty demon was also his prospective disciple. To be honest, I find that hard to believe. Yu Tianheng took a sip of wine and candidly expressed the deepest thoughts within him. In truth, I also harbor doubts. Yu Feng smiled faintly. Thus, the night deepened. In the blink of an eye, 4 days had passed. During these days, the Douluo team trained tirelessly, while the Shrek team seemed to have gone mad. They trained by day and engaged in practical battles by night. Only 1 day remained until the conclusion of their wager. The Soto City Grand Soul Arena opened as scheduled on Saturday night, with dazzling lights and exhilarating cheers. In just 4 days, the number of spectators had multiplied several times. The reason was simple. The competitors were ferocious, particularly the members of the bloodthirsty demon organization and Shrek's team, who were playing recklessly. Hurry. Sign up now. The master above was calculating data, filling an entire table. His goal was to ensure that all participants avoided confrontation with the bloodthirsty demons. He discovered a pattern: to commence battles immediately after the bloodthirsty demons took the stage, expediting every match. As a result of his strategy, the members of Shrek Academy indeed did not encounter the bloodthirsty demons again, leading to impressive results over these few days. Tang San achieved a minimum of 12 victories daily, with a maximum of 15, amassing 53 consecutive wins and 2,862 points within 4 days. Just yesterday, he earned the Silver Soul Badge. Dai Mubai experienced similar success. After avoiding the bloodthirsty demons, he won 8 to 9 matches daily, culminating in 32 consecutive victories today, thus obtaining the Silver Soul Badge as well. Everything felt surreal. Previously, he had struggled for 2 years to earn merely 2 points. Now, in just 4 days, he had secured the Silver Soul Badge, truly inconceivable. Indeed, Pressure breeds motivation. Xiaogang. If we continue at this pace, our chances of victory are substantial. In the VIP box above, Flinder rarely revealed a smile. After facing defeats on Monday and Tuesday, by Wednesday evening and now Saturday, Tang San had achieved 53 consecutive victories, accumulating 2,865 points, adding the 15 points from the previous 2 days. His total was now 2,877 points. Daimubai, up to this point, had achieved 32 consecutive wins, totaling 1068 points when combined with the points from earlier in the week, thereby earning the Silver Soul Badge. Xiao Wu had won 30 matches, needing just 2 more to earn her Silver Soul Badge. Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun each had 23 consecutive victories. Oscar and Ning Rongrong both had 10. Every member had at least a Copper Soul Badge, with the highest possessing 2 Silver Soul Badges. One was still en route. It was astonishing to note that their highest points were already approaching those of the Bloodthirsty Demon organization. The top scorer among the Bloodthirsty Demons, number 3, had 54 victories and a total of 2,973 points. Meanwhile, the Bloodthirsty Demons had only achieved 50 consecutive wins, with a total of 2,553 points. Their chances of victory seemed promising. What do you mean by promising chances? Victory is assured. Moreover, defeating the Bloodthirsty Demons has become a matter of no significance. I aim for my beloved disciples to obtain the Golden Soul Badge. At this moment, the Master stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed below. A Golden Soul Badge? Isn't that a bit ambitious? Flinder, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of anxiety. The Golden Soul Badge requires 5,000 points. How high is that? One merely needs to win 71 consecutive matches. Now that Xiao San has achieved 53 victories, he needs only 18 more to claim the Golden Soul Badge. It is just 10 o'clock. He can still participate in 4 individual contests and 1 team battle. Tomorrow, he merely needs to secure 13 victories. The Master's voice was cold. He harbored a grudge. He still vividly remembered what Flinder had done 4 days prior. My heavens! To achieve a Golden Soul Badge within a week and then to spread the news, wouldn't Shrek Academy explode in Soto City? Xiaogang, I truly misjudged you before. I apologize. Everyone else had gone to register. Only Flinder and Yu Xiaogang remained in the box. As a mere 29th level Soul Master, can I not withstand an apology from a 78th level Soul Sage? The Master raised his head high, completely disregarding Flinder. Xiaogang, don't be so petty. My earlier outburst was merely due to the excitement of losing the Academy's entire fortune. Flinder smiled apologetically. As a businessman, he understood the importance of the bigger picture. Put away your nauseating facade. When the time comes, I will help you reclaim Shrek Academy, and from then on, we shall part ways. You take your lecherous apprentice, and I will continue mentoring my 2 disciples. We shall no longer have any dealings with each other. The Master showed no mercy. He spoke directly to Flinder, his stern expression suggesting that Flinder owed him money. Xiaogang, you. Flinder felt a surge of anger upon hearing this. You Xiaogang, sought to take on disciples, borrowing half the Academy's resources as a wager. It was because of your desire to recruit students that Flinder had, according to your plan, exhausted an entire year's budget in just 1 week to support the training of the children, building special bathing facilities and using expensive materials. You assured that this money would enable the children to win back through battles at the Soul Arena, yet not a single coin was earned. You claimed to have 20,000 gold coins to support the Academy. Yet your predictions of victory at the Soul Arena led to a gambling loss that obliterated everyone's resources and even forced you to sell your antique shop. Was it all his fault in the end? This incident had led to a complete severance of ties. Flinder's emotions were complex. A shallow pool cannot nurture a true dragon. Shrek Academy is too small. My glory, Yu Xiaogang, is one that Flinder shall never share. The Master scoffed coldly. In a lavish VIP waiting room below, everything was finally settled. Feng removed his mask. Over the span of 6 days, all 6 of his alternate accounts had finally reached the Silver Soul Badge level. Among them, the highest-ranking Bloodthirsty Demon number 3 had achieved an astonishing 54 consecutive victories, amassing a total score of 2,973. It must be said, this period has been quite exhausting. However, the rewards have been substantial. Within this week, he ascended 3 levels and earned a reward of 1 million gold coins. Host, Feng Dimension, Douluo Continent Soul Power, Level 48 Experience Points, 848, 0001, 000, 000 Gold Coins, 19, 430, 000 Inventory, Stamina Potion 1. Energy Pill 2. As today concludes, He believes he shall ascend to level 49 by tomorrow. As for the members of Shrek Academy, he hardly regarded them as worthy opponents. He is confident that Yu has invested considerable effort to evade him. He must be feeling quite pleased and proud at the moment. However, tomorrow he will experience a profound twist of fate. All of his alternate accounts have achieved the goal for the Silver Soul Badge today. And tomorrow the Soul Arena will be dominated by the bloodthirsty demon. His main account will engage in 50 to 60 battles, aiming for a score of 10,000 points for the Purple Gold Soul Badge. Simultaneously, he shall join the Douluo team to challenge the Shrek team. He intends to let Shrek glimpse a glimmer of hope before plunging them into absolute despair. Master, are you looking forward to it? The 6th update has been delivered, with 4 more to come. Such a daunting task. Happy National Day, everyone. Chapter 107. Family Betrayal, a Grand Spectacle. The next day arrived, a Sunday, marking the final day of the bet. The previous day, combined with team battles, Tang San had achieved 58 consecutive victories, far surpassing the 51 victories of the bloodthirsty demon, even decisively defeating bloodthirsty demon number 3's 54 matches. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai had both earned their Silver Soul Badges. Nevertheless, the master remained somewhat uneasy and perplexed. The members of the Douluo team practiced daily from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., taking only an hour for meals, with the rest of the time dedicated to training. Their training encompassed combat techniques, duels, and team formations, with an intensity rivaling that of Shrek. Yet, how could they manage to rest for just an hour and still participate in individual, team, and group battles at 7 p.m.? The members of Shrek Academy trained from 5 a.m. until noon, followed by medicinal baths until 5:30 p.m. to recover their stamina. This was exceedingly strange. He had secretly observed for 3 days, and their routine remained unchanged. Could there be a hidden secret behind this? The master silently resolved to stay vigilant tonight. It was the last day, and he could not afford any missteps. At 6 p.m., as the sun set, the Douluo team concluded their training. Just as he was about to give up, he suddenly noticed that each member of the Douluo team held a black pill in their hands. They consumed it immediately. Indeed, Yu Xiaogang lay concealed in the shadows, his gaze sharpened. He sensed that something must be sustaining them, explaining how the Douluo team could endure for so long. "Uncle, what brings you here?" A shadow emerged in the rear plaza. It was none other than Yu Xiaogang. "I happened to pass by and did not expect to find you all training here." The master stood with his hands clasped behind his back, projecting an air of authority that rivaled even the title Douluo. "Tianheng, is this your uncle?" Du Guyan inquired, directing her question at Yu Tianheng. "Yes, indeed. He is the leader of the Shrek team we defeated last time," Yu Tianheng introduced. "Tianheng, when introducing others, one must be thorough. I am not only the leader of the Shrek team, but also the master of the Thousand-Hand Azura, who has recently obtained the Silver Soul Badge. And even the bloodthirsty demon is my apprentice." Hearing this, the master's lips twitched slightly. What did he mean by calling himself the defeated leader of Shrek? Was there a need to belittle his own uncle so intentionally? Is the bloodthirsty demon truly your apprentice? Leaf Lingling asked incredulously. As an auxiliary soul master, she had never participated in individual matches, only engaging in team battles. In the hours spent at the Soul Arena, she had always observed others fight. With her attention primarily focused on the bloodthirsty demon, she felt an uncanny familiarity with that individual, as if he embodied the role of an instructor. This man before her seemed incapable of nurturing such a decisive presence. Her intuition warned her that he was akin to a dog in tiger's clothing, appearing imposing, yet fundamentally hollow. Alla fade. Young lady, why would I deceive you? The master's gaze bore into Leaf Lingling. Uncle, you only possess soul power of level 29. Claiming to be the 33rd Thousand-Hand Azura's master and the 35th bloodthirsty demon's teacher is indeed a bit exaggerated. It is only natural that no one would believe it. Upon hearing his uncle's words, he too felt a twinge of doubt. Unless the Thousand-Hand Azura and the bloodthirsty demon acknowledged it themselves, there was little credence to such claims. That being the case, I shall arrange for them to greet you after tonight's final team battle. After this last match concludes, we will finalize scores, distribute badges, and award prizes. At this moment, the master feigned understanding, while internally he longed to silence his grinning nephew. How dare he reveal his 29-level shortcoming? Such an offense could not go unpunished. What use is your 39 level when you, too, will be ruthlessly defeated by his apprentices? Of course, his visit today was to investigate the nature of that black pill. Once he acquired it, he planned to return to the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family and settle all scores. You shall all pay the price. Excellent. We all wish to meet the bloodthirsty demon. He is simply too mysterious and fearsomely powerful. Yu Tianheng fervently nodded in agreement. Honestly, the bloodthirsty demon is just like any other, nothing particularly mysterious. By the way, I just saw you consume a black pill. What is it? Tianheng. As a member of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, you must not recklessly use any drugs. If it affects your foundation and your father and grandfather find out, it could lead to serious consequences. The Master's expression turned grave, adopting a reproachful demeanor. He understood that if he inquired directly, they would never reveal the nature of the pill. Thus, he opted for a different approach. Uncle, this is not a pill to enhance strength. It is a stamina pill given to us by the instructor. Consuming it restores stamina instantly, Yu Tianheng hurriedly explained. The use of stamina pills? Such items do not exist in this world. Show me. The master extended a hand, realizing that the Douluo team had hidden such a valuable item. Regardless, one must first deceive to secure the acquisition, then hand it over to the mistress. In due course, victory will be assured. Tianheng. Du Yin tugged at Yu Tianheng's sleeve, as she harbored an unsettling suspicion towards Tianheng's uncle, sensing an insidious aura about him, as if he were concocting some scheme. Yinner, my uncle has permitted him to take a look. It's nothing of concern. Yu Tianheng produced 2 stamina pills. His uncle, being an elder, commanded immense respect and trust within the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Moreover, as his own uncle, he surely meant no harm. It seemed the other party merely wished to examine the stamina pills. Previously, he had mentioned his ongoing research into various theories. This is of little significance. I must take it back for further study. Do you have any extras? Upon receiving the stamina pills, the master felt an exuberant thrill within. His nephew was indeed rather easy to manipulate. However, he maintained a facade of disdain, sniffing the pills before frowning in apparent disgust. There are 3 more. But why does my uncle require so many? The instructor initially provided each of us with 5, and yesterday he distributed another 5. Thus, we have 5 remaining. Do you still doubt your uncle? Truly, kindness is often unreciprocated. I merely wish to study whether these stamina pills contain any harmful ingredients, as it could jeopardize your cultivation foundation for a lifetime. The master spoke with utmost seriousness. Thus, he deceitfully obtained 7 stamina pills from Yu Tianheng and the other members of the Douluo battle team. Upon leaving the Rose Hotel, he felt an elation akin to soaring. With these 7 pills in hand, Shrek would undoubtedly triumph tonight. Tang San would surely prevail. Indeed, these children were remarkably gullible. Yet, unbeknownst to him, a pair of eyes observed this entire scene. Are you not pleased? Do you believe victory is guaranteed tonight? As he watched the master's departing figure, Yi Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. 2 days prior, he had sensed Yu Xiaogan's covert infiltration of the Rose Hotel and had intentionally set a trap using inferior pills. This granted him a semblance of victory, only to allow him to be thoroughly defeated in the end. The exhilarating ups and downs of this roller coaster-like experience would surely suit the master. Furthermore, he had another objective, to reveal Yu Xiaogan's hypocritical nature to Yu Tianheng. The gradual unraveling of brotherly bonds and familial ties was just the beginning. Currently, under the master's manipulations, Flanders had squandered all his resources. Following this loss, the dynamics between the two would undoubtedly be fascinating, perhaps even leading to a complete severance of their relationship. Once Yu Tianheng comprehended the duplicitous nature of his uncle Yu Xiaogang, it would mark the inception of their rift. This grand performance would commence precisely at midnight. Moreover, Yi Feng's identity would no longer be concealed. He was eager to witness the master's reaction upon discovering that the student he now sought to take under his wing was the very child he had cast from the loft, only to have him fall victim to the Mandala snake. The midnight spectacle was indeed something to anticipate. Chapter 108. A million coin bet. The Seoul Arena erupts. At 6 o'clock, the Soto City Seoul Arena unveiled its grand spectacle. Waves of figures surged within. Today, internal news had circulated that the Shrek team had a wager with the bloodthirsty demon organization, and tonight marked the final evening of this bet, promising exhilarating battles ahead. Director. It's barely past 6, yet the crowd has doubled compared to yesterday, with even individuals from neighboring cities arriving, surpassing our maximum capacity, and the numbers continue to rise. The data regulators of the Seoul Arena were in a frenzy, reporting the situation incessantly. Increase the temporary seating. No matter how many people, we must accommodate them all. The overall supervisor commanded. How is it? A rotund figure clad in red rubbed his hands together. This information is invaluable. Take these 300 gold coins. The supervisor retrieved a pouch of coins from his drawer. 300 gold coins. I shall not be modest. The rotund figure's eyes gleamed at the mention of the sum, and he eagerly accepted the pouch, departing the office with glee. Little did he realize, this wave of information would generate nearly 3 million gold coins for the Seoul Arena. The Soto City Seoul Arena could accommodate up to 30,000 patrons. However, its recent operational status had been declining, typically only drawing in 4,000 to 5,000 on regular days and just over 10,000 during peak times. With a standard ticket priced at 10 gold coins, the arena would earn merely 40,000 to 50,000 coins daily, with peak earnings hitting around 100,000. This had left the supervisor deeply troubled. Yet tonight, due to this news, attendance surged to 40,000. This indicated a revenue of 400,000 coins from just standard tickets, a staggering increase of 300,000. The exchange of 300 gold coins for an income of 300,000 was indeed a lucrative deal. He was now contemplating whether to relocate the bloodthirsty demons' battles to the central arena. During this time, he had also noticed a peculiar trend. The bloodthirsty demon organization had seemingly never appeared simultaneously in the arena. Given this, he could easily place them on the central stage. Tickets for the central arena were priced at 100 gold coins each, promising yet another profitable venture. The Seoul Arena would no longer need to worry about its operational crisis. Suddenly, a rapid knock echoed from outside the door. "Come in. What is all the fuss about? Is there a fire?" The supervisor remarked, irritated by the urgency. Entering was a well-formed beauty in uniform, the front desk manager. "Director Ao, this is terrible. A calamity has struck," she exclaimed, her visage pale. "At least you're a manager. What has caused such alarm? Speak." Director Ao leisurely sipped his freshly brewed tea, exuding annoyance. "Director Ao, just now. The bloodthirsty demon has joined the Do Huang battle team as a substitute member. In battle teams, there were typically 7 members, but they could include 1 substitute. Substitutes could participate normally, needing only to present their badges to the Seoul Arena." Crash. Director Ao's cup slipped from his grasp, shattering on the floor. "What? You mean the bloodthirsty demon has become a substitute for the Do Huang battle team? Is this true?" He was overwhelmed with elation as he regained his composure, sensing a lucrative opportunity. Yes. And the manager stammered. "And what? Speak quickly." Director Ao urged impatiently. "And that individual stated that the Do Huang battle team will challenge the Shrek team tonight. If the Shrek team does not accept the challenge, regardless of which team the Do Huang team faces, he will place a bid of 10 million coins on their victory. He said his patience only lasts until 10 o'clock. The female manager reported. "What?" Director Ao sprang to his feet, as if propelled by a spring. 10 million. The Do Huang team is equipped with the finest soul rings imaginable. Who could possibly triumph against them if they were to join forces with the bloodthirsty demon? The opposing side would be guaranteed victory. Should the Do Huang arena suffer a loss of millions, it would constitute a grave incident. Shutting down the casino is not an option now, as there are a staggering 40,000 patrons present tonight, nearly half of whom have placed bets to varying extents. As for disqualifying the Do Huang team from the competition, there is no justification for that. They have committed no violations. Furthermore, the individuals backing them are certainly not of insignificant stature, capable of producing millions. "Manager Ao, what should we do now?" inquired a beautiful attendant, her face awash with confusion. "What else can we do? We must approach the Shrek team. They must participate in this challenge." Manager Ao replied resolutely. "A loss of 1 million is beyond the Do Huang arena's capacity to bear. Moreover, if this news were to leak, others would undoubtedly rush to bet on the Do Huang team, with the minimum odds being 1-to-1. Such a development would result in immense losses for the arena." Indeed. With that, the two made their way toward the private box where Shrek was located. "Xiaogang, where have you been?" questioned Flinder, who was alongside Xiao Wu in the exclusive VIP box on the 2nd floor. "Humph. Does it concern you where I go?" Xiaogang retorted coldly. Flinder's anger flared at this response. All these peculiar little creatures were present, and as the academy's head, he found himself being deliberately embarrassed by an old friend. It was truly a case of good intentions turned bitter. The current awkwardness in their relationship was akin to borrowing and repaying money. Previously, the master had implored Flinder to lend him money. Out of loyalty to a dear brother, Flinder had risked everything, only to find that pressing for repayment had fostered animosity, severing their brotherhood. Flinder felt a profound bitterness. "I'm back. Has the registration begun?" At that moment, the door to the box swung open, and a head popped in. "Fatty, where have you been? You took so long." Daimubai shot an irritated glance at the rotund figure. "Nothing much, just had an upset stomach and went to the restroom." Ma Hongjun chuckled, scratching the back of his head. "The master has returned. I believe the registration will commence shortly, Oscar chimed in. Knock, knock, knock. Just as the fatty entered, a voice rang out from the doorway. Who are you? A puzzled expression crossed the face of the person standing at the entrance. While the fatty stood frozen, his mind racing with thoughts. Who is the leader of the Shrek Academy? Manager Ao inquired. Panic surged through the fatty. Could it be that his earlier information had been misinterpreted, leading them to seek out the master? But the master had been the one to speak the words himself. There could be no mistake. Yes, it was I. The master stood with his back to Manager Ao and the others, gazing out the window with an air of authority. Sir Leader, I am the manager of the Great Dohan Arena. May I have a moment to speak with you? Despite the master's aloof demeanor, Manager Ao, having matters of importance to discuss, could only endure it. Oh, the manager of the Dohan Arena? Then please, feel free to speak your mind here, the master replied. Casting a sidelong glance at Manager Ao, his tone remaining icy. This is perhaps a bit inappropriate, Manager Ao responded, his tone shifting slightly. There is nothing inappropriate about it. Just speak openly here to avoid any unfounded accusations of ulterior motives, the master stated, glancing at Flender. The others from Shrek felt an inexplicable awkwardness at this exchange. Since Tuesday night, the relationship between the master and the dean had become quite peculiar. If one were to say they had fallen out, it would be hard to believe. Considering Flender had sold his beloved antique shop to financially support the master in their training endeavors. Alas, Xiao Wu sighed, casting a glance at Flender. He had heard whispers of the situation. After all, it was only human nature to lose one's temper in such circumstances. The brothers should be able to communicate without misunderstandings. Especially since Flender had merely tugged at the other's collar and spoken some harsh truths. But was the master's cold sarcasm truly necessary? Since that is the case, I shall speak plainly here, Manager Ao began. Go ahead, the master replied, his expression stern, as if the world owed him millions. I hope the Shrek team will participate in the battle at the Central Arena tonight, Manager Ao declared. The Central Arena? The members of Shrek were taken aback by this request. That area was the heart of the Dohan Arena, with tickets rumored to cost 100 gold coins. Why? The master inquired. Because the Dohuang team has challenged your Shrek team, as two of the most prominent teams lately. We hope you can compete at the center of the arena. If you enter, each member will receive a reward of 500 gold coins, and should you win, the team will earn a reward of 10,000 gold coins, along with an additional 10,000 for the captain, Manager Ao explained. Offering over 20,000 gold coins was indeed a generous sum. I also wish to engage in a friendly match with the Dohuang team tonight, the master stated. How dare they challenge the Shrek team? The master had long sought to settle the score with them. He never anticipated they would deliver themselves so willingly. It was time to teach them a lesson. Did they truly believe they could win again after their previous victory? There was also the pressing matter of his nephew, Yu Tianheng, daring to mock him earlier that evening. If he did not thoroughly defeat the Dohuang team, his nephew would forever view him as a failure. Have you agreed, Sir Leader? Manager Ao asked, his surprise evident. He had not expected everything to unfold so smoothly. Xiaogang, do not rush to agree. Come here. There are matters I wish to discuss with you, Flender interjected, addressing the master. He knew Manager Ao had a reputation for being notoriously stingy, even more so than himself. The fact that he was so readily offering over 23,500 gold coins in rewards raised suspicions. Why can't I agree first? Shouldn't Team Manager Ao increase the reward by another 10,000 coins for you? The master regarded Flander with an air of indifference. Master. Flander certainly does not mean it this way. He must have something to convey. Xiao Wu could not help but interject upon hearing the master's sardonic remarks. Indeed. Flander was quite fond of wealth, yet all his endeavors were for the sake of the academy. He had invested his entire life savings into the institution. In matters such as these, it was entirely implausible for him to request an additional 10,000 gold coins for himself. However, to suggest that he might siphon off 10,000 gold coins from the team's prize money was a possibility. Who could truly fathom the motives of certain individuals who were avaricious to the core, cold-hearted and unfeeling when it comes to wealth? The master spoke coldly. Very well. I shall articulate this. Chief Ao, are you concealing something? It cannot merely be about the Dohuang team, can it? Flander was preoccupied with the well-being of these children and had no desire to continue the argument with the master. If he truly valued wealth above all, forsaking brotherhood for it, would he even contemplate selling his beloved antique shop to continue supporting your wager? Absolutely not. Is this not the head of Shrek Academy? Indeed. You cannot be deceived. Today's Dohuang team is indeed exceptional. The bloodthirsty demon has become their substitute member. How about this? If Shrek emerges victorious, we can double the previous wager. At this moment, Chief Ao spoke, genuinely fearing that the mention of the bloodthirsty demon would elicit an outright refusal. That would result in a significant loss tonight. Bloodthirsty demon. Upon hearing this, the Shrek members gasped in astonishment. These 4 words were a nightmare for all of Shrek. Once, Tang San had even suffered defeat at their hands. With such a formidable opponent in the Do Huang team, winning would surely be arduous. Flanders' gaze also sharpened slightly. He sensed that there was indeed something hidden beneath the surface. Having been here for so many years, he was all too familiar with Chief Ao's character. Humph. How can one achieve greatness while fearing both wolves and tigers? What does it matter if the bloodthirsty demon is present? It serves as an excellent opportunity to test the fruits of our training this week. This challenge shall be accepted by the Shrek team. The master huffed disdainfully, his expression proud, aloof, and imperious, looking down upon everything. On this 7th day, he had indeed been contemplating sending his cherished disciple, Tang San, to face the bloodthirsty demon. After all, Tang San was his foremost disciple, while the bloodthirsty demon was merely a prospective disciple. If the prospective disciple were to defeat his current top disciple, where would that leave his reputation as a teacher? Thus, he must ensure Tang San triumphs over the bloodthirsty demon. Tonight, coincidentally, he had also managed to procure stamina potions from his foolish nephew. Victory was assured. The impending team battle presented the perfect opportunity. With adequate coordination, victory would be hardly difficult. Very well, the leader of the Shrek team indeed possesses great resolve. Let us prepare immediately, Chief Ao hastily declared, anxious that the master might reconsider. Xiaogang, are you certain you wish to proceed? You must ponder this carefully, given the opponent's composition. Our team battle may likely end in defeat, rendering all efforts futile. Flander interjected, convinced that this decision was hasty. I am confident in my capabilities. Moreover, Xiao San has secured 58 consecutive victories. If he competes in 13 more matches tonight, he shall acquire the Golden Soul Badge. While the bloodthirsty demon's highest rank number 3 has only achieved 54 consecutive victories, and the bloodthirsty demon himself has merely 50 wins. What could possibly lead to failure? The master asserted. To disregard such a substantial sum would be sheer folly. Xiaogang, I believe you ought to reconsider. It is not too late to cancel. Flander replied with a grimace, sensing that matters were far from simple. It was evident that the Do Huang team, even the bloodthirsty demon, was specifically targeting Shrek. Cancel? Canceling would be precisely what you desire, would it not? Flander, do not presume I am oblivious to your intentions. This despicable scoundrel yearns for my defeat. He wishes for my downfall. And then, the bloodthirsty demon would rightfully belong to him. Flander, does you Xiaogang not comprehend this? He does not. This time, not only must I win, but I must win splendidly. Chapter 110, The Heart of Men is a Mystery. Third update. I have not thought this way, Flander exclaimed, utterly distraught. He was merely acting out of goodwill, devoid of ulterior motives. Why must he always be unjustly accused? He was completely wronged. Furthermore, should the master truly lose, what benefit would that confer upon Flander? He would be left with nothing. This time, he was genuinely considering everyone as welfare. Who can truly discern the heart of another? The master spoke coldly, devoid of any sentiment for Flander. He was only focused on winning and then taking his disciples to soar to greater heights at other academies. With 2 such exceptional disciples, which academy would not welcome them? They might even elevate Yu Xiaogang to a position of honor. Alas, Xiaogang, why do you always target me? We were good brothers, having journeyed across the continent together. Flander expressed, feeling quite aggrieved. He was sincerely speaking from the heart. Was it worth holding a grudge over a trivial dispute from years ago? After all, he too was a victim, having lost 5,000 gold coins due to the master's careless promise. Enough. Do not bring up past grievances. What use is it to play the emotional card? I, Yu Xiaogang, have always held disdain for those who play the emotional card. Disgusting. Spineless. The master retorted coldly. Teacher, if we face the bloodthirsty demon, it could indeed pose some challenges. Tang San interjected at this moment. He was unaware of the conflict between his teacher and the principal and had no inclination to concern himself with it. If they were to confront the bloodthirsty demon, it would indeed be quite a predicament. Tang San sought to glean any insights his teacher might offer. It is not troublesome. During the team battle, I permit you to employ all your means, including your external spirit bones, the master declared. With external spirit bones and stamina potions, victory would merely be a matter of time. Xiaogang, you are being reckless. What if the external spirit bones attract unwanted attention? Flander immediately countered. Spirit bones are exceedingly precious, and external spirit bones are even more so. Flander, Tang San is my direct disciple. His affairs are not for you to meddle in. You should focus on your lustful disciple who spends his days in brothels. The master scoffed directly. Lustful disciple? The bewildered Ma Hongjun questioned, wondering if this was directed at him. Enough. This is a physical issue. Flander suppressed his rage. It means mind your own business. We are no longer brothers. Nor even friends. The master responded with chilling indifference. Bloodthirsty demon. Bloodthirsty demon. Suddenly, at that moment, sounds erupted from below. The bloodthirsty demon had arrived for the competition. Today, the leaderboard swiftly showcased the name of the bloodthirsty demon, who also appeared on the weekly rankings. This week, the opponent achieved an astonishing 51 consecutive victories. At last, the master focused intently on this contender, preparing to commence calculations. What? Suddenly, the master realized that the bloodthirsty demon seamlessly transitioned into the next match just moments later. In a mere 5 minutes, he secured 5 victories. This individual is utterly monstrous. Daily leaderboard, 2 consecutive victories. 4 consecutive victories. 8 consecutive victories. In just 10 minutes. The opponent amassed 8 wins, each match concluded in almost under a minute. At this moment, the contender on the weekly leaderboard mirrored the record of 58 consecutive victories, identical to the top spot held by Tang San this week. Master, he has matched my score. What should I do? Tang San gazed anxiously at the master. Go. Immediately enter the competition. He cannot maintain this momentum for long. Do not worry about fatigue. I need you to exhaust every ounce of energy before returning. The others need not concern themselves tonight. Randomly enroll in individual matches, and if you encounter the bloodthirsty demon, delay him for as long as possible. At this moment, the master discarded his pen in frustration. What calculations could be made? This bloodthirsty demon is undoubtedly dispatched by his family to turn the tides. Yes, everyone set off in haste. Xiaogang, this is sheer nonsense. How can you ask Xiao San to deplete his stamina when you just promised a team battle? Flander had never witnessed such an absurd decision. You need not worry about that. I have my own methods. Besides, at this pace, the bloodthirsty demon cannot possibly last much longer. Everything is under control. The master stood with his hands clasped behind his back. 3.5 hours flew by. Now it was 10:30. The individual leaderboard had become a rapidly updating spectacle, refreshing every 2 minutes. Today's consecutive victory leaderboard. First place, Bloodthirsty Demon, 59 wins. Second place, Thousand Hand Azura, 50 wins. Third place, Evil-Eyed White Tiger, 10 wins. This leaderboard left everyone in a state of astonishment. Concurrently, the number of participants in the Fighting Soul Arena surged again, doubling in attendance. Many venues even canceled their matches. After all, the entire Fighting Soul Arena was now teeming with 70 to 80,000 spectators. Moreover, the numbers continued to rise sharply. Tickets for the Central Arena were selling like hotcakes. Everyone eagerly anticipated the final match in the Central Arena. The Fighting Emperor team against the Shrek team. And the Fighting Emperor team featured the Bloodthirsty Demon. Just imagine the exhilarating battle that awaits. Indeed, Manager Ao sensed a lucrative opportunity tonight. He announced the inclusion of the Bloodthirsty Demon in the Fighting Emperor team, promoting the upcoming challenge against the Shrek team. Various extravagant yet truthful descriptions adorned the announcement. In an instant, the streets of Soto City were deserted, with everyone flocking to the Fighting Soul Arena. The central venue had already sold 2,000 tickets. Prices soared to 1,000 gold coins per ticket. The audience continued to purchase tickets frantically. Tonight alone, the revenue from ticket sales would reach tens of millions, a miraculous achievement within the industry. In the viewing area above, the spectators wondered if the Bloodthirsty Demon would truly join the Fighting Emperor team. They gazed at the advertisement just brought in by Feng, each person wearing an expression of disbelief. They had never heard the instructor mention such a thing. Yet, what would it feel like to fight alongside such a formidable presence? Look, he has achieved 60 consecutive victories. I have never encountered someone so ferocious in my life. Du Guyan remained fixated on the arena below, her expression one of utter incredulity. If it were her, she doubted she could even manage 6 consecutive victories in a day. It was simply terrifying. So powerful. Yulingling nodded slightly. For 3 hours, none of the members of the Fighting Emperor team had taken to the arena. The fervor of the Bloodthirsty Demon's battles surpassed even their own. However, that fellow known as Thousand-Handed Shura was quite formidable, having achieved an impressive 52 consecutive victories in pursuit. At this moment, Osro spoke up. No, that individual called Thousand-Handed Shura is somewhat lacking, to put it bluntly. His victories are somewhat unearned. He consistently employs strange tactics to secure his wins, while the bloodthirsty demon relies on sheer physical prowess. Yu Tianhing interjected. How is that possible? How could he last this long? Logically, he should have been eliminated by now. Master exclaimed, his forehead glistening with sweat as he observed the bloodthirsty demon below. Chapter 111. The Identity of the Bloodthirsty Demon. The battle continued for an astounding 3.5 hours. The opponent was still engaged in combat. At this moment, he had achieved 61 consecutive victories. It was almost absurd. Fortunately, the disparity between the two was not overly vast. His disciple might still prevail. Meanwhile, Flender and Xiao Wu held their breath, having lived in this environment for quite some time. They had witnessed many battles in the Soul Arena. Yet today's nearly surreal contest was unlike anything they had seen before. Their concern grew. Could Xiao San hold his own against such relentless pursuit? Congratulations to the bloodthirsty demon for achieving 65 consecutive victories. Another round of cheers erupted. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch. The maximum duration was 5 minutes. The minimum was 1 minute. This man was crafting a legend. The bloodthirsty demon had become the deity of the Soul Arena in Soto City tonight. With just 5 minutes remaining, the leaderboard came to a halt at 79 victories. Meanwhile, thousand-handed Shura was still in pursuit, having secured 68 consecutive wins today. On the weekly leaderboard, first place, Bloodthirsty Demon, with 129 consecutive victories this week. Second place, Thousand-Handed Shura, with 126 consecutive victories this week. In these 5 minutes, let us see if you possess the capability to catch up. Feng sat on the sofa, contemplating the strategy ahead. If he were to decisively overpower Shrek and eliminate them too swiftly, the ensuing team battle would lose its significance. His goal was to instill a glimmer of hope in the opponent, only to extinguish it with a single blow. Charge, Xiao San. Take advantage of the bloodthirsty demon's fatigue and turn the tide. We have 3 matches left. The master behind them was already drenched in sweat. The ferocity of the bloodthirsty demon tonight was beyond his expectations. He had thought that if the opponent could manage 30 to 50 matches, it would be remarkable. Yet they had relentlessly fought through 79 matches, an absurd feat. If Xiao San couldn't catch up, defeat was inevitable, regardless of the outcome of the team battle. Xiao San, hurry. Use any means necessary to secure victory. Beside him, Flandre gripped his hands tightly, palms slick with sweat. No one anticipated the intensity of the conflict would escalate to such heights. Flandre, spare me your pretenses. If we lose, I know you will find joy in it. I assure you, my devoted disciple Tang San will have the chance to win 3 matches and equalize the situation. The master spoke coldly, casting a sharp glance at Flandre. When have I ever been insincere, Xiaogang? If you find me displeasing, just say so. Flandre, overwhelmed with tension, wore a puzzled expression. When had he ever acted insincerely? Humph, this is a crucial moment. I do not wish to quarrel with you. Just remember, your schemes shall not succeed, and cease your innocent facade. Do not attempt to play emotional games with me. Flandre found himself bewildered, as if an unjust blame had been thrust upon him. Who was truly arguing with whom? In the VIP lounge below, brother, are you all right? We could participate in a duo match. I can share the burden. Xiao Wu, witnessing the scene, was filled with concern. 50 consecutive matches, what an overwhelming concept. It was a true test of limits. I am fine. Duo battles are too time-consuming. I must secure 3 victories in the next 5 minutes to win. Tang San gripped the dragon whisker needle tightly. Relieved for the ample supply of hidden weapons he had prepared, otherwise, enduring this many matches would have been impossible. Soon, he was back in the fray. In the final seconds, he managed to win 3 battles. His ranking remained at an impressive 129 consecutive victories. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the arena floor. Although he had utilized hidden weapons, he had expended a considerable amount of soul power, which was a challenge to sustain. Xiao San, the master rushed over, eager to assist him. Teacher, I did it. Tang San looked up at the master, utterly drained, unable to move. Alas, what will we do about tonight's team battle if I've exhausted all my energy? Flandre sighed deeply, embodying a profound sense of melancholy. Xiaogang had his own methods, but he remained tight-lipped about them, which was maddening. Flandre, there is something I must say, though I'm unsure if it's appropriate. The master seems rather stingy. How have you two managed to coexist for so long? It feels as though this grudge will linger for a lifetime. Xiao Wu shrugged helplessly, embodying a sense of resignation. Just moments ago, Flandre attempted to assist Tang San, only to be scolded by the master for trying to play the Good Samaritan. I will take care of my disciple myself. I do not need your help. Flandre, To an outsider, it might seem as though they harbored deep-seated animosity. Yet, this stemmed from a previous incident where Flandra had tugged at the master's sleeve and uttered some harsh truths. Truth be told, similar occurrences transpired daily between him and Dai Mubai, who would still greet him with a smile. Alas, a villain can commit a single good deed and be redeemed, while I, a good person, commit one mistake and become despised. Flandra sighed heavily, feeling the weight of his frustration. He had invested so much for the sake of this brother, only to have him remember that one misstep. Feng observed that Tang San ultimately secured 3 victories, matching his own streak. A satisfied smile instantly graced his face. He intended to utterly vanquish the Shrek team in the ensuing team battle, allowing Yu and Tang San to experience the bitter taste of imminent victory slipping away, culminating in a crushing defeat. In the private box of the Do Huang team above, a voice exclaimed, "Instructor, why have you arrived so late tonight? It's already 11 o'clock. Are you aware that the bloodthirsty demon is set to join our Do Huang team?" Feng pushed the door open and was immediately surrounded by the members of the Do Huang battle team. From their expressions, it was evident how eagerly they anticipated the presence of this bloodthirsty demon. After all, he was the only man who had achieved an impressive 79 consecutive victories in a single day through sheer strength during today's battle, setting the highest record for daily wins in the entire continent's soul fighting arena. Of course, I am aware of that. Come, let us proceed to the VIP waiting room below. On this final day, there is no longer any need for me to conceal my identity. A waiting room below? Has the instructor prepared a VIP waiting area? The others inquired with curiosity upon hearing this. It is not that. I have had it for quite some time, and I will be in the waiting room downstairs all night. Feng revealed a smile and remarked, "Has it been quite a while?" "It has been quite a night, hasn't it?" The crowd, upon hearing these words, found themselves utterly bewildered. Thus, they followed Feng to the waiting room below. However, as soon as they entered this chamber, an overwhelming sense of suffocation enveloped them. Chapter 112. The trembling hands of the attendant were met with the sudden resurgence of Manager Ao. "Instructor, is this your waiting room?" The opulence was beyond anything they had ever encountered, truly luxurious, akin to a royal palace. Every conceivable amenity was at their disposal. In stark contrast to the VIP room they had occupied earlier, this space resembled a grand palace compared to a mere slum. Could it be that such a place existed within the small town of Sotoa's arena? Surely, this must be a privilege reserved for royalty. Well then, we shall wait here for the evening. There is a designated passage for our entrance, eliminating the need to return to the public waiting area. Feng inquired, "Instructor, the rental fee for this place must be quite exorbitant, wouldn't it?" Feng caressed the genuine leather sofa, its texture luxuriously soft, while her eyes sparkled with the glimmer of wealth. This was even superior to her own home. Fortunately, the daily cost was merely 10,000 gold coins. Feng spoke up. He currently possessed 20 million gold coins, which rendered the daily expenditure of 10,000 gold coins almost inconsequential. It is akin to having 2,000 yuan. Would one truly concern themselves with spending a single yuan on something trivial? To you, a few yuan is merely a minor detail. Furthermore, he rented a place for 70,000 gold coins per week, and the earnings from his achievements in the Duel of Souls far exceeded that amount. Upon hearing this, the others felt an inexplicable pressure. Among them, the wealthiest were undoubtedly Osro and Yu Tianheng. Yet, each of them received only 10,000 gold coins monthly as living expenses from their families. The others, such as the less fortunate Yi Lingling and the brothers Shur Mo and Shur Mo, had monthly allowances that barely reached a few hundred or 1,000 gold coins. Indeed, the instructor was extravagantly affluent. "Instructor, the bloodthirsty demon is set to join our Do Huang team today. Although he will be a substitute, I suspect he will take the field, correct?" At this moment, Yu Tianheng directed his inquiry towards the instructor. "Indeed, that is certainly the case." Feng nodded. "Then, instructor, what arrangements do you intend to make?" Du Yin inquired. "With the Do Huang battle team and the bloodthirsty demon totaling 8 members, one must inevitably step down. This is precisely what I wish to discuss with you." Feng spoke, and everyone gathered around, their attention fully captured. After spending these past few days together, they regarded their instructor as nothing short of a deity. To be honest, none of them had ever idolized anyone before encountering their instructor. Handsome, extraordinarily powerful, and easy to converse with. With the addition of the bloodthirsty demon, the tactics and formations of the Fighting Emperor team required a complete overhaul. Only one defensive soul master would remain, and tonight, we shall keep Shimo. However, this alteration is only for this evening. If anyone has concerns, feel free to voice them. Feng announced his decision. Indeed, two defensive soul masters were more reliable. However, tonight, they did not require steadiness. Their only demand was swiftness. I have no objections. Shimo stated. The instructor's arrangement is undoubtedly grounded in reason, and after all, it is merely for one night. There is no harm in it. It also provides an opportunity for rest. At this moment, the others nodded in agreement. With Shimo expressing no concerns, the rest naturally followed suit. Very well. I shall now compile the registration list. If anyone wishes to seize an opportunity, do inform me. Feng revealed a smile that was distinctly different. This time, I will contribute 100,000. Yu Tianheng promptly produced a card. The bloodthirsty demon had joined their Do Huang team. There was no need for hesitation this time. I offer 50,000. 50,000. 2,000. They were all quite astute and understood what the instructor was referring to. Feng revealed a smile as he gathered their cards. This could be considered a small token he left for them after his departure. It must be said that during these past few days, this group of individuals had been quite sensible. Instructor, when will that bloodthirsty demon arrive? At this moment, Yin stood up and inquired. Instantly, everyone turned their gaze towards Feng, their anticipation for this mysterious guest palpable. He will be here shortly, Feng replied. Feng left behind a single remark before departing. Soon, the colossal screen in the Soul Arena cleared all previous messages. Ladies and gentlemen, the roster for the final team battle in the Central Soul Arena has been revealed. It is our esteemed Do Huang team facing off against the Shrek team. The screen first displayed the avatars of the 7 members of the Shrek team. In the next instant, a dazzling VS emblazoned with electric effects appeared in the center. On the other side, the avatars of the Do Huang team members, Yu Tianheng, Du Guyin, Shi Mo, Osro, Yu Feng, and Yu Lingling were showcased. Prominently featured was a black avatar adorned with a question mark. For heaven's sake, can the Soul Arena not be so frivolous? Must they always indulge in such ostentatious displays? Just say it's the bloodthirsty demon already. The audience below, incensed by the Soul Arena's theatrics, erupted in furious shouts. Suddenly, a prolonged sound reminiscent of a phone powering on resonated through the air. In the next moment, the avatar bearing the question mark revealed a figure donning a red mask. Instantly, the crowd ignited with excitement. It was indeed the bloodthirsty demon. The revelation of their joining the Do Huang team was met with disbelief. How could the bloodthirsty demon possibly join such an external team? Surely, the 7 of them should form their own team. Yet here they were. Today, members 2 through 7 had vanished, leaving only the bloodthirsty demon, who had single-handedly participated in 79 matches, shattering the Soul Arena record. Help me place a bet on the Do Huang team to win based on this figure. At that moment, Feng produced a list detailing the numbers each member intended to wager that night. Sir, are you really placing a bet of over 5 million? The attendant was momentarily taken aback by the staggering figure. Is there a problem with that? Feng inquired. While it is indeed feasible, the odds for the Do Huang team are 1-1, whereas for the Shrek team, they stand at 1-100. I would advise you to reconsider, sir. Given the odds of 1-100, many gamblers who initially intended to bet on the Do Huang team have abruptly shifted their focus. 1-100. If Shrek emerges as the dark horse tonight, the profits could be substantial. After all, that lad named Tang San is not to be underestimated. Although he has not defeated his opponents with sheer strength, those peculiar little creatures of his can wield power in other ways. What if they win? No need for that. Just place the bet for me. Betting on Shrek? He must be out of his mind to wager on the opposing team. The battle arena is well aware of Shrek's high probability of losing, which is precisely why they set the enticing odds of 1-100 to attract gamblers. Indeed, the gambler's psyche often seeks to gamble on a whim, aspiring to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. In reality, while they gamble, they may end up with nothing. Very well, sir, please hold on a moment. At this point, a trembling waiter processed the transaction. He promptly reported the information to the overseer of the battle arena. Master Ao. Unsurprisingly, the latter jumped up in excitement. Chapter 113. Brother, what will you do if the master departs? In the private box where Shrek was situated, they were astonished to discover that their energy had truly been restored. Aside from the 2 soul masters, Oscar and Ningrongrong, who had not participated, the rest consumed a black pill. After taking this miraculous elixir, the previously exhausted individuals found their vitality renewed. Xiao Wu was rendered speechless by the astonishing efficacy of the medicine. Xiaogang, what is this remarkable potion? How can it be so extraordinary? Flender leaned in, equally astonished. Energy pill, the master replied succinctly. Is this concoction of yours? Flinder continued to inquire. Whether it is my creation or not is irrelevant. The fact remains that they have regained their strength and are prepared for the upcoming battle. I have always stated that I do not engage in endeavors without confidence. Furthermore, I am not your old comrade. After the battle concludes at 12 o'clock today, we part ways. The master declared, showing no mercy to Flinder. My old friend, I apologize. On Tuesday, I impulsively bet 5,000 gold coins and may have spoken harshly to you. Let bygones be bygones, Flinder professed sincerely, his tone almost obsequious. He was particularly reluctant to lose these young individuals. If Tang San were to leave, it was highly likely that Xiao Wu would follow suit. The 7 members of Shrek would be reduced to 5, which would undoubtedly bring sorrow. The most crucial aspect was that Shrek had become a cohesive unit. He could not bear the thought of this unity being shattered. 5,000 gold coins? Everyone present was taken aback. On Black Tuesday night, they had incurred significant losses. For instance, Tang San lost 10,000, while Dai Mubai fared even worse with a loss of 100,000. No one's wealth comes easily. They had placed their bets based on the master's assurance. That 5,000 gold coins was likely all Flinder had. It was entirely reasonable for him to feel agitated. The master's lingering resentment over this matter seemed rather petty. Teacher, why don't we remain at Shrek Academy? The dean may not have intended any offense that day. Tang San suggested as he looked at the master. He believed Flinder was fundamentally a good person who valued camaraderie. When he initially heard about the spirit crystal, Flinder had intended to gift it to him upon learning he was the master's disciple. Furthermore, since Wednesday, it seemed Flinder had recognized his mistake and had been seeking forgiveness. Xiao San, you are far too naive. He is merely playing on emotions. You know that Yu Xiaogang despises emotional manipulation above all else. Moreover, do you have any idea how harshly he berated me back then? He claimed I was at level 29, only capable of reading and utterly inept at teaching. Even calling me arrogant. Is this the kind of language a good brother uses? From that day forth, I resolved to sever ties with him. The master retorted vehemently, his anger palpable. Shrek's members, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and others, were utterly bewildered. They had expected Flinder to utter something truly venomous. Yet what had been said was merely the truth. Was it wrong to speak candidly? They stood there in utter confusion. Indeed, the master was at level 29. It was true that he was more inclined towards scholarly pursuits than teaching. In reality, their energy had merely increased. Their victory stemmed from their desire to preserve Shrek Academy. Their attitudes had fundamentally shifted, enabling their consecutive triumphs. To be honest, the master could not teach much. In contrast, someone like Xiao Wu, with rich combat experience, would instruct them on how to exploit their opponent's weaknesses, employ swift killing techniques, and even how to survive in dire situations. As for arrogance, that was self-evident. Black Tuesday was the prime example. Dai Mubai lost 100,000 gold coins. He was already financially strained and had only sought to recoup some losses based on the master's assurances, which only worsened his predicament. Oscar had lost all the earnings he had accumulated over 3 years from selling sausages. The fat boy's hard-earned 200 gold coins had vanished. Ultimately, the master was overly confident in himself. Flinder was typically frugal, and losing 5,000 gold coins would undoubtedly incite his fury. Such emotions are entirely human. Brother, what will you do if the master leaves? At that moment, Xiao Wu posed the question. She had just grasped the crucial point. The master had instructed Tang San to prepare for departure. If the teacher were to leave, she would follow him as well. Tang San nodded resolutely. A day as a teacher, a lifetime as a father. The master has treated me with such kindness. How could I possibly remain behind if he requests my departure? Alas, Xiaogang, why must you make things so difficult? Reflect on how close we once were as brothers and partners. Flinder appeared haggard. He had never anticipated that his impulsiveness would lead to such a rift among friends. Even now, with such a sincere apology, there seemed to be no room for reconciliation. Playing the emotional card again. Do you wish to reminisce about our glorious past? Flinder, you are truly becoming insufferable. Do you recall the military contract we signed in my office on Tuesday night? If I lost the bet, Yu Xiaogang would perish. Since I am determined to meet that fate, there is no room for negotiation. With that, the master slammed a piece of paper onto the table. A resolute gesture that echoed his finality. It was a military order, boldly inscribed with the master's solemn pledge that should the wager prove unsuccessful, he would take his own life. He also expressed a desire for Flinder to sell the antique shop and exert every effort to support him. The date was marked as Tuesday. Upon reading it, a wave of murmurs swept through the crowd, astonished that the master had indeed executed such a decree on a Tuesday night. Alas, Xiaogang, I truly spoke hastily in that moment. And I have not even signed this military order. Flander felt a deeper bitterness at that moment. After returning, the master had proactively rushed to his office, demonstrating his sincerity by drafting such a military order, hoping for Flander to sell the antique shop. Flander had refrained from signing, believing that since they were brothers, there was no need for such rigidity. He was confident in his ability to support him unconditionally. Huh? No signature? Does that mean it holds no validity? Flander. You spineless coward. I anticipated your shamelessness. I tell you, since I dared to write this military order and now present it, I shall abide by it. Whether you sign or not, it remains effective, eternally binding. Chapter 114. It is to invoke your regret and vexation. At this moment, the master was exceedingly agitated, his words almost erupting from him like a roar. Flander. Beside him, Xiao Wu gently patted Flander's hand, signaling that since retention was impossible, they should accept it. Hadn't they endured similar trials over the years? Thus, if the master truly wished to depart, he should do so without hesitation. After all, no amount of effort could retain one who wished to leave. Moreover, the opposing party had already made their stance abundantly clear. If Flander continued in this vein, he would indeed be reduced to a sycophant. Xiao San, the team battle has commenced for a while now, and there are only a few rounds left before your turn. Take these 2 elixirs. Remember, you may only use one per day, and after midnight, you may use the second. They will ensure our victory tonight. At this moment, the master produced 2 elixirs once more. Master, you possess such wondrous pills. Tang San exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the elixirs. As a member of the Tang sect, he was skilled in poisons, but had never encountered such concoctions. He was astounded that his teacher could create such treasures, feeling as though he had stumbled upon a hidden gem of a mentor. Indeed, the master nodded slightly. Do you have any more to spare? I fear that the battle may extend too long, and everyone will require replenishment. These 2 elixirs may not suffice. Tang San looked earnestly at the master. Considering the needs of Xiao Wu, Daimubai, and others, 2 elixirs would undoubtedly be inadequate. Why concern yourself with them? These elixirs are arduous to refine. They are not my direct disciples. I reserve these for my true apprentices. If, by the time, you find the remaining elixir unnecessary, you may distribute it as you wish. The master stated coldly, intent on creating the illusion that these elixirs were a product of his own labor, compelling Flander to regret his dismissive actions from Tuesday. Simultaneously, it would evoke frustration in others, as Flander's failure to maintain a good rapport meant he would go without elixirs. Upon hearing this, the others fell into a contemplative silence. All right, Tang San shrugged helplessly. The announcement from the battle arena echoed once more, a familiar voice signifying the commencement of their match. After glancing at the time, they noted that only 10 minutes remained until midnight, their battle scheduled as the final event. Where has the instructor gone for so long? Was it stated that the bloodthirsty demon would arrive shortly? In a nearby VIP waiting room, the members of the Do Huang team were all filled with frustration. Their instructor had been absent for over half an hour, and his return was still awaited. Perhaps the casino was crowded, especially given the throngs at the battle arena tonight. At this moment, Yi Lingling remarked, tonight, the Do Seoul Arena is estimated to host at least 70 to 80,000 people. We descended from the 2nd floor amidst a sea of bodies. Suddenly, a voice rang out. It's over. It was Yu Feng, who had inadvertently knocked over a pot of coffee, spilling it all over the floor. Yu Feng, what are you doing? How could you knock the coffee off the table? Du Guiyan exclaimed, rushing towards Yu Feng. I was practicing my reaction speed, and it slipped my mind, Yu Feng replied, his expression one of bitter regret. Let me find some napkins or a cloth. At that moment, Yi Lingling stood up, saying, he made such a mess of the instructor's rented room. It will be difficult to explain upon his return. Moreover, what will the bloodthirsty demon think when he sees this room stained with coffee? She walked towards a small room resembling a storage area, and as she opened the cabinet, the scene unfolded. Yi Lingling covered her mouth in astonishment, her entire being frozen in place. Lingling, what's wrong? Witnessing Yi Lingling's expression of sheer terror, Du Guiyan was taken aback and immediately approached her. She too wished to provide the bloodthirsty demon with a suitable environment. If the filthy surroundings were to be seen by him, it would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of their dual emperor team and their instructor. Yi Lingling rummaged through the cabinet, searching the adjacent low cupboard for any cloths or tissues. At that moment, upon reaching the interior cabinet, Du Guiyan was utterly astonished to discover 6 sets of clothing and 7 masks. Moreover, these masks were all too familiar to her, particularly the third one, the mask of bloodthirsty demon number 3. Could it be that I have inadvertently stumbled upon the lair of the bloodthirsty demon organization? Yilingling gasped in terror, covering her mouth, believing this to be merely a storage room, and she had been pondering why it appeared so lavish. Duguyin, equally alarmed, nodded in agreement. No wonder the instructor had mentioned the bloodthirsty demons would come. It turned out this was their waiting room. Thus, the two delicately closed the cabinet, aware that these formidable individuals despised others meddling with their belongings. If they were discovered, what if the bloodthirsty demons took offense and sought retribution? They had just staked all their possessions. Such a calamity must not occur, lest they become fugitives. With that, the two quietly closed the cabinet and pretended as if nothing had happened as they made their way to the hall. "Instructor, you're back." Just as they arrived in the hall, a voice echoed. Indeed, the instructor had returned. Everyone stood up to greet him. "Instructor, I have a question," Duguyin said, raising her hand slightly, sensing that something was amiss. "What is it?" Yi Feng, upon witnessing the peculiar demeanor of Duguyin, inquired with a hint of perplexity. "Is this the stronghold of the bloodthirsty demon organization?" Duguyin, emboldened by the fact that the instructor was alone, dared to ask this question. Had there been others present, she would have refrained from doing so, for it would have been tantamount to revealing a hidden truth. Through their days of interaction, she had come to understand the instructor's temperament, confident that no information would be divulged, and that he often provided them with clarification. "Did you notice the cabinets inside?" Yi Feng suddenly posed a question. "Instructor, we did not intend to cause any trouble. We were merely seeking tissues or a cloth, and inadvertently opened the cabinet." Duguyin's demeanor shifted as she listened to the instructor, her expression turning serious in an instant. She hastily shook her head, her anxiety palpable. The transformation of the instructor from a relaxed state to one of solemnity was unprecedented for her. This was a grave mistake. "Yes, instructor. It was I who shattered the coffee jar, and then Lingling and Sister Yin assisted me in searching for something to clean it up. I am currently picking up the fragments." Yu Feng quickly interjected, albeit without clarity regarding the nature of the cabinet in question, that he spoke the truth about his actions. "Haha. There is no need to be anxious." At that moment, Yi Feng erupted into laughter. Chapter 115, Yi Feng's Attitude. If you are to act, then act decisively. The members of the Fighting Emperor team were left bewildered by Yi Feng's sudden shift in demeanor, each donning a face of inquiry. What was the instructor up to? Why had he suddenly burst into laughter? The sound possessed an almost enchanting quality. Indeed, this was the stronghold of the bloodthirsty demon organization. Yet it was far less daunting than one might envision. In truth, they were rather amiable. Yi Feng observed the visibly anxious expressions of Yilingling and Duguyin, and promptly addressed them with a gentle tone. However, the members of the team were taken aback by such words, their expressions reflecting disdain. What a preposterous statement. Anyone who has faced the bloodthirsty demon has invariably been overpowered. How could one possibly consider it gentle? Indeed, only an instructor could utter such sentiments. At that moment, the announcement echoed through the arena. "The Do Huang team and the Shrek team, please prepare yourselves. In 5 minutes, you will proceed to the Central Seoul arena for the competition." Just then, Yu Tianheng inquired, "Instructor, why hasn't the bloodthirsty demon arrived yet? Is it because tonight's battles have been too exhilarating?" He expressed his profound admiration for the bloodthirsty demon, having engaged in 79 consecutive battles that evening. "Ah, he has indeed arrived." Yi Feng responded, "Have they arrived?" The members of the Do Huang team appeared utterly bewildered. "Where are they? Why can't we see anyone?" "Please wait for me here for a moment." Yi Feng stepped into the small room he had just encountered. Each person wore a face of bewilderment. What on earth was the instructor up to? Only Yilingling, standing aside, displayed a look of trepidation intertwined with a sense of the bizarre. "Do you see? Does this not resemble the emergence of a bloodthirsty demon?" Yi Feng emerged wearing a mask. A gasp of astonishment resonated among the crowd. Some even rubbed their eyes vigorously in disbelief. What had they witnessed? The instructor donned the mask of a bloodthirsty demon. "In truth, I am the bloodthirsty demon you have been awaiting all along." Yi Feng removed his mask, revealing a smile. "How is this possible? Instructor, you possess 4 soul rings?" At that moment, Yi Feng inquired. Osro, Duguyin, and the Shimo brothers nodded in agreement. Indeed, the instructor has 4 rings. The bloodthirsty demon is a level 35. This cannot possibly be one individual, can it? Has everyone forgotten that there exists a technique to conceal soul power and soul rings? Suddenly, Yilingling spoke up. No wonder she felt the bloodthirsty demon resembled someone. However, she could never quite recall whom. Now, it finally became clear, it was the instructor. Her mother had informed her that individuals from certain noble families possessed methods to hide their soul power and soul rings. It was even said that those who had cultivated to the essence could conceal their own soul rings. Concealing soul rings and soul power? The group suddenly realized. Indeed, the bloodthirsty demon exhibited a characteristic in battle. It never revealed its soul rings. It either manifested them singularly or not at all. Initially, they found it peculiar, but as they observed more, they adapted. In that moment, they had entirely overlooked this crucial detail. So, Instructor Feng, were you also the one on the 27th? At that instant, Yu Lingling posed the question. Since the other party could conceal their soul rings and soul power, it was entirely feasible to create multiple clones. Lingling, how could this be possible? One instructor playing 7 roles is too extravagant. How could one manage that? Yu Tianheng remarked. Merely contemplating this left him in disbelief. How astonishing it is that Yu Lingling would inquire about this matter. Is it not utterly perplexing? I too find it somewhat difficult to believe. Yet consider this. Have the members of the Bloodthirsty Demons organization ever made an appearance simultaneously? Furthermore, their physiques are remarkably similar. Additionally, it is worth noting that they typically engage in dozens of matches, ranging from 40 to 60 in a single day. The instructor's remarkable streak of 79 consecutive victories today also encompasses the aforementioned figures, implying that the instructor possesses the capability to operate 6 alternate accounts. Yi Lingling articulated her analysis with remarkable clarity and logical coherence. Upon hearing this, the crowd was struck by the validity of her argument. In an instant, they turned their gazes towards Yi Feng, eager to ascertain the truth of her claims. If it were indeed accurate, the implications would be profoundly unsettling. Upon closer inspection, it became evident I had indeed created 6 alternate accounts, with accounts 2 through 7 all belonging to me. Yi Feng spoke with a beaming smile. The crowd collectively gasped, feeling their knees weaken as if they desired to kneel. Who can pinch my philtrum? I can't take it anymore. Beside him, Yu Tianheng theatrically collapsed onto the sofa, convulsing as though afflicted by a fit. This was the most absurd statement he had ever heard in his life. It was a notion so outrageous that even novels would hesitate to portray it. Simultaneously managing 7 accounts, and within a week, 6 of those accounts had acquired the Silver Soul Badge. Such news would surely send shockwaves throughout the entire continent's Soul Master community. What sort of instructor had the Crown Prince found for them? They could only wish to kneel in reverence. All right, although we need not wait in a public waiting area, time is of the essence, so I shall briefly outline our tactics. Yi Feng addressed the group. In an instant, everyone became utterly focused, sitting upright and attentive. The previously convulsing Yu Tianheng, now without anyone to pinch his philtrum, had regained his composure and was even more engrossed than the others. In a moment, we must conclude our battle within this time frame. Yi Feng extended a single finger. Within an hour? Yu Feng inquired. What do you mean an hour? It is clearly within 10 minutes, interjected Shiremo. Although he would not be participating directly, he remained an integral part of the Do Huang team. No, it shall be 1 minute, Yu Feng declared firmly. This was his stance regarding Shrek. They were worth merely a minute. 1 minute? The crowd was left utterly dumbfounded. This battle was to take place in the central arena, and Shrek would undoubtedly be cornered like a trapped beast. Wasn't he 1 minute a bit too extravagant? Indeed. At the start, everyone would unleash their ultimate abilities, with the exception of Shiremo, the protective support Soul Master, while the others would charge forth. Yi Feng proclaimed. If we are to act, we must do so with vigor. Let us not display any cowardice. At this moment, Du Guyan inquired. What if the opponent launches a surprise attack on our support-type Soul Master, as they did last time? She expressed concern that commencing with full force might lead to complications later on due to potential deficits. This will align with my forthcoming strategy, he continued. Tianheng, you are tasked with confronting the evil-eyed white tiger. Within a minute, I demand that you exhaust your soul power and physical stamina completely. Failure to do so will result in dire consequences upon your return. At this moment, Yi Feng's gaze was fixed directly on Yu Tianheng, radiating an explosive aura. Chapter 106, The Malicious Tang San, the Bloodthirsty Beast. 5th update, assured completion of the task. Upon hearing these words, Yu Tianheng immediately tensed up and nodded vigorously. A surge of fervor coursed through him. The sinister-eyed white tiger? So, it is that blonde-haired lad. With a full exertion for 1 minute, he could easily vanquish his opponent. Excellent. Now it is time for Du Guyan. Your target is Xiao Wu. The specific strategy is outlined above. Yi Feng glanced at Du Guyan, understanding the unspoken communication. Du Guyan nodded in response. Subsequently, Yi Feng continued to issue commands. Yu Feng, you shall contend with Ma Hongjun, while Asro will engage Zhu Zhuqing. As for Shiremo, Your task is exceedingly formidable. Not only must you safeguard our support-type soul masters, but you must also defend everyone. When the enemy resorts to a desperate struggle, utilize your Xian Gui martial spirit to establish a protective barrier. Yu Feng spoke solemnly to Shirimo, expressing his foreboding that it was highly likely that Shrek would resort to hidden weapons. Therefore, it was imperative to prepare defenses in advance. Understood. Shirimo nodded in agreement. Next was Ling Ling. Should anyone from our side sustain injuries, you are to heal them immediately. As an auxiliary soul master, you need only focus on managing the depletion of physical strength. Just do your part. Yi Feng concluded with a decisive affirmation. Yi Lingling. Although Yi Lingling is but a woman, her voice at this moment resonates with the force of a grinding stone. The instructor possesses an uncanny ability to ignite their fervor with just a few words. Excellent, when the time comes. Whoever first breaks through the opponent's defenses shall charge directly towards the supporting spirit masters behind. The strategy is simple. Unleash the ultimate move. However, one must remain vigilant against their concealed weapons. Should one encounter them, it is imperative to evade and seek another opportunity. At this moment, Yi Feng conveyed these instructions. Understood. Everyone responded in unison. Very well, then prepare yourselves and await the announcement to take the stage. Yi Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Everyone has their targets. And his was naturally Tang San, the most favored disciple of the master. Now, everything was in place. They merely awaited the favorable wind. In another VIP waiting room, silent hidden daggers and veiled threats were exchanged, with Tang San distributing concealed weapons. Each one was now donning their gear. Rong, Oscar. Here are the Zhuge crossbows I crafted. As you are both support-type soul masters, I worry they might target you like last time. With the silent daggers and veiled threats, coupled with these crossbows, you can certainly hold out until reinforcements arrive, Tang San instructed. Haha, little San, I never imagined you possessed such items. The master beamed with delight, having witnessed the prowess of the concealed weapons his disciple had devised. They were indeed formidable. Master, since you have made a solemn vow, I shall do my utmost. Tang San declared, for the fate of the adversary struck by his concealed weapons mattered not to him. All that mattered was the Master's victory. He stood resolutely by his Master's side. Very well. Today, we shall show some individuals the folly of their decisions in dismissing us. Upon hearing this, the Master nodded with a smile, clearly proud of his exceptional disciple. Beside them, Flinder and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, a hint of helplessness in their expressions, especially Flinder, who felt that his old comrade was indeed referring to him. But had he truly expelled the Master? Absolutely not. It was merely the Master's fragile pride. At that moment, he chose not to elaborate, caught in a cycle of hesitation. For every time he sought to explain, the Master would accuse him of being sentimental. What could he do? Soon, the announcement echoed throughout the arena, and the center arena shimmered with brilliant lights. Originally accommodating 10,000. It was now crammed with 40,000 spectators. Aside from the front 4 rows of supreme VIP seats priced at 3,000 gold coins and the 10 to 5th row VIP seats at 1,000 gold coins, all other seating was removed. Indeed, only those with the financial means to afford the front 10 rows could sit, while the rest stood shoulder to shoulder, yet they bore no grievances, only exuberance. To witness such a breathtakingly intense competition, they felt no regret. As the two teams took the stage, all revealed their martial souls. The moment the bloodthirsty demon brandished his black scythe, the arena erupted in a frenzy, a cacophony of over 40,000 voices roaring like thunder. The very ground seemed to tremble, threatening to collapse under the weight of such fervor. Flinder, just watch. You shall spend your life in remorse for the transgressions of Tuesday night. As the leader of Shrek, they had secured the best vantage point. The Master stood with his hands clasped behind him, speaking coldly to Flinder. It was already midnight. With his stamina potions, coupled with his tactical guidance and little San's concealed weapons, this battle held no uncertainty. Enough. Silence yourself. I do not wish to hear your meaningless prattle, nor do I want to endure your emotional appeals. From now on, either call me Master or Yu Xiaogang. The name Xiaogang is not one you deserve. Flinder was about to respond, but the Master swiftly retorted. Xiao Wu could only shake his head in silence, lamenting the plight of his leader. Center stage. Bloodthirsty demon, I have awaited you for long. Tang San fixed his gaze upon Yi Feng. Their previous defeat had been a fluke. This time, he was determined to avenge Xiao Wu and bring glory to his master. Is that so? Yi Feng revealed a smile. The Douluo battle team was poised for action, with everyone eagerly awaiting the host's signal to commence. At that moment, the competition officially began. Just then, the host's voice resonated, followed by the intense atmosphere that soared over 50 meters high. No need for further words. The battle with the bloodthirsty demon had begun. Avoid it as much as possible, especially in this kind of team combat. Everyone focused on their respective opponents. And within 1 minute, I expect to see the adversaries all lying prostrate. The instant the host called for the start, Feng declared, "Yes." Everyone nodded in unison. Arrogant. The first soul skill, blue-silver grass entanglement. Tang San unleashed his initial soul skill. With these mere strands of grass, you might as well feed them to rabbits. The first soul skill, tear the heavens. A purple soul ring illuminated the scene. In Yifeng's hands, the bloodthirsty scythe swung with ferocity. In an instant, countless razor-sharp blades soared into the sky. The blue-silver grasses conjured by Tang San were effortlessly sliced into multiple segments. Meanwhile, the battle raged intensely on the other side. Yu Tianheng faced off against Daimubai, unleashing his third soul skill, Thunder Fury. Daimubai countered with his white tiger transformation. Dong Guoyin confronted Xiao Wu. Osro and Yu Feng charged towards the enemy's rear. Nearly a second into the fray, the scene resembled a chaotic melee, with soul lights flashing everywhere. The Douluo battle team resembled a pack of bloodthirsty beasts. Chapter 117. Anger at its peak. Eyes turned red. The first update. The entire central arena was in utter disarray. Phosphorescent purple poison, thunderous lightning, and hundreds of razor-sharp blades wreaked havoc. With his second soul skill, Ghost Vine, Tang San was utterly unprepared for the ferocity of his opponent and instantaneously unleashed his second soul skill, Ghost Vine Parasitism. His second soul skill was always executed in conjunction with the first. In a heartbeat, countless blue-silver grasses surged from the arena floor. The frenzied tactics of the Douluo battle team placed immense pressure on Tang San. He needed to find a way to slow down the onslaught. It was said that these grasses were worthless. There was no need to flaunt them further. Feng unleashed his bloodthirsty scythe, instantly tearing through the heavens with wild abandon. Tang San's blue-silver grass barely survived for less than a breath before being mercilessly harvested by the scythe. One can only imagine what happens when chives encounter a blade. Naturally, they are severed. This is akin to the eternal struggle between cat and mouse, a matter of bloodline suppression. The same applies to Tang San's blue-silver grass. His bloodthirsty scythe could effortlessly suppress the opponent's blue-silver grass, and it was no different for the blue-silver emperor. What? Tang San watched in horror as his blue-silver grass, akin to chives, was cut down the moment it sprouted. His pupils constricted in shock. This demonic soul skill felt incredibly familiar. Meanwhile, on the other side, the second soul skill, Thunderous Might, was unleashed by Yu Tianheng, escalating the conflict to a fever pitch. He directly summoned the Wrath of Thunder. In response, Daimubai, unwilling to back down, leapt into the air and unleashed the White Tiger's Radiant Wave. Boom! The two forces collided, unleashing a violent shockwave that reverberated throughout the arena. Daimubai staggered back several steps, while Yu Tianheng retreated a few steps as well. In this fierce battle, both fighters had become fervently engaged. Just a brief moment of respite, and they were at it again. Xiao Wu and Du Guyan were similarly embroiled in battle, utilizing teleportation, toxic mist, and frantic probing. On another front, Luo and Yu Feng charged forward, while Ma Hongjun and Zhu Zhuqing fought valiantly against them. However, the former two were formidable soul masters at the soul sovereign level, above level 35. Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun were swiftly overwhelmed. Is this truly a battle at the level of soul sovereigns? The host above was left utterly dumbfounded. In less than 10 seconds since the battle commenced, the intensity was already overwhelming. The entire arena fell silent, clearly astonished by such a ferocious conflict. Oscar, Rong, use the divine crossbow. Suddenly, Tang San shouted towards the rear. Given the circumstances, they evidently lacked the strength to assist further and could only allow the two to handle these agile attack-type soul masters on their own. The Zhuge divine crossbow could annihilate any soul master below level 30 comprehensively, while those below level 40 would face certain death if caught directly. However, these two were agile attack-type soul masters and could normally evade a portion of the assault. The probability of immediate death was low, at the very least. They could survive a breath, and should they suffer fatal injuries afterward, it would not be considered a violation by Shrek. Understood. Ning Rong and Oscar exchanged glances, instantly summoning the divine crossbow, capable of launching 16 bolts in a single shot, sufficient to pierce gold and shatter stone within a 50-meter range, displaying overwhelming might. The divine crossbow? Upon seeing the silver box aimed at them, the eyes of Yu Feng and Luo, who had just defeated Ma Hongjun and Zhu Zhuqing and were preparing to charge, widened in alarm. Not good. Quickly evade. Yifeng's gaze instantly turned frigid. How could Tang San possibly entrust the Zhuge Divine Crossbow to two support-type Soul Masters? He anticipated the presence of a concealed weapon. Yet he never imagined that the adversary would resort to such lethal means. Was this an attempt to take their lives? Yifeng vividly recalls the terror of the Zhuge Divine Crossbow. Not only is its lethality formidable, but its range of attack is also remarkably expansive. During his initial viewing of the anime, there was a particular episode where Shrek confronted the Fierce God team. In a mere exchange, the Fierce God team was reduced to a pincushion by the rain of crossbow bolts. With a swift motion, the two pulled the triggers, and in the next instant, a multitude of hidden weapons was unleashed. Spirit Bone skill, swift as the wind. Yifeng's left leg flickered with a crimson glow. Even a Soul Master of the Agile attack type could not entirely evade the Zhuge Divine Crossbow at this distance of merely 3 to 5 meters. Osro and Yufeng would perish if they did not die in battle. They would meet their end after descending from the arena. These were the individuals entrusted to him by Schwer. Regardless of the circumstances, he must ensure their safe return, unscathed. Yet, he still harbored the audacity to attempt rescuing others. Your adversary is me. Dragon Whisker Needles. In an instant, 10 Dragon Whisker Needles materialized in Tang San's hand. Wrapped in soul power, they surged directly towards Yifeng. The Douluo battle team must sacrifice a member. It could either be those two agile attack soul masters or this bloodthirsty demon. 10 needles. Sufficient to inflict severe torment upon him. Thud. Yifeng transformed into a streak of lightning, swiftly pulling Osro and Yifeng aside. In an instant, 10 Dragon Whisker Needles followed closely behind him, piercing through his back. The moment the Dragon Whisker Needles penetrated, the soul power enveloping Tang San shattered the fabric of his garment. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Instructor, Osro and Yifeng, who had just been rescued, shouted desperately. Had it not been for their instructor risking his life to save them from that lethal threat, they would surely have perished by now. Instructor, the members of the Douluo battle team, including Yu Tianheng, were filled with rage upon witnessing this scene. Their eyes reddening with fury, they could clearly see the flesh on Yifeng's back tearing away, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. His expression one of excruciating pain. Jiao Xian Haidang. Behind, Yilingling's beautiful eyes glistened with an icy coldness. Without hesitation, she integrated 3 soul rings, causing petals of begonia flowers to fill the sky, cascading into Yifeng's body. Move by. I'll hold back Yu Tianheng. You take down that auxiliary soul master. Tang San seized the opportunity. The Jiao Xian Haidang soul master was fabled to be able to revive someone as long as they still had a breath left. To secure victory, she must be eliminated. Indeed, little San, you've matured into a tactical master in just 1 week. In what felt like mere seconds, the tide of battle had turned, shifting from disadvantage to advantage. The master, observing the fight, felt immense satisfaction with this outcome, proud of his exceptional disciple. Good. Daimubai nodded and charged toward Yilingling's direction. Trying to escape? First soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. Yu Tianheng unleashed his soul skill in an attempt to thwart Daimubai. Third soul skill, Web Binding. At that moment, Tang San unleashed his third soul ring, a purple Millennium Soul Ring. The bloodthirsty demon, now afflicted by the Dragon Whisker Needles, was rendered nearly powerless. If he could just hold back Yu Tianheng until Mubai could break through the opposing auxiliary soul master, their chances of victory would soar. Roar. Suddenly, a ferocious dragon roar reverberated through the air. Second soul skill, Songlo Mishi. The dragon's roar echoed through the heavens, shaking the mountains and rivers. Tang San, believing that Yifeng had succumbed to the Dragon Whisker Needles, was caught off guard and was struck by the dragon's breath, causing his upper garments to explode instantly. Blood gushing forth and splattering 4 feet away. Meanwhile, the recently unleashed web binding fell like hailstones, crashing down onto the ground. Little San, Xiao Wu's beautiful eyes narrowed as she considered using her teleportation to assist. Mind Your Own Business, by Lindsay Du. Dugu Yin swiftly released by Lindsay Du. Encircling the area. From their earlier exchange, she had discerned the rabbit's soul skills. Teleportation was not a matter of vanishing into thin air, but rather a display of speed. However, regardless of how swift the opponent was, crossing through the by Lindsay Du would be fatal. Seeking death. First soul skill, Waist Bow. Xiao Wu, realizing her movement area had diminished to a mere circle, was instantly enraged. She prepared to unleash the Waist Bow, followed by a barrage of powerful strikes. How dare you injure our instructor? Let us see who meets their demise. Dugu Yin, not to be underestimated, encircled the area with poison, gradually closing in like a half-moon, intent on a mutual destruction. In recent days, due to their instructor, each of them had made significant progress. However, the despicable tactics of the Shrek team had ignited Douluo Yan's fury. On the other side, witnessing Tang San's injury, Dai Mu Bai contemplated turning back. Suddenly, he felt a chill at his back. It was the dragon claw. He could not move. Yu Tianheng held him fast, and the opponent's attacks grew increasingly fierce. In the rear, Yu Feng and Osro had resumed their assault. Their instructor was injured while saving them. This time, they had to eliminate those two auxiliary soul masters. As they attacked, Ma Hongjun and Zhu Zhuqing swiftly unleashed their hidden projectiles. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong and Oscar even resorted to secretive tactics. However, these two were agile assault soul masters. A loud crash echoed as Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were knocked off the platform, crashing heavily to the ground. Now it's your turn. Osro and Yu Feng's gazes were as cold as ice, filled with an ominous chill. Ma Hongjun and Zhu Zhuqing felt an inexplicable sense of dread, as if they were exposed to the winter chill without any clothing. You are Yi Feng. On the platform, Tang San fixed his gaze upon Yi Feng. He was all too familiar with this dragon. It had nearly cost him his life in the town outside the Stardow Forest. Had it not been for the external soul bone shielding him from the impact, he would have likely lost his ability to counterattack just now. There are still 20 seconds remaining. Yi Feng smiled playfully. In the next moment, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball. Rejuvenated by the 9-heart begonia healing technique administered by Yi Lingling, along with his own use of the chaos decision, the dragon whisker needle, previously coiled within his body, was now straightened and thrust outward. Those who dared to ambush him would undoubtedly pay the price. The demonic sickle in his hand surged towards Tang San, unleashing waves of lethal blade energy. If you insist on courting death, do not blame me for the consequences. As Yi Feng charged forth, Tang San unexpectedly drew the Zhuge Divine crossbow. A direct assault, even against foes below level 40, held little chance of survival. With the crossbow unleashed, Yi Feng would either be gravely wounded or meet his demise. Retract your worthless trinkets. Swift as the wind, Yi Feng hurled the bloodthirsty demon scythe into the fray. The winds howled furiously at the scene. The bloodthirsty demon scythe transformed into a celestial dragon, slicing through the air with its razor-sharp aura. Meanwhile, a radiant golden light emanated from Yi Feng's left leg, amplifying his speed 100-fold as he charged directly towards Tang San, executing a pincer attack. Tang San sensed an unprecedented feeling of oppression, as if he were being battered by a torrential flood. This was, without a doubt, the only battle in the history of the Soul Arena that had over 40,000 spectators yet remained eerily silent. In less than a minute, the atmosphere seemed to accelerate tenfold, with various soul skills unleashed in rapid succession. Osro had completed his mission. Yu Feng had fulfilled his task. Ma Hongjun plummeted to the ground. Nearby, Zhu Zhuqing was also sent flying off the stage. Osro and Yu Feng had successfully neutralized the enemy's rear guard, flawlessly accomplishing their objectives. The expression of the master, observing from a distance, shifted dramatically. The situation had turned yet again. Suddenly, 3 had fallen. Alas, Flinder sighed deeply. Do not be too pleased, Flinder. Even with just 3 participants, they shall achieve victory. Rest assured, I shall not lose. Upon hearing this sigh, the master felt as if a hidden scale had been torn from his back, and he responded icily, Xiaogang, you're overly sensitive. Flinder merely sighed lightly, not anticipating that it would provoke the ire of his old companion. Humph. Just watch, my disciple will turn the tide in this match. The master refrained from further comment, instead letting out a cold huff. Douluo Yan had completed her task. Yet, in the very next instant, Xiao Wu collapsed to the ground, her face marred with wounds. Nevertheless, Douluo Yan remained indifferent, for she had fulfilled her mission. She had given her instructor the best report possible. Yu Tianheng had accomplished his task, with a resounding impact. Dai Mu Bai was thrown off the stage. Yu Tianheng knelt on the ground, as though every ounce of his strength had been depleted. Behind him, Yi Lingling swiftly employed the 9-heart sea pearl to begin healing. Damn it, you all shall perish. Witnessing his teammates fall one by one, Tang San let out a furious roar. The external spirit bone on his back erupted forth. He lunged at Yi Feng, who had attacked him. Well done. Seeing Yi Feng pierced, the master exclaimed. With the external spirit bone, what did he have to fear? You shall also perish. Diamond technique, enhance my limbs. Yi Feng unleashed the Vajra technique, striking fiercely at Tang San's head. How long can you endure? Once you are ensnared by my faceless demon spider's venom, your demise is inevitable. Despite the relentless blows from Yi Feng, Tang San could not help but chuckle at that moment. It was as if a venomous serpent had latched onto its prey, patiently awaiting the futile struggles of its victim. 10 seconds should suffice, don't you think? Yifeng found himself ensnared by Tang San, akin to a spider capturing its prey, oblivious to the intricacies of his predicament. Toxins relentlessly infiltrated Yifeng's body, while he stood before Tang San, unleashing a barrage of punches that numbered in the dozens. When Tang San declared that he could not endure much longer, an instant later, Yifeng erupted into laughter. Despite the prolonged confrontation, a mere 10 seconds remained until the minute mark. He had vowed not to break his promise 60 seconds. Neither more nor less. What? Suddenly, Tang San noticed a dark soul ring slowly materializing beside Yifeng, emanating an unprecedented and lethal threat. Chapter 119, Tang San. Poison to death? Third update. Fourth soul skill, 3-second fatal poison scythe. Yifeng's surroundings transformed into an abyssal black. The bloodthirsty scythe morphed into an entirely obsidian weapon, exuding an aura of profound terror. This is perilous. Tang San swiftly retreated, employing the ghost shadow perplexing track. The enemy was momentarily vulnerable, having just tasted victory. Their defenses lowered. If he charged in now, it was conceivable that only he and Yifeng would remain in the end. Do you believe you can escape? Tang San's ghost shadow perplexing track was indeed swift. However, Yifeng's 10,000-year soul bone was no trifling matter. The golden winged Dapeng's speed-type soul bone activated, his left leg glowing with golden radiance. In the blink of an eye, he surged towards Tang San's direction. So fast, Tang San pushed the ghost shadow perplexing track to its utmost limits. Yet he realized that Yifeng's speed was at least double his own. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before he was overtaken by his adversary, and by then, he would certainly not have reached the enemy's stronghold. You have 8 seconds remaining. Yifeng gazed intently at Tang San, as if he were a cherished possession. 8 seconds? Let me witness it. The first soul skill, binding. Tang San swiftly unleashed his soul skill, binding. The binding was accompanied by the parasitic ghost vine, granting him additional time. Futile. The bloodthirsty scythe of Yifeng gently grazed the blue-silver grass, and in the blink of an eye, these plants withered completely. Some even began to decay. The venom harbored by the shadow poison wolf is undoubtedly the most potent toxin within the realm of poisons, ranking at the pinnacle of lethality. This wolf thrives in toxic pools, subsisting on various toxins and decomposed matter. The legendary 5 poisons are merely delectable delicacies in its eyes. To the shadow poison wolf, the mandragora snake is akin to a spicy snack, an elongated, chewy treat, enhanced with an array of accompaniments. Indeed, the poison possessed by the adversary is perceived as mere seasoning by the shadow poison wolf. This is precisely why the renowned Dragon Duke, a soul Douluo, personally pursued it. Both Snake Lady and Mangyuran dared not approach, for even a soul Douluo engaging in the hunt faced tremendous peril. As for a soul Emperor and a soul Master, their fate was all but sealed. The moment one becomes tainted by the venom, death is inevitable. This is utterly inconceivable. Utilizing his second soul skill, Ghost Vine Parasitism, the corruption of his blue-silver grass confirmed that the scythe bore poison, indeed, a lethal one, so toxic that it could not even be touched by the blue-silver grass. He swiftly activated his second soul skill. However, he discovered, to his dismay, that his ability to parasitize was utterly thwarted. Panic gripped him. What manner of monstrosity is this? The fact that his blue-silver grass parasitic skill could not be executed was beyond comprehension. Only 6 seconds remain. Yifeng stood before Tang San. With a swift motion, he unleashed his third soul skill, the web binding. Tang San promptly executed the web binding technique. Yet, his intentions were far from merely ensnaring. His sleeve subtly stirred. The sleeve arrow, along with the hidden sand, was simultaneously unleashed. At this moment, he could no longer concern himself with his opponent's fate. A successful ambush was all that mattered. Whoosh. However, Tang San did not anticipate that in the very next instant, the sharp demonic sickle would pierce through his body. He was merely 2 steps away from Yu Tianheng and the others. I have already told you, retract your useless trinkets. They hold no value against me. Yifeng spoke coldly, damn it. Tang San found himself half kneeling on the ground, acutely aware of his vitality ebbing away, his complexion turning a shade of purple. At this moment, he had no time to concern himself with Yifeng. He needed to detoxify. Swiftly, he plunged his spider-like claws into his own body, determined to extract the toxins. Otherwise, he would surely succumb to poisoning today. As expected, the instant the claws pierced him, his pallid visage regained some color. Yet, this detoxification was no battle. His stamina was depleting at an alarming rate. However, As a member of the Tang sect, he understood that if he did not expel these toxins quickly, they would reach his heart, and even divine intervention would be futile. Without considering anything else, Tang San swallowed a stamina pill given to him by his master, prioritizing survival over defeating the Do Huang battle team. As the pill took effect, he felt his drained energy revitalized to its peak. He continued to draw out the toxins within him, and gradually, his complexion improved. Yet, the 8 spider spears on his back visibly shrank, as if gravely injured. But this was not a melodramatic tale where the protagonist's suffering ceases amidst an attack. Feng would not wait for him. He unleashed the Songlong Miesher and sent Tang San tumbling off the stage. Meanwhile, Yu Tianheng remained astonished, still replaying the moment when Xiao Wu used the black stamina pill. How could the opponent possess such a thing? Hadn't the instructor mentioned that those pills were exclusively for the Do Huang team? Was it possible that his uncle had deceived them and given the pills to his disciple? Yu Tianheng could not fathom it, feeling a sense of disbelief as his mind buzzed. To be honest, he had always held a respectable impression of his uncle, believing him to be a formidable person who would never deceive the younger generation. Yet now, he found himself questioning everything. The uncle had claimed he would study the pills, only to hand them over to his disciple, and whether the instructor had given them was highly improbable. After all, the instructor had nearly perished at the hands of someone named Xiao. How could he possibly grant him pills? He resolved to clarify this matter later. Had it truly ended? Just 1 minute? The audience was dumbfounded. What was happening? They had paid 1,000 gold coins, 3,000 gold coins, only to witness a mere minute of combat. Although that minute had been exhilarating and intense, arguably the most thrilling match they had ever seen, they now felt it was hardly worth it, especially those in the VIP section, who had anticipated at least 10 minutes of battle, or even 5 or 6 minutes at the very least. Yet what transpired? Congratulations to our Do Huang battle team for their victory. Today, the bloodthirsty demon achieves its 80th consecutive win. The voice of a beautiful host resonated, exuding excitement. The crowd erupted in cheers for the bloodthirsty demon. While many VIP ticket holders felt shortchanged, numerous others rejoiced at the victory of the Do Huang battle team, cheering enthusiastically. Meanwhile, some voiced their discontent toward Shrek Academy, lamenting their loss within a mere minute. How could they be this pathetic? At that moment, Yu Xiaogang felt his head buzzing. Chapter 120, The Diamond Soul Badge. Entering the Hall of Fame of the Continental Soul Arena, he slumped onto the sofa, his mind blank. Everything had unfolded too rapidly. His disciple had initially held the upper hand, preparing to turn the tide, yet had suffered an utter defeat. Why? He had the stamina pills, and his tactical arrangements were meticulously planned, so why did they lose? In that instant, the master was at a loss. The celebration below was dazzling. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Aotion, the chief manager of the Soul Arena. Please do not rush to leave. We have one final segment, the score tally. Given the performance of our 2 captains today, the Soul Arena has decided to let you witness the birth of the highest badge in Soto City's Soul Arena. As the chief manager donned a black uniform and approached, the audience was astounded. Traditionally, soul badges were awarded in the team's private box, but today was exceptional, especially for those who had spent 3,000 gold coins for a seat. Thus, it was only fitting to extend the occasion a bit. Manager AO resolved to present the badge here. What? The manager himself is presenting the badge here. The crowd's disbelief was palpable. The manager's personal presentation was a prestigious honor, and doing so publicly was unprecedented in the history of Soto City. Bloodthirsty demon. Bloodthirsty demon. The audience erupted with excitement. Those who had previously felt dissatisfied for witnessing only a minute of action now felt it was all worth it. This segment was truly splendid. They were eager to discover just how many points the bloodthirsty demon had amassed. First, let us invite the captain of the Shrek team, Xiao Wu. Manager AO looked toward Tang San, who appeared disheveled and pale. Xiao San, are you all right? Daimubai inquired, supporting him. I'm fine. Please take care of Xiao Wu for me, having just treated his own injuries. He had also managed to alleviate some of Xiao Wu's suffering from the Bilingzi poison. He was on the verge of collapse but staggered onto the stage. Though defeated, he still carried his accomplishments. Despite Xiao's loss today, his record of 129 consecutive victories was commendable, earning a total of 630 points from various record-breaking rewards. As Tang San ascended the stage, Manager AO announced, the rules of the Soul Arena state that after winning 10 consecutive matches, each subsequent match's points are doubled, and after winning 100 matches, each match's points are multiplied by 10. According to regulations, He will receive the Sapphire Soul Badge and a reward of 20,000 gold coins for breaking the record. Let us congratulate him. The Soul Arena recognizes the tiers of Iron Soul, Copper Soul, Silver Soul, Gold Soul, Purple Gold Soul, Sapphire Soul, Ruby Soul, and Diamond Soul, corresponding to points of 0, 100, 1,000, 5, 000, 10, 000, 20, 000, 50, 000, and 100, 000 respectively. Qinsho Xiaoluo. Although Tang San faced defeat, he still garnered a number of supporters who were fervently rallying around him at that moment. Soon, Chief Ao presented him with a sapphire badge and unveiled a gold card containing a bounty of 20,000 gold coins. For a mere 20,000? It can only be said that had he not encountered the bloodthirsty demon, he would have achieved much more. Now, let us turn our attention to the bloodthirsty demon. How many consecutive victories has he amassed this week? He has triumphed in 130 matches this week, adding to the 31 from the previous week, totaling 161 consecutive victories in the arena over the past 2 weeks. After Tang San descended the stage, he approached Feng, where Chief Ao's voice grew increasingly resonant. 161 consecutive victories? The audience erupted in fervor upon hearing this proclamation. This individual must surely be a monster. Yet, seasoned spectators remained silent. If the bloodthirsty demon maintains this level of performance, achieving 80 victories daily, he would amass 560 victories in a week. Now that is truly monstrous. Clearly, his opponents had not exerted their full potential. One must wonder what his score would be. As the grand finale, Chief Ao created suspense by directing attention to the crystalline screen above. Soon, a staircase-like curve appeared on the screen. A small dot began to pulsate, akin to a punch card. Copper Spirit, 100 points, achieved. Silver Spirit, 1,000 points, achieved. Gold Spirit, 5,000 points, achieved. Purple Gold Spirit, 10,000 points, achieved. Sapphire Spirit, 20,000 points, achieved. Ruby Spirit, 50,000 points, achieved. He had effortlessly surpassed 50,000. Could the bloodthirsty demon become the first recipient of a Diamond Spirit badge in the history of our Soto City arena? Chief Ao feigned overwhelming excitement. After all, with 40,000 spectators having paid for their tickets, he had to deliver a spectacular performance. In total, with 161 victories, he amassed 90,020 points this week, shattering 19 records across the continent's arenas and earning an additional 980 points as a reward. His grand total reached 100,000. Diamond Spirit, 100,000 points achieved. An explosive effect erupted. The Diamond Spirit Badge, our Soto City arena's only Diamond Spirit Badge. Let us congratulate the bloodthirsty demon on his induction into the Hall of Fame of arenas across the continent. Chief Ao was seen at that moment, hysterically shouting, his voice breaking. Bloodthirsty demon. Bloodthirsty demon is incredible. The audience below seemed to have gone mad, fervently cheering. To witness the birth of a Diamond Spirit Badge was undeniably a moment of fulfillment in their lives. The gold spent was worth it. And what shall our bloodthirsty demon receive? He shall be awarded the Hall of Fame badge from the arena across the continent, dual certification from the Spirit Hall and the Empire, along with the extremely precious Diamond Spirit Badge, and a reward of 250,000 gold coins, Chief Ao announced. Observing the audience's ecstatic demeanor, he knew his purpose had been fulfilled. It was time for a perfect dispersal and to collect the rewards. Feng returned to the VIP waiting room. Soon, someone from the fighting arena came to present the Silver Fighting Spirit Badge for the 27th instructor. Why did my uncle deceive me? In the waiting room, Yu Tianheng felt a deep sense of frustration. He had just learned that the instructor was not even a disciple of his uncle. This was an utterly unrelated matter. Furthermore, he was extremely displeased that the other party had given his elixir to Shrek. He simply could not fathom why his uncle would mislead him. Perhaps he wishes for your acknowledgement, suddenly spoke Yilingling, who had been quietly sitting in the waiting room. She had heard the entire conversation from the instructor. The two parties were merely bound by a wager. There was no such thing as a preparatory disciple. Thus, the only explanation was that the other party sought Yu Tianheng's recognition. After all, this uncle was only at the 29th rank. Chapter 121. Surprised? I'm Yu Feng. Recognition? Have I not acknowledged him enough? I have always regarded him as an elder since childhood. I understand him when others do not. If this does not count as recognition, then what does? No. I must confront him and seek clarity. Upon hearing this, Yu Tianheng's temper flared. He had always held profound respect for this uncle. Moreover, The uncle had exuded an image of being studious and enigmatic. Yet this person had deceived him, even taking his elixir to give to his own disciple. Today, Yu Tianheng was determined to confront his uncle and demand the return of the remaining elixirs, for they belonged to the instructor. Tianheng, wait for me. I shall accompany you, said Yu Lingling. Yu Feng raised a smile and stood up. He had grown weary of the game. It was time to lay everything bare. Let it be this evening. Once he concluded this matter, he would seek out Douluo for the celestial herbs. If he could not obtain them, he would resort to theft. Such treasures would not be left for Tang San. Instructor, where will you go after tonight's conclusion? Yu Feng had just risen when he saw Yu Lingling inquiring. Where are you going? Wherever I can enhance my skills. She replied. Perhaps we may even meet again at the Royal Academy of Tiando. Yu Feng displayed a unique smile. After a week of rigorous training, the members of the Do Huang team had transformed their previously haughty dispositions. Their teamwork in group battles and individual combat had significantly improved, fully meeting the task requirements set forth by Xue'er. Thus, he could conclude his work. He had just instructed that the training would end here. Having responded to Yu Lingling's inquiry, Yu Feng and Yu Tianheng proceeded together towards the VIP room upstairs. For the past week, the Shrek team had been allocated a private room above. Dean Flinder, I am truly sorry, but I have lost, Tang San said. Lowering his head after AO, the steward had just handed out everyone's badges and departed. The opposing team's speed of attack had been so swift that they barely had time to react. Even Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu had not been able to deploy their hidden weapons. You are not the one who should apologize. Flinder's voice was icy, a surge of inexplicable fury raging within him. I guaranteed that we would not lose. And yet, here we are, having lost again. He fixed a penetrating gaze upon Yu Xiaogang, demanding an explanation. Alas, the one who should apologize is me. Flinder, I am sorry, Tang San, as a teacher. I must bear the blame. The master sighed deeply, his former arrogance extinguished. Can a mere apology suffice? Half of Shrek Academy now belongs to others. How am I to explain this to my brothers? Flinder glared at Yu Xiaogang, visibly furious, for he felt utterly devoid of anything now. Zhao Wujin and Dai Mubai observed in silence. For reasons unknown, witnessing the once proud master now reduced to a cowering figure filled them with a strange sense of satisfaction. Flinder, I am acutely aware that I have made a grave mistake. I understand that Shrek Academy is your lifeblood, but there is still hope. I will take this money and help you reclaim Shrek Academy. Will you trust me as a brother one last time? The master clutched the golden card tightly. Having procured over 20,000 gold coins from Tang San, directing his gaze towards Flinder, Shrek Academy had become a mere shell of its former self, devoid of anything of value. Reclaiming it for over 20,000 gold coins should not be insurmountable. To stake half the academy and expect me to trust you. To wager over 200,000 gold coins and demand my faith. To sell my antiquities for cash and still request my belief. Now you want me to trust you again? Do you truly expect me to believe I possess nothing? Flinder fixed a furious stare upon the master, causing the cups on the table to shatter under the weight of his unrestrained rage. Flinder, we have been brothers for so many years, embarking on adventures together, forming the Golden Triangle. When you called upon me to teach at Shrek Academy, I came without hesitation. Surely the memories we share warrant one last chance at trust? Yu Xiaogang, implore you for this final opportunity. If I fail to reclaim Shrek Academy, I shall end my own life. Is that acceptable? The master gazed intently at Flinder, his voice rising in desperation. However, upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun could not help but roll his eyes. Was the master truly resorting to an emotional appeal? How hypocritical, having once expressed disdain and disgust for emotional manipulation. This individual had truly no shame. Suddenly, in the midst of the tense atmosphere, a voice echoed from outside. Oscar, positioned near the door, opened it. Tianheng, what brings you here? It was Yu Tianheng. The master was somewhat surprised. Was this individual here to offer him solace? Not only has he come, but I have as well. A handsome young man entered afterward. The bloodthirsty demon, Yu Feng? Both the master and Tang San exclaimed in unison. Xiao San, what did you just say? Yu Feng? The master was bewildered, questioning who Tang San was referring to. He is the one. I am the very Yu Feng whom you cast from the loft and pushed towards the Mandala serpent. Yu Feng declared. What? You are Yu Feng? Impossible. I thought you were dead. The master's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with an unprecedented fear, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Meanwhile, Tang San and Zhao Wujin exchanged puzzled glances, especially Tang San, who thought the master was aware that Yu Feng was still alive. He recalled that upon Yi Feng's arrival, the latter had mentioned his intentions. The previous Yi Feng indeed perished, but the current Yi Feng has come to settle the score. According to our wager, as long as my team's score surpasses yours, half of Shrek Academy will belong to me. This is beyond dispute. Yi Feng then presented his Diamond Spirit Badge along with 6 remaining Silver Spirit Badges. Staring at the array of badges, the members of Shrek were utterly bewildered. This week, I achieved a peak score of 100,000 points. And each of my 6 alternate accounts secured a Silver Spirit Badge, utterly eclipsing the achievements of all Shrek Academy's students. I wonder if the Master and Dean Flinder have any objections? Yi Feng gazed at the members of Shrek. What? You created 7 accounts in a week? Obtained a Diamond Badge and 6 Silver Soul Badges? Flinder, Xiao Wu, and others could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Even the Master wore a look of incredulity, simultaneously feeling a pang of embarrassment. It turned out that there was no family involved, nor was there any bloodthirsty demon organization. Everything had merely been a figment of his imagination. At the same time, he was astonished. Was this truly the same little brat who had only possessed a soul power of 2 levels and had been expelled from the loft when he sought to become his disciple? How could he have become so powerful? Chapter 122. Filial Piety Unavenged, Heaven and Earth Punished. The third update. How had he missed such a promising talent? Had he taken him as a disciple back then, wouldn't all that was happening now have been averted? Moreover, he would have become the mentor of the strongest genius in this continent. Suddenly, an unprecedented sense of regret surged within him. Indeed, Yi Feng shrugged. Yet, this statement instantly ignited a fervor among all present. Whether it was Tang San, Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai, or Ma Hongjun and Oscar, the most astounded were undoubtedly Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shuqing. The townsfolk outside the Star Doe Forest and the patrons of the Rose Hotel merely regarded this individual as formidable. However, now they perceived him as an insurmountable peak, towering majestically above the clouds. Mysterious, brimming with an insatiable desire for exploration and unparalleled strength. Why, one might ask? Because they were contemporaries, and the question lingered. How had he attained such extraordinary prowess? It was known that within this week alone, he had amassed a staggering record of 400 to 500 consecutive victories. What a monstrous concept that was. 400 to 500 consecutive wins in just a week. Zhu Zhuqing's enchanting eyes fixated on Yi Feng. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt an inexplicable urge to seek his guidance. Her purpose for being here was to grow stronger. While she could indeed enhance her abilities at Shrek Academy, it was still far from sufficient. And the progress was painfully slow. Moreover, she often found herself disheartened by the presence of certain unsavory individuals. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong was also calculating in her mind. She contemplated the prospect of informing her father, hoping to invite Yi Feng to the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School. Perhaps he would mentor her. In that case, what need would she have for Shrek Academy, especially now that it seemed half of its members would be outmatched by him? You have achieved a resounding victory, Flinder remarked. In a world rife with rogues, such accomplishments would surely silence many. Yi Feng shrugged. Creating 7 accounts was not only a means of honing his skills, but also a strategy to silence Yu Xiaogang once and for all. Whether in individual rankings or team competitions, he utterly dominated. The others exchanged glances, fully aware that Yi Feng was referring to none other than the shameless master who had just begged for one last chance. This scoundrel had torn the Shrek Academy asunder and left Dean Flinder with nothing. To be frank, if they were in Dean Flinder's position, they would simply wish him dead. Did he not declare that upon losing, he would end his own life? Yet here they were, utterly disgusted. What did he intend to do now? At that moment, Dean Flinder gazed at Yi Feng. Fulfill your promise, Yi Feng stated, according to the stipulations of our wager. I now possess 50% ownership of all assets belonging to your academy, and the name Shrek shall bear my name equally. Furthermore, I demand the establishment of a shareholders' meeting. The shareholders' meeting was a commonplace organizational structure among academies in the Douluo continent, akin to a board of directors on Earth. The Tsanghui Academy had its own shareholders' meeting, as did the Tiando Royal Academy, with the Knight Emperor being the principal shareholder. Upon hearing this, Dean Flinder found himself in a precarious position. The contract indeed stated as such, and he had signed it. However, the formation of this shareholders' meeting would pose significant complications. It would involve the distribution of shares among the current leadership, given that Yi Feng held 50%. Even if all the teachers at Shrek relinquished their shares to Dean Flinder, it would still result in a mere 50-50 split. From this point onward, he would likely have to heed Yi Feng's directives in various decisions, or at least consult him, rendering himself akin to a puppet dean. What? Was Dean Flinder contemplating defaulting on his obligations? Yi Feng smiled faintly. If Flanders dared to renege on his debts, he could take the matter to the Heaven Do Empire, and the entire academy would inevitably fall into his hands. However, I, Flanders, am a man of integrity who honors his bets. Yet, as you can see, our Shrek Academy consists of dilapidated buildings that hold little value. Establishing a shareholders meeting would be exceedingly troublesome. Instead, why don't you propose a price? I could offer you the funds to purchase the remaining half of Shrek Academy that you have won from me. At this moment, Flanders inquired of Yi Feng. Thanks to Tang San's record-breaking achievements, a substantial sum had been acquired. Otherwise, Shrek Academy would truly be doomed today. Oh, you wish to make a purchase? That is indeed possible. Let us set the price at 100 million. Yi Feng pondered for about a second before extending a finger. 100 million? Upon hearing this, Flanders couldn't help but twitch his mouth. How could selling himself and all the teachers in the academy possibly amount to such a sum? What outrageous pricing is this? Yi Feng, do not push your luck. At that moment, Tang San glared at Yi Feng. Am I pushing my luck? I certainly am not. If you wish to purchase half of the academy from me, then the price is 100 million. If you can afford it, I shall sell. If not, then remain silent. Who told your overly confident teacher to wager this? Yi Feng mercilessly retorted at Tang San, holding the contract firmly in his grasp. What did he have to fear? You. Tang San clenched his fists tightly. After all, Shrek Academy was the institution he currently belonged to, and he had developed a deep affection for it over time. You should consider yourself fortunate that your most beloved and ineffectual teacher was stopped when he intended to wager the entire academy. Otherwise, I would not be in such a predicament today, and I could have expelled you without hesitation. Yi Feng continued, his words laced with biting sarcasm. Who do you call a coward? Tang San's eyes widened in fury. You little rascal. Suddenly, at that moment, a voice resonated. It was the master. He appeared to have straightened his attire, seemingly revitalized. Master, this brat is insulting you. The principle of once a teacher. Always a father equated this to an affront against one's own father. And how could Tang San endure such an insult? According to the 103rd verse of the Xiantian treasure record, to insult one's father without punishment is a great act of filial impiety, deserving of divine retribution. Little rascal, this matter originated from me, so allow me to handle it, he declared. Bloodthirsty demon, my young friend, oh no, you should now be referred to as Xiao Feng, truthfully. The Shrek Academy is not worth such a high price. Demanding 100 million is utterly excessive. I possess over 20,000 gold coins, if you could relent. It would also grant me a favor in the eyes of Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang suddenly approached Yi Feng, transformed as if he were a different person, and spoke with a solemn expression. Grant you a favor with Yu Xiaogang? Who exactly is Yu Xiaogang? Hearing those words, Yi Feng nearly burst into laughter. Good heavens! It was utterly absurd. Where did this fellow find the audacity to claim that he deserved a favor from him? I understand. It must be related to past grievances. Indeed. I have some regrets about how I treated you back then, having misjudged you and caused you some distress. However, that is of little consequence now. Should you wish to become my disciple, Yu Xiaogang would gladly welcome you at any time. Chapter 123, Exposed, Merely a Buffoon. Yu Xiaogang had an epiphany. Simultaneously, he felt a glimmer of hope. This bloodthirsty demon, Yi Feng, a level 2 spirit master from Nodding Academy, was indeed a fortuitous development. Back then, when the other sought to become his disciple, it was clear that he still harbored that desire. Why do I say this? It is due to obsession. The more unattainable something is, the more one yearns for it. Having failed to become a disciple in the past, it now felt essential to resolve that matter and dispel his inner demons. In truth, Yu Xiaogang realized he had been laboring in vain. Had he known that this bloodthirsty demon was Yi Feng, he would not have troubled himself at all. Ha ha. Yi Feng chuckled. What is so amusing? Upon hearing Yi Feng's laughter, the master was instantly filled with confusion. Yu Xiaogang, are truly amusing. What could a mere soul power level of 29, who can only make others carry stones while running, possibly teach me? Only a fool like Tang San would be deceived by you. Hearing this, Yi Feng could not help but burst into laughter. He now questioned whether Yu Xiaogang was lacking in mental acuity, still believing him to be that desperate little boy who once pleaded to be accepted as a disciple. To be frank, he too had sought a mentor out of sheer necessity, having no one to protect him. In the end, his sycophantic efforts led him to lose everything, culminating in Yu Xiaogang offering him as sustenance to the mandragora snake. Quite the spectacle. Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, and Oscar exchanged glances. Had it not been for Tang San's presence, they would have enthusiastically nodded in agreement. Whether one was a support-type soul master, a powerful assault type, or an agile attacker, The master's training regimen remained singular. It consisted solely of carrying stones. If 100 pounds was insufficient, then 200 would suffice. If 200 proved inadequate, 400 would follow, and if 400 fell short, then 800 it would be. Such an extraordinary training method had never been witnessed before. Zhu Zhiqing and Ning Rongrong regarded Yi Feng with a mixture of astonishment and admiration. They had harbored similar sentiments for quite some time, and finally, someone had vocalized their thoughts. Yet this individual was even bolder, outright declaring the master to be worthless. Impressive, to be honest. They had previously harbored serious doubts about the Academy's decision to employ such a person, suspecting it was due to a lack of funds. According to insider information, the master was indeed unpaid. What did you say? Tang San was infuriated upon hearing this. To speak of a teacher as one would a father. To disparage the master was tantamount to insulting his own progenitor. How could he possibly endure such slander? Xiao San. It is only natural for Xiao Feng to harbor some resentment regarding past events. Allow me to address this with him privately. The master suddenly directed a glance at Tang San. Xiao Feng, come with me to the conference room. I shall provide you with an explanation. Yu Xiaogang said to Yi Feng, Dean Flender, here is the proposal for the shareholders' meeting. Do take a look. Should you wish to add more names, feel free to do so, though that would dilute your own shares. The decision is yours to make. Yi Feng dismissed the master with indifference, regarding him as nothing more than a mere jester. His current objective was to secure half of the shares of Shrek Academy. Even if they were to merge with Lambar Academy in the future, as long as they dared to use the name Shrek, half would belong to him. This was a grand strategy. He intended to ensure that Yu Xiaogang, the hidden dragon and phoenix chick, would unwittingly bury the fruits of Flender's labor, along with the hard work of Lu Erlong. Flender, gazing at the documents presented by Yi Feng, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Casting a glance towards the master, hadn't the latter claimed confidence in reclaiming the academy? Xiao Feng, now Dean Flender has entrusted the full authority of this academy to me. Would you care to join me in a discussion in the conference room? The master spoke once more, fully aware of Flender's intentions to have him purchase back the half of the academy that had been lost. In truth, the academy's assets were not worth much at this point. At most, a mere 10,000 gold coins would suffice. The reason for Flender's firmness likely stemmed from a lingering grievance. Thus, the master believed that a private conversation between the two would yield much better results. Silence. Is it you who dares to call Xiao Feng? Who do you think you are? A hypocrite so vile that he deceives even his own nephew. Yi Feng, with a tone laced with sarcasm, exclaimed, You deceived even your own nephew? The members of Shrek were left in stunned disbelief. What could this possibly mean? Xiao Feng, I understand that you had some misunderstandings regarding me, Yu Xiaogang, in the past. But while one may indiscriminately consume food, one must not speak recklessly. When have I ever deceived Tianheng? The master immediately retorted upon hearing this. Oh, was it not you, master, who under the guise of research, deceitfully acquired the stamina pills from Yu Tianheng? Yi Feng let out a cold laugh and inquired, Is it only upon encountering the coffin that one sheds tears? Truly remarkable. Master, what? The stamina pills weren't developed by the master? The atmosphere at Shrek erupted in chaos. Even Tang San wore an expression of bewilderment. Do you truly believe he is capable of concocting such a potion? Is he even aware of the formula? Yi Feng retorted. I have never claimed that this medicine was created by me. The master addressed the crowd. The others are now quite bewildered. It is indeed not the master who crafted it. However, the earlier demeanor of the other party suggested that he had concocted the remedy himself. He spoke of rare herbs that were swiftly procured, yet took an extensive amount of time to prepare. Most crucially, he mentioned that it was exclusively for his own disciples. How shameless of him to have appropriated another's elixir. Uncle, why did you give the stamina potion I entrusted to you to the Shrek Academy? Was it not agreed that it would only be taken back for research purposes? At this moment, Yu Tianheng inquired. Tianheng, in truth, your uncle's actions are part of the research process. Only through experimentation on living subjects can the most accurate data be obtained, correct? The master spoke with a profound demeanor. He still intended to return to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. How could Yu Xiaogang admit to any ulterior motives? Upon hearing this, Yu Tianheng gazed at Yi Feng with a hint of confusion, for he felt there was a semblance of logic in the statement. Stubborn as a dead duck. If this was indeed for research, why procure 7 elixirs? Originally, the plan was to allocate 1 to each individual from Shrek Academy. Yet 2 support-type soul masters did not participate in the individual competition, thus saving 2, which were directly handed over to Tang San, correct? If I am not mistaken. All the potions must be in Tang San's possession now. Yi Feng ruthlessly exposed the master's trickery. Deceiving Yu Tianheng was one thing, but attempting to deceive him was a stretch. Where's the elixir now, uncle? Yu Tianheng inquired. Tianheng, would you rather trust a stranger than your own uncle? The master's voice suddenly turned icy. I believe you, but I wish to know where the elixir is, Yu Tianheng asserted, revealing his astuteness. If his uncle could present the elixir, he would believe and apologize. If not, it would prove the instructor's words to be true. His uncle had shamefully deceived him. Very well. Since you trust an outsider, I shall present you with the elixir. The master angrily waved his sleeve and then cast a glance at Tang San, signaling him. Tang San instantly understood, realizing his teacher's noble intentions. For the sake of Shrek's victory, he was willing to risk deceiving his own nephew to procure the elixir for their use, regardless of its origins. The teacher's willingness to act demonstrated his merit as an educator. Chapter 124. Oh, how tragic. Who broke their nose and fell face first. Naturally, he could not allow his teacher's authority within the family to be undermined. He moved swiftly, unaware that at that moment, a voice resonated in Yu Tianheng's mind. The art of sound transmission was not exclusive to Tang San. Yi Feng possessed it as well. Look, this is the elixir you seek, the master proclaimed. Producing a black elixir. Humph. Yu Tianheng scoffed coldly before departing. After heeding the instructor's previous warning, he had seen through everything. It was Tang San who had handed him the elixir, confirming the instructor's earlier assertions. He had not anticipated that, with the passage of time, his uncle would become so hypocritical, attempting to deceive him. Never mind, some truths are better recognized. He resolved to leave the instructor to handle the matter at hand, as it involved too many secrets for him to overhear. However, he noted that the instructor had called Yi Feng by name. Recalling that a certain prodigy from Songhui Academy also bore that name, an invincible youth. Was it the same person? He would have to investigate further upon his return. Indeed, as the prince had mentioned, there are always greater talents beyond one's own, and one must remain humble to progress further. This journey to Soto City had been profoundly enlightening. The master was left puzzled as he watched Yu Tianheng suddenly depart. Perhaps the boy felt he had misjudged his uncle and was embarrassed to leave, too proud to apologize in front of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Yet, those with discerning eyes had witnessed the poor acting of Yu Xiaogang and Tang San. Although their actions were subtle, they were unmistakable upon closer inspection. Principal Flinder, what do you hesitate for? If you do not sign, this proposal will be deemed accepted. It is already past midnight, and I have no time to waste here. You have 1 minute left. At this moment, Yi Feng spoke up. As a holder of 50% equity, he had the right to consent to the share distribution. He held 50, Flinder held 50. Xiaogang, did you not claim you could buy back the academy? Cornered, Flinder turned to the master. Xiao Feng, Shrek Academy is a dilapidated establishment. Why do you want 50%? I can offer you 20,000 gold coins. Why not take it and buy back the remaining academy? It's a sure profit. Upon hearing Flinder's words, the master immediately addressed Yi Feng. Then it is settled. Yi Feng, having spoken, turned and departed. His objectives had been achieved. He now possessed 50% of Shrek Academy and had successfully unveiled the true nature of Yu Xiaogang to Yu Tianheng. The paramount goal, however, was to sow discord within Shrek. He had already discerned the attitudes of Flanders and other members of Shrek, such as Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong, towards the master. The current phase was to alienate the master from his allies, rendering him isolated from friends and even the students he took pride in. Anyone associated with him would inevitably face the repercussions of his malevolence. This was the task Yi Feng had set for himself at this juncture. The next step would be to exacerbate the situation, inciting revulsion towards the master from all quarters. He sought to trample upon the so-called theories of Yu Xiaogang and expose the true nature of the worthless scoundrel, Lu Erlong, and Bibi Dong. Ultimately, he aimed to torment him slowly until death. Has he left? The onlookers were astonished to witness Yi Feng's abrupt departure. Their expressions reflected disbelief at his audacity to come and go as he pleased, entirely disregarding the master. He was both nonchalant and formidable. Yu Xiaogang. Flanders glared at the master, realizing that if he acquiesced to Yi Feng, half of Shrek Academy would indeed belong to others, necessitating consultations for every decision. Xiao Feng, wait. The master called out, hastily pursuing him. He had promised to reclaim the academy. The master is utterly shameless, Ning Rongrong remarked. Indeed, Zhu Shiqing nodded in agreement. Suddenly, they noticed a sharp glimmer approaching them. It was Tang San. The master is my teacher. I do not wish to hear any disparaging remarks about him in the future. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite, Tang San declared. His teacher, proficient in various theories, could hardly be deemed a worthless individual. What Feng articulated today was merely an act of vengeance against his mentor. How could his foolish companions be so gullible as to believe him? Speaking ill of his teacher in his presence, what a disgrace to Tang San. Xiao San, what do you mean? Daimubai inquired coldly upon witnessing this. Though Zhu Zhuqing had some misunderstandings regarding him, she would not tolerate anyone threatening her. That is precisely the implication. Tang San retorted mercilessly. Suddenly, in this atmosphere thick with tension, a mournful cry echoed. Teacher. Tang San dashed outside, only to find Yu Xiaogang crashing heavily against the wall. Akin to a falling gecko. Thud. He fell to the ground, face first, shattering his nose. Blood filled his mouth, and upon closer inspection, several of his teeth had been knocked out. In the distance loomed Feng's silhouette. You seek death. Tang San erupted with fury. A teacher is akin to a father. How could he possibly forgive such an affront? Xiao San. Just as Tang San was about to charge out, the master restrained him. What has happened to the teacher? Tang San asked, bewildered. Do not pursue him. I suspect he is currently consumed by anger. Alas, this is your teacher's retribution. How did I not realize he was such a genius back then? The master now regretted his decisions deeply. Had he taken him as a disciple back then, he could have become the strongest master on the continent. What a calamity! Tang San was somewhat perplexed but knew he must first assist his teacher. Flander, Xiao Wu, Yu Xiaogang. Owe you both an apology for causing you to lose half of the academy. Flander and Xiao Wu approached, and the master spoke through his bloodied lips. Is that all you have to say? Did you not sign a military order? Flander questioned coldly. Time and again, he had endured verbal abuse from the master. And now? He had lost everything. Originally, when the academy was founded, it was agreed that Flander would possess half, while Xiao Wu and the other teachers would share the remaining half. Thus, he had given half to the master, as the other half was not rightfully his. And now, he was met with merely an apology? Flander could not accept this. You know, this Feng once sought to become my disciple. He even pleaded with me multiple times. His sincerity evident as he knelt in my study. I struck him on the head with a book, and yet he did not leave. He is likely just upset now. Once he calms down, I assure you I will help you reclaim the academy. Chapter 125. A cry, a tantrum, a desperate plea. The master spoke, revealing a hint of confidence, though inexplicably, the others felt a tinge of arrogance emanating from him. This left everyone exchanging bewildered glances. Could it truly be possible to mend things once the other party had calmed down? Was the master overly confident? That military order explicitly states that you must recover my Shrek Academy today. Flander had heard enough of the master's assurances. Moreover, whether he was slow to react or otherwise, he saw no lingering affection for Yu Xiaogang in Feng's eyes. Flander, you had not yet signed that military order, right? Besides, we are such good brothers. Can't you give me a few days to ease the tension? Must you force me to a dead end? At this moment, the master looked at Flander. His eyes filled with despair, as if saying he had misjudged him. Given our relationship, must you truly drive me to despair? If you give me a few days, I promise I can help you reclaim Shrek Academy. The members of Shrek were left incredulous. What was going on? Had they misunderstood? Yu Xiaogang had sworn during the match that if he lost in the final minute, he would take his own life, and he detested those who played on emotions. He even claimed that the military order was still valid despite not being signed. Yet now, not only was he playing on emotions, but he also claimed the order was not yet signed. How audacious could one be? You said it was still valid without my signature? Flander was not inclined to indulge Yu Xiaogang. Having been brought to this point, he demanded accountability. Flander, given the situation, do you really intend to drive him to despair today? At that moment, Tang San intervened. It is not our dean who is forcing your teacher to despair. It is your teacher who is driving himself to the brink. Before Flander could respond, Daimubai interjected directly. Alas, Xiao San, this is all my fault. You need not assist me any longer. Allow me to apologize to everyone. I promise that in due time, I will reclaim Shrek Academy. Flander, my dear brother, will you grant me one final chance? If I fail this time, Yu Xiaogang, will die in atonement. The master initially appeared sincere as he addressed Daimubai and the others, then approached Flander, patting him on the shoulder with his bloodied hand, reminiscent of old friends reuniting. Humph. Flander ignored Yu Xiaogang and turned his head away. Flander, do you truly wish for my demise? Very well, then I shall die. Seeing Flander's disregard, the master became exceedingly agitated. He charged towards a nearby stone wall. Teacher, Tang San rushed to intervene. Xiao San, do not stop me. Let me die. Though I have trained such an excellent disciple, I have wronged my old comrades. He lamented the once great golden iron triangle that had supported one another in the world of soul masters, now facing the prospect of losing a key member. As the master struggled to reach the wall, he cried out in despair. The scene resembled a tragic play, with the Shrek crowd remaining expressionless. Enough. At that moment, Flander bellowed. How shameful. This uproar is tarnishing the reputation of Shrek Academy. Flander, did you just agree? The master, who had previously feigned despair, suddenly ceased his antics and looked at Flander with excitement. Yu Xiaogang, I must say, were it not for your stubbornness, we would not find ourselves in this predicament. Flander seethed with rage. If you wish to die, then die directly. What is this commotion? Anyone unaware of the situation might think I have wronged you. Flander, I am acutely aware that I am a sinner, having caused you to mortgage your shop and left you with almost nothing. However, today I earnestly assure you that as long as I, Yu Xiaogang, am here, I will undoubtedly help you rise again. The losses you have incurred today will be repaid tenfold in the future. Just wait and see. Yu Xiaogang declared, thumping his chest, his demeanor utterly sincere. As if everything he spoke of was merely a stone's throw away. He was not merely boasting. He genuinely believed he could achieve this. Once he resolved the conflict with Feng and took him as his disciple, wouldn't everything thereafter be smooth sailing? Returning the items from Shrek would be a trivial matter, especially considering his status as a mentor. As for finances, that would be even simpler. A few days at the Soul Arena could rack up tens of thousands in a single day. A month's effort could yield hundreds of thousands of gold coins with ease. What could Flander's shop and the academy possibly be worth? The antique shop could fetch around 20,000 gold coins, and Shrek Academy might be valued at a mere 10,000. Altogether, it barely sums up to 30,000 gold coins. Flander departed, choosing to disregard Yu Xiaogang's words for the moment, instead contemplating how to explain things back to the others. Given that half of the academy still remained, just as Flander and Xiao Wu were leaving the Soto City Great Soul Arena, a figure approached. Greeting Flander and Xiao Wu respectfully. Qin Ming? What brings you here? Flander exclaimed, surprised to see the handsome young man before him. I am a teacher of the Douluo team. I came to pick them up today, but I did not expect to encounter you, Dean Flander and teacher Xiao Wu. The strikingly handsome youth replied. Teacher of the Douluo team? Flander, do you know him? Master inquired, confusion etched on his face, while the others expressed similar surprise. How could Dean Flander possibly know a teacher from that team? Of course. The little monsters all call him Senior Qin Ming, Flander responded. Senior Qin Ming? The group gasped in astonishment. Indeed, Xiao Ming is your senior, a graduate of Shrek Academy's first class, and the most outstanding graduate in the 20 years since its establishment. He is also one of the youngest Soul Emperors recorded in the history of the continent. Having become a Soul Emperor at the tender age of 30, Xiao Wu interjected. He is a remarkable student whom Flander personally taught back in the day. I never imagined I would run into him here. Greetings, senior. The Shrek students bowed in unison, awestruck by the presence of one of the youngest Soul Emperors on the continent. Do not mention it. Shrek Academy continues to grow stronger with each generation. I did not expect my juniors to be so close to the Soul Sect level at such a young age. Qin Ming remarked, having reviewed their profiles. These little monsters are indeed impressive, but it is unfortunate they just lost to your Douluo team. I was surprised to learn you were their leader. That is because my juniors are still young. If they were of the same average age as the Douluo team, around 16 or 17, they would likely not stand a chance. Moreover, the Douluo team has an additional variable, does it not? He had observed the previous team battle. Although the Douluo team emerged victorious, they had the advantage of age and a particularly formidable member. That individual was the most monstrous fighter he had ever encountered. A Soul Master who fought fiercely at the level of a Soul King. If the Douluo team faced Shrek at the same age, they would undoubtedly be defeated. He continued. Xiao Ming, no wonder you were able to become the leader of the Douluo team. Your situational awareness is exceptional. What you just said resonated deeply with me. Just then, a man clad in black clothing spoke up. He was missing 3 front teeth and bore some bloodstains on his attire. This man was none other than Yu Xiaogang, who seemed to have regained his former bravado. Standing with a confident posture. Dean Flander, who is this? Qin Ming inquired, looking puzzled at Flander. Oh, I am the leader of the Shrek team. And everyone calls me Master. Xianshou is my direct disciple, Master stated, slightly lifting his chin. I see you are the leader of the Shrek team. Greetings, Master. However, I am not the leader of the Douluo team. I am merely the vice-captain, Qin Ming replied politely. Xianshou is indeed a rare genius. I did not expect him to be your student, he added. Brother, suddenly, Xiao Wu discreetly tapped Tang San on the shoulder. What is it, Xiao Wu? Tang San asked. Puzzled. Don't you think Master seems to always find a way to showcase you as his prized student? Xiao Wu replied with a hint of annoyance. Every time he talks about himself, he mentions my direct disciple, as if he is eager for everyone to know that you are his student. Ah, Tang San fell silent. Realizing that his teacher indeed had this tendency, likely because he took pride in being his first successful disciple. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong exchanged eye rolls, remarking on the master's shamelessness. What? You are not the leader of the Douhuang team? Who is the actual leader then? Did they not come? Master appeared oblivious to the odd atmosphere, his face a picture of surprise at Qin Ming's words. I do not know who the actual leader is. I believe the codename is Feng. Beyond that, I am unaware. Qin Ming shook his head slightly, having just arrived today. He noticed Flander and the other Shrek teachers and thought to greet them, while he had yet to meet anyone from the Douhuang Academy. He intended to visit the Rose Hotel that evening to meet everyone and express his gratitude to the leader for training them so excellently in just 1 week. Their individual match victories and team battles had been remarkable, averaging 2 matches a day, truly unbelievable. Previously, in Tiando City, these children only engaged in team battles once every other day, or sometimes even just once a week. Phone? Yi phone? Tang San queried. I do not know. I heard he was specially invited by the Crown Prince to train for the upcoming high-level Soul Master tournament across the continent, Qin Ming replied. Qin Ming shrugged, uncertain about the teacher's true identity. Little San and Xiao Feng are only slightly older than you, barely 14 years old. How could they possibly serve as instructors for the Douhuang battle team? At this moment, the master interjected. Indeed. If what you say is true and Yi Feng is merely 14, then it becomes even more implausible. Firstly, the captains of the Douhuang battle team would undoubtedly be dissatisfied. Qin Ming nodded in agreement. At 14, even with extraordinary talent, one would likely only attain the Soul Master level. It is improbable for someone at over 30 levels to instruct individuals like Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan, who would surely not yield to such a teacher. This is unequivocally certain. Indeed, my nephew Tianheng has always been somewhat unruly, regardless of how talented his peers may be. They likely wouldn't heed him. The master concurred with Qin Ming's assertion. Nephew Tianheng? Master, are you Yu Tianheng's uncle? Qin Ming exclaimed in surprise, not expecting that the individual before him was indeed Tianheng's uncle. Yes, my mischievous nephew has certainly caused you some concern, Xiao Ming. The master replied with an air of sophistication, seemingly relishing the astonishment he evoked in others. What is the Continental Soul Master Advanced Competition? Meanwhile, the members of Shrek Academy murmured, with Tang San directly inquiring. The Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition is an event where the young generation of Soul Masters from across the continent engage in friendly duels. It is the highest level competition on this continent, co-hosted by the 2 great empires in the Spirit Hall, Dean Flander explained. On the other side, at the Rose Hotel, the streetlights glimmered dimly in the early morning. Instructor Feng, you're back? A figure stood at the entrance of the hotel, dressed in a short skirt, exuding grace and beauty. A hint of blush adorned her originally aloof visage. After much anticipation, she had finally awaited the arrival of this man. Ling Ling. What are you doing here? Yi Feng questioned, perplexed at the sight of Yi Lingling leaning against a streetlight in front of the Rose Hotel. It was already quite late. Was she not going to sleep? I was waiting for Instructor Feng to return, she replied. Yi Lingling raised a smile. What is it that you wish to discuss with me? Yi Feng wore a perplexed expression on his face. Could it be related to the matter of the stamina pills? It is rumored that although the Yi Lingling family is small in number, her mother possesses a deep interest in various medicinal herbs and elixirs. Indeed. At this moment, Yi Lingling's small hands were tightly clasped together, and her fair face turned a deeper shade of crimson. She truly found herself at a loss for words regarding such matters, inexplicably feeling a sense of shame. Alas, how could she be expected to engage in such activities? Observing this, Yi Feng was filled with confusion. What could be so troubling? Chapter 127. I wish to invite you. Have we encountered a stroke of luck? In the 3rd installment, Instructor Feng. Suddenly, it seemed as though Yu Lingling had made a significant resolution. If there is something to discuss, please speak candidly. If not, it would be best to return and rest. As the hour is growing late, Yi Feng gazed at Yu Lingling and remarked, she generally appears quite normal. However, this evening, she seems a bit hesitant, which is rather unusual. Instructor Feng, do you have a moment? I would like to make an appointment with you. Upon uttering these words, Yi Lingling's face became increasingly flushed. Would you care to join me? Yi Feng was taken aback. No, no, no. It was my mother who wished to invite you. Or rather, she wanted to extend an invitation for you to visit our home. This is indeed her first time inviting someone over. His lips quivered involuntarily, especially when uttering such words to a man. Yet, alas, it was the will of his esteemed mother. What? Yi Feng wore a perplexed expression. What is the context of this situation? Instructor Feng, please do not misunderstand. The primary reason lies in the fact that during the last incident, Yu Tianhing suffered a fractured hand, and it was you who skillfully assisted in its reattachment. Not only was your speed remarkable, but your precision was equally commendable. My mother, a rare bone-setting specialist on the continent, became notably intrigued upon hearing of your capabilities and wished to extend an invitation for you to visit our residence. With absolutely no ulterior motives, Yi Lingling fervently shook her head, her small face flushed like an apple. Could it be that the instructor had misunderstood? Oh no. What should she say if the other party did not believe her? Her mother truly had no sense. Who would invite a man home? It turns out it was about the bone-setting matter. Upon hearing this, Yu Feng finally understood. The Jiuxin Haiding lineage could be described as soul masters who snatched people from the gates of hell. To put it in the terms of the outside world, this family was akin to a prestigious lineage of top-tier physicians. It is quite natural for Yi Lingling's mother to take an interest in her. Speaking of which, he himself harbors a profound curiosity regarding the Jiuxin Haiding family. Should an opportunity arise, he would be inclined to pay a visit. Has Instructor Feng given his consent? Yi Lingling's beautiful eyes shimmer brilliantly. Indeed, I shall make it a point to visit when the opportunity arises, but alas, I currently find myself devoid of time, as I may be embarking on a quest for the fifth soul ring. Yu Feng shrugged and replied, if all goes as planned, he would ascend to level 50 after tonight. He intended to venture into the sunset forest in search of a soul beast, while also hoping to discover the herb garden of the esteemed Douluo. The fifth soul ring. Yi Lingling widened her eyes in disbelief upon hearing those words. Goodness! What kind of perversion is this, instructor? Yu Feng shrugged his shoulders. It's nothing. The instructor is quite a busy individual. There will be another opportunity to visit when he has the time. Our residence is located near the sunset forest, just outside of Tiando City. Yi Lingling smiled cheerfully and said, haha, who knows, perhaps one day they might pay us a visit. At this moment, Yi Feng jokingly remarked, one must exchange a few pleasantries, after all. Lingling is eagerly anticipating the arrival of the instructor. Yi Lingling felt a surge of joy upon hearing these words. At the very least, the instructor had promised to visit whenever time permitted. She could also offer her mother a satisfactory explanation. Well then, as the day was drawing to a close, it would be prudent to return and rest. Yi Feng addressed Yi Lingling, saying, thank you, Instructor Feng. I shall take my leave and rest now. Yi Lingling nodded obediently. Subsequently, she returned to the hotel with Yi Feng. After more than a week of repairs, the lobby of the Rose Hotel has been restored to its former glory. Yi Lingling and her companions resided on the rooftop, specifically the 8th floor, while Yi Feng occupied the 3rd floor. After bidding farewell to Yi Lingling, Yi Feng made his way to his room, number 332. Exhausted from a long day, he yearned for nothing more than a soothing hot bath followed by a restful slumber. Of course, it was imperative to wash his hands first, as they were stained with the blood of his opponent from their recent altercation, an unsightly reminder that needed to be cleansed. It was quite disconcerting indeed. In truth, he had no desire to confront his adversary at that moment. It would have been far more satisfying to let the man's friends, companions, and loved ones subject him to a silent form of bullying, thereby transforming him into a pariah, before finally dealing a crippling blow to his opponent. How gratifying that would have been! Yet, to his astonishment, that same adversary had the audacity to approach him, seeking to take him on as a disciple, claiming that all it would take was an apology from Yu Xiaogang. The sheer absurdity of it. Without the support of the system, he would have been finished long ago. Did they truly believe a mere apology could rectify everything? Just as Yi Feng was about to open his door, he suddenly sensed an unusual presence emanating from afar. Instinctively, he became alert. Could it be that the cunning merchant, Flinder, was scheming against him? Perhaps he intended to eliminate him to usurp control of Shrek Academy. If that were the case, it would be wise for him to make a swift exit. With an ample supply of stamina potions and the speed-enhancing soul bone, he should be able to evade capture without issue. Instructor, it's me. A figure approached in the corridor. It was Digu Yin. Yi Feng was utterly astonished. What on earth is happening tonight? Another woman has approached him. Could it be that his striking handsomeness has left a lasting impression on them? Or perhaps Du Yin divulged to the old man behind her the secrets of his bone setting or the existence of elixirs. Yet, this seems implausible. That scoundrel Du Gubo has a penchant for poison. He possesses no interest whatsoever in such matters. As for alchemy, that is even less likely. Concocting poisons is a different story altogether. I wonder if I could seek out the instructor. Might we be permitted to enter? Du Yin gazed at Yifeng. Very well then. Yifeng opened the door. He initially intended to express that it was rather inappropriate for a man and a woman to be alone together, lest others misconstrue the situation. However, upon reflection, he realized that the other party seemed indifferent. Why should he, as a grown man, concern himself with such trivialities? Instructor, I have harbored a question in my heart for quite some time. Upon entering, he found Du Yin seated at the coffee table, her gaze lowered, appearing somewhat discontent. What question? Why am I so strong? Yifeng inquired. After much contemplation, he realized that the other party seemed to have only these matters on their mind. That is not the case. I wish to know why my parents departed this world so early. Do you possess any knowledge of this? Regarding my parents, I remember nothing beyond a few fragmented and exceedingly vague recollections. Even when I inquired with my grandfather, he has never divulged the reason for their untimely demise. Du Yin's expression grew even more sorrowful. Tears welled in her eyes, cascading down her cheeks. The shift in her demeanor was as abrupt as turning the pages of a book. You asked me why your parents died so young. Upon hearing this, Yifeng was engulfed in confusion. An overwhelming sense of suffocation washed over him. He longed to roar. How could I possibly know why your parents died so early? Perhaps you should ask your grandfather instead. Is there a chance he is unaware of how his son and daughter-in-law met their end? What use is it to inquire of me? Yet, witnessing her weep so heart-wrenchingly, he could not bring himself to speak so bluntly. This question has lingered in my heart for many years, and it was only after hearing your words that day that I experienced a profound realization. Chapter 128, The Secret of the Du Family. The first update. Du Yin swiftly wiped away her tears and turned her gaze towards Yifeng. What did you say that day? Upon hearing these words, Yifeng was utterly bewildered. What had he said that day? Instructor, have you forgotten? That day you referred to me as a self-destructive serpent, and you mentioned that our family's martial spirit was toxic. I pondered this for a long time. Instructor, do you know that my parents perished because of the phosphorescent serpent martial spirit? At this moment, Du Yin looked at Yifeng with utmost seriousness. Ah, how astute you are. Yifeng replied, suddenly enlightened. How absurd to think of stealing medicinal herbs. Before him stood Du Yin, a veritable embodiment of herbal essence. Du Gubo had endured the backlash of the Bailin snake venom due to his ascension to the status of Gu King. Yet, individuals like Du Yin seldom lived beyond the tender age of 20. Surely, Du Gubo was aware of this. If only he could devise a method to extend her life. In that case, out of desperation to save his granddaughter, he would undoubtedly grant Yifeng access to his precious medicinal garden. At that moment, he could relish the thought of Tang San being left empty-handed. With this realization, Yifeng felt a sense of clarity. How had he not considered this sooner? Truly, it was a grave oversight. Indeed, it appeared to be the case. Now, he pondered whether his instructor might also face an untimely demise in the future. Upon hearing these words, Du Yin's recently dried tears welled up anew in her beautiful eyes. No wonder her grandfather treated her with such tenderness, complying with her every wish. Be confident. Eliminate the notion of possibility. Yifeng replied, Wow, instructor, how can you be so heartless? Du Yin wept like a child weighing 90 pounds, who is not afraid of death. Every human fears death, especially a young lady like Du Yin, who has only graced this world for 18 years. She has so many places yet to explore. Am I heartless? I believe not. I merely speak the truth. If you doubt my words, you may inquire with your grandfather. Under normal circumstances, I estimate you would not live beyond 20 years, but with your grandfather's assistance, you might extend your life by another decade. Likely resting in peace by the age of 30. Yifeng shrugged and remarked, this is probably the reality of the situation. After all, having been poisoned by the martial soul since childhood, even the esteemed Douluo Dugabo could not remedy the affliction. Otherwise, his son would not have met such an untimely demise. As for his daughter-in-law, this poison is likely transmissible. If one lacks resistance to the toxin, death would come even swifter, and even with resistance, survival would hardly extend beyond a decade. This elucidates why Du Yin is orphaned. Of course, these latter thoughts are predicated on the speculation regarding Du Yin being afflicted by the poison of the green phosphor serpent. If I am mistaken, consider it mere folly. My parents died at the age of 30, Du Yin exclaimed, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at Yi Feng. She was taken aback by his profound knowledge, for her grandfather had never disclosed such information publicly. Yi Feng nodded slightly, having surprisingly guessed correctly. Yi Feng found the situation somewhat astonishing. However, upon reflection, it was indeed a logical deduction. After all, with Du Gubo's capabilities, how could he possibly fail to retain both his son and daughter-in-law, leaving only a granddaughter to rely upon? Instructor, since you are so well informed, do you possess a means to rescue us? Du Guyin suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. It is worth noting that these matters had never been disclosed by her grandfather to anyone else, yet he seemed to understand them so thoroughly. Perhaps there existed some method of salvation. Yes, there is a possibility, but it requires an abundance of rare medicinal materials, thus the hope remains rather faint. Yi Feng replied, if I cannot save a life, then I shall resort to bloodletting. After undergoing a systematic transformation, his blood now possesses the remarkable ability to cure a myriad of toxins. In due course, by following the formula for low-grade stamina pills to concoct elixirs and adding a few drops of his own blood, not only could one restore vitality, but also detoxify. A flawless plan indeed. As an equivalent exchange, he would require some celestial herbs to brew an elixir at the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, which would be simply exquisite. Instructor, please come home with me. Du Guyin suddenly exclaimed to Yi Feng, her demeanor brimming with excitement. Huh, to your home? Yi Feng exhibited an expression replete with bewilderment upon hearing those words. How could he possibly return with Du Guyin? Surely, it would require Du Gubo himself to come and extend an invitation. Indeed. I am convinced that your grandfather would be exceedingly intrigued by you, and as for those rare medicinal herbs, I trust he possesses the means to procure them. Du Guyin felt as though she had encountered a glimmer of hope in life, for reasons unbeknownst to her. She perceived this man as remarkably formidable for the very first time. Astonishingly powerful, not only in combat prowess, but also possessing knowledge of these spiritual herbs and poisons. However, I must admit that I do not harbor much confidence in this matter, especially as I am on the brink of reaching the Soul King level. At which point, I must first venture into the Sunset Forest in search of soul beasts. Yi Feng shrugged and spoke deliberately. Of course, I mention this intentionally. Why seek soul beasts in the Sunset Forest? Is it not due to its proximity to Du Gubo's herb garden? Ahem. With the darkness and slippery paths, one must prepare a few tactics to avoid mishaps, right? Soul King. Du Gubo, upon hearing this, exhibited a look of utter disbelief. Is it as simple as upgrading for the instructor, akin to quenching thirst? Has he truly reached Soul King so swiftly? Instructor, I have a question for you. Du Guyin, thoroughly captivated by this topic, turned to Yi Feng with a serious expression. What is it? Yi Feng gazed at Du Guyin, his face a canvas of confusion. Instructor, just how old are you this year? Du Guyin met his gaze, a peculiar sensation stirring within her. She could not shake the impression that this man appeared quite youthful, perhaps merely 15 or 16 years of age. Yet, a Soul King at such a tender age, was that not absurd? Who could possibly believe it? Even a 20-year-old Soul King would be a rarity on this continent. Yet, if he were indeed 27 or 28, how had he managed to maintain such remarkably youthful skin, as delicate as that of a mere youth? How old am I? I just turned 14 last week. Yi Feng replied, there seems to be no need to conceal one's age. He scoffed, Instructor, could you refrain from pretending to be youthful? Upon hearing this, Du Guyin shot Yi Feng an exasperated glance. Can't the instructor adopt a more serious demeanor? It's akin to a 30-year-old woman claiming to be an 18-year-old fairy, which is utterly absurd. If you don't believe it, then there's nothing more to be done. Yi Feng shrugged. He was not a master who enjoyed deceiving others. Being 14 truly meant being 14. If the other party did not believe him, what could he do? In this day and age, it seemed that no one listened to the truth anymore. Well, instructor, I shall not disturb you any longer. I will take my leave to rest. Thank you for sharing so much with me tonight. A Soul King at 14? Did Du Guyin truly believe this? Perhaps if you were 24, it might be more plausible. Nevertheless, the instructor's words had ignited a flicker of hope within her. Upon returning, she resolved to inquire with her grandfather to ascertain whether, as the instructor suggested, the Baihun snake poison martial soul was indeed toxic, and whether she was already afflicted with a lethal poison that would prevent her from living beyond 20. Thus, after expressing her gratitude to Yi Feng, Du Guyin departed. Yi Feng indulged in a refreshing bath, and subsequently reclined upon his bed. Just moments prior, he had received 2 notifications from the system. Chapter 129. The latest rewards from the system. A second notification chimed. You have 2 new messages. Please check. After his bath, Feng lay on the soft, comfortable bed as a virtual status bar, visible only to him, materialized before him. 2 system messages? What could be happening today? Feng, filled with curiosity, opened the system's notification. The exercise points from yesterday had been settled, amounting to 100,000 points, which had automatically converted into experience points. A staggering 100,000 experience points. Upon seeing that quintuple zero flash before him, Feng nearly gasped in astonishment. He recalled that the highest exercise points in the previous round had only reached over 70,000. It seemed that today's 80 battles had indeed significantly boosted his exercise points. By the way, what could that additional notification be? Could it possibly be another reward from the system? He wondered what kind of reward awaited him this time. Feng felt a flicker of anticipation. After all, during the last reward, he had received a robust minute pill, along with 2 stamina potions in their respective formulas. What would this round bring? Ding. Congratulations, host, for breaking the exercise record yesterday and receiving a reward of 200,000 gold coins, along with a substitute. As the announcement concluded, the system panel automatically activated. Host, Feng, current dimension, Douluo continent, gender, male, age, 14, martial soul, first martial soul, bloodthirsty scythe, second martial soul. Void explosive soul power, level 50 experience points, 15, 00010, 000 gold coins, 23, 010, 000 item inventory, minute pill 1, stamina potion 2. Substitute 1 goodness. A substitute? Feng opened the details page of the avatar. Real avatar. Looks exactly like the host and possesses 90% of the host's combat power. Completely under the host's control and never betraying. Usable instances, once. Remarkable. A real avatar. After Feng perused the details on the page, he appeared utterly astonished. Was this not equivalent to acquiring an additional ally? He pondered the possibility of establishing a sect in the future, with a substitute managing affairs on his behalf. This thought ignited a sudden thrill within him. The system was indeed a remarkable entity, generous beyond measure. This venture to Soto City had proven to be exceedingly profitable. Should he enlist Shue'er's assistance for the 5th soul ring? Relying on a sturdy 1-minute potion should suffice for dealing with a soul beast around 30,000 years old. But that pertained to the 4th soul ring. For the 5th soul ring, he would need to seek out a 100,000-year beast. Wouldn't he? Should he eliminate Xiao Wu or perhaps Erming? Perhaps it would be wise to rest for the night. In dreams, anything is possible. At his current level, defeating a 100,000-year soul beast seemed like a delusion. However, taking down a 50,000-year beast should be within his capabilities, given his physical endurance and the 1-minute potion. Afterward, he would challenge Xiao. Victory was imperative. Indeed, they had sparred in secret several times, with him losing each bout, leaving him feeling somewhat humiliated. It was hardly appropriate for a woman to best a man in such a manner. Thus, he was determined to reclaim his honor. His primary objective in the near future was to secure a win against Xiao. The greatest joy would be to overpower Tang San. His most explicit plan was to render the master a pariah, reviled by all. As night quietly descended, the rooftop of the Rose Hotel buzzed with activity. The manager and waitstaff were diligently engaged. Greetings, Teacher Qinming. The 7 members of the Do Huang team greeted him. Haha, you've all made significant progress during this time. Qinming responded, his demeanor radiating joy as he welcomed the members of the Do Huang team. Witnessing his students' remarkable improvements filled him with immense satisfaction. Teacher Qinming, how did they end up here? Feng inquired, glancing at the gathering with a hint of confusion. The individuals in question were none other than the Shrek Academy students and their teacher, whom they had defeated earlier that day, 10 in total. A long table was adorned with a sumptuous spread of barbecued delicacies, grilled fish, beverages, and fruits. Yet, the most conspicuous figure was a rotund man clad in red, indulging heartily in his meal. Feng felt an urge to confront this man, who had previously ambushed him with bizarre tactics during their battle. Had his reflexes not been quick, he might have met an untimely demise at the hands of this individual. Haha, you've made acquaintances through combat. Tonight, take this opportunity to become better acquainted with the opponents you shall face in the Continental Soul Master competition. Qinming stated with a smile. He thoroughly enjoyed conversing with the Shrek members and contemplated inviting Flinder and Xiao Wujia, his esteemed mentors, to dine together, fostering camaraderie between both teams, especially since they would also meet in the forthcoming high-level Continental Soul Master competition. Can they participate in the high-level Continental Soul Master competition? Yu Tianheng asked, a touch of surprise in his voice. Shrek Academy no longer seems to be among the registered institutions. Originally, they couldn't, yet. They may soon join our Tiando Royal Academy, allowing them to compete under our banner, Qin Ming explained. On the other side, the master remarked, indeed. This plan is quite ingenious. This way, Shrek Academy need not repurchase their status. Let that wayward disciple keep it as he wishes. Meanwhile, the other teachers from Shrek can integrate into Tiando Royal Academy, enjoying the best of privileges. Undoubtedly, the most fortunate ones are you students, who will have access to the simulated training facilities of Tiando Royal Academy. At this moment, the master proposed the idea of relocating all Shrek members to Tiando Royal Academy, requesting the acceptance of all Shrek teachers. Qin Ming concurred. Alas, for the sake of these children participating in the high-level Continental Soul Master Elite competition, I have no other choice, Flender lamented, shaking his head. The name Shrek had been with him for over a decade. Truthfully, he was reluctant to part with it. However, Qin Ming had previously prevented them from participating in the Soul Master competition due to the institution's unofficial status, and he did not wish to repeat that misfortune. Flender. Rest assured, I will not allow Xiao San to leave Shrek Academy either. Once they enter Tiando Royal Academy, with such outstanding students, we brothers will certainly gain renown throughout the Douluo realm, the master declared, disregarding his swollen face and the 3 missing teeth. As if he had found a new lease on life. Let us hope that is the case, but I still wish to reclaim the name Shrek, Flender replied. After all, he had carried that name for over a decade, and now half of it had been appropriated by others, leaving him deeply unsettled. Soon, the members of the Do Huang team approached, though they maintained a respectful distance from Shrek. Particularly, Yu Tianheng sat far from the master. Having fully discerned the true nature of his boastful uncle today, who had shamelessly deceived his affections. Xiaoming, did you not mention that the leader of the Do Huang team was also present? Since we are all here, let us gather for a discussion, Flender suggested. Indeed, the leader of your Do Huang team is quite impressive. Although Tianheng lost to Xiao San in a one-on-one match during the subsequent team battle, he executed a swift victory strategy, catching us from Shrek entirely off guard. It would be beneficial to invite him over for an exchange, the master remarked. Goodness. Yu Tianheng rose, no longer inclined to listen to his uncle's bluster. He recalled the boastful claims that his students were his lifelong pursuit, and that surpassing them would signify his ascendance within the realm of soul masters. Reflecting on those words now filled him with disgust. How naive he had been to believe his uncle was imparting wisdom. In truth, it seemed he merely sought to bask in the glory of his disciple's success. As far as he was concerned, he had no desire to engage with that individual tonight. My nephew has been under my care since childhood. Whenever I had matters to attend to, he would eagerly assist me, just as he always had, the master stated, adopting a self-satisfied demeanor as he saw Yu Tianheng heed his suggestion to call their leader. However, the Do Huang team ignored him entirely. Why? Because after winning the team battle tonight, they had learned the true identity of the bloodthirsty demon, who was, in fact, their instructor. Their instructor bore no relation to the master whatsoever, not even a fractional connection. The audacity of this man to claim him as his disciple was utterly shameless. The most despicable act was his deceit in persuading the Do Huang team to use their energy pills for the Shrek team. It was utterly revolting. Poor Senior Qin Ming remained blissfully unaware of this man's true nature, maintaining his polite demeanor. Everyone was indeed quite fatigued today. However, such an opportunity was truly rare, and the two teams could engage in meaningful dialogue. Besides, Master might very well become your instructor in the future. Qin Ming naturally sensed that something was amiss with the Do Huang team. He initially attributed it to their exhaustion and thus spoke up. Master? The members of the Do Huang team exchanged puzzled glances. Who is this master? He continued. Oh, my apologies. I haven't introduced you yet. This is the leader of the Shrek team and also the teacher of Qianshou Xiaolua. He is referred to as Master by everyone. Seeing the bewildered expressions on the faces of the Do Huang team, Qin Ming facepalmed. He realized he had neglected to make introductions. Simply dropping the term Master without context left them in the dark. My oversight. What? He is Qianshou Xiaolua's teacher? The members of the Do Huang team reacted with astonishment. Indeed. Indeed. The true name of Qianshou Xiaolua is Tang San, and he is my only direct disciple. The master seemed to relish their astonished gazes, nodding appreciatively as he elegantly sipped his tea. His demeanor was nothing short of ostentatious. Is it possible? Qianshou Xiaolua's combat prowess is commendable. How could he possibly take a 29th level waste as his master? Du Guyan expressed her skepticism. The master nearly choked at that moment. Cough, cough. Goodness. Brother Dai, please pat my back. Beside him, Ma Hongjin appeared as if he were about to suffocate. Xiao Wu, could you please fetch me some water? Ning Rongrong urged. Clutching her chest. I need some too, Zhu Zhuqing added, her face slightly pale, and she was pounding her chest quicker than Ning Rongrong. After swallowing a large gulp of tea, both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing's expressions softened considerably. Who on earth speaks so bluntly? Is he the vice-captain of the Douhuang team? Truly renowned. 29th level? No, that cannot be right. The master ought to be a soul sage. Yinzi, are you mistaken? How could a 29th level individual possibly teach such an extraordinary soul master at 13 years old? The rooftop was filled with a chilling breeze, and everyone present seemed momentarily paralyzed, the atmosphere undeniably awkward. At that moment, Qin Ming expressed his confusion. The master's demeanor seemed to surpass even that of the top leaders of their academy. Surely, he ought to be at least a soul sage. How could he be merely 29th level? 29th level corresponds to a great soul master. His students are all soul masters. This defies logic. To suggest he could be a soul king or soul emperor would be more plausible. Yu Xiaogang, after all, is Tianheng's uncle, isn't he? Indeed, a 29th level waste. Seemingly over 50 years old, utterly inadequate. I cannot fathom why Qianshou Shilua would choose such a mentor. What could he possibly impart? Du Guyan shrugged, exuding an air of exasperation. What could she do? Her grandfather was a titled Douluo. Since childhood, Du Guyan had been spoiled by her grandfather, even daring to scold some soul Douluo rather harshly. As for her current bluntness, she felt no need to hold back. Qin Ming's demeanor grew mechanical as he awkwardly glanced towards the Shrek group. They, too, felt the weight of discomfort. Crucially, they were just as uncertain about what the master could teach and why Tang San would choose him as a mentor. Was it merely due to sharing a bed? I am indeed at the 29th level, but I possess theoretical knowledge. Today's soul masters focus primarily on cultivation while neglecting theoretical study. Thus, theoretical guidance can often lead to rapid progress, and Tang San is a practitioner of my theories. The master explained, revealing a touch of defensiveness. He hadn't anticipated that this Du Guyan would be so sharp-tongued, as if she were a reflection of the person backing her, full of venom. Theoretical knowledge? The members of the Douhuang team frowned, doubt evident in their expressions. Primarily, it was his actions that led them to skepticism, especially the audacity of claiming their instructor as his disciple. It was utterly shameless. Indeed, are you aware of the 10 core competitive strengths of martial souls? That theory was proposed by me, Yu Xiaogang. For instance, the age of the soul rings. The first soul ring is 423 years. The second is 764 years, and the third is 1,760 years. If other soul masters are unaware of this and absorb incorrectly, they might meet their demise. Yu Xiaogang stated earnestly. The first soul ring is only 423 years? Your theory seems flawed, Yi Lingling interjected. Chapter 131. Unmasking the Hypocritical Face. Yi Lingling continued. Little girl, this is a conclusion I arrived at after extensive research. Revered as a truth in the world of soul masters, how could it possibly be erroneous? Although his soul power level was relatively low, no one could surpass him in research. Truth? Our instructor's first soul ring is a millennium. Does that not make him a soul master? Du Guyan retorted, gazing at the master. Uffed. The master struggled to contain his laughter. What is so amusing? Du Guyan inquired. Little girl, I am unsure when I offended you, but your reasoning is rather tenuous. Who has a first soul ring lasting 1,000 years? To those present, have you ever encountered such individuals? The master surveyed the crowd. 1,000 years for the first soul ring? I have never met such a person. Zhao Wu shook his head slightly. It seemed that everyone present had first soul rings lasting 200 to 300 years, with very few exceeding 400 years. The Shrek group merely shrugged. While they were not fond of the master, the notion of a 1,000-year first soul ring was indeed preposterous. Yinzi, why are you behaving so absurdly today? Who possesses a first soul ring of a millennium? Qin Ming expressed his frustration. He considered himself well-versed in the world, and regardless of titled Douluos or super geniuses, none possessed a 1,000-year first soul ring. He was uncertain about the accuracy of the master's theories. Yet it was generally acknowledged that many individuals had first soul rings below 400 years. Those above 400 were exceedingly rare. Who says the vice captain is being absurd? Our instructor's first soul ring truly is a millennium. Just because some have never seen such individuals does not imply they do not exist. Yi Lingling spoke up. Indeed, we can all bear witness. The members of the Douhuang battle team echoed in unison. They had all seen the instructor's soul rings, 2 purple, and 2 black. A total of 4 rings, representing a configuration of soul rings they had never encountered before. Why engage in a debate with someone who merely pilfers data from the spirit hall and shamelessly reconstitutes it into their so-called theories? A frog at the bottom of a well can only see the well's mouth. At that moment, a voice rang out from a distance. Beside Yu Tianheng stood a youth clad in red and black. He stood over 7 meters tall, possessing a visage so handsome it resembled that of a celestial being. Stealing data from the spirit hall? The crowd was immediately taken aback. What was this new tale? These were the secrets of the Master's renown, and surely they were unaware that his theories were formulated from pilfered data from the spirit hall. The so-called first soul had been derived from the spirit hall's collection of information on over 100,000 soul masters, none of whom had soul rings exceeding 423 years. Thus, one of the core competencies of his theory on the top 10 soul masters emerged. But as for its accuracy, only you would know. Yu Feng wore a smile. In the dead of night, Yu Tianheng sought him out, initially believing it to be a mundane gathering. Being that the Douluo team could be considered half his students, he obliged. To his astonishment, he arrived only to find the master posturing grandiosely. Could he endure such a spectacle? So, this was how the master's theories were conceived. How enlightening. The members of the Douluo team stifled their laughter, while the Shrek team cast peculiar glances towards the master. How outrageous. Yu Feng, I am aware that your apprenticeship failed in the past, leading to your bitterness. However, I, the esteemed Yu Xiaogang, possess great magnanimity. Should you wish to become my disciple, I shall accept you. Henceforth, cease your disparaging remarks about me. Otherwise, I shall not show you any mercy. The master rose abruptly, his demeanor icy to the extreme. Oh really? You, a scoundrel who gained notoriety by exploiting women, dare to threaten me? On whose authority? Your foolish apprentice? Yu Feng chuckled directly. You. The master was seething with rage. He yearned to crush the cup in his grasp. Yet alas, it was too sturdy. He switched to an apple. But damn, it was still too firm. Ultimately, he seized an orange and squeezed it until it became shriveled. Juice splattered onto the ground with a resounding thud, presenting a rather terrifying spectacle. However, this very display had the members of the Douluo team doubled over with laughter. What utter incompetence! Unable to crush even an apple without employing soul power. Finally, beside him, Tang San could no longer contain himself. The 137th entry of the Xiantian treasure record states, in silence, one either erupts or perishes, and Tang San rose from the table with fervor. A mentor is akin to a father. Could he endure such shameless slander and mockery of his own father before others? Was he agitated? Yu Feng exhibited not an ounce of fear, wearing an expression of mockery. Yu Feng, are you bold enough to repeat what you just said? Tang San glared at Yu Feng, his eyes ablaze with fury, as if they could kill. Repeat it? Very well. I shall say that your teacher is a frog at the bottom of a well, a scoundrel who can only exploit women to steal information. So insecure that he consistently showcases his foolish disciple to highlight his own ineptitude. Yu Feng shrugged and remarked, say it again, and I'll say it again. How could Tang San possibly react? Indeed, he was remarkably bold. Upon hearing this, the members of Shrek Academy exchanged glances filled with disbelief. It seemed as though this individual had never regarded their prodigy, Tang San, with any sense of respect. Yet, the master was truly inept. The esteemed core competency of the top 10 martial souls had been reduced to such a state. Was the true master merely a data manipulator? And what of the women? That story remained untold. Suddenly, curiosity about this master began to stir within them. Yu Feng, who do you think you are? Seeking death. With a sharp sound, Tang San unfurled his 8 spider lances. Not only did he insult himself, but he also denigrated his mentor. The most critical aspect was that the opponent audaciously repeated the insults. Today he must be taught a lesson, come what may. Goodness, stay calm. The chubby individual hastily rolled away to a safe distance, recalling the last time he had been ensnared by those spider-like claws, nearly meeting his end. Now, with such a fierce display, he felt a surge of panic. Should another attack occur, the hard-earned few hundred gold coins would be for naught. He yearned to enjoy the pleasures of life. Others quickly distanced themselves as well, for there had been instances of collateral damage in the past. Thus, the release of such tension instilled fear among them. Furthermore, Tang San's emotions were teetering on the brink of chaos. Who could predict what madness the opponent might unleash? It was prudent to avoid entanglement and steer clear of trouble. And who do you think you are? The once invincible Tang San? Your glory has long since faded. Yi Feng's 4 soul rings rose from the ground. Purple, purple, black, black. A sharp intake of breath escaped the lips of the Shrek team. each member appearing as if they had encountered a ghost. With effortless ease, Yifeng wielded his demonic scythe to repel Tang San. Were it not for Tang Hao's presence, Tang San would have already become a cold, lifeless corpse, utterly incapable of escape. Chapter 132. All the anger erupts. Second update. Initially, he believed Tang Hao possessed a certain chivalry, a spirit of camaraderie, only to realize he had gravely misjudged him the first time they met. The other believed there was still a chance for reconciliation with Tang San, thus appearing innocuous. During their last battle in the Soul Arena, his fierce paternal instinct laid bare his most genuine sentiments. Regardless of right or wrong, should anyone dare to harm his son, he would unleash his full wrath in retribution. That was the essence of madness. With his current strength, he could not be shaken. Hence, Tang San continued to live. Otherwise, with his abilities, eliminating Tang San would be a trivial matter. Is it truly the first soul ring, aged a millennium? Tang San was pushed back. At this moment, Qin Ming wore an expression of utter disbelief. It was the first time in his life he had witnessed such a soul ring configuration. 2 purple and 2 black. A total of 4 rings. What level of superhuman is this? How does the Battle Emperor team know such a person? Are they friends? Wait, the instructor? What manner of being is the instructor? Qin Ming's mind raced with a million questions, his entire demeanor laden with uncertainty. Are your soul rings genuine? Observing Yifeng effortlessly repel Tang San, the master felt both astonished and terrified. Astonished at the other's formidable prowess, terrified at the authenticity of those soul rings. If they were indeed genuine, how terrifying would that be? 2 purple and 2 black. This was an unprecedented super soul ring configuration. Moreover, hadn't he, his nephew, mentioned seeking out the leader of the Battle Emperor team? How did they end up with this bloodthirsty demon? Something is amiss. Are soul rings not real? Or could they be mere illusions? Save your tricks for deceiving your Shrek students. Yifeng spoke softly, then took his seat at the center of the Do Huang battle team's long table, an impressive structure measuring 1 meter in width and 10 meters in length. At the opposite end sat the master in the boss position, while Yifeng occupied the other side, gazing toward the master with an air of playful intrigue. Greetings, instructor, he declared. In unison, the entire Do Huang battle team rose to their feet, bowing respectfully to Yifeng, yet their expressions were filled with confusion. How could it be that he seemed to have a connection with Tang San? Moreover, what did the master's earlier words about unfulfilled apprenticeship and lingering resentment imply? Clearly, there was a deeper narrative at play. For some reason, sleep eluded them that night, as they yearned to witness the unfolding drama. Tianheng, who is this? Qin Ming inquired, visibly awkward. He had been rendered completely speechless throughout the evening, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. Teacher Qin Ming. This is the leader from Suodo City, arranged for us by the Crown Prince, and he will be our instructor for the week. Yu Tianheng replied to Qin Ming. What? He's your leader? The moment Yu Tianheng's words fell, not only was Qin Ming left in shock, but the entire Shrek team was equally astounded. Particularly, the Master's lips twitched uncontrollably, as if struck by a thunderous revelation from behind. Could it truly be that Yifeng is the leader of the Do Huang squad? How is that even conceivable? What is his level, after all? Merely a foreign soul master. What qualifications does he possess to lead these children, who are on the brink of becoming soul masters themselves, and to serve as their mentor? Greetings, esteemed leader. I am Qin Ming. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, and I sincerely apologize for any unintended offense. Upon confirming that Yifeng is indeed the leader, Qin Ming immediately bowed in respect. Despite his own higher rank, he recognized that Yifeng had been personally summoned by the Crown Prince and possessed an astonishingly formidable soul ring configuration. Thus, it was only fitting that he showed respect and bowed. As for the matters concerning Shrek, he found himself utterly bewildered. He needed a moment to gather his thoughts. For the first time, Qin Ming felt his intellect was inadequate. Indeed, Teacher Qin Ming is remarkably courteous. There is no offense to speak of. It is merely a grudge between myself and Shrek, or more accurately, a certain charlatan and his foolish lackey. Yifeng replied. Indeed. Qin Ming was as courteous as the legend suggested. He could humbly apologize in front of so many people, managing to offend neither side. One must admit that Qin Ming possessed a remarkable clarity in navigating life. After all, how could a person who was able to serve as an instructor at the prestigious Heavenly Do Royal Academy, an institution that exclusively admitted nobility, and even lead these pampered aristocrats, be anything but astute? Tang San glared at Yifeng, seething with anger at the repeated provocations directed towards himself and his teacher. In that moment, He truly wished to unleash all his hidden weapons, eager to transform this insolent youth into a hedgehog. How regrettable it was that he had spared him back then. Who could have anticipated that you would become the leader of the Heavenly Dou Royal Academy? I, Yu Xiaogang, indeed underestimated your potential. When you knelt before me, pleading to be my disciple, I failed to take you under my wing. Yet, despite not officially accepting you, I consider myself a mentor of sorts. How dare you treat me, your teacher, in such a manner? At that moment, the master maintained an air of superiority, though internally, he felt as if his insides had turned to the bronze of a millennia-old tomb. Initially perceived as a mere two-bit failure, who could have predicted that his opponent had undergone such a formidable transformation? Alas, it seemed that persuading him to become a disciple once more would prove to be quite challenging. It would undoubtedly require time to resolve their differences. However, among so many witnesses, Yu Xiaogang was not about to lose face. In matters of rhetoric, he had never been afraid of anyone. If he wished, he could easily turn black into white. After all, he was merely a 14-year-old child. In terms of soul power, it was true that he could not compete. Yet, in the realm of verbal sparring, he could best 10 of them. To slander him? That was nothing but a fantasy. As for the notion of seeking a master, a mentor would never pay homage to you. How could he possibly believe such a thing? Yu Lingling cast a disdainful glance at the master, her irritation evident. Indeed, there are always individuals who seek to embellish their own image. One should recognize the caliber of our instructor in contrast to those of lesser stature. Do they truly believe that everyone aspires to be manipulated by someone like Tang San? As Yu Lingling's words resonated in the air, Du Guyan interjected with palpable disdain. She could hardly tolerate the arrogant demeanor of the man before her, who carried himself with an air of superiority. The members of the Fighting Emperor team rallied in support, incredulous that such an illustrious figure could ever consider him a mentor. It was an utter farce, a mockery that defied belief. A half-hearted teacher? 7 years prior, he callously thrust an innocent child, utterly defenseless, into the jaws of danger, only to swiftly retreat with his prized disciple. What wrong had that child committed? Stripped of his belongings, he sought refuge in a carriage on a frigid night, resorting to consuming meager sustenance to survive, sustenance that could have been repaid once he became a working student. Yet, you denied him that opportunity, enslaving him, treating him like a mere dog, berating him mercilessly, and ultimately, you took his life with your own hands. Is this what you deem a half-hearted teacher? Feng smiled. Chapter 133, Filthy and Hypocritical. Third update. Never have I encountered such a repugnant individual. Meanwhile, the members of the Do Huang battle team, upon hearing this, fell into deep contemplation. Indeed, they too had never encountered someone so vile. If what the instructor stated is true, then this Yu Xiaogang is not only despicably contemptible but also dirty and hypocritical. The master was evidently unprepared for Yi Feng's resolute counterattack. Faced with the piercing gazes directed at him, he momentarily lost his composure. On the other side, Xiao Wu slightly lowered her brows. In truth, she felt a twinge of regret. At that time, she had not realized that seizing Yi Feng's blanket could have nearly led to his demise from the cold. It was no wonder he had not returned since that night. Little did she expect that the seemingly virtuous master harbored such a malevolent heart. Furthermore, why did Xiao San not share these matters with her? Although Xiao Wu was a rabbit spirit, she had only lived for a mere decade or so. How could she comprehend the thoughts of someone who had lived 2 lifetimes and another who had lived for 50 years? Some beings, despite lacking humanity, still possess a semblance of human nature, while others have long since forfeited their humanity and devolved into beasts. Feng, enough. At that time, the teacher inadvertently allowed you to be pursued by the Mandala serpent, and this incident occurred 6 or 7 years ago. Why do you still harbor such grievances? At this moment, Tang San spoke up. If he allowed the other party to continue, his teacher might truly face disgrace, regardless of right or wrong. Supporting one's teacher is never a mistake. After all, they are all in this together. Indeed, given the circumstances back then, I was only at level 29 and could not protect both of us. Thus, it was out of necessity. In any situation, choices must be made. One was an outsider, and the other was my direct disciple. How could I choose between them? After hearing Tang San's words, the master seemed to find his direction. He immediately seized the opportunity to establish a persona of a self-sacrificing mentor. After all, in the world of soul masters, one naturally prioritizes saving their own disciple over others. It is human nature. Yu Xiaogang, you may feign innocence, but Tang San, why do you defend your own to the extent of losing all semblance of dignity? Feng let out a cold sneer upon hearing these words. Indeed, those of a feather flock together, which explains the companionship of these two individuals. The true circumstances were clearer to them than anyone else. What is most revolting is their inability to let go after all these years. When others seek to take your life, can you truly move on? It is akin to your mother being pursued by the spirit hall, ultimately sacrificed for your father. Your father gained a soul ring, yet you still seek vengeance against the spirit hall for a lifetime. In essence, the spirit hall merely hunted her down. But the final sacrifice was her own choice. It is not unjust to blame the spirit hall. You may rightly consider them your mother's murderer. But in comparison to the matter involving Yu Xiaogang and your mother, who is more despicable? Clearly, Yu Xiaogang is several times more contemptible. You, the compassionate one, urge Yi Feng to let go. Can you not also persuade your father to be magnanimous and forgive? After all, he is the one who has acquired a soul ring of 100,000 years. How absurd. Are you pretending? Little Feng, failing to become a disciple is not frightening. What is truly dreadful is the inability to let go. Let us set aside the grievances between us, master and disciple, today. I admit I wronged you back then, as the circumstances left us with only two choices. Yet now that you have survived, I am more than willing to accept you as my disciple and devote myself to assisting you in becoming a titled Douluo. The master spoke, adopting a stance of moral superiority. The others turned to gaze at Yi Feng, sensing that matters were not as simple as they appeared. Very well. If you dare to strike me publicly, I shall deliver a resounding slap to reveal the extent of your hypocrisy. I ask you, can you contend with a 1,000-year-old black mamba? Can you? At this moment, Yi Feng directed a cold inquiry towards the master. Suddenly, the master found himself at a loss for words, for as a 29th level soul master, he had no means to slay a several hundred-year-old Mandala snake. Allow me to enlighten you. You are utterly incapable of killing that Mandala snake. It was Tang San who dispatched it. And now the Mandala snake has become his first soul ring. At this moment, Yi Feng addressed the master. Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere erupted into chaos. Indeed, at that time, the master, Tang San, and Yi Feng had ventured into the soul-hunting forest together. Yi Feng was bitten by the Mandala snake, leaving only Tang San and the master present. Could a master of the 29th rank possibly vanquish a 400-year-old Mandala snake? It was evidently impossible. You, what nonsense are you spouting? The master exclaimed, visibly agitated, as he shouted at Yi Feng. Yi Feng's words utterly disoriented him. Nonsense? Very well. Let us consider Yi Feng's claims as mere folly. Pray tell, how could a mere soul master with a level of 29, who can only unleash 3 attacks, possibly vanquish a Mandala serpent that has lived for over 4 centuries? At this moment, Yi Feng scoffed. Indeed, the Mandala serpent is highly venomous, and Xiaogang, your martial spirit can only be utilized thrice, making the notion of eliminating a 400-year-old Mandala serpent rather implausible. It was then that Flanders spoke up. Xiao Wu slightly nodded in agreement. Although the Mandala serpent posed little threat to them, for a master with only a level 29 soul, the challenge was insurmountable, especially when accompanied by a child. The possibility of a counterattack was nearly non-existent. Escaping would be a formidable task in itself. Ultimately, how could this Mandala serpent become Tang San's first spirit ring? Clearly, some events must have transpired. The likelihood of Tang San being the one to slay it was considerably higher, for his adversary's peculiar hidden weapons and strange movements could aid in fulfilling that condition. Flanders, how can you, my dear brother, harbor doubts about me? At this moment, the master was incensed upon hearing Flanders utter such a statement first. He smashed the crispy fish before him into a pulp. Xiaogang, it's not that I distrust you, but Yi Feng's words do possess a modicum of reason. Upon hearing the master's retort, Flanders appeared quite helpless. Xiao San, is there any truth to his claims? At this juncture, Xiao Wu gazed at Tang San. Her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. If it were true, then the master would indeed be despicable and treacherous. Some of it is true, while other parts are mere fabrications. Tang San replied, it is not that he refrains from speaking the truth, but rather that he cannot. Should he reveal the truth, his teacher's reputation would be irrevocably shattered. Moreover, Yi Feng is undoubtedly seeking vengeance against his mentor. He must not allow the adversary to succeed. Some individuals possess an astonishing thickness of skin. Yi Feng shrugged his shoulders, regardless of whether the master acknowledged it. It was evident that everyone had formed their own standards of judgment in their hearts. Instructor, we have lost our appetite for this meal. Perhaps I should escort you back, said Yu Tianheng at that moment. He could hardly fathom that his uncle was such a repugnant individual. It was a pity that Yu Tianheng had held him in such high regard all these years, treating him as a respected elder. Now, it seemed he was unworthy of such respect. Should Yu Tianheng ever assume control of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, individuals like him would not be allowed to return. Not even in death, as they would be denied entry into the ancestral hall. Tianheng, do you also believe this brat? He failed to secure a master and is now deliberately slandering me. The master had never considered that during the demonstration of the stamina pill earlier that evening. Yu Tianheng had already discerned his true nature. After hearing all of this, his disgust had reached the marrow of his bones. Yu Xiaogang, mind your tongue, and do not feign innocence before me. Do you truly believe that I was unaware when Tang San handed you that stamina pill? It was one thing to deceive me in the past, but now you dare to call anyone brat. Remember this. Yi Feng is my elder brother, Yu Tianheng. Tianheng erupted with indignation. The earlier remark made by the master, if you truly wish to become a great soul master, then aim to surpass my disciple. If you can catch up to him, you shall undoubtedly stand at the pinnacle of the entire continent, had deeply provoked Yu Tianheng. What nonsense about taking your disciple as a goal? Who is your disciple, anyway? Had he not underestimated his opponent during their previous duel, the outcome could have been entirely different. Henceforth, he would aspire to be like his elder brother Yi Feng, a 14-year-old four-ring soul ancestor. This was his true role model. In the world of Douluo, strength reigned supreme. He would respect whoever was stronger. Teacher Qin Ming, I believe there is nothing left to discuss at tonight's gathering. Should we meet again at the Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament, let us see what kind of team this master can cultivate. At that moment, Yu Lingling also stood up. The instructor was already preparing to leave. What were they still doing here? Did they genuinely value this meal? Please. What could a mere 29th level charlatan possibly teach? Let us go, said Du Guyan, rising as well. The entire Do Huang team followed Yifeng's lead as they departed. Qin Ming found himself in an exceedingly awkward position. He had never anticipated that the leader of the Do Huang team was merely a 14-year-old boy. Moreover, he had not expected the depth of animosity between him and the master of Shrek Academy. This placed him in a most uncomfortable predicament. Instructor, perhaps we should gather on our own, Yu Tianheng suggested. I second that. Du Guyan raised her hand. I second. The Shimo brothers chimed in. Osro and Yufeng Yilingling nodded in agreement. On such a fine night, don't you think it pairs well with sleep? Yufeng gazed in astonishment at the crowd. It was already past 1 a.m. Are the inhabitants of Douluo continent truly capable of enduring such late hours? Instructor, are you not departing tomorrow? Why bother with sleep? We must host a farewell banquet. At this moment, Yu Tianheng spoke up. Indeed, a farewell banquet. The brothers from Shimo nodded in agreement. Farewell banquet. The others joined in the enthusiastic chorus. Wait, I am not as shameless as some. A farewell banquet is unnecessary since I am not your teacher. However, given your fervor, let us enjoy some skewers together tonight. Yifeng began. He cannot truly be considered a teacher. Hence, he refers to himself as an instructor. He merely trains them in specific skills. Soon, the group gathered at a bustling food stall. Although it lacked the sophistication of the rooftop, it was imbued with a lively atmosphere. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes in the shadows had already fixated on their presence. The chill in the air was palpable, oppressive even. In Chapter 135, the release of 4 soul rings, the intent to kill engulfs the sky. The second course arrived, steaming and enticing. There were fragrant grilled fish and skewers of barbecue. The culinary offerings in this world were plentiful, rivaling those on Earth. Consequently, Yifeng adapted swiftly after his arrival. Instructor, I truly cannot believe you are only 14. I thought you were jesting, Yi Lingling remarked, her face displaying a mixture of embarrassment and astonishment. From his earlier conversation with the master, she had gleaned the instructor's age, realizing he was only slightly older than Tang San. 7 years ago, at the age of 7, thus 14 years old was indeed accurate. At 14 and already at level 50. On the brink of becoming a soul king. My goodness, what are you made of, instructor? Du Guyan gazed at Yifeng with an expression of sheer disbelief. Yifeng is undoubtedly the most terrifying and deranged individual among all those she knows. Level 50? However, Du Guyan's revelation left Yu Tianheng and the others utterly petrified. Is this for real? The instructor has actually reached level 50? Are you all unaware? The instructor has ascended to level 50 and is preparing to seek out soul rings, Du Guyan remarked, observing the bewildered expressions on their faces, resembling lifeless statues. I suppose you all had no idea. I only learned of this myself tonight when I sought out the instructor. Yi Lingling replied, perverse. Apart from Du Guyan and Yi Lingling, the members of the Do Huang team exclaimed in unison. Oh, Yifeng shrugged. he could hardly be blamed. The system was simply too perverse. It could generate tens of thousands of movement points daily. However, it was evident that the path to advancement would not be so facile henceforth. Transitioning from level 40 to 50 required a staggering 100,000 experience points for each level. Yet now, post-level 50, the system had become increasingly absurd. With today's update, the experience required for leveling up had escalated to 1 million points, and ascending from 50 to 60 demanded a staggering 10 million points. As for the subsequent leap from 60 to 70, he dared not contemplate. Previously, he had believed himself fortunate to possess a superior system. In hindsight, it seemed more of a trap. It appeared to operate on a decimal progression, advancing from 10,000 to 100,000, and now to 1 million experience points per level. Who could fathom whether the next tier would require 10 million experience points? 10 million. Where on earth could he procure such a sum? Based on a night's peak battle, earning a mere 100,000 in a single night meant he would need to fight for 100 nights to level up. To ascend 10 levels would necessitate 1,000 nights. That equated to nearly 3 years. By then, the flowers would have wilted. And this was merely the Soul Emperor tier. What if the Soul Sage required 100 million experience points for a single level? What if the Soul Douluo demanded 1 billion? Contemplating this, the system seemed an abyss. The initial levels were exhilarating, but the latter stages were akin to a funeral pyre. What a calamity. Instructor, I just heard them say your initial soul power was only level 2. How did you ascend to this level in such a brief period? Please, take us under your wing. We wish to be your disciples. At this moment, Feng addressed Feng. From level 2 to now being a super genius. An invincible anomaly, truly terrifying. Indeed, we wish to apprentice ourselves. Shiremo and Osro chimed in, each expressing their earnestness. There was no hint of jest in their demeanor. They genuinely revered formidable figures like Instructor Feng. Oh please, I am not like some wandering masters who take on disciples merely to validate themselves. Feng shrugged and remarked, I am merely 14 years old. I am still quite young. Why would I take on a disciple? The instructor, with an air of apology, responded. Suddenly, at that moment, Tianheng interjected, slightly lowering his brow. Tianheng, what offense have I committed against you, you foolish little dragon? Upon hearing these words, Feng felt somewhat perplexed. Why was the other party apologizing at this moment? He seemed to have done nothing wrong. Could it be related to the previous incident where he was called to the rooftop? If that were indeed the case, he would be inclined to express gratitude. For it was through that opportunity that the master had successfully ruined his own reputation. From that point onwards, his standing at Shrek Academy plummeted to an all-time low, hastening the process of his downfall. I never anticipated that my uncle, Yu Xiaogang, would turn out to be a criminal. At this moment, Tianheng clenched his fists tightly, striking his thighs with force, his expression seething with anger. How disgraceful for their family. Such selfishness. He was utterly unworthy of belonging to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. This time, Tianheng was profoundly hurt by Yu Xiaogang. So it was this matter. After all, he had been expelled from their family. So what necessity was there for a junior like you to apologize? This is a personal affair between him and me. At this moment, Feng addressed the situation, having initially believed it to be of greater significance. Regardless, it was imperative to extend an apology to the instructor, as this matter pertained to the internal affairs of their family. At this juncture, Yu Tianheng spoke up, prompting Feng to refrain from further comment. Soon, the dishes were served, and everyone joyously raised their glasses in celebration, reveling until the early hours of the following morning. Traditionally, Feng would partake in a morning run. Yet today he found himself burdened with the task of assisting his inebriated companions. One by one, he helped the two young women back to their quarters before escorting Yu Tianheng and Feng, among others, to safety. Finally, he attended to the Stoutshire brothers. Meanwhile, the proprietor of the bustling eatery, sporting heavy dark circles under his eyes, busied himself with the cleanup. In the past, he had witnessed patrons reveling until 2 or 3 in the morning, but who could have anticipated such a rowdy group that partied until 6 the next morning? At last, he could look forward to a well-deserved rest. Feng returned to his chamber and subsequently reclined upon his bed. When he awoke, it was already 4 in the afternoon. After gathering his belongings, he departed from Soto City. At level 50, his immediate goal was to locate a suitable soul beast, with elixirs, stamina potions, and even a substitute at his disposal. Vanquishing a 50,000-year-old soul beast posed little challenge for him. Once he eliminated the soul beast and absorbed the soul ring, he would ascend to the status of a true soul king. Seated in a carriage, Feng journeyed towards the Sunset Forest, the second largest forest on the continent. located near Heavendo City. After several hours of travel, he finally reached the outskirts of the forest around 8 or 9 in the evening. He had intended to spend the night within the woods, so he took advantage of the encroaching darkness to venture into the forest. To find a soul beast of 50,000 years, he knew he would need to remain in the forest for a considerable period. Yifeng set a month-long deadline for himself. The carriage driver had long departed, and Yifeng found himself deep within the sunset forest. The night was illuminated by a bright moon, and a chill wind swept through, biting and sharp. "Who is there? Show yourself." Suddenly, Yifeng's 4 soul rings erupted with intensity, fixating on a distant point with a penetrating gaze, his body enveloped in an aura of lethal intent. Chapter 136. Being Pursued. Am I to perish? Quite alert, aren't we? The voice was deep, imbued with an unprecedented chill, laced with a hint of amusement. Who are you? Reveal yourself at once. Cease this charade. Yifeng surveyed his surroundings, his tone imbued with a chilling coldness. In truth, he had sensed the presence of someone watching him the moment he entered the forest. However, he had initially dismissed it, reasoning that it could be another powerful individual hunting soul beasts in the peripheral areas, merely keeping an eye on him to safeguard their juniors. After all, in such a vast forest, it was improbable that he, Yifeng, was the sole occupant. Yet, he soon realized that the situation was far more complicated than he had anticipated. Why did he come to this conclusion? Because that gaze had followed him all the way to the central region, where soul beasts of over 10,000 years resided. If it were merely a matter of protecting family descendants, there would be no need to extend one's spiritual awareness so far. Thus, Yifeng concluded that someone was indeed tracking him. The question lingered: who could this individual be? Why were they merely following him without revealing themselves? He considered the possibility that it might be Douluo, particularly since the latter's medicinal garden was located nearby. However, upon further reflection, he dismissed this notion. Douluo had no reason to trail him. After all, Douluo had yet to return to Heavendo City, and it was implausible for Douluo to be aware of his affairs. It seemed more likely that the individual had a vested interest in him and was thus tailing him. "Since you are so eager to meet me, I shall make my presence known," Yifeng declared. A gust of wind swept through, and a figure cloaked in a mantle materialized before him. "Senior Haoyan?" Yifeng secretly thought to himself that this was not good. It was actually Tang Hao. At this moment, the appearance of the other party here clearly indicated significant trouble. There was even a possibility that the individual had come with intentions of murder and silencing. This was a serious predicament. "Ah, Xiao Feng, we meet again," Tang Hao remarked, his tone surprisingly calm. "I did not expect that in a mere week since our last encounter, you have already ascended to level 50. At this moment, Tang Hao turned to gaze at Yifeng. His words were devoid of any emotional fluctuation, yet Yifeng sensed an unprecedented aura of murderous intent. The visitor bore ill intentions. Fortune favored me with a swift advancement. I wonder what insights the esteemed senior Haotian has to offer this time? Yifeng feigned humility. Yet within his heart, he was devising a myriad of escape plans. Tang Hao was a titled Douluo and a formidable presence who dared to confront the Pope of the Wuhan Hall. How could he possibly hope to flee before such an opponent? This was undoubtedly a challenge of epic proportions. In truth, I still wish for you to become friends with Xiao San. After all, you both hail from the same village, and there is no need for such discord, is there? Tang Hao gazed at Yifeng. Well, the discord between us is not insurmountable, but resolving this matter requires time, esteemed Haoyan. At this moment, Yifeng addressed Tang Hao, emphasizing that preserving one's life was of utmost importance in their current predicament. Whatever Tang Hao dictated must be adhered to without question. Time was of the essence. Tang Hao fixed his gaze upon Yifeng, emanating an unprecedented aura of authority. Drawing from his previous experiences, he was determined not to falter this time. Very well, he conceded. If even a titled Douluo such as yourself insists, then I shall acquiesce. I agree. From this moment forward, we shall be friends. Yifeng replied. The current demeanor of Tang Hao, marked by a fierce glint in his eyes, is utterly distinct from that of his previous encounter. Yifeng did not dare to act recklessly and agreed to comply. As for friendship, that was non-existent. Very well, a wise man knows how to adapt to circumstances. Henceforth, I require you to assist my son under the guise of friendship, remaining by his side. Tang Hao reiterated, since this father had no time to attend to him, and the master was indeed unable to provide assistance in the later stages, Yifeng was the most suitable choice available. Agreed. Yifeng nodded in acquiescence. After all, this was akin to having a knife held to his throat. He could only extricate himself and address the situation later. However, Tang Hao's expectations were indeed fanciful. He actually envisioned Yi Feng aiding the Tang family, supporting Tang San in his ascent. What a delusion. He better not discover the location of the blue-silver emperor. Otherwise, Yi Feng would assist in the growth of your wife instead. Your cunning has preserved your life. Swear upon your martial spirit. Tang Hao gazed intently at Yi Feng. Initially, he had intended to eliminate Yi Feng that very night. If Yi Feng could not become a friend to his son, he certainly could not allow him to become an adversary. As a father, it was his duty to remove all obstacles. This was the task that lay before Tang Hao. Swear upon your martial spirit. Senior Hao Tian, are you certain you wish to make this so grave? At that moment, Yi Feng regarded Tang Hao with a mixture of disbelief and disdain. What was the point of such a vow? Once pledged, he would indeed become a slave to the Tang family. How could one possibly acquiesce to such a fate? Were you intentionally deceiving me just now? Suddenly, Tang Hao's demeanor turned icily severe, his gaze fixed on Yi Feng with unwavering intensity. Of course, he would vehemently refuse. Get lost. Yi Feng directly summoned his second martial soul, a diminutive red insect. Ah, a mere trifle. Since you seek your demise, I shall grant it. At this moment, Tang Hao's palm stirred slightly, enveloping Yi Feng's sky splitter with a surge of soul power. Boom. A thunderous roar echoed, yet there was not a trace of harm. For Tang Hao had shielded it with his soul energy. Soul Bone, swift as the wind, Yi Feng swiftly unleashed his Soul Bone abilities, desperately racing towards the depths of the setting sun forest. How utterly unscrupulous of Tang Hao to bully a mere 14-year-old child. Run? You cannot escape. Tang Hao, observing Yi Feng vanish ahead, immediately quickened his pace, pursuing the direction in which Yi Feng had fled. As a titled Douluo, extinguishing a mere soul master was as effortless as crushing an ant. He didn't even bother to summon his martial soul. Goodness, is he that fast? Yi Feng was suffocating. Tang Hao's speed surpassed his wildest imagination by several magnitudes. Even with his speed-enhancing left leg soul bone, he was on the verge of being overtaken by Tang Hao. Was he compelled to resort to the 1-minute stamina potion? Yet, its effect only lasted for a mere minute. He harbored no confidence in defeating Tang Hao. Merely achieving a stalemate would be a cause for gratitude. However, the pressing concern was, if they reached an impasse, what would happen once the potion's effects wore off? Whoosh! An attack from Tang Hao surged towards him. Yi Feng accelerated with every ounce of strength he could muster, as if he were drawing upon every bit of his resolve. At last, he evaded the initial attack. However, escaping the first strike did not guarantee his safety, for Tang Hao had already arrived at his side. The murderous intent emanating from his gaze was piercing, as if he were poised to rend Yi Feng into 1,000 pieces at any moment. Chapter 137. A desperate resistance, a dignified death. What to do? What to do? Yi Feng currently lacks even a moment to glance at his own system. With the relentless pursuit of how could there be any time for that? Fourth soul skill, 3 seconds of deadly poison scythe. It's a fight to the finish. Yi Feng unleashed his lethal 3-second poison scythe, marking the manifestation of his fourth soul skill, which stands as the most formidable technique at his disposal. Under ordinary circumstances, this poison can instantly annihilate any opponent whose soul power is inferior to his own. Yet, when faced with a titled Douluo like Tang Hao, he harbors no confidence whatsoever. If he could merely delay his opponent, even for a brief moment, his chances of survival would increase significantly. What is that? It is a swirling mass of black mist, directly obstructing Tang Hao's path. Observing this, Tang Hao promptly summoned his Haoyan hammer. He was not engaged in a civilized duel. He was in pursuit. Thus, any means were permissible, devoid of any moral considerations. A black soul ring merged with him, and in the next instant, the dense black poison mist was effortlessly repelled. The entire process transpired in scarcely a second. However, for Yi Feng, who possessed a speed-oriented soul bone, he had already surged a kilometer away. He was playing with fire. My friend, if he did not flee, he would surely meet his demise. I warned you, you cannot escape today. As he observed Yi Feng's retreat, Tang Hao let out a cold laugh, his 9 soul rings shimmering ominously. To him, Yi Feng was merely a cornered beast, fighting for survival. Anyone Tang Hao wished to pursue had yet to elude his grasp. Whoosh! A sound echoed through the air. Could it be? More trouble approaches. Yi Feng's forehead was already beaded with copious sweat. In less than 10 seconds, Tang Hao had astonishingly caught up with him. Is this the power of a titled Douluo? It is utterly terrifying. Normally, with the use of the Soul Bone skill gale and the enhancement provided by the Chaos Decision, Yi Feng's speed would be on par with the pinnacle of Soul Douluo. Yet, Tang Hao is a title Douluo at level 95. The disparity between them is not trivial. Suddenly, in the next moment, a massive hammer struck the ground before Yi Feng. Indeed, the unfortunate Yi Feng had exerted himself to the utmost for a minute, only to be pursued relentlessly. Senior Hao Tian, is there not a way for us to discuss this amicably? Must we resort to such extreme measures? Would you not agree? Yi Feng braked, fully aware that escape was no longer an option. Do you think I would believe you? Tang Hao's voice was frigid. This young man was remarkably swift. Fortunately, he had the foresight to eliminate the threat before it could grow. Otherwise, would the little third party become a formidable opponent in the future? What if I swear by my martial soul to protect your dashing son, Tang San, from this moment forth? Sensing Tang Hao's chilling intent to kill, Yi Feng hastily spoke. I have resolved to eradicate the threat entirely. Tang Hao offered Yi Feng no opportunity for reprieve. One of the black soul rings merged with the Haotian hammer, causing it to radiate an unprecedented brilliance of electricity in an instant. In the realm of soul masters, one must never dither. When the word is given to kill, it must be executed. Otherwise, one might find themselves ensnared by a sudden betrayal at any moment. Wait, Yi Feng exclaimed loudly. Tang Hao cast a puzzled glance in his direction. All right, if you wish to take my life, then I shall oblige. However, you must allow me to perish with a modicum of dignity. Last time, you made me strike 3 times before you attacked. This time, I wish to have my turn to strike 3 times as well. Permit me to expend my last ounce of strength before you deliver the final blow, if you will. A soul master should not meet their end in such a dishonorable manner. Yi Feng articulated fervently, pouring out everything he wished to express in one breath. He was primarily anxious. If Tang Hao grew impatient and struck him down with a single blow, he would have no chance to speak at all. What? A dignified title Douluo like yourself cannot even grant me this small opportunity? Or are you fearful of being humiliated once more, as you were last time? If that is the case, then proceed with your kill. Yi Feng said, spreading his hands wide. Very well, I shall grant you 3 strikes before I end your life. Let us see what tricks you can conjure in those 3 attempts. Tang Hao replied, retracting the Haotian hammer. There was no cause for concern. This lad surely could not escape his grasp. Excellent. The Haotian Douluo is indeed magnanimous. Today, I, Yi Feng, shall give it my all. With that, Yi Feng turned his gaze resolutely towards Tang Hao. Third soul skill, Titan strength. Yi Feng unleashed his third soul skill with great fervor. Upon its activation, his power surged to 100-fold enhancement. His arms rapidly swelled in size, veins protruding, resembling the formidable limbs of a mythical beast. The first soul skill, Tear the Heavens. Immediately thereafter, a white tiger materialized behind Yi Feng. The bloodthirsty demonic sickle in his grip emitted a resonant hum. Feel the might of my strike. The 2 soul skills were employed in a harmonious blend. Yi Feng gripped the bloodthirsty scythe tightly, bringing it down from the heavens towards Tang Hao's head. This strike possessed the power to cleave a soul king in 2 instantaneously. With a resounding crash, Tang Hao merely extended 2 fingers, resolutely blocking Yi Feng's augmented soul skill. He remained unscathed, yet the earth beside him was ravaged, leaving a gaping chasm nearly 10 meters deep. Trees within a 100-meter radius toppled like matchsticks. The force was indeed formidable. Even a soul king would struggle to withstand such an onslaught. Alas, you have crossed paths with me. With a surge of residual energy, Tang Hao sent Yi Feng reeling. This lad was undeniably extraordinary. How could his parents, being mere mortals, produce such a fearsome progeny? Could it be that they, like himself, had sought refuge in the Holy Spirit village? The notion that someone capable of siring such an exceptional descendant might die of starvation seemed rather extravagant, didn't it? Tang Hao pondered silently. Suddenly, a mighty roar echoed forth. If that is the case, let us continue. The second soul skill, Songlong Mishi. Yi Feng merely grasped the bloodthirsty demon's scythe, and then, with a sudden flourish, he cast the malevolent weapon forth. An ordinary individual might hurl a scythe at a velocity of merely 25 meters per second. Under normal circumstances, Yi Feng's execution of the Songlong Mishi technique is akin to the firing of a handgun, achieving a speed of approximately 400 meters per second. However, at this moment, Yi Feng has harnessed the power of his third soul skill, amplifying his speed to that of a Barrett sniper rifle, reaching an astounding 800 meters per second. Yet, as he finds himself in a life-threatening situation, Yi Feng channels all his strength into his spine and hands. After a frenzied rotation, he unleashes his attack, akin to the firing of a super tank's main cannon, propelling the speed to an unprecedented 1,008 meters per second, a pinnacle of human projectile velocity. The flung demonic sickle transforms into a spectral dragon, ancient, sinister, and brimming with lethal intent. At such velocity, even Xiao Wu would have to retreat 3 steps to avoid it, while Flan would fear for his wings being severed. Chapter 138, Feng, and Part 2, an intriguing turn. The demonic sickle hurtles through the air, leaving in its wake a chasm reminiscent of a dragon breaking through the earth. A thunderous clash ensues as 2 forces collide once more. Tang Hao's cloak billows violently, and within a 10-kilometer radius, every tree is uprooted. Towering boulders and scattered debris are obliterated to fine dust. A massive crater forms. What? Yet, as the dust settles, Feng is left astounded. Aside from the ground where Tang Hao stands and the land behind him, everything remains intact. He has caught it with a single hand. Feng was utterly bewildered. It is essential to recognize that this was his most formidable attack, unleashed in the face of an overwhelming desire for survival. Its power surpassed the ordinary by several folds. Yet, despite this, it was effortlessly countered by his opponent. Indeed, Tang Hao proved to be a formidable adversary. However, surrender was an impossibility. He had yet to reach the pinnacle of his life and marry a wealthy beauty. So how could he allow Tang Hao to end his journey? This technique was so powerful that even a soul saint could perish beneath its might, yet he still possessed one final strike. Tang Hao regarded Feng with an inscrutable expression, increasingly convinced that choosing to eliminate this young man was an astutely wise decision. If left unchecked, he could potentially become a significant threat in the future. How Tian Douluo, are you prepared? My final attack shall surpass any that has come before, should you be harmed. Do not blame me. Feng fixed his gaze on Tang Hao with unwavering intensity. Very well, let it come, Tang Hao replied, regarding Feng as one would regard a lifeless corpse. Regardless, after this strike, it would mark the end of his days. All right. 4th soul skill, 3 seconds of absolute poison. A flash of black luminescence flickered in the air. At this moment, a dark lone wolf materialized behind Feng. The bloodthirsty demonic scythe in his hand was already imbued with venom. The 2nd soul skill, Celestial Dragoness Annihilation. It remained as formidable as before. Feng spun at an astonishing speed. Was the recent assault coupled with poison? Tang Hao observed Feng with a contemplative expression. A roar erupted. A black poisonous dragon emerged. Its blood-red eyes brimmed with unprecedented ferocity, as if intent on devouring the insignificant human before it. Meanwhile, Feng swiftly consumed a stamina pill. Activating the golden-winged Dapeng spirit bone in his left leg, he transformed into a streak of lightning and vanished. The so-called 3 soul skills were merely a ruse. His objective was to buy more time and then flee. Boom. The colossal Haotian hammer descended upon the black poisonous dragon. How could Tang Hao fail to notice Feng's departure? Whoosh. In a state of extreme speed, within less than 4 seconds, Feng was overtaken by Tang Hao. The Haotian hammer struck down upon him with tremendous force. Feng was forcefully driven into the ground. Flee. I have already stated that you cannot escape before me. After a single strike, Feng was left gasping for breath. He struggled to prop himself up, casting a furious glare at Tang Hao. Unyielding? If you must assign blame, let it be for your own weakness. I had offered you an opportunity long ago, yet you failed to cherish it. Tang Hao's hand, infused with soul power, plunged directly into Feng's chest. Feng only felt a sharp sting. Is it about to cool down? Feng had never anticipated that someone would extract his heart. Ah! The excruciating pain compelled him to cry out. Blood seeped from his mouth unbeknownst to him. It turned out that his heart had been violently wrenched out by Tang Hao, thundering relentlessly in the palm of his hand. If one must take a life, then let it be done with ferocity. Even a titled Douluo, without a heart, would suffer tremendous vitality loss and could scarcely survive a few days. What are your intentions? Feng fixed his gaze upon Tang Hao. With a resounding crack, Tang Hao did not respond but rather decisively crushed Feng's heart. Blood splattered across Feng's face. The metallic scent of human blood was overwhelmingly pungent. He felt his own vitality swiftly dissipating. Accompanied by the chilling wind, a melancholic melody played, marking the end for Feng. But was he truly finished? Nonsense. He was far from done. 600 kilometers away, Feng frantically consumed drugs, refusing to pause for even a moment. That damn Tang Hao had forced him to waste a decoy. Fortunately, he had cleverly employed a substitute during the initial execution of his lethal 3-second poison scythe. The substitute ran west while he dashed east. In the first minute, he could conceal his true presence. He then directed the substitute to spar with Tang Hao, buying himself roughly 5 minutes of time. With the peak speed granted by his soulbone skills, he could cover 2 kilometers in a second and 100 kilometers in a minute. The 6 minutes of fighting, combined with over a minute of escape time, totaled over 6 minutes, during which he sprinted over 600 kilometers. If measured against earthly landmarks, it would be equivalent to running directly from Chengdu and Sichuan to Xi'an and Shaanxi. Thus, no matter how formidable Tang Hao might be, he remained oblivious to Yifeng's whereabouts. This was the Sunset Forest, an expanse of infinite magnitude, although the adversary claimed to be near Heavendo City. Its eastern edge extended endlessly towards the Stardo Forest. That realm, even now, had yet to be conquered by any soul master in this world. Even within the Sunset Forest, there were still many uncharted territories, countless forbidden zones. At this moment, Yifeng opened his system panel. Host, Yifeng current dimension, Douluo continent gender, male age, 14 martial soul, first martial soul, bloodthirsty scythe, second martial soul. Rift explosive combat power attributes, activated soul rings, first soul ring, divine beast white tiger, millennial, soul skill, tear the sky, second soul ring, 9,000-year ancient beast azure dragon. Soul skill, azure dragon's annihilation can attack or defend. Defense is azure dragon shield. Third soul ring, 10,000-year diamond titan, soul skill, titan's diamond power, fourth soul ring. 30,000-year shadow poison wolf, soul skill, 3 seconds of lethal poison scythe soul bones. Left leg, 10,000-year golden winged Dapeng soul bone. Soul skill, swift wind soul power, level 50 experience points. 15, 00010, 000 gold coins. 23, 010, 000 inventory. Sturdy minute pill X1 alas. Just last night he had contemplated using the substitute to assist him in achieving greatness. Yet today, the substitute had been annihilated. His stamina pills were entirely depleted. That wretched Tang Hao had the audacity to bully a mere 14-year-old child, utterly devoid of martial ethics. Fortunately, he had concocted some himself. Otherwise, the heartache would have been unbearable. Do not question why he continued to consume drugs despite having fled. The substitute was in peril. Without the drugs, escape was impossible. Meanwhile, in the western expanse of the Sunset Forest, what on earth was happening? After slaying Yifeng, Tang Hao discovered something astonishing. He witnessed Yifeng's body spontaneously combusting. Indeed, it was self-ignition. Soon, it transformed into a cloud of powder. A gust of wind swept through, completely erasing it from existence. Chapter 139, Discovery of Ayin? The Thief of Chao. What the devil? A gust of wind had whisked Yifeng away. Was this fellow not made of flesh and blood? And self-ignition? Such occurrences were inconceivable. How could a person ignite after being slain? Could it be? Suddenly, Tang Hao's eyes sharpened with realization. He had been deceived. This was highly likely a decoy. As a titled Douluo who had traversed this continent for many years, he had encountered numerous extraordinary individuals. Among them were those capable of conjuring a perfect replica of themselves. Yet, no matter how well crafted, a substitute should possess no more than half the power of the original. How could that youth's substitute be so flawless? With this thought, Tang Hao's gaze turned icy. This boy was evidently far more formidable than he had anticipated. He swiftly unleashed his divine sense, striving to locate Yifeng's trace. However, the other seemed to have surpassed the limits of his perception. But when had the substitute been activated? Was it during the 2 recent soul skills combined, when the poison dragon was unleashed? That shouldn't be. If it were at that moment, he should have sensed it. It was then. Suddenly, Tang Hao's eyes narrowed. He recalled the first time the opponent had deployed that poisonous mist. At that time, he had a brief moment of invisibility. Damn it, this fellow was indeed cunning. Such an opportunity would be hard to come by again. Tang Hao clenched his fist tightly. This rascal might very well seek vengeance on Xiao San. At Shrek Academy. Aside from Flandra, it was unlikely anyone could deter that boy named Yifeng. As for the master, he had merely hoped that the other would care for Xiao San's welfare. He had never dared to dream of protecting him. After all, how could a 29th level Great Soul Master safeguard his own son? What a fantasy. On the other side, that damn Tang Hao. If I find out where the blue silver grass is, I swear I shall uproot your wife. Yifeng gritted his teeth in frustration. That's right. This is not Tang Hao's wife. She has regrown. So that means, damn that Chao traitor. He has misled me. Yifeng discovered a seemingly secure location and promptly established camp. This evening had proven to be exceedingly exhausting. Tang Hao was entirely oblivious to the direction he had fled. Thus, he could now rest in peace. The tent was erected, the flames flickered to life, powder was scattered, and it was time to sleep. At the break of dawn, a notification chimed. Ding. You have 2 new messages. Please check. Feng had just awakened from his slumber when, suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Had the exercise metrics from yesterday been calculated? Feng found himself within the confines of a tent, basking in the gentle embrace of warm sunlight. Had he inadvertently broken yet another record? It seemed improbable, as he recalled no extravagant exertions from the previous day, save for the desperate act of fleeing. Ding. The assessment of yesterday's exercise values has concluded, yielding 42,000 points and a reward of 70,000 gold coins. The exercise points have been automatically converted into experience. Please check your inventory. The system panel opened automatically. Host, Feng, current dimension, Douluo, continent, gender, male, experience points, 57,00010, 000 gold coins, 23,080. 000 inventory, 1 minute stamina pill X1. Indeed, it was experience points, but what could the additional entry signify? Feng swiftly accessed the second piece of information. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the life or death escape mission. The system will introduce a new feature, the detector, and grant a complimentary trial of the detector function. As Feng just clicked open, a button for a detector appeared on the screen. It also prompted whether he wished to use it immediately. A detector? What could this possibly be? Feng was momentarily taken aback by this discovery. He promptly delved into the description of the detector. It appeared to be a novel feature of the system, capable of surveying a radius of 1,000 kilometers for a duration of 5 seconds. The detection range encompassed, but was not limited to, soul beasts, celestial herbs, and formidable beings. What a remarkable treasure this is. Feng had not anticipated that the system possessed such miraculous capabilities. Now, there was no need to feel anxious about locating the soul beast. Activate. Feng directly opted for the detector function. In the next instant, an inexplicable surge of power coursed through his being, and all entities within 1,000 kilometers flooded into his consciousness. 50,000-year soul beasts. 70,000-year soul beasts. In the medicinal garden of Douluo. What? Tang Hao. This fellow has not yet departed. Did he truly search for me in this forest throughout the night? Alas. It is a pity that he has chosen the wrong location. Tang Hao strides westward, while I am positioned to the east, completely divergent paths. For him to locate me is akin to chasing a dream. Wait. Suddenly, in the next moment, Feng detected a series of blue lights 1,000 kilometers away. Could it be? In that instant, a realization dawned upon him. Yet, at that very moment, the detection function ceased. The vivid information that had just filled his mind began to fade into obscurity. How can this be so swift? Merely 5 seconds. It would have been better if it had not been sent at all. Feng spoke with an air of irritation. At that moment, he reopened the system and located the detector's label. He intended to conduct another probe to ascertain whether the area emitting a blue glow 1,000 kilometers away was indeed the place he suspected. If it was, he would deliver a profound lesson to Tang Hao for daring to kill him, and even go so far as to extract his heart. Did he think Feng was a pushover? Ding. Would you like to pay 20 million gold coins? Just as Feng was about to initiate the probe once more, a payment interface unexpectedly appeared before him. What is this? Feng was utterly befuddled, resembling a bewildered old man engrossed in his mobile phone on the subway. They actually wanted money? 20 million gold coins, no less. Was this detector attempting to rob a bank? Ding. The detector is a feature acquired by the system at a certain level of development. The cost for the first use is 2,000 gold coins, and each subsequent use is doubled. The system suddenly presented a clarification. Good heavens, to hell with this worthless contraption. That 20 million gold coins was the entirety of his savings accumulated since obtaining the system. And now, for just one probing function, it demanded 20 million. He understood the concept of spending money, but to go bankrupt over it was utterly absurd. Moreover, the first use cost 20 million gold coins. The second would jump to 40 million. What about the third? The thought was too dreadful to entertain. Never mind. This device was clearly beyond his current means. It was wiser to exercise caution. Nevertheless, during the previous probe, Feng had also discovered something of value, a soul beast not far from his location, precisely in the direction of the blue glow. It was the perfect opportunity to investigate. Perhaps there would be unexpected surprises. With this thought, Feng revealed a peculiar smile. If he could stealthily launch an ambush, it would be immensely satisfying. Chapter 140. A small goal: slay a soul beast and gather some grass. At this moment, Feng continued his journey towards the east. Having just expended a detector worth 20 million gold coins, He had identified a highly suitable 50,000-year soul beast in the distance. Thus, Yifeng harbored no grand ambitions, merely intending to take a laid-back approach. Setting a modest goal of slaying a soul beast and gathering some grass, nothing more. As he traversed eastward, after a day's journey, he suddenly sensed an unusual rise in temperature ahead. It was an unprecedented wave of heat. Boom! A tremendous noise erupted as the Haotian hammer struck the ground, creating a deep pit. Dust swirled in the air. Do not let me discover your whereabouts. Otherwise, I shall crush your corpse to smithereens. Tang Hao was consumed by rage. Indeed, after searching for an entire night, he had yet to locate Yifeng. Now, as the sun began to set, it was clear that the boy had likely fled. He still needed to remain by Tang San's side, for he had made too many enemies on this continent. Thus, he could not afford to continue the search. He never imagined that a titled Douluo like himself could be outmaneuvered by a mere 14-year-old child. How infuriating. He vanished into the setting sun forest. It was time to return. He could not be away from his son for too long. Ever since Tang San emerged, he had hardly been apart for more than 2 days, always watching over his child's growth. Whether it was during the Master's tower, issuing a token, or in the blacksmith shop of Nodding City, or even confronting Xiao Wu, nothing had escaped his notice. He was even aware of Yifeng's demise by snakebite. After all, the Master back then was merely a 29th level soul master, and the soul hunting forest today lacked the capacity to protect his child. As a father, he had to remain close by, for that child was the sole fruit of his love for Ayin. Meanwhile, night fell once more. He had waited for so long. Yet Yifeng had still not emerged. This was excessive. Yifeng waited in a sweltering magma field, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. This was a site of ancient volcanic activity, a remnant of the Earth's fiery depths. Yifeng made his way through the cavern, deliberately waiting here for his quarry to take the bait. However, after an entire day's vigil, not a single trace was to be found. The issue was that magma was not akin to water. While one could potentially lure prey with poison water, how could one attract them with molten rock? It was utterly impossible. Thus, he was left with no choice but to endure the wait. Time slipped by, and before long, 3 days had passed. Indeed, Yifeng had spent 3 days in this cave, 300 meters underground. Each day felt akin to enduring a sauna. Yet, after conducting a thorough exploration, he discovered that this location was most suitable for the soul beast he sought. Moreover, he was in dire need of their power. Hiss. On that particular morning, after a week of waiting within the cavern, just as he was on the verge of depleting his resources and preparing to retreat, a faint yet distinct sound echoed through the air. Had it finally arrived?